In the depths of the cosmos, the once tranquil starry river suddenly erupted with an extraordinary radiance, as if billions of celestial bodies were roused by some unseen force. Emanating a resplendent glow, in the next moment, a brilliant curtain of light, spanning the entire universe, materialized abruptly, resembling an infinite crystal mirror suspended above all planets, illuminating every corner as brightly as day. This celestial canopy appeared without warning, visible to all, from the technologically advanced Vegeta planet to the bustling urban landscapes of Earth to the isolated, primitive tribes in distant galaxies, and even to the malevolent strongholds lurking in the cosmic abyss. In an instant, the entire universe was enveloped in an unprecedented silence. All beings halted their activities, gazing upwards with expressions filled with awe, curiosity, and a subtle, unacknowledged fear. What is that? In a martial arts arena on Earth, the wise Master Roshi, who was instructing his disciples, set aside his cane and looked skyward, a grave expression flickering in his murky eyes. Having lived for centuries and witnessed countless wonders, he had never encountered such an enigmatic and magnificent spectacle. What a grand window! Bulma, seated in her personal spacecraft, trembled as she manipulated the controls, attempting to analyze the origin of the celestial display, only to discover that all her instruments had ceased to function, capturing only the ever-shifting light and shadow of the canopy. Far away on Namek, the elders gathered at the sacred site, their expressions solemn as they gazed at the celestial curtain, murmuring incantations as if engaged in an ancient prayer. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the universe, Frieza lounged on his throne aboard his spaceship, a sly smile gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. An intriguing phenomenon. I wonder what surprises this celestial curtain will unveil. Above the canopy, the light and shadows danced unpredictably, akin to a surging river of stars. Gradually, the brilliance faded, revealing a lush forest, the very Baoshan where Wukong had spent his formative years. This verdant expanse teemed with life, shrouded in morning mist, resembling a realm of ethereal beauty. Sunlight filtered through the layered foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground, and the air was imbued with the fragrant aroma of vegetation and the damp scent of earth. Soon, the silhouette of a young boy emerged within the frame. He appeared to be no more than 10 years old, clad in a simple orange martial arts uniform, his bare feet resting upon the moist grass, with dirt caking his exposed ankles. Yet, this did not hinder his agility. A long, black tail wagged joyfully behind him, reminiscent of a playful puppy, exuding innocence and charm. Clutched tightly in his hand was a shimmering red 4-star Dragon Ball, a treasured relic left behind by his grandfather, son Wukong. At this moment, Wukong was no longer the naive infant who had first arrived on Earth. Under the guidance of his grandfather, son Wukong, he had established a solid foundation in martial arts. Mastering basic techniques and the rudiments of energy manipulation, he had once mistaken his grandfather's martial arts uniform for a toy, frolicking through the woods in it, and had marveled at the sight of the full moon for the first time, only to be swiftly subdued by his grandfather's frying pan to prevent his transformation into a great ape. Unfortunately, that joy was short-lived. On a subsequent full moon night, his grandfather was unable to intervene in time, and young Wukong inadvertently transformed tragically, taking his grandfather's life, a buried pain that lingered within him, unnoticed. After losing his grandfather, Wukong lived alone in Baoshan. He remained oblivious to the concept of form and knew nothing of his origins from the distant Vegeta planet, nor did he comprehend that he was a Saiyan possessing the potential to annihilate planets. He simply understood that he must diligently train, as his grandfather had advised, safeguarding the 4-star Dragon Ball and honing his physique in the purest manner. Over the years, he had utilized the forest as his training ground, animals as his adversaries, and trees as his punching bags, tirelessly refining his body day after day. Even when injured, he never faltered, bolstered by the Saiyan's remarkable regenerative abilities that allowed him to recover swiftly and continue his training. This was his initial existence, devoid of dazzling energy auras and powerful techniques, yet imbued with the innate resilience of a Saiyan, coupled with an unwavering determination that surpassed that of his peers in the scene. Wukong nimbly leaped between branches like a true monkey, his movements light and agile, effortlessly covering several meters with each bound, and even scaling straight tree trunks with remarkable speed. Occasionally pausing, he would strike the tree trunk with his small fists, producing a dull thud as the bark gradually peeled away to reveal the hardwood beneath. Huh! Huh! Wukong exhaled youthful shouts as he swung his fists, practicing the basic techniques imparted by his grandfather. Despite their small size, his fists brimmed with strength, each strike creating ripples in the surrounding air, forming miniature whirlwinds. When fatigue set in, he would perch on a branch, retrieving wild fruits he carried with him, devouring them heartily, his tail dangling below, occasionally attracting small birds that would alight upon his shoulder, which he welcomed, sharing some of his fruit with them. In the imagery, Wukong exhibited extraordinary physical prowess. He effortlessly lifted a massive boulder weighing hundreds of pounds, hurling it several dozen meters away, sending dust spiraling into the air. He leapt over a wide stream, landing gracefully on the opposite bank without a hint of stumble. When confronted by a ferocious black bear, he showed no fear, engaging the beast with his fists. Though the bear was enormous and powerful, capable of snapping trees in half with a single swipe, Wukong nimbly evaded its attacks. Utilizing his agile form, he targeted the bear's vulnerabilities, ultimately delivering a punch to its snout, causing the bear to stagger and retreat in disarray. These years spent in the forest not only forged Wukong's formidable physique, but also nurtured his kind-hearted and innocent character. He never initiated harm against innocent creatures, choosing to avoid confrontation with even the fiercest beasts unless provoked. He had rescued an injured fawn, tending to its wounds and foraging for food until it recovered. During the cold winter, he had draped his martial arts uniform over a shivering squirrel, curling up in a cave to withstand the chill, relying on his Saiyan constitution for warmth. What an impressive young boy. At such a tender age, he possesses such strength. His physique is extraordinary, far beyond that of a human. Look at him. He even helps small animals. He is truly a kind-hearted child. Across the universe, countless beings gazed at the celestial curtain, expressing their admiration. They were awed by Wukong's formidable nature and touched by his innocent, pure-hearted demeanor. Just then, the scene shifted. Night descended, and a luminous full moon ascended into the sky, casting its silvery glow upon the earth, enveloping Baoshan in a silvery sheen. The celestial curtain took on a silver hue, dimming the stars and creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. The young Wukong sat atop the mountain, gazing at the round moon in the night sky, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He recalled his grandfather's warnings of dreadful events occurring on full moon nights, urging him to keep his distance. Yet he had forgotten these admonitions, captivated solely by the moon's beauty. Suddenly, Wukong's body began to undergo a transformation. He felt his blood boiling fervently, an indescribable power surging from the depths of his being, coursing through his veins. His skin itched as dark fur sprouted uncontrollably, enveloping him entirely. His stature rapidly expanded from just over a meter to several dozen meters, morphing into a colossal ape. His eyes turned crimson, devoid of their former innocence and liveliness, replaced by chaos and ferocity, as he let out a deafening roar that echoed throughout the cosmos. This is the colossal ape form of Wukong, a transformation triggered by the full moon, awakening the Saiyan bloodline within him. In this state, Wukong's power multiplies tenfold, exhibiting astonishing destructive capabilities. His claws can rend rock asunder, and his roars can shatter clouds. The mere release of his aura is sufficient to snap surrounding trees and fracture stones. This marks his second transformation into the giant ape. The first time, he lost his grandfather to uncontrollable rage, and now he finds himself once again consumed by the ferocity of his bloodline. Roar. The giant ape emitted a thunderous roar, resonating through the heavens as if the very sky trembled. The air around him surged violently, generating powerful sound waves that sent nearby birds scattering in fright. The giant ape swung its massive fists, crashing them into a nearby mountain, which instantly crumbled into debris, shrouding the area in dust. He then extended his enormous claws, grasping a towering tree, effortlessly uprooting it before casting it aside, the tree tracing an arc through the air before crashing to the ground and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The giant ape rampaged through the forest, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Trees splintered, rocks shattered, and the once picturesque Wagwashan was transformed into a scene of devastation that in his eyes. There was no trace of reason, only boundless rage, as if he sought to annihilate the entire world. He unconsciously trudged toward the cave he once inhabited with his grandfather, a place filled with memories, now unrecognizable to him, as he fixated solely on the desire to obliterate everything before him. What is that? What a terrifying monster! Is that the boy from earlier? How could he transform like this? Absolutely horrifying. This power could obliterate a small town. Beings from across the universe gazed in terror at the giant ape in the heavens, sensing its cataclysmic might. Many trembled in fear, unable to look away, while those aware of the Saiyan existence, such as the Frieza force and the royal family of the Saiyans on Vegeta, exchanged glances of astonishment and greed, not anticipating the survival of a Saiyan with such formidable giant ape powers. That moment, two familiar figures appeared on screen, Krillin and Bulma. They had initially come to find Wukong for a playful visit. A few days prior, Wukong had met Bulma in the forest while she was searching for Dragon Balls. They had bonded over their quest and later encountered Krillin, who was training under Master Roshi. The trio quickly became friends. This time, they had brought healing salves and food prepared by Master Roshi, intending to see Wukong, but were unprepared for the situation at hand. Witnessing the giant ape, Krillin and Bulma turned pale, trembling in fear. Bulma, is that Wukong? What happened to him? Krillin asked, his voice quaking. He had heard Master Roshi speak of a Saiyan giant ape form, but never imagined it could be so terrifying. I don't know. But he's in great danger. We must find a way to stop him. Krillin, do you have any ideas? Bulma clutched Klin's arm tightly, her face ashen. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Krillin recalled Master Roshi's words. Although the Saiyan giant ape form is immensely powerful, it has a fatal weakness, its tail. If the tail is severed, the giant ape loses its strength and reverts to its original form. With that thought in mind, Krillin retrieved a sharp sword from his backpack, a gift from Master Roshi known as the steel-breaking sword, said to be capable of cutting through iron. Bulma, wait here. I shall sever his tail, Krillin declared resolutely, determination flashing in his eyes. Bulma quickly grabbed his arm, her concern evident. Krillin, it's too dangerous. You mustn't go, no. If this continues, Wukong will destroy the entire Baozishan and may even endanger himself. I have to do this, Krillin proclaimed, breaking free from Bulma's grasp and cautiously maneuvering behind the giant ape to find an opportune moment. The giant ape, consumed by destruction, stomped the ground with its massive feet, leaving deep craters in its wake, utterly oblivious to Klin's presence. Seizing the moment, Krillin leaped, using the surrounding trees to propel himself onto the giant ape's back. The giant ape, sensing movement atop its back, shook violently in anger, attempting to throw Krillin off. Krillin clung tightly to the ape's fur, fighting to maintain his balance as he crawled toward the tail. Finally, he reached the base of the giant ape's tail. Taking a deep breath, he raised the steel-breaking sword high and, summoning all his strength, struck down upon the tail with ferocity. Whoosh! The sword glinted as it sliced through the air, landing squarely on the giant ape's tail. The giant ape let out a piercing scream, filled with agony and rage, its body convulsing violently as its black fur began to shed rapidly, its form shrinking. Moments later, the giant ape collapsed, reverting to the panting young Wukong, his tail severed, leaving behind a short stump from which blood flowed profusely. Krillin and Bulma rushed to Wukong's side, assessing his condition. Wukong slowly opened his eyes, confusion, pain, and bewilderment filling his gaze as he looked at his severed tail and then at the devastation surrounding him. What happened? Why am I here? My head feels so dizzy and my body hurts. Seeing Wukong's bewildered expression, Krillin and Bulma felt a mix of helplessness and sorrow. They understood that Wukong had lost his reason during the transformation, unaware of his actions, including the tragic incident involving his grandfather. Bulma took out the healing salve from her backpack, carefully tending to Wukong's wounds, while Krillin comforted him, saying, "Wukong, you accidentally transformed into a giant ape. But it's all right now. This is a common occurrence. With diligent training, you will learn to control your powers one day." Wukong nodded, somewhat comprehending, his gaze drifting to his severed tail, a hint of loss flickering in his eyes, as it had been a part of him. However, he quickly regained his usual optimism, smiling as he said, "It's fine. As long as I can be with you, I don't mind not having a tail. By the way, did you come to find me for something fun?" Seeing Wukong's innocent smile, Krillin and Bulma felt a wave of emotion wash over them. They smiled in return, setting aside their earlier fears and concerns, and began to share tales of the outside world with Wukong. As the scenes in the heavens gradually faded, a line of golden text appeared. Son Wukong, Saiyan, initial form, normal and giant ape form. He lost his grandfather at a young age and grew up alone in the forest, developing a robust physique while retaining a kind heart. He has lost loved ones due to bloodline uncontrollability, but has also been saved by the help of friends. This marks the beginning of his journey of strength, where pure physique and primal bloodline will, in the years to come, shine even brighter alongside the bonds of friendship and the conviction of protection that in the next chapter, the flames of the Kaioken, the ultimate burn. After the text vanished, the celestial scene remained suspended in the cosmos, akin to a grand enigma awaiting exploration by all beings. The entire universe buzzed with excitement following this inaugural celestial display. On Earth, Master Roshi gazed at the celestial scene, a mixture of solemnity and pride crossing his features as he murmured to himself, "Wukong, I never imagined you were a Saiyan, nor that you had endured so much. The giant ape form truly lives up to its reputation. It seems I must guide you diligently, teaching you to control your power and understand that the essence of strength lies in protection, not destruction, within the confines of." Frieza's spaceship, the tyrant reclined upon his throne, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes glimmering with avarice. The Saiyans. I never anticipated such survivors. The great ape transformation possesses considerable power, albeit it is disappointingly unstable. However, this boy may yet hold potential for my purposes. Once he matures further, I shall capture him and bend him to my will. Far away, on the distant planet Vegeta, both Prince Vegeta and King Vegeta beheld the unfolding spectacle upon the celestial screen. A flicker of astonishment crossed the king's gaze, swiftly replaced by an icy demeanor. I cannot believe there are still Saiyan survivors, and one who has attained the great ape form. Clearly, I must dispatch someone to Earth to retrieve him, nurturing him to become a weapon for our Saiyan race, aiding us in our conquest of the universe. Prince Vegeta, disdain evident in his scoff, brimmed with pride and contempt. Merely a feeble Saiyan child. What significance does the great ape form hold? Before me, he would be but a trivial opponent. Once I complete my planetary conquest, I shall journey to Earth and personally vanquish him, proving that I am the mightiest Saiyan. Meanwhile, in the verdant woods of Baozi Mountain, Wukong gazed mournfully at his severed tail, yet this sorrow was swiftly eclipsed by the joy of companionship of his friends. Scratching his head in curiosity, he inquired, "Krillin, Bulma, the celestial screen just revealed that the next chapter will showcase my Kaioken form. What is that form? Is it powerful?" Krillin patted Wukong's shoulder, a smile gracing his face. "Kaioken? I am unsure what that form entails, but it certainly sounds impressive. Wukong, you must diligently train and master the Kaioken as soon as possible to grow stronger." Bulma nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Wukong, you are an immensely powerful individual, and I believe you can achieve it. Once you become stronger, we will embark on a quest to seek the Dragon Balls and fulfill even more wishes." Upon hearing Dragon Balls and becoming stronger, a spark of excitement flickered in Wukong's eyes. Clenching his fists with determination, he proclaimed, "Absolutely. I shall train rigorously, mastering the Kaioken and growing stronger. I must protect all of you, safeguard the Earth, and find all the Dragon Balls to fulfill a grand wish." Witnessing Wukong's resolute gaze, Krillin and Bulma felt a surge of emotion. They understood that Wukong was a kind-hearted, brave, and resilient youth. Regardless of his lineage or past trials, he would forever be their friend and the guardian of Earth. Beneath the celestial screen, all living beings awaited, anticipating the next unveiling of the heavens. eager to witness the growth of this Saiyan youth and the transformative journey of his awe-inspiring evolution in his heart. Wukong silently vowed to strive diligently, to grow stronger, to protect his companions, safeguard this beautiful earth, and to honor the expectations of all, particularly the teachings of his grandfather. Chapter 2. The Kaioken ignites. The golden legend of Namek. For several days, the cosmic firmament remained silent, until billions of beings once again cast their gazes toward the skies. Suddenly, a brilliant luminescence illuminated the heavens, revealing not the lush forests of Wagwashan, but rather a peculiar planet suspended amidst the galactic expanse, Kaioken. The surface of the planet was cloaked in verdant grass, surrounded by a faint purple aura, while swirling nebulae could be seen at the edges of the sky, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity, as if the very atmosphere was imbued with the divine majesty of the cosmic deities. It was Kaioken, the fabled abode of the North Kao. That young boy, no, he has grown. How could he be on Kaioken? Is he here to learn martial arts from the Kao? The North Kao wields the most formidable martial techniques in the universe. If he could receive his guidance, his strength would surely soar. In an instant, beings across the cosmos erupted in fervor, with familiar warriors of the North Kao reflecting eager anticipation in their eyes. They understood well that this diminutive deity possessed the immense power capable of propelling a martial artist beyond their limits. Within the celestial display, an adult Wukong donned his emblematic orange GI, a blue belt cinching his waist, while his tail had naturally shed during growth, revealing arms muscular and powerful. He stood respectfully before a short, purple-skinned elder wearing round sunglasses and a golden halo atop his head, none other than the North Kao himself. At this moment, Wukong was no longer the naive boy from Baozi Mountain. His life was etched with the marks of battle and guardianship. He had embarked on adventures with Bulma and Krillin in search of the Dragon Balls, traversing deserts, forests, and icy plains, befriending Yamcha, Puar, and others. Under the rigorous tutelage of Master Roshi, he had trained tirelessly, mastering classic techniques such as the Kamehameha and the afterimage technique, defeating countless formidable foes in martial arts tournaments, and even engaging in a fierce battle with the resurrected demon King Piccolo, ultimately, through sheer willpower surpassing his limits. He had delivered a decisive blow that pierced the Demon King's chest, saving the Earth from annihilation. Not long ago, the Saiyans Nappa and Vegeta descended upon Earth, their overwhelming power causing the Earth's warriors to falter. Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Tien Shinhan fell in succession, while Piccolo sacrificed himself to protect Gohan, leaving Krillin and Gohan gravely wounded. In a bid to save his comrades and confront the greater threats looming from the cosmos, Wukong, after recovering from his injuries with the magical Senzu beans atop Karen Tower, resolutely embarked on his journey to Kaioken. He traversed the serpentine path, spanning millions of kilometers, evading the temptations of the Snake Princess and defeating the demons that hindered him, ultimately arriving at this sacred realm of cosmic training. Wukong, your arrival here via the Snake Way attests to your talent and tenacity. The North Kao's voice resonated with an air of authority, yet retained a gentle warmth. I can teach you my unique techniques, but first, you must indulge me in a game. If you can catch my baseball, I shall impart to you the art of my fist. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Wukong's eyes as he eagerly nodded. Very well, North Kao. Please, bring it on. The North Kao smiled faintly, producing a baseball bat and a specially crafted baseball from behind him. He tossed the baseball into the air and swung the bat, sending the ball hurtling toward Wukong at a speed exceeding that of light, the air itself tearing apart with a deafening roar. Wukong narrowed his gaze, and with the keen instincts of a Saiyan, he swiftly tracked the ball's trajectory, dodging and barely managing to catch it. Very good. The North Kao nodded in satisfaction, before his expression turned serious. My technique is called the Kaioken. It allows you to forcibly enhance your strength, speed, and ki by burning your life force, enabling you to unleash combat prowess far beyond your normal capabilities for a brief period. However, the burden is tremendous. The higher the multiplier, the greater the harm to your body. A moment's carelessness could result in your body being torn apart by the very power you wield. Wukong clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes as he solemnly declared, North Kao, please teach me. For my friends, for Earth, I fear no hardship, even if it means sacrificing my life. Observing the unwavering resolve in Wukong's eyes, the North Kao nodded internally, and began to instruct him in the art of training. In the celestial display, Wukong's form flickered as a faint red aura gradually enveloped him. With each roar, the red flames intensified, engulfing him entirely, while the surrounding air began to burn violently, producing sizzling sounds. Focus. Gather your ki in the dantian, then spread it throughout your body, simultaneously igniting your life force to amplify the power of your ki. The North Kaio's voice resonated, guiding Wukong in refining his energy. Kaioken double. Wukong's energy surged dramatically, his form transforming into a crimson blur as he struck the ground with a punch. The earth cracked beneath him, creating a chasm several meters long, sending debris flying and dust swirling. His muscles tensed, veins bulging upon his forehead, sweat trickling down his cheeks. He was clearly enduring immense strain, yet his gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Excellent. Keep going. Do not stop. Triple. Quadruple. The North Kaio continued to command, as Wukong's red aura blazed ever brighter. The grass of Kaose was charred black beneath the flames, fissures appearing in the ground, and the sky turned crimson, the red halo expanding as if to ignite the entire galaxy. From double to quintuple, then to tenfold. Each of Wukong's breakthroughs was accompanied by the cracking of bones and the flow of blood. His lips bled, his GI tattered by the flames, yet he persevered, gradually integrating the power of the Kaioken into his very being. Beings throughout the cosmos gazed upon Wukong's figure displayed in the heavens, awestruck by his tenacity. They witnessed a young warrior willing to burn his own life force to protect his friends. Each scream echoed his concern for them, and every breakthrough embodied his relentless pursuit of peace. This courage and determination moved countless hearts. How terrifying! This power is clearly draining his life away. If it were me, I doubt I could even withstand the double Kaioken. His willpower is extraordinary. Such pain is beyond what most can endure. Is this the Kaioken? Truly deserving of its reputation. With this technique, his strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. After months of rigorous training, Wukong finally grasped the essence of the Kaioken. He could flexibly adjust the multiplier according to the demands of battle, minimizing the burden on his body, even maintaining stability while utilizing the tenfold Kaioken. In addition to the Kaioken, the North Kaio also taught Wukong the Spirit Bomb, a technique requiring the gathering of energy from the universe. Possessing boundless power yet demanding exceptional control, becoming one of Wukong's trump cards for the future. As the celestial scene shifted, Wukong had embarked on a spacecraft bound for Namek. His eyes brimmed with urgency and determination, tightly clutching a fragment of a Namek Dragon Ball. Recently, he learned from a dying Bulma that Krillin, Bulma, and Gohan had ventured to Namek in search of Dragon Balls to resurrect their friends, only to encounter Frieza's minions. Krillin and Gohan had been captured, and Bulma was also in peril, with all of Namek hanging by a thread. Krillin, Gohan, Bulma, wait for me. I will come to rescue you, Wukong murmured, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Frieza, if you dare harm my friends, I will not spare you. The spacecraft traversed the stars at superluminal speeds, soon reaching Namek. As Wukong set foot on Namek's soil, a pungent scent of blood and malevolence assaulted him, causing him to frown deeply. The sky of Namek was stained a dark red by Frieza's evil aura, the ground cracked, dust swirling, and once lush vegetation now lay charred and blackened. With countless Namekian corpses littering the ground, despair enveloped the entire planet. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong immediately unleashed his aura perception and soared towards the direction where Krillin and Wufan were located. Along the way, he witnessed countless Namekians mercilessly slain by Frieza's minions, causing an ever-growing fury to swell within him, and his aura became increasingly violent. Upon arriving at a lakeside, he was confronted with an unforgettable scene. Frieza, clad in a purple battle suit, floated menacingly in midair, a cruel smile etched on his face, while gripping Kellen's battered body in his hand. Kellen was already grievously injured, his breath weak, yet he continued to glare defiantly at Frieza, his eyes brimming with unyielding spirit. You appear quite enraged, Saiyan, Frieza taunted, his voice laced with mockery as he observed Wukong's approach. A sinister smirk curled upon his lips. Since you are so fond of this little fellow, I shall send him on his way. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Frieza's fingers tightened, a sharp crack resonated, and Kellen's heart was crushed in an instant. Frieza carelessly discarded Kellen's lifeless form into the icy lake. The water instantly stained crimson with blood. Kellen, Wukong's pupils constricted in shock, his anxiety rapidly morphing into an all-consuming rage. Krillin had been his companion since childhood, one of his most cherished friends. They had trained, fought, and weathered countless storms together. Witnessing his friend's tragic demise before his very eyes shattered Wukong's reason. The dormant Saiyan blood within him erupted like a volcano. An indescribable power surging forth from the depths of his being, coursing through his veins. A roar that shook the very foundations of Namek resounded, causing the planet itself to tremble, the earth quaking violently, volcanoes erupting, and tsunamis raging. The red aura enveloping Wukong was instantaneously replaced by golden flames, his black hair transforming into a dazzling golden radiance, akin to a burning sun. The golden flames swept across the battlefield like a tsunami, instantly dispelling the dark red skies and bathing the entire planet in a golden hue. His pupils shifted to a brilliant blue, his aura reaching a fever pitch, each breath resonating with a thunderous roar that tore through the air, the golden flames dancing around him as if they sought to ignite the very universe. Super Saiyan 1. This legendary transformation, spoken of for millennia, finally manifested in Wukong's wrath. His battle power surged to 50 times its normal state, wherever the golden flames passed. Frieza's minions were vaporized. Even the surrounding peaks melted beneath the searing heat, and the very air of Namek ignited. What is this power? Frieza's voice trembled, for he had never encountered such a formidable aura. As he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Wukong, disbelief flickered across his face for the first time. You have become the legendary Super Saiyan. Impossible. This cannot be. Wukong offered no response, his eyes filled solely with a chilling intent to kill. He transformed into a golden blur, appearing before Frieza at a speed surpassing light, and delivered a devastating punch to Frieza's face. Frieza was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through several mountains, blood spewing from his mouth, the mocking grin on his face instantly replaced by shock and fury. "Curse you, you bastard!" Frieza roared, unleashing a powerful dark red aura, his body undergoing a transformation as his muscles swelled and his height increased significantly, entering his first form's full power. Above, golden flames clashed violently with the dark red aura, each collision generating tremendous shockwaves. The crust of Namek fractured continuously, the ground sinking as countless debris was hurled into the air, only to crash down again. Every punch and kick from Wukong bore the weight of cataclysmic force, the golden flames rippling through the heavens, illuminating the entire galaxy. Though Frieza was powerful, he appeared somewhat outmatched against the Super Saiyan 1 Wukong. Wukong's speed and strength far exceeded Frieza's, each attack landing precisely on Frieza's vital points, forcing him to retreat. Frieza, unwilling to accept defeat, transformed into his second and third forms, his power escalating, even managing to trade blows with Wukong. Yet, he could never gain the upper hand. How could I, the Emperor of the Universe Frieza, lose to you, a lowly Saiyan? Frieza bellowed, his body morphing once more, this time into a more perfected form. His dark red aura intensifying, revealing his ultimate state. In his final form, Frieza's power underwent a qualitative leap. His speed and attacks became even more terrifying, capable of reducing mountains to rubble with a single punch, and a single energy wave could shred the skies. Sensing Frieza's newfound strength, Wukong's expression turned grave, and he allowed his golden aura to swell once more, unhesitatingly activating the Kaioken, the red flames enveloping the golden flames, doubling his power once again. Kaioken, 10 times. Wukong's voice, though hoarse, was filled with strength. His form accelerated again, becoming a blur of red and blue, engaging Frieza in an even more ferocious battle. Above, the clash of red and blue light persisted, shockwaves rippling outward, the surface of Namek becoming riddled with craters, on the brink of explosion. Kamehameha. Wukong clasped his hands together, channeling all his golden aura and the power of the Kaioken into a colossal beam of golden light that shot forth from his hands, soaring toward the heavens and hurtling towards Frieza. Frieza's gaze sharpened as he gathered his own energy, unleashing a dark red energy wave that collided with Wukong's Kamehameha. The two formidable energy waves clashed in the air, resulting in massive explosions that painted the skies a brilliant white. Gritting his teeth, Wukong poured more power into the golden beam, gradually overpowering the dark red energy wave, inching closer to Frieza. "Impossible. I will not lose." Frieza screamed in desperation, continuously injecting energy, yet ultimately, his power fell short against the Super Saiyan 1 augmented by the tenfold Kaioken. The golden beam finally pierced through the defenses of the dark red energy wave, instantly penetrating Frieza's body, sending his remains flying into the depths of the universe. As the golden flames in the sky gradually dissipated, the dark red aura of Namek receded, sunlight once again gracing the land, restoring life to the earth. Wukong knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath, his golden hair slowly reverting to black, his body utterly exhausted and covered in wounds, blood oozing from his injuries. Yet, his eyes radiated with a sense of relief and determination. "Krillin, I avenged you," Wukong murmured softly, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, falling onto the soil of Namek. "Fear not, I will find the Dragon Balls and bring you and all our fallen friends back to life." At that moment, golden text appeared in the heavens. Sun Wukong, Saiyan, Advanced Form Kaioken, Super Saiyan 1. He burned his life force on Kaioken, honing his ultimate technique with resilience and persistence. He lost his companions on Namek, awakening the legendary form, wielding anger and power to defend his friend's dignity. The crimson flames of Kaioken symbolized his unwavering resolve, burning his life without retreat. The golden radiance of the Super Saiyan embodied his fury, illuminating the universe without extinguishing. In the next chapter, the Cell Games. The pinnacle of golden supremacy under perfect control, he shall wield even greater power to safeguard the peace of Earth. Once the text vanished, the heavens fell into silence once more, yet the entire universe erupted with fervor. The legend of the Super Saiyan had finally transformed from myth into reality, and Wukong's name became the most resplendent presence in the cosmos. Countless beings cheered for him, rejoicing in his victory and moved by his tenacity. In a dojo on Earth, Master Roshi gazed at the heavens, tears of pride shimmering in his eyes as he trembled with emotion. "Wukong, you have finally done it. You have become the legendary Super Saiyan. You have not disappointed my expectations, nor have you betrayed the trust that the Earth has placed in you." In the remnants of Frieza's stronghold, countless subordinates trembled in fear, never imagining that the formidable cosmic emperor, Frieza, could be vanquished by Wukong. This golden-haired youth has become an eternal nightmare in their hearts, prompting many to pack their belongings and prepare for flight, fearing that Wukong might come for them. Amidst the ruins of Namek, Wukong slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the distant starry sky, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. He understood that this was not the end, but a new beginning. There remained countless powerful foes in the universe, and he must grow stronger to protect all those he cherished, safeguard the Earth, and ensure the peace of the entire universe. "I will become stronger," Wukong declared solemnly. Clenching his fists, "I will resurrect all my fallen comrades. I will ensure eternal peace for the Earth, and I will become the strongest warrior in the cosmos." Beneath the celestial canopy, all beings awaited, yearning for the next unveiling of the sky, eager to witness this Saiyan warrior's next breakthrough and his ceaseless journey toward power. Observing every moment, he safeguards peace with his own hands. Chapter 3. Sheru's Game, the pinnacle of perfect control after a fortnight of silence. The cosmic sky finally illuminated once more. This time, the celestial screen bore no mysterious purple hue of Kaioken, nor the blood-red gloom of Namek. Instead, it revealed a vast and level arena of yellow earth, the stage for Sheru's Game. Surrounded by undulating gray-green mountains, the sky was devoid of clouds, and the scorching sun cast its rays upon the arena, baking the yellow earth to a charred hue, while the air was thick with the scent of dust. Each inch of light imbued with the gravity of an impending battle. "It's Earth. I remember that arena. It is the death game initiated by the android Sheru. Wukong. He has returned. Look at his aura. It is even more stable and refined than when he was on Namek, devoid of the fury of yesteryear. Sheru, the abomination that merged the cells of Wukong, Vegeta, and Frieza. This battle will undoubtedly be spectacular." Creatures across the universe focused intently on the celestial screen, and the seasoned warriors familiar with Earth's battles exhibited eager anticipation in their eyes, fully aware that this game led by android Sheru was the ultimate trial for Earth's fighters, as well as a significant metamorphosis for Wukong in his Super Saiyan form. On the celestial screen, Wukong donned a pristine orange martial arts uniform, bound at the waist with a blue belt, his hair neatly styled. His physique was even more upright than during his time on Namek. With muscle lines becoming increasingly fluid and firm, shedding the naivety of his youth for the steadiness of a mature warrior. Although he radiated no overt aura, a powerful and restrained presence emanated from him as he stood at the center of the arena, calmly observing his opponent across from him. At this moment, Wukong had long since emerged from the fatigue and sorrow of Namek, having undergone a grueling training that would alter his combat philosophy. After Frieza's defeat, Wukong utilized the Namekian Dragon Balls to revive himself and return to Earth with his comrades, believing they could finally embrace peace. They were blindsided by the ominous news that future androids had traversed time, foretelling Earth's destruction 3 years hence. To protect their homeland, Wukong and Vegeta set aside their grievances and entered the hyperbolic time chamber invented by Bulma, engaging in a year-long, equivalent to merely 1 day outside, intense training regimen. Inside the time chamber, time flowed at a rate 360 times faster than the outside world. The air was so thin it was difficult to breathe, and gravity was tenfold that of Earth, creating an environment so harsh that ordinary beings could scarcely endure it. Wukong and Vegeta unleashed their unrestrained combat training, continuously clashing and breaking through, honing the power of Super Saiyan to its utmost perfection. Initially, Wukong still relied on rage to unleash his power, but soon discovered that the furious aura led to excessive energy depletion, making it difficult to maintain peak condition for extended periods. Through countless battles and insights, he ultimately grasped that the power of Super Saiyan did not solely depend on anger. It also required precise control. He began to attempt to rein in the violent golden aura, gradually refining and compressing it, ensuring that energy would no longer dissipate recklessly. He ultimately succeeded in transforming the Super Saiyan form into a new norm, known as Super Saiyan 1, full power. In this form, his golden aura no longer surged like a volcanic eruption, but coalesced into a tangible halo, tightly enveloping his body. The balance between power, speed, and energy consumption reached perfection, allowing him to maintain a clear mind and flexibly adjust his tactics even in battle. "Sheru, shall we commence the game?" Wukong's voice was calm and powerful, devoid of impatience, resonating across the vast arena. Opposite him stood a tall, bizarre-looking android, Sheru, covered in green skin, with enormous wings sprouting from his back and red eyes glowing with malice. He exuded a formidable purple aura. Having merged the cells of Wukong, Vegeta, Frieza, and Piccolo, he possessed not only immense combat strength, but also the ability to absorb human energy and continuously evolve. At this moment, he had reached his perfect, complete form, confident in his ability to crush all Earth warriors. Wukong, you are even more composed than I anticipated." Sheru's voice dripped with mockery, grating like metal on metal. "However, I advise you to surrender. Before me, you and your comrades are merely ants that I can crush at will." Wukong smiled slightly, refraining from retorting, as a faint golden aura began to emanate from him. Unlike during his time on Namek, this golden aura resembled the ripples on a tranquil lake, gentle yet resilient, enveloping him tightly, pushing away the surrounding dust to form a clean circle. His hair remained a radiant gold, and his eyes a deep blue. But the fury and chaos of his past had vanished, leaving only calmness and confidence. "Words are futile, let our actions speak." Wukong vanished in a flash, transforming into a golden afterimage, instantly breaking the sound barrier and appearing before Sheru, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. The wind from the punch howled, creating a thunderous roar that split the air, the golden aura coalescing upon his fist, resembling a small sun embedded within. Sheru's eyes widened in surprise, clearly taken aback by Wukong's speed, and swiftly raised his arm to block. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided, sending a powerful shockwave rippling outward like a tsunami, causing the surrounding yellow earth to splatter and the ground to crack with fine fissures, even the distant mountains trembling slightly. In the celestial sky, the golden halo and purple aura clashed repeatedly, each encounter precise and swift, devoid of superfluous movements. Wukong's speed and strength had reached unprecedented heights. He moved like an agile leopard, deftly avoiding each of Sheru's attacks while launching counterattacks, unleashing golden punches that fell upon Sheru like raindrops. Although Sheru was formidable, possessing Frieza's speed and Piccolo's regenerative abilities, he found himself firmly suppressed by Wukong's rhythm, unable to gain the upper hand, as faint wounds began to mar his green skin. "Damn it, how could your power have grown so strong? Your aura is clearly no longer as frenzied as before." Sheru roared in anger. his eyes flashing with fury as his purple aura surged. He unleashed a punch aimed at Wukong's face, imbued with tremendous force, compressing the surrounding air into an invisible barrier. Wukong's expression sharpened. He deftly sidestepped, countering with a palm strike on Sheru's back. The golden aura surged into Sheru's body, causing him to stagger forward. A trickle of green blood escaping his lips, the mocking smile on his face freezing instantly. Beings across the universe gazed at Wukong on the celestial screen, collectively expressing their awe and shock. They observed that this Saiyan, once reliant on bursts of rage for power, had now undergone a profound transformation, evolving from a mere wielder of strength into a master of it. Each strike he delivered was precise and forceful, while every defense was executed with impeccable timing. This mastery over power left countless cosmic warriors feeling inadequate. Astonishing. Is this the full might of a Super Saiyan? The energy exuded was so refined that it was nearly devoid of any superfluous fluctuations. His combat style had completely shifted. No longer did he rely solely on explosive force, but rather focused on technique and rhythm, which was utterly remarkable. Even the formidable Shalu, who had assimilated the cells of so many powerful beings, found himself subdued by Wukong. The rate at which Wukong was growing stronger was nothing short of monstrous. The battle raged on for a full 3 hours, with Wukong and Shalu locked in a fierce struggle. The surrounding mountains were flattened by their shockwaves, transforming the once smooth arena into a desolate wasteland riddled with craters. The yellow earth, scorched by blood and energy, lay charred, while the sky above was a tapestry of intertwining gold and purple light, creating a dazzling yet perilous display akin to cosmic fireworks of death. Although Wukong maintained the upper hand throughout, he refrained from unleashing his full potential. There was a glint of observation in his eyes, as if he were meticulously assessing Shalu's capabilities, silently awaiting the opportune moment. He understood that Shalu's strength was far greater than it appeared, with hidden trump cards lurking beneath his fully realized form, and he too had his own strategies at play. "Wukong, are you mocking me?" Shalu seethed, incensed by Wukong's composure. His purple aura surged once more, his body slightly swelling as he gathered a massive wave of purple energy between his hands. The air around the energy was torn asunder, crackling ominously. "Prepare to face this. This is the ultimate Kamehameha the first have forged by merging the cells of Frieza and yourself." A colossal purple beam, measuring dozens of meters in diameter, erupted from Shalu's hands, resembling a ferocious purple dragon as it soared towards the heavens, radiating an aura of annihilation directed at Wukong. The ground was scorched, leaving a deep gash in its wake, and the dust swirled ominously, obscuring the sunlight and plunging the arena into darkness. Wukong's gaze sharpened, and a hint of seriousness crept onto his face. No longer holding back, his golden aura erupted with terrifying might. Although it remained refined, it was imbued with an incredible power. He clasped his hands together at his chest, gathering the golden aura into a dazzling sphere that began to warp the very fabric of space around it. "Kamehameha," Wukong bellowed, infused with a hint of fury. As he thrust his hands forward, a massive golden beam surged forth, akin to a golden phoenix, colliding with Shalu's purple beam in an explosive confrontation. The two formidable energy waves clashed in the air, generating immense explosions that rippled outward, reducing the surrounding ruins to mere dust. The sky was illuminated in a blinding white light, prompting beings across the universe to instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the brilliance. After a brief moment, the explosive light began to dissipate, and the dust was carried away by the wind, revealing Wukong and Shalu once more in the center of the arena. Both appeared somewhat fatigued, their martial attire in tatters, exposing their scarred bodies. Wukong's golden hair was matted with dirt and blood, while Shalu's green skin bore deep wounds, with green blood dripping and staining the earth beneath them. Yet, their gazes remained resolute, unwavering in their determination. "Shalu, your strength is indeed formidable." Wukong spoke with a hoarse yet steady voice. "However, I intend for my son, Wufan, to conclude this battle." At this declaration, not only did Shalu freeze in disbelief, but Krillin, Bulma, Vegeta, and others at the edge of the arena also displayed expressions of astonishment. Beings from across the universe erupted in inquiries and confusion. What? Wukong is sending Wufan into the fray? But Wufan is only 10 years old. Can he possibly stand against Shalu? Is Wukong exhausted, or is there another plan at play? Shalu is in his complete form. Wufan is no match for him. This is too reckless. This battle determines the fate of Earth. How can a child be allowed to take such risks? Upon regaining his composure, Shallow laughed heartily, his voice dripping with scorn and mockery. Wukong, are you joking? You want a mere child to battle me? Do you underestimate me? Or are you truly at your wit's end? Wukong offered no explanation, merely gesturing to the edge of the arena. Wufan immediately stood, clad in a blue martial uniform with a red belt, his youthful face still bearing traces of innocence. Yet his eyes were resolute as he strode toward the center of the arena. As he moved, a faint golden aura began to envelop him, indicating that he too had transcended his limits and achieved the Super Saiyan form. Wufan's eyes held a flicker of anxiety, but more prominently, a deep trust in his father. He understood that his father would never undertake a venture without confidence, and Wukong's decision to send him forth signified a belief in his ability to triumph over Shallow. Wufan, unleash your full potential. Wukong's voice was tender yet encouraging as he approached Wufan, patting him on the shoulder. The power within you is far greater than you realize. Remember, the essence of strength lies in protection, not destruction. Do not let anger consume you, but do not fear it either. When you are enraged out of love for your companions, that strength will be unparalleled. Wufan nodded emphatically, taking a deep breath as he stepped into the arena, confronting Shallow. His golden aura, though less refined than Wukong's, was brimming with youthful vigor, his eyes glinting with an indomitable spirit. Little brat, you should skedaddle back, Shallow sneered at Wufan, disdain evident in his eyes. Lest I inadvertently turn you into pulp and cause Wukong sorrow. Wufan remained silent, clenching his fists as his golden aura intensified. Just then, Shallow launched an attack, disregarding Wufan entirely and seeking to conclude the battle swiftly. A purple energy wave shot forth from his hands, hurtling towards Wufan's chest with blinding speed. Watch out! Buma cried out from the edge of the arena, her eyes filled with concern. Wukong's expression sharpened, and in an instant, he transformed into a golden blur, positioning himself before Wufan and intercepting the purple energy wave with a powerful punch. The force of his golden fist shattered the energy wave into countless tiny specks, dissipating like fireworks in the air. Shallow, I will not let you harm him until Wufan is ready. Wukong's voice carried a chill as his golden aura surged once again, his formidable presence forcing Shallow to stagger back. Realizing Wukong's intent to buy time and awaken Wufan's latent potential, Shallow ceased his hesitation. With a snort, he summoned an overwhelming purple aura, launching a frenzied assault on Wukong and Wufan. The purple energy waves rained down like a tempest, with fists and feet weaving together to form a colossal net, ensnaring both Wukong and Wufan. As Wukong deftly shielded Wufan from Shallow's onslaught, he continuously guided Wufan in combat. Wufan, concentrate. Feel the energy within you. Sense Shallow's attack trajectory. Do not fear his power. Although his strikes are wild, they harbor many flaws. Remember to target his weaknesses. His back and chest are the most vulnerable points from the cell merger. Under Wukong's attentive guidance, Wufan's combat experience flourished, his gaze growing increasingly resolute. His golden aura swelled and thickened, gradually allowing him to keep pace with Shallow's relentless assault, even managing to launch counterattacks, each strike imbued with youthful fervor. As Shallow observed Wufan's growth, a flicker of unease began to stir within him. His attacks intensified, becoming increasingly reckless as he disregarded his own defenses. Solely intent on vanquishing Wufan, he swung a punch towards Wukong, forcing Wukong to defend while simultaneously delivering a crushing blow aimed at Wufan's back. Wufan, be careful! Wukong shouted in alarm, but there was no time for rescue. With a resounding thud, Wufan was struck in the back by a powerful punch from Shallow, causing him to cough up blood and stagger forward a few steps, his golden aura dimming momentarily. Wufan! Bulma and Krillin exclaimed in shock, their eyes brimming with concern. Goku, witnessing his son's injury, felt a flicker of rage but suppressed it, aware that this was a pivotal moment to unlock Wufan's true potential. Seeing this, Shallow wore a cruel smile, taunting, little brat, do you now comprehend my might? Surrender, and I may spare your life. Slowly, Wufan turned around, wiping the blood from his lips, fear absent from his eyes, replaced instead by boundless fury. He recalled his father's teachings, the expectations of his friends, and the countless innocent lives Shallow had extinguished. An indescribable power surged within him. With a thunderous roar, Wufan unleashed a cry that reverberated through the heavens, his golden aura exploding to its zenith, engulfing the arena in a volcanic eruption of light, transforming it into a golden panorama. His hair stood even more erect, with the fringe almost vanishing, while blue lightning crackled around him, snapping audibly, his pupils turning a deep blue, and his aura radiating a ferocity previously unseen, each breath resonating with a thunderous roar. Super Saiyan 2. This form, twice as potent as Super Saiyan 1 at full power, manifested in Wufan's rage. The golden brilliance intertwined with blue lightning, reaching for the heavens, dyeing the sky gold, with arcs of lightning tracing vibrant paths across the celestial expanse, akin to cosmic thunder. What is this power? Shala trembled, sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from Wufan, a force that far surpassed Goku's full-power Super Saiyan form, instilling in him a palpable dread of death. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet Wufan was even stronger. This is impossible. Goku gazed at Wufan's figure, a flicker of pride illuminating his face, knowing that Wufan had finally broken through his limits, revealing his true potential. Wufan, go forth. Use your strength to protect all that you hold dear. Wufan nodded, transforming into a streak of golden lightning, appearing before Shalu in an instant, delivering a devastating punch to Shala's chest. This blow, infused with the terrifying might of Super Saiyan 2, sent Shalu hurtling backwards, shattering several remaining peaks, spewing green blood, and tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a massive cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, Shalu realized his chest had caved in, his energy rapidly draining, and his regenerative abilities failing to mend such grievous wounds. Fear and disbelief filled his eyes. He could not fathom being bested so thoroughly by a mere 10-year-old child. Wufan offered no respite, flashing once more before Shalu, unleashing a barrage of golden punches that fell like raindrops, each strike infused with cataclysmic power, blue lightning continuously striking Shalu's body, scorching his skin black. Shalu held in agony, powerless to resist, merely enduring Wufan's relentless assault. No, I refuse to accept this. I am the most powerful artificial being in the universe. I will not be defeated. In a fit of madness, Shalu resolved to initiate his self-destruct sequence, intending to obliterate the earth and take everyone down with him. His body began to swell rapidly, towering from over 2 meters to several dozen meters in height, his surrounding violet aura becoming wild and unstable, clearly on the verge of explosion. Goku, Wufan, and all the inhabitants of Earth, you will all perish with me. Not good. Shalu is about to self-destruct. Goku's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the imminent threat. Shalu's self-detonation could annihilate the entire planet and even affect surrounding star systems. He had to act quickly to prevent it or remove Shalu from Earth. Wufan, quickly take everyone away. To the temple. Goku's voice was urgent as he soared toward Shalu. I will stop him. Goku caught up to Shalu, using all his strength to grasp Shalu's expanding form, attempting to push him deep into space. Goku, you won't escape either. We'll die together. Goku, looking into Shalu's frenzied eyes, wore a serene smile, turning his gaze toward Earth, envisioning Krillin, Bulma, Wufan, and all his friends. Friends, Wufan, I'm sorry, but I can no longer stay with you. You must live well and protect the Earth. With that, Goku summoned all his strength, propelling Shalu toward the depths of the cosmos. In the instant of Shalu's explosion, Goku's figure was engulfed by the tremendous blast, golden light illuminating the entire universe before gradually fading, his essence dissipating entirely into the cosmos. Dad. Chapter 4, Trials in the Underworld, the arrival of Super Saiyan 3 amidst the fiery tide on the 30th day of silence in the cosmic expanse. Billions of souls simultaneously directed their gaze toward the sky. This time, the screen did not display the barren wasteland of Earth during the Shala Saga, nor the blood-red sunset of Namek. Instead, it revealed a peculiar training ground suspended within the dark starry river of the underworld. Here, there were no sun, moon, or stars. Only an endless gray mist enveloping everything, akin to thick ink, with the edges of the heavens surrounded by a faint black halo, exuding an air of desolation and solemnity. The atmosphere imbued with the underworld's characteristic chill that pierced the lungs. It is the underworld. That gray mist is undoubtedly a hallmark of the underworld. Did Goku truly perish in Shala's explosion? My heart aches. No. Look, his aura still exists. And it is even more powerful than before, more terrifying than Super Saiyan 2. The underworld training ground. the legendary realm accessible only to the mightiest warriors who perished in battle, Goku was there, continuing his training. He truly is an unyielding Saiyan. Across the universe, beings erupted with excitement, many mourning the news of Goku's demise, tears streaming down their faces. Yet, they were invigorated by the powerful aura emanating from Goku, reigniting hope for the Saiyan who sacrificed himself to protect his friends. Even in the underworld, he had not ceased his pursuit of strength. On the celestial screen, Goku donned his iconic orange martial arts uniform with a blue belt, his physique even more statuesque than during the shallow confrontation. His muscles were more pronounced, exuding explosive power. And although he lacked a visible aura, he radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. The gray mist around him formed a vacuum, daring not to approach. At this moment, he had accepted the reality of his sacrifice, yet he did not succumb to despair. In the underworld, he encountered the North Kai, who had once guided him. From the North Kai, he learned that while Shalu's self-detonation had claimed his life, it had utterly destroyed Shalu's core, allowing Earth and his friends to survive, and enabling his son Wufan to fully mature into a formidable protector of Earth. However, Goku felt no satisfaction, for he understood the vastness of the universe, harboring countless foes stronger than Shalu. The future of Earth remained fraught with unknown perils. To prepare for potential crises, and, one day, return to the living world through the Dragon Balls to reunite with his friends and family, Goku resolutely chose to remain in the underworld, forsaking a life of ease, and actively sought entry into the harshest conditions of the underworld training ground for relentless training. The environment of the underworld training ground was far more brutal than Earth's room of spirit and time. Here, the gravity is 100 times that of Earth. Each step feels like carrying an immense mountain, with muscles constantly groaning under the unbearable strain. The air is so thin that breathing becomes a laborious task, each inhalation akin to a knife's edge, fraught with agony. Even more terrifying is the gray mist that harbors the power of the underworld, capable of eroding energy. Should this force infiltrate one's body, it would relentlessly consume one's essence, gradually weakening the practitioner and potentially impairing their mind, leading them into madness. Yet, these adversities did not deter Wukong in the slightest. He regarded this place as the ultimate training ground, honing his body day after day, year after year, relentlessly pushing beyond his limits. Each dawn, with the faintest light of the underworld, he commenced his training, starting with the fundamentals of boxing and kicking, meticulously refining each move to enhance precision and power. At noon, he would engage in gravity adaptation exercises, running, jumping, and performing weighted squats under the 100-fold gravity, allowing his body to acclimate to this extreme environment, rendering his muscles more resilient. As dusk fell, he would sit cross-legged, meditating on the chi within, attempting to merge it with the underworld's environment to resist its corrosive force, while continuously compressing and refining his chi to elevate its purity and strength. Wukong's roar reverberated across the training grounds of the underworld, shattering the profound silence. His figure flickered like an orange bolt of lightning, weaving through the gray mist, gradually enveloped in a faint golden aura. Unlike the full power of Super Saiyan 1, this golden aura resembled a dormant volcano, calm on the surface yet brimming with terrifying power. A mere touch would disperse the gray mist instantly. He relentlessly swung his fists, each punch echoing with the roar of rending air, scattering the gray mist and creating fleeting vacuums, while the ground cracked under the force of his strikes. He began to challenge the bottleneck of Super Saiyan 2, compressing and refining his chi, then forcing it to explode. Each attempt was accompanied by the sound of cracking bones and the spilling of blood, as his body succumbed to the underworld's power, wounds multiplying, and grotesque scars adorning his arms and legs. Nevertheless, bolstered by the Saiyan's formidable self-healing abilities, he swiftly recuperated and persisted in his training. On numerous occasions, he fainted from energy depletion and the underworld's corrosive influence, yet upon awakening, he merely consumed some underworld sustenance to replenish his strength before diving right back into training. Showing no signs of sloth, the power of Super Saiyan 2 was still insufficient. In the face of future, mightier foes, such strength was far from adequate. I must become stronger. A resolute light flickered in Wukong's eyes as he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, blood trickling down his fingers. Yet he remained oblivious. Drawing a deep breath, his golden aura surged dramatically, blue lightning crackling to life with a resounding clap, intertwining with the golden light, dispersing a substantial portion of the surrounding gray mist, marking the emergence of Super Saiyan 2. Yet he did not halt, continuing to elevate his internal chi. The golden aura intensifying, the lightning growing denser, causing the entire underworld training ground to tremble violently, the ground fracturing, debris scattering. Beings from across the universe gazed upon Wukong in the sky, awed by his tenacity and determination. They witnessed this Saiyan in the underworld enduring unimaginable suffering to protect his comrades and grow stronger, even if it meant fainting in the process. He would awaken and resume training without a hint of relent. This unwavering spirit moved countless onlookers to tears. How terrifying! 100-fold gravity, thin air, and the energy-eroding power of the underworld. In such an environment, anyone else would have crumbled. His willpower is extraordinary. This agony is beyond what most could bear. Wukong is truly remarkable. He is on the verge of a breakthrough. I can feel the surge of power within him. He is about to transcend the Super Saiyan 2 threshold. Super Saiyan 3. Could it be that he is awakening the legendary form of Super Saiyan 3? After 3 arduous years of training, Wukong finally reached the moment of breakthrough. His golden aura erupted to its zenith, sweeping across the training ground like a tsunami, completely dispersing the gray mist, illuminating the entire underworld with a golden glow. Even the black halo above was dyed gold. His hair began to grow wildly, lengthening from short to cascading down to his waist, transforming into brilliant golden locks that danced like flames. His eyebrows vanished, revealing a smooth forehead, his gaze sharpened, glimmering with golden light. His muscles bulged unnaturally, more developed than in Super Saiyan 2, each inch bursting with explosive power. Within the golden aura, blue lightning intensified, erupting like a golden volcano, soaring towards the sky, shaking the very firmament. Super Saiyan 3, this form, for times stronger than Super Saiyan 2, had finally descended upon Wukong through his relentless training. His battle power reached unprecedented heights. Even the mere release of his aura sent tremors throughout the underworld, causing countless beings to flee in terror, unwilling to approach the training ground. Wukong's eyes shimmered with golden light, filled with strength and confidence. Each breath echoed with the roar of rending air, his golden aura leaping as if to ignite the entire universe. I did it. I have broken through. I have finally attained Super Saiyan 3. Wukong's voice was hoarse, yet brimming with power and joy. He clenched his fist and struck the ground, instantly fracturing the earth into a chasm hundreds of meters long and dozens deep, scattering debris as the entire underworld training ground began to shake violently, as if on the brink of collapse. His speed and strength reached unprecedented heights, his form a golden blur darting through the training ground, each movement generating powerful shockwaves. Wherever his golden aura passed, the gray mist vaporized instantly, and even space began to warp slightly. He attempted to unleash various techniques: Kamehameha, afterimage fist, instant transmission, each strike infused with the terrifying power of Super Saiyan 3. A golden Kamehameha surged forth, piercing through a massive mountain in the distance, which collapsed with a thunderous roar. He executed the afterimage fist, creating dozens of golden afterimages, each indistinguishable from the original, exuding the same aura. He employed instant transmission, appearing at the opposite end of the training ground in an instant, his speed so extreme that even the gray mist could not trace his movements. Beings from across the universe marveled at the sight of Super Saiyan 3 in the sky, their awe and shock palpable. Many powerful entities sensed this terrifying power, their eyes reflecting fear and reverence. They beheld this golden-haired Saiyan, devoid of eyebrows, radiating an aura capable of annihilating worlds, each motion imbued with formidable strength, a power that left countless cosmic warriors feeling inferior. How magnificent! Is this the true form of Super Saiyan 3? The aura is terrifying. Just gazing at the sky makes me feel breathless. His hair is so long. It exudes an aura of dominance. This is the true visage of a powerful warrior. This power could certainly obliterate a planet. Wukong's rate of growth is nothing short of monstrous. With such strength, no foe could threaten Earth in the future. No, Wukong's aspirations surely extend beyond this. He will undoubtedly grow even stronger. Just then, the scene in the sky shifted, and Wukong's figure suddenly appeared on Earth. It turned out that during Wukong's time training in the underworld, Earth faced an unprecedented crisis. Majin Buu had descended. Majin Buu, an ancient and malevolent being, possesses the cataclysmic power to annihilate worlds and an immortal regenerative capacity. Upon his arrival on Earth, he wreaks havoc upon cities and mercilessly slaughters innocent humans. The warriors of Earth rise in defiance, yet each is effortlessly vanquished by Majin Buu. Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin suffer grievous wounds, with some even absorbed by the fiend, casting the entire planet into a shroud of despair. In a desperate bid to save Earth, the North Kai appeals to King Enma, seeking permission for Goku to temporarily return to the mortal realm to confront Majin Buu. Moved by Goku's unwavering spirit and protective nature, King Enma ultimately grants the North Kai's request, allowing Goku a mere 24 hours to return to Earth and rescue it. News of Goku's return spreads like wildfire, rekindling hope in the hearts of despairing Earthlings and bringing joy to his companions. When Goku finally materializes before Majin Buu, an eerie silence envelopes the planet. All breathe in anticipation, fixated on Goku as they await the manifestation of Super Saiyan 3. Majin Buu stands amidst the ruins, his rotund figure clad in pink, exuding an aura that belies his seemingly innocuous appearance. Yet, he emanates a formidable and sinister pink energy, surrounded by the fragmented souls of those he has slain. His eyes revealing a blend of cruelty and madness. Recently empowered by the absorption of Vegeta, he revels in his newfound strength, surveying the devastation with twisted delight. "Who are you?" Majin Buu's voice, tinged with a childlike tone, carries an unsettling malice as he turns to regard Goku, a spark of recognition flickering in his eyes. "You seem familiar. Your energy feels oddly known to me. I am Son Goku, here to defeat you and save this Earth." Goku's voice resonates with calm authority, devoid of impatience, as golden energy begins to envelop him, his hair cascading to his waist, eyebrows vanishing, muscles bulging as he transforms into Super Saiyan 3. The golden aura surges like a tsunami, dispelling Majin Buu's pink energy, causing the earth to tremble violently, fissures opening in the ground, skyscrapers collapsing, and the sky bathed in golden light. Blue lightning arcs across the heavens like cosmic thunder. What a powerful aura! Majin Buu's eyes widen in astonishment, swiftly replaced by a manic grin, his mouth stretching to reveal sharp teeth. "But you are no match for me. I have just absorbed a tremendously powerful Saiyan, and my strength is now unrivaled across the universe." Majin Buu's pink energy flares violently as he blinks forward, breaking the sound barrier, and strikes Goku with a devastating punch. The force behind this blow compresses the surrounding air into an invisible barrier, exuding a cataclysmic might. Goku, with a focused gaze, gracefully evades, countering with a punch that connects with Majin Buu's face. The impact reverberates, sending shockwaves akin to a tsunami, obliterating the surrounding ruins and creating a cloud of dust that even shakes distant mountains. In the sky above, golden and pink energies collide repeatedly, each exchange precise and rapid, devoid of superfluous movements. Goku's speed and strength far exceed those of Majin Buu, akin to a nimble cheetah, deftly avoiding every attack while relentlessly retaliating. Golden fists raining down upon Majin Buu. Although Majin Buu boasts formidable regenerative abilities, he is battered and bloodied, pink ichor dripping from his wounds. Yet he can swiftly recover, even augmenting his power by absorbing nearby matter, continuing his frenzied onslaught. "Curse you! How can your power be so immense?" Majin Buu, pushed back by Goku's relentless assault, seethes with anger and frustration. He roars defiantly, his pink aura swelling once more, conjuring a colossal pink energy wave in front of him. The air around it tears apart, emitting a hissing sound. "Prepare yourself. This is my ultimate energy wave. I shall obliterate you completely." A massive pink beam, dozens of meters in diameter, erupts from Majin Buu's hands, resembling a rampaging pink dragon, hurtling towards Goku with devastating intent. As the beam scathes the ground, it scorches a deep ravine, enveloping the area in smoke, casting the earth into darkness. Goku's expression hardens, finally revealing a hint of gravity. He discards all restraint, his golden aura surging to its zenith, intertwining with blue lightning, painting the sky in gold. He clasps his hands together at his chest, gathering energy into a radiant golden sphere, the space around it beginning to warp, embodying the full might of Super Saiyan 3. Kamehameha. Goku's voice resonates with a fierce roar as he thrusts his hands forward, unleashing a colossal golden beam that collides with Majin Buu's pink beam. The two titanic energy waves clash violently, generating explosive shockwaves that ravage the Earth's surface, leaving it riddled with craters. Smoke billows, while the sky is washed in blinding white from the explosion, causing all beings across the universe to instinctively shut their eyes, unable to gaze upon the brilliant light. After a moment, the blinding explosion wanes, and the dust begins to settle, revealing Goku and Majin Buu once more at the center of the sky. Both appear fatigued, their battle attire tattered, exposing their wounded forms. Goku's golden hair is matted with dirt and blood, while Majin Buu's skin shows deep, bone-revealing gashes, his pink blood pooling beneath him. Yet their gazes remain resolute, locked onto one another without an ounce of retreat. Majin Buu, your regenerative abilities are indeed formidable. Goku's voice, gravelly yet steady, carries through the air. However, the power of Super Saiyan 3 extends far beyond this. Do you think this will suffice to defeat me? You are sorely mistaken. Goku's golden aura swells once more, his hair glowing more brilliantly as lightning crackles around him, his presence becoming increasingly terrifying, causing the earth to tremble as if on the verge of explosion. In a flash, he transforms into a bolt of golden lightning, transcending the confines of time and space, reappearing before Majin Buu to deliver a devastating punch to his chest. This blow encapsulates the entirety of Super Saiyan 3's strength, infused with the mastery Goku acquired during his training in the afterlife. As golden energy surges through his fist and into Majin Buu, shattering the core of his regeneration, Majin Buu is sent hurtling backwards, crashing through remnants of mountains, spewing forth torrents of pink blood, his body tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, he realizes that his body can no longer regenerate swiftly. The wound at his chest widens, pink blood flowing incessantly, his internal energy depleting rapidly. Fear and disbelief fill his eyes as he grapples with the reality that he has been so thoroughly defeated by Goku. No, I refuse to accept this. I am the strongest being in the universe, Majin Buu. I will not be defeated. Majin Buu shrieks in a frenzy, attempting to absorb the surrounding matter to regain his strength, only to find Goku's energy firmly sealing his body, preventing him from absorbing anything, leaving him helplessly watching his own power dwindle away. Wukong did not grant the demon Majin Buu a moment's respite. With a swift motion, he reappeared before him, his hands coalescing a colossal golden energy sphere. The very fabric of space surrounding the sphere began to warp slightly, embodying a cataclysmic power. This is the most formidable Genkidama I have conjured, utilizing the might of Super Saiyan 3 combined with techniques I have mastered during my training in the underworld. Majin Buu, this is your final opportunity. Surrender now, and I may spare your life. A flicker of fear passed through Majin Buu's eyes as he gazed at the golden energy sphere. However, he stubbornly retorted, I will never surrender. I shall take you down with me. Wukong shook his head, disappointment flickering in his eyes, for he understood that the malevolence of Majin Buu ran too deep for any hope of redemption. Drawing a deep breath, he hurled the golden energy sphere towards Majin Buu, who was instantly engulfed by its devastating force. With a thunderous explosion, the energy sphere completely consumed Majin Buu, casting a golden radiance that illuminated the entire Earth and reverberated throughout the solar system before gradually dissipating. The essence of Majin Buu vanished from the air, leaving behind only a desolate ruin. As the golden flames in the sky receded, the atmosphere over Earth returned to its normal state. Chapter 5, GT Adventure. The wild ascendance of Super Saiyan for the cosmic firmament lay silent for over a month, when countless beings once again turned their gaze towards the heavens. A dazzling light curtain erupted. This time, the scene was not the dreary stillness of the underworld, nor the desolate ruins of Earth from the battle against Majin Buu. Instead, it revealed an unfamiliar planet strewn with rusted mechanical debris. This was a forsaken colonial planet deep within the cosmos, once a stronghold of the Zephyr people. Shrouded in dark red nebulae, the air was thick with the scent of oil, dust, and decay, each shadow hinting at a perilous adventure. In the distance, volcanoes sporadically erupted, with molten lava cascading down the slopes, rendering the ground a fiery crimson. What a new planet! The environment is exceedingly harsh. Why does Wukong appear to have shrunk? Is that a form resembling a 10-year-old child? What transpired? Accompanying him are two others. It is Vegeta and Trunks, clad in battle attire. They seem to be embarking on a cosmic adventure. Beings across the universe erupted in excitement upon seeing Wukong's transformation, their eyes filled with confusion and anticipation. How could the Saiyan warrior, who had just vanquished Majin Buu with the power of Super Saiyan 3 and safeguarded Earth, revert to a childlike form? What formidable foes would this new cosmic adventure confront, and what transformations of power would it bring forth? In the celestial display, Wukong donned a red martial arts uniform, secured at the waist with a black belt, appearing as a child of roughly 10 years. His face bore a hint of youthful innocence, yet his gaze remained resolute as he gripped the Rui Bang, a staff left to him by his grandfather's son Wukong, nimbly leaping among the mechanical remnants with the agility of a young monkey. Beside him stood Vegeta and Trunks, both attired in battle gear, Vegeta in his signature deep blue uniform, exuding an air of pride and seriousness, while Trunks, clad in orange, meticulously examined the surroundings with a cosmic detector, clearly the brains of their trio. All three bore expressions of vigilance, evidently facing significant peril. At this moment, Wukong was no longer the naive youth reliant on his comrades for protection, nor the solitary warrior training in the underworld. After defeating Majin Buu, he had utilized the Dragon Balls of Namek to return to the world of the living, enjoying a brief period of tranquility with his family and friends. He assisted Chi-Chi with household duties, witnessed Gohan establish his own family, and guided Goten in martial arts training, occasionally sparring with Krillin, Yamcha, and others, living a life of simplicity and happiness. However, this peace was short-lived, shattered by the sudden emergence of a crisis, the Black Star Dragon Balls. These were more potent and perilous than ordinary Dragon Balls, crafted by the ancient Namekians. The power of their wishes far surpassed that of regular Dragon Balls, yet they bore a fatal consequence. Once a wish was granted, the Black Star Dragon Balls would automatically scatter across the cosmos. If all of them were not gathered within a year, the planet of the Wishmaker would face total annihilation. The origin of this crisis lay within Wukong himself. In his desire to resurrect his friends slain by Majin Buu, he unwittingly made a wish upon the Black Star Dragon Balls, unaware of their dire repercussions. Upon the wish's fulfillment, the Dragon Balls scattered throughout the universe, marking Earth with a countdown to destruction. To save Earth, Wukong, empowered by the dragon's might, unexpectedly reverted to his childlike form. It turned out that as the dragon granted wishes, it also adjusted according to the Wishmaker's inner turmoil. Wukong had long cherished memories of his carefree childhood adventures, leading the dragon to mistakenly transform him back into a child. To gather the Black Star Dragon Balls within the year and save Earth, Wukong embarked on a new cosmic adventure. Vegeta, determined to protect his homeland and surpass Wong, resolutely joined the expedition. Trunks, with his extensive cosmic knowledge and exceptional mechanical skills, became the team's pilot and guide. The trio boarded Trunks' modified spacecraft, traversing countless star systems, initiating a quest filled with uncertainty and danger. This adventure was rife with challenges and perils. They journeyed across planets with extreme environments, icy worlds perpetually cloaked in snow, with gravity 50 times that of Earth, volcanic planets spewing lava, and primordial worlds shrouded in dense jungles, fraught with deadly traps. Along the way, they encountered a variety of foes, cosmic pirates wielding mechanical prowess, their formidable battleships forcing Wukong and his allies into dire straits, alien monsters capable of devouring all matter and energy, nearly obliterating Trunks' ship, and evil forces aspiring for cosmic domination, commanding an army of artificial beings intent on capturing Wukong and his companions to extract their Saiyan genes and forge even more powerful weapons. With each battle, Wukong continued to evolve. Though he had reverted to a child's form, he retained the combat experience and strength of his adult self, skillfully harnessing the powers of Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2 in battle, consistently overcoming formidable adversaries. On the icy planet, he shattered a massive glacier with a single punch, defeating the leader of the cosmic pirates who controlled ice and snow. On the volcanic planet, he repelled the energy-devouring aliens with the Kamehameha, safeguarding their ship. On the primordial planet, he and Vegeta joined forces in their Super Saiyan 2 forms to vanquish the artificial army of evil, clearing the path for their team. Wukong. Ahead lies the source of the Black Star Dragon Ball signal, Trunks declared, pointing toward a colossal mechanical fortress constructed from countless rusted metal plates, towering hundreds of meters high, equipped with a massive energy cannon on its summit, surrounded by throngs of mechanical sentinels. However, This fortress is riddled with traps and guarded by formidable sentinels. We must proceed with caution to avoid alarming our foes." Wukong nodded, excitement and determination gleaming in his eyes. "Rest assured, Trunks. No matter how many enemies there are, no matter the traps, I will defeat them and retrieve the Black Star Dragon Balls. We will surely save Earth." Vegeta scoffed, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. "Stupid monkey, do not get too cocky. This time, our foes may be formidable. If danger arises, do not expect me to come to your rescue." Despite his words, Vegeta's expression grew increasingly solemn, sensing the sinister aura emanating from the fortress, aware that their adversaries this time would be anything but ordinary. The trio cautiously infiltrated the mechanical fortress, evading countless traps along the way, concealed laser emitters lurking beneath the ground, which could dismember anyone who faltered. Mechanical claws hanging from the ceiling, capable of seizing intruders and dragging them into dark passages, and energy barriers spanning the corridors, only accessible by discovering the correct switches. Utilizing Wukong's agility, Vegeta's vigilance, and Trunks' intellect, they repeatedly navigated dangers and vanquished numerous mechanical sentinels. These sentinels, towering at 2 meters, forged from steel, with arms transforming into sharp blades or energy guns, possessed formidable combat capabilities. However, under the combined assault of Wukong and his companions, they were swiftly dismantled. Upon reaching the core control room deep within the castle, they finally discovered the Heisheng Longzhu, a massive dragon ball emanating a dark glow, levitating atop an energy device in the center of the chamber. Yet, as they prepared to retrieve the Heisheng Longzhu, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from the shadows, shattering the tranquility of the control room. Science, I never expected you to find your way here and to bypass the traps and sentinels I set. This is quite beyond my anticipation." The voice's owner slowly emerged from the darkness, a diminutive figure with pale skin, clad in a gray jumpsuit, eyes gleaming red, radiating an ominous purple aura. "But you shall all perish here today. The Heisheng Longzhu belongs to me, and the entire universe shall be mine." "Who are you?" Vegeta stepped forward, golden aura flaring around him, his gaze icy as he locked eyes with the stranger. "Why are you here? Did you take the Heisheng Longzhu?" "Who am I?" The figure laughed, a sound filled with malice and madness. "I am Baby, the last survivor of the sulfur people, exterminated by you Saiyans in ancient times. Long ago, you Saiyans invaded our planet, slaughtered our kin, seized our resources, and turned our home into a wasteland. Today, I shall avenge my people. I will make you Saiyans and the entire universe pay the price." It turned out that Baby was a biological weapon created by sulfur scientists, possessing the ability to parasitize other bodies, absorbing their strength and memories. When the Saiyans invaded the sulfur planet, Baby had been hidden aboard a spaceship by scientists, narrowly escaping destruction. For years, he had drifted through the cosmos, continually parasitizing powerful beings and absorbing their abilities while seeking revenge. Upon sensing the power of the Heisheng Longzhu, he secretly scattered its pieces throughout the universe, luring Wukong and his companions into an adventurous quest, intending to parasitize either Wukong or Vegeta to acquire the mightiest Saiyan power and ultimately dominate the universe. "So it is the remnant of the sulfur," Vegeta scoffed, disdain flickering in his eyes. "You sulfur were once ambitious, seeking to rule the universe, and being defeated by us Saiyans was your just desserts. Today, I shall eradicate you once and for all." "Huh, you think you can defeat me?" Baby sneered. In a flash, he broke the sound barrier, appearing before Trunks with blinding speed, too swift for Wukong and Vegeta to react. He struck Trunks in the chest, purple energy surging from his palm into Trunks' body, akin to a venomous serpent infiltrating his veins, swiftly corroding his form. "Trunks!" Wukong and Vegeta gasped in shock, their eyes brimming with fury and concern. Trunks let out a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently as his golden aura dissipated, the light in his eyes gradually dimming, replaced by an eerie purple glow. He slowly turned, a cruel smile curling upon his lips as he gazed at Wukong and Vegeta, his voice now chilling. "Wukong, Vegeta, it is your turn next." Clearly, Trunks had been parasitized, becoming Baby's puppet. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta, seething with rage, unleashed a surge of golden aura, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. His hair shimmering brilliantly as blue lightning crackled around him. In an instant, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards the possessed Trunks. The force of his strike roaring through the air, "You vile creature! How dare you parasitize Trunks? Come out and face me!" With a deafening crash, their fists collided. A powerful shockwave radiating outward like a tsunami, shattering control panels and mechanical devices, metal fragments scattering everywhere. The parasitized Trunks, wielding both Baby's malevolent power and his own combat prowess, astonishingly absorbed Vegeta's punch, forcing Vegeta to stagger back. Wukong, unwilling to be outdone, summoned his own golden aura, his hair transforming into a dazzling gold as he shifted into Super Saiyan 1, wielding his Rui Bang and launching an attack on the possessed Trunks. "Baby, release Trunks at once, or I shall not hold back." The Rui Bang in Wukong's grasp came alive, stretching and spinning with formidable force as it struck towards the vital points of the parasitized Trunks. The possessed Trunks deftly evaded Wukong's assault, countering with a palm strike that unleashed a purple energy wave aimed at Wukong. With a focused gaze, Wukong swung the Rui Bang, shattering the purple energy wave, then leaped, aiming a kick at the parasitized Trunks' chest. In the heavens above, the clash of golden and purple auras reverberated as each encounter was precise and swift, devoid of superfluous movements. The possessed Trunks, under Baby's control, employed bizarre combat techniques, alternating between offense and defense, occasionally unleashing Trunks' signature attack, the Burning Attack, catching Wukong and Vegeta off guard. Despite their cooperation, Wukong and Vegeta struggled to gain the upper hand, numerous wounds appearing upon their bodies. Vegeta's arm bore a deep scar from a purple energy wave, while Wukong's martial uniform was torn, revealing a shoulder marred with bruises. How can this fiend possess such strength? Vegeta roared, gold aura surging once more as he aimed a punch at the possessed Trunks' face, only to have it narrowly avoided. Receiving a kick to his back that caused him to spit blood, his golden aura dimming slightly. Wukong glanced at the injured Vegeta, then at the possessed Trunks. Anxiety flashing in his eyes, he realized that if this continued, they would inevitably fall to Baby, Trunks would be completely controlled, and the Heixing Longzhu would be seized, leading to Earth's destruction. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to risk everything and attempt to break through the barrier of Super Saiyan 3. Although in his child form, his physical capacity was far inferior to his adult self. For the sake of his friends and the Earth, he musters all his strength. Wukong unleashed a thunderous roar, his golden aura swelling to its peak, sweeping through the chamber like a tidal wave, causing the core control room to tremble violently, metal panels from the ceiling crashing down. His hair cascaded to his waist, transforming into radiant golden locks, his brows entirely vanishing. Although his muscles appeared less defined due to his child form, they remained brimming with explosive power. Amidst the golden aura, blue lightning intensified, signifying the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. The golden aura instantly dispelled Baby's purple haze. Even distant volcanoes erupted violently under this overwhelming presence, magma surging forth, painting the sky in a golden hue, as blue lightning arced across the heavens like cosmic thunder. Super Saiyan 3. I never anticipated that this little brat could achieve such a transformation. Baby's voice carried a hint of surprise, yet remained dripping with disdain. However, even in your Super Saiyan 3 form, you are no match for me. Although Trunks' physique may not compare to yours or Vegeta's, my parasitic energy is sufficient to compensate for that. Baby, controlling the parasitized Trunks, unleashed a surge of purple energy, gathering his hands in front of his chest to form a colossal purple energy wave. The air around the energy wave was torn apart, emitting a crackling sound and radiating an overwhelming destructive force. Prepare yourselves. This is the strongest energy wave I have created by merging Trunks' power. I will annihilate you completely. A massive purple beam, stretching several dozen meters in diameter, erupted from the hand of the parasitized Trunks, resembling a furious purple dragon, soaring towards the heavens with apocalyptic might. Aimed at Goku and Vegeta, wherever the beam passed, the ground was scorched, forming deep ravines, while metallic debris was vaporized in an instant, causing the entire core control room to begin collapsing. Goku's expression hardened, revealing a hint of gravity as he ceased to hold back. His golden aura surged to its peak, palms pressed together at his chest, as golden energy coalesced in his hands, forming a dazzling golden sphere. The space surrounding the sphere began to warp slightly, embodying the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Kamehameha. Goku's voice, tinged with a rasp, was filled with strength as he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a tremendous golden beam that collided with the purple one, resembling a golden phoenix. The two formidable energy waves clashed in midair, producing immense explosions and shock waves that rippled outwards, hastening the collapse of the core control room. Debris and metal fragments rained down, forcing Goku and Vegeta to brace against the shockwaves while dodging the falling rubble. At that moment, Baby revealed a cruel smile. Fully aware of the formidable power of Goku's Kamehameha and knowing that a direct confrontation was unlikely to yield victory, he decided to launch a surprise attack. Manipulating the parasitized Trunks, he suddenly altered the direction of the energy wave, allowing part of the purple beam to continue clashing with Goku's Kamehameha while directing another segment towards Vegeta. Unprepared, Vegeta was struck by the residual force of the purple beam. Spitting blood as his body crashed heavily against the wall, his golden aura dissipating instantly, reverting to his normal state, consciousness gradually fading. "Vegeta!" Goku exclaimed in alarm, urgency surging within him as the power of his golden Kamehameha weakened, overwhelmed by the purple beam, and slammed into him. With a thunderous crash, Goku was struck by the purple beam, crashing heavily to the ground, his golden aura vanishing, reverting to Super Saiyan 1, blood spilling from his mouth. His martial arts uniform shredded, revealing a body marred with wounds. He struggled to rise but found his body utterly exhausted, his energy nearly depleted, lacking even the strength to raise a hand. Observing the injured Goku and Vegeta, Baby wore a smug smile, his eyes filled with derision. "Goku, Vegeta, do you now comprehend my might? Surrender obediently, and I may spare your lives, allowing you to become my subordinates in ruling the universe. Otherwise, you shall perish here." Witnessing the destruction of Earth, Goku shook his head, determination flashing in his eyes. Even in dire straits, he harbored no thoughts of retreat. "I will never surrender. I am the Saiyan Son Goku, the guardian of Earth. I will defeat you and save Earth, and save Trunks." Seeing Goku's obstinacy, Baby's eyes gleamed with malice. "Since you refuse to see reason, I shall eliminate you first, then deal with Vegeta and Trunks at my leisure." With that, Baby commanded the parasitized Trunks, his purple energy surging as he advanced step by step towards Goku, forming a purple energy sphere, poised to deliver a fatal blow. At that crucial moment, Goku's body underwent a transformation. He felt the Saiyan blood within him boiling furiously, an indescribable power surging forth from deep within, coursing through his veins. This was the primal power of the ancient Saiyans, the purest and most potent strength, awakened only in the face of despair when the conviction to protect reached its zenith. His skin sprouted red hair, spreading from his arms to encompass his entire body. His golden hair turned black, growing longer, forming a massive black bun adorned with streaks of red. His eyes transformed to red, with golden pupils, brimming with wildness and power, resembling an awakened ancient beast. His stature rapidly expanded, transitioning from a child to an adult form, more towering and muscular than ever, each muscle radiating explosive power. A rich red aura enveloped him, laced with black lightning, akin to a volcano in full eruption, instantly engulfing the entire core control room, suppressing the purple flames, staining the sky a deep crimson hue. Super Saiyan 4. This form, once a mere myth in the annals of Saiyan legend, had manifested once more. Chapter 6. The final act of the Cosmic Canopy. The eternal bloom of the Saiyan legend, the Cosmic Canopy, remained silent for 2 months. As countless beings turned their gazes skyward once more, a brilliant light curtain suddenly illuminated the scene. This time, the imagery lacked the perilous unknown of cosmic adventures, the brutal clamor of peak confrontations, and the shocking moments of breakthroughs in the face of despair. Instead, it presented a serene Earth martial arts arena, bathed in golden sunlight. This was the old site of the Turtle Hermit's dojo, meticulously preserved through the passage of time. A few cherry blossom trees stood in full bloom, their pink petals fluttering in the breeze like a flurry of butterflies. Distant green mountains undulated, veiled in mist, exuding tranquility. The sky was crystal clear, a deep blue akin to a pristine sapphire, the air filled with the fragrance of grass and a sense of peace. Each ray of light imbued with warmth and serenity, born of time's passage. It was the martial arts arena of Earth. I recognized those cherry blossom trees. It was here that Goku and Krillin trained. Goku has returned. He has regained his adult form, clad in that familiar orange martial arts uniform, adorned with that warm smile. Look around him. Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, Trunks, and Gohan's wife Videl with their daughter Pan. Everyone is here. This scene is overwhelmingly heartwarming. This is a vision of peace. Could this truly be the final chapter of the Saiyan legend? Though reluctant, witnessing such an ending is profoundly moving. Beings across the universe fell into silence, their eyes filled with emotion and reluctance. Billions of anticipations, shocks, and heartfelt sentiments, countless days and nights of longing and prayers, converged in this final image of the cosmic canopy. They understood that this saga of the Saiyan legend, which spanned countless star systems, witnessed innumerable transformations, and bore countless convictions, was about to reach its ultimate conclusion. In the canopy imagery, Goku donned that orange martial arts uniform that had accompanied him through countless battles. A blue belt cinching his waist, standing tall, his muscular form exuding strength, his face adorned with that signature warm smile, eyes clear and resolute. Reminiscent of the youthful boy from Flower Fruit Mountain, yet imbued with a composure and wisdom born of experience. Surrounding him were his most cherished family and companions, each face radiant with happiness, the scene so heartwarming it brought tears to the eyes. Gohan was clad in a simple, white martial arts uniform, having shed his youthful naivety for a more mature demeanor. Beside him stood his gentle wife Videl, dressed in a pink dress, holding the hand of an energetic and adorable little girl, Goku's granddaughter Pan. Pan sported 2 pigtails and wore a tiny orange martial arts uniform, reminiscent of young Goku, excitedly tugging at Gohan's hand, occasionally glancing up at Goku with eyes filled with admiration. Wutian and Talank stood side by side, both having matured into tall, robust youths, clad in matching azure combat attire as they excitedly engaged in a discourse on martial arts techniques. Wutian's disposition remained as buoyant as ever, his face adorned with a broad smile. In contrast, Talank exhibited a touch more composure, occasionally offering his insights. Their camaraderie had transcended the ordinary bounds of friendship, resembling that of kin. Vegeta, ever the proud figure, donned his signature deep blue combat suit, arms crossed, standing aloof with a glance tinged with disdain, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding revelry. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that his gaze would occasionally linger on Wukong, the corners of his mouth betraying a subtle acknowledgement. Over the years, though he had not surpassed Wukong, he had relinquished the obsessions of his past, regarding Wukong as the most respected rival and a steadfast ally. Krillin, Yamcha, Pu'er, and Zhao Zi gathered around, enjoying plates of fruit and a pot of tea, reminiscing about their past adventures with laughter. Krillin's hair had taken on a streaked appearance, but he remained spirited, his facial scar a testament to a lifetime of battles. Yamcha, dressed in casual attire and holding a baseball, recounted amusing tales of playing baseball with Wukong in years gone by, while Pu'er nestled beside him, occasionally emitting joyful sounds. Vika stood alone at the edge of the martial arts arena, clad in his familiar green cloak, his calm gaze surveying the proceedings within, filled with a sense of contentment. Once the adversary of Wukong, he had now become akin to family, watching Wufan and Wutian grow. Witnessing Wukong evolve from an innocent boy into the universe's guardian, his heart swelling with reflection. At this moment, Wukong was no longer the naive youth from Baozishan, solely in pursuit of strength, nor the solitary warrior battling through the cosmos. His life had been a tapestry of conflict and sacrifice, interwoven with warmth and emotion. From his initial departure from Baozishan to train under Kongshinran, alongside Krillin, to vanquishing Kadama Wang and saving Earth from impending doom, to journeying to Namikshing, where he faced the tyrant Frieza in a fateful struggle, awakening the Super Saiyan form through sheer rage and shattering the millennia-old legend of the Saiyans. Subsequently, he endured the harrowing trials of the Sha-Lu game, mastering the full potential of Super Saiyan within the hyperbolic time chamber, passing on the mantle of protection to his son Wufan. After defeating Sha-Lu, he sacrificed himself, enduring years of rigorous training in the other world to transcend the barriers of Super Saiyan 3, all in hopes of safeguarding Earth in the future. When Majin Buu descended upon the world, bringing forth a new crisis, he returned to the realm of the living, engaging in a decisive battle against Majin Buu with the powers of Super Saiyan 3, preserving the peace of Earth once more. Later, he was transformed back into a child due to the side effects of the Black Star Dragon Balls, embarking on a cosmic quest for the Dragon Balls, awakening the ancient Saiyan bloodline in dire straits, transforming into Super Saiyan 4, defeating Baby, and saving both Earth and the universe. His footprints marked every corner of the cosmos, his figure becoming a symbol of hope for countless beings. Each transformation was accompanied by a steadfast conviction to protect, every battle fought in defense of peace, every sacrifice fueled by an unwavering love for his companions and homeland. He had burned his life away training the Kaioken on Kos planet. Experiencing the agony of vitality slipping away, witnessed Krillin's tragic demise on Namek, understanding the despair of losing a comrade. Endured extreme conditions in the hyperbolic time chamber, facing the torment of breaking through limits, suffered solitude and longing during years of training in the other world. Encountered harrowing situations during cosmic adventures, grappling with the terror of near-death experiences. Yet, no matter the magnitude of the trials or the crises faced, he never wavered. For he understood that behind him were those he cherished, the family and friends he vowed to protect, as well as the earth and universe he loved. Kakaluot. Do not hold back in today's martial arts sparring. Vegeta stepped forward, a faint golden aura radiating from him, eyes glinting with competitive spirit. Over the years, his rivalry with Wukong had never ceased, evolving from life-and-death struggles to mutual exchanges of technique. In his heart, he had long regarded Wukong as his sole rival. Though he had yet to surpass Wukong, he had discovered his own path in martial arts through their encounters. Realizing that the strength of a Saiyan should be wielded not for conquest, but for protection. Wukong smiled, clenching his fists, a golden aura enveloping him. His presence steady and formidable, devoid of the former ferocity, yet imbued with a newfound restraint and control. Rest assured, Vegeta, I shall unleash my full power for a thorough spar. After all these years, it was time for a proper contest to see whose martial arts prowess had ascended higher. They moved to the center of the arena, bowing to each other before instantly launching into battle. Gone were the life-or-death clashes, the cataclysmic energy collisions, and the earth-shaking roars. This sparring session was more an exchange of martial techniques and a resonance of spirit. Wukong's movements flowed with grace, each punch and kick imbued with profound understanding of the martial way, as natural as flowing water, his golden aura swirling around him without disturbing the surrounding environment. Save for the pink cherry blossom petals dancing in the wind of his strikes, Vegeta's attacks were fierce and incisive, brimming with Saiyan pride and strength. Each strike carrying immense force, the golden auras of both intertwining in a dazzling display of light, yet remaining restrained, sparing their companions on the sidelines from harm. Beings across the universe beheld the sparring match unfolding in the heavens, their faces lighting up with smiles. They witnessed the two Saiyan warriors, who once exerted every effort to protect Earth, even willing to sacrifice themselves, now relishing the joy of martial arts under the sun of peace. This was not merely a simple spar. It was the finest reward for their lifelong dedication and the best testament to the peace of the universe. Father is incredible. Grandfather is amazing too, Xiao Feng exclaimed, perched upon Wu Fan's shoulder, clapping her hands in excitement, her face radiating admiration. Daddy, I want to be a powerful warrior like grandfather and you, to protect Earth. Wu Fan affectionately ruffled her hair, a proud smile gracing his face. Of course, Xiao Feng. As long as you have the determination, your father will teach you the ways of martial arts. However, remember, the essence of martial arts is not for fighting, but to protect those you cherish. I will remember. Xiao Feng nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with resolve. Wukong's martial arts mastery had reached unprecedented heights, while Bika stood nearby, his gaze calm as he observed the two in the arena, filled with pride. He was no longer a mere warrior in pursuit of strength, but had truly grasped the essence of martial arts. It was not about conquest, but about safeguarding. Not about slaughter, but about compassion. He had exemplified this through his life's actions. Krillin remarked with nostalgia, indeed. I remember the days spent training under Kong Shinran alongside Wukong. Back then, he could hardly master the Kamehameha and was often punished by the master. Who would have thought he would become the strongest warrior in the universe, protecting so many lives? Time flies, Yamu Cha added with a smile. I still recall the first time I met Wukong. He was riding a gigantic dinosaur, dressed in peculiar attire, and I thought he was a monster. Yet, we eventually became the best of friends, experiencing so many storms together. At the center of the arena, Wukong and Vegeta continued their sparring, their speeds intensifying, golden fists and feet intertwining, creating a mesmerizing golden aura that dazzled the onlookers. Suddenly, Wukong's figure flickered and appeared behind Vegeta in an instant, gently patting him on the shoulder. Vegeta reacted swiftly, sidestepping and returning with a punch aimed at Wukong's chest. Wukong smiled slightly, deftly evading the blow. The two then retreated simultaneously, exchanging a glance that conveyed mutual recognition and a hint of a smile. "All right, let's call it a day," Wukong said, lowering his intensity with a grin. "If we continue, we may end up destroying the martial arts arena, and Master Kame would surely scold us if he found out." Vegeta also tempered his demeanor, snorting softly, yet nodding in agreement. "Humph, at least you know when to back off. But next time we spar, I will definitely win. I'm always ready for a challenge." Wukong replied cheerfully. The two moved to join their companions, settling down together to share their experiences and insights from the years gone by. Wufan gently placed Xiaofang down, and she immediately ran to Wukong, hugging his leg and sweetly asking, "Grandpa, you're so amazing. Can you teach me Kamehameha? I want to be as strong as you." Wukong knelt down, affectionately ruffling her hair, and said with a smile, "Of course. However, learning Kamehameha is no easy task. It requires considerable effort. Are you willing to train hard?" "I am. I'll work really hard." Xiaofang nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wukong smiled and began to patiently teach Xiaofang how to gather her energy. Watching her earnestness, Wukong's eyes were filled with tenderness as he saw reflections of his younger self and the spirit of the Saiyan legacy. "I still remember the time on Namek when I transformed into a Super Saiyan. All I felt was guilt towards Krillin and anger towards Frieza." Wukong reminisced while sipping tea. "Back then, I believed that strength was everything. As long as I possessed immense power, I could protect everyone. However, I later realized I was mistaken. Pure strength cannot bring peace. It often leads to destruction. True strength lies not in the ability to obliterate, but in the conviction to protect one's friends and homeland, along with a heart full of compassion and kindness." "Humph, you nearly destroyed Namek back then," Vegeta interjected with a scoff, yet added, "But you also made me understand that the power of the Saiyans should not be used to conquer the universe, but to safeguard all that we cherish. In the past, I was solely focused on becoming a Super Saiyan and conquering the cosmos, neglecting those around me. It was only after meeting Bulma and having Trunks that I understood what true happiness is and what is worth protecting." "Indeed," Krillin remarked. "Though I don't possess the immense power of you Saiyans, I have diligently trained to become a worthy warrior to protect Earth. Over the years, I built a family with Android 18 and welcomed our daughter Marin. I now truly comprehend how precious peace is and that we must cherish it." Yamcha added, "I once abandoned martial arts out of fear of battle, but later, witnessing Wukong and our friends fighting with all their might to protect Earth rekindled my original resolve. Although my strength may not match yours now, I will do my utmost to safeguard this peace." Piccolo looked at everyone and calmly stated, "I was once an enemy of Earth. It was Wukong and Wufan who transformed me. Over the years, I watched Wufan grow up and saw Wukong become the guardian of the universe. I realized that good and evil are not absolute. What matters is the choice of the kind of person you wish to become. I choose to be a protector of Earth, standing with you all to safeguard this peace." Wukong gazed at his companions, his eyes filled with emotion. "In truth, I have never been the strongest warrior. The true strength lies in the bonds we share and our collective resolve to protect peace. Without you, I would not be where I am today, nor could I safeguard Earth and the universe. It is you who have given me strength, courage, and the ability to rise again in the face of adversity." He cast his gaze toward the distant sky, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "Throughout these years, I have faced countless battles and lost many dear ones. Yamcha, Chaos, Tianjinhan, Piccolo, and even myself, we have all sacrificed for the protection of Earth. Yet I know that as long as the flame of our conviction remains unextinguished and our bonds endure, we shall never be defeated. The path of martial arts has no end, and the faith that guides our protection shall never fade. I will continue to train, to accompany you, and to safeguard this hard-won peace." At that moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, growing ever brighter until it coalesced into a magnificent figure, the Shenlong. This was Wukong's final summoning of the Dragon Balls. Over the years, he had called upon their power countless times to resurrect his friends and save the Earth. This time, he did not wish for greater strength, eternal life, or everlasting prosperity for the Earth. His wish was simple and pure, to ensure everlasting peace on Earth, to allow all benevolent beings to live happily and to keep war and disaster forever at bay across the universe. Sun Wukong, your wish has been received. The voice of Shenlong resonated with authority and kindness, echoing throughout the earth and even across the universe. You have embodied the true essence of strength through your unwavering dedication and have safeguarded the peace of the cosmos. You have transformed from an innocent youth into the guardian of the universe, inspiring countless beings and imparting the precious value of peace. Your legend will forever be etched in the annals of the universe. With that, Shenlong gently waved its wings, and a cascade of golden light descended, illuminating every corner of the earth and every star system in the universe. Where the light touched, all scars began to heal, all disasters gradually dissipated, and all beings felt an unprecedented warmth and tranquility. The figure of Shenlong slowly faded from the sky, leaving behind a golden halo, like a vast protective umbrella sheltering the earth and the cosmos. Wukong looked up at the golden sky, a serene smile gracing his face. He knew his mission was complete. In the days to come, he could relish this hard-won peace with his family and friends, watching Xiaofang grow, sparring with Vegeta, and reminiscing about past adventures with Krillin, Yamcha, and others. As the golden light in the sky gradually faded, the scene froze on Wukong's smile. His smile radiated warmth and resolve, illuminating the entire universe and the hearts of countless beings. Beside him stood his beloved family and friends, each face adorned with a joyful expression, while pink cherry blossom petals danced around them, and the distant green hills and azure sky formed the most beautiful of paintings. At this moment, a line of golden text appeared in the sky, a final tribute from the universe to this Saiyan warrior clad in orange martial arts attire, marking the eternal legacy of the Saiyan saga. Each word carried the emotions and respect of countless beings. Sun Wukong, Saiyan, guardian of the universe. From the naive boy of Baozi Mountain, he forged his path through trials and tribulations to become the strongest warrior in the cosmos. Through his life of battle, he elucidated the true essence of strength and guardianship, embodying compassion and kindness through his every action. The crimson hue of the Kaioken symbolizes his burning resolve, unwilling to retreat even at the cost of his life. The golden glow of the Super Saiyan embodies his rage, refusing to surrender even in despair. The blazing flames of Super Saiyan 3 signify his unwavering determination, never compromising despite solitary struggles, and the fierce red of Super Saiyan 4 represents his primal legacy, never bowing down even in dire circumstances. He once sacrificed for his companions, guarding his beliefs with his very life. He dared to confront evil for the sake of peace. Wielding courage as his weapon, he transcended his limits in dire straits. Fueled by unwavering determination, he held steadfast in victory, spreading kindness to warm the cosmos. His legend is not defined by victories or defeats, nor by strength, but rather by the essence of guardianship and love, by the bonds and beliefs that connect us. From this day forth, may peace dwell eternally within the universe, and may wars and disasters cease to descend. The spirit of the Saiyans shall forever flourish, with courage and kindness passed down through generations. His tale will be etched in the memories of countless beings, sung across innumerable star systems, becoming the most resplendent light in the universe, illuminating every soul that seeks peace and justice. As the words faded, the cosmic canopy gradually dimmed, ultimately succumbing to silence. Billions of beings stood in place, unmoving, their eyes brimming with tears and reluctance. They understood that although Wukong's saga had reached its conclusion, his spirit would never fade. That indomitable persistence, that courage to sacrifice for companions, that innocent desire to guard peace, and that innate compassion would eternally inspire every being within the cosmos, solidifying their most resolute beliefs. In the martial arts arena on Earth, Wukong gazed at his family and friends beside him, a blissful smile gracing his face. He understood that this was not an end, but rather a new beginning. Chapter 7. The Arrival of A's. The final chapter of the Cosmic Showdown, the Cosmic Canopy, remained silent for a decade, as billions of beings had grown accustomed to the warm embrace of peace. Viewing the Saiyan legend as the most brilliant chapter in the annals of cosmic history, gradually integrating it into the mundane rhythms of daily life. A brilliant light suddenly tore through the sky. This time, the scene within the Earth martial arts arena was no longer tranquil. Adorned with fluttering cherry blossoms and the fragrance of tea, the sky was tainted with an eerie shade of dark purple, clouds roiling like boiling ink. Pink cherry blossoms shredded by a howling wind, transforming into a sky scattered with remnants of petals. The ground trembled violently. The stone monument of the martial arts arena cracked like spider webs, trees uprooted, dust swirling, and a terrifying aura, potent enough to make the entire universe tremble, surged from a distant galaxy, as if darkness itself had descended upon the world, dimming even the light of the stars. What is that? The color of the sky is too bizarre. It is the fluctuation of cosmic space. Such a malevolent aura, 100 times more terrifying than that of Majin Buu and Baby combined. My body trembles uncontrollably. Xiaofang and the others are still in the martial arts arena. The new generation of Saiyan warriors must confront an unprecedented crisis. Can they withstand it? Beings across the universe were instantly engulfed in panic. Countless planets blaring alarms that shattered the silence. Residents hurriedly seeking refuge in underground shelters, praying for the return of their once guardians, Sun Wukong. They had witnessed Wukong defy destiny time and again, rescuing Namek from the clutches of the cosmic tyrant Frieza, protecting Earth from Cell's self-detonation, and reigniting the universe from the destruction wrought by Majin Buu. Yet this time, the oppressive aura caused even battle-hardened veterans to tremble uncontrollably, their hopes beginning to waver. In the celestial image, 19-year-old Xiaofang had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her orange martial arts uniform fluttering in the wind, outlining her poised figure, radiating a calmness that surpassed even that of her father, Wu Fan, during his prime. Her eyes no longer bore the innocence of youth, but were filled with the steadfast resolve of a warrior. Beside her, Trunks too donned an improved deep blue battle suit, his metallic shoulder armor gleaming coldly, a black belt cinching his waist, embodying the pride and exquisite combat skills of the Vegeta lineage, exuding an innate charisma with every movement. Gotenna, clad in a silver and white battle outfit, her long hair tied in a ponytail, moved gracefully, combining her father's buoyancy with her grandmother Chi-Chi's resilience, always finding her opponent's weaknesses in battle. The trio gathered around Piccolo for their final training session, Piccolo's green aura intertwining with their golden flames, forming a solid barrier to withstand the increasingly fierce spatial tremors. Piccolo's brow was furrowed, his green eyes filled with gravity, his fingers gently tracing old scars on his arm. Remnants of battles fought alongside Wukong against Cell and Majin Buu, each scar symbolizing a commitment to guardianship. The menacing aura drew ever closer, now within the solar system. Piccolo's voice was low and hoarse, laced with an almost imperceptible worry. This is no ordinary invader. His energy level has reached the threshold of cosmic law, even hinting at breaking free from its constraints. Xiaofang, you must prepare for the worst. If I cannot hold him off, you must immediately evacuate the people of Earth and seek refuge on Namek. Xiaofang gripped the Rui Bang tightly, the artifact that had accompanied Wukong throughout his life, now emanating a faint golden glow, as if resonating with the Saiyan blood coursing through her veins, transmitting Wukong's courage and conviction from years past. Grandpa Piccolo, we are not afraid. When you faced Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, you never once considered retreat. You proved with your life that the Saiyan dictionary knows no such words as escape. Today, it is our turn. We will protect Earth and the peace of the entire universe with our lives, just as you did. Her gaze was as resolute as iron, her golden aura surging uncontrollably, her hair glinting with hints of gold, the air around her beginning to heat, ready to enter a combat stance at any moment. Trunks too nodded, fists clenched, blue lightning flickering on his knuckles. My grandfather, Vegeta, was once one of the most powerful warriors in the universe. He spent his life in pursuit of strength, ultimately understanding the true meaning of guardianship. Today, I shall inherit his will and show A's that the power of the Saiyans is not for conquest, but for protection. Gotenna took a deep breath, her face radiant with a smile, yet devoid of fear in her eyes. My father, Goten, though cheerful, has never faltered in critical moments. I will protect those around me and safeguard our home in my own way. At that moment, the sky suddenly split open with a massive black rift, from which surged an intense dark energy, akin to the mouth of a cosmic abyss, devouring all surrounding light. A menacing black warship emerged slowly, its exterior adorned with sharp bone-like protrusions, exuding a chilling aura of death that consumed all radiance. The ancient runes etched upon its hull bore the sigil of the destroyers from the legends of the ancient Saiyans. each rune a testament to the bloody history of the ancient Saiyans who annihilated planets and conquered the universe. The ship's door creaked open, and a tall figure descended, his feet barely touching the ground before the entire earth trembled violently, the martial arts arena's surface fracturing into a web of cracks, debris scattering, and the surrounding air seeming to freeze. Even the howling wind stilled. He was a man clad in a black battle suit edged with gold, his silver hair cascading like a waterfall down to his waist, interspersed with faint dark energy. His eyes, a profound dark gold, resembled two stars on the verge of extinguishment, radiating a cold, murderous intent. A twisted aura of black and white swirled around him, each pulse causing ripples in the surrounding space, as if it might collapse at any moment, drawing everything into an endless abyss. I am Ace. The man's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Echoing across the Earth and neighboring star systems, every being could clearly hear him, feeling the cold resoluteness in his words, a direct descendant of the ancient Saiyans, a reshaper of cosmic order, the successor of Sun Wukong, and today, I shall bring an end to this overly indulgent era of peace within the universe. Ace, the ancient Saiyans. Piccolo's heart trembled fiercely. He had seen related accounts in ancient texts on Namek that revealed the ancient Saiyans did not seek guardianship, but rather embraced destruction and conquest as their calling, possessing potential and blood purity far exceeding that of modern Saiyans. Yet, their internal strife and swelling ambitions ultimately led to their extinction. What do you intend to do? The peace of the earth was earned through the sacrifice of Wukong, Vegeta, and others. It is not something you can casually destroy. The path of destruction taken by the ancient Saiyans has long been proven erroneous by history. A cold smirk curved at the corners of A's mouth as his gaze swept over Xiaofang and her companions, radiating utter disdain, as if he were observing three insignificant ants. Sun Wukong, in his misguided attempt at guardianship, has distorted the essence of the Saiyan race, rendering their once mighty bloodline pitifully weak. The true meaning of power has never been to protect the feeble, but to eradicate the dross from the universe, allowing for rebirth through destruction. Only through the baptism of annihilation can a genuinely powerful civilization emerge. And you, the descendants corrupted by peace, are but blemishes upon the Saiyan lineage. Today, I shall personally cleanse these stains. Before his words faded, A's figure flickered and instantaneously appeared before Trunks 2, his speed surpassing even instant transmission, leaving behind mere black shadows that rendered his trajectory elusive. Taken by surprise, Trunks 2 barely managed to raise his hand in defense. With a thunderous impact, a colossal force surged from A's fist, sending Trunks 2 hurtling back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into a distant cliff, which crumbled instantaneously, enveloping him in a cloud of dust. Trunks, Wu Tian exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry and rage, as her golden aura surged dramatically, her hair transforming into a brilliant gold as she instantly ascended to Super Saiyan 1. She dashed towards A's like a streak of white lightning, her fists and feet raining down like a tempest, each strike encapsulating the culmination of her lifelong training, desperately attempting to buy time for Trunks 2. Ace, unfazed and unyielding, absorbed all her attacks with his corporeal form, his body akin to the most resilient alloy. Wu Tian's strikes not only failed to inflict any damage but were met with a jarring backlash from the black and white aura surrounding him, leaving her arms numb. Do you dare to unleash such ant-like attacks before me? Ace scoffed disdainfully, and with a slight tremor of his black and white aura, Wu Tian was propelled away by an invisible force. Blood spilling from her mouth as her golden aura dimmed, her body crashing heavily against the stone tablet of the martial arts arena, which shattered instantly, leaving her unconscious amidst the ruins. Xiaofang's pupils constricted, her emotions a tempest of fury and fear, akin to two volcanoes on the verge of eruption. She gazed at her injured companions, at the fallen Wu Tian, and at Trunks 2, buried under the debris. A powerful energy surged within her, erupting into a brilliant golden aura as her hair transformed into a dazzling gold, blue lightning crackling around her as she ascended to Super Saiyan 2, her aura magnified several-fold. How dare you harm my friends? I will not spare you, she declared, wielding the Rui Bang, her figure flickering as the staff transformed into a golden whip, striking towards A's with the sound of splitting air, seeking to suppress A's black and white aura. A's eyes flickered with interest at the Rui Bang. He raised his hand to grasp it, the black and white aura creeping along the staff, attempting to consume Xiaofang's energy and claim the weapon for himself. Sun Wukong's Rui Bang? To think this artifact still exists is quite intriguing, but before me, it is merely a common iron rod. With a gentle exertion, the Rui Bang emitted a strained hum, its golden glow gradually fading, as if on the verge of breaking. A wave of shock washed over Xiaofang. She had not anticipated A's strength to be so overwhelming that even the Rui Bang could not withstand his encroachment. She exerted all her energy to break free, to reclaim the staff, but A's power was insurmountable, her efforts akin to a stone sinking into the sea, utterly ineffective against him. At that moment, Ace twisted his wrist, and Xiaofang was yanked toward him by an immense force. He pressed his palm against her chest, the black and white aura surging into her body, relentlessly corroding her meridians and energy. Xiaofang coughed up blood, her body propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the arena floor, which cracked open into a vast chasm. She struggled to rise, but found her energy firmly suppressed by the black and white aura, utterly unable to mobilize her strength. Forced to watch helplessly as Ace advanced toward her step by step. Xiaofang! Piccolo roared, his eyes ablaze with anger and despair. He understood that he must intervene, even at the cost of his own life, to buy time for Xiaofang. Piccolo's green aura surged to its zenith, his muscles bulging as he conjured an enormous energy wave, its green glow illuminating the sky. Special beam cannon. This was the culmination of Piccolo's lifelong cultivation, his most formidable technique. Capable of severely wounding opponents at the Super Saiyan 3 level, even rivaling Super Saiyan 4. The green beam, imbued with an aura of destruction, shot towards Ace with blinding speed, reaching him in an instant. Ace merely cast a casual glance, raising his hand to sweep aside. As the black and white aura formed a solid barrier, the green beam collided with the barrier, only to be utterly devoured without causing the slightest ripple, not even ruffling A's garments. Such power dares to flaunt itself before me? It seems that Sun Wukong of yore was merely a fool who nurtured the weak. A's figure flickered and appeared before Piccolo in an instant, delivering a punch to his abdomen, the black and white aura flooding into Piccolo's body, obliterating his meridians entirely. Piccolo spat green blood, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent. The opponent's power, speed, and mastery of energy far exceeded his comprehension, even surpassing Wukong at his pinnacle. He looked at Xiaofang lying on the ground, at the unconscious Wu Tian, and at Trunks too. Buried in dust, his heart filled with despair. He knew he could no longer protect them. The Earth, and perhaps the entire universe, was on the brink of annihilation. Beings across the universe gazed at the one-sided battle unfolding in the heavens, their hearts heavy with despair and fear. Many began to weep, fully aware that the new generation of warriors had given their all, yet remained utterly powerless. The beacon of hope in their hearts seemed on the verge of extinguishment in the face of A's absolute might. Is the Saiyan legend truly coming to an end? A's is too powerful. Xiaofang and her companions are simply no match for him. Is Earth and the universe doomed? Wukong, if you were still here, you would surely protect us, wouldn't you? Please come back. At that moment, Xiaofang struggled to rise from the ruins, blood dripping from her chin, staining her orange martial arts uniform. Yet her eyes reflected no sign of retreat. Instead, a fervent flame ignited within her. She recalled her grandfather Wukong's teachings. The strength of a Saiyan is not innate, but forged through continuous breakthroughs in the face of despair, driven by the willingness to sacrifice everything for that which they cherish. As long as the flame of conviction in their hearts does not extinguish, Saiyans shall never be defeated. She remembered her grandfather on planet Namek, witnessing Krillin's death at the hands of Frieza, awakening Super Saiyan 1 in a fit of rage, shattering a millennium-old legend. She recalled her father Gohan, during the Cell Games, surpassing Super Saiyan 2 to become the mightiest warrior in the universe at that time to protect the Earth. She thought of her grandfather's arduous training in the afterlife, breaking through Super Saiyan 3 in solitude, all for the future protection of Earth. She envisioned the legendary moment when her grandfather, facing dire straits in a cosmic adventure, awakened the ancient Saiyan bloodline, transforming into Super Saiyan 4, vanquishing Baby, and saving Earth and the entire universe. An unprecedented surge of power welled up from the depths of her bloodline, the Saiyan genes within her resonating fiercely with the guardian light left by Wukong. Golden motes of light encircled her, manifestations of Wukong's protective essence. embodying the conviction and hope of countless beings. I cannot lose. Xiaofang cried out to the heavens, her voice brimming with defiance and determination, resonating throughout the universe. For her grandfather, for her father, for her friends, for Earth, and for the peace of the entire cosmos. I must become stronger. I shall transcend my limits. I shall conquer you. With her fervent cry, her body underwent a monumental transformation. Her golden hair instantaneously lengthened, cascading down to her ankles. Its hue shifting from a radiant gold to a resplendent silver, with threads of faint golden light coursing through it, reminiscent of the starlight in the cosmos, dazzling yet warm. Her eyes transformed into a pure golden hue, akin to the nascent sun, radiating a powerful warmth that dispelled the surrounding darkness. Her stature grew more upright, her muscular lines becoming increasingly fluid, brimming with explosive strength. A golden aura surged around her, swiftly morphing into a silvery blaze, interspersed with golden lightning, forming a colossal vortex of energy that banished the encroaching darkness. The entire earth was enveloped in a silvery glow, heralding the arrival of a new dawn. Super Saiyan 5. This form eclipsed even the legendary ones, representing the ultimate fusion of unwavering belief and Saiyan blood, a pinnacle explosion of Saiyan potential. Just the release of her aura caused the fabric of the universe to tremble, distant galaxies quaking ever so slightly. Aija's face displayed astonishment for the first time, a flicker of seriousness gleaming in his eyes. Is this a form that transcends Super Saiyan 4? Aija's voice carried disbelief. He had never imagined that among the descendants of Sun Wukong, there existed one capable of breaking through to such a realm. To his surprise, even within the Saiyan descendants corroded by peace, there was such an extraordinarily gifted individual. Yet, even so, it could not alter your fate, nor change the impending doom of the universe. Aija's black and white aura expanded, transforming into a colossal pillar of energy that soared into the clouds, staining the dark purple sky with shades of black and white. He conjured a sphere of energy interwoven with black and white, containing the terrifying power to annihilate the universe. The surrounding space tore apart with a hissing sound, as countless minute black holes formed around the sphere, devouring all nearby matter and energy. The mark of destruction. This is the universe-level technique I have comprehended, capable of reducing the entire solar system to ashes. Today, let you and the Earth perish in annihilation. The energy sphere, imbued with the power to consume all, hurtled towards Xiaofang. As it traversed, the air ignited, the ground melted, and space warped, as if the entire universe was clearing a path for this assault. Xiaofang took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She felt the power coursing within her, the protection of her grandfather Wukong, and the belief and hope of countless beings. She brought her hands together, then slowly spread them apart, silver energy coalescing in her palms to form a massive golden sphere of light, embodying the essence of protection and the vitality of the universe, radiating a brilliance too intense to behold. The cherry blossom petals around her, nourished by the golden light, began to bloom anew. "Grandfather, grant me strength," Xiaofang silently implored. Sensing the guardian light of Wukong merging with her being, feeling the power of her father Gohan, grandfather Vegeta, and Master Piccolo converging within her. This punch is not just for myself, but for all the warriors who guard peace, for all living beings in the universe. She propelled the golden sphere forward, shouting, "Kamehameha! Protect the universe." A colossal golden beam erupted forth, colliding with Aija's mark of destruction. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the chaotic intertwining of black, white, and golden light, devouring and forming a vast energy barrier that enveloped the entire earth. The golden beam symbolized protection and vitality, while the black and white energy represented destruction and lifelessness. Their clash was a microcosm of the birth and annihilation of the universe, the ultimate confrontation of justice and evil. Beings across the cosmos held their breath, intently watching the collision in the heavens, their hands clasped in prayer for Xiaofang's victory. They witnessed the golden beam initially being suppressed by the black and white energy, retreating as if on the verge of being consumed, while the Earth's surface began to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yet, at that moment, Xiaofang's resolve intensified. She poured all her energy into the golden beam. Simultaneously, people from all corners of the Earth and beings from various planets in the universe extended their hands in unison, transmitting their belief and hope to Xiaofang. Countless points of golden light converged into her golden beam. Xiaofeng, go! You can do it. Protect the universe. We believe in you. The Scions will forever be our hope. The multitude of beliefs and hopes flowed like a gentle stream, coalescing into a surging river, infusing the golden beam with renewed vigor. The golden beam surged forth, overpowering the black and white energy, its silvery brilliance growing ever brighter, gradually consuming the darkness, dispelling it bit by bit. Aija's eyes reflected disbelief and fury as he sensed that the power contained not only Xiaofeng's strength, but also the belief and hope of countless beings. A force he had never encountered before. No, it cannot be. Destruction is the true essence of the universe. Aija roared, channeling all his energy into the mark of destruction, desperate to turn the tide. Yet his efforts proved futile, as the power of protection and hope would always surpass that of destruction and despair. The golden beam ultimately consumed the black and white energy entirely, surging towards Aija. He attempted to evade, but found himself firmly locked in place by the golden beam's strength, unable to move. As he gazed at the oncoming golden beam, a flicker of reluctance and regret crossed his eyes. I cannot accept the fall of the ancient Saiyan glory. Aija's voice gradually faded as his form was completely engulfed by the golden beam, dispersing into tendrils of black energy, vanishing into the cosmos. With Aija's demise, his black warship crumbled, the black rifts in the sky slowly sealing, the dark purple sky regaining its clarity, the fierce wind subsiding, and pink cherry blossoms fluttering down once more. The ground of the martial arts arena began to mend under the nurturing glow of the golden beam. After the battle, Xiaofeng's silvery aura gradually dissipated, her hair returning to its golden hue, her eyes reverting to their original color. She felt her body weaken, nearly collapsing, but was supported by the timely arrival of Wutian Na and Trunks too. Piccolo also struggled to stand, approaching the trio with astonishment and pride in his gaze. Xiaofeng, you did it. Not only did you defeat Aija, but you also safeguarded the peace of the entire universe. Piccolo's voice trembled as he expressed pride in the growth of the new generation. Xiaofeng smiled wearily, yet her eyes sparkled with unwavering light. This victory is not solely mine. It is the protection from my grandfather, the support of my comrades, and the belief of countless beings that bestowed upon me the strength to overcome Aija. My grandfather devoted his life to safeguarding the peace of the universe. Today, I have done the same. Wutian Na and Trunks too nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with admiration. They understood that this battle was not just a victory, but a legacy and elevation of the Saiyan spirit. As the celestial scene gradually calmed, the martial arts arena returned to its former tranquility, the cherry blossom trees blossoming anew as pink petals danced gently in the golden sunlight. Xiaofeng, Wutian Na, and Trunks too gathered around Piccolo, their faces radiating happiness. At that moment, a line of golden text appeared in the sky, signifying the universe's highest tribute to the new generation of Scions, the ultimate elevation of the Saiyan legend. The descent of Aija was a trial of destruction, as well as a coronation of guardianship. With the courage to transcend limits, Xiaofeng surpassed the ultimate form of the Saiyan, conquering the desire for destruction with the belief in protection, proving that the true essence of the Scions has never been conquest, but guardianship, not annihilation, but vitality. The legend of Sun Wukong has not reached its conclusion. His spirit transforms into the luminous guardian of the cosmos, intertwining with the very essence of every inheritor. The saga of the Scions also remains unfinished, as a new generation of warriors exemplifies that true strength lies in unwavering resilience in the face of adversity, steadfastness in safeguarding what is cherished, and the conviction to stand shoulder to shoulder with countless beings. From this moment forth, the universe shall usher in an era of eternal peace, and the Saiyan spirit shall manifest as the universal law, protecting every soul that seeks justice and tranquility. The Saiyan legend shall be immortalized through the ages, becoming the most resplendent beacon in the cosmos, illuminating the boundless future. As the words faded, the celestial canopy of the universe dimmed gently. This time, there was no sense of loss, only an abundance of serenity and hope. Countless beings understood that the Saiyan legend had reached its most perfect conclusion, and the belief in guardianship would forever endure in the universe. In the martial arts arena on Earth, Xiao Feng gazed at the distant sky, as if perceiving her grandfather Wukong's warm smile. With a clenched fist, she silently vowed to eternally uphold her grandfather's belief, to protect this hard-won peace, allowing the Saiyan spirit to forever radiate brilliance throughout the cosmos. The Saiyan spirit, a guardian of eternity, the peace of the universe, ever rejuvenating. This, indeed, is the ultimate answer of the celestial canopy, as well as the most exquisite epilogue of the Saiyan legend. Chapter 8. The Arrival of Rhaegar. The fateful confrontation of ancient bloodlines. The celestial canopy of the universe lay in silence for a year, while countless beings reveled in the warmth of peace. Regarding the Saiyan spirit as the eternal guardian law of the cosmos, the daily training of the Galactic Peace Corps, the trade among various planets, and the children's admiration for Saiyan heroes had all melded into the daily rhythm of the Starry River. Suddenly, a brilliant curtain tore across the sky. This time, the image of the cosmic space station no longer depicted scenes of celebration and training. Interstellar routes were obstructed by an invisible force, and the spacecraft drifting through the cosmos lost their propulsion, floating aimlessly in the starry expanse. The light of the stars began to dim, akin to a candle flame on the verge of extinguishing. A golden aura, steeped in the essence of blood and conquest from ancient times, surged rapidly from the depths of the universe, as if a colossal beast, dormant for eons, had finally broken free from its seal and awakened to the world. What manner of aura is this? The oppressive force is formidable. It is several times more terrifying than that of A's from years past. My blood feels as if it is freezing involuntarily. It is the golden aura, similar to that of the Saiyans, yet more ferocious, more pure, emanating an overwhelming imperial pressure that is suffocating. Xiao Fang and her companions are at the cosmic space station. Is a new crisis about to arrive? Must the peace we have only just attained be shattered? The beings across the universe were instantaneously engulfed in panic. The cosmos, which had only recently regained order, was once again shrouded in shadow. Countless inhabitants of various planets retreated into underground shelters, praying that the new generation of Saiyan guardians could once again perform miracles. Members of the Galactic Peace Corps assembled urgently, rushing to their respective defenses. Even the elders of Namek began to activate ancient protective formations, attempting to withstand this terrifying aura. They had witnessed Xiao Fang defeat A's with the power of Super Saiyan 5, believing that peace would endure indefinitely. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a fateful crisis stemming from the ancient bloodline of the Saiyans was silently descending, one that would determine the trajectory of Saiyan history and the very survival of the entire universe. In the images of the celestial canopy, 20-year-old Xiao Fang had become the core leader of the Galactic Peace Corps. Clad in an orange martial arts uniform adorned with a silver guardian cloak embroidered with the emblem of the Cosmic Alliance. The metal of the Cosmic Guardian gleamed under the starlight, symbolizing her responsibility and honor. Her silvery hair was tied into a high ponytail, gently swaying with each breath, her gaze radiating the composure and determination of a leader. No longer the girl who required Piccolo's protection, she had transformed into a warrior capable of standing alone, upholding the peace of the cosmos. Beside her, Trunks too donned an upgraded deep blue combat suit, with alloy armor etched with the emblem of the Vegeta family on his shoulders. His energy belt could monitor and adjust his inner aura in real time, exuding a restrained dominance. After a year of rigorous training, he had successfully ascended to the realm of Super Saiyan 3, achieving a qualitative leap in both strength and speed. Meanwhile, Gotenna had changed into a silver combat suit adorned with starry patterns, her long hair braided into a twist, her movements becoming increasingly agile. Under Piccolo's careful guidance, she had not only mastered the powers of Super Saiyan 2, but had also grasped the technique of energy duplication, skilled in using softness to overcome rigidity and restraining her opponents. The trio was engaged in joint training with the members of the Galactic Peace Corps, as golden auras intertwined to form a massive energy net that enveloped the entire training area of the space station. The team members traversed through the energy net, attacking and defending, enhancing their collaborative combat capabilities. Xiao Fang wielded her Rui rod, continuously adjusting the strength of the energy net, her gaze focused and serious, each command clear and decisive. The aura drew ever closer, having entered the Milky Way, with less than a star system separating them. Xiao Fang furrowed her brow, the silvery aura instinctively swirling around her, as her Rui rod began to emit a faint glow. This aura carried a potent surge of ancient Saiyan bloodline energy, of exceptionally high purity, far surpassing any recorded in ancient texts. Its target was likely to be the modern Saiyans, as well as the piece of the universe that they safeguarded. Trunks too clenched his fist, blue lightning flickering around it, his eyes brimming with combat intent. No matter who he is, if he dares to disrupt the peace of the universe, we shall show him no mercy. I have ascended to the realm of Super Saiyan 3, and this time, I will not be a burden as I was during the battle with Ace. I will defend our homeland with the honor of the Vegeta family. Gotenna took a deep breath, her golden aura surging instantaneously, her hair turning a dazzling gold. As the energy around her began to coalesce, under Grandpa Piccolo's guidance, I have mastered advanced techniques of Super Saiyan 2, and I can also create 3 energy duplicates. Together, we will surely be able to defeat him. Even if we cannot win, we can buy time for the reinforcements to arrive. At that moment, the alarm of the cosmic space station blared abruptly, red warning lights illuminating the entire facility, the piercing alarm causing everyone's hearts to tighten. The surveillance footage revealed a golden figure approaching at speed surpassing light. The golden aura surrounding him burned like a star, vaporizing interstellar dust in his wake, causing the space to ripple violently. Even the monitoring equipment began to glitch and malfunction. All members, prepare for battle. Activate the highest defense system. Each squad, adhere to the predetermined plans, holding their respective lines, and do not act without orders. Xiao Feng's voice resonated through the intercom, steady and powerful, calming the team's anxious emotions. She held her Rui rod, her silvery aura surging dramatically, her body slightly leaning forward, ready to enter a combat stance at any moment. Moments later, the energy barrier of the space station was shattered by an immense force, splintering like glass, the fragments dissipating in the starry sky. A golden figure slowly descended into the training area. As his feet touched the ground, the entire space station trembled violently. The alloy floor of the training area instantly cracking into a web of fissures, debris scattering, and surrounding training equipment being reduced to rubble. Before them stood a man clad in golden armor, tall and imposing, his golden hair billowing like flames down to his waist, a faint golden energy swirling amidst the strands. His eyes were deep golden, akin to 2 stars harboring destructive power, exuding a chilling imperial pressure. The ferocious and pure golden aura enveloped him, each pulse of his energy seeming to ignite the surrounding space, filling the air with the scent of blood and gunpowder from ancient battlefields. The armor he wore was engraved with totems of ancient Saiyan conquest over the universe, each totem representing a planet that had been annihilated, exuding an essence that intertwined bloodshed and glory. My name is Liege, the voice of a man resonating with the weight of ancient epics and undeniable authority. As if echoing from the depths of time itself, reverberating throughout the entire space station and the surrounding star systems. Every being could distinctly hear his voice. Feeling the chilling resolve embedded within his words, the last emperor of the ancient Saiyan Empire, the rightful sovereign of the Saiyan bloodline, descendant of Suin Wukong and you, guardians who have distorted the spirit of the Saiyan. Today, in the name of the ancient emperor, I shall restore the glory of the Saiyan, compelling the entire universe to once again bow before the feet of the Saiyan. Liege, the emperor of the ancient Saiyan Empire? A wave of shock coursed through Xiaofang's heart. She had encountered references in her grandfather Wukong's martial arts notes regarding the ancient Saiyan Empire, once the most formidable civilization in the cosmos, dedicated to conquest and plunder, leaving their mark across the universe, annihilating countless planets and civilizations. Liege was the mightiest emperor in the empire's history, possessing a bloodline purity and combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary ancient Saiyan. Yet, when the empire met its demise, he sealed himself and a few loyal subordinates within a cosmic abyss, slumbering for eons. History has long proven that the path of conquest taken by the ancient Saiyan was flawed. Your empire fell due to your insatiable greed and brutality. My grandfather Wukong epitomized that the spirit of the Saiyan is one of guardianship, not conquest. The so-called glory you speak of is merely a bloody trail of pillage and slaughter, a nightmare for the beings of the universe. A cold smirk played upon Liege's lips, his gaze sweeping over Xiaofang and her companions with regal disdain, as if observing insignificant ants. Suin Wukong? Merely a coward corroded by peace, who sullied the powerful Saiyan bloodline with his so-called guardianship, reducing the Saiyan from rulers of the cosmos to mere protectors of the weak, a disgrace to the Saiyan. You, the descendants, have rendered the Saiyan bloodline utterly feeble. Today, I shall awaken you, so you may comprehend what it truly means to be a Saiyan, and what the true glory of the Saiyan entails." Before his words could fade, Liege vanished in a flash, appearing instantaneously before Wuxiana, his speed surpassing Xiaofang's perception, leaving only a golden afterimage. Wuxiana was caught off guard, barely raising her hand to block. A thunderous impact echoed as a tremendous force surged from Liege's fist. Wuxiana was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the alloy wall of the space station, which instantly concaved, and she spat forth a mouthful of blood. Her golden aura dimmed, her eyes closed as she lost consciousness. "Wuxiana!" Xiaofang exclaimed in fury, her eyes filled with rage and concern. Her silver aura surged, her hair transforming into a brilliant silver, as she instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan 5, wielding the Rui Bang. In a flash, the Rui Bang morphed into a silver whip in her grasp, slicing through the air towards Liege. "How dare you harm my companion? I shall not show you mercy." Liege's eyes flickered with interest at Xiaofang's form. He raised his hand, seizing the Rui Bang, golden energy creeping along it. Attempting to erode Xiaofang's energy and claim it for himself, Super Saiyan 5? I did not expect a descendant of Sun Wukong to reach such heights. Intriguing indeed. Yet, before me, such power remains utterly trivial. With a slight exertion, the Rui Bang emitted a strained hum, its silver brilliance gradually fading as if it might snap at any moment. Xiaofang was taken aback, realizing the extent of Liege's strength, as even the energy of Super Saiyan 5 could not withstand his encroachment. She summoned her inner energy with all her might, striving to break free and reclaim the Rui Bang. Yet Liege's strength consumed her energy like a black hole, rendering her efforts futile. Just then, with a twist of his wrist, she was yanked towards him by an overwhelming force. Liege pressed his palm against her chest, golden energy flooding into her body, violently assaulting her meridians and damaging her energy core. Xiaofang coughed up blood, her body hurtling backwards, crashing against the energy pillar in the training area, which exploded with a deafening roar. She struggled to rise, but found her energy suppressed by Liege's golden aura, waves of pain coursing through her meridians, rendering her incapable of summoning even the slightest amount of strength, helplessly watching as Liege approached her step by step. "Xiaofang!" Terlankasi shouted furiously, his eyes filled with anger and urgency. His golden aura surged, his hair transforming into dazzling gold, as blue lightning crackled around him. He instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his muscles bulging, power and speed reaching their zenith, darting towards Liege like a streak of golden lightning, delivering strikes like a tempest, each blow embodying the culmination of his life's training. "I will distract him. Quickly restore your energy. Wuxiana is still waiting for our rescue." Liege neither dodged nor evaded, absorbing all attacks with his physical form, his body akin to the hardest alloy. Terlankasi Air's strikes landed upon him, causing no harm. Instead, he was jolted by Liege's golden aura, his arms numbing, bones aching. "Insectal attacks dare to be audacious before me?" Liege scoffed, a gentle tremor of his golden aura sending Terlankasi hurtling away, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. His golden aura dimming as he struggled to rise, only to find his legs devoid of sensation. At that moment, the doors of the space station swung open, and Bika, Wufan, and Baijita rushed in. Bika's green aura surged, his hands coalescing into green energy waves, his eyes brimming with anger and concern. Wufan's golden aura erupted, his hair shining with brilliant gold, blue lightning swirling around him as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his presence steadier than in his prime. Combat skills honed over the years. Baijita's blue aura flared, his hair radiant blue, energy enveloping him like flames, instantly shifting into Super Saiyan Blue, a form achieved after countless trials, his power now several times greater than when he defeated Morin Buoyu. "Liege, release Xiaofang and the others," Baijita roared, his eyes aflame with anger and battle intent, his body leaning forward, ever ready to launch an attack. "The ancient Saiyan's path of conquest has long been forgotten. Your brutality and greed will only lead you to annihilation once more. Today, I shall make you understand that the power of modern Saiyan far surpasses that of your ancient kin, and our convictions are far more resolute than your so-called glory." Liege cast a disdainful glance at Baijita, as if regarding a mere jester. Super Saiyan Blue? Merely a misapplication of Saiyan power, still a waste before me. The bloodline of ancient Saiyan is the purest and strongest. You mixed-blood descendants are unworthy of the title Saiyan. In an instant, he was before Vegeta, delivering a powerful blow to his chest, golden energy surging into Vegeta's body, causing him to spit blood, his form crashing against the wall, which shattered upon impact. He struggled to rise, but found his energy core severely damaged by Liege's golden aura, unable to muster any strength. Seeing this, Wufan and Bika launched their assault. Wufan conjuring a golden energy sphere, shouting, Kamehameha? A massive golden beam shot towards Liege. Bika, with hands joined, summoned a green energy beam, Mekankasapo. The two energy waves, imbued with destructive force, surged towards Liege, aiming to jointly overpower him. Liege merely cast a casual glance, raising his hand in a sweeping motion. The golden aura formed a solid barrier, effectively blocking both energy waves. The emerald-hued magical beam of energy collided with the barrier, only to be swiftly consumed. The golden Kamehameha also waned under the barrier's obstruction, dissipating without a trace of disturbance, not even ruffling the hem of Rei's garment. Such feeble power dares to flaunt itself before me? It seems that the Sun Wukong of yore was merely a wastrel, adept only at nurturing the weak. With a disdainful snort, Rage vanished from sight, reappearing before Bick, delivering a punishing blow to Bick's abdomen, causing him to spew forth emerald blood and collapse, losing consciousness. Gohan gazed at the fallen Bick, his eyes filled with fury and despair, knowing he must exert every ounce of strength, even at the cost of his own life, to buy time for Xiaofang to regain her energy. He inhaled deeply, his aura of golden energy surging, his form transforming, his hair deepening to a crimson hue, and the energy surrounding him growing ever more ferocious. This was his ascended form following his breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2, the Super Saiyan God, initial state. Rage, I shall not allow you to harm my daughter. Gohan roared, his form flashing as he charged towards Rage, engaging in a desperate battle. Beings across the cosmos observed the one-sided conflict unfolding in the heavens, their eyes filled with despair and terror. Many began to weep. Having once believed that Xiaofang's Super Saiyan 5 was the mightiest force in the universe, only to discover that it crumbled before Rage's absolute power, rendering even seasoned warriors like Vegeta and Gohan utterly powerless. Was the Saiyan legend truly destined to be extinguished by the ancient Saiyans? Rage was too formidable. Xiaofang and her companions stood no chance. Would the universe once again succumb to the dark ages of antiquity, conquered and obliterated by the Saiyans? Wukong, if you were still here, you would surely protect us, wouldn't you? Please return. We need you. At that moment, Xiaofang struggled to rise from the rubble, blood trickling from her mouth and staining the orange martial arts uniform adorning her chest. Yet her gaze bore no hint of retreat. Instead, it ignited an even fiercer flame within her. She surveyed her fallen comrades, her father and grandfather, the unconscious Goten and Trunks, and her father battling Rage with all his might. A profound conviction surged within her heart. She recalled her grandfather Wukong's teachings. The power of a Saiyan is not innate, but forged through relentless breakthroughs in the face of adversity, driven by a willingness to sacrifice everything to protect what is cherished. Whether ancient or modern, true strength lies in the conviction of the heart, not in the purity of bloodlines, nor in conquest and slaughter. She remembered her grandfather witnessing Krillin's murder at the hands of Frieza on Namek, awakening in fury to become Super Saiyan 1, shattering a millennia-old legend, her father transcending to Super Saiyan 2 during the Cell Games to safeguard Earth, becoming the mightiest warrior in the universe at that time. Her grandfather enduring years of isolation in the afterlife to ascend to Super Saiyan 3 solely for the future protection of Earth, and her grandfather awakening the ancient Saiyan bloodline during a cosmic adventure, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 to vanquish Baby, saving Earth and the entire universe. She recalled her own ascension to Super Saiyan 5 during the battle against the Ether, defeating the desire for destruction through unwavering belief. An unprecedented power surged from the depths of her bloodline, as the modern Saiyan essence within her resonated powerfully with Rei's ancient Saiyan blood, as if transcending billions of years in time and engaging in a silent dialogue. Golden motes of light gathered around her, embodying the protective light of Wukong, the hopes and beliefs of countless beings, and the legacy of all warriors devoted to peace. I cannot afford to lose, Xiaofang cried out to the heavens, her voice imbued with defiance and resolve. resonating throughout the cosmos, allowing every being to feel the conviction and determination in her words. For my grandfather, for my father, for my grandfather Vegeta, for Bick, for my companions, for the peace of the universe, and for the belief of modern Saiyans. I must grow stronger. I shall transcend my limits. I will conquer you. I will make you understand that the protective belief of modern Saiyans is the true glory of our kind. With her fervent shout, her form underwent a miraculous transformation. Her silvery hair lengthened instantaneously, cascading down to her ankles, shifting from silver to a radiant golden white. Shimmering with golden and white luminescence like a binary star in the cosmos, dazzling and warm, her eyes transformed into a pristine golden white, reminiscent of a nascent universe. Radiating warmth and formidable light, dispelling the surrounding golden aura and instilling awe, her stature grew more imposing, her muscles defined with explosive power. Each breath mobilizing the energy of the universe, her silvery aura surged violently, morphing into golden white flames interspersed with golden white lightning, forming a colossal vortex of energy that dispelled the surrounding golden aura. The entire space station was enveloped in golden white light, heralding the dawn of a new era. This was the advanced form of Super Saiyan 5, the ultimate evolution of Super Saiyan 5, a perfect amalgamation of the protective beliefs of modern Saiyans and the power of ancient Saiyan blood, the pinnacle of Saiyan potential, and the ultimate elevation of Saiyan spirit. The mere release of her aura caused the fabric of the universe to quiver, while rage in the distance trembled uncontrollably. The golden white beam of light ultimately enveloped the golden energy, hurtling towards Rage. He attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared by the beam's power, utterly immobile. As he beheld the approaching golden white beam, a flicker of reluctance and regret flashed in his eyes. He finally comprehended that the path of conquest for the ancient Saiyans had long been rendered obsolete by history, and that the protective belief of modern Saiyans represented the true glory of their race. I cannot accept that the legacy of ancient Saiyans must end. Rage's voice faded, his body consumed entirely by the golden white beam, transforming into wisps of golden energy that dispersed throughout the cosmos. With Rage's demise, his golden aura gradually dissipated. The stars of the galaxy reigniting, the space stabilizing, and the universe returning to a state of peace. After the battle, Xiao Fang's golden white aura subsided, her hair reverting to silver, her eyes returning to golden white. She felt her strength wane, nearly collapsing, but was caught just in time by the rushing Gohan and Vegeta. Bick also rescued the unconscious Goten and Trunks, beginning their treatment. Xiao Fang, you have succeeded. You not only vanquished Rage, but also demonstrated the beliefs of modern Saiyans, safeguarding the peace of the entire universe. Gohan's voice trembled with pride for his daughter's growth. Vegeta regarded Xiao Fang with eyes filled with recognition and pride. He finally acknowledged that she had surpassed both him and Wukong, becoming the mightiest Saiyan. You did well, brat. Your actions have proven that the strength of modern Saiyans is greater than that of ancient Saiyans, and that the belief in guardianship is the true glory of our kind. Xiao Fang smiled, her eyes brimming with exhaustion, yet still glimmering with unwavering resolve. This is not solely my achievement. It is my grandfather's protection, the support of my companions, and the belief of countless beings that has granted me the strength to overcome Rage. I shall forever uphold my grandfather's conviction, ensuring the peace of the universe and allowing the spirit of modern Saiyans to be eternally passed down through the cosmos. As the images in the heavens gradually settled, the training area of the cosmic space station was restored to its former glory, the light of stars illuminating the entire galaxy anew, with an atmosphere imbued with peace. Xiao Fang, Gohan, Vegeta, and Bick gathered together, their faces radiant with happiness, aware that this battle was not merely a victory but the ultimate elevation of Saiyan history, and that the protective belief of modern Saiyans would forever become the guiding principle of the universe. At this moment, a line of golden text emerged upon the celestial canopy, a profound homage from the cosmos to the modern Saiyans, representing the ultimate answer in Saiyan history. The arrival of Liege is both an ancient trial of destiny and the coronation of contemporary belief. With unparalleled courage, Xiao Fang transcended the limits, breaking through to the ultimate form of Super Saiyan, triumphing over the desire for conquest with the conviction of protection, thereby demonstrating that the emotions of the Saiyans are indeed the wellspring of their power. Chapter 9. The Unification of Bloodlines. The ultimate rebirth of Saiyan civilization, the cosmic firmament lay silent for half a year, as billions of beings gradually recovered from the shock of the Battle of Liege. The restoration of the space stations progressed steadily, and the peace and order of various planets returned to normal. Children imitated Xiao Fang's fighting stances in the streets, and the trade routes of the Cosmic Alliance buzzed with activity once more. Suddenly, a radiant curtain of light tore through the sky. This time, the imagery was devoid of the shadows of destruction or the tension of a climactic battle. Instead, a vast golden sea of clouds spanned across the galaxies. This cloudscape shimmered like flowing gold, casting down twinkling starlight. At its center floated an altar woven from ancient Saiyan runes and modern Saiyan energy, the entirety of which was coalesced from energy, its surface etched with the marks of Saiyan history spanning eons. The ancient runes emitted a blazing golden glow, while the modern protective runes radiated a soft white aura, intertwining to form an intricate pattern of energy. A gentle yet powerful force began to emanate from the altar, nurturing the entire universe like a spring rain. Wherever it flowed, the withered interstellar flora revived, the damaged planetary ecosystems gradually healed, and even the light of the stars became softer and brighter. What place is this? Such pure Saiyan energy. My cells are rejoicing involuntarily. Xiao Fang, Vegeta, and Gohan stand upon the altar. There is also a lingering energy from Liege, the pure power of ancient Saiyans, now transformed into something so gentle. Could it be that the bloodline of the Saiyans is on the verge of a new transformation? Will this ceremony alter the energy dynamics of the entire universe? Instantly, beings across the universe erupted with fervor. Countless observation stations on various planets trained their lenses on the golden sea of clouds. Scientists busied themselves analyzing the energy fluctuations, while ordinary citizens gathered in squares, gazing up at the luminous display in the sky, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. They had witnessed the triumph of modern Saiyan protective beliefs over the ancient Saiyan desire for conquest, and they had cheered for Xiao Fang's breakthrough into the Super Saiyan 5 advanced form. Yet, they never expected that the conclusion of this fateful confrontation was not an end, but rather the commencement of a new era for Saiyan civilization, and the dawn of an energy revolution throughout the universe. In the visual display above, the 20-year-old Xiao Fang had shed the naivety of her youth, becoming the core symbol of science and cosmic peace. She donned a new golden-white battle suit, crafted from the most resilient energy fibers in the universe, adorned with tiny energy crystals that emitted a soft, dual-colored glow with her breath. A black belt cinched her waist, upon which hung the 4-star Dragon Ball left by her grandfather, Goku, radiating a warm golden aura under the nourishment of energy. A gentle golden-white flame surrounded her, and her silver hair floated gracefully in the energy currents, occasionally sparkling with golden points of light. Her gaze was filled with tranquility and determination, embodying both the courage of a warrior and the composure of a leader. Xiao Fang stood at the center of the altar, grasping a newly reforged Rui Bang. This artifact, which had accompanied Goku throughout his life, had suffered severe damage in the Battle of Liege. Xiao Fang spent 3 months infusing the residual ancient energy of Liege with her own protective energy and requested the elders of Namek to repair it using ancient formations. Now, the Rui Bang not only regained its former power, but was also inscribed with the protective runes of modern Saiyans. When the runes illuminated, they emitted a warm glow capable of purifying all malevolent energy. Surrounding the altar were Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks II, and Bra, forming a perfect circle of energy. Vegeta, clad in a deep blue battle suit adorned with ancient Saiyan totems, emanated a powerful yet subdued blue aura. After the trials of the Battle of Liege, his understanding of power deepened. He no longer fixated solely on raw strength, but began to appreciate the application of power. Gohan, dressed in a white battle suit, radiated a gentle golden aura, his presence more stable than in his peak years. As Xiao Fang's father, he stood steadfastly behind her, her strongest support. Although Piccolo was not a Saiyan, he had fought alongside them for many years, and his energy had long since harmonized with that of the Saiyans. He released a green protective energy that intertwined with the energies of the others, forming a sturdy barrier to shield the ceremony from external interference. Trunks II and Bra had also matured into formidable warriors. Trunks II's golden aura was tinged with blue, a manifestation of his fusion with Vegeta's Super Saiyan blue energy, while Bra emitted a silver energy, fluid and capable of skillfully guiding the flow of energy. Each participant released their core energies, streams of golden, blue, green, and silver beams erupting from them, converging at the altar's center and intertwining with Xiaofang's golden white energy, forming a colossal pillar of energy. This pillar shot into the heavens, piercing through the golden cloud sea, illuminating the entire star system. Wherever the beam passed, interstellar dust was purified by the energy, creating beautiful trails of light, akin to rainbows in the universe. Though Liege had been defeated, the pure bloodline of ancient Saiyans within him remained a rare treasure of Saiyan civilization. Xiaofang's voice resonated through the cosmos, gentle yet powerful, each word distinctly reaching the ears of billions. The path of conquest taken by ancient Saiyans was discarded by history due to greed and brutality. Yet the pure power and ultimate potential contained within their bloodline are worth inheriting and promoting. The protective beliefs of modern Saiyans have led us to discover a haven for our strength, yet they have also, to some extent, constrained the potential of our bloodline. Today, I shall harness the power of my Super Saiyan 5 advanced form, merging it with the residual ancient bloodline energy of Liege, uniting the protective beliefs of modern Saiyans with the pure power of ancient Saiyans, breaking the shackles of our bloodline, and paving a new future for Saiyan civilization, thus bringing about a new balance of energy for the entire universe. Vegeta nodded, his blue aura intensifying, his eyes filled with recognition and anticipation. In the past, I pursued strength relentlessly, employing any means necessary to surpass Goku, yet I overlooked the essence of power. It was only later that I understood that power devoid of belief is ultimately like a tree without roots. Today, let us together channel the strength of the Saiyans to truly serve peace, becoming the guardians of the cosmos, and show those who doubt the Saiyans what kind of future we can create. Gohan's golden aura surged forth, a determined smile gracing his face. Xiaofang, your father believes in you. You inherited Grandpa Goku's courage and conviction, and possess a talent that surpasses our generation. Today, we will all provide you with energy support, enabling you to complete this ceremony that will alter the fate of Saiyan civilization, honoring Goku's expectations and the trust of all beings in the universe. Piccolo's green energy pulsed gently as he spoke with steady resolve. Though I am not a Saiyan, I have long considered myself family with them. Today, I will use my protective energy to stabilize the energy formation, ensuring the ceremony proceeds flawlessly. Xiaofang, go forth and act. We are all by your side. Trunks 2 and Bra chimed in unison. Xiaofang, we will give our all to provide you with energy. The rebirth of Saiyan civilization is part of our effort. With the encouragement of her companions, Xiaofang took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes, and released all of her golden white energy into the center of the altar. The ancient Saiyan runes upon the altar suddenly illuminated, radiating a scorching golden light. The primordial power contained within the runes was activated, intertwining with the protective energy of the modern Saiyans, forming a complex energy formation. The patterns of the formation shifted continuously, reminiscent of a living entity, perfectly merging the energies of all present with that of the altar. The residual golden bloodline energy of Reg, as if summoned, converged from all corners of the universe to the altar, originally imbued with the ancient Saiyan's ferocity and desire for conquest. This energy gradually softened under the guidance of Xiaofang's protective energy, akin to a tamed beast obediently integrating into the energy formation. The energy formation began to operate at high speed, with golden white, gold, blue, green, and silver white energies intertwining and merging chaotically, creating a colossal energy vortex. At the center of the vortex, a powerful suction was generated, drawing in the energy from the golden sea of clouds, causing the vortex to swell and shine ever more brilliantly. Xiaofang's body began to levitate, her golden white aura intensifying. Her hair transformed, with faint gold strands gradually mingling among the pure silver, evolving into a harmonious blend of gold and silver. Her eyes metamorphosed into a purer golden white, emanating a gentle yet formidable glow, as if capable of perceiving the essence of the universe. Delicate energy patterns emerged around her, resonating with the energy formation on the altar, continuously drawing in external energy to nourish her bloodline and energy core. The unification of bloodlines and the merging of energies heralded the rebirth of Saiyan civilization. Xiaofang opened her eyes, silently reciting an ancient Saiyan incantation, the sound resonating with the weight of eons, awakening the deepest powers within the Saiyan bloodline. She gradually raised her hands, absorbing all the energy from the vortex into her being. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from her, causing the entire universe to tremble violently. The energy from the golden clouds surged into Xiaofang, transforming her into a monumental vessel of energy, encompassing the energies of both ancient and modern Saiyans, embodying the blessings and hopes of the entire universe. Her transformation was profound. Her golden white hair became a brilliant dual-tone cascade, one half pure gold, symbolizing the untainted strength of the ancient Saiyans, while the other half radiated a warm white, representing the protective faith of modern Saiyans. Shimmering with gentle energy, akin to a dual star in the cosmos, dazzling and warm. Her eyes became deep dual-colored orbs, the left golden and the right white, seemingly containing the entire history and future of Saiyan civilization, reflecting serenity and determination, embodying both the majesty of ancient kings and the tenderness of modern guardians. Her stature became more upright, her muscles more defined, exuding explosive power. With each breath, she could manipulate the energies of the universe, stabilizing the energies around her. The gold and white flames surrounding her transformed into a pure dual-tone aura, intertwining to form a vast energy barrier enveloping the entire star system. Wherever the barrier passed, all malevolent energies were purified, and all unstable energies were balanced. Super Saiyan 6. This was the ultimate form of Saiyan civilization, a perfect amalgamation of the pure bloodline of ancient Saiyans and the protective faith of modern Saiyans, representing the pinnacle of Saiyan potential and the dawn of a new era for Saiyan civilization. Merely the release of her aura stabilized the energies of the universe, causing the brilliance of stars to shine even more radiantly, improving the ecological environments of countless planets. Even those once inhospitable to life began to show signs of vitality. This was Super Saiyan 6, the ultimate form of the Saiyans. I could distinctly feel that this power encompassed both the purity of ancient Saiyans and the gentleness of modern Saiyans, utterly astonishing. Vegeta's eyes were filled with shock and exhilaration. He could clearly sense the immense and pure power within Xiaofang, a realm he had pursued his entire life. A height he once believed unattainable. How wonderful! The Saiyan civilization had finally embraced rebirth. We Saiyans have truly found the true sanctuary of power. Gohan's eyes brimmed with pride and contentment as he beheld his daughter's transformation, as if witnessing Goku's spirit. Realizing that the lifelong pursuit of Goku was finally being realized through his daughter, Xiaofang, you have done it. Not only have you completed the rebirth of Saiyan civilization, but you have also bestowed new hope upon the universe. If Goku were here, he would undoubtedly be proud of you, and would feel solace for the future of the Saiyans. Piccolo displayed a rare smile, the green energy gently rippling, filled with a hint of nostalgia. When I first met Goku, he was merely a naive youth. Now, his granddaughter has become the guardian of the universe, the new hope for Saiyan civilization. The tale of the Saiyans continues, and it will only grow more magnificent. Trunks too and Gotenna gazed at Xiaofang's dual-tone aura with admiration, their hearts brimming with motivation. Xiaofang, you are incredible. We will strive to cultivate diligently, soon catching up to your pace and joining you in safeguarding the peace of the universe. At that moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, revealing the figures of Goku and Reg. Goku retained his familiar appearance, clad in his orange martial arts uniform, his black hair, and a warm smile. His eyes filled with recognition and pride for Xiaofang. Reg, having shed his previous ferocity, bore a gentle glow from the totems on his golden armor. His face adorned with a serene smile, his gaze filled with anticipation for the future of Saiyan civilization. Xiaofang, well done. Goku's voice echoed throughout the universe, warm and resolute, illuminating the hearts of countless beings like sunlight. You have fulfilled my lifelong, unaccomplished wish, allowing the power of the Saiyans to truly become a force for peace, liberating them from the stereotype of a warrior race and transforming them into the guardians of the universe. The future of Saiyan civilization is entrusted to you. I believe in you. You will surely lead the Saiyans towards a brighter tomorrow. Reg's voice followed, filled with a sense of relief and contentment, devoid of past severity and ferocity, replaced with warmth. I once fixated on the glory of ancient Saiyan conquest, believing that only through destruction and domination could Saiyan's strength be manifested, neglecting the essence of power and the true future of the Saiyans. Today, I finally comprehend that the true glory of the Saiyans lies in guardianship, in bringing peace to the universe, and in enabling more beings to live happily. Xiaofang, you are the hope of Saiyan civilization, the leader of the future of the Saiyans. I shall impart all the legacies of ancient Saiyans unto you. May you guide the Saiyans towards a new future, allowing the power of ancient Saiyans to truly shine in guardianship. As the words faded, Goku and Reg's spectral forms gradually dissipated, transforming into beams of golden and white energy that merged into Xiaofang. An even greater legacy of power surged from within her, flooding her mind with countless combat techniques of ancient Saiyans, methods of energy utilization, insights on bloodline cultivation, as well as the protective experiences and combat wisdom of modern Saiyans. The two legacies fused perfectly without conflict, resulting in a qualitative leap in her combat techniques and energy control, granting her a deeper understanding of the history and future of Saiyan civilization. Xiaofang gently descended upon the altar, her dual-tone aura gradually retracting into a soft energy halo that lingered around her, her eyes filled with tranquility and determination. She looked at those around her, a smile of happiness gracing her face. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Emperor Reg. Thank you, everyone. Today, the Saiyan civilization has been reborn. This achievement is not solely my own, but rather the culmination of the collective efforts of all Saiyans and all beings who guard peace. Henceforth, we shall wield the might of Super Saiyan 6 to safeguard the tranquility of the universe, leading the Saiyans and all living beings within it to forge a brighter future together, spreading the essence of our renewed Saiyan civilization to every corner of the cosmos. Subsequently, Xiaofang, Vegeta, Wufan, and others departed from the Golden Sea of Clouds, returning to the restored cosmic space station. After half a year of repairs, the space station not only regained its former functionality, but also underwent comprehensive upgrades, adding energy training zones, cultural exchange areas, and ecological protection zones, thus becoming the headquarters of the Cosmic Peacekeeping Force and a center for interplanetary collaboration. In the plaza of the space station, the chairperson of the Cosmic Alliance had long awaited their arrival, flanked by representatives from various planets, all bearing expressions of excitement and gratitude. The square buzzed with members of the Cosmic Peacekeeping Force, clad in uniform battle attire, standing in orderly rows, waving flags that symbolized peace, their faces radiating reverence and pride. Lady Xiaofang, congratulations on the rebirth of the Saiyan civilization, and congratulations to the Saiyans on embracing a new future. The chairperson of the Cosmic Alliance stepped forward, addressing her with respect. His voice echoed through the loudspeakers, reaching the entire square and resonating throughout the universe. With courage that transcends limits, you have shattered the shackles of the Saiyan bloodline, allowing the ancient powers to harmoniously merge with the guardianship of faith, not only granting rebirth to Saiyan civilization, but also bringing a new balance of energy to the entire universe, instilling hope in countless beings. In recognition of your guardianship alongside the Saiyans, the Cosmic Alliance has decided to designate today as Saiyan Peace Day each year, commemorating the rebirth of Saiyan civilization and the immense contributions of the Saiyans to universal peace. Additionally, the Cosmic Alliance will bestow upon you the title of Cosmic Peace Ambassador and grant all participating Saiyans the title of Cosmic Guardians, hoping that you will continue to lead the beings of the universe in safeguarding peace and co-creating a promising future. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, cheers rising in waves as representatives from various planets approached Xiaofang and others to express their gratitude and respect. Some presented the most precious local specialties. Others offered meticulously crafted gifts, while yet more delivered impassioned speeches, thanking the Saiyans for their efforts towards universal peace. Xiaofang received the Cosmic Peace Ambassador Medal awarded by the Cosmic Alliance, crafted from the purest crystal in the universe, its surface etched with her battle silhouette and inscribed with phrases of peace and co-creation. She adorned the medal upon her chest, her gaze resolute as she proclaimed, "Esteemed chairperson of the Cosmic Alliance, dear beings of the universe, I express my deepest gratitude for the recognition from the Cosmic Alliance and for the unwavering support and trust of all beings. The rebirth of Saiyan civilization is inseparable from everyone's assistance. The peace of the universe equally requires our collective guardianship. From this day forth, The Saiyans shall forever be the guardians of universal peace. We will utilize the power of Super Saiyan 6 to protect every corner of the universe, merging the pure power of ancient Saiyans with the protective faith of modern Saiyans, imparting this legacy to more beings, nurturing a new generation of guardians. We will actively promote communication and collaboration among various planets, fostering the mutual development of technology and civilization, ensuring that every being in the universe can live happily under the sun of peace, and creating a more beautiful future for the cosmos. Xiao Fang's words resonated with the audience, eliciting another round of applause that echoed throughout the cosmic space station and the entire star system. In the days that followed, Xiao Fang led the Saiyans in spreading the philosophy of the Saiyan civilization's rebirth throughout the universe. She personally visited various planets, engaging in dialogue with local leaders, sharing the Saiyans' journey, and conveying the belief in peace. She established energy training classes at the headquarters of the Cosmic Peacekeeping Force, combining her mastery of ancient traditions with modern techniques to educate the members of the force and cultivate a new generation of guardians. Vegeta took charge of training the Saiyans in combat skills, integrating his fighting experience with the ancient Saiyan martial legacy to devise a novel training regimen that emphasized not only the enhancement of strength, but also the cultivation of combat techniques and teamwork. Under his guidance, the overall combat prowess of the Saiyans saw a marked improvement, birthing a cadre of exceptional young warriors. Wufan focused on disseminating the Saiyan philosophy of guardianship, authoring numerous books that chronicled the history of the Saiyans, the battles of Goku, Vegeta, and others, and the significance of upholding peace. He also established educational institutions across various planets to enlighten more beings about the Saiyans and the Saiyan spirit, instilling deep-rooted beliefs in the importance of safeguarding peace. Bick, Trunks II, and Gotenna each fulfilled their respective roles, with Bick guiding young warriors in harnessing their energy and Trunks II managing the daily operations of the Cosmic Peacekeeping Force. Chapter 10. The Descent of Jaiko, the dark elegy from the depths of the bloodline. The cosmic canopy lay silent for a year. Just as the celebrations of Saiyan Peace Day began to fade, and beings across the planets reveled in the joy of the Saiyan civilization's rebirth, the training system of the Cosmic Peacekeeping Force matured. Even the children of remote star systems could hum songs praising Xiao Fang, when a brilliant light abruptly tore through the heavens. This time, the imagery lacked the warmth of rebirth and the serenity of peace, replaced instead by a dark nebula that consumed starlight. At the heart of this nebula, a black flame, rife with unparalleled rage and hatred, surged forth, pulsating with a Saiyan bloodline resonance identical to that of Goku, yet colder than the malevolent Majin Buu, more chilling than the conquering aura of rage. As though a nightmare birthed from the deepest abyss of darkness was rapidly approaching the center of the universe. What is that aura? Such a potent sense of evil. And the bloodline fluctuation is identical to that of Lord Goku. It is the Black Saiyan aura, even more terrifying than A's and rage. Who could this possibly be? Lady Xiao Fang and the others are at the Cosmic Space Station. A new crisis arises from within the Saiyans. Panic engulfed beings across the cosmos. The recently stabilized order of the universe was once again shrouded in shadow. Countless planets activated their defense systems in haste, and members of the Cosmic Peacekeeping Force assembled, rushing to various defensive lines. The elders of Namek once again initiated the ancient protective formations, attempting to withstand this terrifying presence. They had witnessed Xiao Fang merge ancient and modern bloodlines with the power of Super Saiyan 6, believing that Saiyan civilization would forever safeguard peace. Yet they were unprepared for a cruel fate crisis, stemming from Goku's bloodline, quietly descending upon them, threatening not only the existence of the Saiyans, but the very survival of the entire universe. In the imagery of the celestial canopy, the 21-year-old Xiao Fang had emerged as the universally recognized leader of peace, her golden white battle attire shimmering beneath the starlight, her two-toned hair styled in a high ponytail. Surrounded by a faint dual-colored aura, her eyes reflecting the composure of a leader and the resolve of a warrior. She was with Vegeta and Wufan in the core training area of the space station, instructing a group of young Saiyan warriors in their training. Vegeta, enveloped in a blue aura, firmly corrected the warriors' movements while wielding a battle ring fused with ancient runes. Wufan, radiating a gentle golden aura, patiently guided the warriors in mastering their energy rhythm. Occasionally, Xiao Fang demonstrated, her dual-colored aura flowing seamlessly, always managing to help the warriors break through their energy barriers. The aura drew closer, now within the Milky Way, less than a star system away. Xiaofang's brow furrowed suddenly, her dual-colored aura involuntarily surging. And her Rui stick, refined again, infused with sacred protective energy, materialized in an instant. This aura bore a resonance from the Saiyan bloodline entirely akin to that of her grandfather Goku, with a purity that surpassed even her father. Yet the accompanying evil and ferocity sent shivers down her spine. Its target was unmistakably clear. It was us, and potentially the entire Saiyan civilization. Vegeta clenched his fists, blue lightning flickering across them, his eyes filled with vigilance and intense fighting spirit. Same source bloodline. Could it be a clone created from the bloodline genes that the evil forces exploited during Goku's training in the universe? The Dark Council had once attempted to steal the Saiyan bloodline to forge the perfect warrior, and it appears they have succeeded. No matter who he is, anyone who dares to disrupt peace and tarnish the Saiyan bloodline shall face my wrath. Wu Fan's expression turned grave as golden energy erupted around him, his body leaning slightly forward. His gaze filled with complexity. I have never heard of my father having other children, nor have I sensed such a bloodline fluctuation. However, his power cannot be underestimated. Xiaofang, you have only just stabilized your Super Saiyan 6 form. Vegeta and I will hold him off while you adjust your state and seek out his weaknesses to protect these young warriors. All the young warriors immediately evacuated the core training area to a safe refuge. Activate the highest level of defense barriers. Each team, adhere to the predetermined plans and maintain the defense line. Do not act without orders. Xiaofang's voice resonated through the entire space station, steady and powerful. As her dual-colored energy surged, the protective runes on her Ubong illuminating, ready for battle. Moments later, the multi-layered defense barriers of the space station shattered like glass. A black figure piercing through at a speed surpassing light, gently descending into the core training area. As his feet briefly touched the ground, the entire space station trembled violently, the alloy floor cracking into spiderweb-like patterns, debris scattering everywhere, while the surrounding training equipment was swiftly corroded by the black energy, turning into pools of foul-smelling waste. The figure was a man clad in a black combat suit, his physique remarkably similar to Goku's. Even his facial contours bore a striking resemblance. His short black hair stood upright like steel needles, and his deep red eyes radiated a chilling, murderous intent. He was surrounded by a frenzied and malevolent black energy. With each breath he took, the space around him seemed to be on the verge of being devoured, the air thick with the scent of blood and destruction. A bizarre black symbol marked his chest, the emblem of the Dark Council, which had been obliterated by the Cosmic Alliance years ago. I am Jaiko. The man's voice echoed with a tone reminiscent of Goku's, yet filled with wickedness and brutality, resembling a howl from hell, reverberating throughout the space station and nearby star systems. I am the biological son of Sun Wukong, the true heir of the Saiyan bloodline. You worthless beings who tarnish the power of the Saiyans, today, in the name of Goku's son, I shall annihilate you and restore the Saiyan supremacy, forcing the entire universe to submit beneath my feet. Jaiko, Goku's biological son, Xiaofang, Vegeta, and Wu Fan were simultaneously taken aback, disbelief etched on their faces. Wu Fan's heart raced, for as Goku's eldest son, he had never heard of a brother, particularly one of such malevolence. Impossible. My father, Goku, has dedicated his life to safeguarding peace. There is no way you could be his evil son. Who are you really? A clone of the Dark Council, or a deceitful impostor? Jaiko's lips curled into a cold smirk, his gaze sweeping over the three, filled with utter disdain and murderous intent. Biological son? Huh. I am merely a perfect warrior crafted from the bloodline genes that the Dark Council extracted when they captured Goku during his cosmic training. They nurtured my body with the most malevolent energy and trained me with the cruelest methods, allowing me to grow amidst endless torment, granting me the potential to surpass Goku. I have come to understand that the power of the Saiyans is meant for conquest and destruction, not for protecting the weak. He paused, his gaze landing on Xiaofang, a glimmer of greed and malice flickering within it, as the black energy intensified. Especially you, Xiaofang, having broken through to Super Saiyan 6 and merged ancient and modern bloodlines. Your energy is the finest nourishment for me. Once I consume you, I will purge the remnants of dark energy within me and become the most powerful being in the universe. At that time, the entire universe shall be obliterated in my fury. Before he finished speaking, Jaiko flickered, moving at an extraordinary speed that surpassed Jiafeng's perception, leaving only a black afterimage. He appeared in front of Wu Fan in an instant, his fist imbued with raging black energy, crashing mercilessly into his chest. Caught off guard, Wu Fan barely raised his hand to block, but the impact resonated with a deafening sound. A tremendous force emanating from Jaiko's punch sent Wu Fan hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the alloy wall, which instantly caved in, creating a massive dent. He coughed up blood, his golden energy dimming as he struggled to rise, only to find that his meridians had been severely injured by the black energy, rendering him incapable of mobilizing his power. "Dad!" Xiaofeng shouted furiously, her eyes filled with anger and concern. Her dual-colored energy surged, instantly entering the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 6, transforming her Ri-Bong into a dual-colored whip that sliced through the air towards Jaiko. "How dare you harm my father? I will never let you get away with this." Jaiko's eyes flickered with interest at Xiaofeng's form. He raised his hand to grasp the Ri-Bong, the black energy surging along it, attempting to erode Xiaofeng's energy. "Super Saiyan 6? Quite intriguing. No wonder you can serve as my nourishment. However, before me, such power is still insignificant." With a slight exertion, the Yu-Yi-Bong emitted a strained hum, its dual-colored glow gradually dimming, as if it might be devoured by the black energy at any moment. Xiaofeng gasped in shock, realizing the extent of Jaiko's strength. Even her Super Saiyan 6 energy could not withstand his encroachment. She desperately urged her dual-colored energy, striving to break free, but Jaiko's power was like a cosmic black hole, continuously devouring her energy without yielding. Just then, Jaiko twisted his wrist, pulling Xiaofeng toward him with tremendous force. He pressed his palm against her chest, the black energy flooding into her body, relentlessly assaulting her energy core, seeking to consume her dual-colored energy. Xiaofeng spat out a mouthful of blood, her body crashing against the energy column, which exploded instantly. She struggled to rise, only to find her dual-colored energy firmly suppressed by the black energy, her meridians throbbing with excruciating pain, making even breathing difficult. "Xiaofeng!" Vegeta roared, his blue energy surging as he ascended to the zenith of Super Saiyan Blue evolution, his aura far exceeding that of his battle against Rake. He transformed into a streak of blue lightning, charging toward Jaiko, his fists and feet raining down like a tempest, each strike embodying the culmination of his lifelong training. "You abominable creature that defiles the Saiyan bloodline. I will take you down." Jaiko stood his ground, unyielding to the onslaught. His body was as resilient as the hardest alloy, and Vegeta's blows, instead of inflicting any harm, sent jolts of numbness through his arms, pain radiating from his bones. Super Saiyan Blue evolution? Merely a trivial technique. Before me, you remain worthless. Jaiko scoffed, and with a gentle tremor of the black energy surrounding him, Vegeta was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as his blue energy flickered out. At that moment, a brilliant golden light appeared in the sky, revealing the silhouette of Goku. He retained his familiar appearance, orange martial arts uniform, short black hair, yet his face was marred by sorrow and guilt, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions towards Jaiko, including remorse, heartache, and a hint of helplessness. "Jaiko, stop!" Goku's voice trembled, resonating throughout the universe. "I am sorry. If I had not been careless and allowed the Dark Council to capture you, you would not have been exploited and transformed into what you are today. But you cannot continue down this path. Conquest and destruction are never the way of the Saiyans. Protection is." Jaiko gazed upon the ethereal figure of Wukong, his eyes brimming with rage and contempt. A dark aura surged forth, threatening to engulf the entire training area. "Son Wukong, how dare you show your face again? You abandoned me, leaving me to grow amidst the torment of the Dark Council, transforming me into a monster nourished by malevolent energy. You have never fulfilled your duties as a father, yet now you come to chastise me? Today, I shall not only annihilate them, but also you and the entire universe, making all beings experience the suffering I endured." Wukong's spectral form shook its head, sorrow etched across his features, the golden radiance intensifying around him. "Jaiko, I understand the pain that resides within you, and I know of your hatred towards me. Yet, such animosity will only lead you further into darkness, making you a puppet of the Dark Council. The power of the Saiyans is not meant for vengeance, but for protection. It was my failure that I could not safeguard you back then, Today, I shall not allow you to harm anyone further. I will use my strength to help cleanse the evil within you and guide you back to your true self." As his words faded, Wukong's spectral form transformed into a golden beam of energy, akin to warm sunlight, gently merging with Xiaofang's being. An unprecedented warmth surged within her, unleashing the suppressed dual energies inside her. The dark flames began to dissipate before the advancing golden energy, and the excruciating pain in her meridians gradually subsided. Xiaofang opened her eyes, determination flashing within them. The intertwining dual energies surrounding her merged with Wukong's golden essence, coalescing into a purer and more formidable tricolored flame. Gold symbolized ancient power, white represented the belief in protection, and the sacred golden hue embodied Wukong's legacy and redemption. The holy redemption form of Super Saiyan 6. This was the ultimate evolution of Super Saiyan 6, a perfect fusion of Xiaofang's dual energies and Wukong's sacred redemptive force. It possessed not only the pure strength of ancient Saiyans, but also the protective conviction of modern ones, along with the divine power to purify all evil, a manifestation of the Saiyan's most potent redemptive form. The mere release of this aura caused the very fabric of the universe to tremble. Jaiko's dark flames were firmly suppressed by the tricolored flames, gradually dissipating, as the malevolent aura in the air was purified. Is this the sacred redemptive energy? The power of Sun Wukong? Jaiko's eyes were filled with disbelief and fury as the dark flames surged once more. Impossible. I will never succumb to you. I will never be defeated by the father who forsook me. The black flames enveloping Jaiko swelled, transforming into a colossal pillar of energy that shot towards the heavens. He conjured a dark energy sphere in his hands, containing the terrifying power to obliterate the universe. The surrounding space was torn apart, emitting a sibilant sound, as countless tiny black holes formed around the sphere, devouring all matter and energy in their vicinity. Dark Destruction Cannon. Today, I shall obliterate you and the entire universe in the wake of my hatred. The energy sphere, imbued with the might to consume all, hurtled towards Xiaofang. As it passed, the space warped, stars were devoured, and it seemed as though the very universe was yielding to this onslaught. Xiaofang inhaled deeply, determination and sorrow flickering in her eyes. She sensed Wukong's power and felt Jaiko's anguish and hatred, an abandonment, a relentless torment, an unfathomable loneliness. She clasped her hands together and then slowly spread them apart, the tricolored energy coalescing in her palms, forming a colossal tricolored orb of light, embodying the belief in protection, the sacred redemptive power and compassion for Jaiko. Its brilliance was blinding, and the surrounding dark energies began to purify under its luminous embrace. Jaiko, I understand your pain, and I know the unimaginable torments you have endured over the years. Xiaofang's voice, tinged with sorrow and resolve, resonated throughout the universe through the energy harmony. Grandfather Wukong has never abandoned you. He has been searching for you all these years, burdened by the guilt of past mistakes. Today, I do not wish to harm you. I only want you to understand that the power of the Saiyans is for protection, not destruction. It is love, not hatred. It is redemption, not revenge. She thrust the tricolored orb forward, shouting, Kamehameha, sacred redemption. A massive tricolored beam erupted forth, colliding with Jaiko's dark destruction cannon. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only the chaotic intertwining of tricolored and black light, devouring and forming a colossal energy barrier that enveloped the entire star system. The tricolored beam represented protection, sanctity, and redemption, while the black energy symbolized hatred, annihilation, and evil. Their clash was akin to the tragic fate of a father and son torn apart, a final confrontation between justice and malevolence, and the ultimate choice between salvation and damnation. Beings across the universe held their breaths, their eyes fixed upon the celestial collision. They clasped their hands together, silently praying for Xiaofang's victory and for Jaiko to relinquish his hatred and return to the righteous path. They observed as the tricolored beam initially faltered under the weight of the black energy, retreating as if it would be consumed at any moment. The stars of the galaxy began to extinguish, and the very space began to collapse. Yet, in that moment, Xiaofang's resolve grew stronger. She infused all her energy into the tricolored beam, while Wukong's sacred redemptive energy surged within her, cleansing Jaiko's dark flames. Countless beings across numerous planets extended their hands in unison, transmitting their beliefs and hopes to Xiaofang. Countless streams of belief and hope transformed into golden specks of light, converging within her tricolored beam. Xiaofang, you can do it. You must redeem Xiaiko. Xiaiko, release your hatred. Peace is the essence of the universe. Love is the foundation of strength. Lord Wukong, we hope you can resolve this tragedy between father and son. An endless stream of beliefs and hopes surged forth, merging into a torrent that infused the tricolored beam. The tricolored beam swelled instantaneously, its power magnifying, pushing back against the black energy. The brightness of the tricolored light intensified, gradually consuming the darkness, dispelling the hatred little by little. A flicker of disbelief and anguish crossed Xiaiko's eyes as he sensed the protection, sanctity, and profound compassion contained within the tricolored beam. He also felt Wukong's guilt and heartache, causing the hatred within him to waver. Deep down, he had never wished to destroy the universe. He merely sought his father, longed to express the pain of these years, and craved understanding and love. No, it's impossible. I cannot lose. The hatred within me cannot simply vanish. Xiaiko roared, attempting to channel the last remnants of evil energy into the dark destruction cannon, only to realize that the black flames within him were being purified by the tricolored beam. The hatred in his heart began to dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming sense of grievance and solitude. The tricolored beam ultimately consumed the black energy entirely and surged toward Xiaiko. He did not evade. Instead, he gazed at the approaching tricolored beam, his eyes filled with pain and a sense of release. He finally comprehended that his long-standing hatred had merely been self-deception. Wukong had never forsaken him, and the path of the Saiyans was never one of destruction and conquest. Memories of the torment from the Dark Council, his lonely upbringing, and his yearning for paternal love flooded his mind, and tears streamed down his face. Father, I am sorry, Xiaiko, his voice quivered, gradually dissipating into the cosmos. His body was entirely engulfed by the tricolored beam. The dark flames purified into a pure golden Saiyan energy, merging with the universe. Only a faint glimmer of his soul remained, gently drifting towards Xiaofang, enveloped in the embrace of the tricolored beam. Xiaofang extended her hand, cautiously cradling the soul's light, her eyes filled with compassion. She could sense the grievance and loneliness contained within the light, as well as Xiaiko's yearning for paternal love. After the battle, Xiaofang's tricolored aura gradually faded, her hair returning to its dual hue, her eyes shifting back to dual colors. Her body weakened, nearly collapsing, but was caught by the timely arrival of Gohan and Vegeta. Wukong's spectral form reappeared, his face radiant with relief and understanding as he gazed at the soul's light in Xiaofang's hands, filled with tenderness and remorse. Xiaofang, well done. Wukong's voice trembled slightly. You have not only safeguarded the peace of the universe, but also purified the hatred within Xiaiko's heart, fulfilling the wish I was unable to complete years ago. Grandfather is proud of you. Grandfather. Xiaiko's voice carried a hint of choked emotion. Wukong shook his head, his face radiating warmth. He was simply too lonely, too desperate for love. I will carry his soul to seek a place where he can begin anew, allowing him to make amends for the regrets of these years. Xiaofang, thank you for redeeming him, and for redeeming me as well. Upon finishing his words, Wukong's ethereal form enveloped the glimmering essence of Xiaiko's soul, gradually dispersing into the cosmos, leaving behind a warm golden glow that illuminated the entire galaxy like sunlight. As the scenes in the celestial canopy gradually calmed, the core training area of the cosmic space station was restored to its former glory. The brilliance of stars reigniting throughout the galaxy, filling the air with an atmosphere of peace and warmth. Xiaofang, Gohan, Vegeta, and others gathered together, their faces adorned with expressions of relief, knowing that this tumultuous father-son conflict had finally come to an end. Chapter 11. The Eternal Legacy of Saiyan Guardianship Under the Celestial Harmony. The cosmic canopy remained silent for a year, as the echoes of Xiaiko's tragedy faded. When the stardust, born from the souls of Wukong and Xiaiko, began to flow gently through the galaxy, transforming into a warm light of redemption within the universe, the brilliant light curtain reignited. This time, the scene was devoid of the shadows of destruction or the sorrow of fate. Instead, it was replaced by a magnificent star network that spanned the universe. This network, woven from countless strands of gentle energy beams, connected every celestial body within the cosmos, each beam pulsating with the protective energy of the Saiyans, cradling the universe in nurturing embrace, much like a mother's arms. What is that? Such warm energy. It envelopes the entire universe. Xiao Fong, Vegeta, and Gohan stood atop the cosmic space station. They were guiding the energy to weave the star network. Could it be that the Saiyans were establishing an eternal shield of guardianship for the entire universe? The beings throughout the universe erupted in excitement. Countless inhabitants of various planets stepped outside their homes, gazing up at the resplendent star network in the sky, feeling the warmth emanating from the energy beams. Their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. They had witnessed the Saiyans endure innumerable trials, from ancient conquests to modern guardianship, from the fragmentation of bloodlines to the rebirth of civilizations. Now, the Saiyans had finally, through their own strength, bestowed upon the universe their most steadfast promise of protection. In the celestial imagery, the 22-year-old Xiao Fong had become an irreplaceable symbol of peace within the universe. She donned a brand new star-white battlesuit, adorned with star network patterns that spanned galaxies, glowing softly with each breath she took. Her dual-colored hair cascaded over her shoulders, strands shimmering with gentle energy points, surrounded by pure dual-colored flames. Her gaze radiated tranquility and gentleness, embodying the majesty of a leader and the compassion of a guardian. She stood at the center of the platform atop the cosmic space station, holding the Rui Bang, a staff that carried countless stories. The protective runes on the Rui Bang and ancient symbols illuminated simultaneously, emanating a warm and powerful energy, becoming the core of the star network. Surrounding the platform were Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks II, and Wu Tianna, alongside dozens of young Saiyan warriors who had grown up. They formed a circle, each releasing their core energy. Golden, blue, green, and silvery beams surged forth from within them, converging onto the Rui Bang in Xiao Fong's hands. The Rui Bang then dispersed the energy, weaving it into a star network that enveloped the entire universe. Jaiko's tragedy taught us that the peace of the universe requires not only powerful guardianship, but also mutual understanding and warmth. The rebirth of Saiyan civilization signifies not only the fusion of bloodlines, but also the inheritance of responsibility. Xiao Fong's voice resonated throughout the universe, gentle yet filled with strength, every word nourishing the hearts of countless beings like a spring rain. Today, we shall weave this protective star network with the core energy of the Saiyans as the guiding force, and the peaceful beliefs of all living beings in the universe as the foundation. This star network will not interfere with the development of any civilization. It will only activate its protective barriers in times of cosmic crisis, purifying the malevolent energies. Simultaneously, it will nourish the universe's ecology, facilitating the flow of energy between planets, transforming the entire cosmos into a harmonious entity. Vegeta nodded, the blue flames surrounding him becoming more subdued, his eyes filled with recognition and determination. In my pursuit of power, I once sought only to surpass Wukong. Now, I understand that true strength lies in using that power to protect all that is worthy of safeguarding. This star network is our promise to the universe, a rectification of our past mistakes, and a commitment to our future aspirations. Gohan's golden flames flowed gently, a smile of contentment gracing his features. Since my father Wukong, the Saiyans have been seeking the meaning of strength. With Xiao Fong's generation, we have finally discovered the answer. The essence of strength is guardianship, responsibility, and love. This star network is the finest interpretation of that meaning. Piccolo's green energy oscillated gently as he spoke with a steady voice. I have fought alongside the Saiyans my entire life, witnessing their growth and transformation. This star network is not only a guardian of the Saiyans, but also a shared wish of all beings who protect peace. Today, I pledge my energy to strengthen this network, safeguarding this hard-won peace. Trunks II and Wu Tianna's eyes glimmered with resolve, their energy beams growing ever more radiant. We are the new generation of Saiyans, the guardians of universal peace. This star network is our responsibility and our legacy. We shall dedicate our lives to protecting this network and the entire universe. As everyone spoke, Xiao Fong took a deep breath, slowly closing her eyes, channeling her dual-colored energy into the Rui Bang. The runes on the Rui Bang erupted with dazzling light, the energy surging forth like a fountain, weaving into a colossal star network throughout the universe. The patterns of the star network extended continuously, connecting every celestial body, every star, and every nebula within the cosmos. The moment the star network enveloped the entire universe, Countless gentle energy beams cascaded down from the network, nourishing the ecology of each planet and purifying the lingering malevolent energies in the air. At the moment the star network activated, the entire universe began to tremble gently. The brilliance of the stars intensified, and the colors of the nebulae became more vibrant. Countless planets, once inhospitable to life, began to show signs of vitality. Those scarred by war saw their ecological environments rapidly restored, with withered plants reviving and dried rivers flowing once more with crystal-clear water. Beings across the universe felt the warmth brought by the star network, stepping outside their homes, gazing up at the brilliant star network in the sky, their faces lighting up with joyous smiles. Some residents clasped their hands in prayer, others danced and sang to celebrate this historic moment, while some took up tools to rebuild their homes, knowing that from now on, the universe would possess eternal guardianship, and they would no longer fear war or disaster. At that moment, countless dazzling lights suddenly appeared in the sky, revealing the ethereal forms of Wukong, Rege, and even Jaiko. Wukong wore a warm smile. His eyes filled with contentment. Rege's face bore a serene smile, eyes brimming with anticipation for the future of Saiyan civilization. Jaiko's ethereal form displayed a hint of relief, his gaze imbued with gratitude. Xiao Fong, well done. Wukong's voice echoed throughout the universe, warm and resolute. You have not only completed the rebirth of Saiyan civilization, but have also brought eternal guardianship to the entire universe, fulfilling my lifelong dream. The guardianship of the Saiyans shall forever endure, becoming the most radiant light within the cosmos. The voice of Lei Gu resonated, imbued with a hint of nostalgia. I once fixated on conquest, neglecting the invaluable nature of peace. Today, I have finally comprehended that true glory lies in safeguarding peace with strength, ensuring that every being in the universe can thrive in happiness. Xiaofeng, you are the pride of the Saiyan civilization, as well as the pride of the entire universe. Jaiko's voice, tinged with emotion yet overflowing with gratitude, echoed, Thank you. Xiaofeng, thank you, grandfather. It is you who have redeemed me, illuminating the essence of strength as love and protection. Today, I willingly merge my purified energy into the star network, becoming a part of the cosmic guardianship, to atone for my past transgressions. As his voice faded, the ethereal forms of Wukong, Lei Gu, and Jaiko gently dissipated into three distinct beams of energy, merging into the star network. The radiance of the star network instantly intensified, its energy becoming purer and more stable, evolving into an eternal barrier for the universe. Xiaofeng slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the star network enveloping the cosmos, her face graced with a blissful smile. She understood that this star network was not merely a shield for the Saiyans, but a collective aspiration of all beings devoted to peace. It represented not only the legacy of the Saiyan civilization, but also the shared treasure of the entire universe. Subsequently, Xiaofeng, Beiji Ta, Wu Fan, and others returned to the Cosmic Space Station. In the plaza of the station, the chairman of the Cosmic Alliance had awaited their arrival, flanked by representatives from various planets, all bearing faces illuminated with excitement and gratitude. The square was thronged with members of the Cosmic Peacekeeping Force and residents from diverse planets, waving flags symbolizing peace, their faces radiant with respect and pride. Lady Xiaofeng, congratulations on successfully weaving the Cosmic Guardianship Network with the Saiyans, bringing eternal peace to the entire universe. The chairman of the Cosmic Alliance stepped forward, respectfully proclaiming, his voice resonating through the loudspeakers, filling the square and extending throughout the cosmos. This star network is the greatest achievement in the history of cosmic civilization. It not only protects the peace of the universe, but also fosters communication and cooperation among planets, rendering the universe a harmonious whole. In gratitude for your monumental contribution and that of the Saiyans, the Cosmic Alliance has resolved to elevate Saiyan Peace Day to Cosmic Peace Day, commemorating the birth of the star network and honoring the efforts of all beings dedicated to safeguarding peace. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, cheers rising in waves as representatives from various planets approached to express their gratitude and respect towards Xiaofeng and her companions. Some presented the most precious gifts from their planets, others delivered impassioned speeches, and still others embraced Xiaofeng and her allies, conveying their heartfelt appreciation. Xiaofeng accepted the Cosmic Eternal Guardian Medal bestowed by the Cosmic Alliance, crafted from the core energy crystal of the Star Network. its surface engraved with the patterns of the network and the words unity of the stars, eternal peace. She affixed the medal to her chest, her gaze resolute as she declared, "Esteemed Chairman of the Cosmic Alliance, beloved beings of the cosmos, I am grateful for the recognition from the Cosmic Alliance and for the support and trust of all beings. The birth of the Cosmic Guardianship Network is a result of our collective efforts. The peace of the universe necessitates our shared protection. From this day forth, the Saiyans shall forever be the guardians of cosmic peace. We will join hands with the Cosmic Alliance and stand shoulder to shoulder with all beings to maintain the stability of the star network and to promote the advancement of cosmic civilization, ensuring that every being in the universe can thrive in an environment of peace, warmth, and happiness, co-creating a splendid future." Xiao Fang's words garnered resounding applause, cheers reverberating once more, echoing throughout the cosmic space station, across the entire star system, and throughout the universe. In the days that followed, Xiao Fang led the Saiyans on a new mission to uphold the stability of the Cosmic Guardianship Network, spreading the ideals of peace and love. She personally visited various planets, engaging with local leaders to understand their needs and assist them in overcoming challenges. She established peace academies in the cosmos, enlightening more beings about the significance of the star network and the preciousness of peace, nurturing a new generation of guardians for tranquility. Vegeta took the helm of training the Cosmic Peacekeeping Force, merging his combat experience with the energy utilization methods of the Saiyans to devise a novel training regimen. This program emphasized not only the enhancement of strength, but also the cultivation of teamwork, transforming the Cosmic Peacekeeping Force into the backbone of cosmic tranquility. Wu Fan undertook the task of documenting the history and legacy of the Saiyans, authoring the History of Saiyan Civilization, which meticulously chronicled the evolution of the Saiyans from ancient times to the present, recounting the battles of Wukong, Vegeta, Xiao Fang, and others, as well as the Saiyans' contributions to cosmic peace, thereby allowing more beings to understand the Saiyans and their spirit. Baiku, Talon Kusier, Wu Tianna, and others each fulfilled their respective roles. Baiku guided young warriors in energy utilization. Talon Kusier managed the daily monitoring and maintenance of the star network, while Wu Tianna facilitated cultural exchanges among planets, promoting the fusion and development of cosmic civilizations. Under the leadership of the Saiyans, the order of cosmic peace grew increasingly stable, with more frequent exchanges and collaborations between planets and rapid advancements in technology and civilization. Countless beings from various planets began to study the martial arts of the Saiyans, not only to enhance their own capabilities, but also to inherit the Saiyan spirit of guardianship, becoming protectors of cosmic peace. As the scenes on the celestial canvas gradually settled, Xiao Fang, Vegeta, Wu Fan, and others gathered with representatives from various planets to partake in the Cosmic Peace Day celebration. The plaza was adorned with vibrant lights and filled with joyous laughter, illuminated by the radiance of the Star Guardianship Network, which added a warm hue to the festivities. The distant star systems sparkled brilliantly, the warmth and brightness of the stars suffusing the entire universe with an atmosphere of peace and happiness. At that moment, golden words materialized on the celestial canvas, a supreme tribute from the universe to the Saiyans and the ultimate chapter of the Saiyan legend. Unity of the stars, guardians of eternity, peace in mind, legacy unbroken. Xiao Fang led the Saiyans, weaving a protective net across the cosmos through the fusion of bloodlines, the steadfastness of beliefs, and the redemption of love, accomplishing the ultimate mission of the Saiyan civilization and ushering in eternal peace for the entire universe. From this day forth, the spirit of Saiyan guardianship will permeate every corner of the universe, walking alongside all beings, writing a beautiful future for cosmic civilization with love and warmth. The Saiyan legend will stand as an eternal monument in the annals of cosmic history, illuminating the infinite expanse of time and space. As the words faded, the celestial canopy of the universe gradually dimmed, this time devoid of reluctance, filled solely with tranquility and hope. Countless beings understood that the Saiyan legend had reached its most perfect conclusion. The peace of the universe will endure eternally, and the spirit of Saiyan guardianship will be perpetuated forever. On the apex platform of the cosmic space station, Xiao Fang gazed at the star network enveloping the entire universe, her face alight with a blissful smile. She recognized that this was not the end, but rather a new beginning. She would lead the Saiyans to eternally safeguard this star network, to continuously protect the peace of the universe, allowing the spirit of Saiyan guardianship to be eternally passed down in the cosmos, ensuring the stars unite and peace prevails. Guardianship of the Saiyans, an eternal legacy, cosmic peace, a perpetual existence. This is the ultimate answer from the celestial canopy, as well as the most perfect epilogue of the Saiyan legend. Chapter 43, The Hidden Secrets of the Soul Crystal, Dark Schemes of the Shadow. Beside the medical pod at the research center of the Western City, Krillin focused intently on the screen displaying by Kuz steadily stabilizing vital signs, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the table. Bu-erma crouched beside the shattered remnants of the absorption device that Wukong had just destroyed, scanning the residual dark purple energy with a specialized instrument. Her brow furrowed in concentration. The wavelengths of this dark energy were peculiar. She projected the scanning data onto the holographic screen, where black patterns intertwined with the residual energy of the Saiyans, forming an eerie network that resembled both biological energy and the coldness of mechanical devices. More importantly, there was a trace of spatial fluctuation within it. Clint approached for a closer look and was immediately taken aback. Spatial fluctuations? Can they really traverse space? It was not a complete teleportation, but rather an energy anchoring. Bulma brought up satellite images of the desolate explosion scene and pointed to the dissipating black light curtain. Look here, after the energy explosion, there are faint spatial folds. They must have swiftly retreated through these folds. This technology is even more precise than our current understanding of spatial jumps. At that moment, Wukong's figure appeared at the laboratory door. His three-colored energy not yet fully retracted, and his clothes still dusted with debris from the wasteland. He tossed a black crystal, retrieved from the cloaked man, to Bulma. I found this on the guy I intercepted. It contains a significant amount of dark energy. He paused, his expression serious. The figure in the light curtain called himself the Shadow Lord. The sense of energy pressure he exuded was stronger than any enemy I've encountered. Bulma caught the crystal and immediately placed it into a specially designed isolation container. The interior of the container illuminated with a blue protective shield, yet the crystal continued to emit a faint black mist, seemingly attempting to penetrate the barrier. The Shadow Lord, she typed rapidly on the keyboard, trying to analyze the energy structure within the crystal. The detector indicated that this crystal was a concentrated vessel of shadow energy, storing not only energy, but also a wealth of encrypted information. Can we decrypt it? Wukong approached the isolation container, the blue power of the soul gem quietly circulating as it probed the crystal's interior. He could sense that, in addition to pure dark energy, countless fragmented consciousness pieces were trapped within, emitting faint wails as if ensnared in darkness. It is challenging. This encryption method resembles a soul imprint rather than a digital or energy code, Bulma replied, shaking her head with a hint of resignation. However, I can attempt to use the soul gem's energy as a key to forcibly extract the information. Wukong, can your blue energy assist? Wukong nodded, positioning his palm toward the isolation container as a gentle blue energy slowly infused into it. Upon contact with the dark energy within the crystal, a ripple was instantly stirred, causing the black mist on the surface of the crystal to churn violently, while the protective shield within the container flickered erratically. Steady, Bulma shouted, her hands swiftly manipulating the control panel to channel more energy into the protective device. I need you to use the power of the soul to calm those consciousness fragments. They are currently very unstable, and if they go berserk, they could destroy the entire laboratory. Wukong took a deep breath, infusing a hint of green, earthly willpower into the blue energy, rendering it even gentler. He became a listener, submerging his consciousness into the crystal. The fragmented consciousness pieces felt the warmth of his energy, their wails gradually subsiding as they began to slowly gravitate toward the blue energy. Through these fragments of consciousness, Wukong seemed to glimpse shattered scenes. Countless planets swallowed by darkness, beings losing their minds under the erosion of shadow energy, reduced to puppets. The Shadow Lord sitting upon a throne of darkness, surrounded by numerous black crystals, each housing the soul energy of a planet, and fragments of information regarding the Shadow Plan, mentioning the Saiyan potential purification power in relation to the core of earthly will. These fragments are the souls plundered by the forces of darkness. Wukong's heart trembled, the blue energy erupting forth to envelop the consciousness fragments. They were collecting the soul energy of various planets to amplify their own dark power. Just then, the crystals suddenly shook violently, and a black energy shockwave erupted from within, instantly breaking through the protective shield and hurtling toward Wukong. Not good. It's an energy backlash, Bulma exclaimed, attempting to activate the emergency defense system, but it was too late. Wukong's gaze sharpened, intertwining golden Saiyan power with green, earthly willpower, forming a three-colored barrier before him. The black shockwave collided with the barrier, producing a deafening screech as the golden and green energies were gradually eroded by darkness, dimming slowly. Soul Gem power, break! Wukong shouted, the blue energy within him surging forth like a sword piercing the core of the black shockwave. The insight contained within the blue energy swiftly identified the shockwave's weakness, completely dismantling it. The crystal within the isolation container lost its energy support, gradually fading into a pile of black dust. Bulma let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. That was close, but fortunately, we managed to decipher part of the information. She projected the analyzed information onto the holographic screen, revealing a blurry text and a complex star map. This text mentions that the Shadow Lord's target is the core of Earth's will. He believes that the purifying power generated by earthly will is the greatest obstacle to his consuming the universe. And this star map, Bulma pointed to a red glowing point on the map, indicates a stronghold of the shadow forces in the universe, approximately 50 light-years from Earth. More importantly, the star map marks an energy transport route, and the endpoint is none other than Namek. Namek? Klin's eyes widened. What would they want on Namek? Is it for the Dragon Balls? Possible, but more likely for Namek's life energy, Wukong replied, his gaze darkening. The spiritual energy of Namek is denser than that of Earth, and the Namekians inherently possess powerful life energy, making them an excellent source of sustenance for the shadow forces. He thought of Piccolo and his kin on Namek, a wave of concern washing over him. If the shadow forces truly invaded Namek, the Namekians would likely struggle to resist. There is even worse news, Bulma's voice broke through. Laced with gravity, the decrypted information indicates that Vegeta has already made contact with the shadow forces. The Shadow Lord has promised to help him enhance his power, with the condition that he assists in locating the core of Earth's will. What? Krillin gasped. That guy Vegeta has actually colluded with the shadow forces? Does he not fear being used by them? The pride of the Saiyans makes it unbearable for him to accept defeat. Wukong shook his head, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He lost to me, and his heart is undoubtedly filled with resentment. The Shadow Lord seized upon this to form an alliance with him. For Vegeta, as long as he can grow stronger, he would be willing to strike a deal even with the devil. At that moment, the medical chamber emitted a faint alert tone, and the screen showed a significant fluctuation in Piccolo's life signs. Piccolo is waking up, Krillin exclaimed excitedly, rushing to the medical chamber. The soft blue light of the medical chamber gradually dimmed, the door slowly opening. Piccolo slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion lingering in his dark green pupils. He moved his fingers, feeling the power within him gradually restoring, a weak yet defiant smile appearing on his face. I'm not dead? Of course not. If you were dead, who would help me deal with Vegeta and the shadow forces? Wukong approached the medical chamber, a look of relief gracing his features. Piccolo struggled to sit up, and Wukong extended a hand to steady him. Upon feeling the three-colored energy emanating from Wukong's palm, surprise flickered in Piccolo's eyes. Your energy has grown stronger. After a grand battle, one always experiences growth. Wukong smiled and briefly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Piccolo's expression turned grave. The shadow forces and Vegeta. It seems Earth's troubles are escalating. He paused, looking at Wukong. What do you plan to do? First, we must swiftly enhance our powers. Wukong's gaze was resolute. When Vegeta returns, he will undoubtedly be significantly stronger, especially with the aid of the shadow forces. We must be thoroughly prepared. Secondly, we need to locate the core of Earth's will and ensure they do not succeed. At last, we must send someone to Namek to remind our compatriots there to exercise caution. I will train alongside you, Piccolo declared, a flicker of battle intent gleaming in his eyes. Although my strength has yet to be fully restored, it will not be long before I return to my peak state. Moreover, I am quite familiar with Namek and can take responsibility for contacting the individuals there. Excellent. Goku nodded. Krillin, you should train with us as well. Your energy blast technique is impressive. With further enhancement, you will undoubtedly become an asset to us. Bulma, I ask that you continue analyzing the information on the shadow forces while also developing more defensive weapons and energy potions. Rest assured, I will handle it. Bulma responded confidently. having already formulated some preliminary ideas. Perhaps by harnessing the energy of the Soul Stone, we could create weapons specifically designed to counteract the shadow energy. While the group was devising their strategy, far away in the depths of the universe, Vegeta's spaceship was en route to the stronghold of the shadow forces. Within the cockpit, Vegeta gazed at the projection of the Shadow Lord on the screen, a smirk of disdain mixed with anticipation gracing his features. Can you truly make me stronger than Son Goku? Of course, the Shadow Lord's voice resonated coldly and seductively. I can awaken the dormant dark Saiyan blood within you, amplifying your combat power several times over, even surpassing that of a Super Saiyan. However, in exchange, you must assist me in locating the core of Earth's will and eliminate Son Goku. A glint of madness flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Eliminate Son Goku? I will gladly do it myself. But first, I need to see your sincerity. Sincerity? The Shadow Lord scoffed, and a beam of dark energy shot from the projection, merging into Vegeta's body. This was a fragment of shadow energy that would temporarily bolster your strength, serving as my token of sincerity. Once you reach my stronghold, I will grant you even greater power. Feeling the surge of dark energy within him, Vegeta noted the spike in the combat power detector. A satisfied smile spreading across his face. Very well, I am on my way. However, you had best not deceive me. Otherwise, you will pay dearly. The projection vanished, and Vegeta clenched his fists, a fierce glint in his eyes. Son Goku, this time, I shall surely defeat you. The spaceship transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the depths of the cosmos. Meanwhile, in the western capital of Earth, Goku and his companions commenced their rigorous training. An impending battle, pivotal not only for Earth but for the entire universe, was quietly brewing. The Shadow Lord's scheme was gradually surfacing, and Vegeta's betrayal had complicated the situation further. Goku and his allies were on the brink of unprecedented challenges. Chapter 44. The Purgatory of Refinement and the Core of Shadows on the desolate plains outside the western capital. Fierce winds whipped up debris, and the remnants of former battlefields were carved with deep grooves by new energy shockwaves. Goku, bare-chested, his bronze skin shimmering like metal under the sun, was enveloped in a vortex of tricolored energy. Each punch he threw reverberated with a sound that tore through the air, as the golden Saiyan power clashed with the green energy of Earth's will, creating fist-sized craters half a meter deep in the ground. Not enough, he exclaimed, as the blue energy of the Soul Stone erupted within him, wrapping around his punch like fine threads. The previously chaotic energy suddenly became concentrated, leaving a distorted light trail as the tricolored punch pierced the air, striking a distant boulder. With a tremendous boom, the boulder was first penetrated by the energy, then disintegrated into ash under the purifying force. Not far away, Piccolo floated cross-legged in midair, a deep green energy swirling around him. The wound on his back had completely healed, leaving only a faint scar. He formed hand seals, chanting ancient incantations from Namek, his energy beginning to resonate with the natural spirit energy around him. Debris from the ground slowly rose, coalescing before him into a massive rocky barrier. Suddenly, the barrier exploded. Countless shards infused with deep green energy shot forth like a meteor shower. Though Earth's spirit energy was sparse, its purity was remarkably high. Piccolo opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding illuminating them. By merging the life energy of Namek with Earth's spirit energy, both his defense and offense could be elevated to a new level. He waved his hand, conjuring a deep green energy shield before him. Goku's recent tricolored energy blast collided with the shield, only to be forcefully rebuffed, the residual energy waves causing the surrounding air to tremble. Krillin was diligently honing his energy blast technique nearby. His hands moved swiftly to form seals, compressing the white energy surrounding him into a pea-sized energy ball. He hurled the energy ball, which appeared feeble but possessed astounding penetrative power, instantly piercing through 10 stacked steel plates and finally exploding into a fist-sized crater in the ground. Krillin, try this. Goku flashed to his side, releasing a surge of green, purifying energy from his palm. Merge your energy with this purifying force. It will be more effective against the shadow energy. Krillin nodded and, following Goku's guidance, infused the purifying energy into his blast. The white energy ball was soon tinged with a light green hue, and upon striking a rock laden with remnants of shadow energy, a green light erupted, causing the black patterns on the rock to rapidly fade as if encountering their nemesis, ultimately reducing it to dust. Incredible, Krillin exclaimed, his eyes filled with determination. Thus, the trio toiled day and night on the plains. Goku's tricolored energy became increasingly harmonious, and the insight from the Soul Stone allowed him to foresee energy flow trajectories, even briefly manipulating his opponent's energy. Piccolo's Namekian energy fused deeply with Earth's spirit energy, leading to the development of new techniques such as Ling Yan binding and green flame incineration, while his defenses reached unprecedented strength. Krillin perfected his energy blast technique, creating an array of advanced techniques like the purifying energy blast and multiple energy blast formations, far exceeding his previous capabilities. Meanwhile, within the research center of the Western capital, Bulma furrowed her brows, contemplating the holographic model of Earth displayed on the screen. Countless red dots flickered across the globe's surface, representing residual traces of shadow energy. According to the analyzed information, the core of Earth's should be located in the area with the highest density of spirit energy. She tapped on the model, which immediately magnified, pointing towards the Qingzhong Plateau, the region with the richest spirit energy and an ancient energy barrier, likely the core's location. Suddenly, the control console blared an urgent alarm, and one of the red dots on the screen brightened dramatically before swiftly moving. Not good. Bulma's expression shifted alarmingly. A reconnaissance vessel from the Shadow Forces had breached the Qingzhong Plateau, and they were searching for the core of Will. She quickly brought up the visual feed of the probe, revealing a small black spaceship flying low among the snow-capped mountains, emitting a faint dark energy as it scanned the terrain below. The vessel's exterior bore the same shadow patterns as the cloaked figures encountered previously. Goku, urgent situation. Bulma quickly connected to Goku's communicator. The Shadow Forces probe has entered the Qingzhong Plateau, targeting the core of Earth's will. While training, Goku heard Bulma's voice, and his energy instantly coalesced as his expression turned serious. I'm on my way. He turned to Piccolo and Krillin behind him. Continue your training. I will stop them. Wait. I'll go with you. Piccolo flashed to Goku's side. The terrain of the Qingzhong Plateau was complex, and there might be ambushes from the Shadow Forces. The more help, the better. Goku considered for a moment before nodding. All right, Krillin, we leave this to you. If anything unusual occurs, notify us immediately. You can count on me. Krillin affirmed resolutely. The two exchanged glances, unleashing their energy, transforming into a streak of golden-green light as they sped towards the Qingzhong Plateau. Atop the snowy peaks of the Qingzhong Plateau, the biting cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced through the air. The black spaceship hovered midway up one of the mountains, its scanning apparatus emitting a ghostly purple light as it probed the energy fluctuations beneath the ground. Within the spacecraft, two figures cloaked in black fixated on the data stream displayed on the screen, their expressions tinged with excitement. As anticipated, the fluctuations in energy were indeed intense. The core of the Earth's must be in proximity. The figure on the left spoke in a gravelly voice. The one on the right, however, was more cautious. His gaze locked onto the radar skin displayed on the screen, his brow furrowed. Be careful. The detector indicates a powerful energy response rapidly approaching, likely Sun Wukong and Piccolo. What is there to fear? We are merely here to ascertain the location. As soon as we relay the coordinates, our mission will be deemed complete. The left figure dismissed the warning, hastening the scanning process, soon to pinpoint the exact location of the core. Once we transmit the coordinates, we will withdraw immediately. At that moment, the spacecraft suddenly shook violently as a golden energy force penetrated the rear, billowing thick black smoke. Sun Wukong and Piccolo appeared in the snow before the spacecraft, their eyes cold and fixed upon it. Your reconnaissance ends here. Sun Wukong's body surged with tricolored energy, poised to strike. The spacecraft's hatch opened, and the two cloaked figures leaped out, landing in the snow, their dark energy surging and forming two black energy barriers. Sun Wukong and Piccolo, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly, the figure on the right remarked coldly. However, our task is already accomplished. The coordinates of the core have been transmitted back, and you cannot thwart the Master's plan. Transmitted back? Sun Wukong's expression darkened. Then there is no need for you to leave. With a swift motion, he condensed tricolored energy into a fist and struck towards the figure on the left. The left figure quickly raised a hand to form a dark energy shield, but with a resounding crash, the shield shattered under Sun Wukong's blow. The cloaked figure coughed up a spray of black blood, propelled backward, and crashed heavily into the snow. Piccolo charged toward the figure on the right, his hands forming a dark green energy sphere, which he hurled with force. The right figure, unwilling to concede, conjured a black energy sphere of his own, and the two spheres collided. With a thunderous explosion, both energy spheres detonated, sending shockwaves that scattered the surrounding snow and enveloped them in a massive cloud of snow. Within the snow cloud, Piccolo's silhouette darted like a specter, delivering a powerful strike to the chest of the right, cloaked figure. The figure stiffened, spewing forth black blood. Before collapsing limply to the ground, Sun Wukong approached the left cloaked figure, placing a foot upon his chest, and coldly demanded, "Where is the stronghold of the Shadow Lord? What is his next plan?" A sinister smile crept across the cloaked figure's lips, a glint of madness in his eyes. "You cannot possibly comprehend the Master's plan. The core of the Earth's will soon belong to him, and all of you shall become offerings to the shadows." With that, he abruptly closed his eyes, and the dark energy within him surged violently, intending to self-destruct. Not good. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as he unleashed the purifying green energy from his palm, swiftly suppressing the dark energy within the cloaked figure. However, the figure had already ignited his own soul, and under the influence of the purifying force, his body dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, leaving behind a black crystal. Piccolo approached Sun Wukong, eyeing the crystal on the ground, his brow furrowed. They are so reckless, willing to self-destruct rather than divulge information. Sun Wukong picked up the crystal, sensing the faint dark energy within, and spoke gravely. "This indicates that the core of the Earth's will is of utmost importance to them. We must locate the core swiftly and safeguard it." Just then, the snow beneath their feet began to tremble, and from the distant peak of the snow-capped mountain, a golden light burst through the clouds, illuminating the entire sky. Piccolo looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Is that the energy fluctuation of the Earth's will core?" Sun Wukong also raised his head, the power of the blue soul gem erupting, instantly feeling the immense energy contained within that light, a warm and pure force, akin to the green energy of the Earth's will within him. Indeed, that is the location of the core. His gaze sharpened. But the recent energy outburst would undoubtedly have been sensed by the shadow forces. They would soon dispatch individuals here. The two exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously soared toward the mountain peak. They understood that a fierce battle for the core of the Earth's will had begun. Meanwhile, in the depths of the distant cosmos, within the Shadow Lord's castle, the Shadow Lord regarded the golden light atop the snow-capped mountain within the crystal ball, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "At last, I have located Sun Wukong. This time, I shall see how you defend it." He waved a hand, sending forth a black energy command into the void, activating countless concealed shadow ships across the universe, all heading towards Earth. A global storm of shadows was about to descend. Chapter 45. The core reveals its true form. The tide of darkness approaches. The golden light atop the snow-capped mountain grew increasingly radiant, resembling a second sun suspended in the heavens. The warm energy flowed down the snow peaks, melting the accumulated snow into babbling brooks, with fresh green shoots emerging from the frozen earth. Sun Wukong and Piccolo raced upward along the stream of energy, feeling the overwhelming will originating from the earth as they neared the summit. The green energy within them stirred restlessly, resonating strongly with the light at the mountain's peak. "There it is." Piccolo pointed toward a massive ice crystal at the center of the summit. The ice crystal was entirely transparent, encasing a golden light orb the size of a fist. This was the core of the Earth's will. Surrounding the ice crystal were three ancient rune barriers, radiating a faint sacred aura, evidently remnants of a protective formation from ancient times. Sun Wukong landed before the ice crystal, reaching out to touch the barrier. His fingertips met with a warm sensation as the rune barrier automatically revealed intricate patterns, harmonizing with the green energy within him, exhibiting no sign of repulsion. "This barrier seems to recognize its master?" A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as the blue soul gem energy penetrated the barrier, instantly deciphering the meaning of the runes. All things originate from the same source. Protection is born from the heart. It appears that only those with a heart for protection may approach the core. Piccolo stood nearby, attempting to project energy toward the barrier, only to be repelled by an invisible force. The shadow forces seeking to seize the core would find it far from easy. At that moment, the golden core within the ice crystal began to flicker violently, with faint black veins appearing within the light, spreading like tainted water. Sun Wukong's expression shifted. "This is bad." The shadow energy has begun to erode the core. He immediately infused the barrier with tricolored energy, intertwining the golden Saiyan power, green Earth's will power, and blue soul gem power into a luminous net, penetrating the barrier to cleanse the black veins. As the tricolored energy met the golden glow of the core, an explosion of dazzling light erupted, causing the black veins to recede rapidly, akin to ice melting under fierce flames. Yet deep within the core, a faint tremor echoed, as if something resisted the purification. There are anchor points of dark energy within. Sun Wukong spoke gravely. They must have injected a trace of dark energy into the core through the previous detector, aiming to use it as a foothold to dismantle the protective formation. Piccolo formed seals with his hands, transforming the dark green energy into vines that entwined around the ice crystal. The life energy from Namek seeped through the vines into the core, resonating with Sun Wukong's tricolored energy. I will reinforce the core with life energy. You focus on eliminating the anchor points. Sun Wukong nodded, unleashing the blue soul gem energy at full force, delving deep into the core until he finally located the source of the dark energy, a small black crystal at the core's base, identical to the one retrieved from the cloaked figure. Found it, he exclaimed, concentrating the golden Saiyan energy into a needle-like point infused with green purifying power. He forcefully thrust it toward the black crystal. With a crisp sound, the black crystal shattered under the energy needle's assault, and the dark energy within erupted, transforming into a cloud of black mist, attempting to escape the core. Wukong had long been prepared. A tricolored energy formed an instantaneous closed loop, ensnaring the black mist within its core. The purifying green force surged like a tide, gradually dissolving the dark vapor. After half an hour, the black patterns within the core vanished entirely, restoring the golden radiance to its pristine state, while the runic barrier surrounding the ice crystal glowed even brighter. Wukong slowly withdrew his hand, revealing a hint of fatigue on his face. The continuous high-intensity operation of energy had greatly exhausted him. Although they were temporarily safe, the shadowy forces would surely not relent. Piccolo gazed at the core, a flicker of gravity in his eyes. During the eradication of the dark energy, I sensed a significant reduction in the core's energy fluctuations. If the shadowy forces were to launch a large-scale attack, we might not be able to hold our ground. Just then, the detector on Wukong's wrist emitted a harsh alarm, the screen displaying a dense swarm of red dots rapidly approaching Earth, resembling a dark cloud descending. They are coming. Wukong's expression darkened as the detector indicated that at least 100 shadow ships were breaching Earth's atmosphere, with the leading vessel being colossal, its energy reading an astounding 5 times that of Vegeta. Within the research center of Shiji City, Bulma stared at the radar screen, her face pale as paper. It's over. The Shadow Fleet has arrived. There are at least 100 combat ships, along with a flagship whose energy intensity is beyond imagination. She promptly connected to Wukong's communicator, her voice trembling. Wukong, you must return quickly. Just the two of you cannot fend off so many enemies. Wukong looked up at the sky, where the distant clouds had been tainted black by the shadow ship's dark energy. Countless black beams shot down from the vessels, striking the surrounding mountains, which were instantly eroded by darkness, transforming into pitch-black rocks devoid of life. What about Krillin? Krillin has already set off for the Qingzhong Plateau with the defensive weapons I developed, and the Dragon Team is on their way to assist. But their strength may be insufficient. Bulma's voice brimmed with helplessness. I have activated all of Shiji City's defense systems, but they can only withstand the attacks from the outer ships. We cannot resist the flagship's energy cannon at all. Piccolo clenched his fists, dark green energy surging around him. Even if we cannot hold them back, we must try. Earth is our home. It cannot be consumed by shadows. He turned to Wukong and said, you guard the core. I will intercept those ships. Wait. Wukong grasped Piccolo's arm, a resolute glint in his eyes. We go together. The core is protected by the runic barrier and should be safe for a short time. Moreover, you alone cannot face so many enemies. He glanced at the core within the ice crystal, feeling that the Earth core would grant us strength as long as we harbored intentions of protection. With that, Wukong raised a hand towards the core and slightly bowed, the tricolored energy within him resonating once more with the core. The golden light of the core surged dramatically, and a beam of golden energy shot forth, enveloping Wukong and Piccolo. The two felt a tremendous energy flow into them, their fatigue dissipating instantly. Wukong's tricolored energy became more solidified, while a hint of golden earth will power infused into Piccolo's dark green energy. This is the core's enhancement. A flicker of surprise crossed Piccolo's eyes as he sensed that his strength had at least increased by 30%, and his resistance to dark energy had significantly improved. Wukong's tricolored energy transformed into a pair of colossal wings, the golden Saiyan power, green earth will power, and blue soul gem power intertwined, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Let us go. Let them see that the guardians of Earth are not to be trifled with. Both took flight, becoming a shimmering stream of gold and green as they soared towards the Shadow Fleet. In the sky, the Shadow ships had commenced their assault on the snow-capped mountains. Countless black energy cannons struck the runic barrier, causing it to flicker violently as its brightness began to wane. Krillin arrived with the Dragon Team, operating the defensive weapons developed by Bulma, unleashing streams of green purifying beams that clashed with the Shadow ship's attacks, exploding in the air like energy fireworks. Wukong, Piccolo, you've come, Krillin exclaimed with relief upon spotting them. These ships are too powerful. Our defensive weapons cannot hold out for long. Wukong landed beside Krillin, his gaze coldly fixed on the Shadow fleet above. Leave it to us. He turned to Piccolo. You take the left flank, I'll handle the right. Krillin, you and your team guard the core. Do not let any enemies near. Understood. Both Piccolo and Krillin responded in unison. Wukong's tricolored energy erupted instantaneously, forming a brilliant light arrow that shot towards the right flank of the Shadow ships. The golden Saiyan power tore through the air. The green purifying force dismantled the dark energy, and the blue soul gem power precisely targeted the weaknesses of each ship. With a series of thunderous explosions, several Shadow ships were struck by the light arrows, instantly erupting into a shower of black fragments. Piccolo, meanwhile, condensed a massive dark green energy fist, launching it at the left flank of the vessels. Wherever the energy fist passed, the ships crumbled as if made of paper, while the dark green energy continued to erode the surrounding dark forces, creating a zone of pure energy. However, the sheer number of Shadow ships was overwhelming. For every one destroyed, more would immediately take its place, and despite their formidable strength, Wukong and Piccolo began to feel the strain, especially the flagship, which radiated a dense aura of dark energy. A massive black energy cannon was aimed at Wukong, its dark power capable of devouring Wukong's purifying force. This is bad. Wukong's expression changed, and he hurriedly channeled his tricolored energy to form a barrier. The black energy cannon collided with the barrier, which was instantly tainted black, beginning to disintegrate bit by bit. At that critical moment, a colossal golden beam erupted from the summit of the snow mountain, shooting towards Wukong. The golden beam fused with his tricolored energy, instantly restoring the barrier's brilliance, as the black energy cannon was forcefully repelled back, striking a Shadow ship that was reduced to ashes. It is the power of the core. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Wukong's eyes as he sensed the core deeply merging with his power, infusing his tricolored energy with a hint of golden primordial force, significantly enhancing his resistance to dark energy. Inside the flagship, a Shadow general clad in black armor observed this scene with a sinister gleam in his eyes. I did not anticipate that the Earthwell core would actively empower its guardian. It seems we must initiate the Shadow devouring formation ahead of schedule. He waved his hand, and countless Shadow ships began to rearrange themselves, firing black energy threads that connected to form a massive black energy net, descending upon the Snow Mountain and Wukong's group. Wherever the energy net passed, the air turned black, light was consumed, and even the surrounding energy became sluggish. Wukong felt a powerful suction, his energy beginning to uncontrollably drain away, his expression growing grave. This formation can absorb energy. Piccolo sensed something was amiss as well. His dark green energy was continuously pulled by the energy net. Gritting his teeth, he said, "We cannot let this net descend. Otherwise, we will all be drained of energy." Wukong took a deep breath, unleashing the golden primordial force within him. The tricolored energy resonated once more with the core's brilliance as he clasped his hands together, forming a colossal tricolored energy sphere imbued with golden primordial force, exuding a cataclysmic aura. "Piccolo, buy me some time." Piccolo nodded, his dark green energy surging around him as he formed a massive energy barrier to block the energy net's pull, simultaneously charging towards the Shadow flagship to disrupt the formation's activation. The Shadow general sneered, raising his hand to fire a black energy blade that struck Piccolo energy barrier, shattering it instantly. Piccolo grunted and was sent flying backward. "Break it for me." With a furious roar, Wukong hurled the tricolor energy sphere with great force. The sphere, radiating a golden glow, shattered the confines of the black energy net and surged towards the Shadow flagship. The face of the Shadow General shifted in alarm as he hastily activated the flagship's defensive barrier. Yet, the golden primordial power, akin to an indomitable sword, effortlessly pierced through the barrier, striking at the core of the flagship. A resounding explosion ensued, causing the Shadow flagship to erupt violently, sending black energy fragments scattering. The tremendous shockwave rocked the surrounding Shadow vessels, causing them to stagger, and the black energy net subsequently collapsed. Wukong gazed at the exploding flagship, a weary yet satisfied smile gracing his features. However, he understood that this was merely the beginning. In the distance of the cosmos, more Shadow vessels were approaching, and the true power of the Shadow Monarch had yet to be revealed. He lifted his gaze towards the golden core atop the snow-capped mountain, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Regardless of the cost, he would safeguard the Earth. Meanwhile, deep within the cosmic Shadow Castle, the Shadow Monarch observed the scene within a crystal ball, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Son Wukong, your resistance is amusing, but this is merely a warm-up. The real hunt begins now." He slowly rose, dark energy swirling around him like a tide as a massive black portal opened behind him, from which countless powerful shadow creatures emerged, heading towards the Earth. The sky above the Earth gradually succumbed to darkness, heralding the onset of an ultimate battle for survival. Chapter 46. The Tide of Shadow Creatures and the primordial breaking spell. The aftershock of the Shadow flagship's explosion had yet to dissipate, with black energy fragments plummeting like meteors, creating smoking craters around the snow-capped mountain. Just as Wukong caught his breath, he beheld countless distorted figures bursting forth from the dark portal deep within the cosmos, blotting out the sky in a swarm reminiscent of locusts. These were the shadow creatures summoned by the Shadow Monarch, some resembling lizards cloaked in ebony scales, exhaling corrosive black mist. Others akin to gigantic bats with wings spanning 10 meters, their claws glinting with a sinister green light. And some were humanoid monstrosities composed entirely of pure dark energy, exuding an oppressive aura that suffocated the air. There were simply too many shadow creatures. Krillin operated the defensive weaponry, firing purifying beams that struck a shadow lizard, instantly piercing its body with green light, which dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Yet, more shadow creatures trampled over their fallen comrades, continuing their advance toward the snow-capped mountain. Piccolo clutched his chest as a sharp pain emanated from where the Shadow General's energy blade had struck him, dark green blood seeping through his fingers. Gritting his teeth, he formed hand signs, reciting the forbidden incantation from Namek. The energy surrounding him resonated wildly with the Earth's spiritual essence. Suddenly, the ground split open and massive rocky arms emerged, striking down upon the foremost shadow creatures with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, several shadow bats were pulverized, but the rocky arms quickly disintegrated under the corrosive black mist. Wukong's tricolor energy surged once more, the golden Saiyan power merging with the golden primordial energy, transforming into an even more radiant golden light. The blue energy of the soul gem scanned the battlefield like a radar, precisely identifying the weaknesses of each shadow creature. In a flash, he darted through the swarm of shadow creatures, each punch infused with purifying power, causing them to disintegrate upon contact, black flesh and energy fragments swirling through the air. However, the sheer number of shadow creatures was overwhelming, a relentless tide surging forth. Suddenly, a humanoid monster composed of dark energy materialized behind Wukong, its hands forming into black claws aimed at his back. Thanks to the Soul Gem's warning, Wukong sidestepped just in time, retaliating with a punch to the monster's chest. Golden energy erupted, yet only left a faint mark on its body. These creatures were tougher than the shadow vessels. Wukong's heart sank as the monster showed no reaction, instead opening its mouth to unleash a black energy beam. Wukong quickly summoned an energy shield to defend himself, but the beam corroded a small hole through the shield upon impact. The core of the Earth's well atop the snow-capped mountain seemed to sense the impending crisis, its golden light surging once more as a massive energy barrier enveloped the entire mountain. Shadow creatures collided with the barrier, instantly disintegrated by the purifying force. Yet the barrier continued to be eroded by the black mist, its glow dimming gradually. If this continued, the barrier would inevitably be breached. Piccolo shouted anxiously. Having exhausted much of his energy, and the old wounds on his back began to throb painfully. Wukong looked up at the core, a resolute glint in his eyes. He flew towards the core, placing his hands on the rune barrier. The tricolor energy within him fused entirely with the core's primordial power. Golden light coursing through his arms and into his body. His hair began to gleam with gold, his pupils transforming into radiant golden orbs. And the energy fluctuations surrounding him surged exponentially. Was this primordial fusion? He could feel an incredibly close connection with the earth, as if the entire planet was channeling its strength into him. Among the shadow creatures, the largest shadow behemoth let out a roar, its black mist coalescing into a colossal energy cannon aimed at the core barrier. The energy cannon struck the barrier, causing it to flicker violently and a crack to appear. "This is bad," Krillin shouted, attempting to fire a purifying beam for support, only to discover that the defensive weapon's energy had been depleted. Wukong's gaze sharpened as he unleashed the full force of his primordial power, the tricolor energy transforming into a massive sword, its blade shimmering with golden, blue, and green hues, intermingled with the golden primordial energy. Gripping the sword with both hands, he swung it fiercely at the shadow behemoth, the blade slicing through the air, leaving a trail of brilliance as it cleaved the creature in two, black blood and energy fragments gushing forth. "Everyone follow me," Wukong commanded, brandishing the energy sword as he charged towards the swarm of shadow creatures. The golden sword light cleaved through the air, reducing shadow creatures to mere fragments. As the purifying powers spread through the atmosphere, gradually dispelling the black mist. Inspired by this, Piccolo and Krillin reignited their fighting spirits, rallying behind Wukong to launch a counterattack against the shadow creatures. Piccolo concentrated all his remaining energy into a dark green energy cannon, directing it toward the densely packed shadow creatures. Upon detonation, the dark green energy intertwined with the purifying power, creating a vast purifying zone where countless shadow creatures dissolved. Krillin picked up a stone from the ground, infusing it with his last reserves of energy and purifying force before hurling it like a cannonball at the shadow creatures, each impact claiming a multitude of lives. Just as victory seemed within reach, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the dark portal in the depths of the cosmos. It was a gigantic shadow spider, its body spanning a diameter of over 100 meters, with 8 legs resembling black steel pillars, covered in sharp barbs. Its multifaceted eyes glimmered with a sinister green light, emanating a dark aura even more potent than that of the Shadow Monarch. "What kind of monster is that?" Krillin's eyes widened in fear. Wukong tightened his grip on the energy sword, a grave expression crossing his face. This must be the Shadow Monarch's steed, the Shadow Spider Queen. Its energy fluctuations are 10 times stronger than those of the previous Shadow General. The Shadow Spider Queen emitted a piercing shriek, simultaneously launching black threads from its 8 legs, enveloping the group like a net. The threads carried a potent corrosive force, the air sizzling as it was eroded. Wukong swung his sword to sever the threads before him, only to discover that they rapidly regenerated, as if they were endless. Suddenly, the Shadow Spider Queen unleashed a black energy sphere, which detonated in midair, transforming into countless tiny black spiders that scuttled towards the group. These diminutive spiders, although small in size, were venomous. A single bite would swiftly corrode the energy within their victims. Piccolo conjured an energy shield to block the spider's attack, only to find that the spider could penetrate the shield and crawl towards his body. Seeing this, Goku plunged his energy sword into the ground. Golden primal energy spread across the ground, forming a massive purification array. The spider crawled into the array and was instantly dissolved by the purification power. But the Shadow Spider King's attack didn't stop. Its 8 legs suddenly pierced the ground, black mist surged from the earth, and the entire snow mountain began to tremble violently. Countless shadow creatures emerged from the ground and launched a siege on the group. "We're surrounded." Krillin's face was pale. He had completely exhausted his energy and could barely stand. Piccolo was also at his limit. His dark green energy was almost depleted, and his body was beginning to turn transparent. He looked at Goku, a resolute glint in his eyes. "Goku, you take the core and escape. I'll hold them off." "No." Goku shook his head resolutely. "We're comrades. We fight together. We die together." He looked up at the core. The golden light had become extremely faint, and the cracks in the barrier were widening. Moreover, the core couldn't leave Earth, or Earth would lose its life. Just then, the soul stone within Goku suddenly emitted a powerful blue light, resonating with the golden light of the core. A piece of information flashed through his mind: the soul stone's record of the shadow creature's weaknesses. Shadow creatures were formed from dark energy and were most vulnerable to pure life force. I have a way. A glimmer of hope flashed in Goku's eyes. He shouted to Piccolo, "Piccolo, use your Namekian life energy, combined with my primal power, to unleash the purifying storm." Piccolo nodded, using his last ounce of strength to pour all the life energy within him into Goku. The primal power and life energy within Wukong merged, causing the three-colored energy to surge once more. He formed hand seals and chanted the ancient incantation transmitted by the soul gem. The energy around him began to swirl, forming a massive storm. This storm contained golden primal power, green purifying power, blue soul power, and dark green life energy. Purifying storm, rise! Wukong roared, and the purifying storm swept towards the shadow creatures and the Shadow Spider King. Wherever the storm passed, the shadow creatures were instantly dissolved, the black mist dissipated, and the Shadow Spider King let out a painful howl. Its body was continuously purified within the storm. Its 8 legs began to disintegrate, and its compound eyes dimmed. The Shadow Spider King refused to give in, unleashing its full dark energy in an attempt to resist the purifying storm. However, before the pure life primal power, the dark energy melted away like ice and snow. Finally, the Shadow Spider King let out a mournful wail and vanished completely into the storm. The purification storm continued to sweep across the land, purifying the remaining shadow creatures. The black mist was completely dispelled, and the sky regained its light. Goku, watching the shadow creatures vanish, let out a long sigh of relief. His energy was completely exhausted, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Piccolo and Krillin also collapsed to the ground, their faces showing weary yet relieved smiles. At the core of Earth's well atop the snow-capped mountain, the golden light gradually returned. The rune barrier brightened again, and Earth's vitality was slowly recovering. But Goku knew this was only a temporary victory. The Shadow Lord had not yet made his move, and many more shadow forces in the universe were still lurking, eyeing him covetously. Lying on the ground, gazing at the sky, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. "Shadow Lord, next time we meet, I will utterly defeat you." Meanwhile, in the distant depths of space, the Shadow Lord looked at the scene in the crystal ball, his face terrifyingly grim. He hadn't expected Goku to be able to fuse the power of Earth's origin with the life energy of Namek, unleashing such a powerful purification storm that destroyed his shadow creature tide. "Son Wukong, you've successfully enraged me." He slowly stood up, dark energy surging around him like a tidal wave. "Since you're so eager to protect Earth, then I'll destroy it myself and let you taste the bitterness of losing everything." The Shadow Monarch's body began to change. Dark energy condensed into enormous wings. His pupils turned into eerie green vertical slits, and he exuded an aura of world-destroying power. He flew towards Earth. A true ultimate battle was about to begin. Chapter 1. The weak spark of planet Saiyan. On the edge of the vast universe lies planet Vegeta, a planet covered in red dust. This is the Saiyans' homeworld, a gathering place for a warrior civilization whose faith is battle and whose glory is conquest. At the planet's core stands the Saiyan Royal Palace, while outside, in the military breeding center, countless embryos carrying Saiyan blood are undergoing genetic selection and enhancement in nutrient tanks, waiting to become weapons for conquering the universe. Goku's birth was originally an unexpected and ordinary event. His father, Bardock, was a highly decorated lower-ranking Saiyan warrior. Though lacking royal blood, he possessed fighting power and keen intuition far exceeding his peers. His mother, Jine, was also a lower-ranking warrior, gentle in nature, who fought alongside Bardock for many years. During a lull in the brutal battles, they conceived their child. According to Saiyan tradition, newborns undergo immediate power level testing. Infants meeting the power level requirement are designated elite seeds and receive exclusive royal training. Those with low power levels are abandoned and sent to remote planets. If they survive in the harsh environment, they are eligible to return to their home planet. Otherwise, their bloodline is considered wasted. On the day Goku was born, the sky above planet Vegeta was stained dark red by red dust. The moment the nutrient pod opened, the medics picked up the testing equipment. The number flashing on the screen made everyone frown. A power level of only 2. This number was considered shameful among Saiyans. Even the most ordinary lower-ranking newborn warriors had power levels exceeding 10. Power level 2? Keeping such trash is a waste of resources. The soldier in charge of the inspection said coldly, reaching out to pick up Goku and send him to the interstellar transport capsule. According to regulations, he was to be sent to Earth, the primitive planet on the edge of the Milky Way, to fend for himself there. Jine looked at the thin infant in the swaddling clothes, her eyes filled with reluctance. She grabbed Bardock's arm, her voice trembling. Bardock, he's our child. Can we think of another way? Bardock remained silent. He looked at his son in the nutrient tank. His eyes closed, his little face wrinkled. He felt both the rationality of a warrior and the tenderness of a father. He knew that in the Saiyan world, fighting power was everything. Those without strength would ultimately be eliminated. But he also had a vague premonition that this seemingly weak spark might bring about a different change in the future. Follow the rules. Bardock's voice was low, yet carried a hint of barely perceptible determination. But give him my combat recorder. If he survives, perhaps he'll learn about his origins. The medic nodded, attached a small combat recorder to Goku's swaddling clothes, and then carried him into the interstellar transport pod. The moment the pod activated, Jine's tears finally streamed down her face. Bardock gripped her hand tightly, his gaze fixed on the direction the pod had disappeared in, silently praying, "Live on, my son." The transport pod traversed space for months, finally landing in a deep forest on Earth. The pod's hatch opened, and Goku was tossed out, landing on the soft grass. At that moment, he was unaware that his destiny had been rewritten, nor that this seemingly primitive planet would become his second home. Soon afterward, an elderly martial artist named Son Gohan discovered Goku while gathering herbs in the mountains. Looking at the adorable infant in his swaddling clothes, he was filled with joy. Although Goku's tale surprised him somewhat, he decided to adopt the child and named him Son Goku. Son Gohan was unaware of Goku's true identity. He simply regarded Goku as an abandoned orphan. He brought Wukong back to his humble abode, where he meticulously cared for his needs and taught him the intricacies of human language and etiquette. However, the Saiyan blood coursing through Wukong's veins endowed him with extraordinary strength and regenerative abilities far beyond that of ordinary beings. Unintentionally, he often wreaked havoc on the furnishings of the house and could effortlessly lift stones weighing several hundred pounds. Son Wukong recognized that Wukong was no ordinary child and resolved to impart the martial arts he had mastered throughout his life. He hoped that through these teachings, Wukong would cultivate a virtuous and upright character. Under Son Wukong's guidance, Wukong gradually matured. Though mischievous, he possessed a heart of innocence and kindness, filled with curiosity about the world and love for those around him. Meanwhile, the planet Vegeta faced an apocalyptic calamity. The cosmic tyrant Frieza, wary of the Saiyans' potential, feared they might one day threaten his reign. Thus, he personally led his forces to obliterate the planet Vegeta, resulting in the demise of all Saiyans. Only a handful, including Wukong, Vegeta, and Nappa, who were on missions away from home, managed to survive. Prior to the planet's destruction, Bardock had attempted to resist Frieza, but ultimately met with failure. In his final moments, he transmitted a last message to Wukong through a combat recorder. "My son, you are the hope of the Saiyans. You must survive and ensure you do not repeat our mistakes. Use your strength to protect those you love." Years later, as Wukong grew into adulthood, he embarked on a quest to find the Dragon Balls, befriending Bulma, Krillin, Master Roshi, and many others along the way. He faced countless battles, from defeating Demon King Piccolo to confronting formidable foes such as Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu. With each encounter, his strength surged and his mind matured. He gradually discovered his true identity and the truth behind the destruction of planet Vegeta. Yet, he was not consumed by hatred. Instead, he fortified his belief that the power of the Saiyans was not meant for conquest and annihilation, but rather for protection and love. From that moment on, Son Wukong was no longer the infant Saiyan from planet Vegeta. He became Earth's guardian and the universe's savior. Using his strength, he safeguarded the peace of Earth and protected every individual around him, his story evolving into the most enchanting legend in the cosmos. The genesis of it all stemmed from that fragile spark of life, born on planet Vegeta, with a mere battle power of 2, an orchestration of fate, and more importantly, from the indelible kindness and protective spirit within his heart. Chapter 2. Son Wukong and the Stone Monkey. The crimson sands of planet Vegeta had yet to shed from the exterior of the interstellar transport pod when it pierced through Earth's atmosphere. trailing a blazing orange tail as it plummeted into the undulating deep mountains of the southeast. This forest, perpetually shrouded in mist, was adorned with towering ancient trees and winding vines, seldom traversed by human feet, serving as one of Earth's most primordial ecological sanctuaries. A thunderous crash shattered the tranquility of the woods as the transport pod struck the valley floor, stirring clouds of dust and debris. The pod sustained severe deformation upon impact, its metallic shell riddled with cracks, and the internal nourishment system was irrevocably damaged. The temperature-regulating fabric that once enveloped the infant was violently loosened. The hatch burst open at the last automatic command of the system, and Wukong, swathed in thin Saiyan fabric and possessing a fluffy brown tail, was unceremoniously deposited onto the ground strewn with pine needles and fallen leaves. Unlike an ordinary infant who might cry, he merely opened his round, dark eyes and curiously surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Overhead loomed ancient trees that obscured the sky, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting mottled patches of light. The air was filled with the chirping of birds, the gentle murmur of a stream, and the distant growl of wild beasts. The scent of damp earth and the fragrance of foliage enveloped him, starkly contrasting the sandy and smoky environment of planet Vegeta. He waved his tiny fists and kicked his chubby legs, seemingly brimming with a desire to explore this new world, his agile tail swaying gently behind him, occasionally brushing against the fallen leaves and attracting the attention of a few ants. At this time on Earth, martial arts had yet to permeate society. Only a few reclusive practitioners delved into their craft, and the deep mountains were even more devoid of human presence. Although the signs of the transport pod's descent were evident, they were nearly indistinguishable beneath the dense vegetation unless one were to search deliberately. It was not until 3 days later that an elderly man, clothed in coarse linen and carrying a bamboo basket for gathering herbs, followed the scorch marks left by the pod's fall through the layers of dense forest, ultimately discovering this extraordinary infant. The elder, named Sun Wukong, was a martial artist who had retreated into the mountains. In his youth, he had traveled the world, studied under numerous masters, and honed his exceptional martial skills. However, weary of the worldly strife and the deceit prevalent in the martial arts community, he chose to live in seclusion in this deep forest, living in harmony with nature and gathering herbs for sustenance. Approaching 70, his hair and beard had turned gray, yet his stature remained upright, and his eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding the composure and competence of a martial arts grandmaster. Whose child is this? Sun Wukong wondered as he crouched down and gently lifted Wukong. When his fingers brushed against the boy's agile brown tail, he paused in astonishment. Having traveled extensively and encountered myriad individuals, he had never seen an infant with a tail. Upon closer inspection, he noted that although the child appeared frail, he possessed exceptionally bright eyes, pure and untainted, with a rosy hue gracing his delicate face, rendering him quite adorable. Sun Wukong scanned the area for signs of adults, but found none, only the remnants of the damaged metallic pod. The substance of the pod was peculiar. Unlike anything found on Earth, engraved with strange patterns he had never encountered, indicating it was no ordinary transport vehicle. Sun Wukong surmised that the child had likely faced an accident and been abandoned by his family in the mountains, and that the metallic pod might have been the means of his transportation. Poor child, a wave of compassion surged within Sun Wukong. He had never married, nor did he have children of his own, and now, finding this child felt like a divine gift. He nestled Wukong into his bamboo basket, gently covering him with herbs to shield him from the forest's insects, and then, carrying him on his back, retraced his steps to his humble dwelling atop the mountain. The modest cabin at the summit was simple yet tidy, built by Sun Wukong himself. Constructed from raw timber and topped with thatch, the interior contained a wooden bed, a wooden table, and several wooden chairs, while the corner held a stash of dried herbs and a stack of thick martial arts books. Sun Wukong placed Wukong on the bed and fetched clean rags, carefully changing his clothes, fashioning a small shirt and trousers from his own old garments. While not a perfect fit, they were warm enough. Subsequently, he prepared a bowl of warm rice soup, gently spoon-feeding it to Wukong. Wukong appeared to adapt remarkably well to his new surroundings. After consuming the rice soup, he fell into a deep slumber. Sun Wukong sat by the bedside, gazing at Wukong's peaceful visage. Suddenly overwhelmed by an unprecedented warmth in his heart, he tenderly stroked Wukong's head and softly declared, "Since you have come, it is fate. I shall name you Sun Wukong, and from this day forth, "You shall be my grandson." He chose this name because, in his youth, he had heard tales of the stone monkey's emergence and felt that this child embodied the same mystique and vitality as that legendary creature. As days turned into weeks, Wukong gradually grew. Son Wukong quickly realized that this grandson was no ordinary child. Shortly after his birth, he was capable of flipping over, crawling, and even grasping the bed's railing to stand upright. By the age of 1, he could effortlessly lift a massive stone weighing hundreds of pounds and chase after wild rabbits in the mountains with unyielding speed. At 2, he had mastered climbing towering ancient trees, leaping from one to another like a nimble monkey, and could comprehend Sun Wukong's words, responding with simple syllables. What astonished Sun Wukong even more was Wukong's remarkable regenerative abilities. Once, while climbing a tree, Wukong accidentally fell, scraping his knee and bleeding profusely. Sun Wukong hurriedly bandaged the wound, filled with worry, yet to his astonishment, merely half a day later, the injury on Wukong's knee had healed completely, leaving no scar behind. On another occasion, Wukong mistakenly consumed a poisonous fruit from the mountain, resulting in severe vomiting and diarrhea. Sun Wukong exhausted his herbal knowledge to stabilize Wukong's condition. But just a few days later, Wukong regained his former vitality, frolicking in the mountains once more. Sun Wukong understood that Wukong possessed some extraordinary power within him. He had perused countless ancient martial arts texts, yet never encountered anyone with such astounding talent and healing capabilities. Rather than hastily investigate the source of this power, he resolved to impart his lifelong martial arts knowledge to Wukong. He hoped that through martial arts, he could hone Wukong's mind, teaching him to control his strength and become a benevolent, upright individual, rather than succumbing to his power and transforming into a menace to others. From the age of 3, Sun Wukong began teaching Wukong the ways of martial arts. Each morning, as dawn broke and a thin mist enveloped the mountain forest, Sun Wukong would take Wukong to a clearing atop the mountain to teach him stances and practice punches and kicks. Wukong, mastering the stance is the foundation of martial arts. Only with solid footing can one execute powerful techniques. Sun Wukong patiently guided Wukong, correcting his posture, ensuring his legs were shoulder-width apart, knees bent, thighs parallel to the ground, back straight, hands resting on his waist, and eyes focused ahead, free from distractions. Although Wukong was mischievous and often slacked off during training to play with the monkeys or chase butterflies, he possessed an innate talent for martial arts. He quickly learned the techniques Sun Wukong taught him and even innovated his own small tricks. For instance, while Sun Wukong instructed him to deliver punches swiftly, accurately, and with force, Wukong discovered a more agile punching method that allowed him to strike quickly while skillfully evading his opponent's attacks. Sun Wukong observed this with delight, realizing that Wukong was a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy, and with proper nurturing, he would undoubtedly become a great martial artist. However, he maintained strict expectations for Wukong, diligently supervising his training every day, refusing to relent even when Wukong cried or pouted. Wukong, there are no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. Only through perseverance and diligent practice can one achieve progress, Sun Wukong often reminded him. Furthermore, he emphasized that martial arts training was not solely for enhancing one's strength. More importantly, it was about learning to protect, guarding those whom you love and the land upon which you depend. As evening descended, painting the mountaintop sky in brilliant shades of orange and red, Sun Wukong would sit on a stone bench before their dwelling, sharing the essence of martial arts with Wukong, recounting tales of his youthful adventures across the world, and narrating stories of valiant heroes. Wukong would listen intently, his bright eyes filled with longing. "Grandpa, I want to become a formidable martial artist like you, to protect this mountain forest and you," Wukong often declared to Sun Wukong with unwavering determination. "Very well, I believe in you," Sun Wukong would respond, affectionately ruffling Wukong's hair, his eyes brimming with love and anticipation. Under Sun Wukong's meticulous guidance, Wukong not only honed his exceptional martial skills, but also matured in wisdom. He possessed a pure and kind heart, never bullying the small animals of the mountain. Whenever he encountered injured birds or rabbits, he would gently carry them home and use the herbal knowledge imparted by Sun Wukong to tend to their wounds. On one occasion, Wukong discovered a small wild boar trapped in a hunter's snare, its leg injured and unable to move, emitting pitiful cries. Seeing this, Wukong rushed over, using his strength to pry open the trap and rescue the little boar. He brought it home, diligently changing its dressings and feeding it until the boar's leg healed, before returning it to the forest. The animals of the mountains seemed to sense Wukong's kindness, often approaching the small house to play with him. Wukong would share his food with them and run and frolic through the woods, filling the entire forest with his joyous laughter. Son Wukong watched the harmonious interaction between Wukong and the animals with great satisfaction, knowing that his teachings had not been in vain. Wukong had become a kind and upright child. However, the tranquil days did not last long. When Wukong turned 7, an unforeseen accident quietly approached, forever altering his destiny. On that day, the weather was clear and bright, and Wukong, as usual, played in the mountains. He followed a familiar path deep into the valley, where a steep cliff loomed, adorned with many rare herbs that son Wukong occasionally harvested. Wukong had never ventured near the cliff's edge, as son Wukong had always warned him of its dangers. But that day, upon spotting a brilliantly colored butterfly flitting near the cliff, Wukong, captivated by its beauty, could not resist chasing after it. He gradually climbed the steep slope towards the cliff's edge, finally capturing the butterfly. In his excitement, as he gazed at the creature, a loose stone beneath his feet suddenly gave way, causing him to cry out as he lost his balance and plummeted over the edge. The cliff was steep, littered with debris and thorns, and Wukong's body collided against the rocky surface, suffering numerous lacerations from the thorns and striking his head against a boulder, blood instantly streaming down and blurring his vision. "Help! Grandpa! Help!" Wukong summoned his remaining strength to emit a faint cry for assistance before losing consciousness, his body continuing to fall until it landed in the grass at the bottom of the valley. Son Wukong was preparing lunch at home when he noticed Wukong had not yet returned, and a sense of worry began to creep in. He knew Wukong was mischievous and might have lost track of time while playing in the mountains, but typically, he would have returned by this hour. Son Wukong set aside his tasks and called out into the forest, "Wukong! Wukong! Where are you? It's time to come home for lunch." The forest remained silent, with only the whispers of the wind through the leaves. His unease intensified, prompting him to grab a stick and hurry to the places Wukong often frequented. As he ran, he called out Wukong's name, his voice laced with urgency. At that moment, son Wukong faintly heard a weak cry for help emanating from deep within the valley. His heart raced, and he immediately dashed toward the direction of the sound. Upon reaching the cliff's edge and seeing a small figure lying at the bottom of the valley, panic surged within him. He recognized it was Wukong and hurriedly rushed down the slope without a second thought. The hillside was steep, and son Wukong had grown older, making it exceedingly difficult for him to run. Several times he nearly stumbled, yet he paid no heed, his mind solely focused on one thought: to save Wukong. At long last, son Wukong reached the valley's bottom, hurriedly lifting Wukong into his arms. He discovered that Wukong had fallen into a deep unconsciousness, a long gash on his head oozing blood that stained his hair and garments, and his body was marred with numerous cuts, presenting a pitiful sight. Tears streamed down son Wukong's face as he gently caressed Wukong's cheek, his voice trembling. "Wukong! Wukong! Please wake up. Do not frighten your grandfather." Without a moment's delay, son Wukong hastily carried Wukong back to their humble abode. He procured clean cloth strips and herbs, meticulously tending to Wukong's wounds to staunch the bleeding and bind them. He first cleansed the wound on Wukong's head with warm water, then applied crushed herbs to the injury, securing it with cloth. Subsequently, he treated the other wounds on Wukong's body, each touch increasing his heartache. After tending to the injuries, son Wukong sat vigil by Wukong's bedside, remaining awake throughout the night. He held Wukong's hand tightly, his eyes filled with worry and guilt. "It's all my fault, grandfather's fault for not watching over you, which led to such grievous injuries," he murmured. "Wukong, you must pull through. Your grandfather cannot be without you." He frequently checked Wukong's breath and felt his forehead, fearing that Wukong might leave him forever. Fortunately, by the dawn of the next day, Wukong finally awakened. He slowly opened his eyes, and, upon seeing son Wukong's bloodshot eyes and weary face, could not help but offer a pure smile. "Grandfather, I'm fine, just a bit of a headache." Seeing Wukong smile, the weight in son Wukong's heart finally lifted. He embraced Wukong with joy, tears flowing once more. "Wukong, you have finally awoken. You frightened your grandfather." "Grandfather, why are you crying?" Wukong reached out his small hand, gently wiping away son Wukong's tears. "I truly am fine, please do not worry." Son Wukong released Wukong, affectionately ruffling his hair, and softly inquired, "Wukong, do you remember what happened yesterday? Why did you run to the edge of the cliff?" Wukong furrowed his brow, straining to recall, then shook his head, a hint of confusion in his gaze. "I don't remember, grandfather. I only recall playing with a butterfly, then everything went blank." Son Wukong's heart stirred. Observing Wukong's gaze closely, he noticed it had become even purer than before. The innate ferocity characteristic of Saiyans that would occasionally surface had completely vanished. Suddenly, he comprehended. This head injury, while causing Wukong to lose some memories, had also entirely suppressed the primal instincts of the Saiyan warrior within him, transforming him into a kind-hearted, innocent child of Earth. Son Wukong felt both a sense of relief and a tinge of concern. He was relieved that Wukong had finally shed the Saiyan's innate ferocity and had become a good child. Yet he worried whether the unique power within Wukong would be affected by this incident. However, soon Son Wukong dispelled his worries. In the days that followed, Wukong not only regained his former vitality, but also exhibited an even greater enthusiasm for martial arts training. He diligently adhered to Son Wukong's teachings, practicing earnestly without a hint of laziness. His progress became increasingly rapid, and his martial skills flourished to the point where he could exchange a few blows with Son Wukong. "Wukong, your progress is astonishing. Soon your grandfather will no longer be your match," Son Wukong said with a smile, pride gleaming in his eyes. "Grandfather, you are too modest. You are still stronger than I am," Wukong replied, scratching his head bashfully. "I must continue to strive in my training and one day surpass you, becoming the most formidable martial artist to protect you in this forest." Son Wukong looked at Wukong's determined eyes, his heart swelling with pride. He understood that Wukong's future was destined for greatness. He merely hoped that Wukong would forever retain this innocence and kindness, using his strength to safeguard those he loved and the earth that sustained him. As days turned into weeks, Wukong gradually grew into a 10-year-old boy. He had surpassed Son Wukong in height, standing tall with bright eyes full of sunshine and vitality. His martial arts skills became increasingly refined, having mastered all the techniques Son Wukong taught him, and even creating some new techniques of his own, such as a swift movement skill that combined his strength and speed, allowing him to instantaneously appear behind his enemies to launch surprise attacks. Son Wukong recognized that Wukong had matured, and it was time for him to experience the world beyond their secluded mountain. He did not wish for Wukong to remain confined to the depths of the forest for a lifetime. He hoped Wukong would venture out, make new friends, encounter diverse experiences, and pursue his dreams. "Wukong, you have grown up, and your martial arts skills have become increasingly refined," Son Wukong said one day. "Grandfather hopes you can step out of this forest, explore the outside world, make more friends, and hone your skills." Wukong looked taken aback, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Grandfather, I do not want to leave you. I want to stay by your side and protect you." "Silly child, grandfather knows you are filial," Son Wukong replied with a smile, ruffling Wukong's hair. "But you cannot remain by grandfather's side forever. You have your own future and your own dreams. Remember, true protection is not merely being by someone's side, but becoming strong enough to safeguard those you love at any moment." Wukong nodded, somewhat understanding, and as he gazed into Son Wukong's eyes, he saw both expectation and reluctance. He realized that his grandfather had his best interests at heart, and he could not let him down. "Grandfather, I understand. I will leave the forest to hone myself in the outside world. I will grow stronger and return to protect you in this forest." Son Wukong smiled with satisfaction. "Good. Grandfather believes in you. This is the Rui Bang that I used during my youth. I now pass it on to you, hoping it will protect you in times of danger." Son Wukong retrieved a long Rui Bang from the corner, handing it to Wukong. This precious staff, obtained by Son Wukong in his youth, could extend and retract at will, proving to be quite sharp and had accompanied him for decades. Wukong accepted the Rui Bang, gripping it tightly, his heart filled with emotion. "Thank you, grandfather. I will take good care of it and will not let you down. Also, this is the luggage I prepared for you, containing some clothes and provisions for your journey." Son Wukong pointed to a bundle beside the bed. "The outside world is complex. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, do not forget your original intention. Maintain kindness and integrity, and do not easily harm others." "I remember, grandfather," Wukong nodded, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 3. The Voyage of the Dragon Balls. The prologue of adventure and companionship. The morning mist had yet to dissipate when, in the clearing before their mountain cabin, Wukong stood with a bulging backpack on his back, gripping the Rui Bang gifted by Sun Wukong. His fingertips unconsciously tracing the staff's patterns, remnants of his grandfather's years of martial training. His eyes brimmed with reluctance and resolve. He swallowed hard, gazing once more at Sun Wukong. "Grandfather, you must take care of yourself. Do not climb such high cliffs to gather herbs again. When I return, I will gather all the herbs in the mountains for you." Sun Wukong stood before him, his face radiating affection, yet unable to conceal the worry in his eyes. He reached out to smooth Wukong's slightly tousled hair, pulling from his pocket a small object wrapped in cloth and placing it into Wukong's backpack. "Silly child. Grandfather is in good health. Inside is the Dragon Ball radar I prepared in advance. Open it on your journey. It is said that gathering 7 Dragon Balls can summon the dragon to grant wishes. Perhaps it will help you find like-minded companions and provide a glimmer of hope in times of danger." Wukong was momentarily taken aback, about to inquire about the nature of the Dragon Balls, when Sun Wufan gestured with his hand and reiterated, "The outside world is far more intricate than the tranquil woods. Human hearts are complex. In times of trouble, one must ponder deeply and not easily trust strangers. Remember, the true essence of martial arts is to protect, not to engage in conflict. Should you encounter someone in need, always extend a helping hand. Yet, if faced with malice, do not falter. Summon the courage of a warrior to safeguard yourself and those around you. Rest assured, Grandpa." Wukong nodded vigorously, etching Sun Wufan's words firmly into his mind. He bowed deeply, and as he straightened up, the reluctance in his eyes gradually transformed into determination. "I will take good care of myself, master the formidable martial arts. And once I am strong enough, I shall return to accompany you and protect this forest." With that, he turned and dashed down the mountain, his upright figure swiftly vanishing into the dense thickets, leaving only a series of crisp footfalls echoing in the serene morning valley. Sun Wufan remained rooted in place, gazing at the direction Wukong had departed for, immobile for a long while. He retrieved a small 4-star ball from his pocket, gently caressing it, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Wukong, this Dragon Ball was serendipitously acquired by me in my youth. I had intended to wait until you were older to share this with you, but it appears the time has come for you to explore your own world. May the Dragon Balls guide you, and may you forever retain this innocence, becoming a true master of martial arts." Wukong ran towards the foot of the mountain, his heart a mix of excitement and trepidation. He had never left the woods, and the outside world fascinated him, yet he felt a tinge of fear. Following Sun Wufan's teachings, he discerned directions by the density of the leaves, progressing along the winding mountain path. When hunger struck, he feasted on the provisions in his bundle or foraged wild fruits. When thirst beckoned, he drank from the crystal-clear streams by the roadside. When fatigue set in, he rested against the sturdy trees, occasionally greeting passing woodland creatures. Days later, Wukong finally emerged from the deep mountains, arriving at an unfamiliar plain. Before him lay a vast expanse of golden fields, scattered villages, and farmers laboring amidst the crops, all of which filled him with wonder. Unable to resist, he halted to inquire of a farmer passing by with a hoe. "Excuse me, sir, what place is this? Where might I find formidable martial artists? I wish to apprentice and grow stronger." The farmer, observing Wukong's coarse garments, tail at his waist, and the long staff in his hand, was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. "Young man, this is the outskirts of Shidu, where everyone is a farmer. There are no renowned martial artists here. However, I have heard tales of an elderly master known as the Turtle Sage residing on Turtle Island to the east. He is a legendary martial artist, though few can locate his dwelling, and even fewer receive his guidance." "Turtle Sage? Turtle Island?" Wukong's eye sparkled, and he resolved to seek out the Turtle Sage to learn superior martial arts. He thanked the farmer and, following the indicated path, headed toward the eastern coast. After 3 more days of travel, Wukong arrived at the banks of a wide river. The water was crystal clear, shaded by lush trees, and the air was fresh. Just as he bent to drink, he spotted a peculiar vehicle parked by the riverbank. Its shape resembled a colossal capsule, glimmering exquisitely, unlike anything he had encountered in the mountains. Having never seen such a contraption, Wukong approached it curiously, reaching out to touch its surface, eager to discover the nature of this strange object. "Hey, who are you? Do not touch my capsule vehicle." A clear, melodic voice rang out, tinged with caution. From the nearby thicket emerged a girl clad in a blue dress, her hair styled in a high ponytail, holding a palm-sized device that flickered with red lights. Her expression wary. This girl was Bulma, a renowned prodigy of science from Shidu, who, at the tender age of 16, had invented numerous high-tech products, among which the capsule vehicle was her pride. She had come to the riverbank in search of Dragon Balls, having stumbled upon their legend in ancient texts, and was determined to gather all 7 to fulfill her wish, to find a handsome and gentle boyfriend. Observing Wukong's tattered attire, tail, and the peculiar staff in his grasp, she felt a flicker of fear but mustered the courage to confront him. I am Sun Wukong, and I seek a formidable martial artist. Wukong scratched his head, sheepishly retracting his hand, his face adorned with an innocent smile. I could not help but admire your fascinating vehicle. My apologies, I did not intend to touch it. As Bulma gazed into Wukong's sincere eyes, her apprehension gradually dissipated. She scrutinized him, noticing that despite his somewhat rustic appearance, he possessed exceptionally bright eyes and exuded a unique aura, particularly with his untainted gaze. A thought crossed her mind, considering the potential dangers she might face on her quest for the Dragon Balls, ferocious beasts, wicked bandits. Having a companion who appeared formidable would provide much-needed security. You say your name is Sun Wukong? Bulma approached with a smile, extending her hand. I am Bulma, a scientist. I am in search of a spherical treasure known as the Dragon Ball, adorned with star patterns. It is said that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls can summon a dragon to grant any wish. Would you like to join me in this quest? Should we encounter danger, I can protect you with my high-tech weapons, and I can treat you to delightful foods, such as hamburgers and cola that you have never tasted before. Dragon Balls. A dragon? Granting any wish? Wukong's eyes brimmed with curiosity, recalling the small item his grandfather had given him. He hastily retrieved it from his bundle, unveiling a small radar that indeed flickered with several points of light. Bulma, look. This is the Dragon Ball radar my grandfather gifted me. He said it can help me locate the Dragon Balls. However, I must also seek the Turtle Sage to learn martial arts. Turtle Sage? Bulma's eyes brightened. She had come across references to the Turtle Sage in martial arts texts and knew he was a venerable master who had lived for ages. Furthermore, it was rumored that he possessed a Dragon Ball. She quickly proposed, Wukong, I know the Turtle Sage, and he is indeed formidable. Let us first seek him out. Acquire the Dragon Ball he possesses, and you can seize this opportunity to apprentice under him. It's a win-win situation. Once we gather the Dragon Balls, you can wish to become even stronger, and who knows, perhaps even the Turtle Sage will not be your match. Really? That's splendid, Wukong exclaimed, nearly flinging his staff in excitement. Let us set off at once. I can hardly wait to meet the Turtle Sage and learn exceptional martial arts. Thus, Wukong and Bulma embarked together on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Bulma's capsule vehicle was remarkably versatile, capable of high-speed travel on land, sailing through water, and even transforming into a small aircraft to fly through the skies. As Wukong sat in the vehicle, he marveled at the rapidly changing scenery outside, the bustling towns, vast deserts, and dense forests. His heart swelled with exhilaration as he had never imagined the outside world to be so vibrant. On their journey, they encountered numerous novel experiences and forged friendships with like-minded companions. After departing from the river, they followed the Dragon Ball radar's guidance, arriving at a dense primeval forest. Towering ancient trees and entwined vines created a dimly lit environment, where the occasional low growl of a beast could be heard. While Bulma felt a twinge of fear and clung tightly to Wukong's arm, he was brimming with excitement, leaping onto the tall trees to survey their surroundings and foraging wild fruits to share with Bulma. At that moment, a small figure leaped down from the branches, blocking their path. In the midst of the forest, there stood a diminutive monk clad in an orange robe. His bald head shone brightly in the light, and he sported a pair of oversized glasses that lent him a comical appearance. With hands firmly planted on his hips, he proclaimed loudly, "This mountain is mine, and this tree I have planted. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll." Both Wukong and Bulma were taken aback, astonished to encounter a bandit in such a remote woodland. Wukong stepped forward with a smile and said, "Little monk, we have no money. We are on a quest to find the Dragon Balls. Who are you to obstruct our path?" The monk introduced himself as Krillin, a former disciple of Shaolin Temple. Unable to endure the temple's strict regulations and tired of a monotonous vegetarian diet, he had fled. He had heard tales of a formidable martial artist on Kame House and was determined to seek out Kame Sennin to learn the art of combat, aspiring one day to become the greatest martial artist in the world and no longer be bullied. Initially intending to extort money from Wukong and Bulma, he was intrigued to learn they were also seeking Kame Sennin. His interest piqued. He eagerly suggested, "You too wish to find Grandpa Kame Sennin? So do I. I am Krillin. Why not join forces? I am well acquainted with this forest and can guide you. Moreover, I am quite capable and can protect you in times of danger." Bulma chuckled at Krillin's small stature, unable to contain her amusement. "Krillin, can someone as small as you truly protect us?" Krillin's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "Though I may be small, my abilities are formidable. I have learned many impressive techniques at Shaolin. If you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate." With that, he executed a series of punches. His movements, though somewhat juvenile, were remarkably agile and swift. Wukong watched Krillin's display with admiration, stepping forward to pat him on the shoulder. "Krillin, you are indeed impressive. Let us seek out Grandpa Kame Sennin together. We can spar along the way." Thus, Krillin joined their ranks. Despite his diminutive size, he possessed keen intelligence and a delightful sense of humor, often sharing jokes that elicited hearty laughter from Wukong and Bulma. As their camaraderie flourished, Wukong and Krillin frequently engaged in martial practice during their rest breaks. Wukong's immense strength could shatter trees with a single punch, while Krillin's speed and agility allowed him to excel at evasion and surprise attacks. Each made significant progress through their shared training. Upon departing the primordial forest, they followed the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar into a vast desert. The arid expanse was engulfed in yellow sands, with sweltering temperatures rendering the landscape devoid of greenery. Save for the occasional cactus or dead tree, their capsule vehicle had not traveled far before it malfunctioned due to the intense heat, leaving them stranded. "What shall we do? The vehicle is broken, and we cannot traverse the desert," Bulma exclaimed, on the verge of tears. "It is unbearably hot here. We shall soon succumb to dehydration." Wukong and Krillin shared her concern. Despite their superior physical constitution, they could not withstand such harsh conditions indefinitely. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance, and a young man riding a camel approached them, clad in a yellow trench coat, with tousled hair and sporting sunglasses. He appeared quite dashing, albeit with a hint of wariness in his gaze. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" he inquired, halting his camel and removing his sunglasses to scrutinize Wukong, Bulma, and Krillin with a cool demeanor. This young man was Yamcha, a once privileged youth who had developed a severe fear of women, causing him to tremble uncontrollably in their presence. He had left home to survive in the desert by robbing passers-by. Upon seeing Bulma, he immediately turned away, speaking only to Wukong and Krillin. Wukong, sensing that Yamcha was not malevolent but rather peculiar, replied, "We are searching for the Dragon Balls. Our vehicle is broken, and we are stranded here. Can you assist us?" Hearing the mention of the Dragon Balls sparked Yamcha's interest. He too had heard of their legend and hoped to use them to cure his phobia. "I will help you," he proposed, "but first, you must engage me in combat. If you win, I shall assist you. If you lose, the Dragon Ball radar is mine." Exchanging glances, Wukong and Krillin nodded in agreement, eager to witness Yamcha's prowess. Wukong stepped forward, declaring, "Yamcha, I will fight you." Yamcha smirked, drawing a long sword from behind him. "Do not regret your decision," he warned, charging at Wukong with his blade slicing through the air toward Wukong's chest. Unfazed, Wukong deftly dodged Yamcha's strike, swinging his Rui Bang to deflect the sword, which flew from Yamcha's grasp and landed in the sands. Surprised by Wukong's strength, Yamcha quickly retreated and assumed a fighting stance. Shouting, "Wolf Fang Fist," his hands transformed into claw-like appendages, unleashing a barrage of rapid punches aimed at Wukong. With focused determination, Wukong retracted his Rui Bang, gripping its shortened form while skillfully evading Yamcha's relentless assault, seeking an opening to counterattack. Just as Yamcha's fist neared him, Wukong unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Yamcha's chest. Caught off guard, Yamcha was sent flying, crashing heavily into the sands and spitting blood. "Yamcha, are you all right?" Wukong rushed over, concerned. "I did not intend to hurt you. I merely wished to spar." Gazing into Wukong's sincere eyes, Yamcha felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Struggling to rise, he admitted, "Wukong, you are truly formidable. I concede. I will assist you, and I wish to join you in seeking the Dragon Balls in hopes of curing my fear of women." Bulma, smiling at Yamcha, remarked, "Your fear of women is not insurmountable. With more interaction, you will surely overcome it. If you accompany us, I can help you with this issue." Though still trembling, Yamcha nodded, "Very well. I shall join you in the search for the Dragon Balls. I am familiar with the desert terrain and can lead you to sources of water and supply stations. Thus, Yamcha became part of their team, enhancing their strength. His martial skills and knowledge of the desert proved invaluable. Under his guidance, they soon discovered a water source and supply station, replenishing their provisions. Bulma repaired the capsule vehicle, and they continued their journey toward Kame House. Along the way, they faced numerous dangers. Within an ancient castle, guided by the Dragon Ball radar, they located a 2-star ball, only to find that the castle's master was an evil scientist named Pilaf. Pilaf, small in stature and clad in a purple robe with an oversized head that appeared quite ridiculous, harbored grand ambitions of world domination through the Dragon Balls. Accompanied by 2 capable minions, one named Mai, a clever girl adept with various traps, and another named Shu, a green-clad robot of immense strength. Pilaf sought to seize the Dragon Ball radar. Mai, Shu, retrieved the Dragon Ball radar from them. Pilaf sat upon his throne and proclaimed loudly, "Whoever dares to hinder my dominion over the world shall be annihilated." At once, Xiao Wu and Ashio charged towards Wukong and his companions. Xiao Wu pressed the remote in her hand, and numerous mechanical arrows suddenly extended from the castle walls, shooting towards them. Yamcha reacted swiftly, pulling Bulma to hide behind a pillar, while Krillin agilely leaped onto the roof to evade the onslaught of arrows. Wukong, wielding his Rui Bong, extended the staff and swung it, sending all the mechanical arrows flying away. Ashio rushed in front of Wukong and threw a punch, but Wukong, undaunted, returned the blow. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided, creating a tremendous shockwave that shattered the surrounding tables and chairs. Wukong felt a tingling in his arm, astonished at the immense strength of this robot. Ashio staggered back a few steps, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, before charging at Wukong again, brandishing 2 sharp blades aimed at Wukong's body. Wukong deftly dodged the attack and swung his Rui Bong towards Ashio's head. Ashio was caught off guard, struck by the staff, producing a loud thud, leaving a significant dent in his head and rendering his body somewhat rigid. Witnessing Ashio's injury, Xiao Wu felt a pang of fear but gathered her courage and charged towards Krillin. Despite his diminutive stature, Krillin was remarkably swift, evading Xiao Wu's strikes while occasionally counterattacking with punches to her back. Xiao Wu was forced to retreat repeatedly until Krillin delivered a punch that knocked her unconscious. Pilaf, witnessing the defeat of both Xiao Wu and Ashio, was overcome with terror. He quickly leapt from his throne in an attempt to flee, but was seized by Wukong by the collar. "Pilaf, where do you think you are going?" Wukong chuckled. "Do you also wish to seek the Dragon Balls? However, using the Dragon Balls to dominate the world is wrong. They are meant to assist others, not to perpetrate evil." Trembling in fear, Pilaf hastily replied, "Lord Wukong, I was mistaken. I will never aspire to rule the world again. I am willing to give you the Urshing Chio from the castle. Please spare me." Seeing Pilaf's genuine remorse, Wukong released him, saying, "Very well, we shall trust you. You must strive to be a good person from now on and cease your wickedness." Chapter 4. Under the Kame House. The essence of martial arts and the Kame-style legacy. After departing from Pilaf's castle, Wukong and his companions boarded the repaired capsule car, journeying east along the coastline. Outside the window, the azure sea melded with the sky, seagulls circled above the surface, and golden sunlight sprinkled across the water, creating a shimmering effect akin to scattered gold flakes. Bulma leaned against the window, savoring the scenery while occasionally lifting her camera to capture moments. Krillin and Yamcha conversed excitedly in the back seat about their impending meeting with the Kame Sennin. Only Wukong was wholly focused on his aspiration to learn, gripping his Rui Bong tightly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. After 3 days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the legendary Kame Island at dawn. The small isle was nestled in the heart of the Cerulean Sea, modest in size yet resembling a paradise, lush with greenery, clusters of coconut trees, and vibrant red phoenix flowers blooming against the verdant foliage. A golden beach encircled the island, the fine sand soft and inviting beneath their feet, in the crystal-clear waters. Colorful fish darted about, while a few sea turtles leisurely basked on the shore. "Wow, is this really Kame Island? It's simply breathtaking," Bulma exclaimed, leaping from the car and raising her camera to take photos, finding it even more beautiful than what she had seen in the albums from Shidu. "I must vacation here someday." Krillin and Yamcha were equally impressed. Krillin ran onto the beach, picking up a shell and laughing. "I never imagined such a beautiful place existed. If I could train here forever, I would endure any hardship." Yamcha approached the shoreline, feeling the sea breeze dissipate his worries. Only Wukong had no time to appreciate the scenery. Burdened with his pack and Rui Bong, he strode purposefully toward a small wooden cabin nestled among the dense coconut trees. The cabin, with its thatched roof and walls made of raw timber, appeared quite rudimentary yet exuded an air of antiquity. In the clearing before the cabin lay various martial arts training equipment, heavy stone locks, long wooden stakes, suspended sandbags, and a large practice mat, indicating that this place was frequently used for training. Came Senin. Came Senin. Wukong called out loudly, his voice echoing through the forest and startling a few birds from their perch. Moments later, the cabin door creaked open, revealing a venerable old man with white hair. He donned an orange martial arts uniform, a black belt cinched at his waist, and his face was etched with deep wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, as if they could see through one's soul. A faint smile graced his lips as he held a gourd, occasionally sipping from it, exuding a carefree demeanor devoid of the imposing presence of a legendary martial arts master. This elder was none other than the Kame Senin, the fabled deity of martial arts. Having lived for nearly a century and mastered extraordinary skills, with the Kamehameha being his signature technique of unparalleled might, he regarded Wukong and his companions with a glimmer of surprise before smiling. "Who are you? How did you find this secluded island?" Kame Senin, greetings. Wukong hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply, nearly to a 90-degree angle. "I am Suin Wukong, here to seek your tutelage. These are my companions, Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha. We are in search of a treasure known as the Dragon Ball, and we have heard that you possess one. We hope you might sell or give it to us." The Kame Senin scrutinized Wukong, his gaze lingering on the tail at his waist and the Rui Bong in his hand, before assessing Krillin, Yamcha, and Bulma in turn. Already piecing together the situation, he stroked his white beard and chuckled. "It is not impossible for you to become my disciples. Acquiring the Dragon Ball is also feasible. However, I have a condition. You must assist me in completing a task. Upon its successful completion, I shall accept you as my students and grant you the Dragon Ball. If you fail, you must leave." "What task?" Wukong eagerly inquired, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. For the sake of learning, he would undertake not just one task, but even 10 or 100 if necessary. Krillin and Yamcha nodded vigorously, with Krillin assuring, "Kame Senin, rest assured. We shall give our all to accomplish the task you assign." Only Bulma harbored some doubts, feeling that the Kame Senin's smile concealed some ulterior motive. She leaned in and whispered to Wukong, "Be careful, Wukong. This old man seems unreliable. I hope he isn't planning to trick us into doing something nefarious." The Kame Senin appeared to have overheard Bulma's words and chuckled, "My dear girl, worry not. I am no villain. I merely wish for you to procure some delicious food for me. I have heard that a young lady named Lanchi in Shidu makes exceptionally tasty buns, thin-skinned and generously filled, savory and delectable. It has been ages since I have enjoyed them. If you bring me back 100 of Lanchi's buns, I shall fulfill your wishes." 100 buns? Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Kame Senin, your appetite is quite substantial, isn't it? Can you even finish 100 buns?" "Heh. I do have quite an appetite. 100 buns would be just enough for a single meal," the Kame Senin replied with a gluttonous expression. "What? Are you unable to do it? If not, you shall have to leave." "Not a problem. We shall go right away," Wukong declared resolutely, seizing Kellen's hand. "Krillin, let us go together. The two of us will go, and we shall return swiftly." Krillin nodded in agreement and said, "All right, let us set off at once." Bulma, observing the expression on Kame Senin's face, sensed something was amiss but refrained from voicing her concerns. Instead, she cautioned, "Goku, Krillin, be careful on your journey. The people in Shidu are quite complex. Do not stir up trouble. Yamcha and I will remain here, waiting for your return and keeping an eye on this old gentleman to prevent any change of heart." Yamcha also nodded, assuring them, "You can go without worry. With Bulma and me here, there will be no issues. If Kame Senin dares to reconsider, I shall not be lenient." Kame Senin chuckled at Yamcha's words, "Young man, you certainly possess some spirit, but with your current strength, you are not yet my match. Hurry along and purchase your buns. I shall await your return." Thus, Goku and Krillin bid farewell to Bulma and Yamcha, embarking on Bulma's capsule aircraft toward Shidu. The aircraft flew at remarkable speed, and within less than an hour, they arrived at the bustling metropolis of Shidu. Towering skyscrapers dominated the skyline, the streets teemed with vehicles, and pedestrians flowed like a river. Numerous intriguing shops lined the streets, showcasing various modes of transportation previously unseen by Goku and Krillin, such as flying cars and hovering bicycles, leaving them utterly dazzled. Wow, Shido is incredibly vibrant, Krillin exclaimed. It is more lively than any place I have visited before. Goku nodded, his eyes filled with curiosity as he grasped Klin's hand, saying, let us quickly find Lan Chi's bun shop. After buying the buns, we must return promptly. I wish to commence my martial arts training under Kame Sennin as soon as possible. Following Kame Sennin's directions, they inquired along the street and soon discovered Lan Chi's bun shop. Though modest in size, the shop was exceptionally clean and tidy, with a red sign hanging at the entrance that boldly proclaimed Lan Chi Bun Shop. A long queue snaked from the entrance, indicating the popularity of Lan Chi's buns. Goku and Krillin hurried to the end of the line, awaiting their turn. Krillin could not help but inhale deeply, as the air was fragrant with the rich aroma of buns, filled with pork and green onions, beef and carrots, chives and eggs, as well as various sweet fillings, making his mouth water. Wow, it smells divine, Krillin remarked. No wonder Kame Sennin is so eager to eat these buns. Just the aroma alone makes me want to devour several. Goku nodded in agreement, equally enticed by the scent, his stomach growling in anticipation. After nearly an hour of waiting, their turn finally arrived. Behind the counter, a beautiful young woman was busily preparing buns. She had long golden hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders and blue eyes as clear as the ocean. Her face was always adorned with a gentle smile as she skillfully crafted the buns. This young woman was Lan Chi, renowned not only for her beauty but also for her delectable buns, which had earned her a modest fame in Shido. Hello, what type of buns would you like? Lan Chi inquired with a warm and melodious voice. Lan Chi, we would like 100 buns, a variety of flavors. Goku replied, his innocent smile brightening his face. Lan Chi was momentarily stunned but soon responded with a smile. Very well, please wait a moment. I will prepare them for you. With that, she quickened her pace, and soon, a batch of steaming buns was ready. She placed them into a large bag and handed it to Goku, stating, your 100 buns are ready, featuring an assortment of flavors. The total is 500 yuan. Goku patted his pockets, realizing he had no money. He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Lan Chi, I apologize, but I have no money. May I owe you for now? Once I learn martial arts under Kame Sennin and earn some money, I will certainly repay you. Lan Chi, witnessing the sincerity in Goku's eyes, felt a mix of helplessness and sympathy. Just as she was about to respond, a commotion erupted from behind her. A group of thugs barged into the bun shop, led by a burly man with a face full of brutish features. He wore a black tank top, exposing tattoos on his arms, and exuded a menacing aura. This man, known as Tai Xiong, was a notorious bully in Shido, frequently preying on the weak and extorting money, instilling fear in local businesses. Lan Chi, it's time to pay your protection fee. Tai Xiong swaggered to the counter, slamming his hand down. 500 yuan every month. Not a penny less. If you fail to pay, I will smash your shop and ensure you can never conduct business again. Lan Chi's face turned pale with fear, her body trembling as she implored, Tai Xiong, business has been slow these days. The earnings barely cover rent and supplies. Could you grant me a few more days? I promise to pay you once I earn some money. A few more days? I think you're courting death. Tai Xiong sneered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he reached for Lan Chi's arm. If you don't pay today, you'll come with me and become my wife, and your shop will be under my control. Stop. You shall not bully Lan Chi. Goku interjected, stepping forward to block Tai Xiong, his eyes aflame with fury. Lan Chi is a good person, and her buns are delicious. Why do you torment her? If you do not leave, I shall not hold back. Tai Xiong laughed at Goku, sizing him up. You little brat, dare you meddle in my affairs? You must be tired of living. Brothers, teach him a lesson so he knows my might. Immediately, the thugs lunged at Goku, wielding wooden sticks, iron rods, and even knives, striking toward him. Goku showed no signs of fear. He handed the bag of buns to Krillin, saying, Krillin, safeguard the buns and Lan Chi. I will handle these ruffians. With that, Goku charged at the gangsters. His speed was astonishing, and they could hardly perceive his movements as he swiftly took them down one by one. Some were sent flying by his punches, crashing to the ground and unable to rise. Others were kicked in the stomach, writhing in pain and screaming. Seeing his men defeated, Tai Xiong was taken aback. He had not anticipated this seemingly insignificant boy to be so formidable. He charged at Goku himself, throwing a powerful punch aimed at Goku's chest. a blow that could knock an ordinary person unconscious. Goku deftly evaded the attack, sidestepping slightly before countering with a punch to Tai Xiong's abdomen. Tai Xiong staggered back, spitting blood and fury. In a fit of rage, he drew a knife from his waist, aiming to kill Goku. Goku's gaze sharpened. He seized Tai Xiong's wrist and twisted it forcefully, hearing a sickening crack as Tai Xiong's wrist broke, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Howling in agony, Tai Xiong was met with a punch to the head from Goku, rendering him unconscious and sprawled on the ground. The remaining thugs, witnessing Tai Xiong's defeat, were struck with terror. They hastily lifted their fallen leader and fled in disarray, shouting, "We will never come back again." Lan Shi looked at Goku, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she rushed to his side. "Goku, thank you for saving me. If not for you, I would have been in dire straits today. I will give you these 100 buns as a token of my appreciation. You need not pay." "Really? Thank you so much, Lan Shi," Goku replied excitedly. "If anyone ever bullies you again, just tell me, and I will make sure they pay for it." Having concluded their conversation, Wukong and Krillin picked up the Bowsy, bade farewell to the young lady Lan Shi, and boarded the capsule airplane, soaring towards Kame House. Upon their return to Kame House, the sun was already setting, casting a splendid orange-red hue across the sky, while the sea shimmered with glistening waves, resembling a beautiful painting. Bulma and Yamcha awaited them by the shore, rushing over upon seeing their return. "Welcome back, Wukong and Krillin. Did you bring the Bowsy?" Bulma inquired eagerly, her gaze fixed on the bag in Wukong's hand. "Yes, we did. Lan Shi even gifted them to us, free of charge," Wukong exclaimed, lifting the bag triumphantly. Bulma and Yamcha were taken aback, and Wukong recounted the incident at the Bowsy shop, where he had bravely intervened to save someone from a ruffian, leading to Lan Shi's gratitude expressed through the gift of Bowsy. Both Bulma and Yamcha admired Wukong's courage, and Kame Sennin emerged from the house, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of approval as he listened to Wukong's tale. "Wukong, you have done well," Kame Sennin said with a smile. "The true essence of martial arts lies not only in cultivating strength, but also in protecting the weak and aiding others. You possess a kind and brave heart, which is well suited for martial arts training. From today onward, I shall take you and Krillin as my disciples. Yamcha, if you wish, you may also learn martial arts under my guidance." Wukong and Krillin leaped with excitement. "Thank you, Kame Sennin. We will train diligently and not disappoint your expectations," Wukong declared. Krillin quickly added, "Thank you, Kame Sennin. We will surely put in our utmost effort." Yamcha approached respectfully, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Kame Sennin. I wish to learn martial arts from you as well. I want to grow stronger to protect myself and those around me." Although Bulma had little interest in martial arts, she felt joy for Wukong and the others. "That's wonderful. Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, you must learn diligently from Kame Sennin and become formidable martial artists. I will take care of your daily needs and help you with any injuries you sustain during training." Thus, Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha officially became disciples of Kame Sennin, embarking on a rigorous journey of martial arts training. Kame Sennin's training methods were exceedingly strict, bordering on harsh. They were to rise before dawn and train until nightfall. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated Kame Island, Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha were already in the open space in front of the house. Kame Sennin stood before them, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, a black belt cinched at his waist, his usual smile replaced by a serious expression. "From today onward, you are my disciples," Kame Sennin declared solemnly. "I shall impart to you all my knowledge of martial arts. But remember, there are no shortcuts in the path of martial arts. Only through diligent practice and hard work can you achieve progress. You must engage in 5 hours of foundational training each day, encompassing stances, running, punching sandbags, lifting stone blocks, and swimming. Only by solidifying your foundation can you master more advanced martial arts techniques." With that, Kame Sennin began to guide them in their training. The stance training was the most basic yet the most exhausting. They had to stand with their legs shoulder-width apart, knees bent, thighs parallel to the ground, back straight, hands on their waists, and gaze fixed ahead for 2 hours. Initially, Wukong and Krillin managed to endure, but Yamcha soon faltered, his legs trembling and sweat beading on his forehead. "Yamcha, no slacking off," Kame Sennin admonished sternly, wielding a whip that he lightly tapped against Yamcha's leg. "The stance is foundational to martial arts. Only by establishing a firm base can you execute powerful techniques. If you cannot even maintain a proper stance, how will you learn more advanced skills?" Hold on a bit longer. There's still half an hour left. Yamcha gritted his teeth, silently resolving to persevere. He took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing, striving to stabilize his body. The running training was equally grueling. They had to complete 10 laps around Kame Island. Though the island was not large, 10 laps amounted to several dozen kilometers. At first, they maintained a swift pace, but after a few laps, fatigue set in. Their speed dwindling, and their breaths grew labored. Kame Sennin trailed behind them, whip in hand, occasionally urging them to quicken their pace. Faster! Pick up the speed. You are too slow, Kame Sennin shouted. If you cannot run fast, how will you escape from enemies? How will you attack? Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha gritted their teeth and ran with all their might, sweat saturating their clothes, streaming down their faces and pooling on the ground. During the sandbag training, Kame Sennin instructed them to strike quickly, accurately, and powerfully, honing their strength, speed, and precision. Wukong possessed great strength, capable of sending the sandbag flying with a single punch. Even breaking it, Krillin was swift, delivering a flurry of punches. Yamcha's techniques were agile, excelling in combination punches, each showcasing their unique strengths. Kame Sennin stood by, correcting their stances and imparting punching techniques. Wukong, your strength is impressive, but your punching speed is lacking. You must quicken your pace, so your opponent has no time to react. Chapter 5. The Martial Arts Tournament. The youth's brilliance and the first encounter with destiny. The morning light and sea breeze of Kame Island bore witness to the transformation of Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha over the past 3 months. The stance that once required sheer determination to maintain now found them standing firm like a rock for half the day. The once exhausting laps around the island transformed from breathless exertion to effortless leading. Even the Kamehameha evolved from a mere beam that could only crack a sandbag to a powerful energy wave capable of shattering coastal rocks and creating waves several meters high. During this time, Bulma upgraded the Dragon Ball radar to its 3rd generation, significantly expanding its detection range and enhancing its accuracy. To her delight, through analyzing the energy fluctuations detected by the radar, she discovered that at the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, one of the contestants, known as Chung Long, was likely in possession of a Dragon Ball. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Wukong, having just finished his morning practice, dropped his Rui Bang and hurried to Bulma's side, his eyes sparkling like stars. Kame Sennin, what is that place? Are there many powerful martial artists? Can I fight them? Kame Sennin, seated beneath a coconut tree, leisurely sipped his drink. Upon hearing Wukong's question, he set down his gourd and explained with a smile. The World Martial Arts Tournament is the premier martial arts event on Earth, held every 3 years, where martial artists from around the globe gather to showcase their skills and compete for the title of the world's strongest. The champion not only receives a prize of 500,000, but also earns the respect of the entire martial arts community, a coveted honor for all martial artists. 500,000. Kellen's eyes widened as he rubbed his hands together. How much delicious food can that buy? And to face formidable opponents. It's a deal too good to pass up. We must participate. Yamcha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having made rapid progress in his training, he was eager to gauge his strength against others. I want to go too. Perhaps in the competition, I can overcome my fear of women and become stronger to protect everyone. Bulma clapped her hands and added, I've checked, and this tournament will be held in Nandu. Moreover, according to the radar, one of the contestants named Chung Long possesses energy fluctuations that perfectly match those of a Dragon Ball. We can participate in the tournament while also acquiring the Dragon Ball, achieving 2 goals at once. Kame Sennin pondered for a moment, observing the anticipation in his 3 disciples' eyes, before nodding in agreement. Very well, progress in martial arts requires not only closed-door training, but also practical experience. Engaging with martial artists of different styles will allow you to quickly identify your shortcomings and break through your limitations. However, it is essential to remember that the purpose of the competition is to engage in mutual learning, not to compete for superiority. Regardless of victory or defeat, one must respect their opponent and uphold the essence of a warrior. We have taken this to heart. Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with enthusiasm and resolve. That afternoon, the group packed their belongings and boarded Bulma's capsule aircraft, setting off towards Nandu. The aircraft glided through the clouds, with rolling mountains and vast plains beneath. Goku leaned against the window, curiously observing the landscape outside, occasionally discussing the forthcoming competition with Krillin. Meanwhile, Yamcha quietly practiced, adjusting his state, while Bulma captured the journey with her camera, creating an exuberant atmosphere. After a day of travel, they finally arrived in Nandu by evening. As a significant economic hub in the south, Nandu's vibrancy rivaled that of Shidu. The streets were bustling with vehicles, and pedestrians flowed continuously, with colorful posters of the World Martial Arts Tournament plastered everywhere. The bold characters proclaiming world's #1 drew the gaze of countless onlookers. The air was thick with excitement as people discussed the upcoming event, speculating on who would claim this year's championship. Following the directions on the posters, they quickly found the registration area for the tournament, situated at the entrance of the Nandu Sports Arena. A long queue had already formed, filled with martial artists from around the globe, each exhibiting diverse physiques and styles. Some were tall and robust, muscles bulging, exuding immense strength. Others were shorter yet agile, their eyes sharp as hawks, radiating a sense of vitality, and some donned peculiar martial arts uniforms, bearing weapons, appearing enigmatic. Wow, so many formidable individuals, Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to engage in combat with them. Krillin tugged at Goku's sleeve and whispered, "Goku, don't be too impulsive. Let us register first, and we can compete properly tomorrow." Goku nodded and joined Krillin and Yamcha in the queue. Bulma stood nearby, photographing them and occasionally inquiring about the competitors, eager to gather more information about their opponents. The registration process was straightforward. They filled in their names and contact details, paid the registration fee, and received their participant numbers. Goku was 41, Krillin 42, and Yamcha 43. "Wonderful. We get to compete tomorrow," Goku exclaimed, waving his number with exuberance. "I cannot wait to face those remarkable martial artists. We should find a hotel to rest well tonight, conserving our energy for tomorrow's competition," Krillin suggested, maintaining a clear mind despite his excitement. Yamcha nodded in agreement. "Yes, we need to prepare adequately, considering the potential scenarios we might encounter in the competition and devising strategies to counter them." They settled into a pleasant hotel near the arena. That evening, Master Roshi summoned his 3 disciples to his room for pre-competition guidance. He retrieved a thick martial arts manual from his luggage, opened it, and pointed to the illustrated techniques, patiently explaining, "In tomorrow's competition, you will encounter a variety of opponents. Some excel in strength, others in speed, some in technique, and there may be those who employ treacherous tactics. Remember, regardless of the opponent, maintain your composure. Observe carefully, identify their weaknesses, and strike accordingly." As he spoke, Master Roshi stood and demonstrated several techniques for countering different styles. Against a powerful opponent, avoid direct confrontation by utilizing your speed and agility to evade their attacks. Then seize the moment to counterattack. Against a speedy adversary, remain calm, defend your position, and strike when they reveal a flaw. Against a technique-focused fighter, leverage your strength to disrupt their rhythm. Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha listened attentively, nodding in understanding, committing Master Roshi's words to memory, occasionally posing questions which he addressed with patience. Before they knew it, the night had deepened, and Master Roshi finally sent them to rest, urging them to rejuvenate for the competition ahead. Early the next morning, the World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. The Nandu Sports Arena was packed to capacity, with spectators arriving from all directions, their enthusiasm palpable, cheers and shouts echoing loudly. In the center of the arena stood a massive competition platform, constructed from solid rock, surrounded by high railings to ensure the participants' safety. Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha donned matching orange martial arts uniforms, black belts cinched at their waists, standing in the contestant area, their hearts a mix of tension and excitement. They watched the opening ceremony on stage, listening to the host's enthusiastic introduction, absorbing the fervent atmosphere, and could not help but clench their fists, silently vowing to achieve excellent results in the competition. Once the opening ceremony concluded, the competition commenced. According to the schedule, the tournament was divided into preliminary rounds and the main event, with the preliminaries following a single elimination format. Over 100 competitors participated, divided into 8 groups, with only the winners of each group advancing to the main event. Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha were assigned to different groups, each heading to their respective arenas to prepare for the first round of matches. Goku found himself in Group 1, facing an imposing figure named Black Bear, who towered over 2 meters and weighed over 300 pounds, his muscular frame resembling that of an actual bear. Black Bear was a street fighter, lacking formal training yet possessing incredible strength, reputed to be able to kill a cow with a single punch. and had garnered some local fame. You, my opponent? Black Bear sneered at the much smaller Goku. I suggest you concede now to avoid getting hurt and crying for your mama. Goku smiled and replied, I won't concede. I intend to have a proper match with you. The referee stepped between them and announced loudly, the match begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than Black Bear charged forward, his heavy footsteps echoing as he swung a fist towards Goku's chest. The punch slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. The audience gasped, fearing for Goku's safety. However, Goku stood undaunted, his speed far exceeding Black Bear's expectations. He merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging the oncoming attack, then swiftly maneuvered behind Black Bear to deliver a punch to his back. Black Bear felt a sharp pain shoot through him, stumbling forward in disbelief. How could this kid be so fast? Turning around, Black Bear lunged at Goku once more, attempting to catch him, but Goku nimbly evaded him. Like a sprightly monkey, Goku darted around Black Bear, striking when possible, leaving him in a state of disarray. Growing increasingly furious, Black Bear abandoned technique, wildly swinging his fists in a desperate attempt to land a hit on Goku. You won't hit me like that. Goku chuckled, seizing an opportunity, leaping onto Black Bear's shoulder and delivering a punch to his head. Black Bear was left dizzy, swaying unsteadily before crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The referee rushed over to check on Black Bear before announcing, in the first round of Group 1, contestant number 41, Sun Wukong, is the victor. The audience erupted into a thunderous applause, and Goku waved to the crowd before excitedly returning to the contestant area to share his experience with the awaiting Krillin and Yamcha. Goku, you were amazing. That Black Bear looked so formidable, yet you defeated him with such ease. Krillin exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yamcha nodded and remarked, Wukong, your speed and strength have significantly improved. I must learn from you. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the arena, signaling the commencement of Klin's match. His first opponent was a young man clad in a white martial arts uniform, known as Bai Lang, a disciple of the esteemed Qinqing sect. Adept in swordsmanship with a fierce style, he had effortlessly defeated 2 opponents in the preliminary rounds. Taking a deep breath, Klin adjusted his martial arts attire and approached the competition stage. As the match began, Bai Lang swiftly drew his long sword and charged at Klin, executing his techniques with deadly precision, swiftly enveloping Klin in a flurry of blade strokes. The audience watched with bated breath, and Wukong shouted anxiously, Klin, stay strong. Avoid his sword. Despite his diminutive stature, Klin exhibited remarkable agility, skillfully evading Bai Lang's strikes while occasionally counterattacking. Though Bai Lang's swordplay was formidable, he could not land a hit on Klin, who gradually began to sense Bai Lang's growing frustration as his attacks became increasingly erratic. Seizing the opportunity, Klin accelerated, maneuvering behind Bai Lang to deliver a powerful punch to his wrist. Bai Lang felt a jolt of numbness, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. Klin took advantage of the moment, landing a kick to Bai Lang's abdomen, sending him tumbling backward until he collapsed, unconscious. The referee declared, in the first round of Group 2, number 42, Klin emerges victorious. Wukong leaped with excitement, rushing to embrace Klin, exclaiming, Klin, you were incredible. You truly excelled. Klin, beaming with pride, replied, it's all thanks to Master Roshi's teachings, and I certainly didn't want to lose to you and Yajirobe. Next, it was Yajirobe's turn to compete. His first opponent was a female martial artist named Mei Guei, adorned in a striking red martial arts uniform. Despite her beauty, she wielded poisonous needles with a sinister flair, having dispatched 3 opponents in the preliminary rounds, leaving many competitors wary of her. Upon seeing Mei Guei, Yajirobe's complexion paled, and he trembled uncontrollably, his fear of women resurfacing. Mei Guei, noticing his distress, couldn't help but chuckle and teased, handsome, are you so frightened of me because you fancy me? If you're smitten, just concede, and I might consider a date. The audience erupted in laughter, while Wukong and Klin shouted from the stands, Yajirobe, stay strong. You cannot give up. Overcome your fear. Encouraged by Wukong and Klin's support, Yajirobe summoned his courage. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to steady himself. When he reopened his eyes, fear had vanished, replaced by a resolute gaze. I will not concede, he declared, assuming a combat stance. Mei Guei, taken aback by Yajirobe's newfound resolve, ceased her banter and swiftly drew a small bamboo tube, launching a barrage of poisonous needles toward him, their tips shimmering with a faint purple hue, clearly lethal. Anticipating her attack, Yajirobe adeptly dodged the needles and charged toward Meguei. Surprised by his speed, she panicked and fired another volley, which Yajirobe effortlessly evaded. Closing in on Meguei, he unleashed his signature technique, the Wolf Fang Fist, transforming his hands into razor-like claws as he struck with blinding speed, the flurry of fists nearly enveloping her entire form. Meguei, unable to evade in time, staggered backward, her body marred by wounds. Seizing the moment, Yajirobe delivered a decisive blow to her chest, rendering her unconscious. The referee announced, in the first round of Group 3, number 43, Yajirobe is victorious. Wukong and Krillin rushed to support Yajirobe, proclaiming, "Yajirobe, you were extraordinary. You've truly conquered your fears." A smile graced Yajirobe's face as he replied, "Thank you both. Without your encouragement, I surely would not have triumphed. I now realize that women are not so frightful after all." In the following days, the preliminary rounds continued. Wukong, Krillin, and Yajirobe, through their skills and Master Roshi's guidance, advanced triumphantly to the group finals. Wukong's opponent in the finals was a martial artist named Tai Quan, whose fists were as hard as iron and who specialized in boxing, having defeated 5 opponents without a single loss in the preliminaries. When the match commenced, Tai Quan initiated his assault, delivering rapid punches with astonishing power aimed at Wukong. Wukong nimbly evaded the strikes and retaliated, engaging in a fierce exchange. Ultimately, Wukong's formidable strength and agility allowed him to deliver a knockout punch, securing the group championship and advancing to the finals. Krillin faced an opponent named Wu Yingjiao, a martial artist renowned for his swift leg techniques. From the outset, Wu Yingjiao unleashed a barrage of kicks, his legs moving like shadows, leaving Krillin with little room to defend. However, Krillin utilized his wits and nimbleness to evade the relentless attacks while countering when the opportunity arose. Finally, he seized a moment of weakness and knocked Wu Yingjiao out, clinching the group title and progressing to the finals. Yajirobe's opponent was a martial artist named Du Xie, who specialized in utilizing poisons with treacherous tactics. As the match began, Du Xie unleashed a cloud of poisonous gas toward Yajirobe. Holding his breath, Yajirobe dodged the toxic attack and charged forward. The two engaged in a fierce battle, culminating in Yajirobe employing the Wolf Fang Fist to defeat Du Xie and secure the group championship, advancing to the finals. Thus, Wukong, Krillin, and Yajirobe all successfully qualified for the finals. The finals featured 8 competitors, and they would determine their opponents through a drawing. The draw took place on the central stage of the sports arena, with the 8 contestants taking turns to select their numbers. Wukong was the first to step up, casually drawing a ball from the box and discovering it was number 3. Following him, the other participants drew their numbers, and the results revealed that Wukong's first opponent was number 6, an elder named Chung Long. Krillin would face number 2, a mysterious old man known as Toad Sage, and Yajirobe was set to battle number 7, a speed-oriented martial artist named Shan Dian. Upon hearing Chung Long's name, Bulma immediately retrieved her Dragon Ball radar, and the screen indicated a match with Chung Long's location. Fantastic! Wukong's opponent is the holder of the Dragon Ball. If Wukong can defeat him, we will obtain the Dragon Ball. Wukong gazed at his number with excitement, exclaiming, "Chung Long? He sounds like a formidable martial artist, and I am eager to engage him in battle." Master Roshi observed the draw results, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes as he murmured, "The name Chung Long seems familiar." At that moment, the announcement for the first round of the finals blared through the speakers, with Wukong's match scheduled as the opener. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his martial arts uniform and strode toward the competition stage, aware that a fierce confrontation awaited him, and that his opponent might very well be a hidden master of martial arts. Press on. If we defeat him, we shall acquire the 4th Dragon Ball. Goku, clutching the Rui Bang, strode lightly onto the competition stage. The platform, laid with solid bluish stone, felt firm and stable beneath his feet. Instinctively, he flexed his wrist, his gaze settling upon his opponent across the arena. Chung Long, an elderly gentleman clad in a simple gray martial arts uniform, bore hair as white as frost, secured at the back with a modest wooden hairpin. His face, adorned with wrinkles of varying depths, radiated a benevolent aura shaped by the passage of time. He held a small cloth pouch in his hand and ambled slowly to the center of the stage, reminiscent of the elderly neighbor who relished basking in the sun, devoid of the fierce demeanor typically associated with martial artists. "Hello, old man," Goku greeted with a beaming smile, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. His eyes sparkling with innocence and brightness. "My name is Sun Wukong, and it is a pleasure to compete with you. You seem formidable. I will give it my all." Long nodded with a warm smile, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "Greetings, young man. I am Long. I can sense your steady breath and solid stance. You must have trained diligently. The essence of martial arts lies in communication, so there is no need for undue pressure. Let us engage earnestly in this match." The referee, clad in a black uniform, briskly approached the two and raised his right hand, announcing loudly, "The first match of the first round in the official competition, Sun Wukong versus Long. Let the match begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Goku surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. He refrained from unleashing his full strength immediately, opting instead to gauge Long's prowess. In an instant, he darted forward, leaving behind a faint afterimage, and with a sharp gust of wind accompanying his right fist, aimed a blow at Long's chest. The punch was executed at such speed that the audience barely perceived his movement, only hearing the whoosh of the wind. "Be careful!" Krillin and Yamcha shouted in unison from the audience, knowing well Goku's considerable strength, yet concerned that Long, appearing frail with age, might be hurt by such a strike. However, to everyone's astonishment, Long merely sidestepped gracefully, evading Goku's attack as if strolling leisurely. His movements flowed effortlessly, devoid of hesitation, as though he had anticipated Goku's trajectory. Goku's fist grazed the fabric of Long's martial arts uniform, striking nothing but air. The gust generated by his punch even ruffling a few strands of white hair on Long's forehead. Remarkable. A flicker of surprise crossed Goku's eyes, for he had not expected this seemingly ordinary elder to possess such quick reflexes and agility. Without pausing, he swiftly adjusted his stance, launching a left punch while simultaneously kicking towards Long's knee with his right leg, aiming to overwhelm him with a combination of strikes. Yet, Long remained unflustered. He slightly bent forward, dodging Goku's left punch while deftly lifting his right foot to block Goku's kick. The two bodies collided, producing a soft thud, and Goku felt as though he had struck a solid rock, a tingling sensation coursing through his foot. Long, using the momentum, retreated half a step, maintaining his balance, and said with a smile, "Young man, your moves are quite agile, but your breath seems a bit unsettled. Your control over power lacks precision. Try to calm your spirit." Goku nodded, recognizing the truth in Long's words. His previous attack had indeed been driven by impatience, and his breath had not synchronized with the rhythm of his movements. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and endeavored to find his tranquility, attuning himself to the flow of energy within. After a moment, he reopened his eyes. The determination within them intensified, and his aura steadied considerably. This time, Goku refrained from hastily attacking. Instead, he began to circle around Long, keenly observing his every movement in search of vulnerabilities. Long, in turn, did not initiate an attack, standing calmly in place, allowing Goku to scrutinize him, a gentle smile perpetually gracing his face, as if they were merely taking a leisurely stroll rather than engaged in a fierce contest. The audience gradually quieted, captivated by the atmosphere between the two, holding their breath in anticipation of the next strike. Bulma furrowed her brow and whispered to Master Roshi beside her, "Master Roshi, who exactly is this Long? He appears ordinary yet effortlessly evades Goku's strikes. His strength must be extraordinary." Master Roshi, seated in a corner of the audience in a wide-brimmed straw hat that obscured much of his face, held a pair of binoculars, feigning interest in the match. Upon hearing Bulma's words, a subtle smile graced his lips as he replied vaguely, "It's hard to say. Perhaps he is a reclusive martial arts master wishing to hone the skills of the youth at this martial arts tournament." At that moment, Goku suddenly launched an attack. He accelerated rapidly towards Long, and as he neared, he abruptly changed direction, maneuvering behind Long and delivering a powerful punch aimed at his back. This unexpected move elicited gasps from the audience. Yet, Long appeared to have foreseen the action. He subtly pivoted his body, effortlessly dodging Goku's blow, and raised his right hand to gently tap Goku's shoulder. Goku, quick to react, stepped back just in time to avoid Long's palm and renewed his assault. The two exchanged blows, each strike resonating with force, the atmosphere growing tense as the sounds of impact echoed across the stage. Goku's attacks grew increasingly rapid and fierce, blending Master Roshi's teachings of the turtle school technique with the nimbleness he had developed in the mountains. His moves became unpredictable, at times resembling a descending tiger, fierce and commanding, at others, a sprightly monkey, agile and versatile. Chunlong, however, remained composed throughout, his strikes seemingly slow yet imbued with profound martial essence. Each action was flawlessly timed, deftly evading Goku's attacks while skillfully guiding his movements, rendering Goku's efforts unable to reach their peak potential. This Chunlong is astonishing. His martial arts mastery is remarkable, Yamcha exclaimed, admiration shining in his eyes. Not only was he agile, but his deep understanding of martial arts was evident. Every movement seemed to impart wisdom to Goku rather than merely competing against him. Krillin nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, although Goku's attacks are formidable, each one is effortlessly neutralized by Chunlong, who also subtly points out the flaws in Goku's techniques. I feel that even if Goku were to lose this time, he would gain invaluable insights. The battle persisted for over half an hour, both Goku and Chunlong showing signs of fatigue, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, their clothes drenched and clinging to their bodies. Yet their gazes remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat. Goku, having fought for so long, had scarcely grazed the hem of Chunlong's robe, and a sense of urgency began to swell within him. He recognized that if the fight continued in this manner, victory would be elusive. He needed to unleash a more powerful technique. Chunlong, you are truly formidable, Goku exclaimed, inhaling deeply as he called out to Chunlong. Now, I shall employ my most powerful technique. You must be cautious. Chunlong smiled and nodded. Very well, I am ready. Unleash your full might. Goku positioned his legs shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, lowering his center of gravity. He slowly placed his hands at his sides, palms facing inward. Closing his eyes, he calmed his mind, sensing the flow of energy within him, gradually gathering it into a concentrated sphere between his palms. As the energy amassed, a small white orb began to form, growing larger and brighter, emanating a potent aura that caused the surrounding air to shimmer. What technique is that? Such an overwhelming aura. The audience gasped, instinctively stepping back, wary of the formidable energy. Bulma, her fists clenched with anxiety, remarked, "It's the Kamehameha." Goku is about to unleash the Kamehameha. Chunlong observed the energy sphere in Wukong's hands, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Gradually, he adjusted his stance, spreading his legs apart and placing his hands before his chest, palms facing each other, as the energy within him began to coalesce. Soon, a white energy sphere materialized between Chunlong's hands. Although smaller than Wukong's, its essence was more refined and formidable. What? Grandpa Chunlong can perform the Kamehameha too? Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, surprised to discover that Chunlong possessed the legendary technique of Kame Sennin. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha in the audience were equally taken aback. Krillin remarked, "Isn't the Kamehameha a unique skill of Kame Sennin? How can Chunlong do it as well?" Kame Sennin, seated in a corner, wore an increasingly pronounced smile and gently remarked, "Foolish children, do you truly believe you know who Chunlong is?" At that moment, Wukong shouted, "Kamehameha wave." Thrusting his hands forward vigorously, the enormous white energy sphere transformed into a dazzling beam, hurtling towards Chunlong. With cataclysmic power, the beam tore through the air, creating a shrill whistle, and the stone surface of the arena began to heat up from the intensity. Chunlong responded with a powerful shout, "Kamehameha wave," and similarly thrust his hands forward, sending a white energy beam to meet Wukong's. The two beams collided in the center of the arena with a thunderous explosion, generating a massive shockwave that shattered the surrounding barriers, sending debris and splinters flying. The audience instinctively shielded their eyes, and cries of alarm and cheers erupted in a cacophony. As the shockwave dissipated, a vast crater appeared in the center of the arena, the stone floor reduced to rubble. Both Wukong and Chunlong staggered back a dozen steps before finally regaining their footing, panting heavily and appearing somewhat pale, clearly exhausted from the preceding clash. "Grandpa Chunlong, you can also perform the Kamehameha." Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow in astonishment. "Who exactly are you?" Chunlong smiled, but did not answer Wukong's question. Instead, he advised, "Young man, your Kamehameha is quite powerful, yet your control over the energy lacks precision, leading to considerable waste. If you could refine that energy further, your power would increase exponentially." At that moment, Chunlong suddenly charged towards Wukong, his speed significantly enhanced compared to before, and he swiftly reached Wukong, delivering a punch to his chest. Wukong, taken by surprise, was struck and involuntarily propelled backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha shouted in unison, attempting to rush onto the stage, only to be halted by the referee. Wukong struggled to rise, but a sharp pain radiated from his chest, as if all his strength had been drained. He gazed at Chunlong, his eyes filled with defiance. He had not lost yet, and was determined to continue fighting. Chunlong approached Wukong, crouching beside him, and spoke softly, "Young man, you have already proven yourself exceptional, with great potential. If you continue to strive, you will undoubtedly become a great martial artist. However, you are not my match at present. You have lost this match." Wukong gritted his teeth, shaking his head defiantly. "I have not lost. I can still fight." He struggled to stand but fell again to the ground. The audience fell silent, their eyes fixed on Wukong, filled with admiration. Although he had lost, his indomitable spirit deeply moved everyone present. Bulma's eyes glistened with tears as she held the dragon radar, her heart heavy with disappointment, having hoped to obtain the Dragon Balls. The referee approached Wukong, assessing his condition before announcing loudly, "In the first match of the first round, Chunlong emerges victorious." The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause. While many had wished for Wukong's victory, they were also in awe of Chunlong's prowess. Chunlong waved to the audience, and then turned to Wukong, helping him to his feet. From a cloth bag, he produced a red Dragon Ball and handed it to Wukong, saying, "Young man, this Dragon Ball is for you. You possess great talent and kindness. I hope you will use this Dragon Ball wisely to help others." Wukong looked at the Dragon Ball in Chunlong's hand, astonishment filling his eyes. He quickly replied, "Grandpa Chunlong, this Dragon Ball belongs to you. I cannot accept it. Although I lost the match, I cannot take what is not mine." Chunlong chuckled, "This Dragon Ball serves no purpose in my possession. It is better suited for you. Furthermore, despite your loss, your performance was commendable. Consider this Dragon Ball as a reward for your efforts. Remember, the essence of martial arts lies not in winning or losing, but in continually surpassing oneself and protecting those you love." Wukong nodded, his gaze meeting Chunlong's sincere eyes as he accepted the Dragon Ball. "Thank you, Grandpa Chunlong. I will remember your words, train diligently, and strive to become a powerful martial artist capable of protecting those I cherish." Chunlong nodded in satisfaction, patting Wukong's shoulder. "Very well, I believe in you. Rest well, and may you travel further on your martial path." With that, Chunlong turned and left the arena, walking towards the exit of the gymnasium. Wukong held the Dragon Ball tightly, watching Chunlong's departing figure, feeling immense gratitude. He understood that Chunlong was not only a formidable martial artist, but also a compassionate elder from whom he had learned invaluable lessons. Not just in martial skills, but also in the true essence of martial arts. Krillin and Yamcha hurried onto the stage to support Wukong, expressing their concern. "Wukong, are you all right? Are you injured anywhere?" Wukong shook his head, smiling. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Although I lost the match, I learned a lot and obtained a Dragon Ball, which is quite a reward." Bulma also rushed onto the stage, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at the Dragon Ball in Wukong's hand. "Wukong, that's wonderful. We've finally acquired the fourth Dragon Ball, even though you lost. It doesn't matter. You were already impressive." Wukong nodded, saying, "Yes, next up is Krillin and Yamcha's match. Let us cheer for them together." At that moment, Kame Sennin approached from the audience, removing his wide-brimmed straw hat to reveal his true identity, smiling as he said, "Wukong, you performed admirably and did not disappoint me." Wukong looked at Kame Sennin, astonished, as a realization struck him about Chunlong's appearance and techniques. He exclaimed, "Grandpa Kame Sennin, could it be that Grandpa Chunlong is actually you?" Kame Sennin nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Chunlong is my disguise. I did this to test your strength and assess the fruits of your 3 months of training, while also imparting the lesson that the essence of martial arts lies not in victory or defeat, but in the relentless pursuit of self-improvement and the protection of others." Wukong gazed at Kame Sennin, filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa Kame Sennin. I understand now. I will continue to train hard and live up to your expectations." Kame Sennin nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Now let us go cheer for Krillin and Yamcha in their match." Thus, Wukong and his companions left the arena and took their seats among the audience, ready to witness Krillin and Yamcha's battle. Though Wukong had lost, he was undeterred. His resolve strengthened. He knew that only through relentless effort could he grow stronger and fulfill his dreams of protecting those he loved. Next, it was Kuririn's turn to compete. His opponent was the enigmatic Master Toad, a mysterious elder dressed in green martial attire. Master Toad was diminutive in stature, his face riddled with blemishes, giving him an unappealing appearance, yet emanating a sense of mystery. He leaned on a cane, walking with a noticeable limp, appearing quite frail. After the commencement of the match, the Himasian Ren did not immediately launch an assault. Instead, he retrieved a diminutive gourd from his robe, took a sip of its contents, and remarked, "Little monk, though your age is tender, your prowess is commendable. However, to defeat me, you are still somewhat inexperienced." Krillin remained silent, adopting a combat stance, fully aware that despite the Himasian Ren's seemingly frail appearance, his strength was undoubtedly formidable, necessitating caution. Suddenly, the Himasian Ren charged towards Krillin with astonishing speed, far from the limp gait of an elderly man. Krillin reacted promptly, evading the Himasian Ren's attack and countered with a punch aimed at his opponent's chest. The Himasian Ren deftly sidestepped, avoiding the blow, while simultaneously striking at Krillin's knee with his cane. Krillin quickly retreated to evade the attack, launching another offensive. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce struggle, with the sound of their collisions echoing across the arena. The Himasian Ren's techniques were peculiarly unique, at times leaping like a frog, at others exhibiting the agility of a serpent. His attacks were unpredictable, rendering Krillin's defenses constantly tested. Utilizing his own speed and nimbleness, Krillin managed to evade the Himasian Ren's strikes while occasionally retaliating. Although he could not inflict damage, he made it challenging for the Himasian Ren to gain the upper hand. As the battle persisted for nearly half an hour, both combatants exhibited signs of fatigue. The Himasian Ren regarded Krillin with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, stating, "Little monk, you are quite exceptional to have lasted this long against me. However, I shall now unleash my renowned technique, so be cautious." Taking a deep breath, the Himasian Ren's body swelled abruptly, resembling an inflating frog, before he lunged at Krillin, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his chest. This punch harbored tremendous force, the wind generated by it howled, seemingly capable of tearing through the air. Krillin recognized the punch's formidable power and knew he could not absorb it directly. He inhaled deeply, gathering his internal energy, then leapt aside with great force, evading the Himasian Ren's strike. The Himasian Ren's fist collided with the arena floor, producing a thunderous sound, creating a substantial crater in the solid stone. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin accelerated, maneuvering behind the Himasian Ren, and struck him forcefully in the back. Caught off guard, the Himasian Ren stumbled forward from the impact. Krillin capitalized on this moment, delivering a punch to the Himasian Ren's head, causing him to lose consciousness. The referee announced, in the second match of the first round, Krillin emerges victorious. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause, with Wukong and Yamcha leaping with excitement, rushing to embrace Krillin, exclaiming, "Krillin, you are incredible. You were amazing." Krillin smiled and replied, "Thank you, it was merely good fortune. The Himasian Ren is truly formidable. Had he not been careless, I would not have triumphed." Next, it was Yamcha's turn to compete, facing his opponent. Chapter 7. A host of strong adversaries. The aspirations of martial arts and the pain of growth, the cheers celebrating Krillin's victory, had yet to fade within the South City Sports Arena when Yamcha, supporting himself against the edge of the competition platform, slowly rose. His martial arts attire was still stained with the dust and sweat from the preliminary rounds, and a wound on his arm, inflicted by a poisoned needle, had only been hastily treated by Bulma, yet it could not dampen the resolve gleaming in his eyes. As the host's voice resonated with fervor, announcing the third match of the first round, Yamcha versus Lightning Leo, a new wave of excitement surged through the audience. Many spectators wielding Leo support signs even uttered disdainful jeers, believing that Yamcha, who had just overcome his fear of women, was unworthy to stand as Leo's opponent. Taking a deep breath, Yamcha stepped onto the competition stage. His adversary, Leo, was already positioned at the center of the platform, clad in a silver, form-fitting martial arts suit that accentuated his well-defined muscles. His short hair stood erect like steel needles, and his gaze was sharp as that of an eagle, surrounded by a faint white aura. With each breath, He emanated an oppressive force stemming from his astounding speed. His moniker, Lightning, was not merely for show. He had gained fame 3 years prior in a regional martial arts tournament by defeating his opponent in a record 10 seconds. Since then, no one had managed to withstand his speed for more than 3 minutes, and he boldly proclaimed his intent to shatter his own record in this tournament. "I hear you are called Yamcha?" Leo scrutinized him with a condescending smile, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Your preliminary opponents were too weak, allowing you to secure a spot in this competition. Unfortunately for you, you have now encountered me. In this match, I shall demonstrate what true speed is and what despair feels like." Yamcha clenched his fists, his fingertips turning slightly pale, yet he displayed no sign of retreat. 3 months of training in the Kaioken style had significantly enhanced his physical abilities, techniques, and control over his ki. His recent triumph over his fear of women had further liberated him from his inner shackles. He gradually assumed the combat stance of the Kaioken style, his ki flowing steadily through his meridians, his muscles taut like a drawn bow, and he solemnly responded, "Whether you can bring me despair will be determined in the fight. I will not concede defeat, nor will I let my companions down." The referee, clad in a black uniform, briskly approached the 2 fighters, raised his right hand, and proclaimed loudly over the cacophony of the crowd, "The 3rd match of the 1st round, Yamcha versus Leo, begin. 10 seconds. No sooner had Leo's words left his mouth than he transformed into a silver flash, vanishing from sight. The spectators only perceived a blur, unable to discern his movements, accompanied by a sharp sound of wind slicing through the air, as if an invisible force was racing across the arena. Yamcha's pupils constricted sharply. Leveraging the keen perception developed over 3 months of training, he barely managed to catch a glimpse of Leo's afterimage, instinctively rolling to the side. With a thunderous crash, Leo's fist struck the very spot where Yamcha had stood, instantly fracturing the hard stone floor and sending debris flying, some even reaching the front rows of the audience. Quick reflexes, but this is merely the beginning. Leo sneered, accelerating once more, weaving around Yamcha with relentless speed, alternating between punches and kicks. His barrage of strikes fell like rain, sealing off all of Yamcha's escape routes. Each punch carried a fierce wind, and each kick possessed the power to shatter stone, forcing Yamcha into a defensive posture as he crossed his arms before him, continually repelling the onslaught. The pain radiated through his arms, and sweat drenched his martial arts attire, trickling down his cheeks and forming a small puddle on the arena floor. "Yamcha, keep it up. Stay calm." Wukong and Krillin shouted from the audience, their voices piercing through the din, reaching Yamcha's ears. Bulma, camera in hand, trembled slightly, yet remained fixated on the competition, repeatedly murmuring that Yamcha must win. Bolstered by the encouragement of his friends, Yamcha inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. He recalled the Kaioken's pre-match advice: when facing a speed-oriented opponent, do not panic. Panic will cause you to lose your sense of their energy and expose your vulnerabilities. Calm yourself, feel the fluctuations in their energy. Even the fastest opponent will require moments to breathe after a series of attacks. Those are your only chances to counter. With that in mind, Yamcha slowly closed his eyes, temporarily disregarding Leo's relentless assault, focusing intently on the energy surrounding him. Leo's presence resembled a swiftly flowing stream, though turbulent. It followed a distinct rhythm. After unleashing a flurry of 10 punches, his energy would momentarily pause, marking the interval in which he caught his breath, and consequently, his speed would momentarily wane. "I found it." A surge of joy coursed through Yamcha as he abruptly opened his eyes, his ki erupting with newfound vigor, his form accelerating rapidly. As Leo delivered his 10th punch, Yamcha evaded it at the instant his energy momentarily faltered, pivoting to counter with a punch aimed directly at Leo's chest. This punch encapsulated all of his strength, its speed as swift as lightning, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. "What?" A flicker of surprise crossed Leo's eyes. He did not anticipate that Yamcha could exploit his flaw. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. Yamcha's fist struck heavily against his chest. Leo felt a sharp pain. As if he had been struck by a colossal boulder, his body involuntarily propelled backward, crashing onto the arena floor, sliding several meters, with a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The audience below fell silent in an instant, only to erupt into an even more fervent cheer. Many who had initially supported Leo could not help but applaud for Yamcha. "Well done, Yamcha." Goku leapt up in excitement. Krillin waved his fists in exhilaration, and Bulma's eyes brimmed with tears as she hurriedly pressed the camera shutter, capturing this spectacular moment. Struggling to his feet, Lao rubbed his chest, his gaze filled with anger and resentment. You actually managed to hit me? It seems I underestimated you. However, this is merely the beginning of my seriousness. Next, I shall make you aware of what true lightning speed entails. With a deep breath, Lao elevated his inner energy, the white aura surrounding him thickening and even radiating a faint glow. His muscles tightened slightly, and he accelerated once more. This time his speed exceeded that of before, transforming into a blurred silver shadow that darted across the arena, leaving behind a series of afterimages that made it impossible to discern which was the real him. So fast. Yamcha's pupils constricted. This time, his perception struggled to keep pace. Lao's attacks became more concentrated and fierce, forcing Yamcha to rely solely on instinct to dodge continuously. Soon, he was struck by Lao's assaults, resulting in a myriad of varying depths of wounds. Blood seeping through his martial arts uniform, staining large swathes of fabric, rendering him quite disheveled. Yamcha, employ the Wolf Fang Fist. Goku shouted from the audience. Knowing that this was Yamcha's signature move, the only technique capable of countering Lao's speed, Yamcha felt a surge of inspiration. Recalling the Wolf Fang Fist he had diligently practiced day and night. This technique, discovered before he encountered the Turtle Hermit, had been further refined and empowered through 3 months of guidance under the Turtle School. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he focused the energy within him, his hands gradually emanating a soft yellow glow, his nails sharpening like wolf claws, his aura turning razor-sharp, reminiscent of a wolf poised to strike. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha roared, accelerating towards Lao. His fists became as dense as raindrops, accompanied by a fierce wind, each punch imbued with formidable power. Colliding with Lao's attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Their strikes clashed continuously, resonating with piercing sounds across the arena, and the energy waves expanded, scattering debris into the air. The audience was electrified, cheers and shouts rising in a cacophony. Many stood up, fixated on the arena, fearful of missing a single thrilling moment. The battle raged on for nearly 20 minutes. Both Yamcha and Lao were utterly exhausted, their bodies marred with wounds, their breaths erratic and painful. Yet their gazes remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat. They both understood that this was a battle of dignity and honor, where neither could concede defeat. I cannot lose, Yamcha fervently declared within, recalling his original aspirations. Once, he was merely a solitary wolf robbing to survive in the desert. It was Goku and his comrades who had shown him warmth, and the Turtle Hermit who set him on the path of martial arts. He yearned to grow stronger, to protect his friends, to prove he was not just a villain who resorted to theft. Gathering the last remnants of his energy, his hands glowed ever more brilliantly, readying for his final assault. Lao discerned Yamcha's intent, amassing his full energy as well, a cruel smile crossing his face. Yamcha, you are indeed formidable, able to keep me fighting for so long. You should take pride in that. However, the victor of this match can only be me. This is the final strike. Let us determine the winner. All right, Yamcha answered, his voice hoarse yet filled with strength. He accelerated once more, charging towards Lao. Unleashing simultaneous punches, the power of the Wolf Fang Fist reaching its zenith, the shadows of his fists dense as a forest, sealing off all of Lao's retreat routes. Lao, undeterred, concentrated all his energy into his right fist, which glimmered with a faint silver light, charging forward to meet Yamcha. This punch being his signature technique, the lightning-heavy punch, powerful enough to pierce steel. Boom. Their fists collided with tremendous force, a massive shockwave radiating outward, creating a gaping crater in the arena's center, shattering the surrounding barriers, debris and splinters soaring into the audience, causing many to hastily retreat in fear. Both Yamcha and Lao were thrust backward by the shockwave, crashing onto the arena's edge, unconscious. The referee rushed over, crouching to assess their conditions, then announced loudly, "Both competitors have lost consciousness. According to the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament, whoever awakens first shall be declared the victor." The audience fell silent, all breath held, anxiously watching the two on the arena, Goku and Krillin clenching their fists, fervently calling out Yamcha's name, their voices laced with urgency and hope. Bulma also retrieved a first aid kit, standing at the edge of the arena, ready to rush in and tend to Yamcha's wounds. Time passed slowly, each second feeling like a century. Suddenly, Yamcha's fingers twitched slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, a faint light flickering within. He struggled to rise, his body unresponsive, inching forward with great effort. Yamcha is awake. Yamcha is awake. Goku exclaimed with elation, his voice choked with emotion, as the audience erupted into thunderous applause, cheers echoing endlessly. Lei Ao remained unconscious, his complexion pale, breath faint, clearly having lost consciousness completely. The referee approached Yamcha, carefully assisting him to his feet, then raised his hand high, announcing loudly, "In the first round of the main event, Yamcha is the victor." Yamcha smiled weakly, gazing at the cheering friends below, his heart warmed. Before succumbing to unconsciousness once more, Goku and Krillin hurried onto the stage, lifting Yamcha down, with Bulma quickly following, producing bandages and potions to treat his injuries. The turtle hermit approached them, observing the unconscious Yamcha with approval in his eyes. Yamcha performed admirably. He not only overcame his inner fears, but also showcased immense willpower and perseverance. A true martial artist is not defined by their innate talent, but by their unyielding courage when facing formidable foes. Yamcha has accomplished this. Next, the final match of the first round commenced, featuring a brawny man known as Iron Fist against a mysterious masked martial artist. Iron Fist was tall and muscular, renowned for his brute strength, capable of killing a bull with a single blow, whereas the masked martial artist donned a dark cloak, his face obscured by a menacing mask, emanating an eerie aura that sent chills down one's spine. As the match began, Iron Fist launched the first attack, aiming a punch at the masked martial artist, the force of his blow accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. However, the masked martial artist displayed remarkable agility, effortlessly sidestepping the attack, simultaneously clawing towards Iron Fist's shoulder with a vicious strike. Despite Iron Fist's immense strength, his slower speed could not keep pace with the masked martial artist's rhythm, leading to a series of relentless blows that left him in a state of disarray. Ultimately, the masked martial artist, employing his bizarre techniques, landed a punch squarely on Iron Fist's chest, rendering him unconscious on the ground and successfully advancing to the next round. At this juncture, only 4 contenders remained in the tournament's quarterfinals: Chunlong, disguised as Kame Sennin, Krillin, Yamcha, and the masked martial artist. The draw for the second round swiftly commenced on the central stage of the arena, with each participant taking their turn to select a number. Krillin was the first to step up. He casually retrieved a ball from the draw box and, upon inspection, discovered it was number 2. Due to his unhealed injuries, Yamcha had Goku draw on his behalf. When Goku extracted a ball and opened it, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. It was number 1. Yamcha's opponent was indeed number 1. When the host announced the draw results, the audience fell into stunned silence. Krillin's opponent was Yamcha, while Chunlong was to face the masked martial artist. What? I am to battle Yamcha? Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief and discomfort. He and Yamcha had trained and fought together as comrades, and he had no desire to confront him. Awakening from his recent slumber, Yamcha was equally taken aback by the outcome, but he soon managed a wry smile. I never expected we would meet in battle. However, it is unavoidable. Such is the nature of the martial arts tournament. Goku, too, felt a pang of concern, grasping Kame Sennin's hand as he whispered, "Grandpa Kame Sennin, is there any way to prevent them from clashing? They are both my dear friends. What if they get injured during the match?" Kame Sennin patted Goku's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, "Goku, this is the rule of the martial arts tournament, a path that every warrior must traverse. True comradeship lies not only in aiding each other through adversity, but also in giving their all on the battlefield. This is the truest form of respect. Only through relentless sparring and recognizing each other's shortcomings can you grow and become stronger." Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, each reflecting determination in the other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Krillin declared, "Yamcha, though we are good friends, I will give my all in this match. This is not just about advancing. It is to honor your efforts and the teachings of Grandpa Kame Sennin. I will too." Yamcha nodded resolutely, his eyes glimmering with determination. "Krillin, you have made significant progress in these past 3 months, and I am eager to see who among us is truly stronger. Regardless of the outcome, we will remain the best of friends, the closest of allies." That evening, Yamcha's condition improved somewhat, yet he declined Bulma's suggestion to rest, opting instead to train with Krillin in the courtyard of their inn. The moonlight bathed the courtyard, illuminating their figures as they freely exchanged insights, pointing out each other's weaknesses and sharing their combat experiences. They even simulated various scenarios that might arise in the competition, honing their techniques against one another. Krillin, your speed is impressive, but your strength lacks a bit. It will be challenging to inflict significant damage against a formidable foe. As he demonstrated a technique, Yamcha advised, try to concentrate more energy into your fist when you strike. This will enhance the power of your punches. I understand. Thank you, Yamcha. Krillin nodded, following Yamcha's guidance, attempting to condense energy into his fist. When he landed a blow on the sandbag, it instantly caved in, confirming the increase in power. Yamcha, your Wolf Fang fist, while formidable, is somewhat predictable. It can be easily anticipated by your opponent. Krillin suggested, you might consider incorporating some Kame-style leg techniques into your Wolf Fang fist, making your moves more varied and unpredictable. Yamcha's eyes lit up as he promptly began to merge the Wolf Fang fist with Kame-style leg techniques, resulting in a more agile and versatile set of moves. In this manner, they continued to instruct one another, progressing as if the next day's battle was not against each other, but rather a shared adversary. Goku observed them from the sidelines, gradually comprehending Kame Senin's words. He realized that the duel between Krillin and Yamcha was not a contest of victory and defeat, but rather a means for mutual growth. This was the essence of true partnership and martial spirit. The next morning, the second round of the tournament officially commenced. The opening match was to be Krillin against Yamcha. As the host announced their names, the audience fell into a hush, understanding that this was a clash of friendship and skill, devoid of enmity, filled only with respect. Krillin and Yamcha donned matching orange martial arts uniforms, stepping onto the competition stage side by side. They bowed deeply to one another, a gesture of mutual respect and acknowledgement as comrades. Subsequently, they stepped back a few paces, adopting the combat stance of Kame style, their internal energy flowing steadily, their gaze steadfast. The match began. The referee's voice rang out. No sooner had the words left his mouth than both combatants launched their attacks simultaneously. Familiar with each other's moves and weaknesses, they fought fiercely yet with a restraint that prevented serious injury. Krillin moved with astonishing speed, a mere shadow weaving around Yamcha, delivering a flurry of punches that fell like rain, each blow accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Yamcha, leveraging his agile physique and extensive combat experience, evaded Krillin's strikes while countering with his own, combining the Wolf Fang fist with Kame-style leg techniques. His unpredictable maneuvers posed a challenge even for Krillin. Krillin, your speed has improved, Yamcha exclaimed, evading with a smile, entirely devoid of tension. Yamcha, your Wolf Fang fist has also become more formidable, Krillin responded with a grin, his movements unyielding. The audience, moved by their camaraderie, ceased their raucous cheers, opting instead to watch in silence, occasionally applauding their remarkable displays. Goku, stationed in the audience, beamed with joy, knowing that regardless of the match's outcome, Krillin and Yamcha would emerge as better martial artists, and their friendship would grow even stronger. After half an hour of combat, both Krillin and Yamcha began to show signs of fatigue, their bodies drenched in sweat, breaths becoming ragged. Yet their eyes remained bright, undeterred. Both sought to use this match to validate their growth and witness their friend's progress. Yamcha regarded Krillin, a look of relief spreading across his face. His voice slightly hoarse but distinctly clear. Krillin, if we continue like this, we will only grow wearier. Let us settle this with our most proficient moves. Agreed. Krillin nodded resolutely, his eyes sparkling with determination. Let us employ the Kamehameha and see whose training has yielded greater results over these 3 months. They both retreated several steps, creating distance, their gazes locked onto one another. Moonlight poured through the skylight of the arena, casting a warm halo over this friendly duel. The audience collectively held their breath, watching intently, while Goku and Bulma clenched their fists, filled with anticipation. Yamcha inhaled deeply, spreading his legs shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, and placing his hands at his sides, palms facing inward. He closed his eyes, feeling the flow of energy within, gradually concentrating it between his hands. As the energy amassed, a white energy sphere began to materialize, growing larger and brighter, emanating a powerful aura that caused the surrounding air to tremble. Krillin mirrored his actions. Despite his diminutive stature, he unleashed a formidable force. A white energy sphere also formed between his hands. Albeit smaller than Yamucha's, its essence was more refined, indicating a superior control over energy. Kamehameha. They both shouted in unison, thrusting their hands forward as two beams of white energy surged forth, racing towards one another. The beams carried the power to devastate. Ripping through the air with a piercing howl, the stone floor of the arena warming under their intensity. The two beams collided in the center of the stage. And instead of the anticipated cataclysmic explosion, they merged to create a brilliant energy barrier, firmly locking their energies in place. The energy barrier flickered incessantly, emitting a crackling sound as the surrounding air swirled and ruffled the hair and martial arts uniforms of the two combatants. The audience below gazed in awe. Having never witnessed such a spectacular clash of Kamehameha techniques, many hastily retrieving their phones or cameras to capture this breathtaking moment. Wukong and Bulma watched anxiously, secretly cheering for both fighters. As time ticked by, the brightness of the energy barrier gradually diminished, and the power of the two beams began to wane. Suddenly, Yamucha's body swayed slightly, his breath becoming erratic. His injuries had not fully healed, and the prolonged concentration was taking a toll on him. Krillin, perceptive as ever, sensed the change in Yamucha and felt a stirring in his heart, contemplating whether to withdraw some of his strength. Yet, he recalled Yamucha's earlier words. Giving their all in the arena was the utmost respect for one another. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to maintain the potency of his Kamehameha, his gaze resolute. Ultimately, Yamucha's energy was depleted, and the force of the energy beam weakened instantly, succumbing to Krillin's beam. With a resounding crash, Yamucha was propelled backwards by the force, landing heavily on the arena floor, unconscious. Krillin quickly retracted his Kamehameha and rushed to Yamucha's side, helping him up and anxiously calling out, "Yamucha, Yamucha, are you all right?" Yamucha slowly opened his eyes, weakly smiled, and replied, "I'm fine, Krillin. You won this match. You are stronger than I am. Congratulations." The referee approached the two, assessed Yamucha's condition, then raised Krillin's hand high, announcing loudly, "In the first match of the second round of the finals, Krillin is the victor." The audience erupted in fervent applause and cheers. Wukong and Bulma hurried onto the stage to assist Yamucha down. Despite his defeat, Yamucha bore no trace of disappointment. Instead, his face was adorned with a smile. "Krillin, you must strive hard to defeat Old Man Shenlong in the finals and claim the title of the strongest in the world." "I will," Krillin responded, moved. "Thank you, Yamucha. Without your guidance, I wouldn't have made such progress." Next came the second match of the second round, featuring Shenlong against the masked martial artist. This match captivated everyone's attention, as all were eager to uncover the true strength of this mysterious masked fighter and whether he could defeat the formidable Shenlong. As the match commenced, the masked martial artist did not immediately attack, but instead stood still, coldly observing Shenlong, emanating an eerie aura. His body trembled slightly, as if gathering strength, and the eyes beneath the mask glimmered with a sinister light. "Who are you? Why do you compete while masked?" Shenlong inquired with a serious tone, acutely aware of the malevolent energy radiating from his opponent, reminiscent of the evil forces he had previously encountered. The masked martial artist remained silent, merely gesturing for the match to continue. His voice was hoarse and deep, as if sanded down. "Enough with the nonsense. Make your move. Let me see the strength of this candidate for the world's strongest." Shenlong frowned, deciding against further inquiries. In a flash, he charged towards the masked martial artist, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his chest. This punch encapsulated a portion of Shenlong's strength, swift as lightning and accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The masked martial artist reacted quickly, sidestepping Shenlong's attack, while his right hand transformed into claws, lunging for Shenlong's shoulder. His claws were sharp as knives, laced with a faint black venom, clearly intent on ending Shenlong's life. Shenlong hastily retreated, evading the masked martial artist's assault. Inwardly astonished, this person possesses an uncanny agility and employs sinister techniques, evidently not a righteous martial artist. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. The masked martial artist's techniques were decidedly peculiar, at times darting like a ghost, at others employing cruel and venomous tactics, such as using poison needles and dispersing toxic powder, leaving Shenlong on the defensive. Shenlong, relying on his deep martial arts foundation, evaded the masked martial artist's attacks while launching counterattacks in an effort to suppress his adversary. His strikes were honorable, each punch and kick infused with profound internal energy, challenging the masked martial artist's resilience. The battle endured for nearly an hour, both fighters growing weary. Yet, the masked martial artist's aura grew increasingly sinister. His body began to warp, his eyes turning red, and the surrounding air shifting to a faint black hue. His attacks became more frenzied, his moves increasingly vicious, disregarding his own defense, intent only on taking Chenglong down with him. This individual may have practiced some dark martial arts and has succumbed to madness. The turtle hermit thought anxiously, realizing that if this continued, Chenglong could be in peril. He quietly channeled his energy, ready to assist at a moment's notice. At that moment, the masked martial artist lunged towards Chenglong, his hands forming claws and shrouded in a black aura, aiming for Chenglong's throat. This strike was executed with blinding speed and malevolence, clearly intending to eliminate Chenglong. Chenglong's expression hardened. He would no longer hold back. His internal energy erupted instantaneously, his hands forming seals before he thrust forward, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha wave directed at the masked martial artist. This Kamehameha was even more potent than the one he had employed against Wukong, the white beam dazzlingly bright, illuminating the entire arena. The masked martial artist, caught off guard by Chenglong's sudden display of strength, attempted to evade but was too late, and the Kamehameha struck him squarely, sending him crashing outside the arena, his mask blown away to reveal his true identity. "It's you, pull off," Wukong and Krillin exclaimed in unison, the audience erupting in astonishment. It turned out that this masked martial artist was none other than the nefarious scientist Pilaf, previously defeated by Wukong and his companions. Unable to accept his defeat, he had disguised himself as a masked martial artist to infiltrate the World Martial Arts Tournament, seeking revenge against Wukong while attempting to seize the Dragon Balls. He had also practiced a dark martial art, which, while enhancing his power, had driven him to madness. Pilaf struggled to rise, his face contorted with rage and resentment. His body, scorched by the Kamehameha wave, radiated a feeble aura, yet he still venomously declared, "Chenglong, how could you be so powerful? I refuse to accept this. I will take my revenge and seize the Dragon Balls to dominate the world." Chenglong approached Pilaf, coldly stating, "Pilaf, you have committed countless evils. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice and teach you a lesson, so you understand that evil cannot triumph over good." With that, Chenglong delivered a punch that sent Pilaf into unconsciousness. The referee announced, "In the second match of the second round, Chenglong is the victor." The audience erupted in jubilant cheers, while Wukong and Krillin exhaled in relief. Thus, the final match of the tournament was set, Chenglong against Krillin. An ultimate showdown between master and disciple was about to commence, with everyone eagerly anticipating whether the young monk could succeed in overcoming the formidable Chenglong and claim the title of the world's strongest. That evening, Krillin engaged in pre-match training in the courtyard of the inn. He practiced his Kamehameha, punches, and kicks relentlessly, his sweat soaking his martial arts uniform. Yet he showed no signs of stopping. The turtle hermit approached him, observing his earnest demeanor with satisfaction. "Krillin, you performed admirably today. You did not disappoint me," the turtle hermit remarked. "However, remember that your opponent in the finals is Chenglong, whose strength is formidable. To defeat him, you must summon all your strength and possess an unwavering heart." "I understand, Master Turtle Hermit." Krillin halted his training, wiped the sweat from his brow, and declared, "I will give it my all. Even if I lose, I shall not regret it, for I have exerted my utmost effort." Master Roshi nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, this is the spirit of the disciple I have nurtured. Tomorrow's final is not merely a contest of strength, but a test of will. I have faith in you. You shall surely showcase your finest capabilities." Krillin gazed at Master Roshi, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Master Roshi. I will strive with all my might." The moonlight bathed the courtyard, illuminating Klin's figure and the conviction within his heart. He understood that the impending final would be a formidable battle, yet he would not falter. He would demonstrate his growth through his prowess and would not disappoint the expectations of his companions. Chapter 8. The Final Showdown. The Legacy of Master and Disciple, and a new chapter in martial arts beneath the dome of the Nandu Sports Arena. The morning light cascaded like shards of gold, polishing the central stone arena to a gleam. A banner announcing the final match stretched across the venue, boldly proclaiming Chenglong vs Krillin in robust lettering that seemed to leap from the fabric in the sunlight. The fervor of tens of thousands of spectators had already breached the confines of the arena, their cheers and shouts merging into a surging tide of excitement. The very air imbued with a palpable warmth. Every inch of space brimmed with anticipation. This was not merely a contest for the title of the world's best, but a transmission of martial arts across generations. Wukong supported Yamcha, carefully guiding him to the front row of the audience. Yamcha's wound had just been re-wrapped by Bulma, the stark white bandage standing out against his orange martial arts uniform, yet it did not diminish the spark in his eyes. He gazed at the arena, his voice raspy yet resolute. Klin's hard work these past 3 months has not been in vain. Every move he makes has advanced beyond previous levels. Today, even facing Chunlong, who is akin to Master Roshi himself, he will not easily concede. Indeed, Wukong nodded vigorously, unconsciously rubbing the Rui Bang at his waist, his face radiating confidence. Master Roshi must be testing us by disguising himself as Chunlong. Klin's Turtle School Kamehameha is formidable now. During our last spar, he nearly compelled me to unleash my full strength. Perhaps today, he can indeed create a miracle and draw with Master Roshi. Bulma stood nearby, camera in hand, her lens already focused on the arena. With a smile, she added, I suspected Chunlong's techniques were familiar. Indeed, they bear the hallmark of Master Roshi. Regardless of the outcome, Klin is the dark horse of this martial arts tournament, and competing alongside Master Roshi is the pinnacle of his growth. As her words faded, the arena's lights abruptly dimmed, leaving a single spotlight focused on the entrance of the arena. A stirring martial anthem filled the air as the host, dressed impeccably in formal attire, ascended the stage with a microphone in hand. His voice resonated through the sound system, igniting the passions of all present. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ultimate showdown of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Today, we shall witness the birth of a new legend. First, let us extend our warmest applause for our first finalist, who has triumphed through every challenge, his strength unfathomable. Having conquered all opponents with poise and power, he is contestant number 6, Chunlong. Amidst thunderous applause, Chunlong strode onto the arena. Clad in his simple, gray martial arts uniform, his hair grizzled with age and tied back with a wooden hairpin. He moved with a steady gait that caused the stone arena to tremble slightly with each step. He exuded a calmness that could withstand the might of a mountain. Bowing gently to the audience with a warm smile, as though he were not here for a final match but to reunite with old friends. Next, let us welcome the greatest surprise of this tournament. He battled his way through the preliminaries, shattering all doubts with his speed and tenacity. He is contestant number 42, Klin. With his head held high, Klin stepped onto the arena. He donned a brand new orange martial arts uniform, a black belt cinched at his waist. Though his stature remained diminutive, he radiated an indomitable spirit. He waved vigorously toward Wukong, Yamcha, and Bulma, his smile confident and brilliant, his eyes shimmering with determination. For the past 3 months, he had risen before dawn to train, enduring countless moments of fatigue and rising anew after each setback. Every effort had culminated in this moment, to honor Master Roshi's teachings. As the two competitors reached the center of the arena, they stood 5 meters apart and bowed deeply. This bow was devoid of insincerity. It was both a mark of respect for one another and a silent pact between master and disciple. Chunlong regarded Klin with approval in his eyes and softly stated, Klin, your arrival here has exceeded my expectations. I have witnessed your growth over these 3 months. Now, I shall unleash my full strength, and you need not hold back. Use your fists to prove yourself. I will, Klin replied firmly, gradually adopting the fighting stance of the Turtle School. The energy within him began to flow through his meridians, emanating a faint white glow. I will give it my all, not to disappoint your guidance, nor my own efforts. The referee stepped between the two, raising his right hand, his voice clear and commanding. The final of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Chunlong versus Klin, begins now. With a swish, as the referee's words faded, Klin surged forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. He understood that Chunlong's strength surpassed his own. To remain on the defensive would only lead him into the opponent's trap. He had to take the initiative, using speed to disrupt Chunlong's rhythm and seek an opening. His movements were swift and agile, akin to a shadow, and in an instant, he was before Chunlong. His right fist propelled by a fierce wind toward the opponent's chest. This punch contained all his might, its speed eliciting gasps from the audience. Chunlong's eyes glinted with appreciation. He did not evade but instead gently sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding Klin's strike. His movements flowed seamlessly, as if he had anticipated every action Klin would take. Klin's fist grazed Long's martial uniform, the resulting gust ruffling a few strands of his white hair. Good speed. But your energy is too volatile, Long remarked with a smile, raising his right hand to tap Klin's shoulder. This seemingly gentle tap concealed immense power. If struck, Klin's shoulder would instantly go numb, rendering him unable to fight. Klin reacted swiftly, stepping back to evade Long's palm, while simultaneously lifting his left leg to kick at the opponent's knee. His legwork was nimble and unpredictable, aiming to create an opening. Yet, Long remained unfazed. He bent slightly to evade Klin's kick, then raised his right foot to block Klin's retreat, while his left hand followed through to strike Klin's back. Klin's heart raced. He quickly rolled to the side, barely avoiding Long's attack, landing awkwardly on the ground. He sprang to his feet, shaking off the numbness in his arm, looking at Long with deep respect. Master Long, your strength is truly formidable. The path of martial arts knows no ultimate victor, only those who grow stronger, Long replied slowly. Remember, combat is not merely about speed and power. It is paramount to master your energy and anticipate your opponent's moves. Now, I shall increase my speed. Take heed and absorb the experience. With that, Long initiated his assault. His speed more than doubled, his form flickering as he lunged at Klin, delivering a punch to Klin's chest with astonishing swiftness and force, accompanied by a fierce wind that rendered Klin unable to evade. Klin could only cross his arms in front of him to absorb the impact of the blow. With a deafening crash, Klin felt a searing pain in his chest, his body involuntarily propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the arena and skidding several meters away. He struggled to rise, only to find his arms trembling slightly, the pain in his chest rendering him nearly breathless. With a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Klin, Goku, and Yamcha shouted anxiously from the stands, their voices filled with urgency. Bulma, too, clenched her fists in tension, sweat forming in her palms as she repeatedly urged Klin to persevere. Long did not press the attack, but stood still, observing Klin, and softly advised, Klin, you must learn to use your opponent's strength against them. The stronger they are, the more you must guide their energy rather than resist it head-on. Try again, summon your courage, and unleash your true potential. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, Klin summoned every ounce of strength to rise. He wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze now resolute. He recalled the teachings of Master Roshi on Kame Island. A true warrior is not one who never falls, but one who can rise again after being knocked down. He remembered the countless nights of training and the encouragement of his friends, transforming his frustration and tenacity into an overwhelming force. Klin charged once more towards Long. This time, he refrained from rushing to attack. Instead, he circled around his opponent, keenly observing Long's every movement and sensing the fluctuations in his energy. Long, in turn, did not initiate an attack, standing calmly and allowing Klin to observe, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Klin accelerated, charging towards Long. As he neared, he abruptly changed direction, maneuvering behind Long and delivering a punch aimed at his back. The unexpected move drew gasps from the audience. Yet, Long seemed to have anticipated this. He pivoted slightly, deftly avoiding Klin's strike, and with a gentle lift of his right hand, he aimed a pad at Klin's shoulder. Klin reacted swiftly, stepping back to evade Long's palm, then launched another assault, alternating punches and kicks with fierce precision and unpredictability. The two exchanged blows, each strike landing with a resounding thud, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Klin's attacks grew faster and more precise, applying all of Long's guidance into his combat, continuously adjusting his energy and techniques. Occasionally, he landed hits on Long, which, although not significantly damaging, surprised his opponent. Excellent, just like that, Long exclaimed, quickening his own pace. Faster, more precise. Remember, your opponent is not me, but yourself. Only by constantly surpassing yourself can you become stronger. Klin attentively absorbed Long's advice, consistently refining his movements. He could distinctly feel that with every adjustment, his techniques became more fluid and precise, and his control over his energy more adept. No longer in a rush for results, he grounded himself in the enjoyment of the battle and the process of sparring with a powerful adversary. Goku and Yamcha watched intently from the sidelines, Yamcha reflecting, Master Roshi isn't merely conducting a match. He is using the finals as a final lesson for Klin. Not everyone gets an opportunity like this. Goku nodded, a smile illuminating his face. Indeed, Krillin is incredibly fortunate. However, I believe he will seize this chance to enhance himself. Even if he ultimately loses, he has already triumphed over himself. The battle stretched on for over half an hour, both Krillin and Chunlong growing weary. Beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, their clothes drenched and clinging to their forms, highlighting their muscular contours. Yet their gazes remained unwavering, with no hint of retreat. Their energies intensified, emanating a formidable pressure. Klin's strikes became increasingly fierce and precise. He had even begun to match Chunlong's speed, occasionally exploiting openings for effective counterattacks. Chunlong observed Klin's performance with satisfaction, recognizing that Krillin had truly grasped the essence of Kame's style and understood the meaning of martial arts. "Krillin, you are truly exceptional," Chunlong declared, a smile gracing his lips. "Next, I will unleash my full strength. This will be your final test and the ultimate assessment of your 3 months of training." With that, Chunlong inhaled deeply, rapidly gathering his energy. The flow around him thickening, a brilliant white light illuminating the entire arena. His speed and strength surged to a new level. The aura he emitted compelling the audience to instinctively step back. "What an immense aura!" Goku exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Master Roshi is truly serious now. Krillin, give it your all." Krillin felt the overwhelming energy radiating from Chunlong, inhaling deeply while concentrating all his energy, a dazzling white light enveloping him. He understood that the next strike would be pivotal in determining the outcome of the match, and he had to give everything he had without reservation. In a flash, Chunlong moved like a bolt of white lightning, arriving before Krillin in an instant, launching a punch aimed at his chest. The speed was blinding, the power staggering, imbued with the potential to devastate. The wind from the strike tore through the air, causing the stone floor of the arena to tremble. Krillin did not dodge or defend. He recognized that against such a powerful blow, evasion and defense were futile. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his energy into his right fist, and met Chunlong's punch head-on. The collision was thunderous. Their fists collided with tremendous force, a massive shockwave radiating outward, splitting the stone floor beneath them and sending debris flying. The audience instinctively covered their ears and closed their eyes, fearing the intense shockwave. Krillin felt an excruciating pain shoot through his arm, his body involuntarily propelled backward. Crashing onto the arena floor and sliding several meters away, blood trickling from his mouth. He struggled to rise, only to find his entire body trembling, his arms nearly numb, rendering him unable to summon strength. Chunlong also staggered back a few steps, but managed to regain his footing. He looked at Krillin with admiration in his eyes. "Krillin, you are incredibly brave and talented. Having reached this point, you have already won. I have not lost yet." Krillin gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength as he struggled to rise. His gaze remained steadfast, devoid of retreat. "I can still fight. I have yet to unleash my most powerful technique." With that, Krillin inhaled deeply, enduring the pain coursing through him, and slowly stood up. He placed his hands at his sides, palms facing inward, gathering the remaining energy within him, a white energy sphere gradually forming between his hands, growing larger and brighter, exuding a powerful aura. "It's Kamehameha," Goku shouted excitedly, and the audience erupted once more in cheers for Krillin. Chunlong observed the energy sphere in Klin's hands with approval, gradually adjusting his stance. Placing his hands in front of his chest, palms facing each other, and similarly gathering energy, creating a white energy sphere between his hands, though smaller than Klin's. Its essence more refined and potent. "Krillin, let me witness the power of the Kamehameha you have cultivated over these 3 months." Chunlong smiled. "Master Chunlong, be careful." Krillin responded loudly, a sharp glint in his eyes. "Kamehameha." Both shouted simultaneously, thrusting their hands forward with great force, 2 beams of white energy shooting forth like lightning, hurtling towards one another. 2 beams of light collided at the center of the competition stage, resulting in a tremendous explosion. A colossal shockwave rapidly radiated outward, shattering the bluestone surface beneath the arena and creating a vast pit. The surrounding railings were completely destroyed, scattering debris and wood chips into the audience, who instinctively retreated in shock. As the shockwave gradually dissipated, the arena lay in disarray, with Krillin and Chunlong staggering back a dozen steps before regaining their footing. Both of them gasped for breath, their faces pale and their breaths erratic. clearly exhausted from the fierce battle they had just endured. Krillin looked at Long with eyes full of reluctance. He yearned to continue fighting, but realized that his body had been drained of all strength, causing him to stumble forward involuntarily. Krillin, Wukong, and Yamcha rushed onto the stage to support him. Long approached Krillin, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he said, "Krillin, you have done remarkably well. Although you lost this match, you have earned the respect of everyone and, more importantly, your own. Your dedication and perseverance over the past 3 months were not in vain." The referee stepped forward to examine Krillin's condition, then raised Long's hand high, proclaiming loudly, "In the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Long is victorious. Long has become the champion of this martial arts tournament." The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. Long bowed slightly towards the spectators before turning back to Krillin, patting him on the shoulder with heartfelt sincerity. "Krillin, remember that the essence of martial arts is not merely about winning or losing, but about continuously surpassing oneself and protecting those you love. This match is merely the starting point of your martial journey. There is a long path ahead. As long as you remain true to your original aspirations and continue to cultivate your skills, one day, you will become an even more formidable martial artist than I." Krillin gazed into Long's earnest eyes, feeling deeply moved. He nodded vigorously and replied, "Thank you, Grandpa Long. I will certainly remember your words, train diligently, and live up to your guidance and the expectations of my companions." Long nodded in satisfaction before turning to walk towards the audience. As he reached the edge of the spectator area, he removed his wig and peeled away his disguise, revealing his true identity as Gu Xianren. The audience gasped in astonishment upon realizing that this mysterious and powerful Long was, in fact, Gu Xianren in disguise. Wukong, Yamcha, and Bulma had already pieced it together, their faces beaming with smiles as they hurried forward to surround him. Gu Xianren chuckled, "All right, children. Let us not keep everyone waiting too long. The reason I disguised myself as Long to compete was to test your training results over the past 3 months under the guise of a stranger, allowing Krillin to showcase his abilities without any psychological burden. It has been proven that none of you have disappointed me, especially you, Krillin. Your growth has surpassed my expectations." Krillin looked at Gu Xianren with immense gratitude and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Gu Xianren. Without your guidance and this unique trial, I wouldn't have made such significant progress." After the martial arts tournament concluded, Wukong and his companions packed their belongings, preparing to return to Guxian Island. Before leaving Nandu, they stood outside the gymnasium, gazing up at the distant sky, their faces adorned with smiles. This martial arts tournament was truly exhilarating. Bulma exclaimed, "Not only did we witness Krillin's growth, but we also saw the strength of our esteemed Guxian Ren. Next, we can continue our quest for the Dragon Balls. Perhaps we will soon gather all 7. Indeed, Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha said in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. Gu Xianren looked at them with a proud smile. "Children, your journey in martial arts has only just begun." Chapter 9. The essence of martial arts. The early morning light awakened Guxian House, as golden rays filtered through the dense coconut grove, casting dappled shadows upon the beach. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks mingled with the crisp chirping of birds, creating an idyllic symphony perfect for training. Wukong and Krillin had long awaited their turn in the training ground, clad in simple practice attire. The fervor and excitement of the previous day's tournament still lingered, igniting a desire for new training as they occasionally demonstrated the techniques they had honed during their previous sparring. "Wukong, your rapid movement technique from yesterday was incredible. I could hardly keep up," Krillin remarked, rubbing his arm as he recalled how bewildered he had felt when Wukong outmaneuvered him. "If only I could master it. I would surely improve even faster next time." Wukong scratched his head, grinning widely to reveal his bright white teeth, his tone earnest yet humble. "Actually, I didn't practice it intentionally. I just became faster while training with Grandpa Guxian Ren." He added, "Krillin, you're impressive too. Your Chi Yuan slash is exceptionally sharp, and I have to be cautious to avoid it." "Really?" Krillin's eyes lit up, and a joyful smile spread across his face. He had always felt small and less talented than Wukong, but receiving Wukong's acknowledgement instilled him with newfound confidence. "How about we try sparring today? We might be able to learn from each other." "Absolutely." Wukong immediately assumed a battle stance, leaning slightly forward with focused eyes. "But I will have to go easy on you." Just as they were about to engage, Ren emerged from Ren house, hands clasped behind his back. Adorned in his signature orange martial arts attire, with a black belt cinched around his waist and a long white beard cascading down his chest. He may have lost some of his youthful vigor, yet he still exuded an aura of profound wisdom. Observing the eagerness of the two boys, Ren's expression shifted from the satisfaction he had shown after the tournament to one of seriousness, and he cleared his throat. Upon hearing Ren's voice, Wukong and Krillin immediately ceased their movements, standing respectfully in a line and calling out in unison, "Grandpa, Ren." Ren nodded, his gaze sweeping over the pair before settling on a towering pile of firewood and several empty water buckets nearby. His voice was firm as he declared, "Today's training will commence with the most fundamental tasks, chopping wood and fetching water. By sunset, you must have chopped and stacked this wood neatly, and filled the water reservoir in the backyard. No slacking off, and no using techniques or powers. You must rely solely on your hands and shoulders." Krillin froze momentarily, his smile fading as he hesitantly questioned, "Grandpa Ren, are you sure? We can already perform the Kamehameha wave and even participated in the tournament, achieving commendable results. Are we really going to do these mundane chores? What do they have to do with martial arts training?" Wukong scratched his head, confusion etched on his face. He had anticipated learning new, powerful techniques today, perhaps skills even stronger than the Kamehameha wave or transformation techniques akin to Ren's. Instead, they were assigned seemingly trivial tasks. "Yes, Grandpa Ren. We want to learn how to become stronger and defeat more formidable opponents. Chopping wood and fetching water doesn't seem to help with that." Ren's brow furrowed slightly at their words as he approached them, gently tapping their heads with his finger, his tone a blend of discontent and profound significance. "What do you think martial arts truly are? Are they merely grand techniques conjured from thin air, or a power that manifests instantaneously? Do you believe that mastering the Kamehameha wave and winning a few matches makes you formidable?" He paused, gesturing towards the rocks by the sea, which had withstood the relentless waves for millennia. "Look at those stones by the shore. They endure the erosion of the ocean not through momentary hardness, but through unyielding stability day after day. The practice of martial arts is akin to constructing a house. Techniques and strength are the roof and walls, while the foundation lies in the strength of the body, the mastery of breath, and the steadiness of the mind. If the foundation is not solid, even the most splendid roof and the sturdiest walls will inevitably crumble." Wukong gently rubbed his throbbing head, still somewhat perplexed. However, upon observing the solemn expression of his esteemed master, Saiyan, he understood that he would not be deceived. Thus, he inquired, "Grandfather Saiyan, what exactly can one achieve through chopping wood and drawing water? I still do not fully comprehend." "Chopping wood cultivates the mastery of arm strength and the agility of the wrist," Saiyan explained, picking up an axe from the side. With a delicate swing, the axe struck a piece of wood with precision, splitting it effortlessly in two while producing minimal shavings. "You see, chopping wood is not merely a matter of brute force. It requires an understanding of the force applied, guiding the axe along the wood's grain. This approach conserves energy and ensures a clean cut. Without such control, when you later employ your fists, palms, or weapons, your strikes may either be too forceful and injure yourself or too feeble to yield any effect. Even the most formidable techniques will become mere embellishments." He then gestured towards the empty water buckets. "Drawing water trains the steadiness of breath, as well as the strength of the waist and legs. Carrying buckets along a rugged mountain path, one is prone to losing balance. At such times, it is essential to stabilize oneself with the core while using the legs to maintain equilibrium. Simultaneously, you must regulate your breathing, synchronizing it with your steps, ensuring that exhaustion does not disrupt your rhythm. If your breath falters, your physical strength cannot be concentrated, and when faced with a formidable opponent, you may find yourself panting after only a few exchanges, utterly defenseless." Upon hearing Saiyin's words, Krillin experienced a moment of enlightenment, a look of contrition crossing his face. He promptly lowered his head and said, "Grandfather Saiyan, I apologize. We were too impatient, mistakenly believing that mastering a few impressive techniques equated to grasping the essence of martial arts. We had not realized the importance of practicing these foundational skills. We understand our error and shall immediately begin chopping wood and drawing water." Wukong nodded vigorously, the confusion in his eyes replaced by determination. "Grandfather Saiyan, we comprehend. Rest assured, We shall diligently complete today's training and solidify our foundation. That is the spirit, Kame Sennin replied, his stern demeanor softening into a faint smile. There are no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. Only through diligent effort, step by step, can one achieve longevity in their journey. You are still young, and now is the time to lay a solid foundation. Do not rush the process. Now, go forth and begin. I shall observe from the side and provide guidance when necessary. Yes. Wukong and Krillin responded in unison, promptly setting to work. Wukong hoisted an axe taller than himself and approached the pile of wood. Taking a deep breath, he swung forcefully at a piece of timber. With a sharp crack, the wood split in two, but due to a lack of control, splinters flew everywhere, some even striking Wukong's face. Wukong, rein in your strength. Do not use such overwhelming force. Kame Sennin called from under the shade of a tree, sipping tea as he observed Wukong's actions. First, feel the wood's grain. Then lift the axe gently, applying force with your wrist, allowing the axe to follow the grain. Try it this way. Wukong nodded, following Kame Sennin's advice. He carefully examined the wood's grain before lifting the axe once more. This time, he did not exert all his strength, but instead made a gentle swing. The axe followed the grain, splitting the wood neatly in two, and this time, the shavings were significantly less. Wow, this truly works. Wukong exclaimed joyously. Grandfather Kame Sennin. Chopping wood this way not only conserves energy, but also yields a clean cut. It's incredible. This is merely the most basic technique. You must continue to practice diligently. Enhancing your control, Kame Sennin smiled. Keep up the effort, and pay close attention to the grain of each piece of wood. Different types of wood have varying grains, and you must adjust your force accordingly. Meanwhile, Krillin lifted 2 water-filled buckets, preparing to head down the mountain path. His small stature caused the burden of the buckets to press painfully on his shoulders, and within a few steps, he spilled a significant amount of water due to an unstable center of gravity, soaking his clothes. Krillin, engage your core and stabilize your balance. Kame Sennin observed Krillin's struggle and advised. Straighten your back, use your core strength to support yourself, and take slow, deliberate steps. Do not rush. Simultaneously, regulate your breathing. Inhale as you lift your foot, exhale as you set it down, keeping your breath in harmony with your steps to lessen fatigue. Krillin adjusted his posture according to Kame Sennin's instructions, straightening his back and stabilizing his body with his core. Gradually, he began to take measured steps while synchronizing his breathing. Indeed, after a few steps, he found his balance considerably improved, and the water was less likely to spill, though his shoulders still ached. It was much more manageable than before. Thank you, Grandfather Kame Sennin. Krillin turned back, smiling gratefully before continuing his descent. As the sun climbed higher, the temperature rose, and the sand on the beach became scorching. Sunlight filtered through the coconut trees, casting warmth upon Wukong and Krillin, soon causing them to perspire profusely. Wukong's arms grew sore from chopping wood, his strength waning, yet he persevered, gritting his teeth and adjusting his technique in response to Kame Sennin's guidance. Wukong, do you need a break? Perhaps a sip of water? Kame Sennin queried, observing the sweat-soaked boy. No need, Grandfather Kame Sennin. I can endure. Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled broadly. I want to finish chopping this wood quickly so I can assist Krillin with the water. With that, he resumed his chopping. Witnessing Wukong's tireless efforts, Kame Sennin's eyes glimmered with pride. He recognized that while Wukong possessed an unrefined nature, he also harbored an indomitable spirit, an essential quality in the pursuit of martial arts. Krillin had made a round trip with the water, his shoulders swollen and aching, his legs feeling as though they were laden with lead. Each step became a laborious effort. Upon reaching the reservoir, he emptied the buckets and collapsed onto the ground. Panting heavily, internally lamenting, "This is so difficult. Carrying water is exhausting. Can I really persist until sunset?" At that moment, Wukong, having finished a small pile of wood, spotted Krillin resting on the ground and rushed over, concern etched on his face. Krillin, are you all right? Are you too fatigued? I'm fine, Wukong. Just a bit of shoulder pain and sore legs, Krillin replied, lifting his gaze to meet Wukong's, a weary smile gracing his lips. Carrying water is incredibly challenging. After just one round trip, I feel as though I can barely continue. That's all right. I'll help you carry it, Wukong said, patting Krillin on the shoulder with a smile. Together, we can fill the reservoir much faster. Really? But you still need to chop wood, Krillin said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chopping wood can wait. Helping you with the water is more important, Wukong replied. Besides, Grandfather came Sanin said we should help one another to progress together. With that, Wukong took Krillin's shoulder pole and lifted 2 empty buckets, ready to head down the mountain. Krillin, deeply touched by Wukong's kindness, quickly stood up and followed. Wukong, wait for me. Let's go together. The two of them carried the buckets of water together toward the stream below. Along the way, Krillin could not help but ask, Wukong, didn't you find chopping wood tiring? You've been at it for so long, and you're drenched in sweat. It is a bit exhausting. And my arms are sore, Wukong admitted. But Grandfather Kame Sanin said this is about building a foundation. Once that foundation is solid, we can grow stronger. And the thought of defeating more powerful opponents to protect those around us makes it all worthwhile. Krillin felt a profound impact from Wukong's words. Gazing into Wukong's determined eyes, he silently resolved, if Wukong can endure, then I must not give up. I will complete today's training diligently, not letting Grandfather Kame Sanin down and ensuring Wukong respects me. In the days that followed, Wukong and Klin assisted one another diligently. After Wukong had split a portion of the wood, he would lend a hand to Klin in fetching water, and once Klin had completed his task, he would help Wukong organize the neatly chopped wood. Although the endeavor remained arduous, the companionship and encouragement they offered each other rendered their burdens considerably lighter, often eliciting smiles upon their faces. Master Roshi, seated beneath the shade of a tree, observed the two as they toiled together in their training, a look of contentment gracing his features. He understood that martial arts is not solely a personal pursuit, but also a testament to mutual support among individuals. The bond Wukong and Klin shared would prove invaluable on their future journeys in martial arts. At noon, Bulma approached, carrying a large food container. Adorned in a lovely dress and wielding a parasol, she arrived at Kame House, and, upon seeing Wukong and Klin laboring diligently, could not help but exclaim, Wukong, Klin, you are both working far too hard. In this sweltering heat, you should take a break and replenish your strength with some food. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Wukong and Klin immediately halted their work and hurried over, their faces lighting up with joy. Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, Bulma, you're here. We were just feeling a bit hungry. Come, let us eat. I made your favorites, roasted meat and rice, along with plenty of fruit. Bulma set the food container on the ground and opened it, releasing an enticing aroma into the air. Wukong and Klin eagerly grabbed the roasted meat and devoured it, exclaiming, delicious. It's so good. Bulma, your culinary skills have truly improved. Master Roshi approached, taking a piece of roasted meat as well, savoring it slowly while remarking, Bulma, your cooking is far superior to the instant noodles I prepare. Oh, Master Roshi, please don't jest. I only know how to make simple home-cooked meals. Bulma replied with a smile. By the way, Master Roshi, why do you have Wukong and Klin chopping wood and fetching water? Shouldn't they be practicing more advanced martial arts techniques? Master Roshi set down his roasted meat, took a sip of water, and replied, Bulma, you do not grasp the essence of martial arts training. The crux of martial arts lies not in the complexity of techniques, but in the solidity of one's foundation. Wukong and Klin are still young. While they have learned some techniques, their fundamentals are not sufficiently strong. Chopping wood and fetching water may seem like menial tasks, yet they are instrumental in establishing their foundation and honing their control and breath stability. Only with a solid foundation can they learn more formidable techniques and become stronger. Upon hearing Master Roshi's explanation, Bulma enlightened, nodded, and said, I see now. I previously thought you were deliberately assigning them labor. It appears that martial arts training is indeed a challenging endeavor that requires immense effort. Indeed, it is no easy feat, Master Roshi affirmed. The path of martial arts has no shortcuts. To grow strong, one must exert more effort than others and possess unwavering determination and composure. Despite Wukong and Klin's talent, without diligent practice, significant progress remains elusive. After their lunch, Wukong and Klin rested briefly before resuming their afternoon training. The sun was even more relentless in the afternoon, and the temperature on the beach intensified. Their clothes had been drenched in sweat multiple times, only to dry under the sun, leaving a white salt residue behind. Halfway through fetching water, Klin felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and could no longer continue, stopping momentarily to massage it. Observing this, Wukong rushed over and said, Klin, take a break. I'll carry these 2 buckets of water for you. You should go take a drink and cool off a bit. But Wukong, you're also quite tired, Klin replied. I'm fine. I have more strength than you, and fetching water is no trouble for me. Wukong responded with a smile, then took the yoke from Krillin and continued on his way. Krillin gazed at Wukong's retreating figure, deeply moved. He understood that Wukong was also fatigued yet still chose to assist him. He quietly vowed to train harder in the future, not wanting to constantly rely on Wukong for help, but rather to progress alongside him and grow stronger together. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in golden hues, the sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoed in the background. Finally, Wukong and Krillin completed their training for the day. The once towering pile of wood now neatly stacked, and the water reservoir in the backyard filled to the brim. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily as sweat trickled down their cheeks, evaporating almost instantly on the hot sand. Despite their fatigue, satisfaction illuminated their faces as they surveyed their accomplishments for the day. "We finally did it," Krillin exclaimed with a smile. "I can't believe I actually persevered. I feel so relaxed, even though I'm exhausted. It's a wonderful sense of achievement." "Yes, I feel the same," Wukong replied. "Moreover, I've noticed that after today's training, my arms feel stronger, and my breath is far steadier than before." Master Roshi was indeed right. Chopping wood and fetching water truly helps solidify our foundation. Master Roshi approached them, observing their satisfied smiles, and beamed with pride. "Children, you have done exceptionally well, and I am not disappointed. What you practiced today was not only the foundation of your physical strength, but also the perseverance and composure essential to martial arts. The path of martial arts has no shortcuts. Only by being grounded can one journey far." He then produced 2 gleaming, translucent senzu beans from his robe and presented them to the 2. "This is your final reward. The senzu beans will swiftly restore your energy and alleviate any pain. Once consumed, your fatigue will vanish. Rest well, for tomorrow we shall embark on a new training regimen." Wukong and Krillin gratefully accepted the senzu beans and promptly consumed them. As the beans melted in their mouths, a warm sensation spread through their bodies, instantly dispelling their fatigue and restoring them to peak condition. "Wow, these senzu beans are incredible," Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. "I feel completely revitalized, not tired at all. Indeed, they are marvelous." Wukong joyfully added, "Thank you, Master Roshi. You need not thank me." Master Roshi smiled. "This reward is well-deserved, for you have put in the effort, and thus you reap the rewards. Now, the day is drawing to a close. Hurry and take a bath, then rest well, for tomorrow's training will be even more demanding. Be prepared." "Yes, Master Roshi." Wukong and Krillin chorused enthusiastically before merrily rushing off to wash up. Master Roshi watched their departing figures, stroking his beard, eyes filled with anticipation. He recognized that both Wukong and Krillin were rare prodigies in martial arts, and as long as they remained grounded in their training while maintaining their initial passion and perseverance, they would undoubtedly evolve into powerful martial arts masters, perhaps even surpassing him one day. Under the setting sun, the shadow of Kame House stretched long, while the waves continued to crash against the rocks, producing a soothing sound akin to a concluding symphony for the day's training. Bulma, having tidied up the food container, approached Master Roshi and watched Wukong and Krillin running towards the sea to bathe. She smiled and remarked, "Master Roshi, look at their vitality. Although they are exhausted today, they haven't complained at all. Instead, they appear even more motivated." Master Roshi stroked his long beard, his gaze following the 2 youths with a sense of nostalgia. They possess an innate passion for martial arts. This purity and resilience is something many adults cannot match. When I was their age, I was far more restless and strayed from the path before realizing the importance of a solid foundation. Will you teach them more advanced techniques in the future? For instance, I recall you transforming into that muscular form, which was incredibly cool. Bulma inquired, curiosity gleaming in her eyes, vividly recalling the awe-inspiring moment from the martial arts tournament. Master Roshi chuckled softly and shook his head. While techniques are undoubtedly important, the cultivation of one's character is equally essential. Once they have solidified their foundation and cultivated a more composed disposition, I shall naturally impart to them more advanced techniques. At present, what they require is not formidable moves, but rather the fundamental essence to wield their power." He paused, gazing out towards the horizon where the sun's last rays cast a shimmering glow upon the sea. "Furthermore, the path of martial arts is not solely taught by others. It is predominantly realized through one's own insight and practice. My role is to guide them towards the right path. The journey ahead must be traversed by their own will." Bulma nodded, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes, and remarked, "You speak wisely. It is akin to my study of technology. If one does not comprehend the foundational principles, no intricate invention can be created. It appears that both martial arts and technology necessitate a grounded approach. Precisely, Master Roshi chuckled with satisfaction. Though you do not practice martial arts, you possess remarkable clarity. Goku and Krillin are fortunate to have you as a friend. In critical moments, your wisdom may prove more invaluable than their strength. At that moment, laughter echoed from the shoreline as Goku and Krillin emerged from their bath, gleefully chasing one another barefoot along the sandy beach, occasionally picking up shells to toss at each other, oblivious to the fatigue of their earlier training. The remaining sunlight bathed them in a golden hue, rendering them particularly radiant. Look, this is how they should be, Master Roshi remarked with a smile. While training is essential, one must also embrace play. A harmonious balance of work and leisure allows one to progress further. Observing the joyful expressions of the two boys, Bulma's lips curled into a gentle smile. Indeed, I hope they can always maintain this joy and purity, regardless of how powerful they become in the future. They must never forget the simplicity of today's labor. The waves continued to crash against the rocks as the sun gradually descended below the horizon, the sky transitioning from golden yellow to a deep violet. With stars slowly emerging in the night sky, Master Roshi turned to enter the Kame house, and Bulma followed suit. Before departing, she cast a final glance at the two boys on the beach, silently wishing for their journey in martial arts to be forever filled with sunshine and hope. Meanwhile, on the beach, Goku and Krillin reveled in their playful antics. Krillin picked up a beautiful shell and handed it to Goku. Goku, look at this shell. The color is magnificent. It's for you. Goku accepted the shell with delight. Thank you, Krillin. It's stunning. I'll place it beside my pillow so I can see it when I wake up tomorrow. He paused, his expression becoming resolute. Krillin, tomorrow we must train hard, striving to become stronger so we can embark on adventures together and defeat more villains. Krillin nodded vigorously, clenching his fist. Absolutely. We will work hard and not disappoint Master Roshi. The two exchanged smiles and then sat side by side on the beach, gazing at the stars gradually illuminating the night sky, their hearts brimming with aspirations for the future. The sound of the waves and the boys' laughter intertwined, composing a melodious ode to their martial arts aspirations on this tranquil night. Chapter 10. Listening to the tides beneath the starry night, the night enveloped the beach in its inky embrace, casting a soft and serene hue over the sands. The last vestige of sunlight vanished beneath the horizon, leaving the sky tinged with a delicate blush of orange and pink, soon replaced by a profound blue-violet. Goku and Krillin exchanged smiles, beads of sweat still clinging to their cheeks, trickling down to form darkened imprints in the sand. The weariness from a day of rigorous training dissipated with the evening breeze, scented with the ocean's brine. They sat in unison upon the cool grains of sand, their fingertips idly sifting through the fine particles, their gazes directed toward the dimming night sky, initially dotted with scattered twinkling lights. It resembled diamonds carelessly strewn across a dark velvet canvas. In no time, more stars broke free from the embrace of clouds, illuminating the heavens in succession, gradually weaving a brilliant tapestry of stars that sparkled in their eyes, igniting within them a fervent desire for strength and an infinite yearning for the martial path that lay ahead. The waves lapped repeatedly at their ankles, bearing the ocean's salty freshness, the chill of the water dispelling the heat of their training. The rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the rocks resonated like nature's whispers, akin to an invisible drumbeat echoing along the shore. The occasional evening breeze carried their hearty laughter, intertwining with the peculiar tune hummed by Master Roshi from the Kame house, mingling with the faint crackle of Bulma tinkering with her equipment. This harmonious symphony, a blend of nature and everyday life, possessed no cacophony. It was more moving than any battle cry or clash of weapons, quietly composing a melodious tribute to their youth and the essence of martial arts. Goku, your Kamehameha practice from earlier has become significantly more powerful, Krillin remarked, rubbing his sore arms and furrowing his brow slightly, indicating the lingering tension in his muscles from the day's training. Yet, his tone brimmed with admiration, alongside a flicker of competitive spirit. But I haven't been idle either. Master just taught me the multi-shadow technique, and I can already create 3 afterimages. Next time we spar, I'll catch you off guard. With that declaration, Krillin sprang to his feet, brushing off the sand, taking a deep breath, and assuming his basic stance for training. In the next instant, a subtle shift in the air around him caused his figure to blur, and soon 3 identical afterimages separated from his sides, each striking various poses, some with fists raised forward, some with palms defensively lifted, and others crouched in preparation. Though the afterimages lacked full stability and appeared slightly ethereal, the essence of their techniques was evident. A result of the 2 hours Master Roshi had dedicated to teaching them the foundational principle of afterimages. Wow, Krillin, you've made remarkable progress, Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise and delight as he quickly jumped up from the sand, moving closer to Krillin, eager to touch the afterimages, only to pass through them and feel nothing but the emptiness of air. This technique is incredible. In battle, your enemies wouldn't be able to discern the real you. Krillin felt a tinge of embarrassment from Goku's praise, his cheeks flushing slightly. He quickly retracted his technique, causing the afterimages to dissolve into the night breeze. Rubbing the back of his head, he replied, "Actually, I'm still not very proficient." Master said that to truly master the multi-shadow technique, not only must one generate more afterimages, but each must possess its own independent rhythm of attack, capable of deceiving the enemy's perception, making them believe every afterimage is real. Right now, I can't even stabilize 3 afterimages. If I lose focus for a moment, they vanish. Goku tilted his head to look at him, noticing that while Krillin appeared slightly frustrated, his eyes sparkled with an unwavering determination to grow stronger. He patted Krillin's shoulder reassuringly, speaking with conviction. "It's all right. We'll practice together. We will surely master it. Look, I couldn't even perform the Kamehameha before, but after training with Master for a long time, I can not only execute it proficiently, but also control its power." As he spoke, Goku suddenly stepped back, creating some distance, inhaled deeply, and brought his hands together swiftly at his chest, palms facing each other. The airflow around him began to coalesce, and a pale blue energy aura swirled in his palms, growing brighter with each breath, illuminating a small patch of sand around him. "See, now I can precisely control the power of my Kamehameha. Unlike before when I would obliterate Master's wooden target with a single blow." Goku's voice brimmed with pride as he focused intently on the energy in his hands, adjusting the flow of his inner power. As his words fell, he abruptly thrust his hands forward, a concentrated pale blue energy wave emanating from his palms, swiftly gliding over the sandy beach, leaving only a faint trench in the sand, causing no unnecessary destruction nor disturbing the nearby waves. After traveling a distance, the energy wave gradually dissipated in the night breeze, leaving behind a subtle aura of energy. Krillin gazed at the trench in the sand, his eyes filled with astonishment. He hurried over, crouched down to touch the edge of the trench, and exclaimed, "Incredible, Wukong. In the past, when you practiced the Kamehameha, you would obliterate the wooden targets prepared by Master, sometimes even creating a large pit in the sand. I can't believe you can control your power so well now." Wukong walked over with a smile, sitting beside Krillin, and replied, "This is all thanks to Master. During our training this morning, he mentioned that we had previously been too eager for success, focusing solely on enhancing the power and speed of our techniques, while neglecting the control of our energy. Master said that a true martial arts master must not only possess great strength, but also the ability to precisely control that strength, to wield it freely. Otherwise, even the mightiest power is merely superficial and could inadvertently harm allies or damage the environment." He paused, recalling the training session from earlier, his expression turning serious. "This morning, Master specifically took us to the seaside, instructing me to unleash the Kamehameha against the waves, ensuring that each energy wave precisely struck the crest of the wave without allowing it to spread, only disrupting the crest without affecting the overall form of the waves. At first, I couldn't manage it at all. Either my energy wave was too weak to scatter the crest, or it was too powerful, exploding the waves into splashes and even drenching Master several times. At this point, Wukong couldn't help but laugh, envisioning the scene of Master being drenched. After being splashed multiple times, Master was so furious that he struck me with his cane several times, insisting that if I couldn't master the control, I wouldn't be allowed to eat dinner. I had no choice but to calm myself down, slowly adjusting my energy, attempting repeatedly. From morning until noon, I fell many times, and my palms were burned by the uncontrolled energy until finally, during lunch, I succeeded once." Listening to Wukong, Krillin felt a sense of resonance and nodded, saying, "Yes. I struggled this morning too. Master made me tie 10-pound sandbags to my legs while practicing basic punches, and I had to create afterimages during the process. At first, Even walking with the sandbags was challenging, let alone practicing punches and creating afterimages. After a short time, my legs began to ache and swell, and each step felt like walking on blades, with the afterimages being unstable, dissipating as soon as they formed. As he spoke, he rolled up his pant leg, revealing noticeable swollen marks on his calves. His tone bore a hint of grievance, yet was filled with determination. Seeing me struggle, Master offered no consolation, simply stating that to grow stronger, one must pay the price. If I couldn't endure this little pain, how could I continue on the path of martial arts? Hearing Master's words, I gritted my teeth and persevered, even as my legs swelled more and sweat blurred my vision. Only by the afternoon was I finally able to stabilize 2 afterimages while under load, and by evening, I broke through to 3. Wukong looked at the swelling on Kellen's calves, feeling a pang of sympathy. He reached out gently to touch Kellen's leg and asked, "Does it hurt?" Kellen shook his head, smiling as he replied, "It doesn't hurt much now. Sitting on the beach and feeling the breeze helped a lot. Besides, as long as I can grow stronger, this little pain is nothing. Look, we have made significant progress in our training today. It is all the result of our hard work." Wukong nodded, turning his gaze back to the starry sky, his tone earnest as he said, "Master said that martial arts is not just about power and speed. It is also about staying true to oneself." Just like that star, he pointed to the brightest star in the night sky, which shone particularly brilliantly amidst the deep darkness, illuminating the surrounding expanse. No matter how dark the night or how many clouds obscure it, it maintains its brilliance, refusing to be consumed by darkness. In our martial arts practice, we should be the same. No matter how many obstacles lie ahead or how formidable the enemies we encounter, we must not forget why we began this journey. I remember my grandfather telling me that the essence of martial arts is to protect, to safeguard those around us and cherish what we hold dear. After my grandfather passed, I lived alone in the mountains until I met Master, who taught me martial arts and showed me that it can be used not only for protection, but also to help more people and make the world a better place. Since then, I have been determined to become stronger, to be a powerful martial artist, and to protect everyone around me and assist those in need. Wukong's voice was filled with resolve, his gaze reflecting a maturity beyond his years. Kellen followed Wukong's gaze towards the stars, their light igniting a spark of determination within him. He recalled his childhood at Shaolin Temple, where he was often bullied due to his small stature. Hearing of the legendary Master Roshi, he journeyed far from Shaolin to seek him out, aspiring to learn powerful martial arts to stop being bullied and to become strong enough to protect others like him. He suddenly raised his hand, lightly tapping Wukong's fist, the crisp sound mingling with the crashing waves, resonating clearly in the tranquil night. Kellen's voice was resolute and powerful. "You're right. My martial arts journey is also about protection. I want to grow stronger with you, to train diligently under Master, and then venture into the world together. Gather the Dragon Balls to fulfill everyone's wishes and participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament to become the champion." "All right." Wukong's eyes sparkled with fervor as their fists met tightly, palms pressed together, conveying their mutual resolve and belief. "Let us make this vow. In the next World Martial Arts Tournament, we will both reach the finals and compete in the fairest manner to see who is stronger. Afterwards, we will embark on adventures together, explore a broader world, defeat more villains, and protect Earth and everyone around us. A promise is a promise. A promise is a promise." The two exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with aspirations for the future. Their laughter echoed across the beach, intertwining with the sounds of the waves and wind, composing a melodious symphony. As the night deepened and the stars shone brighter, the two sat side by side on the beach, their silhouettes elongated by the moonlight, stretching towards the waves. The waves continued to crash against the shore, their sounds serving as a harmonious accompaniment to their vow. The stars in the night sky twinkled with dazzling brilliance, as if blessing their future. Not far away, the turtle hermit's house glowed with a dim yellow light, the window slightly ajar. Master Roshi sat in a chair by the window, a cup of tea in hand, watching the figures of the two youths on the beach. A satisfied smile gracing his lips, he stroked his beard, secretly pondering. These two little fellows, though young, possess a pure heart for martial arts, along with formidable talent and perseverance. I believe it won't be long before they become powerful martial artists, perhaps even surpassing me. It seems I, as their master, cannot slack off. I must train diligently to ensure I am not surpassed by my own disciples. Bulma sat at the table in the turtle hermit's house, adjusting an instrument in her hands. She lifted her head and through the window, caught sight of Wukong and Kellen on the beach, a smile blossoming on her lips. She softly remarked, "These two fellows, though they are always bickering in practice with the fervor of madmen, I must admit, they truly work hard. With their presence, I believe our quest to gather the Dragon Balls will be significantly smoother." After speaking, Bulma lowered her head once more, diligently adjusting her equipment. Her visit to Kame House was not solely to train alongside Wukong and Krillin, but more importantly, to search for the Dragon Balls. Having already located two, she remained uncertain about the whereabouts of the remaining 5. She hoped that through her instruments, she would swiftly find the rest, fulfilling her wish to have a boyfriend who would never let her down. On the beach, Wukong and Krillin engaged in conversation for quite some time, discussing their training from the day to future adventures, and from the World Martial Arts Tournament to the wishes they would make after gathering the Dragon Balls. Wukong expressed his desire to grow stronger, to engage with more formidable martial artists, and to discover more delicious foods. Krillin voiced his wish to grow taller, to become stronger, to no longer be bullied, and to find a girl who would cherish him. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened, and the stars in the sky grew brighter. The sound of the waves became gentler, and the evening breeze carried a hint of coolness. Wukong yawned and rubbed his eyes, saying, "Krillin, I feel a bit tired. Since we need to rise early for training tomorrow, why don't we head back and get some rest?" Krillin nodded in agreement, sensing his own fatigue, and replied, "Sure, let us go back. Tomorrow, we must continue our training and strive to fulfill our promise as soon as possible." The two stood up, brushed off the sand from their bodies, and walked side by side towards Kame House. Their silhouettes gradually faded under the moonlight, leaving behind a trail of faint footprints, which the incoming waves gently erased, as if they had never existed. Yet their promise, their martial spirit, shone like the stars in the night sky, illuminating the long path towards the pinnacle of martial arts. Upon returning to Kame House, Wukong and Krillin quickly washed up before retreating to their respective rooms. Wukong lay on his bed and soon drifted into slumber. In his dream, he envisioned himself as a powerful martial artist, defeating numerous formidable foes and participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, where he emerged victorious, with his master and Krillin cheering for him. Krillin, lying in his bed, did not fall asleep immediately. He gazed out at the starry sky, recalling the promises he made with Wukong, reminiscing about the hardships of their training during the day. His heart filled with resolve, he silently vowed to train diligently and soon realize his wish of becoming a formidable martial artist, no longer to be bullied. As the night gradually quieted down, the lights in Kame House dimmed, leaving only the starlight and the sound of the waves to accompany the slumbering youths, awaiting the arrival of a new day. A new day would bring fresh training, new challenges, and new progress. Wukong and Krillin understood that their journey in martial arts was long, fraught with countless difficulties and formidable adversaries. Yet, as long as they upheld their martial spirit and supported each other, they would surely shine with their own brilliance at the summit of martial arts. They would remember that it was their companionship that transformed the tedium of training into laughter. It was their encouragement that provided the courage to rise after each fall. They would become each other's most trusted comrades and closest partners, supporting one another on the path of martial arts, growing together. When they finally stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, overlooking the world beneath them and reflecting on the journey they had traversed, they would realize that the time spent listening to the tides under the stars had become the most cherished memory of their lives, and that their pure martial spirit had long since intertwined with their very being, becoming an eternal belief. Chapter 11. Morning dew and the emergence of crisis. As dawn broke, the pale light of morning filtered through the clouds, gently bathing the sands of Kame Island. After the waves receded from the previous night, glistening dew remained among the grains of sand, cool and damp underfoot, reflecting the faint rosy glow of the horizon, as if strewn with fragments of diamonds. The door of Kame House creaked open, revealing Wukong, his hair in disarray. Yawning as he stepped out, his nose twitched, catching not only the salty scent of the sea, but also the enticing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes mingled with the faint scent of fried eggs, instantly tantalizing his taste buds. "Master, Krillin, is breakfast ready?" Wukong's drowsiness evaporated like a passing breeze as he dashed towards the stove beside Kame House, where Kame Sennin sat on a small stool, holding a perfectly roasted sweet potato, leisurely blowing on it, while his other hand occasionally stirred the frying pan, where golden egg mixture sizzled delightfully, the aroma intensifying. Klin soon followed, appearing somewhat fatigued, yet noticeably more spirited. The swelling on his calves had diminished significantly overnight, though pressing on it still caused mild discomfort. Why the rush? So clumsy. Came Sinin shot Wukong a glance, handing him the now-cooled sweet potato, cautioning, be careful. It's still hot. Today's morning practice remains unchanged, but the difficulty will be elevated. Wukong, you will continue honing your control over the Kamehameha, aiming for 10 consecutive precise hits on the crest of the waves without a single mistake, and each Kamehameha must maintain consistent power, neither too strong nor too weak. Klin, increase the weight of your sandbags to 15 pounds. While practicing basic punches, try to coordinate your Shadow's movements with your attacks, ensuring that by noon, your Shadow can punch without hesitation and perform defensive maneuvers distinct from your own. Understood. We will complete the tasks. Wukong and Klin responded in unison, devouring the roasted sweet potato. The sweet potato melted in their mouths, its sugary warmth mingling with the flavor of the charcoal, quickly replenishing the energy they had expended the previous night. They rapidly consumed the fried eggs and bread, washing it down with a large bowl of hot milk, soon feeling their stomachs swell. All right, no more eating. We'll be late for morning practice, Kame Sinin declared, setting down his bowl and wiping his mouth, his expression turning serious. Remember, martial arts training allows for no laziness. Each moment of perseverance paves the way for your future selves. This afternoon, I will teach you a new set of close combat techniques. Now, head to the beach and begin your training immediately. Yes, master. The two, not daring to delay, hurried back to their rooms to change into their blue training outfits, shouldering their training equipment as they sprinted towards the seaside. Wukong carried a specially designed wooden target marked with numerous circles, the innermost circle being only the size of a fist. Klin bore 2 heavy sandbags, each weighing 15 pounds, which pressed his shoulders down slightly, yet his steps remained resolute. The seaside in the early morning was exceptionally tranquil, with only the gentle sound of waves lapping at the shore and the distant calls of seabirds. Occasionally, playful fish leaped from the water, creating small splashes. Wukong and Klin commenced their warm-up exercises, loosening their stiff limbs with high knees, followed by several stretching routines, and finally pairing up to practice a set of basic grappling techniques, ensuring that every joint in their bodies could move fluidly. Once their warm-up concluded, they plunged into their training. Wukong secured the wooden target to a rocky outcrop by the sea, then retreated 50 meters, taking a deep breath as he swiftly brought his hands together, palms facing, the air around him gradually coalescing into a gentle flow. A light blue energy aura swirled in his palms. He focused intently on the rolling waves ahead, glancing at the wooden target perched on the rocks, his gaze sharpening as the crest of the wave approached the target. With a sudden thrust of his hands, he exclaimed, Kamehameha! A concentrated beam of light blue energy surged forth, striking the wave's crest with precision, instantly scattering the water into fine droplets that danced in the air, refracting the morning light into a spectrum of colors. Meanwhile, the residual force of the Qigong wave surged forward, striking the very center of the wooden target. The target quivered slightly but remained intact, clearly indicating that Wukong had become increasingly adept at controlling his power. Splendid. Success! Wukong exclaimed with excitement as he raised his fist, not pausing for a moment, immediately adjusting the internal energy within him in preparation for a second strike. This time, he deliberately slowed the accumulation of energy, paying closer attention to the flow of qi, ensuring that every strand of energy could be precisely controlled. He took a deep breath, once more concentrating his qi, and as the next wave approached, he unleashed the Kamehameha technique again, accurately hitting both the wave's crest and the center of the wooden target. Thus, Wukong continued to execute the Kamehameha technique repeatedly, transitioning from initial nervousness to growing proficiency. His movements became increasingly fluid, and his control over qi more precise. At one point, due to a momentary lapse in focus, the power of the Qigong wave became slightly excessive, striking the crest but chipping a small piece off the edge of the wooden target. Wukong immediately halted his actions, furrowing his brow in contemplation, recalling the control techniques taught by Master Roshi, adjusting his breathing before resuming his training. On the other side, Krillin had strapped a 15-pound sandbag to his legs and arms. The moment he took a step, he felt as if his limbs were weighed down by lead, requiring considerable effort for each movement. Gritting his teeth, he assumed a basic boxing stance and began to throw punches, striving for precision with each strike, the wind from his punches whistling softly, accompanied by a faint sound of flowing chi. Sweat quickly soaked his training uniform, trickling down his cheeks and forming dark stains on the sandy ground. His arms and legs gradually began to ache, yet he persisted without faltering. After approximately half an hour of practice, Krillin took a deep breath, the flow of chi around him shifting, 3 afterimages materializing once more. This time, he did not allow them to linger but synchronized his punches with his own movements. Huh! Krillin shouted, his body and the afterimages' punches moving in unison. Although his speed was still lacking and the force of the afterimages was weak, at least he managed to avoid any stuttering in his movements. Elated, he was about to continue his attempts when he suddenly sensed an unusual aura behind him, a cold and malevolent energy that was starkly different from their usual perceptions, emanating a formidable pressure that instantly tensed his entire body, causing his hair to stand on end. Wukong, be careful. There are enemies, Krillin shouted urgently. Pivoting to face Wukong while adopting a defensive stance, the flow of chi around him rapidly coalescing as 3 afterimages reappeared, shielding him. Just as Wukong was about to unleash his 9th Kamehameha, he heard Krillin's warning and immediately ceased his actions, turning to look toward the entrance of Kame House. There, 3 dark figures were swiftly approaching from the sea, riding specially designed flying boards at remarkable speed, soon landing on the beach and stirring up a cloud of sand. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of the 3 men became clear before Wukong and Krillin. Leading the trio was a tall man, towering at over 2 meters. Clad in a black bodysuit emblazoned with a red skull emblem, he wore a silver mask, revealing only a pair of icy eyes filled with malice, radiating a powerful aura that surpassed any foe they had encountered before. 2 shorter subordinates followed behind him, approximately 7 meters tall, dressed in identical black bodysuits and wearing black masks. Although their auras were not as formidable as their leaders, they were nonetheless formidable, significantly stronger than the previous leader of the Black Wind Gang. I never expected that such a remote place as Kame House would harbor 2 martial arts practitioners, the leader remarked, his voice hoarse and frigid, laced with disdain. It seems that old fool, Master Roshi, has not yet given up on taking in disciples. Who are you? Why have you trespassed on Kame House? Wukong stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Krillin. His gaze fixed warily on the 3 men as his chi rapidly gathered, a pale blue energy aura swirling in his palms, prepared to strike. Krillin closely followed behind Wukong. Though fear gripped him, he recalled his promise to Wukong and his master's teachings, which fortified his resolve. Who are we? The leader scoffed, extending a hand to indicate the skull emblem on his attire. Remember this mark. We are the Black Bone Organization, dedicated to collecting martial arts manuals and cultivating talented practitioners from around the world. We have heard that Master Roshi possesses many lost martial arts secrets and has taken on 2 promising disciples. We are here to seize Master Roshi's manuals and take you 2 to our organization for proper training. Dream on. My Master's martial arts manuals will never be given to you. We will not accompany you. Wukong retorted angrily, his fists clenched tightly as his aura intensified. If you know what's good for you, you will leave Kame House immediately. Otherwise, I will not show you any mercy. Mercy? Just you 2 brats? One of the leader's subordinates could not help but laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Kid, don't be so arrogant, with your meager strength. You aren't even worth our boss's time. If you know what's good for you, come along quietly, and perhaps you'll suffer less. Enough of this nonsense. If you want to fight, then let us fight. Krillin could no longer contain himself. Despite his fear, he refused to be looked down upon. He assumed a basic stance, his chi coalescing once more, and the 3 afterimages reappeared, ready for battle. It seems you are asking for punishment instead of taking the offer. The leader's eyes grew cold as he commanded his subordinates. You 2, subdue these brats. Remember, they must be captured alive. Do not damage their foundations. Understood, boss. The 2 subordinates replied, immediately dashing toward Wukong and Krillin. Their speed was considerably faster than that of the Black Wind Gang, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon Wukong and Krillin, throwing punches at them. Krillin, you take the one on the left, I'll handle the one on the right. Wukong shouted, swiftly sidestepping the punch from the subordinate on the right, then countering with a punch to the subordinate's chest. The subordinate, caught off guard by Wukong's speed, was struck in the chest and staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Didn't he expect this kid to have some strength? The subordinate on the right wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression growing fiercer. He took a deep breath. the chi around him swirling as he charged at Wukong once more, throwing a punch imbued with a faint black aura, clearly utilizing his internal energy. Meanwhile, Krillin was engaged with the subordinate on the left. Despite his smaller stature, he was quite nimble, using his speed to evade the subordinate's attacks while seeking opportunities for counterattacks. Aware that his strength was inferior, he relied on speed and technique to overcome his opponent. "Kid, stop dodging. Surrender now." The subordinate on the left, growing impatient with Krillin's evasion, accelerated his attacks, raining punches down like a storm, gradually overwhelming Krillin. "I can't continue like this. I must find a way to counterattack," Krillin thought to himself, taking a deep breath and recalling the techniques taught by Master Roshi. Suddenly, he halted, the flow of chi around him shifting as the three afterimages split apart, charging toward the subordinate from various angles, each adopting different attacking stances. "Oh, is that the multiple afterimage fist?" The left subordinate paused, clearly taken aback by Krillin's move. He could not discern which was the real Krillin and was forced to halt his attacks, watching the surrounding afterimages warily. Now, Krillin seized the opportunity and emerged from the shadows, delivering a fierce kick to the knee of one of the henchmen. By the time the henchman reacted, it was too late. Krillin's foot struck his knee, causing him to let out a pained scream and collapse to the ground. "Well done, Krillin," Wukong shouted in excitement as he witnessed Krillin's success. Seizing the moment, he concentrated his inner energy, swiftly bringing his hands together as a pale blue energy coalesced in his palms, launching the Kamehameha towards the henchman on the right. The refined wave of energy surged forth, striking the henchman with precision, sending him hurtling backward onto the beach, where he coughed up blood and lost consciousness. "What?" The leader of the group, witnessing the rapid defeat of his two subordinates, wore an expression of disbelief. He had underestimated Wukong and Krillin's strength, especially Wukong, who was capable of unleashing such a powerful Kamehameha. "It seems I have underestimated you," he muttered coldly, as his aura intensified, a faint black halo appearing around him, exuding a powerful oppressive force that enveloped the beach, making Wukong and Krillin feel a wave of suffocation. "Since you are so formidable, I shall personally deal with you and capture you." As the leader's words echoed, he charged towards Wukong and Krillin with astonishing speed, far surpassing that of his previous henchmen. In an instant, he stood before Wukong, throwing a punch aimed directly at his chest. The force behind this punch was immense, accompanied by a fierce whooshing sound, leaving Wukong no time to evade. "Wukong, be careful," Krillin shouted, rushing forward to assist Wukong in blocking the blow. Yet, he was a moment too late. The leader's fist was almost upon Wukong. In that critical moment, a figure suddenly dashed in from the side, moving with such speed that only a blur remained. He extended his hand, effortlessly blocking the leader's punch. The leader felt an overwhelming force emanating from the stranger's hand, forcing him to stumble back in surprise. Wukong and Krillin quickly looked up to see the turtle sage, having appeared before them, still clad in his familiar yellow robe, staff in hand. His gaze stern as he regarded the leader. A powerful aura radiated from him, far surpassing that of the leader. "Turtle sage." The leader's expression darkened further upon seeing the turtle sage, clearly taken aback by his swift arrival. "You are surprisingly strong. It seems the legends hold truth. The Hyuga organization? I've heard of you," the turtle sage scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "A group of cowardly rats daring to invade my Kame house, attempting to steal my martial arts secrets and capture my disciples. You possess quite the audacity." "We are merely following orders." The leader inhaled deeply, trying to maintain his composure. "Our organization's chief greatly admires your martial prowess and sees potential in these two young ones. We hope you will hand over your martial arts secrets and surrender these two to us. Our chief will ensure you receive a generous reward." "Reward?" the turtle sage replied, casting a dismissive glance at the leader. "In my lifetime, I have never lacked for rewards. To desire my martial arts secrets and my disciples, you must be prepared to kill me. It appears you truly have no intention of showing us any respect." The leader's eyes turned cold as his aura reached its zenith, the black halo around him deepening, an evil presence growing stronger. "In that case, I shall take my leave." The leader charged once more at the turtle sage. His speed and strength magnified, the black halo around his fist more pronounced as he unleashed a punch aimed at the turtle sage's chest, far more powerful than the one he had thrown at Wukong. "Child's play," the turtle sage sneered, not bothering to evade but instead reaching out to grasp the leader's fist gently. The leader felt as if his fist were caught in an iron vice, unable to move. He attempted to exert force to break free, but realized with shock that the turtle sage's strength was astonishing, rendering him helpless. How can this be? How is your strength so great? The leader exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Frog in a well, do you truly believe your meager strength can rival mine? The turtle sage laughed coldly, applying a slight pressure. The leader could not help but scream in agony as the bones in his fist cracked under the turtle sage's grip. Ah, my hand! The leader cried out in pain, attempting to retreat, but the turtle sage held him fast. With a mere flick, the turtle sage sent him sprawling onto the beach, where he fell heavily, coughing up blood and losing consciousness. After dispatching the leader, the turtle sage turned to Wukong and Krillin, his gaze filled with approval. You both performed admirably, bringing me no shame. However, remember that these foes were merely lackeys of the Goku organization. In the future, you will encounter even more formidable enemies, so you must train diligently and enhance your strength. Yes, master, we will certainly train hard. Wukong and Krillin responded in unison, their eyes filled with respect as they looked at the turtle sage. At that moment, Bulma rushed out from the Kame house. Upon seeing the three fallen henchmen on the beach and the sweat on Wukong and Krillin, she quickly grasped the situation. She hurried to their side, concern etched on her face. Wukong, Krillin, are you all right? Are you hurt? We're fine, Bulma, Wukong replied with a smile. A few bad guys came trying to steal Master's martial arts secrets and capture us, but we defeated them. That's wonderful. I'm relieved to hear you're okay, Bulma sighed, her gaze shifting to the henchmen on the beach, her eyes filled with anger. These people are utterly despicable for daring to invade Kame house. Master, what should we do with them? Bind them and toss them into the sea. Let them fend for themselves, the turtle sage stated coldly. Such individuals are a menace even when left alive. All right, I'll fetch some rope, Bulma replied, quickly returning to the Kame house for the rope. Wukong and Krillin promptly stepped forward, binding the three henchmen with swift efficiency. Soon, they had secured them tightly. Upon Bulma's return with the rope, she joined Wukong and Krillin in lifting the henchmen onto a small boat at the beach, pushing it into the sea to let it drift away with the waves. After dealing with the black-clad men, Wukong and Krillin did not continue their training. Instead, they returned to the Kame house to change into clean clothes. Chapter 12. The Legacy of Secrets. The birth of new techniques. The afternoon sun streamed through the windows of the Kame house, casting dappled patterns on the floor. The air was imbued with the faint fragrance of grass and wood, mingling with the salty scent of the sea, creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere. After changing into fresh garments, Wukong and Krillin settled onto the stone bench in the courtyard, enjoying the fruits that Bulma had just sliced. At that moment, the turtle sage emerged from the room, cradling an ancient wooden box. The box was adorned with intricate martial arts patterns, the surface bearing the patina of time. Though the edges were slightly worn, it still emanated a weighty aura, clearly an artifact of significance, hinting at the extraordinary contents within. Master, what is contained within this box? Wukong immediately set down the fruit he was holding. His curiosity piqued as he moved closer, unable to resist sniffing the wooden box, as if trying to discern the secrets contained within. Krillin also hurriedly stood up, his eyes filled with anticipation, as he vaguely guessed that the box might contain the martial arts manual that the Goku organization had recently gone to great lengths to seize. The turtle sage did not respond immediately. Instead, he carefully placed the box at the center of the stone table in the courtyard and slowly lifted the lid. Inside, the box was lined with a layer of dark crimson velvet, neatly holding two yellowed ancient texts bound by thread. The characters on the covers were inscribed in vermilion, and despite the passage of time, they remained clear and legible, titled Kaioken Lianji Shu and Qigong Bo Jinjie Yaoi. The script was vigorous and powerful, exuding a fierce martial aura, unmistakably crafted by a martial arts master. This pair of manuals was acquired during my youthful travels from a reclusive master, the turtle sage reflected, a hint of distant reminiscence in his gaze as he gently caressed the cover of the ancient texts, as if touching upon a long-buried memory. The master had once said that each manual had its own emphasis, requiring suitable talents to unleash their full potential. Krillin, you possess a remarkable aptitude for the multi-layer Kaioken fist. Your meticulous nature allows you to master the details, making this Kaioken Lianji Shu perfectly suited for you. He solemnly handed the Kaioken Lianji Shu to Krillin, explaining, this manual will teach you how to evenly distribute your internal energy across each shadow, transforming them from mere distractions for your foes into instruments of true offense. It will also instruct you in the art of synchronizing your shadows with your true self, enabling you to unleash a series of attacks through various stances and rhythms, breaking through your enemy's defenses, and even achieving the realm of famed attacks by your shadows while your true self delivers a decisive strike. Krillin accepted the manual with both hands, gently tracing the yellowed cover with his fingers, feeling the texture and weight of the paper. His heart swelled with excitement and gratitude as he bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, Master. I will diligently cultivate my skills and strive to master the essence of this manual." The turtle sage then picked up Qigong Bo Jinjie Yaoi and handed it to Wukong. "Wukong, your mastery of the turtle school's Qigong has reached a commendable level, and your control is becoming increasingly adept. Furthermore, your innate perception of energy is exceptional, and your explosive power far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. This manual will assist you in breaking through your current limitations, teaching you how to enhance the power and speed of your Qigong waves through special breathing techniques. It will also impart the core skills of energy accumulation, allowing you to concentrate your energy for extended periods and unleash a single, powerful attack that far surpasses your usual output. Later on, it will even enable you to unlock multiple Qigong waves, releasing several energy blasts simultaneously to catch your enemies off guard." "That's fantastic. Thank you, Master," Wukong exclaimed as he eagerly flipped through several pages, which were filled with intricate diagrams of techniques and written annotations. The illustrations depicted figures in various stances, detailing the flow of energy. Although he found some of the terminology challenging to comprehend, the powerful techniques illustrated sparked excitement in his eyes. "Master, I want to try it right now." "Patience." The turtle sage chuckled, gently tapping Wukong's head. In martial arts, haste makes waste. While these manuals are powerful, they require careful study and gradual refinement to truly grasp their essence. If you merely rush through the learning process, not only will you fail to master the techniques, but you may also disrupt your energy flow and even risk injuring yourself or falling into a state of madness. He paused, his expression turning serious. "Moreover, remember that manuals are merely aids. True strength is never built upon the mere accumulation of texts. The path of martial arts has no shortcuts. It requires solid groundwork and steady progress to reach greater heights. Most importantly, you must hold on to your martial arts Chushin. Do not allow the mastery of formidable techniques to lead you to bully the weak or forget that the essence of martial arts is to protect, not to harm." "We will remember, Master." Wukong and Krillin responded in unison, clutching the manuals tightly to their chests as if they were rare treasures. Their gazes were filled with determination, knowing that this was their master's trust in them and a crucial opportunity to enhance their strength. They would not betray this trust. In the following days, Wukong and Krillin embarked on a new training regimen, their daily schedules brimming with tasks yet devoid of complaint, filled instead with vigor. Each day, just as dawn broke and morning dew clung to the leaves, Wukong and Krillin rose early to commence their foundational training. Wukong returned to the seaside, practicing the control of his turtle school Qigong against the waves. This time, however, his aim was higher. He sought not only to strike the crest of the waves accurately 20 times in succession, but also to shatter small stones on the reef with the residual force of his Qigong, thereby honing his precision and explosive power. At first, he struggled to balance his goals. Either he would hit the wave precisely but lack the strength to break the stones, or he would shatter the stones but miss the wave's crest. Yet, he did not relent, adjusting his breath and sensing the flow of energy. Training from dawn until the sun rose high in the sky. Sweat drenched his training attire, and his palms bore several burns from the energy flow. But he persevered until he successfully achieved his goal before allowing himself to rest. Krillin, on the other hand, added 20 pounds of sandbags to his legs and arms and ventured into the wooded hills behind Turtle Island to practice basic punches in conjunction with his shadows. He needed to maintain the standards and speed of his punches while generating shadows under the added weight. Initially, as he created his shadows, the burden caused his punches to become rigid, and the shadows quickly dissipated. There were even times when uneven energy distribution caused him to stumble, scraping his arms and knees. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, using cloth to bandage his wounds before continuing his training. Following the turtle sage's teachings, he began with a single shadow, gradually sensing the energy distribution and slowly increased the number of shadows, refusing to stop despite the aches that enveloped his body. As the afternoon sun grew stronger, Wukong and Krillin returned to the courtyard of the turtle house, retrieving the manuals given by the turtle sage and learning new techniques under his guidance. The courtyard was equipped with wooden targets and stone pillars specifically designed for practicing energy, facilitating their training. Krillin sat on a stone bench with the Kaioken Lianji shoe, meticulously studying the annotations and diagrams. Whenever he encountered something he did not understand, he immediately sought guidance from the turtle sage. The manual stated that to imbue shadows with offensive power, the key lay in the even distribution and synchronization of energy. Not only must one evenly allocate their internal energy to each shadow, but the energy of the shadows must also remain synchronized with that of the true self. Only then could the attacks of the shadows and the true self resonate, unleashing maximum potency. Master, how can I achieve energy synchronization? Krillin inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. I try to distribute energy to the shadows, but I always end up with chaotic energy, and the shadows possess no offensive power, instead dissipating more easily. The turtle sage approached Krillin, patting his shoulder and pointing to the stone pillars in the courtyard. Do not rush to make the shadows strike just yet. Stand on the stone pillar, close your eyes, and calm your mind to sense your internal energy. Then, create a shadow and have it stand on the stone pillar beside you, maintaining the same posture. Use your will to control the flow of energy, ensuring that the shadow's energy aligns with your own. Once you can accomplish this, then attempt to make the shadow strike. Having heard the turtle sage's advice, Krillin nodded and immediately followed his instructions. He stood on the stone pillar, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and gradually adjusted his breathing to sense the flow of energy within him. After a moment, the energy around him stirred, and a shadow separated from his body. Standing beside him on the stone pillar, mirroring his posture, he concentrated, controlling the energy within him, gradually channeling it to the shadow while striving to keep the shadow's energy synchronized with his own. Initially, the energy would still become chaotic, and the shadow's posture would waver, even causing it to tumble off the stone pillar. However, Krillin did not yield. He persisted in his attempts, reflecting earnestly on his shortcomings after each failure, adjusting the speed and intensity of his energy delivery. After 2 days of relentless effort, he finally succeeded in stabilizing the distribution of energy to a shadow, allowing it to mirror his posture. He even managed to have the shadow practice basic jumping movements alongside him on a stone pillar. Marvelous! I have succeeded! Krillin exclaimed with exhilaration, opening his eyes to control the shadow, delivering a punch towards a nearby wooden target. With a resounding thud, a faint imprint of his fist appeared on the target. Although the mark was shallow, it signified significant progress, indicating that his shadow had finally gained true offensive capability. The turtle sage observed Krillin with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Very good, rapid progress. Next, you may attempt to increase the number of shadows, starting with 2. Gradually practicing the equal distribution and synchronization of energy, aiming to empower all 3 shadows with offensive strength, and then learn the 3-hit combination from the secret manual. Yes, master, Krillin replied eagerly, diving into his new training with determination gleaming in his eyes. Meanwhile, Wukong was diligently studying the techniques outlined in the essence of advanced Qigong wave. The manual detailed a crucial technique for energy accumulation and explosive release, necessitating a special breathing method to condense energy within the palm for an extended period, while simultaneously locking it in place with intention to prevent dispersion. At the critical moment, the energy would be unleashed in a singular burst, yielding an attack power far exceeding the norm. Initially, Wukong struggled to maintain energy concentration for any length of time. Following the manual's breathing method, he inhaled deeply, attempting to gather energy in his palm, but after merely a few seconds, it would uncontrollably disperse, causing a sharp pain in his hand due to the chaotic energy flow. On one occasion, in his eagerness, he forced the energy to coalesce, resulting in a sudden loss of control that sent him staggering back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Wukong, you are too impatient. The turtle sage promptly approached, producing ointment to apply to Wukong's palm. The key to energy accumulation and explosive release lies in stability, not speed. Remember, while condensing energy, maintain steady breathing and control the flow with your intention, much like holding sand in your hand. Grip firmly yet gently, lest it slips through your fingers. Begin with short accumulation intervals, say 3 seconds, and once you can stabilize the energy for that duration, gradually extend it to 5 seconds, then 10. After heeding the turtle sage's advice, Wukong nodded, reflecting on his own issues. Wiping the blood from his lips, he took a deep breath, readjusting his focus, and followed the turtle sage's guidance to keep his breathing steady, gently controlling the energy flow to condense it in his palm. This time, he refrained from rushing and instead attuned himself to the nuances of energy variation, gradually lengthening the accumulation period. After 3 days of diligent practice, Wukong finally managed to stabilize his energy accumulation for 10 seconds, unleashing it in one powerful burst. Standing atop the rocky shore, he inhaled deeply, swiftly bringing his hands together, palms facing each other. The surrounding energy gradually coalesced, a pale blue aura swirling within his palms. As time passed, the aura grew brighter and denser, distorting the air around him. Turtle School Qigong, energy accumulation and explosive release. Wukong shouted, thrusting his hands forward. A beam of pale blue energy, thicker and more radiant than before, surged forth with a deafening rush, striking the distant rocks with precision. The resulting explosion echoed like thunder, shattering the rocks into fragments, sending debris flying, and creating a beautiful spray of water in the air. Incredible! Such power! Wukong cheered, pumping his fist in excitement as he gazed at the obliterated rocks, his face radiant with pride. He had not anticipated the might of the accumulation and explosive release technique, which filled him with anticipation for his future training. The turtle sage regarded Wukong with approval, nodding thoughtfully. Excellent. You possess great talent and are progressing rapidly. Next, you may attempt to learn the multi-strike Qigong wave. According to the manual, this technique requires dividing your internal energy into multiple streams, condensing them at different points in your palms, and releasing them all at once to create several energy waves targeting different foes. This demands a high level of energy control, so practice diligently. Absolutely. I will master it, Wukong declared with confidence, immediately delving into the study of the multi-strike technique illustrations. Days turned into weeks, and the progress of Wukong and Krillin became increasingly evident, with their training in new techniques gradually falling into a steady rhythm. Krillin had become adept at controlling 3 shadows, each possessing formidable offensive capability, and had even learned the 3-hit combination feint described in the manual, executing side ambushes with 2 shadows while the last struck from behind for a decisive blow. During practice, he had effortlessly defeated the wooden target set by the turtle sage, earning newfound respect from his mentor. Krillin, your shadow combination technique is impressive, the turtle sage remarked with a smile. Next, you may attempt to increase the number of shadows to 5 while practicing shadow cloning, enhancing their agility and movement, thus better confounding your enemies and creating opportunities for attack. Yes, master, Krillin responded, fully aware of the vast potential for improvement that lay ahead. He did not dare to slacken his efforts and immediately immersed himself in his new training. Wukong also successfully mastered the multi-strike Qigong wave, capable of dividing his energy into 3 streams, condensing them in his palms, and launching them simultaneously to strike different targets with remarkable accuracy. During practice, he had shattered 3 distant rocks at once, showcasing his impressive power. Wukong, your multi-strike Qigong wave has become quite proficient, the turtle sage noted. You may now attempt to divide your energy into 5 streams, launching them simultaneously while learning to control the power of each wave, adjusting their intensity based on the target. This will enable you to execute precise strikes in battle, conserving energy while maximizing impact. All right, I will give it a try right now, Wukong responded enthusiastically, immediately starting to practice splitting his energy into 5 streams. Although he initially encountered moments of chaotic energy, he persevered, trying repeatedly and making swift progress. Bulma observed Wukong and Krillin diligently training each day, her heart swelling with pride. She prepared nourishing meals to replenish their energy depleted from training and utilized her devices to monitor their internal energy flow, providing them with vital assistance in their practice. Wukong, Krillin, your training results today were quite impressive, Bulma said with a smile, holding her device. Wukong, your energy has become increasingly stable, especially during accumulation, with energy loss reduced to a minimal level. Krillin, your energy distribution is also becoming more even, with the intensity of the 3 shadows now nearly identical. Really? That's wonderful, Wukong and Krillin exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they recognized that their efforts had not been in vain, further solidifying their resolve to continue training. That evening, as Wukong and Krillin concluded their day of training, they sat side by side on the sandy beach, watching the sun gradually descend. painting the sky in a brilliant orange hue. The waves lapped against the shore, producing a soothing sound, and the evening breeze brushed past them, carrying a refreshing coolness that alleviated their fatigue. Krillin, your shadow combination technique is becoming increasingly formidable, Wukong remarked with a grin. Next time we spar, I will certainly need to be more cautious, or else I may fall victim to your shadows. You too, Wukong, Krillin replied with a chuckle. Your accumulation and explosive release, along with the multi-strike Qigong wave, are so powerful that I certainly wouldn't stand a chance. Nonetheless, I will continue to train hard, striving to surpass you soon. Absolutely. Let us both strive together and see who progresses faster, Wukong exclaimed, extending his fist in camaraderie. Indeed, together we shall. Krillin extended his fist, gently colliding with Wukong's, producing a crisp sound that mingled with the rhythmic crashing of waves, resonating into the distance. Under the setting sun, their silhouettes elongated, their gazes filled with hopeful aspirations for the future. They understood that their path in martial arts was far from over, with formidable foes awaiting them. Yet, as long as they remained true to their original intentions, supporting and encouraging one another and diligently honing their skills, they would undoubtedly grow stronger and shine their own light at the pinnacle of martial arts. Not far away, in Kame House, Kame Saiyan sat by the window, observing the two young figures on the beach, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He knew that these two youths would ultimately carry the pure heart of martial arts, becoming the guardians of this land, perhaps even surpassing him as they ventured into broader horizons. His role was to guide them along their path of growth, accompanying them step by step towards maturity. As night gradually descended, stars began to twinkle in the sky, and Wukong and Krillin walked side by side towards Kame House. Their steps were firm and powerful, each stride imbued with anticipation for the future. A new day would bring fresh training, new challenges, and new progress. They were ready to embrace everything that lay ahead. Chapter 13. A sudden attack from a strong foe as the night deepened. The beach of Kame Island shed the heat of the day, the evening breeze carrying the salty tang of the sea, rustling the leaves of the palm trees along the shore. Just as Wukong and Krillin returned to Kame House, Bulma emerged from the kitchen, bearing steaming dishes with a smile. Come wash your hands and eat. I've prepared your favorite meat soup and several side dishes to replenish your strength. You've been training all day. You must be exhausted. How wonderful. Bulma, you are so thoughtful, Wukong exclaimed, dashing to the dining table and stuffing a bun into his mouth. Mumbling, I practiced the multi-ki blast today, and when I divided my energy into 5 streams, it drained a lot of my stamina. I'm nearly starving. Krillin nodded with a smile, washing his hands before sitting beside Wukong, eating slowly. Unlike Wukong, who devoured his food ravenously, Krillin savored each bite, relishing the flavors. Today, he successfully imbued the 5 afterimages with offensive capabilities and had practiced the 5-hit combo. The fatigue from training dissipated almost entirely in the presence of such delicious food. Seated at the head of the table, Kame Saiyan sipped his drink, watching the two disciples gorge themselves with a sense of contentment in his eyes. He picked up his chopsticks, leisurely selecting a piece of meat, and remarked, You two have recently made rapid progress, and you've nearly mastered your new techniques. But remember, do not become arrogant. The path of martial arts is endless. One must continually refine oneself to truly become strong. We understand, Master, Wukong and Krillin replied in unison, their mouths still full, presenting a rather comical sight that made Bulma chuckle. At that moment, a piercing sound suddenly pierced the air from the distant sea, akin to a blade slicing through the night sky. Subsequently, several dark figures plummeted from above like meteors, crashing heavily onto the sands of Kame Island, raising clouds of dust. Among the dust, the foremost figure donned a black robe and a sinister skull mask, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, enveloping the surroundings like the icy winds of winter, sending shivers down spines. Kame Saiyan, hand over the martial arts scriptures, and I may spare your lives. The figure's voice was hoarse, laced with a frigid, murderous intent that reverberated throughout Kame Island, even momentarily muffling the sound of the waves. Behind him, 6 men in black fanned out, encircling Kame House, their metallic daggers glinting ominously, their eyes filled with malice. It's the Blackbone organization. Kellen's expression shifted, and he immediately set aside his bowl and chopsticks, standing alertly as he eyed the black-clad figures on the beach. He had not anticipated that the Blackbone organization would find Kame Island so swiftly. and the auras of these individuals were even stronger than those he had encountered previously, evidently core members of the organization. Wukong also halted his actions, his expression turning grave as energy began to surge around him, a pale blue aura materializing in his palms. These ruffians dare to wreak havoc on Master S territory. I shall teach them a lesson. Saiyan set down his cup, standing beside Wukong and Krillin, his gaze sternly fixed on the skull-masked figure on the beach. He sensed that this adversary possessed a solid foundation in martial arts, striking with lethal precision, at least a level above the Blackbone members he had previously encountered. Nearing the pinnacle of martial arts prowess. He had not expected the Blackbone organization to be so relentless. It seemed a fierce battle was unavoidable today. Wukong, Krillin, you have just learned new techniques, and this is a perfect opportunity to test the fruits of your training. Remember, in battle, always remain calm, apply your new skills judiciously. Do not rush, and prioritize your safety. Yes, Master. Wukong and Krillin chorused, assuming their battle stances. Wukong spread his feet apart, his hands slightly bent, palms facing forward as energy coalesced around him, his muscles taut. Krillin took a deep breath, the energy around him stirring, his abdomen subtly rising and falling, ready to unleash afterimages and strike. Bulma, hiding behind the door of Kame House, retrieved a compact communicator. Her voice tense. I will contact the martial arts dojo nearby Kame Island for assistance. You must be careful and avoid direct confrontation. The skull-masked figure regarded Kame Saiyan and his two disciples with a derisive sneer. Humph, do you think the three of you can stop us? Today, we will not only obtain the scriptures, but also eliminate all of you to avenge our fallen brothers from the Blackbone organization. He waved his hand, and the 6 black-clad men swiftly divided into 2 groups, 3 charging towards Wukong, 2 heading towards Krillin, while 1 group remained by his side, tightly gripping their daggers, poised for support. Wukong, you take on the 3 on the left, use your speed and your newly practiced ki blast to disrupt their rhythm. Krillin, you handle the 2 on the right, use afterimages to confuse them, and seize the opportunity to strike hard. The rest is up to me. Kame Saiyan shouted, unleashing his energy, a yellow aura swirling around him, his formerly stooped figure now standing a bit taller. In a flash, he darted forward like a streak of yellow lightning towards the skull-masked figure, his staff swirling with a rushing sound as he aimed a powerful blow at the figure's chest. This seemingly slow strike imbued with immense force, embodying the renowned Kame staff technique. Trivial skills. The skull-masked figure scoffed, drawing his black long knife in an instant. The blade slicing through the air with a sharp hum, unleashing a fierce wave of blade energy that clashed with Kame Saiyan's staff. A thunderous sound erupted, sparks flying as the immense force sent both combatants stumbling back 3 steps, a shallow trench carved into the sand, with tiny grains still quivering. Wukong immediately sprang into action, taking a deep breath and rapidly adjusting his internal energy according to the breathing method outlined in the Essentials of Ki Blast Advancement. He quickly brought his hands together, palms facing each other, the pale blue aura in his palms growing ever brighter, the energy swirling within. Kamehameha, multi-explosion, he shouted, thrusting his hands forward as 3 pale blue ki blasts surged forth, targeting the 3 black-clad men, their angles calculated to block any escape routes. The 3 black-clad figures were caught off guard by Wukong's swift and powerful attack, hastily raising their metallic daggers to defend. A series of thunderous impacts echoed as the 3 ki blasts struck their daggers in succession, the overwhelming force sending them staggering back 5 or 6 steps, blood trickling from their mouths, their arms trembling from the exertion, and their daggers even showing fine cracks. How has this kid's ki blast become so powerful? A figure cloaked in black exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The last time they encountered Wukong, his Kamehameha, while formidable, had not reached such heights. Within a mere few days, he had astonishingly advanced to this level, evidently having received guidance from a powerful secret technique. Wukong did not afford them a moment to react. In a flash, he darted forward like a crimson lightning bolt, utilizing his extraordinary speed to close the distance to one of the black-clad figures. With a swift movement, he employed the shadow step technique, deftly evading the black-clad man's dagger strike, while simultaneously launching a punch aimed at his chest. This blow encapsulated all of Wukong's strength. Enveloped in a faint aura that represented the essence of the Kamehameha, the black-clad man hastily sidestepped, but did not anticipate Wukong's even greater speed. His fist struck true, producing a sharp crack as several ribs shattered. With a pained cry, the man was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the sand, unconscious, his dagger flying far from his grasp. The remaining two black-clad figures exchanged glances and promptly altered their strategy. They ceased their solitary assaults and instead coordinated their efforts, charging toward Wukong from either side. Their daggers lunged toward Wukong's head and legs, attempting to restrict his movements. Wukong's expression hardened. He sprang backward, agilely avoiding their strikes, while gathering energy in both hands to unleash another energy wave. Behold, Kamehameha, charge and release. Wukong bellowed, thrusting his hands forward. A broader, brighter pale blue energy wave surged forth, accurately striking the space between the two black-clad figures. With a resounding explosion, the resulting shockwave propelled both men backward, crashing heavily onto the beach, struggling futilely to rise, clearly incapacitated. Mission accomplished, Wukong exclaimed, triumphantly raising his fist, his face alight with pride. He had not anticipated that the newly learned multiple energy wave and charge technique would prove so potent, effortlessly dispatching 3 opponents. This further solidified his resolve to train diligently, aspiring to master the 5-fold energy wave to become even more formidable and protect more people in the future. Meanwhile, Krillin was engaged in combat with the 2 black-clad figures to his right. Taking a deep breath, he followed the method outlined in the Shadow Strike technique, evenly distributing his energy throughout his body. As the energy flowed, 3 phantoms separated from him, each taking a distinct position and striking a battle stance alongside him. The energy radiating from the phantoms was nearly indistinguishable from that of his true self, their movements perfectly synchronized. It would be nearly impossible to discern which was the original and which were mere illusions without careful observation. What technique is this, to produce so many phantoms? One of the black-clad men remarked, his expression rife with wariness. He had previously encountered foes who utilized phantoms, but those were merely distractions without genuine offensive capability. The phantoms before him, however, exuded an aura identical to Krillin's, signaling their true potency. Shadow Strike, Krillin shouted, commanding both his true self and the 3 phantoms as they charged towards the 2 black-clad figures. Following the 3-hit combination from the technique, his true self feigned an attack, swinging a fist toward one man's chest to divert his attention. Meanwhile, the 2 phantoms launched surprise assaults on the man's arms and legs, aiming to immobilize him. The final phantom circumnavigated to the man's rear, poised to deliver a decisive blow. The black-clad man quickly raised his dagger to defend, but he was unprepared for the genuine force behind the phantom strikes. A series of muffled impacts echoed as he was struck simultaneously by both the true self and the phantoms, searing pain coursing through his limbs and a punch landing squarely on his chest. With a scream, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the sand, unconscious, his dagger slipping from his grip. The remaining black-clad figure, witnessing this, turned pale with fear and attempted to flee toward the ocean. Krillin would not allow him to escape. Taking a deep breath, he summoned 2 additional phantoms, now controlling a total of 5. He swiftly pursued the fleeing man, directing all 5 phantoms to strike simultaneously at his back, forming an encirclement that left the black-clad figure with no avenue for escape. With a resounding thud, the man was sent flying, crashing onto the beach, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise again. Fantastic! Krillin, you are incredible! Wukong shouted in exhilaration upon witnessing Krillin's success against the 2 black-clad figures. He had not imagined that Krillin's Shadow Strike technique could be so powerful. The 5 phantoms worked in perfect harmony, their combined assaults demonstrating formidable might, entirely unlike the Krillin who once relied solely on cunning. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Krillin smiled and replied, all thanks to Master S teachings and the secret techniques. However, I still have much to improve upon, such as the movement speed of the phantoms and the efficiency of energy distribution. I must continue to practice to gain control over even more phantoms as soon as possible. At that moment, a cacophony of intense battle sounds erupted in the distance. Wukong and Krillin turned to see Master Roshi embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the skull-masked man. Master Roshi's staff whirled with increasing velocity, delivering relentless blows aimed at the masked adversary's vital points, showcasing the full extent of the Kame Sennin staff technique's power. The skull-masked man, undeterred, brandished his black longsword, its blade slicing through the air with lethal precision, unleashing waves of deadly energy that surged toward Master Roshi. The beach bore the scars of their clash, deep divots marking the sand, while nearby coconut trees fell victim to the sword's fierce gusts, their trunks crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous noise, creating a scene of utter chaos. Master seems to be struggling. We should assist, Wukong urged, immediately darting towards Master Roshi. He sensed that the skull-masked man's sword technique was extraordinarily aggressive, his strength and speed formidable. Though Master Roshi could hold his own, prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to exhaustion. Krillin nodded in agreement, taking a deep breath as he maneuvered his 5 phantoms to follow closely behind Wukong. Rushing towards the skull-masked man, aware that his capabilities paled in comparison to those of Wukong and Master Roshi, he intended to utilize the phantoms to confound the enemy, creating openings for their attacks. The skull-masked man, spotting Wukong and Krillin advancing, sneered, "Humph, just a couple of kids who think themselves formidable after dispatching a few lackeys? Today, you shall meet your demise." He swung his black longsword, which trembled violently, unleashing a massive wave of energy that surged forth like a colossal serpent, aimed directly at Wukong and Krillin. This energy wave surpassed any prior attack in its ferocity, and as it sliced through the air, the grains of sand on the beach were violently displaced, creating a thick cloud of dust that enveloped the two, instilling them with a profound sense of dread. "Watch out!" Wukong shouted, halting in his tracks as he rapidly gathered energy in his hands, employing the charge technique to concentrate his energy within his palms. A pale blue aura intensified in his grasp, distorting the surrounding air. "Kamehameha, charge and release," he yelled, thrusting his hands forward as a vivid blue energy wave rocketed forth to collide with the black energy wave. With an earth-shattering boom, the clash resonated like thunder across the entirety of Kame House, the overwhelming force sending Wukong and Krillin staggering backwards several steps, blood escaping from their lips, a dull ache settling in their chests. Wukong felt a sharp pain in his palms, realizing that the skull-masked man's strength surpassed his expectations, at least matching Master Roshi's prowess. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin directed his 5 phantoms to flank the skull-masked man from behind, initiating a surprise attack. The phantoms simultaneously unleashed their fists upon the masked man's back, their strikes accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, seeking to deliver a crippling blow to their adversary. The figure clad in a skull mask detected the impending attack from behind and swiftly turned around, brandishing the black long knife in his hand. With a flash of steel, he blocked the assault of the afterimages. The sound of dull thuds echoed as 3 of the phantoms were struck by the black blade and instantly dissipated into the air, leaving only faint traces upon the sandy beach. "I never anticipated your afterimages to be so resilient," the skull-masked man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not expected that this diminutive figure's phantoms not only possessed offensive capability, but were also so formidable that they could withstand a blow from him. Krillin, undeterred, took a deep breath and conjured 3 additional afterimages, replenishing those that had vanished. He continued to command the 5 phantoms to launch an assault on the skull-masked man. This time, he altered his strategy, opting for staggered, multi-directional attacks, persistently confounding the skull-masked man, depleting his stamina while seeking an opportunity to strike. Wukong seized the moment to charge forward. He refrained from using the Kikaho, as the prior charge had drained considerable energy, and ranged attacks proved ineffective. Close combat might offer a chance. He swung his fist toward the chest of the skull-masked man, his strike imbued with formidable power. Hurtling toward the target, this was his signature Kamehameha. The skull-masked man found himself pushed back by the combined onslaught of Wukong and Krillin. He had not anticipated the rapid growth and strength of these 2 young warriors, especially considering their new techniques, which posed significant challenges for him. He had initially believed that he could easily dispatch the 3 disciples of Kame Sennin and acquire the martial arts manuscript, but he was now ensnared in a dire predicament, feeling somewhat beleaguered by his junior opponents. "Damn it, you leave me no choice," the skull-masked man roared, his aura becoming increasingly ferocious. His black robe billowed ominously, and a faint black glow enveloped the long knife in his grasp, signaling his intent to unleash his ultimate technique. "This is bad. He is about to unleash his full power. Wukong, Krillin, retreat and join forces with me." Kame Sennin's expression shifted as he shouted, quickly retreating to stand beside Wukong and Krillin. He sensed the escalating intensity of the skull-masked man's aura, indicating that this next move would be devastating. Wukong and Krillin also felt the growing pressure emanating from the skull-masked man, prompting them to hastily withdraw to Kame Senin's side. Despite their aching bodies and significant energy depletion, their eyes remained resolute, hands clasped tightly together in preparation for a united defense. The skull-masked man gripped the black long knife tightly, raising it high, as his energy surged into the blade, causing the black glow to intensify. The sand on the beach began to churn violently, and the surrounding air grew increasingly oppressive, making it hard to breathe. His gaze sharpened with ferocity, akin to a ravenous wolf fixated on its prey, as he let out a low, guttural growl. Blackbone blade technique, absolute slash. The skull-masked man shouted, swinging the long knife down with tremendous force. A massive wave of black energy surged forth, resembling a colossal black dragon, barreling toward Kame Senin and his disciples. The power of this blade surpassed any previous attack. It carved a deep trench into the beach, severed nearby coconut trees in an instant, and even stirred the distant sea into towering waves that crashed violently against the rocky shore, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Wukong, Krillin, unleash your newly practiced techniques and counterattack with me. Kame Senin bellowed, his aura erupting to its zenith, a yellow energy halo swirling around him. He gripped his staff tightly, channeling all his energy into it, causing a similar golden glow to manifest. Kame Senin's staff technique, full power strike. Kame Senin unleashed his utmost strength, the staff slicing through the air with a whistling sound, aimed directly at the oncoming black energy. Wukong and Krillin sprang into action simultaneously. Wukong inhaled deeply, gathering the remaining energy within his palms, channeling it into a pale blue kikaho. Krillin, on the other hand, commanded his 5 afterimages, pouring his energy into them, allowing them to join him in releasing a white energy wave. The 3 attacks converged in the air, forming a potent beam of energy that collided with the black energy. A tremendous explosion erupted, reverberating across the entirety of Kame Senin Island, the overwhelming force obliterating everything in its vicinity. The beach was gouged into a massive chasm, half a meter deep and several meters wide, while the sea was thrust into towering waves that soared dozens of meters high, drenching the surrounding sands. The windows of Kame Senin's house shattered, and the furniture inside was sent tumbling. Bulma, hiding behind a door, was left dizzy from the residual force, struggling to steady herself against the doorframe, her face etched with worry. Wukong, Krillin, Kame Senin, are you all alright? As the dust began to settle, the beach lay in ruins. Wukong, Krillin, and Kame Senin were hurled back by the tremendous residual force, crashing heavily onto the sand. Their garments riddled with tears and stained with dirt and blood, their faces pale as sheets, breathing laboriously. Wukong struggled to rise, only to find his body aching, his limbs heavy as if filled with lead. Any slight movement sent sharp pain coursing through his chest, compelling him to cough, blood spilling from his lips once more. Krillin was not faring much better. His afterimages had long since vanished, his energy depleted, and his arms and knees bore scrapes that oozed blood. He lay on the beach, gasping for air, yet his eyes retained a flicker of stubborn resolve, showing no signs of retreat. Kame Senin's condition was the most dire, given his advanced age. The exertion from his previous full-power strike had drained him significantly, leaving him feeble, unable to even lift his arms. He gazed at the skull-masked man not far away, his expression heavy with concern. This adversary was more formidable than he had anticipated. The skull-masked man was also struggling. He was pushed back several steps by the residual force. A searing pain in his chest, and a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat, which he fought hard to suppress. Though a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, his black robe lay in tatters, revealing his muscular physique, marred by numerous wounds that bled profusely. I cannot believe that the 3 of you, united, managed to withstand my absolute slash. The skull-masked man rasped, disbelief mingling with fury and resentment in his gaze. However, you have exhausted your strength. Today, you shall meet your demise. With a tremble, he raised the black long knife, his arms shaking yet his eyes burning with murderous intent, preparing to launch one final assault against Kame Senin and his disciples. Not so fast. Wukong summoned every last ounce of his strength to shout, struggling to rise, both hands once more channeling energy. Even with his energy nearly depleted, he refused to concede, determined to protect his master, Krillin, and Kame Senin Island. Krillin gritted his teeth, mustering his strength to stand, taking a deep breath as he attempted to conjure afterimages again, only to realize that he lacked the energy to do so. He clenched his fists, ready to fight with his remaining strength. Came Saiyan, observing the unwavering determination in his disciple's eyes, felt a swell of pride. He too summoned every ounce of his remaining energy, struggling to rise, his staff once more brandished, albeit slowly, yet still radiating an indomitable spirit. At that moment, the distant sound of engines roared across the sea, followed by several speedboats racing toward Kame's Saiyan Island. On board were a dozen individuals clad in martial arts uniforms, experts from nearby martial arts schools, responding to Bulma's distress signal and hastening to their aid. "It's the martial arts school members," Bulma exclaimed upon seeing the boats, her voice brimming with excitement as she waved her arms, signaling for them to approach. The figure clad in a skull mask changed countenance upon encountering the individuals from the Wudao Huiguan. He realized that he was gravely injured and his stamina was severely depleted, rendering him no match for so many formidable opponents. If he lingered here any longer, not only would he fail to obtain the coveted secret manual, but he would also risk losing his very life. Cursed fate. Today, you have simply been fortunate. The skull-masked man growled menacingly, his eyes brimming with resentment and murderous intent. Came Saiyan, Wukong, Krillin, you shall await my return. The Haigu organization shall not let this matter rest. One day, we shall return for vengeance, and when that time comes, I will ensure that you pay a heavy price. With that, he abruptly turned and sprinted toward the seaside, swiftly leaping onto a small boat that had long been anchored, activating it rapidly to escape into the distant ocean. The members of the Wudao Huiguan, witnessing this, immediately pursued him in a speedboat, only to discover that the small vessel was remarkably swift, vanishing into the night before they could catch up. With no choice but to return to Kame Island, they resolved to regroup. "How are you all faring?" The head of the Wudao Huiguan approached Kame Saiyan and the others with concern, instructing his subordinates to produce healing ointments for them. "We are fine, just somewhat fatigued," Kame Saiyan replied, shaking his head as he accepted the healing ointment and handed it to Wukong and Krillin. "Thank you for your timely arrival, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." "You are too modest, Kame Saiyan. It is our duty to safeguard the peace of the martial world," the head of the Wudao Huiguan said with a smile. "The Haigu organization has been wreaking havoc in the martial realm. We have long sought an opportunity to teach them a lesson. I never imagined they would dare target you. They truly are ignorant of their own limitations." Bulma hurried over, offering clean towels to Wukong and Krillin, her eyes reddened with concern. "You frightened me terribly. Please do not take such risks again." "I apologize, Bulma. I did not mean to worry you," Wukong said with a smile, wiping the dust and blood from his face. Despite the soreness throughout his body, his eyes remained resolute. "However, we did gain something from this encounter. Our new techniques have been tested in real combat, and we shall be better prepared for future confrontations with the Haigu organization." Krillin nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, this battle has illuminated my shortcomings, and I will strive even harder in my training to enhance my strength, ensuring that I do not cause concern for everyone." Kame Saiyan observed his two disciples with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "Very well. Let us return to Kame House to rest and heal. Once we have regained our strength, we shall resume our training. This battle has shown us that the Haigu organization's power must not be underestimated. We must swiftly enhance our capabilities to better confront future challenges." "Yes, Master," Wukong and Krillin chorused in unison. The head of the Wudao Huiguan instructed his subordinates to tidy up the remnants on the beach before departing from Kame Island. Before leaving, he assured them that should they require assistance, they could contact him at any time, and he would promptly come to their aid. Wukong and Krillin supported each other as they followed Kame Saiyan back to Kame House. Bulma quickly prepared warm water for them to cleanse their wounds, and then brewed a nourishing chicken soup to replenish their strength. That night, as Wukong and Krillin lay in their respective beds, though their bodies ached, sleep eluded them. They reflected on the day's battle, their hearts filled with emotion. This confrontation had revealed their inadequacies and solidified their determination to train further. They understood that the path of martial arts is endless. Only through relentless effort and continual enhancement of their abilities could they protect those they hold dear and establish their presence in this challenging martial world. Krillin, do you think we will encounter formidable foes like the Skull-Masked Man again? Wukong, lying in bed and gazing at the ceiling, asked quietly. Certainly. The Haigu organization is quite powerful, and they will not relent, Krillin replied. However, I do not fear them. As long as we continue to train diligently and improve our strength, there will come a day when we shall triumph over them. Indeed, you are right, Wukong said with a smile. Let us strive together to become the pinnacle of the martial world, and when that time comes, no one will dare to bully us. And we shall be able to protect even more people. Absolutely. Together we shall endeavor. Krillin responded, smiling as well. As the night deepened, Kame Island returned to its former tranquility, with only the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore, akin to a lullaby, accompanying Wukong and Krillin into slumber. Their faces bore steadfast smiles, as if they could already envision the day they would become the greatest of warriors. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm and bright glow upon the floor of Kame House. Wukong and Krillin rose early. Although their bodies still bore some aches, they persisted in their foundational training. They understood that only through continuous effort and refinement could they truly grow strong enough to face all future challenges. Observing his two disciples diligently training, Kame Sennin's lips curled into a satisfied smile, knowing that these two young men would ultimately become legends in the martial realm, safeguarding the peace of this land. Chapter 14. Healing and Progress. Hidden crises. The morning sun pierced through the clouds, illuminating the sandy shores of Kame Island, gilding the ravines and debris left by last night's battle in a warm golden hue. The waves gently caressed the shore, washing away the remnants of smoke and leaving behind only the refreshing scent of the sea and the fragrance of the flora, as if silently soothing the fatigue of the land. In the distance, the horizon bore witness to the sun's ascent, its golden rays shimmering upon the water's surface, dazzlingly bright. Wukong and Krillin awakened early, though their wounds still throbbed subtly and their internal energy had yet to fully replenish. They exhibited no signs of complacency. After a brief wash, they ventured into the courtyard to commence their foundational training. Wukong chose to practice his control by the sea, opting to forego the powerful kikaho in favor of gathering a gentle stream of energy at his fingertips, precisely puncturing the bubbles at the crest of the waves. With each bubble he burst, he adjusted the output of his energy, honing his finesse and control. Krillin, meanwhile, practiced his punches slowly in the courtyard, striving for precision in every movement, from the angle and force of his strikes to the speed of his turns and the stability of his center of gravity, all while attuning himself to the flow of energy within, addressing the uneven distribution that had been revealed in last night's battle. Kame Sennin sat in a bamboo chair by the window, sipping hot tea as he watched the diligent figures of his disciples, his eyes filled with pride. He retrieved 2 small jade bottles from his room and approached the two, handing them the bottles. These contain a healing ointment I acquired during my youth from a skilled physician. Applying it to your wounds will expedite healing and repair damaged meridians. Additionally, there are a few chi replenishing pills that will help you restore your energy more rapidly, without any side effects. Thank you, Master. Wukong and Krillin quickly accepted the jade bottles, expressing their gratitude. Upon opening the bottles, a refreshing medicinal aroma wafted forth. Wukong evenly applied the ointment to the wounds on his palms and chest, instantly feeling a cool sensation permeate his body, significantly alleviating his pain and relaxing his previously tense muscles. Krillin consumed one of the chi replenishing pills, which dissolved instantly, allowing a gentle energy to circulate within him, gradually restoring his depleted energy and dissipating the soreness in his limbs. In the following days, Wukong and Krillin entered a dual mode of healing and training. During the day, they engaged in moderate foundational training to refine their weaknesses, while under Kame Sennin's guidance, they reviewed the details of their previous encounter with the Haigu organization, summarizing their experiences and lessons learned. In the afternoons, as the sun became more intense, they would return to their rooms, sitting cross-legged to circulate their energy in conjunction with the chi replenishing pills, while also studying martial arts manuals to rectify the shortcomings in their new techniques. Wukong, during his reflection, realized that although his multiple qigong waves possessed formidable power, their accuracy required enhancement when simultaneously controlling multiple waves to target different foes. Moreover, the lengthy charging time rendered him vulnerable to enemy counterattacks. In light of these challenges, he altered his training regimen, shifting his focus from merely amassing the quantity and potency of his energy waves to honing rapid charging techniques and precise control of energy distribution. He set up various targets of differing distances and sizes along the coastline, with nearby rocks situated 10 meters away and buoys as far as 50 meters, ranging from a diameter of 1 meter for larger targets to the size of a fist for smaller ones. Standing on the beach, he took a deep breath and, following the rapid charging techniques outlined in Qigong Wave Advancement Essentials, he adjusted his breathing rhythm to facilitate the swift accumulation of energy in his palms while mentally guiding the distribution of qi, striving to unleash multiple energy waves in a brief span and accurately strike each target. Initially, he struggled to balance his efforts, resulting in either uncontrolled energy waves exploding in the air or veering off course to crash into the sea, sending up towering splashes. On one occasion, in his eagerness for swift results, he forced a rapid charge, causing chaos within his qi, leading to a sharp pain in his chest that made him cough, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this, Saiyan promptly approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and advised, "Wukong, in martial arts training, one must avoid the folly of impatience. The essence of rapid charging lies in the velocity of qi circulation, not in forcibly compressing it. Remember, your breath is the key to regulating qi. You might consider adopting diaphragmatic breathing, allowing qi to flow swiftly from your abdomen to your palms while mentally directing its path, thus achieving rapid charging and precise wave control." Taking Saiyan's words to heart, Wukong nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on his shortcomings. He wiped the blood from his mouth, inhaled deeply, and implemented diaphragmatic breathing as instructed, feeling the qi flow swiftly from his abdomen to his palms, simultaneously adjusting the direction and strength of his energy waves with his mind. After 3 days of diligent practice, he finally succeeded in charging within 5 seconds, unleashing 5 qigong waves that accurately struck 5 distinct targets, each wave retaining its full potency. Standing by the sea, gazing at the shattered rocks and buoys in the distance, his face beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Splendid! I have finally succeeded. In future encounters with adversaries, I shall utilize my rapid charging multiple qigong waves to catch them off guard." Meanwhile, Krillin, upon reflection, acknowledged that his afterimage combo technique lacked sufficient defensive capability against formidable foes, making it susceptible to being overwhelmed, and that the speed of the afterimages was inadequate to effectively confuse enemies. To address these deficiencies, he intensified his weight training, increasing the load of his sandbags from 20 to 30 pounds, practicing under this burden to enhance both his and the afterimage's agility and defense. Each day, he would run 10 laps around the back mountain of Kame House, maintaining his maximum speed while creating afterimages to accompany him, thereby training their mobility. He also set up wooden dummy targets in the courtyard that would automatically attack, practicing evasions with the afterimages while launching counterattacks to bolster their defensive strength and teamwork. Additionally, Krillin devised a novel technique called afterimage substitution, which centers on instantaneous qi transfer. When faced with enemy strikes, he would swiftly transfer his internal qi to the afterimages, allowing them to absorb the attack as he maneuvered behind the enemy to deliver a decisive blow. Initially, he found it challenging to effectuate this instantaneous transfer, often finding himself struck by the wooden dummies due to delayed qi transfer or causing the afterimages to dissipate from excessive qi. However, he persevered through repeated attempts, meticulously analyzing his failures and adjusting the speed and intensity of the qi transfer. After 5 days of arduous practice, he mastered the afterimage substitution technique, effortlessly evading attacks from the wooden dummies while delivering powerful counterstrikes. One afternoon, Krillin practiced the afterimage substitution technique in the courtyard. He controlled 5 afterimages to engage 5 wooden dummies. The dummies launched rapid attacks, their punches and palm strikes fierce. With a steely gaze, Krillin sprang into action, deftly dodging while swiftly transferring qi to one of the afterimages, allowing it to absorb the blow from a wooden dummy. The afterimage disintegrated upon impact, but Krillin seized the opportunity to circle behind the dummy, striking with his fist, resulting in a resounding crash as the wooden dummy shattered. He then commanded the remaining 4 afterimages to engage the other dummies, employing the afterimage substitution technique to evade attacks while retaliating, ultimately demolishing all 5 dummies in under 10 minutes. "Splendid. Krillin, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Wukong, returning from the beach and witnessing the spectacle. "Your afterimage substitution technique is immensely practical. In future confrontations, it will surely catch adversaries unawares." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Krillin replied with a smile. "This is all thanks to Master S teachings and my relentless efforts. However, I still have much to improve upon, such as increasing the frequency of my afterimage substitution technique. Presently, I can only utilize it 3 times. I shall strive to enhance this capability for unlimited use. Observing Kaioken's progress from his perch by the window, Kame Sinmi nodded in approval, stating, "Well done, Kaioken. You have not only learned a new technique, but have also extrapolated to develop your own. This is the true essence of martial arts training. Remember, the path of martial arts has no fixed pattern. Only through continuous innovation and breakthroughs can one truly grow powerful." "Yes, master," Krillin responded respectfully, his eyes brimming with determination. Meanwhile, Bulma remained industrious, utilizing her technological expertise to renovate Kame's house by installing an intelligent training system in the courtyard. This system could autonomously adjust training difficulties based on Kaioken and Krillin progress and monitor the flow of chi within their bodies, providing scientific guidance through data analysis. For instance, when Wukong practiced his multiple qigong waves, the system would track the speed and distribution of his chi flow, identifying shortcomings and offering specific improvement suggestions. Meanwhile, when Krillin practiced his afterimage combo technique, the system would monitor the strength and speed of his afterimages, assisting him in optimizing chi distribution to enhance their potency. In addition, Bulma developed a new type of energy drink crafted from an array of precious ingredients and herbs, processed through a special technique to swiftly replenish stamina and energy expended during training, promoting the recovery of internal chi and significantly enhancing the training efficiency for both Kaioken and King. Each day after training, Bulma would present them with a cup of energy drink, her face glowing with satisfaction as she observed them drink, reminding, "You both work so hard every day. Be sure to replenish your energy and take care of your health." "Thank you, Bulma. Your energy drink is delightful. After consuming it, I feel invigorated," exclaimed Wukong, downing the drink with a smile. Krillin nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, after drinking it, my chi recovers rapidly, and I feel more energized for training the following day." "Bulma, you are truly impressive, not only in technology, but also in developing energy drinks." Blushing from their compliments, Bulma responded with a smile, "I'm glad you like it. I will strive to create even more effective innovations to aid your growth." As evening fell, Wukong and Krillin concluded a day of rigorous training. Sitting side by side on the sandy beach, watching the sun gradually descend, painting the sky in a magnificent orange hue, the waves crashed against the shore, producing a soothing sound while the evening breeze brushed past, carrying a hint of coolness that dispelled their fatigue. The remnants of last night's battles lingered on the beach. Yet under the glow of the sunset, they appeared imbued with tranquility and serenity. "Clint, how much do you think our strength has improved compared to our last battle with the Haigu organization?" Wukong asked softly, gazing at the distant horizon. After a moment's contemplation, Clint replied, "I believe we have at least enhanced by 30%. My shadow fist technique has become more refined, and I have also mastered the shadow clone technique, which has significantly boosted both its defensive capabilities and agility. Your Kamehameha has also become more precise, with a greatly reduced charge time and increased power. If we were to encounter that skeletal masked figure again, we would surely defeat him decisively." Wukong smiled and said, "Indeed, I feel that I have improved considerably as well. However, we must not become complacent. The Haigu organization possesses far greater strength than this, and they undoubtedly have more formidable experts. We must continue to train diligently to elevate our abilities in order to better face future challenges." "Yes, you are right," Clint nodded and added, "We must also thoroughly study the martial arts scriptures, striving to master all the techniques within them to become even more powerful." Just then, Master Roshi arrived on the beach, sitting beside them as he watched the setting sun. "You are both correct. The strength of the Haigu organization should not be underestimated. The skeletal masked figure from last time was merely a minor leader within the organization. Their true leader is certainly far more terrifying. Moreover, the Haigu organization has been actively seeking powerful martial arts scriptures. Since they failed to acquire our scriptures this time, they will undoubtedly return with vengeance." Wukong and Klin's expressions turned serious, for they understood the truth in Master Roshi's words. The Haigu organization would not easily concede defeat. "Master, what should we do?" Wukong inquired, determination evident in his eyes. "We cannot sit idly by. We must take the initiative to eradicate the Haigu organization and protect more people." Master Roshi shook his head and said, "Now is not the time. Although our strength has increased, it is still insufficient to confront the entire Haigu organization. Furthermore, our understanding of them is still too limited. We do not know where their headquarters is located or how many skilled fighters they possess. Our current goal is to continue enhancing our own strength while gathering intelligence on the Haigu organization. When the time is right, we will ally with other righteous martial forces to eliminate them together. Yes, Master. Wukong and Klin replied in unison, realizing the wisdom in Master Roshi's words. Only by being thoroughly prepared can they achieve more with less effort. As the sun descended, stars began to twinkle in the sky. Wukong and Klin stood side by side on the beach, gazing at the distant sea, their eyes filled with resolve. They understood that the path of martial arts ahead would be fraught with challenges and dangers, yet they would not falter. They would continue to train diligently, enhance their strength, and safeguard those they cared for, as well as the tranquility of this land. In the following days, Wukong and Klin intensified their training, not only refining their new techniques, but also strengthening their foundational abilities. Wukong began practicing advanced techniques of the Kamehameha to boost his close combat skills, while Klin focused on sensing energy, heightening his awareness of enemies' auras to anticipate attacks during battle. Bulma was also actively gathering intelligence on the Haigu organization. Utilizing her connections and technological means, she learned that the organization had been increasingly active in the martial arts world, having seized several martial arts venues, plundered numerous scriptures and resources, and killed many martial arts experts. Moreover, the leader of the Haigu organization, known as Haisha, possessed extraordinary strength, reportedly reaching the pinnacle of the martial arts realm, even nearing the threshold of martial arts mastery. One day, Bulma shared her gathered intelligence with Master Roshi, Wukong, and Klin. Haisha, that name sounds familiar. Master Roshi furrowed his brow and said, decades ago, a prodigy named Haisha emerged in the martial arts world, exhibiting remarkable talent, achieving the apex of the martial arts realm at a young age. However, his intentions were nefarious. In pursuit of power, he practiced forbidden techniques and harmed many innocent lives. Eventually, several martial arts masters united to defeat him and sealed him in a remote mountain. It is shocking that he managed to escape and establish the Haigu organization, continuing his malevolence. Wukong and Klin's expressions grew even graver, realizing that the leader of the Haigu organization was such a malevolent figure. Master, what should we do? Haisha's strength is formidable. We are surely no match for him, Klin expressed with concern. Master Roshi's gaze was resolute as he replied, although Haisha is indeed powerful, we cannot retreat. What we must do now is swiftly enhance our strength while uniting with other righteous martial forces to confront the Haigu organization together. I believe that righteousness will prevail. As long as we remain steadfast in our principles and work together, we will surely defeat Haisha, eradicate the Haigu organization, and safeguard the peace of the martial arts realm. Yes, Master. Wukong and Klin responded in unison, their eyes once again filled with determination. As night deepened, Kame House returned to its usual tranquility. Wukong and Klin lay in their respective beds. Though physically exhausted, sleep eluded them. They understood that a greater crisis was silently approaching. Yet they were prepared to face all forthcoming challenges. They would continue to train diligently, enhance their strength, and protect those they cherished as well as the peace of this land. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm and bright glow on the floor of Kame House. Wukong and Klin rose early, and after freshening up, they headed to the yard to commence their training for the new day. Their steps were firm and resolute, every movement radiating strength and determination. Master Roshi observed his two disciples with pride, a smile gracing his lips as they prepared for the storm that would soon engulf the entire martial arts world. Chapter 15. The Gathering of Martial Forces, Pre-Battle Preparations. On the early morning of Kame Island, a light mist lingered, enveloping the entire island like a gossamer veil. The air was imbued with the fresh scent of grass and the briny tang of the sea. Wukong and Klin had already commenced their training in the yard, their punches slicing through the air, energy swirling around them. Each movement reflected their increasingly solid foundation. Wukong's Kamehameha became ever more powerful, each punch carrying a gust of wind that reverberated through the ground, while the energy enveloping his fists could even shatter the insects flying overhead. Klin, on the other hand, practiced the shadow step technique under weighted conditions, the 30-pound sandbags having no effect on his agility. His form intertwined with 5 shadowy figures, darting like a specter among the wooden training dummies, skillfully dodging attacks, while seizing opportunities to unleash a 5-hit combo, obliterating the wooden targets. Master Rashi stood nearby, staff in hand, occasionally offering guidance, his eyes filled with anticipation. Over this period of training and real combat experience, the growth of his two disciples had far surpassed his expectations. Not only had their techniques become increasingly refined, but their composure in the face of crisis had shed their youthful naivety, embodying the responsibilities of martial power. All right, let's take a moment to rest. Master Rashi waved his hand, signaling them to pause their training. Bulma has already contacted the nearby righteous martial forces. This morning, they will gradually arrive at Kame Island. We need to discuss strategies to counter the Haigu organization. You two should tidy yourselves up, so you can meet the esteemed guests and showcase how exceptional my disciples have become. Upon hearing this, Wukong and Krillin immediately ceased their movements, wiped the sweat from their brows, excitement and anticipation gleaming in their eyes. Wonderful. We can finally unite with other martial experts to confront the Haigu organization together. Wukong could hardly contain his enthusiasm, imagining the imminent collaboration with numerous masters, his blood surging with adrenaline. Do not be too hasty in your joy. The expression on Kame Sinin's face darkened, and his tone grew serious. Although numerous forces had come, their strengths varied significantly, and they typically fought independently, lacking coordination. Our foremost task is to unify our front, devise a comprehensive plan, and engage in collaborative training to ensure that we can work together in battle, rather than fight as individuals, leaving ourselves vulnerable to the Blackbone Organization's onslaught. As representatives of the younger generation, the two of you must also learn from your seniors, drawing upon their strengths to compensate for your own weaknesses. We understand, Master. Wukong and Krillin replied in unison, their expressions turning grave. They were acutely aware that confronting the Blackbone Organization would not be a simple endeavor, particularly with their leader, Haisha, whose strength was unfathomable. They needed to prepare thoroughly and never underestimate their opponent. As the morning progressed, the mist gradually dissipated and sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a shimmering glow upon the waters surrounding Kame Island. Speedboats began to arrive one after another, carrying masters from various martial arts schools and sections. With each approaching vessel, a powerful aura could be felt emanating from its occupants. Leading the way was Lei Gang, the head of the East Sea Martial Arts Association. Tall and robust, nearly 2 meters in height, with a resolute countenance, he donned a form-fitting black martial arts uniform that accentuated his muscular physique, radiating an aura akin to thunder. Upon stepping onto the sandy shore, he clasped his hands respectfully towards Kame Sinin and declared in a voice as resonant as a bell, "Esteemed Kame Sinin, I am Lei Gang, sent here on a mission." Following closely behind was Qing Fengzi, the leader of the South Sea Sword sect. Clad in a green robe and wielding an ancient long sword, intricately engraved with patterns on its scabbard, he exuded an ethereal grace. Yet his gaze was as sharp as his blade, seemingly capable of penetrating the hearts of men. Next was Shirlai, the head of the Western Desert Fist sect. His dark skin and powerful build rendering him a formidable figure on the beach, his fists calloused from years of rigorous training, exuding an indomitable spirit. Lastly, Yin Shu, the leader of the Northern Ridge Palm sect, dressed in a white robe, appeared slender yet emanated a steady, mountain-like calm, with his hands weaving through the air, demonstrating profound mastery of palm techniques, embodying the demeanor of a grandmaster. In addition, representatives from several smaller martial arts factions gathered. Though their powers were not on par with Lei Gang and the others, they were nonetheless elites in the martial arts realm, each excelling in different areas such as hidden weapons, defense, or healing. They held deep-seated grievances against the atrocities committed by the Blackbone Organization and, upon hearing of Kame Sinin's summons, promptly set aside their affairs and hastened to join. Bulma warmly welcomed everyone, ushering them into the courtyard of Kame House, which was already adorned with neatly arranged tables and chairs, complemented by fragrant tea and fresh fruits, all thoughtfully prepared by Bulma herself. Rising to his feet, Kame Sinin addressed the assembly, his tone steady. "Esteemed colleagues of the martial arts community, I extend my gratitude for your swift arrival at Kame Island. As you are likely aware, the Blackbone Organization has recently wreaked havoc in our realm, mercilessly slaughtering innocent civilians, seizing martial arts manuals, and occupying multiple martial arts schools, resulting in the tragic loss of many of our fellow disciples. This has severely threatened the peace and justice within the martial arts world. My hope in gathering you all here is to set aside past grievances and unite to confront the Blackbone Organization. safeguarding the tranquility of our community and avenging our fallen comrades. Indeed, Master came Sanin. Lei Gang immediately stood, his voice fervent. The actions of the Blackbone organization are utterly deranged. Just days ago, they overtook one of our East Sea Martial Arts Association branches, slaughtering over a dozen of our disciples and stealing our century-old treasure, the Thunder Fist Manual. This grievance cannot go unpunished. We shall fight the Blackbone organization with all our might. Lei Gang speaks the truth. Qing Fengzi also rose, his gaze sharp and voice icy. Not only do the members of the Blackbone organization harm the innocent, but they also practice vile arts, using living beings to enhance their skills with horrific cruelty. 3 of our disciples from the South Sea Sword sect were tragically killed by them while on a training expedition, their bodies used in their nefarious practices. We shall ensure that blood debts are repaid in kind. Other representatives from various martial arts factions shared their experiences of persecution at the hands of the Blackbone organization. Their words filled with rage and hatred, all expressing their resolve to resist. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew fervent, united in a shared animosity, their eyes gleaming with a fierce determination, as if ready to face the Blackbone organization unto death. Kame Sinin nodded, signaling for silence. It heartens me to see your determination. However, we must not underestimate the strength of the Blackbone organization. Passion alone will not suffice. We must formulate a meticulous plan to ensure our success. Their leader, Haisha, was a top-tier master in the martial arts world decades ago, sealed away by several grandmasters for practicing forbidden techniques. Having now escaped, his power is likely even more formidable, possibly nearing the level of a martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, the members of the Blackbone organization are numerous and ruthless, skilled in ambush and group attacks. We must proceed with caution. He paused before continuing. According to the intelligence gathered by Bulma, the headquarters of the Blackbone organization is situated in the treacherous Black Wind Mountain, characterized by steep terrain and dense forests, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault. Furthermore, Haisha has established numerous traps and fortifications around the headquarters, including poison gas arrays, mechanical traps, and confusion formations. A moment's carelessness could lead to total annihilation. Our first step is to send someone to infiltrate Black Wind Mountain to scout the specific conditions of the Blackbone organization, including troop deployments, trap locations, weaknesses in their defenses, and the precise strength of Haisha. Based on the gathered intelligence, we shall then devise a detailed offensive plan. Esteemed Master Kame Sinin, I volunteer to lead a team of disciples into Black Wind Mountain for reconnaissance. Lei Gang promptly stood, offering his services. The disciples of the East Sea Martial Arts Association are skilled in tracking and reconnaissance and are well acquainted with the mountainous terrain, enabling them to gather intelligence on the Blackbone organization without being detected. You can rest assured, I will not let you down. Excellent. Lei Gang, I entrust this task to you. Kame Sinin nodded. However, Black Wind Mountain is fraught with danger, and the Blackbone organization's scouts will undoubtedly be vigilant. You must exercise extreme caution and avoid conflict with their members, focusing primarily on intelligence gathering. If you encounter danger, do not engage. Retreat immediately. Safety is paramount. I understand. Lei Gang replied, bowing respectfully. I will select the 5 most adept disciples in reconnaissance from our association to infiltrate Black Wind Mountain and strive to gather all intelligence on the Blackbone organization within 3 days to return to Kame Island. Very well, Kame Sinin stated. During the 3 days that Lei Gang is gathering intelligence, we must not remain idle. Esteemed colleagues, you hail from various factions, each excelling in different areas. Next, we will engage in coordinated training to familiarize ourselves with each other's techniques and combat styles, ensuring that we can work in concert to maximize our combat potential. Turning to Wukong and Kuririn, he said, Wukong, Kuririn, you are both young and vigorous, and your powers are rapidly advancing, having also mastered new techniques. Henceforth, you should engage in sparring and exchanges with your seniors, learning from their combat experiences while also showcasing your own prowess to reassure your elders. Yes, Master. Wukong and Kuririn responded in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. The opportunity to spar with so many martial arts masters was a splendid chance for them to enhance their abilities. Subsequently, the group commenced rigorous collaborative training, transforming the beaches and hills of Kame Island into their training grounds. Before embarking on their journey, Lei Gang participated in a day of collaborative training, selecting 5 disciples skilled in reconnaissance. After imparting some essential instructions, he and his disciples set off in a speedboat towards Deafening Mountain. On the first day of training, the group was divided into 4 smaller teams by the Turtle Sage, each led by Lei Gang, acting temporarily, King Fengzi, Shirlai, and Yunshu. Each team comprised experts from various factions, each excelling in different domains, ensuring a relatively balanced combat prowess within each group. Wukong was assigned to Shirlai's team, while Krillin joined Yunshu's. Following the grouping, the teams began targeted training. Shirlai's team primarily focused on close-quarters combat coordination, with Shirlai excelling in boxing, demonstrating immense strength, while Wukong was proficient in both Qigong blasts and close combat. Their collaboration, a blend of force and finesse, proved formidable. During the training, Shirlai praised Wukong's abilities. "Young friend Wukong, your strength is truly astonishing. Despite your youth, your Qigong blasts are powerful, and your close combat skills are impressive, especially your charged bursts and multiple Qigong waves, which can be deemed divine techniques. Given time, you will undoubtedly become a top-tier master in the martial arts realm." "You're too kind, sect leader Shirlai. I have much to learn," Wukong replied with a smile. "Your boxing is incredibly powerful, and I have learned a great deal from you. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Klin's team, on the other hand, focused on defensive maneuvers and surprise attacks, with Yunshu excelling in palm techniques and maintaining a solid defense, while Krillin specialized in shadow techniques, adept at ambushing and confusing enemies. During their training, Yunshu expressed keen interest in Klin's shadow strike and shadow substitution techniques, stating, "Young friend Krillin, your shadow techniques are truly unique, capable of both deceiving foes and launching attacks. Particularly, your shadow substitution technique can be life-saving in critical moments. Your attention to detail makes you well-suited for cultivating such precision-based techniques." "Thank you for the praise, Master Yun. All credit goes to my teacher," Krillin respectfully responded. "Your palm techniques are remarkably versatile and robust. I have learned many defensive techniques from you and hope to continue receiving your guidance." In addition to team training, the participants engaged in inter-team sparring. Wukong and Krillin frequently sparred with experts from other teams, learning new combat experiences each time and continuously enhancing their abilities. King Fengzi's swordsmanship was graceful and agile, teaching Wukong how to utilize speed to evade sharp weapons, while Yunshu's diverse palm techniques enabled Krillin to better control the direction of his shadows to bewilder enemies. Bulma was also industrious, utilizing her technological knowledge to aid the training. She installed surveillance equipment around the training grounds to record the participants' progress in real time. Through data analysis, she identified shortcomings in their training and provided specific improvement suggestions. Additionally, she developed a new type of training robot capable of simulating the combat styles and techniques of the Haiguzu organization members, allowing participants to better understand their fighting methods and prepare in advance. Though the training days were intense and arduous, the participants exhibited no complaints. Rather, they brimmed with enthusiasm. They understood that each day of training enhanced their strength, increasing their chances of success in the battle against the Haiguzu organization, thus protecting innocent lives. One evening, after a long day of training, Wukong and Krillin sat side by side on the sandy beach, watching the sun gradually descend, painting the sky in a splendid orange hue. The waves lapped against the shore, creating a soothing sound, while the evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, dissipating their fatigue. "Krillin, how do you feel about the collaborative training over these past few days?" Wukong inquired, gazing at the distant horizon. After a moment of contemplation, Krillin replied, "I feel I have gained a great deal. Master Yun and the other seniors have imparted much combat wisdom, particularly in defense and coordination. Moreover, through sparring with the seniors, I have identified my own shortcomings, and I must continue to strive for improvement." "Indeed, I feel the same," Wukong nodded in agreement. Sect leader Shirlai's boxing has imparted many techniques regarding the application of strength, and Senior King Fengzi's swordsmanship has taught me how to better utilize speed to evade attacks. The gains from these few days of training surpass what I would have achieved in a month of solitary practice. By the way, Wukong, do you think Director Lei and the others have reached Deafening Mountain? Could they be in danger?" Krillin asked with concern. Wukong shook his head. "Director Lei is seasoned and has selected disciples who excel in reconnaissance. They should encounter minimal danger. Our focus now is on training diligently to enhance our abilities, so that when Director Lei returns with intelligence, we can collectively eradicate the Haiguzu organization." "You're right," Krillin nodded. We must train earnestly and not disappoint Director Lei and the seniors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, stars began to twinkle in the sky. Wukong and Klin stood side by side on the beach, their eyes filled with determination. They knew that the battle against the Haiguzu organization was about to commence, and they must be fully prepared to protect those they cherished and uphold the peace and justice of the martial arts world. In the following 2 days, the group continued their intense collaborative training, their coordination becoming increasingly seamless, and their combat prowess continually improving. Wukong had mastered the integration of the Turtle School Fist and multiple Qigong waves, able to unleash Qigong blasts while engaging in close combat. Klin had also become adept at controlling 6 shadow figures, his shadow strike and substitution techniques becoming more refined, allowing him to effortlessly confuse enemies and deliver fatal blows. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Lei Gang returned to Turtle Island with his 5 disciples aboard a speedboat. They wore expressions of fatigue, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. As soon as Lei Gang set foot on the sand, he raced towards the Turtle Sage's abode, calling out, "Turtle Sage, we have returned. We have gathered all the intelligence on the Haiguzu organization." Upon hearing this, the Turtle Sage immediately summoned everyone to the courtyard of the Turtle House. Lei Gang detailed the intelligence he had collected. According to his findings, the headquarters of the Haiguzu organization was located at the summit of Deafening Mountain, where a massive castle named Haigabeo stood, with Haisha residing at its highest level. The organization comprised over 200 members, with more than 50 core members, all possessing formidable strength, particularly Haisha's 4 guardians, whose prowess approached the pinnacle of the martial arts realm, each excelling in sword, blade, fist, and palm techniques. Surrounding Haigabeo were 3 layers of traps. The first was a poisonous fog array, filled with lethal mists that paralyzed those who inhaled it, rendering them combat ineffective. The second was a mechanical array laden with various traps, including crossbows, pitfalls, and rolling boulders, where even a slight misstep could lead to severe injury. The third was a soul-confusing array, saturated with incense that induced hallucinations and disoriented intruders. The castle's entrance was guarded in shifts by the 4 guardians, making it heavily fortified. Furthermore, Lei Gang discovered that Haisha was currently cultivating an exceedingly sinister martial art that required an abundance of martial arts manuals and living sacrifices, explaining the recent rampant pillaging of manuals and the harm inflicted upon innocents by the Haiguzu organization. Haisha's cultivation was nearing a critical juncture, expected to culminate in 7 days, at which point his strength would significantly enhance, potentially breaking through to the realm of martial arts master. Upon hearing Lei Gang's report, the expressions of the gathered individuals grew solemn. The strength of the Haiguzu organization exceeds their expectations, and with Haisha on the verge of completing his training, they must launch an offensive within 7 days. Otherwise, the consequences of Haisha's success would be dire. The Turtle Sage pondered for a moment and said, "Esteemed colleagues, the situation is extremely urgent. Haisha will achieve his training in 7 days. We must prepare for an assault within this time frame to capture Haiga Fortress and eliminate the Haiguzu organization, thereby preventing Haisha from succeeding in his training." He turned to Lei Gang and remarked, "Director Lei, your hard work has been invaluable. The intelligence you have gathered is crucial for formulating our offensive strategy. Please take time to rest and regain your strength in preparation for the battle in 7 days." "I understand," Lei Gang replied, clasping his hands. "I will rest tonight and be ready for training tomorrow to prepare for the assault on Haiga Fortress." The Turtle Sage nodded and continued, "Now, let us devise a detailed offensive plan based on Director Lei's intelligence. I encourage everyone to share their insights on how we shall attack Haiga Fortress to ensure absolute success." As discussions unfolded, various opinions and suggestions were voiced. After several hours of deliberation, a comprehensive offensive strategy was established. The assault would commence at dawn 7 days hence, when the members of the Haiguzu organization would be at their lowest vigilance after a night of rest. The attacking force would be divided into 4 teams, led by the Turtle Sage, King Fengzi, Shirlai, and Yunshu, with Wukong and Klin assigned to the teams of the Turtle Sage and King Fengzi, respectively. Chapter 16. The Battle of Deafening Mountain. A glimmer of resolve on the morning of the 7th day. As dawn broke, the eastern horizon glimmered with a pale light. Deafening Mountain was shrouded in a thick, inky darkness, the winds howling like the wails of phantoms. At the foot of the mountain, hundreds of figures lay concealed within the woods, their breath steady and their gazes sharp, representing the assembled righteous martial arts coalition. The turtle sage stood at the forefront of the assembly, energy swirling around him, a yellow aura quietly emanating, instilling a surge of courage among the gathered warriors. He glanced at Wukong beside him and said solemnly, "Wukong, our team's mission is to breach the northern ridge of Deafening Mountain and penetrate the core area of Haiga Fortress, diverting Haisha's attention while clearing the outer enemies to open the fortress gates and buy time. Your speed and the potency of your Kamehameha are essential for eliminating the lurking sentries along the way. Do not engage in direct confrontation with large enemy forces. Instead, utilize your Kamehameha to create an opening, prioritizing the efficiency of our advance." "Understood, Master." Wukong clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes, his red martial arts uniform billowing in the morning breeze. "I will clear the obstacles and reach the pinnacle of Haiga Fortress as swiftly as possible to hold Haisha at bay." Not far away, King Fengzi, wielding a long sword, observed the intricate patterns on the sword sheath in the dim light. He turned to Krillin beside him, speaking with grave seriousness. "Krillin, our team's task is to advance through the southern valley and coordinate with Shirley's team to breach the main gates of Haiga Fortress, clearing the mid-level core members of the Haiga organization within. Your shadow technique excels at confusing the enemy. Your role is to disrupt their formations and execute surprise attacks on their vital points while safeguarding our team members skilled in healing, ensuring our safe arrival at the fortress gates. Rest assured, Senior King Fengzi." Krillin inhaled deeply, energy coursing through him, ready to unleash his shadow clones. "I will disrupt the enemy's rhythm with utmost speed, ensuring our team does not falter." Bulma stood at the edge of the formation, holding a smart terminal displaying the terrain of Deafening Mountain and the distribution of Haiga organization sentries. With teary eyes, she implored, "Everyone, please exercise caution. I have set up a temporary medical station at the foot of the mountain, equipped with first aid kits and energy supplies. I will monitor the situation atop the mountain in real time using a drone. Should you encounter danger, communicate with me through the communicator, and I will guide you along the optimal route." The turtle sage nodded, raising his staff high and proclaiming, "Esteemed colleagues, today's battle concerns the peace and justice of the martial arts community and the lives of countless innocent civilians. The Haiga organization has committed numerous atrocities, shedding blood and causing suffering. Today, we shall make them pay the price. Forward! Attack!" A unified battle cry erupted from the group, echoing throughout the valley and shattering the tranquility of Deafening Mountain. The four teams swiftly moved towards Haiga Fortress, their figures flitting through the woods like specters, silent and stealthy. The Turtle Sage's team was the first to reach the northern ridge, where a dozen sentries of the Haiga organization lay hidden behind the rocks, armed with alloy weapons, their vigilance unwavering. "Wukong, you take the lead and eliminate these sentries, but be cautious not to alert the larger enemy forces below," the Turtle Sage whispered while signaling the others to prepare for cover. "Understood." Wukong darted forward like a flash of red lightning, using the rocks for concealment as he approached the nearest sentry. He executed the shadow step technique, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained. Before the sentry could react, Wukong's fist struck precisely at the back of his neck. The sentry collapsed without a sound, rendered unconscious. In seamless succession, Wukong danced through the ridge, his fist striking like lightning, each blow landing accurately on the vital points of the sentries. In less than 10 minutes, all the sentries on the ridge were dispatched. He gestured to the Turtle Sage, indicating the way forward. The Turtle Sage led his team swiftly along the ridge, encountering several waves of patrolling members of the Haiga organization, each consisting of 5 or 6 individuals. Wukong consistently took the initiative, first using a rapid-charging Kamehameha to disrupt the enemy formations, then closing in for hand-to-hand combat using the Kamehameha fist, cooperating with his team members to swiftly eliminate the patrols. Within an hour, the Turtle Sage's team had breached all defenses on the northern side and reached the outskirts of Haiga Fortress. Haiga Fortress, a stronghold built from hard rock and mysterious iron, loomed over 10 meters high, surrounded by a wall more than 2 meters tall, dotted with lookout towers where Haiga organization members armed with crossbows vigilantly scanned the surroundings. "Wukong, use your Kamehameha to dismantle the lookout tower's defenses while I lead the others to charge in," the Turtle Sage commanded, energy beginning to coalesce around him. "Understood." Wukong rapidly gathered energy in his hands, unleashing a barrage of Kamehameha waves. 5 pale blue energy blasts surged forth, striking the 5 lookout towers with precision. The towers crumbled, and the Hygo members within fell to the ground, incapacitated. Charge! The turtle sage roared, his form flashing like yellow lightning as he led the charge over the wall, his staff swinging to knock down several Hygo members inside. The team members followed closely, surging into Hygo Fortress, rapidly advancing towards the upper levels. Simultaneously, King Fengzi's team arrived at the Southern Valley, where numerous Hygo organization members were concealed within the woods, approximately 50 strong, tasked with guarding the southern entrance. Krillin, execute the plan. Use your shadow technique to confuse the enemy and disrupt their formations. King Fengzi commanded, his gaze sharp as a blade. The rest of you, form a defensive formation behind me and advance steadily, clearing the enemies. Got it. Krillin took a deep breath, energy swirling around him as he conjured 6 shadow clones, which intertwined with his original self, charging toward the enemy. The Hyga members, seeing 6 figures rushing their way, panicked, unsure of which was the real threat, and raised their weapons to strike at the shadows. The shadows darted through the enemy ranks like phantoms, effortlessly evading attacks while occasionally launching feigned assaults to further confuse their foes. The Hyga members became disoriented, their formations breaking down, leading to friendly fire among themselves. Now, King Fengzi seized the moment, his figure flashing as he charged into the enemy ranks, wielding his long sword. His swordsmanship is graceful and nimble, akin to the flowing of clouds and water. The blade slices through the air, producing a sharp, resonating hum. Each strike precisely targets the enemy's vital points, swiftly taking down a dozen foes. The other members of the team form a defensive formation, advancing steadily as they engage in fierce combat with their weapons. Krillin's true form is concealed within the afterimages, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He observes a member of the Haegu organization preparing to ambush the group's healer and immediately directs 3 afterimages to entangle the foe, while his true self circles around to deliver a powerful blow to the enemy's neck, knocking him to the ground. Following this method, Krillin efficiently dispatches several more would-be attackers, ensuring the safety of his comrades. After more than half an hour of intense battle, the Qing Fengzi team finally eradicates all members of the Haegu organization in the Southern Valley and reaches the grand entrance on the south side of Haegu Fortress. At this moment, the Shirlai team also arrives, and the 2 groups unite, preparing to breach the southern gate of the fortress. Crafted from mysterious iron, the southern gate stands 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide, proving to be exceptionally sturdy. In front of the gate, a dozen members of the Haegu organization stand guard, wielding massive axes and ready for battle. Shirlai, let us join forces to break down the gate. Qing Fengzi declares solemnly, gathering his energy around his sword. All right, Shirlai roars, his energy surging, his muscles becoming more defined. Xiamo Quan Zong, Lai Shan Quan. He raises his fist and strikes the gate with immense force, producing a thunderous sound as a fine crack appears on the gate. Simultaneously, Qing Fengzi launches his attack with Nan Hai Jian Fa, Shui Feng Jian. His sword darts towards the crack, the energy from the blade steadily eroding the gate, widening the fissure. Meanwhile, Krillin leads several team members to eliminate the guards before the gate. He controls 6 afterimages to engage in battle with the guards, where the afterimages distract while his true form delivers surprise attacks, swiftly eliminating all of the guards. Add more strength. The gate is about to break. Shirlai yells, raising his fist once more to strike the gate. Qing Fengzi also attacks again, his sword targeting the crack. With a resounding boom, the mysterious iron gate finally gives way, creating a massive breach. Excellent. We have breached the gate. The crowd exclaims excitedly as they rush into the Haegu fortress, ready to clear out the enemies within and assist their elder, Gui Xianren. Qing Fengzi and Shirlai lead their teams in the cleaning efforts inside the fortress. Numerous members of the Haegu organization remain scattered in various rooms, resisting fiercely. With Qing Fengzi's swordplay, Shirlai's boxing techniques, and Krillin's afterimage skills, the enemies are swiftly neutralized as they progress rapidly towards the upper levels. At this moment, the Gui Xianren team has advanced to the main hall at the top of the Haegu fortress. Inside, Heisha sits upon a throne, exuding a dense black energy intermingled with a chilling aura. The floor is strewn with numerous pilfered martial arts manuals, clearly indicating he is studying them to enhance his power. Gui Xianren, I never imagined you could breach all my defenses and arrive here. Heisha slowly opens his eyes, filled with cold, murderous intent. However, you shall all perish here today. Heisha, You practice wicked arts, harm innocent civilians, and plunder martial arts manuals, committing heinous crimes. Today, we shall uphold justice and eliminate you. Gue Xian Ren's energy erupts, enveloping the entire hall in a yellow halo. Wukong, let us join forces to defeat Heisha. All right. Wukong's energy surges, a pale blue aura swirling around him as he rapidly gathers his energy for the Turtle School's Kamehameha. A pale blue energy wave surges forth, directed at Heisha. Heisha sneers, raising a hand to unleash a black energy wave that collides with Wukong's attack. A tremendous explosion reverberates through the hall, the overwhelming energy causing the entire space to tremble as debris falls from the ceiling, neutralizing both attacks. Child's play. Heisha scoffs, swiftly dashing towards Wukong. His black energy coalescing into a fist aimed at Wukong's chest, the punch carrying an icy aura that seems capable of freezing the air. Be careful. Gue Xian Ren's expression changes, quickly moving to shield Wukong, wielding his staff to block Heisha's strike. Wukong, go assist the other teams and swiftly clear the remaining enemies in the fortress. I will handle this. Master, I cannot let you fight alone. Wukong replies anxiously, preparing to attack. Listen, Gue Xian Ren shouts firmly. Heisha's power is formidable. You are not yet his match. Go support the others and ensure no member of the He Gu organization escapes. That is the most important task. Wukong meets Gue Xian Ren's resolute gaze, understanding his master's intentions for his safety. He grits his teeth and nods. Master, please take care. I will return to assist you as soon as I finish clearing the remaining enemies. With that, Wukong turns and rushes out of the hall, hastening towards the inner levels of the fortress. Heisha watches Wukong's retreating figure and sneers, thinking of leaving? It won't be that easy. He prepares to pursue. But Gue Xian Ren immediately launches an attack, swinging his staff with great force towards Heisha. Heisha, your opponent is me. Forced to turn, Heisha engages in a fierce battle with Gue Xian Ren. In an instant, the hall is filled with the roaring winds of fists and the weighty shadows of the staff, their energies colliding with thunderous impacts, causing rocks to rain down from the ceiling as the entire hall teeters on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Wukong charges into the inner levels of the fortress, encountering Qing Fengzi and Shirlai's team, who are finishing off the last few members of the He Gu organization. Wukong, what are you doing here? Where is Elder Gue Xian Ren? Qing Fengzi asks in confusion upon seeing Wukong. Master is battling Heisha at the top level. He sent me to support you all and finish off the remaining enemies so we can ascend together to assist him. Wukong replies solemnly. How many enemies are left here? Just these few. We will finish them off quickly. Shirlai roars, delivering a punch that knocks down the last member of the He Gu organization. All right, the remaining enemies have all been eliminated. Now let us head to the top level and support Elder Gue Xian Ren. Very well. Wukong nods, leading everyone swiftly towards the upper levels. He knows that a decisive battle, which will determine the fate of the martial arts world, is about to unfold. He must join forces with his master and the elders to eliminate Heisha and completely dismantle the He Gu organization, restoring peace to the martial arts realm. Chapter 17. The final battle against Heisha, the justice of martial arts. In the upper hall, energy surges and debris flies. The fierce battle between Gue Xian Ren and Heisha has reached its climax, with each collision causing the entire fortress to tremble. Fragments of rock rain down like a torrential storm, and the floor is riddled with varying depths of crevices, while the previously arranged martial arts manuals lie shredded and scattered. Gue Xian Ren's staff technique, balancing softness and hardness, weaves through the air. At times, it flows like a gentle breeze, skillfully evading Heisha's attacks, while at others, it strikes with the force of thunder, countering with immense power. A yellow energy envelopes him like a golden shield, firmly restraining Heisha's movements. Heisha, drawing upon the dark energy gained from his wicked practices, unleashes chillingly fierce punches, each carrying the destructive power to obliterate everything in its path. The stone pillars and walls of the hall crumble before him, as the dark energy slithers like a venomous serpent, gradually eroding everything around it, even the air seeming to freeze. Gue Xian Ren, after decades, your strength remains so feeble. Heisha cackles, revealing his stark white teeth, as his dark energy surges violently. Akin to a monstrous wave, he strikes a punch towards Gue Xian Ren's chest, declaring, long ago, you and those other old fools sealed me away. Today, I shall ensure your complete annihilation, turning you into the nourishment I need to transcend to the level of a martial arts master. Delusional. The gaze of the Kame Sennin was resolute, devoid of any trace of fear. He swiftly wielded his staff, the tip gathering a rich, yellow energy, accurately blocking the punch of Heisha. You practice dark arts, harming innocent civilians and straying from the true essence of martial arts, having long since become a disgrace in the realm of martial arts. Today, I shall uphold justice and cleanse the world for those compatriots you have wronged. The two engaged in a fierce struggle once more, the yellow and black energies colliding with thunderous roars, each clash causing the entire hall to tremble violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. However, the Kame Sennin, being of advanced age, began to tire from the prolonged intensity of the battle. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, his breathing became rapid, and his movements slowed. Heisha, keenly perceptive, noticed the Kame Sennin's change, and a flicker of ruthlessness crossed his eyes as he intentionally exposed a vulnerability to bait the Kame Sennin into attacking. The Kame Sennin, falling for the ruse, thrust his staff towards Heisha's chest, only for Heisha to suddenly sidestep and retaliate with a powerful punch, imbued with a dense black energy, striking the Kame Sennin's shoulder. With a cry of pain, the Kame Sennin staggered back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a remaining stone pillar, which shattered upon impact. Clutching his injured shoulder, blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and his shoulders swelled visibly, indicating serious injury. Master. At that moment, Wukong, leading King Fengzi, Shirlai, Yinshu, and others, burst into the hall. Upon witnessing the Kame Sennin's injury, Wukong, filled with rage, erupted with a pale blue energy, burning like azure flames. Heisha, how dare you harm my master? I will not spare you. Heisha turned his gaze towards the group, a contemptuous sneer gracing his lips. I did not expect so many to come to their doom. Perfect. Your energies, martial experience, and the secrets you possess will expedite my ascent to martial mastery. None of you shall leave today. His black energy surged once more, forming a vast black pillar that shot towards the ceiling, intensifying the tremors throughout the hall, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Everyone, do not panic. Though Heisha is formidable, he practices dark arts, his energy chaotic, and his stamina is bound to wane with prolonged combat. King Fengzi, wielding his long sword, his eyes sharp as blades, quickly devised a strategy. Wukong, your speed is unmatched, and your Kiko waves are powerful. You will engage Heisha directly to drain his stamina. Shirlai and I will attack from the sides, seeking his weaknesses to limit his movement with our swordsmanship and fist techniques. Senior Yinshu, your mastery of palm techniques will be crucial for defense, safeguarding everyone while waiting for an opportunity to strike. Krillin, you will use your afterimages to confuse him and create openings for attack. Understood. The group responded in unison, swiftly dispersing to form a tight encirclement around Heisha. Each individual concentrated their energies, their eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Wukong initiated the assault, his form flickering like a flash of red lightning as he charged at Heisha, employing the afterimage technique to leave behind a series of illusory figures that bewildered Heisha's sight. With his fist charged with rich pale blue energy, he unleashed the Kamehameha. The punch roared through the air like a meteor, aimed squarely at Heisha's chest. A mere trick. Heisha scoffed, raising his hand to block Wukong's fist. The black energy slithered like a venomous serpent, seeking to invade Wukong's arm. Wukong's expression shifted as he swiftly withdrew his fist, using the momentum to retreat while rapidly gathering energy in both hands. Kamehameha, rapid multiple bursts. 5 waves of pale blue energy surged forth, each angled to strike at Heisha's head, chest, and limbs, effectively sealing his escape routes. Heisha's expression changed. He had not anticipated Wukong's Kiko waves to be so powerful and quick to charge. He dared not be careless, summoning a black energy barrier to shield himself. The waves struck the barrier, producing deafening sounds as it trembled and developed fine cracks. While Heisha focused on defending against Wukong's Kiko waves, King Fengzi and Shirlai simultaneously launched their attacks. King Fengzi, graceful as flowing water, approached Heisha's left side, his long sword imbued with blue energy, executing the Nanhai sword art. The pursuing wind sword. The blade, accompanied by a sharp hum, aimed to pierce Heisha's left arm, intending to incapacitate it. Meanwhile, Shirlai, as solid as an iron tower, charged to Heisha's right, his muscles swelling as he concentrated black energy into his fist, unleashing the Shima Fist Sect's earth-shattering fist. The fist struck with overwhelming force towards Heisha's back, synchronizing with King Fengzi's assault. Realizing the dual threat, Heisha was startled and hastily diverted some of his energy to fend off King Fengzi and Shirley's strikes. The sound of metal clashing echoed as King Fengzi's sword struck Heisha's left arm, leaving only a shallow cut, while Shirley's fist slammed into Heisha's back, causing him to grunt and stagger back, blood trickling from his mouth. "Damn it!" Heisha roared, his eyes filled with fury. He had not anticipated that these individuals, united, could inflict harm upon him. His black energy surged once more as he lunged towards King Fengzi and Shirley, intent on eliminating them first. "Senior Yinshu, block him," King Fengzi shouted, rapidly retreating to evade Heisha's attack. Yinshu nodded, swiftly appearing before Heisha, her palm gathering white energy to unleash the biling palm art, the flowing cloud palm. The gust from her palm swept towards Heisha, intercepting his offensive. At that moment, Krillin launched his own attack. Taking a deep breath, he circulated his energy and conjured 6 afterimages that intertwined with his true self, charging towards Heisha. The phantoms darted around Heisha like phantoms, launching feints to disrupt his focus. Confused by the afterimages, Heisha struggled to discern the real from the illusions, his movements gradually slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong struck again, flickering behind Heisha and rapidly condensing energy in both hands. Kamehameha, charge and unleash. A wave of energy, thicker than before, roared forth towards Heisha's back. Sensing the impending attack, Heisha's heart raced. He swiftly turned, summoning a black energy shield to protect himself. The Kiko wave collided with the shield, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the barrier shattered. With a cry, Heisha was sent hurtling back, crashing into the wall, which crumbled upon impact. He lay on the ground, spitting blood, his black energy dimmed significantly. "Excellent. We've wounded him." The group cheered, rushing forward to prepare a decisive strike. Heisha rose, wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "You insignificant ants dare to treat me this way. Since you seek death, I shall grant it." His black energy surged violently, sweeping through the hall like a tidal wave, causing the ground to shake violently and debris to fall from the ceiling, as if the entire structure would collapse. "This is bad. He intends to use a forbidden technique." The Kame Sennin's expression changed as he struggled to rise. "Everyone retreat. This technique's power is immense. Once unleashed, we will all be affected." Upon hearing this, the group quickly fell back, widening the distance. Heisha's black energy thickened, gradually coalescing into a massive black sphere that contained terrifying power, warping the surrounding air. "Heisha, by practicing forbidden techniques, you will only lead yourself to madness, becoming a monster," the Kame Sennin shouted, attempting to dissuade him. "Turn back while you still can." "Turn back? When you sealed me away, did you ever think about giving me away back?" Heisha sneered, madness glinting in his eyes. "Today, I shall use your blood to commemorate the suffering I have endured over the years." Blackbone evil technique, world-destroying black sphere. Heisha hurled the black sphere towards the group, its sword with the power to obliterate all in its path, howling towards them. The expressions of the crowd shifted drastically, as they collectively summoned their energy to prepare for a united defense. "Wukong, Krillin, you both are young and vigorous, brimming with energy. Join me in unleashing our most potent techniques to withstand this assault," Master Roshi declared, his body engulfed in a surge of yellow energy, as his staff emanated a concentrated glow of the same hue. "King Fengzi, Shirley, Yinshu, your task is to safeguard our fellow comrades and minimize casualties." "Understood." Wukong and Krillin replied in unison, channeling their energy. Wukong swiftly gathered his energy, a pale blue aura igniting around him as he unleashed the full power of the Kamehameha wave. A colossal wave of azure energy surged forth. Simultaneously, Krillin conjured 6 illusory copies of himself, each channeling white energy, launching a barrage of energy blasts. The 6 white energy blasts combined with his own to strike at the ominous black sphere. Master Roshi joined the fray, swinging his staff to release a tremendous wave of yellow energy. The 3 different colored energy waves, alongside the 7 white energy blasts, collided with the black sphere, producing a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the hall. The energies clashed, creating a massive storm of energy that engulfed the entire chamber. The ceiling of the hall collapsed in an instant, with debris raining down like a torrential downpour. The energy storm sent everyone hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, spitting blood, their garments riddled with tears and stained with dust and blood. Haisha was also caught in the energy tempest, thrown backward and slamming into the ground. The dark energy surrounding him dissipated instantly as he struggled to rise, his face pale as parchment, breath coming in rapid gasps, clearly severely injured. He glared at the others, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. No, I cannot be defeated. I am destined to become a master of martial arts, to rule the entire martial world. Wukong rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, determination blazing in his eyes. Haisha, your cultivation of dark arts harms the innocent and defies the principles of martial justice. You are doomed to fail. Today, we will eradicate you once and for all and restore peace to the martial realm. In a flash, he charged at Haisha, his fist gathering its final surge of energy, executing the ultimate Kamehameha punch. With a sound like the breaking of the wind, his fist struck toward Haisha's chest. Haisha attempted to evade, but found his body unresponsive, helplessly watching as Wukong's fist collided with his chest. Pooh! Haisha screamed in anguish, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing against a remaining stone pillar, which shattered upon impact. Struggling to rise for another attack, he realized his energy was depleted, and his body bore fatal wounds, rendering him unable to stand. Haisha, your reign of evil ends here. Master Roshi gasped as he rose, pointing his staff at Haisha with a frigid tone. Haisha gazed at the assembled crowd, his eyes filled with despair and defiance. He understood that his demise was inevitable. Laughing maniacally, he exclaimed, I refuse to accept this. After years of cultivation and sacrifice, to be undone by you insignificant ants. The martial world will ultimately be shrouded in darkness. With that, Haisha's form began to dissolve, transforming into wisps of black energy that vanished into the air. With his death, the Haigu organization was utterly obliterated, marking the resolution of a battle for peace and justice in the martial realm, culminating in a triumph for righteousness. The crowd gazed at the place where Haisha had vanished, smiles of relief illuminating their faces as they avenged their fallen comrades and restored tranquility to the martial world. Wukong approached Master Roshi, supporting him and asking with concern, Master, are you all right? Master Roshi shook his head, smiling gently. I am fine, merely a bit fatigued. Wukong, Krillin, you both performed admirably today, demonstrating through your strength that you are the future of the martial world, the guardians of justice. King Fengzi, Shirlai, and Yunshu joined them, their faces radiant with satisfaction. King Fengzi remarked, Thanks to your leadership, Master Roshi, and the assistance of Wukong and Krillin, we were able to vanquish Haisha and dismantle the Haigu organization. Indeed, Shirlai added at last, peace can be restored to the martial world, and the innocent populace will no longer suffer under the Haigu's tyranny. Bulma, accompanied by medical personnel, arrived at the top floor, quickly instructing them to attend to the injured. How is everyone? Are you all right? Bulma inquired, her eyes glistening with concern. I saw the castle collapse and feared the worst. We're fine, Bulma, Wukong replied with a smile. Haisha has been defeated, and the Haigu organization has been eradicated. There will be no more evil from them. Bulma nodded, a relieved smile breaking across her face. Wonderful. You are all incredible. I have contacted other factions in the martial world to inform them of the Haigu's downfall, and they are thrilled, preparing to hold a celebratory feast in our honor. The group exchanged smiles, their faces reflecting a newfound ease. This battle had demanded much from them, costing them dearly. Yet they had ultimately safeguarded the peace and justice of the martial realm, and all their efforts were worthwhile. Days later, a grand celebratory feast was held on Kame House Island, attended by representatives from martial factions across the nation, rejoicing in the Haigu's defeat. During the banquet, guests raised their glasses to Master Roshi, Wukong, and Krillin, expressing gratitude for their contributions to the martial world. Standing before the crowd, Master Roshi lifted his glass and proclaimed, Esteemed colleagues, the Haigu organization has been vanquished, and peace and justice have been restored to the martial world. However, let us not forget that the essence of martial arts is to protect and uphold justice, not to kill and plunder. I hope everyone will continue to adhere to these principles and work together to maintain peace and tranquility in our realm, ensuring that the innocent never again suffer persecution. Uphold the essence of martial arts and maintain peace. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices resonating across Kame House Island and rippling over the sea. Wukong and Krillin stood alongside Master Roshi, observing the assembly with resolute smiles. They understood that although this battle had concluded, the path of martial arts was long, and many challenges and dangers lay ahead. Yet, they would not waver. They would continue to train diligently, enhancing their abilities, steadfastly guarding their principles, and protecting those they cherished, ensuring peace and tranquility within the martial realm. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting Kaioken Island in a brilliant orange hue, the gentle waves lapped against the shore, creating a soothing sound that seemed to celebrate their victory and bless the peace of the martial world. Wukong and Krillin stood side by side on the beach, gazing at the distant horizon, their eyes filled with determination and anticipation. They knew their martial legend was only just beginning. Chapter 18. The Legacy of Martial Arts. A new journey. The revelry of the celebration gradually faded, and Kaioken Island returned to its former tranquility. The sunset's afterglow bathed the beach, elongating the silhouettes of Wukong and Krillin as they sat side by side on a rock, sipping Bulma's specially crafted energy drinks, gazing at the shimmering sea. The salty breeze brushing against their cheeks, filling their hearts with reflection and relief. I never imagined we would truly eliminate Haisha and dismantle the Haigo organization, Krillin said, taking a sip of his drink, incredulity lacing his tone, yet determination glimmering in his eyes. I remember the first time I encountered members of the Haigo. I was filled with fear and lacked the courage to act. Now, I finally have the strength to protect those I care about and contribute to the peace of the martial world. Wukong smiled brightly, revealing his pearly whites. Indeed, we have endured so much on this journey. From our initial naivety to our current camaraderie, we have grown immensely. However, this is merely the beginning. The path of martial arts knows no end. In the future, we shall encounter even more challenges and dangers. We must continue to strive for improvement and enhance our abilities to protect all that we hold dear. At that moment, Master Roshi approached, holding a cup of hot tea. He sat beside the two, gazing at the distant horizon, and remarked, "Both of you performed exceptionally well today. Not only did you demonstrate formidable strength in battle, but more importantly, you remained true to the essence of martial arts, embodying justice and kindness towards others. This is the true meaning of martial arts, which I have always wished to impart to you." "Master, there is still much we need to learn," Goku respectfully replied, his eyes filled with humility. "Your extensive experience in martial arts is invaluable. We hope you will guide us further, and we shall diligently cultivate our skills to live up to your expectations." Master Roshi nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he stated, "The journey of martial arts is boundless. There is no strongest, only stronger. In the days to come, I will impart to you all my lifelong martial arts wisdom and the core techniques of the Kame School. However, I wish you to remember that true strength in martial arts is not merely about techniques and power. It is fundamentally about the strength of the heart. Only by upholding justice, harboring goodwill, and refraining from the misuse of force can one become a true martial artist worthy of respect." "We shall remember, Master." Goku and Krillin echoed in unison, their gazes resolute. They understood that Master Roshi was not only teaching them martial techniques, but also guiding them on how to be virtuous individuals and exemplary martial artists. In the following days, Goku and Krillin embarked on a more systematic and arduous training regimen. Master Roshi imparted his lifetime of martial arts experience and the core techniques of the Kame School without reservation, explaining everything from fundamental boxing techniques and palm strikes to advanced applications of energy manipulation, body techniques, and essential mental training. Under Master Roshi's guidance, Goku not only refined the techniques of Kamehameha and Kame School's energy waves, making his punches more powerful and his energy blasts more precise, but he also mastered the core mental training technique, the stillness mantra. Through the practice of the stillness mantra, Goku's mindset became more stable. He was no longer impulsive as before, and his energy became more concentrated and pure, with marked improvements in both speed and strength. He even developed an advanced technique of Kamehameha called supernova explosion, which was exponentially more powerful than the standard Kamehameha, capable of gathering a vast amount of energy in a short time to unleash a colossal energy wave that could obliterate any foe in its path. Krillin, under Master Roshi's tutelage, further enhanced his shadow technique, progressing from 6 shadows to 8 shadows, with significant boosts in both energy intensity and mobility speed. He also perfected the shadow barrage and shadow substitute techniques, allowing him to use shadows more flexibly to confuse and disrupt foes, even striking with lethal precision. Simultaneously, Krillin learned the defensive technique, Energy Shield, which enabled him to gather energy to form a robust barrier against enemy attacks. He also developed an advanced technique of the shadow barrage called Shadow Storm, which could control 8 shadows to rapidly encircle an enemy, creating a formidable vortex that unleashed a relentless assault. Aside from learning from Master Roshi, Goku and Krillin frequently engaged in sparring sessions with King Fengzi, Shirlai, Yinshu, and others. King Fengzi's swordplay was ethereal and dynamic, emphasizing speed and technique, from whom Goku learned much about movement and angles of attack, making his Kamehameha more agile. Shirlai's boxing style was incredibly fierce, focusing on the application of strength, from whom Krillin gained insights into energy bursts and power control, enhancing the potency of his shadow attacks. Yinshu's palm techniques were varied and adaptable, concentrating on defense and counterattacks, from whom they learned valuable defensive techniques and the timing for counterattacks, broadening their combat capabilities. With each sparring session, they discovered their shortcomings and acquired new knowledge, continuously enhancing their strength. Bulma was also hard at work, utilizing her technological expertise to create a set of intelligent training equipment for Goku and Krillin. This apparatus could automatically adjust the training difficulty based on their progress and simulate various combat scenarios, including forests, deserts, and urban environments, enabling them to better respond to unexpected situations during training. The equipment could also monitor their physical conditions and energy flow in real time, providing scientific guidance to optimize their training methods and improve efficiency. Additionally, Bulma developed a new energy elixir called hunched. This potion, crafted from various precious ingredients and herbs through a special process, could rapidly replenish the stamina and energy expended during training while promoting recovery, significantly enhancing their training efficiency. Each day after training, Bulma would hand them a hunched, watching them consume it with a smile of satisfaction, saying, "You both work so hard every day. Be sure to take good care of yourselves and not overexert your bodies." "Thank you, Bulma." Goku and Krillin replied in unison, knowing that Bulma had been silently supporting them and providing invaluable assistance in their training, for which they were immensely grateful. One morning, as dawn broke and the eastern sky glimmered with a faint light, Goku and Krillin arrived at the seaside early to commence a new day of training. The sea air was refreshing, and the breeze brushed against their faces, invigorating their spirits. Goku was practicing the supernova explosion of Kamehameha, rapidly gathering energy with his hands. The pale blue energy blazed like fire, growing denser until it coalesced into a massive energy sphere. He took a deep breath and propelled the energy sphere forward, proclaiming, "Kamehameha, supernova explosion." A tremendous pale blue energy wave surged forth, resembling a colossal blue dragon as it hurtled toward the distant reef. Boom! The energy wave struck the reef, producing a deafening roar, shattering the rocks into a cascade of debris that fell into the sea, sending towering waves that reached heights of over 10 meters, creating a breathtaking curtain of water in the air. "Fantastic! I finally succeeded," Goku exclaimed joyfully, his face radiating delight. After countless attempts, he had finally unleashed this technique, and its power exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, Krillin was practicing Shadow Storm. He inhaled deeply, allowing energy to circulate around him as he split into 8 shadows, intertwining with his original form, rapidly revolving around a large wooden dummy. He swiftly maneuvered his hands, directing the shadows to attack, shouting, "Shadow Storm." The 8 shadows simultaneously launched their assault on the wooden dummy, their fists howling through the air, creating a powerful storm that engulfed the target. Bang! 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 The wooden dummy was pulverized by the shadows, splintering into pieces that scattered across the ground. "Krillin, you did it too," Goku exclaimed, thrilled by Krillin's success. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. "Yes, I finally succeeded. This technique is indeed powerful. It'll surely surprise our enemies in the future." Master Roshi stood nearby, observing their performance with a pleased expression. "You both have done exceptionally well. Your hard work during this period has not been in vain. However, do not become complacent. The path of martial arts is long, and there is still much to learn and refine. Next, we will engage in practical combat drills, simulating various battle scenarios to enhance your combat abilities." "Understood." Goku and Krillin responded in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. They recognized that practical combat drills were the most effective way to enhance their combat skills, enabling them to better apply what they had learned and adapt to unforeseen circumstances. In the days that followed, Kame Sennin began to lead Wukong and Klin in practical combat training. He simulated various battle scenarios, including one-on-one confrontations, multiple adversaries, ambushes, and defensive maneuvers, as well as a diverse array of enemy types, such as speedsters, powerhouses, and skilled combatants. During these drills, Wukong and Klin continually applied the techniques they had learned, engaging in fierce battles against the foes portrayed by Kame Sennin. After each session, Kame Sennin patiently analyzed their shortcomings in combat, offering specific suggestions for improvement. Through this rigorous training, Wukong and Klin significantly enhanced their combat abilities, becoming more adept at employing their skills to confront various opponents and scenarios. Their mindset also grew more composed, shedding the impulsiveness of their past. Wukong's supernova blast became more precise and powerful, allowing for agile execution in real combat. Klin's shadow storm technique became more refined, effectively bewildering and disrupting enemies, enabling him to deliver lethal strikes. One day, King Fengzi, Shirlai, Yinshu, and others arrived at Kame Island, seeking to spar and exchange insights with Wukong and Klin. The group gathered at the seaside training ground, preparing for a friendly match. Wukong, Klin, your strength has improved rapidly during this time. Today, we shall engage in a spirited contest to gauge your progress, King Fengzi remarked, his long sword drawn and gleaming in the sunlight. Indeed, we are eager to learn from our esteemed seniors. Wukong and Klin responded in unison, their eyes brimming with excitement. As the friendly match commenced, Wukong faced off against King Fengzi. In a flash, Wukong darted forward like a streak of red lightning, his fists charged with energy. Kame Sennin's explosive fist. He shouted, his fist hurtling toward King Fengzi's chest with the sound of wind ripping through the air. King Fengzi's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Wukong's swiftness. Avoiding the attack with graceful ease, he summoned energy to his sword, executing the Nanhai sword technique, pursuing wind. The blade struck out like a shadow, aimed at Wukong's left arm. Sensing the incoming strike, Wukong swiftly sidestepped, channeling energy into both hands. Kamehameha. A pale blue energy wave surged forth towards King Fengzi. The latter's expression changed as he quickly raised his sword to block the energy wave. The collision produced a resounding metallic clang, forcing King Fengzi to step back. Yet a smile crept onto his lips. Wukong, your strength has indeed increased significantly since our last encounter. Senior King Fengzi, you flatter me. I still have much to learn. Wukong replied with a smile, charging once more at King Fengzi. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, fists and blades clashing, energy surging as they exchanged blows, producing thunderous sounds. Wukong's martial prowess was formidable, while King Fengzi's swordsmanship flowed like water. After more than half an hour of intense combat, both fighters felt fatigued, ultimately shaking hands in camaraderie. Next, it was Klin's turn to face Shirlai. Shirlai, a towering figure akin to an iron tower, charged at Klin, his fist coalescing with energy. Shimo boxing sex earth-shattering fist, he declared, striking toward Klin's chest with immense force. Klin's expression shifted as he swiftly created 8 afterimages, intertwining with his real body to evade Shirlai's assault. He commanded the afterimages to attack with the shadow strike technique. The 8 phantoms surged toward Shirlai, their fists striking with lightning speed. Shirlai's expression changed as he realized the potency of Klin's shadow techniques. He remained vigilant, unleashing a protective energy shield around himself to absorb the onslaught. The resounding impacts echoed as the afterimages struck the shield, causing it to tremble and develop fine cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Klin maneuvered his real body behind Shirlai, rapidly channeling energy for the shadow storm. The 8 afterimages spun around Shirlai, generating a formidable vortex that engulfed him. With a cry of distress, Shirlai was swept away. His protective shield shattered, leaving him disoriented and unable to continue the fight. Wonderful job, Klin. You've won. Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Klin wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling as he replied, thank you, Wukong. This success is a testament to Master S' teachings and my relentless efforts. Shirlai rose from the ground, chuckling, Klin, your growth is impressive. I concede wholeheartedly. We should continue to spar and improve together. Indeed, Klin agreed with a grin. After the friendly match concluded, the group settled on the rocky shore, sipping energy drinks crafted by Bulma, while sharing insights on martial arts. Looking at Wukong and Klin, King Fengzi remarked, Wukong, Klin, you are the future of the martial world. I hope you will continue to train diligently, uphold the spirit of martial arts, and protect the peace and justice of our realm. The responsibilities of the martial world will soon rest upon your shoulders. We shall certainly do so. Wukong and Krillin replied in unison, their eyes filled with determination. They understood the weight of their duty to safeguard the peace and justice of the martial world and committed to honing their skills to meet the expectations of their esteemed seniors. As the sun began to set, painting Kame Island in vibrant hues of orange and red, the gentle waves lapped at the shore, seemingly blessing Wukong and Krillin on their journey of growth. Standing side by side on the beach, gazing at the distant horizon, their eyes gleamed with resolve and anticipation. They knew that their martial legend was only just beginning, with myriad challenges and dangers awaiting them in the future. Yet, they would not falter. They would wield their strength to protect those they cherished, uphold the peace of the martial world, and become true martial champions, crafting their own legendary tale. Chapter 19. The Martial Arts Tournament, the rise of new talent half a year after the downfall of the Black Bone organization. The martial world welcomed a grand event, the triennial Tianxiao Martial Arts Tournament. This gathering was spearheaded by the Donghai Martial Arts Association, in collaboration with the Nanhai Sword Sect, Shimo Boxing Sect, Biling Palm Sect, and other elite factions, aiming to foster national martial arts exchange, select emerging leaders from the younger generation, and uphold the spirit of justice and mutual growth. Upon the announcement, thousands of martial artists from across the nation flocked to register, with even small martial arts halls from remote areas sending their finest disciples to compete. On Kame Island's training grounds, Wukong and Krillin were preparing for the final stretch. Wukong, bare-chested, exhibited well-defined muscles beneath his bronze skin, with a faint blue energy swirling like flames around him. He unleashed a punch, the wind howling as the ground trembled, creating a half-foot-deep crater with debris scattering. Krillin, on the other hand, focused on refining his shadow techniques, seamlessly intertwining 8 afterimages with his real form. Moving through the training ground like a specter, each strike precise enough to pierce through half-inch thick wooden planks effortlessly. Wukong, Krillin. This martial arts tournament presents an exceptional opportunity to showcase your abilities, Kame Sinin stated from his perch on a nearby rock, holding a cup of steaming tea. Among the contestants are several exceptionally gifted individuals, such as Qing Ming from the Nanhai Sword Sect, whose swordsmanship has been honed under King Fengzi's true teachings, agile and formidable. Shurho from the Shimo Boxing Sect, born with immense strength capable of shattering massive stones with a single punch, and Yunxing from the Biling Palm Sect, whose palm techniques are unpredictable and defensively impenetrable. You must give your all, yet remember, the essence of this tournament lies in learning and exchange, not mere competition. When faced with a strong opponent, approach them with humility and refrain from hasty actions driven by momentary triumphs or defeats. We understand, Master. Wukong and Krillin replied in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. The rigorous training during this period has enabled them to achieve a remarkable enhancement in their abilities. They are eager to utilize this grand event to test their cultivation achievements and engage in friendly sparring with experts from across the nation, thereby addressing their own shortcomings. Bulma approached, pushing a smart device cart, her face radiating with pride. Goku, Krillin, I have prepared the ultimate battle gear for you. She retrieved 2 new martial arts uniforms from the cart, one red and one blue, both adorned with the golden emblem of the Kame School. The red one was designated for Goku, crafted from aerospace-grade lightweight material that is breathable and moisture-wicking, enhancing the efficiency of ki concentration and boosting the power of his Kamehameha by 10%. The blue uniform was for Krillin, made from softer, more flexible material, designed to maximize the adaptability of his afterimage technique and prevent any limitations in movement. She then produced 2 smart wristbands and placed them on their wrists. These are key monitoring wristbands, capable of displaying your physical condition and remaining key levels in real time, while also analyzing your opponent's rhythm to assist you in swiftly adjusting your strategies during the competition. Fantastic. Thank you, Bulma. Goku and Krillin exclaimed, donning their uniforms immediately. The fitted attire allowed for greater freedom of movement, and the smart wristbands instilled a sense of confidence in them. They exchanged smiles and continued their preparations. 3 days later, the World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. The venue was set at the outdoor plaza of the East Sea Martial Arts Hall, where a massive combat platform, 50 meters in diameter, was constructed from resilient black iron, capable of withstanding high-intensity ki collisions. Surrounding the platform were 3 tiers of stands filled with spectators from all over the country, numbering over 10,000. In the VIP section, esteemed figures from the martial arts community, such as Master Roshi, King Fengzi, Shirlai, Yinshu, and Lei Gang, took their seats. Their expressions focused as they prepared to witness the rise of the younger generation. When Master Roshi arrived at the plaza with Goku and Krillin, he immediately drew the attention of the crowd. As a key figure in the defeat of the Dark Entity and the destruction of the Blackbone organization, Master Roshi held immense prestige in the martial arts world. Goku and Krillin, as his disciples, had already established themselves as exemplars of exceptional strength at a young age, attracting numerous spectators and competitors who approached them to offer greetings and seek advice. So that's Goku and Krillin. I've heard that during their battle against the Dark Entity, one of them used a Kamehameha to breach the walls of the Blackbone Fortress, while the other used his afterimage technique to entrap dozens of core members. Truly impressive. I believe the champion of this tournament will undoubtedly emerge from among them, remarked another. Goku's strength and speed are unparalleled, and Krillin's afterimage technique is in a league of its own, impossible to counter. Not necessarily. Qingming and Shirho are formidable contenders as well. I saw Qingming practicing his swordplay yesterday. He could slice through a century-old tree with a single stroke. Shirho shattered the training stone of the hall with a single punch. Both possess remarkable strength. The murmurs of the audience reached Goku and Krillin's ears, but they remained unperturbed by pride. Instead, they were further galvanized in their resolve to give their all. They understood that there are always stronger adversaries, and only by continuously challenging themselves against formidable opponents can they genuinely elevate their martial arts prowess. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the opening ceremony commenced. Lei Gang, the director of the East Sea Martial Arts Hall, ascended the combat platform, microphone in hand, and proclaimed, "Distinguished guests and competitors, welcome to the East Sea for the Third World Martial Arts Tournament. This event aims to break down the barriers between sects, promote martial arts exchanges, and carry forward the spirit of justice, humility, and mutual progress. I hope all competitors will give their utmost, demonstrate their style and skill, and adhere to the competition rules. Friendship first, competition second." After a brief pause, Lei Gang continued to announce the competition rules. This tournament consists of 3 stages: the preliminary rounds, knockout rounds, and finals. The preliminary rounds will employ a round-robin format, with 8 groups of 8 competitors each, engaging in 7 matches in total. The top 2 from each group will advance to the knockout stage. The knockout stage will be single elimination, with the victors advancing and the defeated eliminated. The finals will follow a best-of-3 format, determining the champion, runner-up, and third place. The champion will be awarded the title of the greatest martial artist in the world, along with a martial arts legacy token crafted by various sects. As Lei Gang's words concluded, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the plaza, marking the official start of the preliminary rounds. Following the draw, Goku was placed in Group A, while Krillin found himself in Group B, both avoiding encounters with popular competitors like Qingming and Shirho for the time being. The first match of Group A featured Goku against Li Hu, a competitor from the West Mountain Martial Arts Hall known for his powerful boxing techniques. As the whistle signaled the start of the match, Li Hu launched the first attack, his fists clenched and ki surging, executing the West Mountain Fist, Descending Tiger. His fist, accompanied by a roaring wind, hurtled towards Goku's chest. Goku, however, did not rush to attack. Instead, he sidestepped the strike while observing Li Hu's rhythm. Although Li Hu's boxing was fierce, his movements were somewhat rigid, revealing several openings. In a split second, as Li Hu threw another punch, Goku flickered like a red lightning bolt, appearing behind Li Hu, and delivered a light punch to his shoulder. Li Hu felt a jolt in his shoulder, lost his balance, and was sent tumbling off the platform, incapacitated. In the first match of Group A, Goku emerged victorious. The referee announced this triumph loudly, and the plaza erupted in enthusiastic applause. In the following preliminary matches, Goku continued to win effortlessly against opponents skilled in defense. He shattered their barriers with his rapidly charged Kamehameha. Against speed-oriented adversaries, he leveraged his afterimage technique to dominate, then engaged in close combat using Kamehameha Fist. Ultimately, Goku achieved an undefeated record of 7 victories, securing the top position in Group A and advancing smoothly to the knockout stage. Simultaneously, the battles in Group B were equally fierce. Krillin's first opponent was Zhao Ying, a specialist in hidden weapons. As the match commenced, Zhao Ying swiftly produced dozens of poison needles from his waist, launching them at Krillin with remarkable speed and precision, attempting a surprise attack. Yet, Krillin's mastery of the afterimage technique was impeccable. 8 afterimages instantly manifested, forming a barrier that deflected all of the poison needles. While his actual body rapidly moved to strike Zhao from behind, landing a punch on the back of his neck, rendering Zhao unconscious and securing an effortless victory for Krillin. In subsequent matches, Krillin faced a stronger opponent, Zhou Yuan from the Jiangnan Martial Arts Hall, who excelled in footwork and palm techniques with a solid defense. As the match began, Zhou Yuan constantly shifted, searching for an opening in Krillin's defense, his palm techniques unpredictable, successfully evading Krillin's afterimage assaults multiple times. However, Krillin remained composed, using his afterimages to continuously disrupt Zhou Yuan's judgment and exhaust his stamina, while employing the smart wristband to analyze Zhou Yuan's movement patterns. As the match reached the 10th minute, Krillin finally identified an opening in Zhou Yuan's defense. He controlled 6 afterimages to entangle Zhou Yuan while launching feints from the other 2 sides. Meanwhile, Krillin concentrated his ki, unleashing an afterimage storm. The 8 afterimages swirled around Zhou Yuan, forming a white ki vortex that engulfed him. Zhou Yuan was struck by the fist energy within the storm. His defensive ki shattered instantaneously, and he fell to the platform, incapacitated. In the end, Krillin also achieved an undefeated record of 7 victories, ranking first in Group B and successfully advancing to the knockout stage. After 2 days of intense competition, the preliminary rounds concluded, with 16 competitors advancing to the knockout stage, including Goku, Krillin, Qingming, Shirho, and Yunshun, all of whom were popular contenders. The competition in the knockout rounds was even more intense, with every match being a clash of titans, where a single misstep could lead to elimination. Goku's first opponent in the knockout stage was Shirho from the West Desert Fist sect. Shirho was a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, with a muscular build and a strong earthy ki aura, indicating his strength-based fighting style. As the match began, Shirho wasted no time and launched an attack, his fists clenched, executing the West Desert Fist, Mountain Splitter. His fist, imbued with tremendous force, charged toward Goku's chest, causing the combat platform to tremble slightly. Goku's expression shifted, but rather than taking the hit, he swiftly dodged, countering with a punch aimed at Shirho's arm. Not sure how strength far exceeded Wukong's expectations. Wukong felt a tingling sensation in his fist, yet Shirho remained unperturbed, countering with a punch aimed at Wukong's back. Quick to react, Wukong sidestepped, but the force of the punch ripped through the fabric of his shirt, leaving a faint trail of blood. Astonished by Shirho's formidable power, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a soft blue aura surged around him, signaling his resolve to go all out. He charged at Shirho once more, his fist charged with energy, executing the Kamesenin fist, explosive punch. The sound of wind slicing through the air resonated as their fists clashed together. With a thunderous bang, the immense energy momentarily left the audience breathless. Both Wukong and Shirho were forced to take a few steps back. Shirho's arm felt slightly numb, while Wukong's fist showed signs of swelling. They engaged in yet another fierce bout, their fists colliding, energy radiating around them, leaving deep craters on the arena floor. Wukong's speed and technique gave him an edge, as he relentlessly sought out Shirho's vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Shirho's strength was astonishing. Each punch compelled Wukong to evade. After more than half an hour of intense combat, both combatants began to feel fatigued. Shirho's movements grew sluggish, and Wukong seized the moment, rapidly gathering energy in both hands, unleashing the Kamehameha, Supernova. A massive wave of pale blue energy surged forth, hurtling towards Shirho. His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned a yellowish energy shield to protect himself. Boom! The energy wave struck the shield, shattering it instantly. Shirho let out a cry of agony as he was propelled backward, crashing down from the arena, incapacitated. The referee announced Wukong's victory in the first round of the elimination match, and the square erupted with thunderous applause. Krillin faced off against Qingming from the non-high sword sect. Clad in a blue robe and wielding an ancient long sword, Qingming exuded an ethereal aura, reminiscent of Qing Fengzi's style. The match commenced with Qingming launching the first attack, his sword slicing through the air with the non-high sword technique, pursuing Wind Sword. The blade's fierce energy swept toward Krillin's limbs, attempting to restrict his movement. Krillin, not daring to underestimate his opponent, immediately dispersed into 8 afterimages. The afterimages intertwined with his real form, effortlessly evading Qingming's strikes while simultaneously launching counterattacks. The afterimages flitted around Qingming like phantoms, disrupting his judgment. Although Qingming's swordplay was agile, he began to struggle against Krillin's elusive afterimages, his movements growing sluggish. Your afterimage technique is indeed impressive, but my swordplay can shatter all illusions. Qingming scoffed, unleashing a burst of blue energy around him as he concentrated his power into his sword. Executing the non-high sword technique, breaking Shadow Sword. A wave of blue sword energy swept through, obliterating several of Krillin's afterimages. Krillin's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Qingming's swordsmanship could so precisely target his afterimages. He swiftly adjusted his strategy, controlling the afterimages to continuously change positions while his real form moved rapidly, searching for a flaw in Qingming's defense. As Qingming launched another wave of sword energy, Krillin seized the opportunity, maneuvering behind him, gathering energy in both hands for a decisive strike. Afterimage barrage. 8 afterimages surged toward Qingming, while Krillin himself executed a lightning-fast punch to Qingming's back. With a pained scream, Qingming was sent flying, losing grip on his sword, which clattered to the ground below the arena, rendering him unable to continue. The referee announced Krillin's victory in the second round of the elimination match, and the square erupted in enthusiastic applause once more. Both Wukong and Krillin advanced to the semifinals, where their opponents awaited. Yunqin from the Bailing Palm Sect and Lei Xuan from the Donghai Martial Arts Association. Wukong's match against Yunqin was equally fierce. Yunqin excelled in palm techniques, his movements fluid and elusive, allowing him to evade Wukong's strikes while seizing opportunities to counterattack. Yet Wukong's strength proved superior. He leveraged his speed to wear down Yunqin's stamina, simultaneously utilizing his intelligent wristband to analyze Yunqin's rhythm and look for openings. As the match approached the 20th minute, Wukong seized an opening, ensnaring Yunqin with the Kaioken fist, while quickly gathering energy in both hands for the Kamehameha Supernova. A colossal wave of pale blue energy surged forth, striking Yunqin in the chest. With a cry, Yunqin was sent reeling, losing his combat ability, allowing Wukong to progress to the finals. Krillin's battle against Lei Xuan was equally suspenseful. Lei Xuan, a disciple of Lei Gong, was adept in both boxing and agility, matching Krillin's afterimage technique with remarkable speed. The match began with both fighters exchanging blows on the arena, their fists whistling through the air as afterimages darted about, neither gaining an upper hand. Lei Sun's boxing was fierce and agile, successfully breaching Krillin's afterimage defenses multiple times. Krillin, in turn, utilized his afterimages to continuously disrupt Lei Xuan, depleting his stamina while seeking counterattacking opportunities. Ultimately, in the 25th minute, Krillin's superior control of his afterimages allowed him to exploit a flaw in Lei Sun's defense, ensnaring him in an afterimage storm. Lei Xuan was struck by the force of the punches within the storm, losing his combat ability, while Krillin successfully advanced to face Wukong in the finals. On the day of the finals, the square was teeming with spectators, all brimming with excitement, waving banners and glow sticks to cheer for Wukong and Krillin. In the VIP section, the Kaioken, Qing Fengzi, Shirley, and Yunshu attentively watched the arena, eager to witness which of these two favored disciples of the Kaioken would emerge victorious after this period of intense training. At 10 in the morning, the finals commenced officially. The referee stepped onto the arena, announcing in a loud voice, "The finals will be a best of 3 matches, with no time limit. A contender loses if they are incapacitated or concede." And with that, the match began. As the referee's whistle echoed, Wukong was the first to attack. Darting forward like a flash of red lightning, his fist charged with energy as he executed the Kaioken fist, explosive punch. The gust of wind surged toward Krillin's chest. Anticipating the move, Krillin immediately dispersed into 8 afterimages, weaving through Wukong's attack with ease while launching a counterstrike with his afterimage barrage. All 8 afterimages surged toward Wukong, their punches striking with blinding speed and angles. Wukong's expression shifted, taken aback by Krillin's rapid improvement in his afterimage technique, which now coordinated attacks with remarkable precision. He could not afford to be careless. A soft blue energy shield materialized around him, deflecting the onslaught of attacks while he countered with a punch directed at Krillin's real form. Krillin's body swiftly evaded Wukong's strike, controlling the afterimages to spin around Wukong, launching feints that disrupted his perception. Wukong found himself disoriented by the flurry of afterimages, struggling to locate Krillin's true form, and was forced into a defensive stance, falling into a passive role. Krillin's mastery of afterimages had grown increasingly refined, even leaving Wukong bewildered. In the VIP section, Qing Fengzi smiled, his eyes filled with admiration. His attention to detail and mastery of subtlety made the afterimage technique seem tailor-made for him. After this period of training, his strength had become comparable to Wukong's. Indeed, both of these young men are exceptional, the Kame Sennin remarked, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Wukong's strengths lay in power and speed, while Krillin's advantages were technique and focus. This match was not only a contest of strength, but also a battle of wills. Gradually, Wukong regained his composure. He closed his eyes, clearing his mind of distractions, honing in on Krillin's true position through his keen sense of energy. Before long, he pinpointed Krillin's form. Krillin's energy was far more refined than that of his afterimages. Although well concealed, it was still within Wukong's perceptive reach. In a flash, he charged toward Krillin, gathering energy in both hands to unleash the Kamehameha supernova. A wave of pale blue energy surged forth, racing toward Krillin. Krillin's expression changed. He had not anticipated Wukong's ability to identify his true form. He quickly positioned his afterimages in front of him for defense while retreating his real form. Bang! The energy wave struck the afterimages, which dissipated instantly, allowing Krillin to create distance and evade injury. Wukong, your strength remains formidable. Krillin wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled, astonished that Wukong could discern his true form through his energy sense. You have made significant progress as well, Krillin. Wukong chuckled and charged at Krillin once more, declaring, now, I shall unleash all my power. The two engaged in a fierce battle again, as fists whistled through the air. Afterimages darted about, and their energy clashed, producing thunderous booms. The ground of the arena was left pockmarked, with fine cracks appearing on the Shintai platform, while the surrounding spectators were stirred with excitement, continuously cheering for the two fighters. After more than half an hour of intense combat, both warriors felt fatigued and bore numerous wounds, yet neither of them yielded, fighting with unwavering determination. Ultimately, Wukong seized a slight opening in Krillin's defense and struck him in the chest with the ultimate Kamehameha, causing Krillin to scream and be sent flying, crashing onto the arena floor, incapacitated. The referee announced loudly, Wukong wins the first round. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the square. Wukong rushed to Krillin's side, helping him up while expressing concern. Krillin, are you all right? Krillin shook his head and replied with a smile. I'm fine, Wukong. That punch was too powerful. I couldn't evade it at all. Let us take a break and have a proper match in the second round. Wukong patted Krillin on the shoulder. After a 10-minute respite, the second round commenced. This time, Krillin took the initiative to attack, abandoning his defensive stance from the previous round. His energy suddenly coalesced, and 8 afterimages sprang into action, forming a protective barrier around him without rushing forward. The movements of the afterimages were synchronized, creating an impenetrable web of defense that even Wukong's energy found difficult to penetrate. Oh, is Krillin changing tactics? In the VIP section, Shirley's eyes gleamed with curiosity. In the previous round, Krillin had taken the offensive, only to be locked onto by Wukong's energy sense. Now, he was adopting a defensive approach first, seemingly intending to disrupt Wukong's rhythm and catch him off guard. King Fengzi nodded in agreement, noting Krillin's increasingly meticulous strategy. He recognized that Wukong's advantages lay in strength and speed, making direct confrontation unfavorable. Thus, Krillin opted for a combination of afterimages to exhaust Wukong's stamina before seeking a counterattack opportunity. This clever use of both reality and illusion was masterful. Wukong also sensed Krillin's change and refrained from making a hasty attack, instead standing still and intently observing the movements of the afterimages. He understood that although Krillin's afterimages appeared chaotic, they concealed deeper strategies. Each movement followed a pattern, and any lapse on his part would lead to a fatal strike. In an instant of observation, Krillin made his move. He directed 4 afterimages to feign an attack towards Wukong's sides, with the fists rushing forth, yet without gathering too much energy, clearly to distract Wukong. Meanwhile, the other 4 afterimages stealthily circled behind Wukong, lurking in the shadows of the arena like a predator waiting for the opportune moment to strike. At that moment, Krillin's true form seized the distraction, swiftly appearing before Wukong, rapidly condensing energy in both hands, executing a series of afterimage strikes that blurred the line between reality and illusion. The punches were powerful, yet carried an ethereal essence, leaving trails of afterimages in the air, causing Wukong to momentarily struggle to discern the real from the illusion. He could not afford to be careless. A soft blue aura erupted around him as he clenched his fists, adopting the Kamehameha defensive stance. A solid blue shield formed before him, firmly blocking Krillin's assault. Bang! The collision of fists and shield produced a deafening roar, and Wukong felt a jolt of numbness in his arm as he involuntarily took 2 steps back. He anticipated the sheer strength of Krillin's true form. After his training, Krillin's power had noticeably escalated, no longer relying solely on techniques of afterimages. Just as Wukong prepared to adjust his energy for a counterattack, the 4 afterimages behind him suddenly launched an assault, their fists striking like lightning, imbued with condensed energy, targeting Wukong's back. The timing was impeccable, exploiting the moment when Wukong's old strength had waned and new strength had yet to awaken. This is bad. Wukong's expression changed as he quickly sidestepped. But the wind from the punch tore through his clothing, leaving a deep gash that instantly bled, staining his red martial arts uniform. He hadn't expected Krillin to utilize the combination of afterimages to such an extent, with feints, ambushes, and direct attacks intricately intertwined, leaving almost no openings. Wukong, be careful. In this round, I shall not lose. A glint of determination flickered in Krillin's eyes as he commanded all the afterimages to rapidly circle around Wukong, escalating the afterimage storm. The 8 afterimages in his true form accelerated simultaneously, their speed increasing rapidly, creating a colossal white energy storm that ensnared Wukong within. The punches within the storm rained down like hail, each strike laden with formidable energy, forcing Wukong to continuously fortify his defenses, forming temporary shields around him, barely holding back the onslaught, yet having no opportunity to counterattack, gradually being pushed back, accumulating more wounds, and growing increasingly disordered in breath. Wukong, hang in there. Wukong, stay strong. The audience in the square watched with bated breath, fervently shouting encouragement. Many spectators waved banners proclaiming Wukong's inevitable victory, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Though Wukong was battered repeatedly by the onslaught within the storm, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his martial arts uniform tattered, his resolve only grew stronger. Showing no signs of retreat, he took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions, closing his eyes once more, and, relying on his sharp energy sense, sought to perceive Krillin's true position and the movements of the afterimages. This time, he aimed not only to lock onto the true form, but also to discern the weaknesses in the afterimage strategy. As time passed, Wukong continuously adjusted his breathing and energy flow amidst the storm, stabilizing his energy circulation. Soon, he detected a clue, although Krillin's true form concealed itself within the storm. Imitating the fluctuations of the afterimages, its energy flow was more stable and refined than the afterimages. Moreover, each time Krillin struck, there were slight variations in the storm's rotation speed, marking the most significant distinction between his true form and the afterimages. Seizing this insight, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Wukong's eyes as his soft blue energy surged explosively, resembling blue flames that pushed back the surrounding white storm. He swiftly condensed energy in his hands, compressing it into a massive energy sphere, with the air around it warping. Kamehameha supernova. A full-force strike. Wukong roared, launching the energy sphere forward, unleashing a beam of energy that was thicker and more radiant than before, roaring forth like a blue dragon towards Krillin's true form at the storm's center. This attack harnessed all of Wukong's energy, its might unfathomable, causing the arena to tremble violently. Deep fissures appearing on the Shantai stage. Krillin's face paled. He had not anticipated that Wukong could locate his true form within the storm and unleash such a powerful attack. He dared not underestimate it, immediately commanding all the afterimages to shield him while retreating swiftly in an attempt to evade the strike. However, Wukong's energy wave was too swift and powerful for the afterimages to withstand. Boom! The energy wave struck the afterimages, producing a deafening explosion, and the 8 afterimages were instantly vaporized, dissipating into the air. The residual force of the energy wave continued to surge towards Krillin, who felt an overwhelming energy bearing down upon him, rendering escape impossible. He could only gather the remaining energy within him to form a white shield, bracing for the impact. Bang! The shield shattered instantaneously, and Krillin let out a cry of agony, hurtling backward and crashing onto the arena floor, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. He struggled to rise, only to find his body unresponsive, every muscle aching, and his energy nearly depleted, leaving him to lie on the ground, gasping for breath. In the second match, the champion was declared to be the contestant Wukong. The referee announced loudly, and the square erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. The audience leapt to their feet, waving banners and glow sticks in celebration of Wukong's victory. Although Wukong felt a wave of fatigue, his wounds throbbed subtly. He nonetheless mustered the strength to approach Krillin, assisting him to his feet with genuine concern. "Krillin, are you all right? Are you seriously injured?" Krillin shook his head, a hint of a bittersweet smile gracing his face as he replied, "I'm fine. Wukong, you've won. In this match, you were indeed stronger. Your Kamehameha is far too powerful for me to withstand." "No, you were impressive as well," Wukong responded with a smile. "In this round, you forced me to retreat with your shadow techniques. If I hadn't found the flaw in your true form, perhaps I would have been the one to lose. During this time, your progress has been remarkable. I have learned much from you." Came Saiyan, King Fengzi, Shirlai, Yinshu, and others approached the arena, joining the two. Came Saiyan gazed at them with a proud smile and remarked, "Wukong, Krillin, you both performed excellently. This competition showcased not only your formidable skills, but also the martial spirit of the Kame school, to exert oneself fully, to strive together, and to never yield. Regardless of the outcome, you both embody the pride of the Kame school and the future of martial arts." Li Gang ascended the arena, microphone in hand, announcing, "Esteemed guests and viewers, after 2 intense contests, the champion of the 3rd Global Martial Arts Tournament has been determined. It is the contestant Wukong. Let us celebrate his victory with fervent applause and cheers." As Li Gang's words echoed, the square was once again filled with thunderous applause and cheers. Ribbons and balloons cascading from above, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Li Gang produced a splendid golden trophy and a plaque inscribed with the words Martial Arts Heritage. Approaching Wukong and presenting the trophy and plaque to him. "Wukong, this is the trophy for the world's greatest martial artist. Along with the plaque crafted collectively by the major sections, I hope you cherish this honor, uphold the essence of martial arts, and contribute to the peace and development of the martial world." "Thank you, Director Li Gang. I will certainly do so," Wukong replied, raising the trophy and plaque high, his face beaming with excitement. The audience erupted with joyous shouts, celebrating Wukong's achievement. Li Gang then produced a silver trophy and handed it to Krillin, saying, "Krillin, although you did not claim the championship, your performance was equally commendable. Your shadow techniques are exquisite, and your fighting style resolute, showcasing the vigor of the younger generation. This is the trophy for the runner-up, and I hope you will continue to strive for improvement, shining even brighter in the future of the martial arts world." "Thank you, Director Li Gang. I will keep working hard." Krillin accepted the trophy, a genuine smile lighting up his face. He understood that although he had lost this time, he had learned much from Wukong and recognized his own shortcomings. He would train diligently to overcome Wukong next time. The closing ceremony of the tournament was both simple and grand. Li Gang took to the arena once more, summarizing, "Dear guests and contestants, the 3rd Global Martial Arts Tournament has concluded successfully. In this event, we have witnessed the rise of the younger generation, the transmission of martial spirit, and glimpses of hope for the martial arts community. May all participants use this tournament as an opportunity to enhance communication, progress together, uphold justice, humility, and the spirit of martial arts, ensuring a more prosperous future for the martial world." As Li Gang's words faded, the square resonated with thunderous applause, marking the official conclusion of the 3rd Global Martial Arts Tournament. Following the event, Kame Saiyan led Wukong, Krillin, along with King Fengzi, Shirlai, Yinshu, and others back to Kame Island. Bulma had prepared a sumptuous feast to celebrate their success, along with the finest healing medicines to aid their recovery. During the feast, everyone raised their glasses in celebration, reminiscing about the thrilling moments of the martial arts tournament. King Fengzi looked at Wukong and Krillin, stating, "Wukong, Krillin, you two are the future of the martial arts world. I hope you will continue to strive for improvement while upholding the essence of martial arts, safeguarding the peace and justice within our community. The future of martial arts rests upon your shoulders. We will certainly do so," Wukong and Krillin responded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. They understood that this championship was merely a new beginning. The road ahead in martial arts was long, with numerous challenges and dangers awaiting them. Yet, they would not retreat, but rather inscribe their own martial legends with their strength. Shirley added with a smile, in the future, our Shimal boxing sect will frequently send disciples to Kame Island for exchanges and training. I believe that under your leadership, the martial arts world will flourish even more. Absolutely. You are always welcome. Wukong and Krillin replied with smiles. After the banquet, Wukong and Krillin made their way to the seaside. Sitting upon the rocks while gazing at the distant horizon, the setting sun cast a brilliant orange hue across the sky, while gentle waves lapped at the shore, the sound resembling blessings for their growth. Wukong, I wholeheartedly accept my defeat in this tournament, Krillin said, looking at Wukong with a smile. Your strength is indeed superior to mine, especially your Kamehameha, which is overwhelmingly powerful. No, we have both progressed, Wukong replied with a smile. In this match, I learned much from you as well. Your shadow techniques are remarkably refined, and your coordination is seamless. If I hadn't discovered the flaw in your true form, I might have been the one to lose. In the future, we must continue to train together, striving to become even stronger martial artists. Yes, Krillin nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. I will work even harder in my training. Next time we compete, I will not lose again. Yes, I look forward to that day, Wukong said with a smile, extending his fist. Krillin reciprocated, their fists meeting firmly, and they exchanged smiles filled with determination and hope. They understood that their martial legend was only just beginning. In the future, they would protect those they cherished, safeguard the peace and tranquility of the martial arts world, and become true martial artists, perpetuating the spirit of Kame School, ensuring the flourishing of the martial arts community. As the sun set, their silhouettes elongated, their laughter mingling with the sound of the waves, echoing throughout Kame Island and resonating within their martial journey. Chapter 21. The Deep Sea Disturbance. The mysterious underwater ruins half a month after the conclusion of the martial arts tournament. The summer heat on Kame Island intensified. At midday, the sunlight poured down like molten gold, sizzling on the beach, where stepping on it caused one's soles to tingle with heat. Even the waves carried a hint of warmth, crashing against the rocks, the splashes evaporating into a mist almost instantly. Wukong, disliking the intense sun while practicing by the seaside, urged Krillin to dive into the nearby Baishui Bay. This bay was the most unique area surrounding Kame Island, with crystal-clear waters that revealed schools of fish swimming even 100 meters below. More importantly, the currents at the bay's bottom were complex, with the water resistance 3 times that of ordinary seas, making it an excellent place to hone one's control over energy. Krillin, hurry. If we delay any longer, the best training spots will be claimed by sea beasts, Wukong exclaimed, shouldering his Rui Bang as he plunged into the water, the coolness instantly dispelling the heat enveloping him. Eliciting a satisfied exclamation, he rapidly condensed a faint blue energy around his body, forming an invisible barrier that kept the seawater at bay. Propelling himself like an arrow towards the ocean floor, Krillin hurriedly followed, grumbling as he swam. Wukong, you are always in such a rush. Besides, how many sea creatures dare to approach Baishui Wan? That massive tiger shark from last time was easily frightened away by your punch. Despite his words, his movements were swift, energy coalescing around him as he trailed closely behind Wukong, swiftly descending to a depth of 100 meters underwater. At this depth, the light had softened, and schools of tropical fish swam by, while vibrant coral reefs stood like small mountain peaks on the ocean floor. Wukong found a patch of open sand and halted, stretching his limbs as he declared, "All right, this will do. Let us first practice controlling our energy, followed by training our punches and kicks, and finally, we shall catch some deep-sea fish for Bulma to prepare grilled fish for dinner." Krillin nodded in agreement, and both closed their eyes simultaneously, beginning to circulate their energy within. The faint blue energy flowed gently around them, compressing and coalescing with the rhythm of their breaths. The resistance of the seawater made the circulation unusually arduous, and each compression demanded greater physical exertion. It was not long before beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, trailing down their cheeks and mingling with the seawater. Wukong was the first to open his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. Suddenly, his energy erupted as he struck out towards the seawater ahead with a punch. Turtle School fist, breaking the waves. The blue energy surged forward, penetrating the seawater and creating a small splash, yet it lacked the formidable power it possessed on land. Frowning, he muttered to himself, still not right. In the water, the energy dissipates too quickly, rendering its power ineffectual. Krillin also opened his eyes, observing Wukong's actions, and said, "This is the characteristic of Bishui Wan. The resistance of the seawater not only hones the density of our energy, but also teaches us to control its dispersion more effectively. Try concentrating your energy in your fist, releasing it gradually rather than all at once." Wukong's eyes brightened as he adopted Klin's method, gathering his energy and focusing it in his right fist before slowly extending it forward. This time, the faint blue energy did not disperse. Instead, it pierced through the seawater like a sharp dagger, creating a deep pit in the sand ahead. "I did it. Krillin, you're amazing," Wukong exclaimed excitedly, quickly resuming his attempts, striking the seawater punch after punch, becoming increasingly adept at controlling his energy. Krillin also began practicing his punches and kicks, his energy coalescing as he nimbly navigated through the seawater. The sound of his strikes echoed through the water, each move imbued with powerful energy that stirred the surrounding seawater into a tumult. Although his shadowing technique faced certain limitations in the water, moving slower and becoming easier to detect, he persevered, continually adjusting the output of his energy to overcome the resistance of the seawater. After nearly 2 hours of training on the ocean floor, their martial arts uniforms were thoroughly soaked with sweat, and their stamina significantly depleted. Yet their eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. Wukong had mastered the ability to control his energy in the water. Although the turtle school fist was not as potent as on land, it had certainly improved. Krillin also achieved breakthroughs in his shadowing technique, learning to utilize the direction of the water flow to make his movements more concealed and his attacks more unexpected. I'm so exhausted." Krillin halted, gasping for air as he floated in the seawater. "Wukong, let us take a break and see if we can find some delicious deep-sea fish. I'm starving." Wukong paused his training as well, patting his stomach and grinning. "Sure, I know of a spot ahead where there are plenty of succulent golden-scaled fish. Let us go catch some." With that, he surged ahead, with Krillin quickly following. After swimming for about half an hour and passing through a dense coral thicket, they suddenly emerged into an expansive stretch of ocean. The water here was a deeper shade than elsewhere, presenting a profound blue hue, with few fish swimming about, making the area feel eerily quiet. "That's strange. There used to be a lot of golden-scaled fish here. Why is there not a single one today?" Wukong frowned, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. Just then, he abruptly halted, his expression growing serious. "Krillin, do you sense that? There's a strange fluctuation from the depths of the ocean floor. It's neither a school of fish nor a sea beast, very faint, but remarkably steady." Krillin focused his senses and indeed detected an unusual energy emanating from deeper within the ocean. This energy was unlike anything he had encountered from any martial artist or sea creature, carrying an aura both ancient and mysterious, as if a colossal beast that had slumbered for millennia was slowly awakening. Indeed, this energy is quite peculiar. It doesn't feel like a chaotic force, but rather like some ancient structure or treasure emanating its essence. Wukong's eyes lit up with excitement. "Let us go check it out. There might be powerful treasures within, or perhaps cultivation methods that can enhance our strength." Without hesitation, he propelled himself toward the source of the energy. And although Krillin felt a twinge of concern, his curiosity compelled him to follow closely behind Wukong. They continued their descent, the seawater growing colder, the temperature shifting from initially warm to bone-chillingly cold. The light also dimmed, and at a depth of 300 meters, darkness enveloped them, with only faintly visible bioluminescent creatures in the distance. Wukong and Krillin promptly dispersed their energy, the faint blue glow illuminating their surroundings just enough to discern the path ahead. Upon reaching a depth of 500 meters, a massive shadow suddenly loomed before them. This shadow was extensive, stretching hundreds of meters from left to right and nearly 100 meters in height, resembling a colossal mountain resting on the ocean floor. As they approached, the true nature of the shadow became clear. It was an ancient ruin constructed from enormous azure stones, their surfaces covered in thick seaweed and shells, clearly having lain dormant on the ocean floor for ages. The walls of the ruin were etched with densely packed, peculiar patterns, twisting and intertwining, resembling ancient script or perhaps a mystical formation. The patterns still retained a faint glow, flickering with the movement of the seawater, and it was this light that emitted the mysterious energy they had sensed earlier. The entrance of the ruin featured an arched stone door, approximately 10 meters high and 5 meters wide, flanked by two massive stone pillars adorned with vividly carved images of sea creatures, a fierce dragon with bared fangs, a majestic bird soaring through the skies, and an enormous sea turtle. Each depiction was intricately detailed, as if they might spring to life at any moment. At the center of the stone door was a carved giant bird, its beak clutching a fist-sized glowing crystal that radiated a soft azure light, illuminating the passage behind the door. "What is this place? It looks so ancient," Krillin exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to touch the patterns on the stone door. The moment his fingertip made contact, the patterns instantly glowed with a faint azure light, spreading along his fingertip to his arm, startling him into retracting his hand, warily eyeing the stone door. These patterns are problematic. Wukong, however, paid no heed, stepping forward to push against the stone door with all his might. The door remained immovable, seemingly fused with the rocky ocean floor. Furrowing his brow, he unleashed a surge of energy, placing both hands against the door, and exerted force once more, shouting, "Open." With a resounding boom, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a dark passage behind it. The passage emitted a low, muffled sound of air currents, carrying an ancient aura that commanded a sense of reverence. "Let us go in and find out," Wukong declared as he stepped into the passage, the light emitted by his energy illuminating the path ahead. Krillin hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed suit. To their surprise, the interior of the ruin was remarkably dry. Along the walls of the passage, glowing crystals were embedded at intervals, casting a soft azure light that illuminated the corridor as brightly as day. The ground of the passageway is paved with smooth azure boulders, intricately engraved with patterns reminiscent of those on the stone door. As the two individuals tread along, the designs occasionally emit a faint glow, as if welcoming their presence. They traverse the winding corridor, which varies in width, and after approximately half an hour, the passage suddenly opens up, revealing a magnificent hall before them. The hall rises to a height of about 20 meters and spans over 1,000 square meters. The surrounding walls are adorned with grand murals depicting scenes from ancient times, featuring warriors battling sea beasts, practicing energy techniques, and performing rituals to honor heaven and earth. Each mural bursts with vibrant colors, seemingly narrating a chapter of ancient history. At the center of the hall stands a stone platform, approximately 5 meters high, carved from a single massive azure boulder, its surface etched with complex patterns through which a faint azure energy flows. Atop the platform rests a rectangular stone box, measuring about 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and half a meter in height, similarly covered in strange engravings that echo those on the platform. Embedded in the center of the box is a luminous crystal, identical to that on the stone door, radiating a soft glow. Surely, there are treasures within that stone box. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly ascended the platform, reaching out to grasp the box. However, just as his hand neared it, a resounding roar echoed throughout the hall, and the murals illuminated with azure light. Waves of azure energy surged from the murals, coalescing in the corners of the hall to form 4 colossal stone beasts that stood guard before them. These beasts resembled lions, yet bore enormous wings and were clad in hardened stone armor, etched with the same patterns as those on the walls, emanating a formidable presence. Their eyes, fashioned from black crystals, glinted with icy light, devoid of any emotion, clearly functioning as guardians of this relic. It appears that to claim the contents of the stone box, we must first defeat these stone beasts. Wukong, rather than feeling fear, clenched his fists in exhilaration, his pale blue energy surging around him. "Krillin, let us collaborate. You distract them with your afterimages while I launch the main assault." "Understood." Krillin nodded promptly, gathering his energy as 8 afterimages swiftly appeared, encircling the 4 stone beasts in rapid motion. He directed these afterimages to feint attacks, creating gusts of wind with his punches, yet refraining from channeling excessive energy, clearly intending to divert the beast's attention. The 4 stone beasts, agitated by the afterimages, roared in unison, their deafening voices causing the entire hall to tremble. They unfurled their wings and lunged at the afterimages, their massive claws carrying potent energy, striking at Klin's illusions. Yet, each time they struck, the afterimages dissipated, only to swiftly reconstitute elsewhere, failing to harm Klin's true form. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong darted behind one of the stone beasts like a wraith. With his fists clenched tightly, he concentrated pale blue energy into his hands and struck forcefully at the beast's back, exclaiming, Kamehameha smash. With a resounding crash, the beast's armor cracked deeply, scattering fragments. The stone beast, in pain, turned to roar at Wukong, its wings flapping and generating a powerful gust of energy that surged towards him. Wukong adeptly leaped to evade the oncoming blast, landing atop the beast's head. Channeling energy into his legs, he stomped down hard, commanding, "Bow down before me." With a crack, the armor atop the beast's head shattered, and it emitted a pained roar, involuntarily kneeling. Wukong seized the moment to leap down to the side of the beast, once again concentrating energy in his fists to strike at its neck, declaring, "Kamehameha Breaker." With a thunderous impact, the beast's neck snapped, and its massive body collapsed into a heap of rubble. "One down," Wukong exclaimed, dusting off his face with a grin as he turned to charge at the remaining 3 stone beasts. Krillin remained active as well, observing Wukong's success and feeling a surge of confidence. He directed the afterimages to attack the eyes and mouths of the remaining 3 stone beasts, exploiting their vulnerable points. Though the afterimages could not shatter the beast's stone armor, they effectively distracted the creatures, preventing them from focusing solely on Wukong. One of the stone beasts, growing impatient from the afterimages, abandoned its pursuit of Wukong and charged toward Klin's true form. Klin's expression shifted with alarm as he hastily commanded the afterimages to shield him while retreating swiftly to evade the beast's strike. "Wukong, I need your help." Upon hearing Klin's call, Wukong immediately turned and charged toward the stone beast, rapidly gathering energy in his hands to form a small energy sphere, shouting, "Kamehameha Mini Blast." The energy sphere shot forth, striking the beast's back with precision. The beast's armor shattered instantly, causing it to stagger backward. Seizing the moment, Krillin commanded all afterimages to assault the beast's chest, their energy-infused fists crashing into its torso, causing it to cave in and collapse into debris. After dispatching the second stone beast, both warriors exhaled in relief but remained vigilant, for the remaining 2 beasts exuded an even greater aura, clearly more formidable than their predecessors. Suddenly, the remaining 2 stone beasts ceased their attacks, locking eyes with one another as their armor began to crack. Their bodies began to transform, the shattered armor reassembling as the 2 beasts fused together, forming a singular, even larger stone beast. This new entity towered at about 10 meters tall, stretched 15 meters long, and boasted a wingspan of 20 meters. Its armor was more durable, the engravings clearer, radiating a brilliant azure glow, its presence far surpassing that of the previous 2 beasts combined. "They can merge," Krillin gasped, a grave expression crossing his face. "Wukong, this beast is far too powerful. We must be cautious." Yet Wukong's excitement surged, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of battle. "Now this is getting interesting. Krillin, prepare yourself. We shall face it together." They exchanged determined glances and launched their assault simultaneously. Krillin commanded all afterimages to target the beast's limbs, attempting to restrict its movement, while Wukong swiftly maneuvered to the beast's side, channeling energy into his fists to strike at its wings, exclaiming, "Kamehameha Wing Sever." With a resounding thud, Wukong's fist struck the beast's wing, which merely swayed slightly, the armor showing no signs of damage. Frowning, Wukong mused, "This beast's armor is too resilient. Ordinary attacks are futile." Infuriated by Wukong's strike, the beast flapped its wings, unleashing a powerful gust toward him. Wukong quickly retreated to avoid the onslaught, but the force of the wind knocked him back several steps, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. "Wukong, are you all right?" Krillin inquired with concern. "I'm fine." Wukong wiped the blood from his mouth, his resolve even stronger. The beast's weakness must be in its chest, where the engravings are densest. It must be the core of its energy. We must target its chest. "Agreed." Krillin nodded, directing the afterimages to engage the beast's head and limbs to draw its attention. As expected, the beast turned its ire toward the afterimages, temporarily neglecting Wukong. Seizing this rare opportunity, Wukong's pale blue energy surged dramatically, igniting like blue flames and distorting the air around him. With rapid precision, he compressed the energy in his hands, forming an immense energy sphere that warped the surrounding air and emitted a hissing sound. "Full power Kamehameha," Wukong roared, propelling the colossal energy sphere forward. A beam more robust and radiant than before surged forth like a blue dragon, racing toward the beast's chest. This strike concentrated all of Wukong's energy, unleashing an immeasurable force that caused the very ground of the hall to tremble violently, deep cracks appearing in the azure stones. The stone beast, sensing the threat of the energy wave, attempted to turn and evade, but was ensnared by Krillin's afterimage, rendering it immobile. It could only summon its azure energy to form a shield at its chest, desperately trying to withstand Wukong's assault. The clash of the pale blue energy wave against the azure shield produced a deafening roar, causing the entire hall to shake violently, with murals peeling from the walls and debris falling from the ceiling. The azure shield began to crack under the relentless impact of the pale blue energy wave, ultimately shattering with a resounding snap. The residual force of the energy wave surged towards the stone beast's chest, eliciting a painful roar as its stone armor shattered instantaneously. Its body collapsing into a heap of rubble scattered across the ground. After vanquishing the stone beast, both combatants collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Wukong's martial attire was tattered and covered in dust and wounds, while Krillin was not much better off, his face pale and breathing erratic. "Finally, it's over," Krillin panted, a smile breaking through as he remarked, "Wukong, that Kamehameha was incredible." Wukong smiled wearily, struggling to rise from the ground. "Let us see what's inside that stone box." The two supported each other as they ascended the stone platform. Wukong reached for the stone box and opened it, revealing not gold or silver treasures, nor any cultivation manuals, but merely a palm-sized azure jade pendant. The pendant was translucent, adorned with an engraving of a majestic bird in flight, identical to the depiction on the stone door. At its center, a small luminous crystal was embedded, radiating a gentle azure light that resonated with the energy within the ruins. "What is this? Just a pendant?" Krillin frowned, disappointment seeping into his voice. "After all that effort, we only find a pendant." Wukong grasped the pendant, scrutinizing it closely. Its surface was cool to the touch, yet it emanated a subtle warmth. A faint azure energy flowed from it into his body, instantly dispelling his fatigue and bringing a tingling sensation to his wounds, which began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Krillin, look, this pendant is extraordinary. It's helping me recover my strength." Krillin hurried over, curiosity piqued as he gazed at the pendant in Wukong's hand. "Really? Let me feel it." He gently touched the pendant, and a similar azure energy surged into him, stabilizing his erratic breath and gradually restoring color to his pale complexion. "Incredible. This pendant possesses such powerful healing properties." Wukong clutched the pendant tightly, feeling his strength replenish, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Though it's not a cultivation manual, this pendant is still immensely valuable. From now on, if we get injured, as long as we have this, we can quickly recover our strength and no longer need to worry about setbacks during our training. Just then, a sudden roar echoed through the hall, and the patterns on the stone platform illuminated with a dazzling azure light, bathing the entire chamber in brilliance. Wukong and Krillin quickly stepped back, alert to their surroundings, fearing the emergence of more mechanical beasts. To their surprise, no beasts appeared. Instead, a column of azure light erupted from the platform's patterns, shooting toward the ceiling and breaking through a large hole in the roof. Within the light, ancient texts and images materialized, seemingly narrating the history of the ruins. They gazed upward, witnessing scenes unfold within the light. First, a group of ancient martial artists donned in traditional attire practicing and performing rituals within the ruins. Then, the scene shifted to colossal sea beasts assaulting the structure, with the martial artists engaging in fierce combat, ultimately outnumbered, compelled to seal the ruins beneath the sea, leaving behind this pendant as both the key to the ruins and a token of protection. At the finale of the imagery, a line of ancient text appeared. Having been taught some archaic characters by the turtle sage, Wukong and Krillin managed to grasp the gist. "We, the martial artists, take it upon ourselves to protect, sealing the sea beasts and leaving this pendant, awaiting the destined one to reawaken the power of guardianship and restore the glory of martial arts." As the light began to fade, the patterns on the stone platform returned to tranquility, yet the glow of the pendant grew ever brighter. Wukong and Krillin exchanged a glance filled with awe and determination. So this ruin was constructed by ancient martial artists to safeguard this sea region, and they sacrificed so much to seal the sea beasts. Krillin marveled, his eyes brimming with admiration. Wukong tightened his grip on the pendant, his gaze resolute. "Since we have found this pendant, we are indeed the destined ones they spoke of. From now on, we will protect this sea region, safeguard Kame House, and defend those we cherish." Krillin nodded, his eyes equally steadfast. Yes, together, we will strive to grow stronger and live up to the expectations of the ancient martial artists. They tucked the pendant away and retraced their steps. As they exited the ruins, twilight had descended, the underwater light dimming. Yet the energy surrounding them radiated a brilliant glow, illuminating their path forward. Upon returning to Kame House, night had fully enveloped the land, the moonlight casting a silver veil over the beach, while gentle waves lapped against the rocky shore, creating a soothing sound. Bulma and the turtle sage had been waiting by the seaside, rushing over as they spotted the two. Wukong, Krillin, where have you been? We were so worried. Bulma exclaimed anxiously, noticing their wounds. Are you hurt? Come here, let me treat you. We're fine, Bulma. Wukong replied, waving the pendant playfully. We discovered an ancient ruin underwater and found this marvelous pendant. It has already aided in our recovery. The turtle sage's eyes widened at the sight of the pendant, and he quickly took it from Wukong, examining it with astonishment. This is the Guardian Pendant, a legendary artifact crafted by ancient martial artists, possessing formidable healing abilities and protective powers. I can't believe you found it. Master, do you recognize this pendant? Wukong inquired with curiosity. The turtle sage nodded slowly, recounting, in my youth, I came across references to the Guardian Pendant in an ancient text. During ancient times, this sea region was plagued by powerful sea beasts that frequently attacked humanity. The ancient martial artists constructed this underwater ruin to seal the beasts deep within, and the Guardian Pendant serves as the key to that seal, as well as a token of the protective powers of the ruins. It's remarkable that after all these years, you've uncovered it. Does this mean the sea beasts are still sealed deep within the ruins? Krillin's expression shifted to concern. The turtle sage shook his head. The ancient text did not specify how long the seal would hold, but given your condition upon returning, it seems the seal remains intact. However, we must not be complacent. You should frequently check the ruins to ensure the seal's safety. At the same time, make good use of this Guardian Pendant. It not only heals, but can also enhance the purity of your energy, greatly aiding your training. Fantastic! Wukong and Krillin exclaimed in unison, their eyes alight with anticipation. In the following days, Wukong and Krillin visited the underwater ruins daily, both to monitor the seal and to harness the energy within the ruins alongside the powers of the Guardian Pendant for their training. With the pendant's assistance, their energy purity increased, and their strength surged at an accelerated pace. Wukong's Kamehameha technique has grown significantly more powerful, and his control over the energy has become more precise, allowing him to unleash its full might even in the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, Krillin has made remarkable progress with his afterimage technique, increasing the number of afterimages to 12, each capable of harnessing a greater level of energy, thus greatly enhancing his attack power. On this day, after concluding their training, the two sat upon a stone platform within the ruins, gazing at the protective jade pendant in their hands. Wukong smiled and remarked, Krillin, with this pendant and these ancient ruins, we are bound to grow stronger. No matter what dangers we face in the future, we shall confront them together. Krillin nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with determination. Yes, let us strive together to become the mightiest warriors, safeguarding everything we hold dear. The moonlight streamed through the large opening at the top of the ruins, casting elongated shadows of the two. The protective jade pendant emitted a gentle azure glow, illuminating their faces and the path that lay ahead in their martial journey. They understood that this ancient underwater ruin and the mystical protective pendant would serve as vital aids on their quest, heralding a new chapter in their adventures. Chapter 22. The Seal Disturbs. The whisper of sea beasts. More than a month has passed since the martial arts tournament concluded, and the summer on Kame House Island has intensified. The morning sun pierced through the mist, cascading over the verdant coconut groves, with dew on the leaves refracting crystalline light. The gentle waves lapped against the rocky shore, producing a soothing sound akin to nature's morning symphony. Wukong and Krillin had long since become accustomed to such mornings. As dawn broke, the two set forth, each carrying their respective weapons and the protective jade pendant they had discovered in the underwater ruins. Making their way toward Baishui Bay, after a period of rigorous training, their strides had grown increasingly steady and their energy more refined, presenting a striking silhouette against the morning light. Wukong, do you think we can achieve a breakthrough today? I feel my afterimage technique is on the verge of reaching a new realm. Krillin exclaimed excitedly as they walked, his eyes brimming with anticipation. During this time, Bolstered by the powers of the protective pendant and the energy of the ruins, his progress had been swift. The number of afterimages had risen from 8 to 12, each now embodying substantial energy and significantly enhancing his attack strength. Wukong scratched his head, smiling as he replied, "Absolutely. With your hard work, Krillin, you will surely break through. I also wish to see if I can enhance the power of my Kamehameha and refine my control even further." He tightened his grip on the Rui Bang, his eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit. For him, the joy of training lay in the constant pursuit of surpassing himself and growing stronger. The two soon arrived at Bai Shui Bay, leaping into the sea. The icy waters swiftly dispelled their heat, and both Wukong and Krillin quickly harnessed a pale blue energy, forming an invisible barrier that kept the water at bay as they darted toward the ancient ruins beneath the sea. At a depth of 500 meters, the ancient ruins still stood, the green stones appearing even more weathered by the relentless waves. The massive bird motif on the stone door and the luminescent crystals emitted a soft glow, illuminating their surroundings. As Wukong and Krillin pushed open the stone door and entered the ruins, the dry air greeted them, contrasting sharply with the dampness of the ocean depths. Inside the hall of the ruins, a blue energy permeated the air, resonating with the protective jade pendant in their possession. The pendant radiated a gentle azure light, causing streams of blue energy to surge into their bodies through their fingertips, accelerating the flow of energy within them. Master Roshi had long awaited them. Seated on the stone platform, clad in a loose martial arts robe, stroking his long white beard, a faint smile gracing his face, clearly having been there for some time. "Master," Wukong and Krillin called in unison, bowing respectfully before Master Roshi. He nodded, smiling, "You have arrived. Today, we shall continue our training. Wukong, you will first practice the precise control of Kamehameha. I want you to shatter that loose stone on the distant wall without damaging the surrounding murals. Krillin, you will continue to enhance the attack power of your afterimages, aiming for each to exert 80% of your true strength." "Understood," they replied in unison, immediately immersing themselves in their training. Wukong walked to the center of the hall, his pale blue energy igniting like flames around him. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his mind, rapidly condensing the energy with his hands. The pale blue energy compressed and formed a small energy sphere. With focused eyes, he adjusted the output and direction of the energy toward the distant stone. "Kamehameha, precise explosion," Wukong shouted, propelling the energy sphere forward. A well-defined wave of pale blue energy surged forth, like a small blue serpent, accurately striking the loose stone on the wall. With a resounding bang, the stone disintegrated into powder, while the surrounding murals remained unscathed. "Wonderful! I did it!" Wukong exclaimed joyfully, leaping in elation. Throughout this time, he had diligently practiced the precise control of Kamehameha, and after countless attempts, he had finally met Master Roshi's expectations. Master Roshi nodded, expressing his satisfaction. "Excellent. Your control over the energy is becoming increasingly precise. However, you must continue to strive, ensuring you can achieve such precision in actual combat, enabling you to better respond to adversaries and avoid harming your allies." "I understand, Master," Wukong quickly replied, once again concentrating on gathering energy to embark on a new round of practice. Meanwhile, Krillin was equally dedicated to his training. His energy coalesced as 12 afterimages rapidly rotated around him. Each afterimage mirrored his movements, fists clenched, energy concentrated within. Krillin directed the afterimages to strike the adjacent stone wall, their fists infused with powerful energy crashing against the surface. With a series of resounding impacts, the wall bore a multitude of fist imprints, each the size of a fist and significantly deeper than before. Krillin paused, catching his breath, and gazed at the imprints on the wall, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Fantastic. The attack power of the afterimages has increased again. Now, each afterimage can exert about 70% of my true strength. With a bit more effort, I will meet Master S requirements." Master Roshi approached Krillin, examining the imprints on the wall closely, nodding as he said, "You're progressing rapidly. However, remember to pay attention to the coordination of your afterimages. In actual combat, they must not only possess formidable attack power, but also work in tandem, forming effective attack formations to maximize their impact." "I understand, Master." Krillin nodded eagerly, once more directing the afterimages as he began practicing their coordination. As time passed, the sun gradually ascended, casting rays through the large opening at the top of the ruins, elongating the shadows of the three. Wukong and Krillin remained engrossed in their rigorous training, sweat cascading down their cheeks, pooling on the ground, yet their eyes sparkled with determination, devoid of any sign of fatigue. Master Roshi sat upon the stone platform, observing their training while intermittently offering guidance. He looked upon his two disciples with pride, aware that both Wukong and Krillin were exceptionally gifted martial arts prodigies. As long as they continued their efforts, they would undoubtedly rise to become top-tier warriors in the martial arts world, safeguarding all they cherished. At that moment, Wukong suddenly furrowed his brow, halting his actions. He noticed that the protective jade pendant in his hand had begun to emit a slight warmth, its azure glow becoming erratic, and the previously stable energy now stirred restlessly, swirling throughout the hall. Master, Krillin, do you feel that? The energy in the ruins seems to have become unstable, and the pendant is acting strangely, suddenly heating up, Wukong said, perplexed, raising the pendant for a closer examination. Krillin and the turtle sage promptly halted their actions, concentrating their senses. Indeed, the azure energy within the ruins had become exceedingly tumultuous. The once gentle currents now surged like an enraged beast, rampaging through the hall. The intricate patterns on the walls flickered with a dim, intermittent glow, and the entire chamber trembled slightly, as if on the verge of collapse. The turtle sage's expression shifted to one of gravity, and he swiftly rose, hastening toward the depths of the hall where a tightly shut stone door stood. This door was adorned with complex ceiling patterns, through which a faint azure energy flowed, marking the core of the seal that contained the ancient sea beast. Wukong and Krillin also sensed the anomaly and hurriedly followed suit. Upon reaching the stone door, the trio was taken aback to find that the glow of the ceiling patterns had dimmed significantly, revealing several fine cracks through which a dark energy seeped, exuding an aura of malevolence that sent shivers down their spines. A low, guttural roar emanated from behind the stone door, filled with rage and resentment. Each roar caused the ruins to quake violently, loose stones plummeting from the ceiling with loud crashes. This sound belonged to the sea beast. Krillin's complexion turned pale, instinctively taking a step back, fear evident in his eyes. Although he had never encountered the ancient sea beast, he could sense its formidable power through the sinister energy and the thunderous roars, an overwhelming force he felt utterly powerless against. Wukong clenched the protective amulet in his hand, his gaze resolute as he declared, "We cannot allow the sea beast to escape. If it does, it will surely attack Kame House, endangering Bulma, Yamcha, and the others. Master, what should we do? We must find a way to reinforce the seal." The turtle sage meticulously examined the ceiling patterns, his brow furrowed deeply, and spoke gravely. The weakening of the seal is due to the excessive consumption of energy within the ruins. After so many years of erosion, the power of the seal has diminished considerably. To reinforce the seal, we need to replenish sufficient energy. The protective amulet is the key to the seal and its energy core. Perhaps we can utilize it to activate the ceiling patterns and restore the energy. He paused, continuing, "Wukong, place the amulet in the recess at the center of the stone door, then channel your energy into the amulet. Using its power, activate the ceiling patterns to replenish the seal's energy. Krillin and I will assist you, guarding against the sea beast's aura interfering with your efforts." "All right, I will do it now." Wukong nodded immediately, without a hint of hesitation. He hurried to the center of the stone door, where a recess perfectly matched the shape of the protective amulet. He placed the amulet into the recess, which instantly aligned, radiating a brilliant azure light as streams of azure energy surged forth from the amulet, flowing gently along the ceiling patterns. Wukong took a deep breath, placing his hands on the amulet, as a soft blue energy gradually poured into it. As the energy infused, the amulet's brilliance intensified, and the azure energy coursed swiftly along the ceiling patterns, the previously dim lines slowly regaining their luster and the fine cracks beginning to mend. However, the sea beast behind the stone door seemed to sense their intentions, its roars becoming increasingly frenzied, reverberating through the ruins with deafening intensity. The stone door shook violently, the cracks in the ceiling patterns widening, and dark energy poured forth in abundance, resembling venomous serpents slithering throughout the hall, emanating an evil aura. "This is bad. The sea beast's power is too overwhelming. Wukong's energy is insufficient to swiftly repair the cracks in the seal." The turtle sage's complexion darkened, and he immediately instructed Krillin. "Krillin, you must assist as well. Channel your energy into the amulet alongside Wukong to activate the ceiling patterns. We must reinforce the seal at once, or the consequences will be dire. Understood. Krillin dashed to Wukong's side, placing his hands on the amulet and infusing his energy into it. The energies of the two merged with the azure energy of the amulet, forming a powerful current that surged like a great azure dragon along the ceiling patterns. The previously dim lines became radiant, and the cracks visibly healed, while the roars from beyond the stone door gradually diminished. Yet the respite was short-lived. The sea beast seemed enraged, emitting a thunderous roar as a surge of dark energy erupted from the cracks in the ceiling patterns, crashing towards Wukong and Krillin like a black tsunami. This energy, imbued with formidable force and malevolent essence, distorted the air as it passed, vaporizing the murals on the stone walls and causing debris to rain down from above. Be careful. The turtle sage's face turned ashen. His body enveloped in a surge of faint golden energy as he quickly formed seals with his hands, conjuring a barrier of golden energy around the three of them. With a resounding crash, the dark energy collided with the barrier, creating numerous fissures in its surface, and the turtle sage's complexion became pale, clearly bearing the weight of immense pressure. Wukong and Krillin were staggered back by the shockwave, blood escaping from their lips, and the energy they had infused into the amulet faltered. The glow of the ceiling patterns dimmed once more, and the cracks that had just healed began to widen again, with dark energy seeping through, escalating the urgency of the situation. We cannot give up. We must reinforce the seal. Wukong wiped the blood from his lips, determination flickering in his eyes. He approached the stone door once more, placing his hands on the amulet, taking a deep breath, and channeling all the energy he had left into it. Krillin, gritting his teeth, wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and returned to Wukong's side, placing his hands on the amulet and pouring in his remaining energy as well. This time, their energies harmonized perfectly, merging with the azure energy of the amulet to create an even more potent current that surged rapidly along the ceiling patterns. Their gazes were focused and resolute, their minds singularly intent on reinforcing the seal and preventing the sea beast from escaping. The turtle sage watched his disciples with profound emotion. He understood that Wukong and Krillin had exerted their utmost effort, and he could not let their sacrifices be in vain. Taking a deep breath, the turtle sage's golden energy surged once more, and he rapidly formed seals, channeling his energy into the barrier to fortify its defense. Boom! The sea beast behind the stone door launched another assault, unleashing an even more powerful surge of dark energy from the cracks that collided with the barrier. The barrier shattered instantly, causing the turtle sage to stagger back several steps, blood gushing from his mouth, his face as pale as a sheet. Wukong and Krillin were also impacted by the shockwave, involuntarily retreating a few steps, their energy nearly depleted, feeling dizzy and on the verge of collapsing. Yet they refused to relent, their hands firmly pressing upon the amulet, summoning their last vestiges of strength to infuse the amulet. Hold on, just a little longer, and the seal will be reinforced. Wukong gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse yet filled with vigor. Krillin nodded, his eyes filled with resolve, as he focused on regulating his breathing, attempting to draw forth a sliver of energy from deep within to channel into the amulet. Time passed slowly, each second stretching interminably. Wukong and Krillin's faces grew increasingly pale, their bodies trembling slightly, yet their hands remained steadfastly pressed against the amulet, refusing to relinquish their grip. Through their relentless effort, the glow of the ceiling patterns intensified, the cracks mending at an observable rate, and the dark energy was gradually pushed back behind the stone door, the trembling of the door itself beginning to subside. At last, through their combined efforts, the ceiling patterns fully healed, restoring to their complete state and radiating a dazzling azure light. The roars from behind the stone door faded into silence, and the azure energy within the ruins stabilized, returning to its former tranquility. Exhausted, Wukong and Krillin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their energy entirely depleted, lacking even the strength to raise their hands. Their faces were smeared with dust and sweat, and their martial arts uniforms had become tattered, yet their eyes remained bright, filled with a hint of solace and determination. Master Roshi approached the two disciples, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. He looked at his students, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "You have done splendidly, successfully reinforcing the seal and preventing the sea beast from emerging." "Master, we did it," Goku weakly replied, a fatigued yet content smile adorning his face. Krillin nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, we succeeded. After approximately half an hour, the trio began to regain some of their strength. Master Roshi produced healing ointment from his robes, applying it to the wounds on Goku and Krillin. He then presented them with some provisions and water, urging, "Eat something and drink some water to restore your energy." The loosening of the seal was merely a warning. The strength of the sea beast is continuously escalating, and we cannot afford to be complacent. Goku and Krillin accepted the food and water, devouring it ravenously. After the earlier battle, they were starved, quickly finishing the provisions and taking several gulps of water, allowing their strength to recover somewhat. "Master, why did the seal suddenly weaken?" Goku asked in confusion, having been unable to comprehend this issue. Master Roshi sighed, explaining, "In ancient times, formidable warriors sacrificed their lives and power to seal the sea beast deep within the ruins. After so many years of erosion, the strength of the seal has diminished significantly. Moreover, recently, the fluctuations in the martial arts world have intensified, possibly affecting the stability of the seal, leading to its premature loosening. What should we do then? If the sea beast breaks through the seal again, we may not be so fortunate," Krillin expressed anxiously. Concern etched across his face. Master Roshi pondered for a moment before stating, "What we can do now is to swiftly enhance our own strength. Goku, continue to amplify your energy's power and control, striving to break through to a new realm as soon as possible. Krillin, you must perfect the afterimage technique, increasing its offensive power and coordination abilities. Simultaneously, we need to strengthen our monitoring of the seal. Starting tomorrow, the three of us will take turns checking the condition of the seal in the ruins. Should we detect any abnormalities, we will promptly inform others and prepare for contingencies." "We understand, Master." Goku and Krillin chorused, their eyes filled with resolve. They knew this was a battle concerning the safety of Kame House, and they had to give their all without a hint of negligence. Master Roshi nodded, continuing, "Additionally, I must notify Qing Fengzi and Shi Lai to prepare as well. If the sea beast truly breaks the seal, relying solely on our strength may not suffice. We will need to unite the entire martial arts community to either reseal it or completely eradicate it." "All right, let's return now, and you should contact them promptly," Goku exclaimed, eager to commence his new training and enhance his strength. The trio gathered their belongings and returned along the same route to Kame House. Along the way, Goku and Krillin contemplated how to bolster their strength, aware that time was of the essence, and they needed to grow stronger quickly to face the impending danger. Upon returning to Kame House, it was already evening. The setting sun bathed the sky in a splendid orange hue, while gentle waves lapped against the rocky shore, creating a soothing sound as if blessing their return. Bulma and Yamcha had been waiting by the sea, rushing over to greet the three upon their arrival. "Goku, Krillin, Master Roshi, you are finally back. We were so worried," Bulma exclaimed anxiously, noticing the wounds and exhaustion on their faces. She quickly retrieved healing ointment, asking, "Are you hurt? Come here, let me tend to you." Yamcha stepped forward, his expression filled with concern. "What happened? How did you get so badly injured?" Master Roshi sighed, recounting the events surrounding the loosening of the seal at the underwater ruins and their confrontation with the sea beast in detail to Bulma and Yamcha. Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, both Bulma and Yamcha were taken aback, their faces reflecting shock and worry. "What? An ancient sea beast? The seal has weakened?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. "What should we do now? If the sea beast emerges, Kame House will be in danger." Yamcha clenched his fists, his eyes resolute. "Master Roshi, rest assured, we will join the ranks defending the seal and fight against the sea beast alongside you. Although my strength may not rival that of Goku and Krillin, I will give it my utmost effort." Master Roshi nodded, a proud smile spreading across his face. "Excellent. With your involvement, our strength will be greatly enhanced. Our immediate task is to elevate our abilities swiftly." Chapter 23. The Movement of the Demon King, an opportunity for unity. The training at Kame House continued fervently. Goku, Krillin, and Tien were engaged in intense sparring, the light blue and white energy intertwining and colliding on the sandy beach, while the gusts from their punches sent sand swirling into the air. Chaozu stood nearby, utilizing his psychic powers to assist, accurately predicting the openings in their techniques, while Yamcha was refining the details of his Wolf Fang fist not far away. Kamehameha. Goku suddenly concentrated his energy, his aura coalescing as a condensed light blue energy wave shot forth, targeting Tien. Tien's gaze sharpened, his third eye glowing with a keen light as he swiftly discerned the trajectory of the energy wave. As he sidestepped, he quickly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Solar flare." A brilliant white light erupted, causing Goku to instinctively shut his eyes. Seizing the moment, Tien charged forward, his fists crashing against Goku's energy barrier with a series of thudding sounds. What quick reflexes! Goku opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within. He retaliated, and the two became entangled in a fierce exchange, the sound of their clashing energies reverberating through the air, causing the nearby palm trees to sway. Krillin seized the opportunity, unleashing 12 afterimages to feint an attack on Chaozu, only to have his illusions preemptively locked onto by Chaozu's psychic ability, causing them to dissipate the moment they approached. Just as their training reached a fever pitch, Master Roshi's expression suddenly shifted, his aura retracting as he gazed intently into the distant sky, his brow furrowing. This energy feels both familiar and foreign, imbued with malevolence and brutality. It's Piccolo. Piccolo. The Demon King Piccolo? Krillin's face paled, instinctively taking a step back. Following the martial arts tournament, he had heard whispers that Piccolo had not been completely vanquished, but had instead fled after sustaining serious injuries. He never anticipated his return at this moment, and the energy he radiated was even more terrifying than before. Goku halted his battle, a glimmer of seriousness crossing his face. Though excitement prevailed. Piccolo. He's grown stronger. Perfect. I wanted to have another match with him. Tien's third eye flickered continuously, attempting to sense Piccolo's exact location. His tone was grave. His energy is in constant motion, seemingly heading towards Bishibe. Bishibe? Master Roshi's expression darkened further. This is bad. He must have sensed the energy of the seal at the underwater ruins and intends to harness the sea beast's evil power to restore his strength, or even to release the sea beast and conspire to obliterate the entire martial arts world. As soon as he finished speaking, towering waves erupted from the distant sea. A thick black energy surging upwards from the depths, intertwining with the green energy emitted by Piccolo in the sky, forming a bizarre black-green light pillar. The entire sea surface became murky, and fierce winds swept toward Kame House, causing the palm trees on the beach to sway perilously. The seal. Piccolo's energy is disrupting the seal, causing it to weaken once more. Goku clenched his Rui Bang, his determination unwavering. We must stop him immediately. Let us go. Master Roshi wasted no time, soaring towards Bishibe, with Goku, Krillin, Tien, Chaozu, and Yamcha following swiftly behind. Their combined energies erupted forth, akin to 6 streaks of light racing towards Bishibe. As they arrived above Bishuewan, the onlookers were startled to see Bike hovering ominously above the surface of the sea, his body enveloped in a serpentine green aura. He was continuously forming hand seals, channeling his malevolent energy into the depths below. The seals etched onto the ocean floor dimmed, and a torrent of black energy surged forth, causing the stone gate to tremble violently, while the roars of aquatic beasts echoed deafeningly. The surface of the sea boiled violently, churning with enormous waves. Bike! Cease this at once. Goku bellowed, his azure aura flaring dramatically as he brandished his Rui Bang and dove toward Bike. We still have unfinished business from the last martial arts tournament, and I will not allow you to wreak havoc again. Bike slowly turned, his green skin casting an eerie glow under the dark green light. A cruel smile crept across his lips as he remarked, Suin Wukong, I did not anticipate your rapid advancement. However, today I have no desire to engage in battle with you. My intention is to unleash the ancient sea beasts from the depths and let them annihilate this decaying world, after which I shall rise as the new sovereign. Dream on. Tianjin Fan was the first to strike, his white aura coalescing as he rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing his Sea Yao Chuan. For fierce, ghastly energy apparitions erupted behind him, charging toward Bike. With a dismissive grunt, Bike waved his hand, conjuring a green energy shield that effortlessly deflected the attack, causing the apparitions to dissipate instantly. Child's play. Bike scoffed, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he concentrated a dense green energy in his hands. Ma Guang Guang Sha Pao. A slender yet penetrating green beam shot forth, aimed directly at Tianjin Fan. Watch out, Jiaozi shouted, his face paling as he activated his powers to instantaneously teleport Tianjin Fan aside. The green beam grazed Tianjin Fan's shoulder, striking the distant sea and creating a massive water explosion that sent waves soaring dozens of meters high. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin launched an attack, manifesting 12 afterimages that circled Bike rapidly, infusing their energy into the phantoms for a concentrated assault. Bike's green aura erupted violently, forming an invisible energy field that shattered the afterimages upon contact, forcing Kellen's real form to stagger back a few steps, blood spilling from his lips. Yamcha, refusing to be outdone, gathered his energy and shot toward Bike like an arrow, fists clenched tightly as he executed his long Yafeng Fengchuan. Countless fist shadows resembling wolf fangs rained down upon Bike. He sidestepped effortlessly, retaliating with a swift palm strike to Yamcha's chest. Yamcha cried out in agony as he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the water's surface and creating a tremendous splash. "You are all still so weak," Bike derided, turning his focus back to the ocean depths. He accelerated the formation of his seals, pouring more green energy into the depths, causing the cracks in the seal to widen and the black energy to surge forth even faster, the roars of the sea beasts growing increasingly frenzied. "This cannot continue," the Kame Sennin said gravely. "Bike's power is too formidable, we cannot approach him. If this persists, the seal will soon break entirely. Goku, you must distract Bike and buy us time. Tianjin fan, use your Tao Chuan to obscure his vision. Krillin, Jiaozi, Yamcha, join me in reinforcing the seal with all your might." "Understood," the group replied in unison, immediately following the Kame Sennin's orders. Goku's azure aura surged once more, blazing like blue flames as he charged at Bike with ferocious intensity. His speed was blinding, leaving a trail of afterimages across the surface of the sea, the Rui Bang swirling in his grasp, infused with powerful energy as he aimed for Bike's vital points. With Goku's presence distracting him, Bike was forced to divide his focus, his expression darkening as he realized Goku had advanced rapidly enough to pose a significant threat. "Suan Wukong, are you ever going to relent?" Bike roared, channeling even more green energy as he launched a frenzied counterattack against Goku. Tianjin fans seized the moment, forming hand seals at lightning speed. Tao Chuan. A blinding white light erupted once more, causing Bike to instinctively close his eyes, slowing the rhythm of his attacks. Goku capitalized on this opportunity, striking Bike's shoulder with the Rui Bang, eliciting a pained cry as Bike involuntarily staggered back, interrupting the flow of energy into the ocean depths. "Now's our chance," the Kame Sennin shouted, leading Krillin, Jiaozi, and Yamcha toward the ocean floor. The five dove beneath the waves, swiftly reaching the ancient ruins hall, where the sea beast behind the stone gate was relentlessly battering against it. The cracks in the seal had widened to the width of a finger, and black energy surged forth like a tidal wave. "Hurry, channel your energy into the protective jade pendant to reinforce the seal," the Kame Sennin commanded, retrieving the jade pendant from his robe and placing it in the central recess of the stone gate. Krillin, Jiaozi, and Yamcha immediately surrounded him, infusing their energy into the pendant. The Kame Sennin also contributed his faint golden energy, and the 5 streams of energy merged with the pendant's azure energy, forming a powerful current that flowed rapidly along the seal's lines. The radiance of the seal's etchings began to brighten, and the cracks slowly began to mend, the black energies outpouring gradually slowing, while the roars of the sea beasts diminished somewhat. However, at that moment, Bike had broken free from Goku's distraction. His eyes filled with murderous intent, his green aura surging as he dove toward the ocean depths. "You think this will stop me? Dream on." Goku's expression shifted in alarm as he pursued Bike, rapidly gathering energy in his hands for the Kamehameha. A massive azure energy wave surged forth, aimed directly at Bike. Bike snorted disdainfully, condensing an even denser green energy in his hands. Ma Guang Guang Sha Pao. A green beam collided with the azure energy wave, producing a deafening roar that sent shockwaves rippling through the surrounding waters. In the chaos of the energy clash, Bike submerged, swiftly reaching the ruins hall. He spotted the Kame Sennin and the others reinforcing the seal, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes as he gathered green energy once more, launching an assault against them. "Watch out," Jiaozi exclaimed, instantly activating his powers to teleport the Kame Sennin, Krillin, and Yamcha to safety. The green energy struck the stone gate, creating a new crack in the seal's etchings, and black energy surged forth once again. "Bike, you have gone too far." Goku arrived in the hall, witnessing the seal's renewed damage, his eyes blazing with fury as he brandished his Rui Bang and launched a fierce assault against Bike. The two clashed violently once more, the energy collision within the hall intensifying, causing murals on the walls to crumble and debris to rain down from the ceiling. The Kame Sennin and his companions sought to reinforce the seal again, but were thwarted by Baek's energy field, unable to approach the stone gate. This cannot go on. We must find a way to unite against Baek. The Kame Sennin declared gravely. Goku, can you temporarily hold Baek at bay to buy us some time? We will use the Moffingbois to seal him. Moffingbois? Goku hesitated momentarily before nodding. All right, Master, you can count on me to hold him off. His energy surged once more, reaching unprecedented levels of speed and power. The Rui Bang danced in his hands with renewed ferocity as he unleashed a more powerful barrage against Baek, who found himself being pushed back, his expression growing increasingly grim. The Kame Sennin turned to Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and Yamcha. Tianjin Fan, join me in executing the Moffingbois. Your third eye can precisely locate Baek's position. And combined with my Moffingbois, our success rate will be much higher. Krillin, Yamcha, channel your energy into us to enhance the power of the Moffingbois. Jiaozi, use your powers to distract Baek and create an opening for us. Understood. The group responded in unison, immediately setting about the Kame Sennin's plan. The Kame Sennin and Tianjin Fan stood side by side, swiftly forming hand seals as their energy began to coalesce rapidly. Krillin and Yamcha positioned themselves behind them, channeling their energy into the two. Dumplings stood nearby, unleashing their extraordinary abilities in an attempt to thwart Baek's movements. Baek, sensing the intentions of Master Roshi and the others, felt a flicker of fear in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the magic sealing wave. Once struck by it, he would be imprisoned within a vessel, never to see the light of day again. You wish to seal me? Dream on. Baek bellowed, his green energy surging to its peak. With unprecedented force, he concentrated an immense amount of green energy in his hands, unleashing the ultimate magic-piercing light cannon. A colossal green beam shot forth, hurtling towards Master Roshi and his companions. Goku, stop him! Master Roshi exclaimed, his expression changing drastically. Without hesitation, Goku gathered all his light blue energy into the Rui Bang and struck the green beam with tremendous force. Rui Bang breaks the heavens. The Rui Bang instantaneously expanded, carrying a powerful surge of energy as it collided with the green beam. A deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the entire hall violently, causing the roof to collapse and debris to rain down like a deluge. Goku was knocked back several steps by the shockwave, blood spilling from his mouth, and the Rui Bang reverted to its original form. Seizing the moment, Master Roshi and Tianjin Fan completed their magic sealing wave, a pale golden vortex of energy emanating from their hands, sweeping towards Baek with tremendous force. No! Baek let out a desperate roar, attempting to evade. But Dumpling's psychic abilities held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. The vortex of the magic sealing wave enveloped Baek in an instant, compressing his body until he was ultimately sealed within the ceramic jar prepared by Master Roshi. Exhausted, Master Roshi and Tianjin Fan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces as pale as parchment. Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and Dumplings hurried forward to assist them. Master, Tianjin Fan, are you all right? Master Roshi shook his head, weakly replying, We are fine, just drained of energy. We shall recover with a bit of rest. He glanced at the jar in his hands, a smile of relief spreading across his face. At last, we have sealed Baek. However, at that moment, the stone door began to tremble violently. The cracks in the ceiling patterns widened, and black energy surged forth like a tide. The roars of the sea beasts grew more ferocious, and the entire ruin trembled as if on the brink of collapse. This is bad. Although Baek is sealed, the malevolent energy he infused into the depths of the sea has completely disrupted the stability of the seal. It will soon shatter. Master Roshi's expression darkened, his voice grave. The faces of the others turned serious. Having just subdued Baek, they were now confronted with a new crisis, one that seemed even more dire than before. Goku clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. No matter how difficult it may be, we cannot give up. We must find a way to reinforce the seal and prevent the sea beasts from emerging. Tianjin Fan nodded in agreement, weakly asserting, I can hold on a little longer. Together, let us use our utmost strength to fortify the seal. Master Roshi observed the determined expressions of his disciples, a smile of pride gracing his face. Very well. Let us strive together. Even if it takes everything we have, we must protect this world. The group returned to the stone door, pouring their remaining energy into the protective talisman. Waves of energy merged with the turquoise energy of the talisman, flowing swiftly along the ceiling patterns. The light of the ceiling patterns grew increasingly brilliant, the cracks slowly mending, and the outpouring of black energy began to wane. As time passed, the faces of the group grew paler, their bodies trembling slightly, yet their hands remained firmly pressed against the talisman, refusing to relent. They understood that this was a battle for the safety of the world. They had to give their all, without a hint of negligence. Finally, through their collective efforts, the ceiling patterns completely healed, restoring their integrity and radiating a resplendent turquoise light. The roars from beyond the stone door gradually diminished, ultimately fading away. And the black energy within the ruins was entirely repelled back behind the stone door, restoring the tranquility of your. The group could no longer maintain their strength. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, their energy fully expended, even the strength to lift their hands eluding them. Yet their eyes remained bright, filled with a sense of satisfaction and determination. "We did it," Goku said weakly, a fatigued yet content smile adorning his face. Master Roshi nodded, weakly stating, "Indeed, we succeeded. This world is safe for now." The setting sun streamed through the large opening at the top of the ruins, casting elongated shadows of the group upon the ground. They knew that while this battle had come to a temporary end, many more challenges awaited them in the future. However, they also believed that as long as they stood united in their efforts, no obstacle was insurmountable, and no home was beyond protection. Chapter 24. Undercurrents and the shattering of the seal. The morning on Kame Island, typically a serene moment filled with swaying coconut palms and gentle sea breezes, was overshadowed by a palpable tension. Goku, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan had shed their usual relaxed demeanor from training, their energy coalescing around them. Each strike echoed with the sound of wind being sliced, beads of sweat rolling down their cheeks and evaporating upon hitting the sand. Following their initial confrontation with Bick in the underwater ruins, they all understood that this brief tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Bick's threat had not truly dissipated. Kamehameha. Goku's pale blue energy erupted, his hands barely needing to gather power as a series of refined energy waves surged forth, accurately striking distant reefs, shattering them into fine powder. He exhaled, shaking his sore arms, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Tianjin Fan, give your Kamehameha another go. Your last move was so powerful. Let's see whose attack is mightier." Tianjin Fan's third eye glimmered with sharp intensity as he nodded, rapidly gathering white energy around him. His hands poised forward in a palm position. Kamehameha? A wave of terrifying energy surged forth, striking a larger reef with a thunderous explosion, obliterating it into countless fragments, even sending surrounding grains of sand flying several meters high. Your Kamehameha is swift, but its power can be further concentrated, especially during rapid fire. The energy tends to disperse. Tianjin Fan remarked matter-of-factly, his gaze tinged with approval. Krillin practiced his afterimage technique nearby, 16 shadows swirling around him, each embodying substantial energy, their fists leaving clusters of small pits in the sand. "Goku, Tianjin Fan, wait for me. I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through to 20 shadows," he shouted excitedly, unaware that his energy had begun to fluctuate. Yamcha, not far off, honed his wolf fang fist, darting like an arrow among the coconut trees, each punch striking with the ferocity of a wolf's fang, snapping small branches with ease. Dumplings floated above, using their psychic powers to assist the group, accurately predicting their martial missteps, occasionally conjuring a gust of sand to heighten the training's difficulty. Bulma emerged from the Kame house, breakfast in hand, gazing at the diligently training group with a resigned shake of her head. "You've been at it all morning. Have some food before continuing. Even if you must prepare for Bick, you shouldn't neglect your health." Master Roshi reclined in a chair at the doorway, sipping tea and watching his disciples with a face full of pride, yet tinged with concern. He knew that Bick's strength was far beyond what they could currently contend with. The magic sealing wave, though it had temporarily contained him, was merely a delay, as Bick's cunning and regenerative abilities would inevitably lead him to break free. "All right, everyone, come for a meal," Master Roshi called out. "Afterwards, Goku and Tianjin Fan, let us check on the jar in the basement. The rest of you continue training. But be mindful of conserving your energy." Upon hearing this, the group paused their training and gathered around. Wukong devoured his breakfast with fervor, his mouth overflowing with food as he mumbled, "Master, do you think Bick will soon break free from his seal? I have longed for another proper battle with him." The turtle sage set down his teacup, his expression grave as he replied, "It is difficult to say. For some time now, I have been reinforcing the seal daily. But Bix's power has been increasing at a rate far beyond my expectations. The brilliance of the seal is dimming. You must exercise caution when you go to check on it. Should you detect anything amiss, immediately alert everyone and refrain from acting recklessly. Rest assured, Master," Wukong declared confidently, thumping his chest. "With Tian Shan and me here, even if Bix does break the seal, we will be able to hold him at bay temporarily." After finishing their meal, Wukong and Tian Shan followed the turtle sage down to the basement. The basement, situated at the lowest level of the turtle house, was dark and damp, permeated by a faint aura of sealing energy. A ceramic jar was placed in the center, surrounded by layers of pale golden seals. Although the seals still shone brightly, their radiance had noticeably diminished. Wukong leaned closer to the jar, scrutinizing it, and suddenly furrowed his brow. "Master, do you not sense it? The energy within the jar seems to have become more violent, and there appears to be a fine crack in the seal." Tianshan's third eye fixated on the jar, his expression serious as he said, "Indeed, I see it as well. The crack, while small, is slowly widening, and Bix's energy is relentlessly assaulting the seal. It may not be long before he breaks free." The turtle sage stepped forward, placing his hand gently on the seal, feeling the formidable energy emanating from within, his complexion growing increasingly grim. Bix's recovery ability is formidable, and he seems to be absorbing the surrounding malevolent energy to enhance his strength. "I will reinforce the seal immediately to buy us time. Once you return, notify everyone to accelerate their training and prepare for battle." "Understood," Wukong and Tianshan replied in unison, turning to leave the basement. In the ensuing days, the group intensified their training. Wukong poured all his energy into enhancing the power of the Kamehameha, striving to condense his energy to its utmost limit and unleash it in an instant. Each practice session left him sore, yet he found joy in the toil. Tianshan focused on refining the Kikaho, attempting to shorten its charge time and amplify its power, while also training in the Mafuba, hoping to utilize it effectively in a critical moment. Klin's afterimages finally reached a breakthrough of 20, each capable of wielding 90% of his true strength, creating an overwhelming combination. Yamucha grasped a new technique, the Wolf Fang Fist, unleashing a flurry of punches akin to a torrential downpour, significantly boosting his offensive capabilities. Zhaozi also achieved a new breakthrough, gaining the ability not only to precisely control objects, but also to briefly restrain his opponent's movements. However, despite everyone's fervent efforts to bolster their strength, the seal in the basement continued to deteriorate. Wukong and Tianshan visited daily, observing the crack in the jar expanding progressively from a mere fissure to the width of a fingernail, with black energy seeping out, carrying an aura of malevolence that chilled the entire basement. The roars emanating from the jar grew louder and more frenzied. Each roar caused the basement to tremble slightly, dust cascading from the walls. The turtle sage reinforced the seal daily, but his energy diminished, and his complexion grew paler with each passing day. One evening, Wukong and Tianshan returned to the basement and were immediately met with an overwhelming surge of energy. To their shock, they discovered that the crack in the jar had widened to the thickness of a finger, with black energy surging forth like a venomous serpent coiling around the jar. The brilliance of the seal had faded significantly, nearly extinguished. "This is bad. Bix is about to break free," Wukong exclaimed, his face paling as he swiftly retrieved his Rui Bang, channeling his energy. "Tianshan, we must urgently inform Master and the others." Tianshan nodded, turning to Ron. "You stay here and keep watch. I will summon help." Wukong's gaze remained fixed on the jar, gripping the Rui Bang more tightly. He could distinctly feel the energy within the jar swelling, the crack widening rapidly, stones from the walls beginning to fall, and the entire basement quaking violently. "Bix, come out. I will not allow you to threaten the world." Wukong roared, a pale blue energy enveloping him like flames as he prepared for battle. At that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air as the seal on the jar shattered completely. Black energy surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire basement. Bix's figure slowly materialized from within the black energy, his green skin appearing ominously in the dim light, his muscles more developed than before, eyes filled with murderous intent and madness. "Ha! Son Wukong, I have finally emerged." Bix bellowed with a frenzied roar, his green energy surging as he charged at Wukong. "The last time you trapped me with the Mafuba, I will settle the score today." A dense stream of green energy erupted from Bic's hand, hurtling towards Wukong. Wukong's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly sidestepped, the energy striking the wall behind him and instantly creating a massive hole, debris raining down like a storm. "Bic, you have gone too far," Wukong shouted, brandishing the Rui Bang as he charged at Bic. "This time, I will definitely defeat you." The Rui Bang whirled in Wukong's grasp, imbued with formidable energy, as he aimed for Bic's vital points. Bic sneered, swiftly forming seals with his hands, conjuring a green energy barrier that deflected Wukong's attack. The clash resonating with dull thuds. "Your strength has indeed improved, but it is still far from sufficient to defeat me." Bic's eyes glinted with malice as he concentrated green energy in his hands. Mafuba, Kososha. A slender yet potent beam of green light shot forth, aimed directly at Wukong's chest. Wukong's expression shifted as he quickly crossed the Rui Bang in front of him, channeling his energy to form a pale blue energy barrier. With a thunderous crash, the green beam struck the barrier, shattering it instantly and sending Wukong stumbling backward, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. At that moment, the Turtle Sage, Krillin, Tianshan, Yamcha, Jiaozi, and Bulma arrived in the basement. Upon witnessing Wukong's injury, their expressions turned grave as they immediately launched their own attacks. For Demon Fists, Tianshan's white energy coalesced, conjuring 4 menacing energy apparitions that charged at Bic. Afterimage Barrage, Krillin unleashed his 20 afterimages, encircling Bic and rapidly spinning, their punches raining down like a torrential storm. Wolf Fang Fist, Yamcha darted toward Bic like an arrow, his fists clenched, unleashing countless punch shadows that bore down on Bic. Psychic Restraint, Jiaozi hovered in midair, forming seals with his hands as an invisible energy enveloped Bic, attempting to bind his movements. Bulma readied her laser gun, firing beams at Bic. Bic scoffed disdainfully, his green energy swelling as he formed a powerful energy field, negating all of their attacks. The 4 apparitions dissipated instantly, Krillin's afterimages scattered by the energy field, and Yamcha was hurled back, crashing to the ground and bleeding from his mouth. Jiaozi's psychic ability was also dispelled by the energy field, causing him to groan, his complexion paling. Bulma's lasers struck the energy field, inflicting no damage whatsoever. "A swarm of ants dares to act recklessly before me," Bic sneered, swiftly gathering a dense surge of green energy in his hands, launching an attack towards them. Demon Mouth Cannon. A massive orb of green energy erupted from his mouth, hurtling directly towards the Turtle Sage. The Turtle Sage's expression shifted dramatically as his pale golden energy surged, his hands forming seals rapidly. Kamehameha. A pale blue energy wave surged forth, colliding with a green energy sphere, producing a deafening roar. The shockwave shook the entire basement violently, causing a significant portion of the ceiling to collapse, with debris falling like rain. Master. Upon witnessing the impact that sent Kame Sennin reeling, Wukong's eyes blazed with fury. His energy surged once more, reaching an extreme in both speed and power. Grasping his Rui Bang, he launched an even fiercer assault on Bic. His movements were blindingly swift, leaving behind multiple afterimages around Bic as the Rui Bang, imbued with potent energy, relentlessly struck at Bic's vital points. Bic was forced to retreat step by step, revealing a hint of annoyance on his face. "Son Wukong, you are truly bothersome. Since you wish for death so earnestly, allow me to oblige." Suddenly accelerating, Bic evaded Wukong's onslaught, maneuvered behind him, and unleashed a concentrated blast of green energy, striking Wukong squarely in the back. Wukong cried out in agony, blood spewing from his mouth as his body involuntarily lurched forward, crashing heavily to the ground, his Rui Bang falling beside him. Wukong. Krillin and Tianjin fans' faces paled as they rushed to help him up. Thinking to save him? Not so easily. Bic snorted coldly, gathering green energy in his hands to attack Krillin and Tianjin fan. Kame Sennin quickly positioned himself in front of them, his aura flaring with a faint golden light, forming a protective barrier that absorbed Bic's attack. "You all must take Wukong and leave. I'll handle this." "Master, we can't abandon you," Krillin exclaimed anxiously. "There is no time. Bic's power is overwhelming. We are no match for him. If we do not leave now, we will all perish here." Kame Sennin's expression turned grave. "You must carry Wukong away from Kame House to a safe place for him to recuperate. Once he has recovered, we will return to seek vengeance." Tianjin fan glanced at the fallen Wukong, then at Kame Sennin, gritted his teeth, and replied, "Understood. Master, Take care. We will return with Wukong as swiftly as possible. Tianjin Fan and Krillin quickly lifted Wukong, while Jiaozi hurried over, using his psychic abilities to help them dodge the falling debris. Yamcha, despite his injuries, positioned himself in front of them, attacking Bic in an attempt to buy them time. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily. Bic's eyes glimmered with murderous intent as he gathered green energy in his hands. Demon Cannon. A massive green beam shot forth, aimed directly at Tianjin Fan and Krillin. Watch out. Kame Sinan's face paled as he dashed towards the beam, using his body to shield them. With an explosive crash, Kame Sinan was struck by the green beam, sent flying, and crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Master. The others looked on in anguish at Kame Sinan's injury. Seizing the opportunity while Bic was occupied, Tianjin Fan and Krillin, with Jiaozi's assistance, swiftly fled the basement, racing towards the seaside. Yamcha followed closely behind, while Bulma fired her laser gun at Bic, providing cover. Bic, witnessing their escape, seethed with rage. Thinking of fleeing? I will not let you. He immediately pursued them, and as he exited the basement, he saw Wukong and the others already aboard Bulma's spaceship. The ship ignited and sped off into the distance. Son Wukong, you wait for me. The next time we meet, I will kill you. Bic bellowed, channeling green energy toward the ship, but it had already soared far beyond his reach. Watching the departing vessel, Bic's eyes burned with malice and resentment. Fully aware that allowing Wukong to escape today would undoubtedly become a significant problem for him in the future. Yet, he was powerless to pursue. The ship's speed was simply too great. Turning back, he glared at the direction of Kame House, filled with ruthless determination. Since son Wukong has fled, I shall destroy Kame Island first, making you all pay for your actions. Bic's energy surged violently as he rapidly concentrated a dense sphere of green energy, launching it at Kame House. Demon Mouth Cannon. A massive green energy orb screamed forth, striking Kame House. With a thunderous explosion, Kame House was obliterated, reduced to a mere ruin. Kame Sinan lay on the ground, gazing at the destruction of Kame House, his eyes filled with sorrow and rage. Yet he lacked the strength to rise, forced to watch as Bic wreaked havoc upon Kame Island. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, Tianjin Fan and Krillin set Wukong down in a seat, their hearts heavy with concern as they observed Wukong's pallid complexion and the blood at the corners of his mouth. His energy was extremely faint, his chest rising and falling feebly, clearly gravely injured. Wukong, you must hold on. We will find a safe place for you to recover. Krillin choked out, tears streaming down his face. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with resolve. Wukong, rest assured, once you recover, we will stand together to defeat Bic and avenge our master and Kame Island. Jiaozi, sensing Wukong's injuries with his psychic abilities, wore a grave expression. Wukong's injuries are severe. His internal organs have sustained significant damage, and his energy is nearly depleted. If we do not find a way to heal him quickly, he may be in grave danger. As Bulma piloted the ship, she stated, I know of a place where a highly skilled doctor resides. Perhaps he can heal Wukong's wounds. We must go there now. The spaceship sped swiftly into the distance, leaving behind the devastated Kame Island. Bic stood amidst the ruins, his eyes filled with madness, knowing that an even greater storm was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Wukong and his friends relentlessly fought for survival and vengeance. Chapter 25. A Path in Desperation. Onward to Kalen Tower. Bulma's spaceship sliced through the sky, racing towards the distant east. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Wukong lay quietly on a makeshift stretcher, his face as pale as paper, his chest barely rising and falling, with dried blood at the corners of his mouth. His energy had nearly dissipated, and only the occasional furrow of his brow revealed the agony he was enduring. Krillin knelt beside the stretcher, delicately wiping the dust and blood from Wukong's face with a clean cloth, his eyes reddened and voice trembling. Wukong, you must hold on. We will find a solution soon. You promised we would train together and participate in the martial arts tournament. You cannot go back on your word. Tianjin Fan stood nearby, his third eye fixated on Wukong, filled with grave concern and guilt. He replayed the battle in the basement in his mind, realizing that if he hadn't rushed to call for help, leaving Wukong to face Bic alone, Wukong would not have been so severely injured. It's all my fault. I should have stayed to help you restrain Bic, Tianjin Fan murmured, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Yamcha leaned against the wall of the cabin, bearing his own injuries as he looked at Wukong, filled with anxiety. He understood Bix's strength and recognized how perilous Wukong's situation was. If they could not swiftly find an effective healing method, the consequences would be dire. Bulma, do you truly believe that doctor you mentioned can heal Wukong's injuries? Yamcha couldn't help but ask. As Bulma maneuvered the ship, she glanced back at Wukong. Her face etched with worry. I am not certain, but he is the most skilled doctor I know. However, he lives in a remote location and has a peculiar personality. He may not be willing to assist us. After a pause, she continued, in fact, besides this doctor, I also thought of another place that might hold something that could heal Wukong. What place? The others turned to Bulma, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Kaioken Tower. Bulma spoke slowly, recounting her discovery from an ancient tome. Karinta is nestled within the eastern mountains, where atop its peak resides a sage known as Karinta Saiyan. This sage possesses miraculous senza beans, which are said to instantly restore all injuries and vitality, and even enhance one's strength. However, the ascent to Karinta is steep, and the tower is guarded by formidable beasts, making the journey to the summit exceedingly arduous. Senza beans? Such wondrous things exist. Krillin exclaimed, his eyes brimming with hope. No matter how challenging it may be, we must attempt it. If it can heal Wukong's wounds, I would brave any peril. Tianjin Fan nodded, a flicker of determination in his gaze. Indeed, Karinta is our only hope. Regardless of the number of guardians within, we shall forge ahead. Yamcha, you and Jiaozi stay here to care for Wukong, while Krillin, Bulma, and I venture to Karinta in search of the senza beans. Absolutely not. I must accompany you. Yamcha immediately retorted. Though my strength pales in comparison to yours, an extra pair of hands can only bolster our efforts. I wish to contribute to Wukong's recovery. Jiaozi floated over to Tianjin Fan's side, declaring, I will join as well. My abilities may prove useful. Tianjin Fan contemplated for a moment before responding, very well. We shall go together. Bulma, pilot the spacecraft to a nearby landing spot around Karinta, and then we shall enter the tower in search of the senza beans. Your high-tech equipment will be crucial for detecting our surroundings and providing support. Understood. Bulma nodded, promptly adjusting the ship's course towards Karinta. After several hours of flight, they finally arrived amidst the eastern mountains. In the distance, an imposing tower loomed, its summit shrouded in clouds, constructed of massive stones etched with ancient patterns, exuding an aura of mystery. Is that Karinta? It's truly magnificent. Krillin marveled, awestruck. Tianjin Fan took a deep breath and said, all right, we are prepared to land. Yamcha, you and Jiaozi should first secure Wukong in a safe location and then rejoin us. Understood. Yamcha and Jiaozi agreed, immediately beginning their preparations. The spacecraft descended onto a clearing near Karinta, and everyone swiftly disembarked. Yamcha and Jiaozi carefully lifted Wukong and made their way to a nearby cave, which offered relative concealment and safety. After ensuring Wukong was settled, they promptly returned to reunite with the group, who were now approaching the foot of Karinta. Upon reaching the base, they felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from within the tower, a palpable force that instilled a sense of foreboding. What immense energy! Tianjin Fan remarked gravely, his third eye gleaming with sharp intensity as he began to sense the situation inside the tower. Everyone, exercise caution. We shall proceed step by step, Krillin advised, gathering his energy in preparation for battle. As they cautiously entered Karinta, darkness enveloped them, with only the faint light filtering down from the pinnacle illuminating their path. Shortly after, a deep growl resonated from ahead, followed by the emergence of several colossal figures from the shadows. These guardians, towering and covered in tough scales, bore glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, radiating a fierce aura. Intruders in Karinta shall perish. The leading guardian roared, launching an assault on the group. Everyone, be careful, Tianjin Fan shouted, his white energy coalescing as he formed hand signs, unleashing the four-demon fist. Four ominous energy apparitions manifested behind him, charging towards the guardians. Krillin, too, unleashed 20 afterimages, encircling the guardians in a flurry of blows. Yamcha darted towards the guardians like an arrow, fists clenched, executing Wolfang Fist. Jiaozi floated above, activating his psychic abilities, casting invisible energy towards the guardians in a bid to immobilize them. Bulma readied her laser gun, firing beams aimed at the guardians' eyes and joints, vulnerable points. The guardians' defenses proved formidable. The group's assaults left only shallow marks, failing to inflict any significant damage. In contrast, the Guardians retaliated with ferocity, their claw strikes imbued with powerful energy, compelling the group to remain vigilant. These Guardians are too resilient. Our current strategy is futile, Krillin exclaimed, dodging a Guardian's attack. Tianjin Fan's eyes flashed with resolve as he declared, "Let us concentrate our attacks on one target and eliminate it first." The group nodded in agreement, aligning their focus on the leading Guardian. Tianjin Fan summoned all his energy, thrusting his palms forward. Kikaho! A massive orb of white energy surged forth, striking the leading Guardian squarely in the chest. Simultaneously, Krillin 20 afterimages unleashed a deluge of punches upon the same Guardian, while Yamcha's Wolf Fang fist targeted its head. Zhaozi's powers firmly restrained the Guardian, preventing its escape, while Buluma's lasers relentlessly assaulted its eyes. With a resounding explosion, the leading Guardian's chest was blown open, blood gushing forth. It emitted a pained howl, swaying unsteadily before collapsing, lifeless. The remaining Guardians, witnessing their leader's demise, surged forward in a frenzied attack. "Keep fighting. We have taken down one. If we unite, we can overcome." Tianjin Fan rallied, gathering energy once more for a counterattack. Encouraged by his words, the group poured their strength into the battle, engaging fiercely with the Guardians. The clash of energy, the roars of the Guardians, and the shouts of the group intertwined, creating an electrifying atmosphere. After a grueling struggle, they finally vanquished all the Guardians. Exhausted and nursing various injuries, they shared smiles of relief. "Splendid. We have conquered the first challenge," Krillin exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Tianjin Fan leaned against the wall, also panting. "Let us rest briefly to recuperate. The path ahead will surely be more challenging." The group nodded in agreement, sitting down to restore their energy. Buluma produced healing ointment from her supplies, applying it to their wounds. After resting for about half an hour, their strength and injuries had improved. They rose to continue their ascent towards the summit of Corinta. As they climbed higher, the energy within the tower intensified, and the environment grew increasingly surreal. The ancient patterns on the walls began to emit a faint glow, and a subtle fragrance filled the air, invigorating their spirits. After further progress, they arrived at a spacious platform. At its center stood a small stone bridge, leading to a narrower passageway on the other side. Below the bridge lay an abyss of darkness, instilling a sense of dread. "It appears we face yet another obstacle," Tianjin Fan said gravely, his third eye intently scanning the bridge for any signs of danger. "It seems something stirs beneath the bridge," Krillin remarked, furrowing his brow. Just then, a low growl emanated from below, and countless massive tentacles surged forth from the shadows, thrashing towards them. "This is bad. Tentacle monsters," Buluma exclaimed, her face paling as she swiftly drew her laser gun, firing at the approaching tentacles. Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and Yamcha immediately gathered their energy and launched an attack. Zhaozi activated his extraordinary abilities, attempting to restrain the movements of the tentacled creature. However, the creature's numerous and highly agile tentacles made it exceedingly difficult for their strikes to inflict any significant damage. Instead, the creature retaliated fiercely, its countless tentacles whipping like whips, forcing everyone to evade and struggle to keep up. Continuing in this manner was not a viable option. "We must cross the stone bridge swiftly," Tianjin Fan shouted. "Krillin, use your afterimages to draw the creature's attention. Yamcha, charge forward with me, and Bulma, you and Zhaozi provide cover from behind." "Understood." Everyone responded in unison. Immediately following Tianjin Fan's orders, Krillin swiftly unleashed 20 afterimages, charging towards the tentacles of the creature, which continuously attacked the appendages, diverting the creature's focus. Seizing the opportunity, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha rushed towards the stone bridge, their energy coalescing as they severed the tentacles obstructing their path. Bulma and Zhaozi provided cover from behind, utilizing lasers and supernatural abilities to fend off the encroaching tentacles. After a fierce struggle, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha finally reached the other side of the stone bridge. They quickly turned around, calling out to Krillin, Bulma, and Zhaozi, "Hurry over." Krillin, Bulma, and Zhaozi also raced towards the stone bridge. However, just as they were about to reach the other end, the creature suddenly launched a violent assault, with numerous tentacles ensnaring them. "Be careful." Tianjin Fan and Yamcha instantly attacked, cutting through the tentacles that approached them. Yet, the creature's multitude of tentacles ensnared Klin's ankle. With a pained scream, Klin was dragged into the darkness beneath the bridge. "Krillin, The others' faces paled, filled with terror. In that critical moment, Jiaozi activated his powers, unleashing a powerful, invisible energy that struck the tentacle binding Klin, severing it. Klin fell heavily onto the bridge, quickly scrambling to his feet and running towards the other side. At last, everyone safely crossed the stone bridge, arriving at the opposite end of the passageway. They were all panting heavily, sporting numerous new wounds. That was close. I almost got dragged down, Klin said, patting his chest, still shaken. Tianjin Fan nodded, saying, "Let's rest for a moment to recover our strength. We should be nearing the top of the tower soon." After a brief respite, they continued their ascent towards the summit of the tower. After about an hour of travel, they finally arrived at the top of Kalinta. The summit featured a spacious platform, at the center of which stood a small thatched hut. In front of the hut sat a snow-white cat, leisurely sipping tea beside a stone table. The cat was not particularly large, its fur fluffy and soft, but its eyes were extraordinarily bright, as if capable of seeing through everything, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura that sharply contrasted with its adorable appearance. "Might you be Kalin Xianren?" Tianjin Fan stepped forward respectfully, for despite the entity being a cat, he could distinctly sense the profound energy it possessed. The white cat raised its head, setting down its teacup. It looked at the group with a hint of surprise before speaking in an aged yet clear voice. "Indeed. I am Kalin Xianren. Who are you, and why have you come to Kalinta?" "Kalin Xianren, we have come to seek your Xiando." Klin interjected urgently. "Our friend Wukong has been gravely injured by Piccolo and is on the brink of death. Only your Xiando can save him. Please, we implore you to help him." Kalin Xianren studied the group, a glimmer of understanding in its eyes. It flicked its fluffy tail and stated, "So, it is for the Xiando." "Indeed, the Xiando possesses the power of resurrection, but to obtain it, you must pass my test." "What test?" "We are willing to accept any challenge, no matter what it entails, as long as we can obtain the Xiando," the group declared resolutely, their determination unwavering, even faced with a cat as the test's issuer. Kalin Xianren chuckled, its whiskers twitching slightly. "My test is quite simple. You shall spar with my disciple. If you can defeat my disciple, I shall grant you the Xiando." No sooner had the words left its mouth than a figure emerged from behind the thatched hut. It was a cat clad in a red martial arts uniform, slightly smaller than Kalin Xianren, yet possessing sharp eyes and exuding a powerful aura, moving with an air of competence. "This is my disciple, Wu Lu," Kalin Xianren introduced, "who will step forward to spar with it." The group gazed at Wu Lu in astonishment, having not anticipated that Kalin Xianren's disciple would also be a cat, and one of considerable strength at that. "I will," Tianjin Fan declared, gathering his white energy, ready for battle. "No matter who my opponent is, I shall not hesitate." Wu Lu regarded Tianjin Fan with a hint of disdain, letting out a mocking meow that, despite being a cat's sound, was laced with clear derision. "You think you can spar with me? Enough of the chatter, let us commence," Tianjin Fan roared, charging at Wu Lu while rapidly forming hand seals. Xiao Quan. Four grotesque energy apparitions emerged behind him, lunging toward Wu Lu. Wu Lu smirked, evading the attack with astonishing speed, swiftly maneuvering behind Tianjin Fan. With a swift punch, Wu Lu struck Tianjin Fan in the back, sending him crashing to the ground with a scream, blood spilling from his mouth. Tianjin Fan. The others gasped in shock, realizing Wu Lu's strength surpassed their expectations, particularly its speed. Tianjin Fan rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, eyes filled with shock and anger. "I had no idea you were so powerful. It seems I must unleash my full potential." Tianjin Fan's white energy surged, hands forming a palm shape as he thrust forward. Qigong Cannon. A terrifying orb of white energy surged forth, hurtling towards Wu Lu. Wu Lu's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but then it vanished once more, avoiding the Qigong Cannon like a phantom. The energy orb struck the wall behind, creating a massive hole and sending debris flying. "Not bad, you've got some strength," Wu Lu remarked, a hint of acknowledgement in its tone, but it's still insufficient. Wu Lu accelerated again, charging at Tianjin Fan, unleashing a flurry of punches like a raging storm, each strike imbued with tremendous energy, leaving Tianjin Fan no time to react. Tianjin Fan quickly gathered his energy, forming an energy barrier to block some of Wu Lu's attacks, yet the cat's punches were too swift, and many still landed on him. The energy barrier shattered, and Tianjin Fan was once again sent flying. Tianjin Fan, Klin, and Yamu Cha rushed over to assist him, helping him to his feet. At this moment, Tianjin Fan was visibly drained, his complexion pale, clearly devoid of fighting spirit. Wu Lu observed Tianjin Fan, flicking its tail. Next. Who is up? I will. Krillin stepped forward, gathering his energy as 20 afterimages instantly materialized. Afterimage assault. Countless fist shadows rained down upon Wu Lu. Wu Lu chuckled coldly, its form flickering as it skillfully dodged amidst the afterimages, effortlessly avoiding all attacks while countering with precision, each strike dissipating Klin's afterimages in an instant. Before long, Klin's afterimages were completely shattered, and he himself was struck in the chest by Wu Lu's punch, crashing to the ground, gasping for breath, unable to rise again. Krillin. Yamucha's face paled, and he charged at Wu Lu, unleashing a barrage of strikes like wolf fangs, relentlessly pressing towards Wu Lu. Wu Lu deftly evaded Yamucha's attack, countering with a swift strike to Yamucha's chest. The latter was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, rendering him incapable of further combat. The onlookers gazed at Wu Lu with despair in their eyes, astonished by the sheer power of the two felines, who proved to be formidable opponents, even overpowering Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and Yamucha, leaving them with no hope of victory. Master Karen sat leisurely by a stone table, sipping tea while observing the crowd. He remarked, "It appears you have yet to pass my test. I cannot bestow upon you the Xiando. Master Karen, I implore you, save Goku." Bulma knelt, tears cascading down her cheeks, her voice trembling with desperation. "He is on the brink of death. If only you could save him. We would willingly do anything for you. Even if it means staying here to serve you, we would agree." Jiaozi floated before Master Karen, bowing slightly as he pleaded. "Master Karen, I beseech you, show mercy and save our friend." Gazing at the earnest faces of the crowd, Master Karen's snowy beard quivered slightly, and a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. He spoke slowly, "Very well. Your loyalty to your companion has moved me. I shall grant you the Xiando, but I have one condition." "What condition? Please, do tell." The crowd's spirits lifted immediately. Krillin struggled to rise from the ground, excitement evident in his voice. "As long as we can obtain the Xiando, we would agree to any condition, even 10 or 100. Master Karen swished his fluffy tail and said, "I have long sensed the malevolent aura of Piccolo. His existence poses a tremendous threat to the entire Earth. I grant you the Xiando not merely to save your companion, but to empower you swiftly so that you may unite against Piccolo and protect this land. Rest assured, we will accomplish this." Tianjin Fan, suppressing his pain, declared resolutely, "Once Goku recovers, we will immediately train to enhance our strength and ensure that Piccolo can no longer threaten humanity." The crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with determination. They understood that the threat posed by Piccolo was far from over, and only by growing stronger could they safeguard what they cherished. Master Karen nodded in satisfaction and turned to enter his hut. Moments later, he emerged holding a small cloth bag. He handed the bag to Krillin, saying, "Inside, you will find 5 Xiando. One will restore Goku's injuries and stamina, while the remaining 4 are for you to keep, as they may be of use in critical moments." "Thank you, Master Karen. We are immensely grateful." Krillin accepted the bag with both hands, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he bowed deeply to Master Karen. The others followed suit, expressing their gratitude. "Wait," Master Karen suddenly called out, halting the departing group. A serious look crossed his face. "Son Goku, you will come with me." Goku was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded, responding, "All right." He turned to the others, "You wait for me outside. I'll be back shortly." Though puzzled, the group did not press further and exited the hut. Waiting atop the tower, Krillin watched Goku's retreating figure with a sense of unease, feeling that Master Karen's summons was not without significance. Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow, his third eye twitching slightly as he sensed an extraordinarily powerful and volatile energy emanating from the hut, causing a shiver of apprehension to course through him. Goku followed Master Karen into the hut, where the interior was sparsely furnished, featuring only a stone bed and a stone cupboard. The air was infused with a faint herbal aroma, mingled with an undercurrent of wild energy. Master Karen approached the cupboard, opened the door, and retrieved a small jade vial. The vial glimmered with a deep green hue, intricately etched with ancient patterns, and felt icy to the touch, as if it contained the power to freeze all. "This is the super divine water," Master Karen said gravely as he handed the vial to Goku. "It harbors the most violent energy in existence, capable of forcibly awakening all latent potential within the human body, allowing the practitioner to achieve a qualitative leap in strength within a short period. However, this power is not bestowed without consequence. The energy is overwhelmingly domineering. The one who consumes it will endure unimaginable agony, as if their meridians are set ablaze and pierced by steel needles. A moment's carelessness could result in broken meridians and death. Throughout history, fewer than 10 individuals have successfully consumed the super divine water and lived to tell the tale. Goku accepted the jade vial, feeling the immense energy it contained. Excitement gleaming in his eyes, undeterred by Master Karen's warnings. Super divine water? Such a miraculous substance exists. If it can enhance my strength, allow me to defeat Piccolo and rescue my master, I would endure any suffering, even if it means being shattered to pieces. Think carefully, Master Karen cautioned again, his expression serious. This is not a mere training pain. It is a true infernal torment. You will experience your body being torn apart by energy, only to be slowly reformed. This process could drive even the mightiest warrior to despair. Once you begin, I can only assist in stabilizing part of the energy. I cannot bear the pain for you. It all depends on your will. I have made my decision. Goku asserted firmly, an unwavering light shining in his eyes. For my master, for everyone, and to prevent Piccolo from harming anyone else, I must grow stronger. Even if it is hellish, I am prepared to face it. Master Karen observed the determination in Goku's gaze and nodded. Very well. Since you have made your choice, I shall not hinder you. Drink the super divine water now, and I will protect you here, using my energy to shield your heart's meridian and alleviate your suffering. The rest will depend on your will. Goku took a deep breath, showing no hesitation as he twisted open the vial's cap. A powerful torrent of energy surged forth, overwhelming him with its intensity. The energy was wild and searing, causing his skin to flush crimson and his breath to quicken. He tilted his head back and consumed the super divine water in one gulp. As the super divine water entered Goku's mouth, it transformed into a scalding torrent, coursing down his throat and rapidly spreading throughout his limbs. In an instant, Goku felt as if he had been thrown into a furnace, every inch of his skin, every bone, every meridian ablaze with excruciating pain. A tidal wave of agony crashing over him, forcing a heart-wrenching scream from his lips. The anguished cry reverberated through the hut, reaching the apex of the tower. The others, upon hearing Goku's torment, were instantly stricken with alarm. Krillin, frantic with worry, was about to rush into the hut when Tianjin Fan restrained him. Tianjin Fan, why are you stopping me? Something must be wrong with Goku. Krillin exclaimed, nearly in tears, his voice trembling. We must go and save him. No. Tianjin Fan shook his head, his expression grave. Master Karen summoned Goku for an important reason. Although Goku's cries are filled with pain, they lack despair, indicating he is still persevering. If we rush in now, we may disrupt them and inadvertently harm Goku. Yamcha gritted his teeth and added, Krillin, Tianjin Fan is right. All we can do now is trust in Goku and believe in Master Karen. Goku's will is so resolute. He will surely endure. Despite these reassurances, the hearts of the group remained heavy with worry and anxiety. They stood at the entrance of the hut, listening to Goku's cries, each sound piercing their hearts like needles, causing them to feel as if they were being torn apart. Bulma, unable to contain herself, covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Though not a warrior, she could vividly imagine the suffering Goku was enduring. Dumplings floated in midair, his hands clenched into tight fists, worry etched across his features. He endeavored to sense the situation within the thatched cottage using his supernatural abilities, yet a formidable energy barrier obstructed him. He could only vaguely perceive the fluctuating aura of Wukong, oscillating between faint and fierce. Inside the cottage, Wukong's agony persisted. The energy of the super divine water coursed through his meridians like a multitude of sharp blades, frantically traversing his veins, tearing them apart, only to gradually heal with the aid of Master Karen's ki. This cycle of tearing and healing was far more excruciating than mere destruction. His skin began to redden and burn, wisps of white smoke emanating from him, as his garments were instantly charred and began to peel away, revealing skin marred by bloodstains. Wukong's body involuntarily curled up, his arms tightly embracing himself, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, leaving trails of blood that dripped to the ground, sizzling as they evaporated. His consciousness began to blur, a montage of memories flashing before him. Master Kame's teachings, training sessions with Krillin and Tien, and the scene of Piccolo destroying Kame House and injuring his master. I cannot give up, Wukong silently cried within himself. Master is still waiting for me. Everyone is counting on me. If I falter, who will defeat Piccolo? Who will protect everyone? This resolute conviction sustained Wukong, preventing him from succumbing to unconsciousness. He clenched his teeth, striving to concentrate, as he summoned all the ki within him, attempting to merge it with the raging energy of the super divine water, guided by Master Karen's instructions. However, the energy of the super divine water was overwhelmingly domineering. His ki was like an ant attempting to shake a tree, easily scattered and repeatedly reformed. Master Karen placed his hands on Wukong's shoulders, continuously infusing his ki into Wukong's body, aiding him in protecting his heart meridian and stabilizing his internal energy. Observing Wukong's suffering, he was filled with sorrow, yet he was powerless. The trial of the super divine water could only be completed through Wukong's own will, and no one could take his place. As time ticked away, the onlookers atop the tower had stood for nearly an hour. Wukong's anguished cries, once heart-wrenching, gradually diminished to a weak and intermittent whisper, heightening the anxiety among the group. Krillin, almost in tears, paced anxiously at the cottage's entrance, murmuring, "Wukong, you must hold on. You cannot falter. What will we do if something happens to you? What about Master?" Tien's expression grew increasingly grave. He could sense Wukong's aura within the cottage waning. Though it had not entirely dissipated, it was alarmingly faint. He clenched his fists, silently praying, "Wukong, you must endure. You are our hope. You cannot fall." Inside the cottage, Wukong's body had become unrecognizable, covered in blood and burns. Blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, his complexion pale as a ghost, and even his breathing had become faint. Yet, his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Sustained by a powerful conviction, he finally summoned all the ki within him for a final confrontation against the energy of the super divine water. His ki surged, forming a formidable field that enveloped the entire cottage. The stone bed and cabinet within were instantly shattered, and enormous cracks appeared in the walls, as if they could collapse at any moment. Master Karen involuntarily stepped back, astonished. He had not expected Wukong's will to be so unyielding, capable of unleashing such tremendous power after enduring so much suffering. At last, through Wukong's relentless efforts, the violent energy of the super divine water began to be absorbed, merging into his ki. As the energy was continually absorbed, Wukong's ki began to grow rapidly, his aura becoming increasingly powerful. His skin gradually returned to its normal hue, and the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly, new skin emerging beneath the charred surface. After half an hour, the energy of the super divine water was finally completely absorbed, stabilizing Wukong's ki, and the surrounding energy field gradually dissipated. Wukong slowly opened his eyes, their brightness radiating with sharp intensity, exuding a powerful aura that far surpassed his previous state, with each breath generating strong waves of ki that reverberated through the air. "I did it. I succeeded." Master Karen gazed at Wukong with pride. "You not only consumed the super divine water, but also successfully absorbed its energy. Your strength has increased several-fold, achieving a qualitative leap in both the total and purity of your ki. You now possess the absolute confidence to confront Piccolo." Wukong stood, stretching his limbs, feeling an abundance of strength coursing through him. The previous pain vanished without a trace. He clenched his fist, condensing his ki, unleashing a powerful wave that shattered the rocks surrounding the cottage into dust, even snapping distant palm trees in half. "This is incredible. I feel that I can easily defeat Piccolo now," Wukong exclaimed, his eyes brimming with confidence, unable to resist throwing a punch towards the distant sky. A pale blue ki fist flying forth, instantly piercing through the clouds. "Indeed, your power has escalated tremendously, but do not let your guard down," Master Karen cautioned. "Piccolo has also been absorbing dark energy to enhance his strength, and he is cunning, adept at employing various underhanded tactics. You must remain vigilant and not become complacent." "I understand. Thank you, Master Karen," Wukong replied, bowing deeply. "Without your assistance, I could not have attained such formidable strength, nor would I have the confidence to rescue Master." "No need for thanks," Master Karen waved his paw. "Now go and reunite with your companions. Return swiftly to rescue your master and defeat Piccolo. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Do not squander the gift bestowed upon you by the super divine water." "I will," Wukong affirmed, turning to exit the cottage. As he stepped outside, The overwhelming aura emanating from Wukong caused the others to stagger back in astonishment and disbelief. They beheld Wukong, his garments still charred and tattered, with some small wounds yet to heal, yet his eyes shone brightly, radiating a powerful and confident energy, a stark contrast to the injured, unconscious Wukong of before. "Wukong, are you all right?" Krillin rushed forward, gripping Wukong's arm with excitement, examining him closely, concern etched on his face. "We were so worried when we heard your cries." Wukong smiled. "I'm fine, sorry to cause you all such worry. I just consumed Master Karen's super divine water. Although the process was painful, my strength has increased several-fold. Now, let us go rescue Master. We will surely defeat Piccolo." Tien's third eye gleamed with light as he sensed Wukong's ki, a smile of relief spreading across his face. Indeed, Wukong's ki has not only surged in quantity, but also in purity. He now possesses the absolute power to confront Piccolo. Bulma wiped away her tears, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. Wukong, you are finally all right. Let us set off to Kame House and rescue Master Kame." "Yes, let us depart at once." Wukong nodded, a flash of fierce determination crossing his eyes. "Piccolo, you owe me, you owe Master, you owe Kame House. Today, you shall repay it tenfold." The group nodded in agreement, following Wukong as they sped towards the base of Karen Tower. With his enhanced strength, Wukong's flying speed soared several times over, carrying the group like streaks of light as they swiftly approached the cave where Wukong had been located, preparing to gather their essentials before heading directly to Kame House. Upon entering the cave, Wukong could hardly contain his excitement as he proclaimed, "Everyone, there's no need to tidy up. We shall set off for Guasian Island immediately to rescue our master." Without a hint of hesitation, the group followed Wukong as they soared towards the direction of Guasian Island. In a mere half-hour, they arrived near the island. From a distance, the once vibrant Guasian Island had transformed into a desolate wasteland, shrouded in charred remnants, with remnants of a sinister green aura lingering amidst the ruins. The air was laden with a nauseating stench of blood and decay, prompting involuntary grimaces from the onlookers. In the center of the ruins, Piccolo floated ominously, surrounded by a green energy akin to serpents, his hands constantly forming seals to absorb the surrounding malevolent energy. His physique had grown even more colossal, and his aura had become increasingly terrifying. Not far beneath him, the Guasian Rin was imprisoned within a cage of green energy. His face as pale as parchment, his breath faint and nearly extinguished, covered in wounds that bore witness to Piccolo's cruel torment. "Master!" Wukong's eyes filled with bloodshot fury upon witnessing the dire state of Guasian Ren. His azure aura surged dramatically, fueled by overwhelming rage, transforming into a streak of light as he dove toward Piccolo. "Piccolo, you beast! I shall end you." Thus, a battle that would determine the fate of Earth commenced with Wukong's furious roar. Chapter 27. The Decisive Battle at Guasian Island. Piccolo's ace in the whole Wukong's roar reverberated through the ruins of Guasian Island like thunder. His azure energy, imbued with wrath, descended upon Piccolo in a flash. Startled by the sudden surge of power, Piccolo's eyes widened momentarily before he let out a cold chuckle, his green energy swelling as he braced himself to withstand Wukong's fist. The moment their fists collided, a wave of destructive energy erupted, sending debris flying and splitting the ground wide open, creating a chasm several meters wide, even stirring up monstrous waves in the distant sea. Wukong felt a tingling in his arm, astonished that Piccolo had absorbed such an abundance of malevolent energy, elevating his strength to an unforeseen level. Piccolo was equally taken aback, acutely aware that Wukong's current power surpassed his previous self, standing toe-to-toe with him. "Son Wukong, you did not perish and have grown this strong? It seems that Master Krillin has aided you. But even if you've grown stronger, today, you shall undoubtedly perish. The one who will perish is you." Wukong bellowed, his energy surging once more as his speed reached its zenith, circling behind Piccolo to strike him with a powerful punch. Piccolo screamed in agony, a spray of green blood erupting from his mouth as he was propelled forward. "Piccolo, meet your end." Tianjinfan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Jiaozi immediately launched their assaults. Tianjinfan concentrated all his energy, thrusting his palms forward. Kikaho, a terrifying white energy sphere surged forth, aimed directly at Piccolo. Krillin unleashed 20 afterimages, his fists raining down on Piccolo like a torrential storm. Yamcha's Wolf Fang fist followed closely, a flurry of punches honing in on Piccolo's vital points. Jiaozi activated his psychic abilities, enveloping Piccolo with a powerful, intangible energy in an attempt to restrain him. Piccolo regarded them with disdain, his green energy swelling to form a formidable barrier that absorbed their onslaught. A swarm of ants dares to be audacious before me, Piccolo roared, swiftly forming seals with his hands. Meijin Kosatsu. A colossal green energy sphere erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the group. Everyone, be careful, Wukong shouted, condensing his energy as he quickly formed seals. Turtle School's Kamehameha. A wave of azure energy shot forth, colliding with the green sphere, producing a deafening explosion that forced everyone back several steps. Sun Wukong, your Kamehameha has indeed grown stronger, but it remains insufficient. Piccolo sneered, vanishing and reappearing behind Wukong, channeling green energy into a devastating blow to Wukong's back. Wukong cried out, blood spewing from his lips as he stumbled forward. Wukong, Krillin and Tianjin fans' faces paled as they rushed to aid him. Think you can save him? Not so easily, Piccolo scoffed, rapidly assembling green energy once more to attack Krillin and Tianjin fan. Yamcha and Jiaozi swiftly positioned themselves in front of them, launching their own attacks in a bid to buy time. In that moment, the Guasian Island ruins echoed with the sounds of energy clashes, the shouts of the group, and Piccolo's furious roars, creating a scene of intense chaos. Wukong rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes burning with anger and determination. He understood that Piccolo's power was formidable, and their combined strength would struggle to defeat him. The urgency to rescue his master weighed heavily on his mind as he focused on the energy cage imprisoning Guasian Ren. Drawing a deep breath, Wukong's energy surged once again, propelling him towards the energy cage. You wish to rescue Guasian Ren? Not so easily. Piccolo's eyes flashed with malice as he quickly formed seals, unleashing Meijin Kosatsu. A slender yet piercing green beam shot forth, aimed directly at Wukong. Wukong's expression shifted in alarm as he swiftly changed direction to evade the green beam. The beam struck the energy cage, causing it to tremble violently, and Guasian Ren's aura grew even fainter. Master, Wukong cried out, anxiety flooding his heart as he charged towards the cage once more. Piccolo pursued him relentlessly, engaging in a fierce battle. Their speeds were astonishing, darting through the ruins, the sounds of their energy clashes echoing as the ground was left riddled with craters. Tianjin fan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Jiaozi quickly joined the fray, attempting to restrain Piccolo and create an opportunity for Wukong. However, Piccolo's strength was overwhelming. Even united, they could only barely hold their ground against him, failing to provide Wukong with a meaningful chance. The battle raged on for a full hour, leaving everyone breathless and bearing various injuries. Wukong's condition was particularly dire, his body marred with wounds, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his breath growing erratic. Although Piccolo had sustained some injuries, he appeared in far better condition than Wukong, regarding him with contempt. Son Wukong, you have reached your limit. Today, both you and Guasian Ren shall perish here. I will not allow you to succeed. Wukong bellowed, his energy surging once more as he summoned every ounce of his power, rapidly forming seals. Kamehameha, a wave of azure energy, larger and purer than before, erupted forth, hurtling toward Piccolo. Piccolo's eyes widened in surprise for a fleeting moment before he smirked, quickly forming seals as well. Meijin Kosatsu, a massive green energy sphere erupted from his mouth, crashing into the azure wave. With a thunderous roar, the two powerful energy waves collided, creating a cataclysmic energy field that engulfed the entirety of Guasian Island's ruins. Within the energy field, Wukong and Piccolo desperately channeled their energy, striving to overpower one another. Wukong's complexion grew increasingly pale, his breath dwindling, acutely aware that his energy was depleting rapidly. If this continued, he would soon be overwhelmed by Piccolo. I cannot give up. I must not give up. Wukong fervently urged himself, recalling the teachings of his master Guasian Ren, the faith of Krillin, Tianjin fan, and the expectations of Master Krillin. This unwavering conviction fueled him, allowing him to unleash a surge of power as he continuously infused energy into his Kamehameha. Piccolo's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated Wukong's ability to summon such formidable strength even in his fatigued state. Gritting his teeth, he too summoned every ounce of energy within him, channeling it into his Meijin Kosatsu. At that moment, Wukong suddenly conceived a brilliant strategy. Drawing in a deep breath, he intentionally weakened the energy of the Kamehameha. leading Piccolo to believe that Wukong had exhausted his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo amplified the energy of his mouth blast, attempting to subdue Wukong in one fell swoop. Just as the mouth blast was about to overpower the Kamehameha, Wukong erupted with the last remnants of his energy, altering the trajectory of the Kamehameha to bypass the mouth blast and head straight for the energy cage. Oh no! Piccolo's expression changed drastically as he sought to thwart Wukong, but it was already too late. The pale blue energy wave struck the energy cage with tremendous force, shattering it instantly and sending the turtle hermit plummeting from the sky. Wukong rushed forward to catch the turtle hermit. "Master, how are you?" Wukong gazed at the turtle hermit's pallid face, his eyes filled with concern. The turtle hermit managed a weak smile and said, "Wukong, I am fine. You must defeat Piccolo and protect the earth." With that, he lost consciousness. "Master." Wukong's eyes blazed with fury as he entrusted the turtle hermit to Krillin, declaring, "Krillin, take Master away from here. I will handle this." "Wukong, we can't leave you." Krillin protested. "There is no time. Piccolo is incredibly powerful. If you stay, you will only be a burden." Wukong insisted. "Take Master to a safe place and wait for me to defeat Piccolo before you return." Krillin, seeing the determination in Wukong's eyes, knew further resistance was futile. He nodded and said, "Wukong, be careful. We will wait for you in a safe place." With that, Krillin, along with Tianjinhan, Yamcha, and Dend, flew away with the turtle hermit. Piccolo watched them depart, his eyes filled with rage. "Son Wukong, how dare you deceive me? Today, I shall surely kill you," he roared, his green energy surging around him as he rapidly formed hand seals. Mouth blast. A slender yet piercing green beam shot forth, hurtling towards Wukong. Wukong's expression shifted dramatically as he narrowly evaded the green beam, which struck the ground and created a deep, bottomless crater. Taking a deep breath, Wukong's energy surged once more. He understood this was the final battle against Piccolo, and he must summon all his strength to prevail. "Piccolo, today we shall settle this," Wukong thundered, gathering energy around him and forming the Kamehameha. A pale blue wave surged forth, charging directly at Piccolo. Piccolo sneered, quickly forming his own hand seals. Mouth blast. A massive green energy sphere erupted from his mouth, colliding with the pale blue Kamehameha. The resulting explosion echoed with a deafening roar, the two formidable energy waves clashing and generating a cataclysmic energy field. In this arena of power, both Wukong and Piccolo desperately infused their energy, knowing this was the crucial moment that would determine the victor. Wukong's complexion grew increasingly pale, his breath weakening as he sensed his body nearing its limit. At that moment, Piccolo revealed a sinister smile. He understood he could not rival Wukong any longer. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he opened his mouth wide, expelling a dark green energy egg. This egg radiated an evil green light and was adorned with strange patterns, exuding a powerful aura akin to Piccolo himself. "Son Wukong, do you think killing me will end everything?" Piccolo's voice dripped with madness. He slammed his palm onto the energy egg, injecting all his remaining strength. "This is my legacy egg, containing all my power and memories. It will hatch a new generation of Piccolo. Even in death, my will shall persist, and someday, he will conquer the earth." As soon as he finished speaking, the energy egg shot off like an arrow into the distant sky, disappearing at an astonishing speed, a green streak vanishing from Wukong's sight. Wukong stared in the direction of the egg's disappearance, his brow furrowed and his heart heavy. He had intended to pursue and prevent it, but his energy was nearly depleted, and even standing was a challenge, leaving him helpless to watch as the egg escaped. More importantly, Wukong had never harbored any malice towards an unhatched life, even if it were Piccolo's legacy. To him, the egg bore no fault, and its future might still be altered. "Piccolo, you are despicable," Wukong roared, unleashing a final surge of energy, pouring all his rage into Piccolo. He charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Piccolo's chest. Piccolo screamed in agony, his body soaring away like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and spewing green blood. Wukong approached Piccolo, his gaze icy. "You threaten the earth, harm my master, and destroy Kame House. Today, I will avenge all those you have wronged." Piccolo lay on the ground, gasping, yet a hint of defiance remained on his face. "Son Wukong, do not revel in your victory. My legacy has escaped. One day, it will return, and then you and the entire earth shall be annihilated." Wukong chose not to respond. He concentrated the last of his energy and delivered a decisive blow to Piccolo's head. With a resounding crash, Piccolo's body disintegrated, vanishing into the air. With Piccolo's demise, the malevolent aura over Kame House gradually dissipated, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Wukong gazed at the ruins before him and then looked toward the direction where the energy egg had vanished, his heart filled with complexity. He had emerged victorious in this battle, yet there was no joy, for he understood that a new threat had been set in motion, and the Earth would continue to face challenges ahead. "Master, Krillin, I have defeated Piccolo," Wukong murmured, his body weakening as he nearly collapsed to the ground. He was utterly exhausted, his energy completely drained, lacking even the strength to fly. Leaning against a broken wall, he sat down, closed his eyes, and began to recuperate. He knew that once he regained his strength, he would have to search for Krillin and his master and prepare for the potential emergence of a new generation of Piccolo. Yet he felt no fear, for he was Son Wukong, a warrior safeguarding the Earth, and no matter the obstacles, he would face them bravely, using his own power to protect all that he cherished. Chapter 28. Aftermath, New Guardians and Hidden Concerns. As the smoke over the ruins of Kame House gradually cleared, only the howling sea breeze swept through the remnants, stirring the charred dust and splintered wood. Wukong rested against a cracked wall, utterly drained. Sweat mingled with blood from his wounds, soaked through his tattered clothing. Each breath tugged at his pain, prompting involuntary frowns. Yet within, his energy slowly began to recover with steady breaths, a pale blue aura swirling around him like a gentle mist. He gazed toward the horizon where the energy egg had vanished, the sea and sky merging into one. The dark green light had long since disappeared, but Piccolo's last words echoed like a dark incantation. "My legacy will endure. One day, it will rule the Earth." This statement left Wukong with an inescapable unease, for he knew the conclusion of this battle was not the end of the crisis, but rather the beginning of a new threat. Time passed, and a familiar energy approached from afar, accompanied by hurried sounds of flight. Wukong slowly opened his eyes to see Krillin, Tianjin Han, Yamcha, and Din rushing toward him with the turtle hermit. Krillin led the charge, his face etched with worry, and upon reaching Wukong's side, he crouched down to examine Wukong's wounds, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Wukong, you're all right. Thank goodness. What about Piccolo? Did you defeat him?" "I have eliminated Piccolo." Wukong managed a faint smile, his voice hoarse. He turned to the turtle hermit, concern flooding his eyes. "Master, how are you? I saw you faint earlier. I was so worried." The esteemed master came, though feeling somewhat fatigued, managed a feeble smile. Supported by Tianjin Fan, he slowly approached Goku, patting him on the shoulder with eyes brimming with both pride and concern. "Goku, you have worked tirelessly, and your efforts have not gone unnoticed. You have successfully defeated Piccolo and safeguarded the Earth." "It is my duty, Master," Goku replied, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he divulged the truth. However, before Piccolo perished, he expelled an egg containing all his powers and memories. "I was too exhausted to stop it, and it has already fled into the distance. It is possible that a new generation of Piccolo may emerge." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted from lighthearted to grave, as the faces of the gathered friends darkened with concern. Krillin furrowed his brow, his voice heavy with worry. "What? Is that truly the case? Have we labored in vain? Piccolo was difficult enough to defeat. If a new Piccolo hatches, Earth will once again face the same peril, possibly even worse." Indeed, Piccolo's strength was formidable. If the new Piccolo inherits his powers and memories, he will be aware of our weaknesses from the outset, and his strength will surely rival that of his predecessor. "What shall we do then?" Yamcha added, anxiety evident in his tone as he recalled their previous battles with Piccolo, which had left him shaken. Jiaozi floated in midair, fists clenched with determination. "No matter how powerful the new Piccolo may be, we shall not waver. We will train diligently to enhance our strength, and we will surely overcome him." After a brief silence, Tianjin Fan, his third eye blinking thoughtfully, articulated, "It is futile to dwell on such matters for now. We do not know when or where the new Piccolo will hatch. Searching blindly will only waste our time and energy and may even alert him to our actions. Our immediate priority is to find a safe sanctuary for Master Kame to recuperate and for us to restore our strength in preparation for the potential crisis ahead. Only when we are sufficiently powerful can we face the new Piccolo with confidence." Indeed, Tianjin Fan is correct, Goku nodded in agreement. Rising to his feet and stretching his limbs, he acknowledged the lingering fatigue but felt largely recovered. Bulma mentioned an abandoned research facility deep within a dense forest, well concealed. It is equipped with various apparatuses and would serve as an ideal temporary refuge for Master Kame to rest and for us to train without external disturbances. Then let us depart immediately. We cannot linger here. If others happen upon the ruins of Kame House, it will surely incite panic, Master Kame stated, despite his frail condition. His mind focused on the greater picture. Although Piccolo was no more, the threat to Earth had not been entirely averted, and they must enhance their abilities without delay. The group promptly nodded and sprang into action. Krillin and Yamcha assisted Master Kame, while Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi stood guard, with Goku leading the way as they soared towards the abandoned research facility. Thanks to the miraculous effects of the Senzu beans, Goku's recovery was swift, and he flew at a remarkable pace, leading the group like a streak of light as they vanished into the horizon. After an hour of flight, they finally arrived at the forsaken research facility that Bulma had described. Hidden amidst the dense, primordial forest, it was surrounded by towering trees and vines. Externally, the facility appeared dilapidated, with cracked walls and shattered windows, suggesting years of neglect. Yet, upon entering, they discovered a spacious interior divided into various sections, including training areas, rest zones, kitchens, and laboratories. Although some equipment was damaged, much of it remained operational, and even some advanced apparatuses required only minor repairs. Let us make our temporary residence here, Bulma declared, moving to inspect the laboratory equipment. I will work swiftly to restore the devices, particularly the instruments in the lab. I can develop new detection devices and weapons to aid our training and prepare us for future crises. Additionally, I will create a comfortable environment for Master Kame to ensure his swift recovery. Thank you for your hard work, Bulma, Goku expressed gratefully, watching her diligently attend to the repairs. Each time they faced adversity, Bulma's ingenuity and technical prowess provided invaluable assistance, solidifying her status as an indispensable ally. In the ensuing days, the group established a structured routine. Bulma busied herself in the laboratory, not only repairing the facility's power and water systems, but also restoring most of the experimental equipment. Utilizing these tools, she devised a revolutionary gravity training apparatus that could adjust gravitational intensity based on the user's strength, enabling rapid enhancement of their abilities. Moreover, she prepared a tranquil and comfortable room for Master Kame, ensuring he received nourishing meals and herbal remedies to support his recovery. Under Bulma's attentive care, Master Kame was able to focus on recuperation, meditating daily to restore his energy. In moments of leisure, he would guide the others in their training, sharing his extensive combat experience and insights to help them overcome challenges. Under Master Kame's tutelage, the group's progress accelerated, and Goku, in particular, trained with relentless dedication, understanding that as the core of their team, only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he protect them and the Earth from future threats. Each dawn, he would arrive at the training area to commence his rigorous regimen, engaging in foundational exercises, running, push-ups, and sit-ups, pushing his physical limits to enhance his strength and endurance. Subsequently, he would utilize Bulma's gravity training device, setting the gravitational force to its maximum to practice the techniques of the Kamehameha and the use of the Rui Bang. With the aid of ultra-divine water, Goku's energy levels and purity saw a remarkable increase, empowering his Kamehameha to become even more formidable, with enhanced precision to the point where he could condense it into slender beams for greater penetration. His mastery of the Rui Bang became increasingly agile, allowing him to alter its length instantaneously, amplifying both its range and impact, and even enabling him to deflect opponents' attacks, significantly improving his defensive capabilities. Furthermore, Goku endeavored to develop new techniques, seamlessly blending his energy with the Rui Bang to forge an entirely new combat style that surpassed all his previous moves. Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Jiaozi were equally resolute, training alongside Goku daily, engaging in sparring sessions that fostered mutual growth. Krillin's mastery over his afterimage technique flourished. He could now conjure 20 afterimages simultaneously to launch attacks, coordinating them flawlessly with his physical form to execute intricate attack formations that left foes bewildered. He also refined his Kamehameha, achieving greater speed and accuracy, making him adept at surprising adversaries. Tianjin Fan's Kikaho and Mafuba techniques also saw significant advancements. As he minimized the charge time of his Kikaho while amplifying its power, allowing him to unleash multiple Kikaho blasts concurrently, targeting several foes. The control of Mafengbo has become increasingly precise, allowing him to adjust the energy of the technique according to his opponent's strength, ensuring that he can seal them without wasting excessive chi. Furthermore, Tianjin Fan has cultivated a new technique, enhancing both his total chi and recovery speed, enabling him to endure longer in battle. Yamcha's Langya Feng Fengquan and Langya Liandan have grown increasingly formidable. Through gravity training, he has elevated his speed and strength, making his attacks swifter and more potent. He has also intensified his defensive maneuvers, learning to form barriers with his chi to withstand opponents' assaults, significantly enhancing his survivability. In his sparring sessions with others, Yamcha has gained a wealth of combat experience, learning to devise diverse strategies tailored to his adversaries. No longer acting recklessly as he once did, Jiaozi has achieved new breakthroughs in his superpower, enabling him not only to control objects with precision but also to temporarily restrain his opponent's movements, and even launch superpower attacks that inflict tangible damage. He has learned to use his abilities to sense his surroundings, allowing him to detect hidden adversaries and provide early warnings to his companions. During his training, Jiaozi discovered that his powers can synergize with the attacks of others, creating powerful combination techniques that greatly enhance the team's combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Boerma successfully repaired the Research Institute's detection equipment and developed a new global detection system. This system covers the entire Earth and can detect powerful chi fluctuations. Boerma attempted to use this system to locate Baek's legacy egg, but it seems to have vanished without a trace. As the system has consistently failed to detect any chi fluctuations associated with Baek, intensifying the unease among the group. It appears that Baek's legacy egg is well hidden. It may either be in a dormant state with exceedingly weak chi fluctuations that our system cannot detect, or it may be concealed in a very obscure location, such as the deep sea, underground, or in another dimensional space. Boerma lamented, sitting before the computer and continuously adjusting the system parameters in an effort to find the egg's whereabouts, but ultimately to no avail. However, she reassured them that there is no need for excessive worry, as the hatching of the new generation of Baek requires a certain amount of time. Based on Baek's species characteristics, hatching will take at least several years, giving them ample time to enhance their strength. As long as they grow strong enough, they will be able to face the new generation of Baek when it emerges. You are right, Yukong remarked, stepping out from the gravity training apparatus, his body glistening with sweat, yet his gaze remarkably bright. Rather than worrying here, we should seize the time to train and elevate our abilities. No matter when the new generation of Baek appears, I will be prepared. I will not allow him to threaten the Earth, nor will I let Baek's scheme succeed. The group nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with determination. They understood that the road ahead was fraught with challenges, yet they would not falter. For they were the guardians of the Earth, united with like-minded companions and resolute in their commitment to protect their home. They would utilize their strength to overcome all difficulties and safeguard this cherished land. As time passed day by day, Master Rokushin's body had fully recovered, and he joined the training team, practicing with everyone daily and often guiding them in practical sparring, sharing his combat experiences and techniques. Under Master Rokushin's tutelage, their fighting skills became increasingly refined, and their teamwork grew more harmonious, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. One day, after concluding their training, the group sat in the rest area. Boerma prepared a sumptuous feast of food and drinks, and as they savored their meals, they exchanged insights about their training. Master Rokushin looked upon them with pride. Raising a cup of drink to his lips, he said, "Children, your progress has been remarkable. Over these past months, your strength has seen a qualitative leap. I believe that as long as you continue to strive, even when the new generation of Baek emerges, you will surely be able to defeat him and protect the Earth." "We will," the group replied in unison, their eyes shining with unwavering resolve. Wukong gazed out at the sky through the window, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a golden hue on the ground. He silently vowed, "Baek's legacy egg, no matter where you are or when you hatch, I will wait for you. I will grow stronger, using my power to protect the Earth and everyone around me. I will not allow Baek's will to persist. I will prove through my actions that justice will always triumph over evil." After their rest, the group plunged back into their rigorous training. In the training area, the sounds of chi clashing resonated continuously, each individual striving to safeguard the Earth, their silhouettes appearing particularly resolute in the sunlight. They understood that new challenges were on the horizon, yet they faced these fears with courage, for they possessed faith, companions, and a determination to protect all. They would use their strength to write their own legends, safeguarding the land they cherished, ensuring that the earth remains forever filled with peace and tranquility. Chapter 29, 5-Year Pact. The stirring of a new threat. Time flows swiftly, and 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The forest surrounding the abandoned research institute has transformed from a state of decay to one of lush vitality, with mottled sunlight filtering through layers of leaves, casting dancing light spots on the ground, bearing witness to the group's diligent training day after day. During these 5 years, there have been no earth-shattering battles, no sudden crises, but rather a steadfast persistence and a transformative rebirth. The training area within the Research Institute has long since become a battleground where they pour forth their sweat. Boerma's gravity training device has been repeatedly pushed beyond its original intensity, now exceeding 3 times its initial power. The booming sounds of chi clashing and the rapid breaths of the practitioners have become the most frequently heard sounds in this secluded space. Among these dedicated guardians, Suin Wukong's transformation is the most striking. The passage of 5 years has not only honed his strength, but has also left clear marks of growth upon his appearance, shedding the naivete of youth and revealing the sharpness and weight of a seasoned warrior. Today, Wukong stands taller than he did 5 years ago, his figure increasingly statuesque and robust, devoid of any superfluous flesh. Every inch of muscle has been forged through relentless training, exhibiting fluid lines brimming with explosive power. As he sheds his shirt, his bronze skin glistens healthily in the sunlight, a hue derived from long exposure to the elements during training, akin to metal forged from fine steel, radiating raw and primal strength. The contours of his chest muscles are well-defined and robust, subtly rising and falling with each breath, crafting lines that pack an impressive visual punch. His abdominal muscles, sharply defined into 8 distinct sections, appear as if meticulously sculpted from jade, their grooves uniform in depth, testament to countless core workouts and the strain of gravity training. The biceps and triceps of his arms flow seamlessly, bulging with power when engaged, and veins snake like slender serpents beneath the surface, seemingly harboring the strength to rend the heavens and the earth. His broad latissimus dorsi resembles outspread wings, accentuating his sturdy shoulders and exuding a potent masculinity. His limbs are long and powerful, the lines of his wrists and ankles firm and strong, each movement imbued with the elasticity of a spring, as if poised to unleash instantaneous speed at any moment. His visage has shed the roundness of youth, transforming into a visage of defined angles, with a distinct jawline that conveys a sense of resoluteness. His forehead is broad, his brow slightly pronounced, and 2 thick black eyebrows arch sharply like swords, their peaks radiating an air of unyielding heroism. His eyes remain a pure black, deep and bright like the most pristine obsidian, often reflecting a gentle smile. Yet when focused, they explode with a fierce brilliance, as if capable of piercing through all illusions and reaching the essence of things, an insight forged through countless battles and training, tempered by the trials of life and death. His eyes were deep-set, with the outer corners slightly raised, adding a touch of vivacity and sharpness. Long lashes cast delicate shadows beneath his eyelids, enhancing the profoundness of his gaze. His nose was high and straight, the tip rounded yet robust, with wide nostrils that gently flared with each breath, embodying a steady rhythm. His lips were of moderate thickness, their contours well-defined, often graced by a faint smile that radiated warmth and approachability. However, when he focused intently, his lips would form a resolute line, exuding determination and resolve. A faint stubble adorned his chin, adding a layer of maturity to his youthful visage, lending it a gravitas that belied his years. His hair remained a signature short black style, the strands stiff and voluminous, rising defiantly like steel needles, exuding an untamed aura. A few wayward bangs fell casually across his forehead, casting a gentle shadow over his eyes, making them appear even more piercing. 5 years of training had not altered the purity of his hair color, which retained its rich ebony hue, glistening healthily under the sun, each strand seemingly infused with vibrant vitality. His attire was characterized by an orange-red martial arts uniform, the wear and tear of 5 years adding a touch of time-worn character. Frayed edges and a faded turtle emblem on his chest and back bore witness to the trials of repeated washings and sun exposure, deepening in color like his increasingly robust strength. Beneath the uniform, he wore a simple white-fitted undershirt that clung to his physique, accentuating his muscular contours. A deep blue wide belt cinched his waist tightly, its ends cascading naturally, swaying gently with his movements. On his wrists, he sported a pair of deep blue arm guards. Slightly worn yet impeccably clean, the insides long soaked with sweat, marking the passage of time. His lower half was clad in matching orange-red martial arts pants. Loose yet not cumbersome, tucked into deep blue boots, the striking yellow lines on the sides still prominent, the sole smooth from countless runs, jumps, and battles. On this clear morning, Wukong ventured alone into a clearing deep within the forest, a faint blue aura rising around him like mist, gradually coalescing and strengthening with his breath. He inhaled deeply, his chest expanding, the muscular lines beneath his bronze skin stretching and then tightening in an instant. His hands moved swiftly to form seals, fluid and precise. Without a hint of hesitation, with fingers together and palms facing, the pale blue energy gathered quickly in his hands, emitting a soft hum. "Kamehameha," he declared, his voice steady and powerful, resonating with a force that pierced the air. A concentrated wave of pale blue energy surged forth, devoid of any earth-shattering roar, yet possessing unparalleled penetrative power, slicing through the morning mist and striking a distant peak. The summit crumbled silently, stones cascading like a waterfall. The once steep mountain top now presenting a smooth, even surface, a testament to his precise control over his energy. "Wukong, your progress accelerates rapidly. At this rate, I fear I may no longer be your match," came the voice of Kame Sennin from behind, who approached with his cane, his eyes filled with admiration and pride. Despite his advancing years, Kame Sennin continued to train diligently, his energy becoming ever more refined. Though his face bore additional wrinkles, his spirit remained vibrant, serving as a steadfast pillar and trusted mentor to many. Wukong dispelled his energy, the pale blue mist dissipating slowly, as he turned to smile and scratch his head, his bangs swaying to reveal a smooth forehead. "Master, you are too modest. Your combat experience is something I shall never fully master." His smile retained its innocence, imbued with a natural amiability, yet beneath it lay a confidence and composure forged through 5 years of rigorous training. At that moment, Bulma's voice, tinged with excitement, rang out. "Wukong, Master Kame, I knew you would be here." The group turned to see Bulma, clad in a crisp white lab coat, holding a portable detector as she hurried toward them. Upon laying eyes on Wukong, she could not tear her gaze away, her eyes sparkling with unmasked admiration and infatuation. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her pace slowing. 5 years had not dulled Bulma's allure. Her light blue hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, accentuating her porcelain complexion. Her delicate features resembling those of a meticulously crafted doll, now infused with a mature woman's poise and intellect. Yet at this moment, the usually composed and astute scientist was entirely captivated, her gaze fixated on Wukong, taking in every detail of his tall frame, bronzed skin, and chiseled face, her lips involuntarily curling into a slight smile. "Wukong, your training state today is exceptional," Bulma exclaimed as she approached him, her tone revealing a hint of bashfulness and awe. Her eyes lingered on his bronzed arms, observing the fluid muscle lines, her heart racing slightly. "When you performed the Kamehameha earlier, it was incredibly impressive. Your form, your presence. You are more than 10 times stronger than 5 years ago, and your aura has become so captivating." Wukong, caught off guard by Bulma's frank admiration, scratched his head once more, a simple smile spreading across his face. "Haha, Bulma, you flatter me. I am merely training as usual." He remained blissfully unaware of the unusual glint in Bulma's eyes, interpreting her praise as typical among friends. Bulma gazed at Wukong's earnest smile, her heart fluttering, the blush on her cheeks deepening. She suppressed her racing thoughts, clearing her throat to recall her purpose for being there. She raised the detector, her tone regaining some composure, though her fascination remained evident. "Right? I came to tell you that my detection system has made a new discovery. I just captured a powerful energy fluctuation, akin to Piccolo's energy. It seems a new generation of him is about to hatch." Upon hearing about the Egg of Legacy, Wukong's smile vanished, his expression sharpening like a drawn sword. He gazed into the distant sky, his brow furrowing as the creases deepened with focus. "I know, throughout these 5 years, I have sensed the energy fluctuations around me daily, yet I have failed to find its trace. However, I can feel a familiar malevolence quietly growing somewhere on Earth, intensifying by the moment. His voice was low and resolute, his fist clenching tightly, muscles tensing, veins standing out. Bulma watched Wukong's intense demeanor, her admiration deepening. His determined frown, the sharpness in his gaze radiated a compelling masculine charm, rendering her momentarily entranced. It was only when Kame Sennin cleared his throat that she snapped back to reality, quickly regaining her composure to say earnestly, "That energy fluctuation is deep within the Amazon rainforest in South America. Although still unstable, it is rapidly strengthening. We must hurry." "Not just you. I sense it too." Kame Sennin nodded, his gaze profound. This energy was faint yet reminiscent of Piccolo's, cold, domineering, imbued with a desire to annihilate everything. It seems the new generation of Piccolo is soon to emerge. The group immediately soared toward the research facility, Bulma deliberately slowing her pace to stay beside Wukong. Her eyes occasionally drifting toward him, admiring his upright figure and the rustling orange-red martial arts uniform in the air, filled with admiration and affection. She could not deny that the Wukong of 5 years hence was no longer the naive youth he once was. His growth and transformation had deeply captivated her. Upon returning to the research institute, Krillin, Yamcha, and Zhao Zi had already gathered, each face marked with a somber expression. Bulma approached the computer, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard as the screen illuminated with a global distribution map of energy fluctuations. One particular red that stood out vividly, pulsating like a beating heart, nestled deep within the Amazon rainforest of South America, continuously flickering and indicating a rapid surge in energy. "Everyone look here," Bulma exclaimed, pointing at the red dot, her tone a blend of excitement and gravity, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Goku, whose bronze skin shimmered under the lights, stirring ripples of emotion within her. "My detection system has suddenly captured a powerful energy fluctuation, one that shares its origin with the energy of Piccolo from years past. Although it remains unstable, it is escalating at an astonishing rate, indicating that a new generation of Piccolo is on the verge of hatching, and it is nearing completion." The group gathered around the screen, their expressions growing increasingly grave as they observed the flickering red. Krillin clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening, eyes filled with determination. "At last, we have found it. After 5 years of training, we have awaited this moment, and it is for today. This time, we shall utterly defeat him. We cannot allow him to endanger the earth." Yamcha, standing nearby with arms crossed and brows furrowed, his eyes flashing with intensity, added, 5 years ago, we failed to prevent his legacy egg from escaping. During these 5 years, we have diligently trained to remedy that regret. New generation Piccolo, no matter how powerful you may be, we will not allow you to act with impunity again. The Amazon rainforest, with its intricate terrain and dense vegetation, was a natural labyrinth, where towering trees could easily conceal one's presence. Tianjin Fan analyzed, his third eye on his forehead pulsating slightly, as it quickly sensed the energy fluctuations at the red dot's location. His energy is still quite unstable. He must have just hatched and not yet fully adapted to his body, meaning his power has not reached its peak. This is our best opportunity. We must hurry and find him before he fully masters his strength, seizing the initiative. All right, let us depart at once. Goku nodded, a flicker of resolve in his eyes, his aura sharpening instantly. He instinctively tightened his fists, the muscles in his bronze arms bulging, as a faint blue energy swirled in his palms. This time, I will not let him escape. We must eradicate this threat and protect the Earth. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable conviction, as steady as a rock. Bulma gazed at Goku's unwavering demeanor, her heart swelling with pride and admiration. She quickly retrieved several specialized weapons and portable detection devices from the laboratory, approached Goku, and handed him a compact detector, advising, "This device can accurately locate his position and display his energy intensity in real time. You must be cautious. If his energy exceeds the warning threshold, inform me immediately, and I will analyze his weaknesses from afar." Her gaze was soft, imbued with deep concern, as she couldn't help but adjust Goku's slightly disheveled martial arts uniform. Goku accepted the detector, attaching it to his belt, its vibrant contrast against his orange martial arts attire. "Don't worry, Bulma. We will be careful," he replied, oblivious to Bulma's subtle gestures, interpreting them merely as the normal concern of comrades. With all preparations complete, the group unleashed their energy and soared into the sky. Goku took the lead, his orange uniform gleaming under the sunlight, flying at remarkable speed and leaving a faint trail of energy in his wake. Bulma followed closely behind, her gaze fixed on his figure, filled with both infatuation and worry. She understood the dangers that lay ahead, yet her faith in Goku's ability to triumph remained unshakable. For he was the miraculous son Wukong, the strongest and most radiant warrior in her heart. After 3 hours of flight, they finally arrived above the Amazon rainforest. Below, the rainforest sprawled like a green ocean, towering trees layered upon one another, their branches intertwining, allowing only sporadic patches of sunlight to filter through. The air was thick with humidity, mingling the scents of earth and foliage, interlaced with a faint, elusive aura of malevolence. As they approached, this ominous presence intensified, evoking a sense of discomfort. Bulma activated the portable detection device, the red dot on the screen becoming increasingly distinct, its flickering frequency quickening. In the valley ahead, "We are still 10 kilometers away," she announced, her fingers tapping the screen to bring up a topographical map of the valley. This valley is treacherous, flanked by steep cliffs, with only a narrow passage for entry, making it easy to set an ambush. "Everyone, be cautious. The terrain here is complex and prone to ambushes," Goku warned. Attuning himself to the surrounding energy fluctuations, his brow knitting slightly. "I can sense that, aside from the escalating malevolent presence, there are several faint energies dispersed around the valley. They must be his subordinates. It appears this new generation of Piccolo is even more cunning than the original, setting ambushes right after hatching," Krillin remarked, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. "In that case, we shall turn his strategy against him." Goku's eyes gleamed with intensity as he swiftly allocated tasks. "Tianjin Fan, you and Jiao Zi will flank left and tackle the ambushers there. Krillin, you and Yamcha will sweep right and clear the enemies, then encircle the rear. My master and I will launch a frontal assault to draw his attention. Once you have dealt with the ambush, we will execute a coordinated attack, leaving him no chance to breathe." "Understood." The group echoed in unison, their eyes brimming with determination. With their roles assigned, they immediately set off. Tianjin Fan and Jiao Zi transformed into streaks of light, darting towards the left side of the valley. Krillin and Yamcha sped towards the right. Goku and Master Roshi soared toward the valley entrance. Bulma remained aloft, monitoring the movements within the valley through her device, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Goku, silently praying for his safety. Goku and Master Roshi were the first to reach the valley entrance, where steep cliffs loomed on either side, draped in verdant vines and moss. The narrow passage was choked with vines and weeds, appearing remarkably concealed. Attuning himself to the energy fluctuations within the valley, Goku felt the malevolent presence intensifying, exuding a desire to obliterate everything, pressing upon the nerves like a tangible force. He is deep within the valley, and his energy continues to escalate. "He must have fully hatched," Goku murmured, a sharp light flashing in his eyes as his aura coalesced, preparing for battle. His body leaned slightly forward, akin to a poised cheetah, his orange uniform standing out starkly in the dim valley, each muscle taut, ready to unleash its might. As they cautiously ventured deeper into the valley, the oppressive aura grew stronger, saturating the air with an increasing sense of dread. Upon reaching the valley's center, the scene before them opened up to reveal a spacious clearing, the ground scattered with black rocks exuding a faint scent of sulfur. In the center of the clearing sat a formidable figure upon a massive black rock. It was the new generation of Piccolo. He had matured into a youthful form, his physique reminiscent of the original Piccolo, yet taller and more elongated. His skin was a deep green, smooth and taut, clad in a form-fitting black battlesuit that accentuated his physique. Two robust antennae sprouted from his head, curving slightly, their tips glimmering with a faint green light. His eyes sparkled with malevolence, the pupils a dark crimson, radiating a chilling intent to kill. A subtle green aura enveloped him, still unstable, yet reeking of dominance. Upon hearing the footsteps, the new generation of Bike slowly opened his eyes, his gaze locking onto Wukong and Kuei Shinrin with the intensity of a venomous serpent. When he beheld Wukong, a flash of deep-seated hatred flickered in his eyes, and a cold smirk graced his lips. "So in Wukong, Kuei Shinrin, we meet again." Although his voice was youthful, it bore an arrogance and malevolence reminiscent of the former Bike, clearly indicating that he had inherited all of Bike's memories and animosities, including his profound enmity towards Wukong. "The new generation of Bike, you have indeed hatched." A trace of lethal intent flashed in Wukong's eyes, and his aura surged explosively. A pale blue energy igniting like flames, accentuating the brilliance of his orange martial arts uniform. His form tightened slightly, the bronze muscles becoming more defined with the intensity of his power, and his bangs were blown back, revealing his sharp brow and eyes. Bike had once wreaked havoc on Earth, causing harm to many. Today, I shall avenge them. Chapter 30. The Battle in the Valley. Inherited hatred and the determination to protect. Bike had indeed harmed the Earth in the past, and today, I shall not allow you to repeat your transgressions. Wukong's voice rang out with resolute conviction, echoing like thunder in the valley, each word imbued with undeniable determination. Before his words had faded, he propelled himself off the ground, his form shooting towards the new generation of Bike like an arrow loosed from its bow, the pale blue energy swirling around him like a howling tempest, kicking up debris and leaving a clear trail in his wake. His bronze arm cut through the air with a fierce arc, the punch slicing through the atmosphere with a sound that could tear asunder, aimed directly at the new generation of Bike's face. This punch was the culmination of 5 years of training, its speed so great that it nearly left an afterimage, warping the very light around it. The new generation of Bike's eyes glinted with disdain. He tilted his body slightly and effortlessly evaded Wukong's assault. His reaction speed far exceeded expectations, clearly demonstrating that even though he had just hatched, he had already mastered his physical control. Saiyan Wukong, it's been 5 years, and your speed has indeed improved, but alas, you remain so easily defeated. He sneered, swiftly raising his right hand, deep green energy coalescing in his palm, and with a sudden motion, he struck out towards Wukong's back. Be careful, Kuei Shinran exclaimed, promptly alerting Wukong while enveloping himself in a pale yellow aura, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Wukong had already sensed the impending danger behind him. He twisted his body mid-air, his left hand moving to block the impending attack. The clash of pale blue and deep green energies erupted in a deafening explosion, sending shockwaves outward, shattering the black rocks below and causing debris to rain down like droplets of rain. The vines and moss along the cliffs of the valley crumbled away, revealing bare stone. Both combatants staggered back a few steps to regain their footing. Wukong regarded the residual deep green energy in his palm, his brow furrowing slightly. Your power is stronger than I anticipated. He could distinctly feel that this new generation of Bike's energy, although unstable, was more formidable than the Bike who first appeared years ago. Humph, having inherited my father's power and hatred, I naturally surpass him. The murderous intent in the new generation of Bike's eyes intensified, and the deep green energy surrounding him blazed like fire, darkening his form-fitting black battle attire. My father could not defeat you, but today I will fulfill his unfinished business, obliterating this filthy earth and making all who harmed my father pay a heavy price. Before his words could fully dissipate, the new generation of Bike launched another assault. In a flash, he appeared before Wukong, his hands moving rapidly, deep green energy transforming into sharp blades aimed at Wukong's vital points. The energy blades sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle, each capable of severing steel. Wukong did not dare to underestimate the attack. The pale blue energy around him thickened as he swiftly maneuvered his hands before him, forming an impenetrable barrier of energy. The blades collided with the barrier, producing a symphony of clashing sounds, sparks flying as fragments of energy scattered, carving deep grooves into the ground. Is defense all you can manage? Saiyan Wukong, has your once fiery spirit been dulled by 5 years of ease? The new generation of Bike's voice dripped with derision, his attack speed increasing as deep green energy blades fell like a torrential downpour, leaving Wukong with scarcely a moment to breathe. Beads of sweat formed on Wukong's forehead. His bronze skin slightly flushed from exertion, and the muscles in his arms bulged, veins becoming prominent. He understood that remaining on the defensive was not a viable strategy. He must take the initiative to shatter the stalemate. Since you wish to witness my power, I shall oblige. A fierce glint flashed in Wukong's eyes as the pale blue energy around him surged exponentially, the original barrier erupting into countless pale blue energy needles that shot towards the new generation of Bike. Concurrently, he accelerated once more, his fist gathering even greater energy, targeting the new generation of Bike's chest. The new generation of Bike, taken aback by Wukong's sudden counterattack, momentarily faltered, hastily gathering energy to block. However, the speed of the energy needles was overwhelming. He could only intercept a fraction, the remainder striking his body and leaving tiny wounds from which deep green blood oozed. Seizing the opportunity while the new generation of Bike was injured, Wukong's fist was now almost within reach. The new generation of Bike's expression changed, unable to evade in time. He could only forcefully gather energy to shield his chest. With a resounding impact, Wukong's fist struck the new generation of Bike's chest, shattering the deep green energy barrier. The new generation of Bike soared backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a massive black rock. The stone shattered instantly, debris flying. And the new generation of Bike crawled out from the rubble, deep green blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with disbelief and fury. "You actually hurt me. This is merely the beginning." Wukong stood firm, his breath slightly hurried. Yet he remained as upright as a pine tree. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his determination unwavering. "Today, I shall not only wound you but completely vanquish you, ensuring you can never threaten the earth again." At that moment, the sounds of fierce combat erupted from both sides of the valley, accompanied by cries of distress. Wukong and Kuei Xianren exchanged knowing glances, realizing that Krillin, Yamcha, and the others had engaged the ambushing enemies. "It appears your subordinates are not impressive." Leaning on his staff, Kuei Xianren displayed a faint smile, though his eyes remained vigilant. "But do not expect them to assist you. Today, your fate is sealed." The new generation of Bike snorted coldly, wiping the blood from his lips, as the deep green energy around him ignited once more, this time becoming even more intense, tinged with a hint of black. Clearly, he was preparing to unleash his full power. "My subordinates are merely an appetizer. The true battle is only just beginning. Suin Wukong, prepare to face my ultimate technique, Ma Guan Guang Sha Pao." He swiftly formed hand signs, deep green energy coalescing at the tips of his forehead's antennae, manifesting into a long, concentrated beam. The air around the beam distorted, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. This technique was none other than Bike's signature move, and the new generation of Bike not only inherited it but infused it with an even greater malevolent force, its power far exceeding that of the past. "Not good. This technique is extremely powerful. Wukong, quickly evade." Kuei Xianren's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently warned, simultaneously refining his pale yellow energy to its utmost, ready to assist Wukong at any moment. Wukong's pupils dilated. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power of this technique. If struck directly, even with his formidable physique, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. He took a deep breath, the pale blue energy around him condensing into his palms as he swiftly clasped his hands together. "Since you are employing your signature technique, I shall respond with mine." Kuei Paichi Gongbua. A beam of pale blue energy, thicker and more refined than before, surged from Wukong's palms, colliding with the new generation of Bike's deep green Ma Guan Guang Sha Pao in midair. Two powerful streams of energy collided, yet there was no earth-shattering roar. Instead, they formed a colossal vortex of energy, with the surrounding air being drawn in and the debris on the ground sucked into the maelstrom, instantly reduced to dust. The pale blue and deep green energies intertwined, clashed, and devoured one another, neither side yielding an inch. The oppressive atmosphere in the valley reached its zenith, causing even the distant sounds of battle to fade into obscurity. Wukong clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead standing out, the bronze contours of his muscles becoming increasingly defined as he channeled the energy within him into the Kamehameha. The pale blue energy wave gradually advanced forward. The expression on the face of the new generation of Bik twisted into a grimace as the deep green energy surged forth, the brilliance of the magic cannon becoming ever more dazzling, firmly resisting the Kamehameha's advance. The two were locked in a stalemate, the energy vortex intensifying, even beginning to affect the cliffs flanking the valley, causing rocks to crumble and putting the valley at risk of collapse at any moment. "Wukong, hold on. We are coming." At that moment, the voices of Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Jiaozi echoed from afar. They had dealt with the ambushed foes and were hastening towards the center of the valley, each bearing the marks of battle, yet remaining spirited and resolute. Upon seeing his comrades approach, a surge of immense strength welled up within Wukong, his gaze sharpening, and the surrounding pale blue energy surged once more. "New generation of Bik, your defeat is inevitable. Today, we shall protect the earth at all costs." The new generation of Bik glanced at the oncoming group, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, Yet he maintained his bravado. What if you have the numbers? I have inherited all my father's powers. You are no match for me. Whether or not we are a match will be determined in combat. Krillin initiated the assault, a pale purple energy enveloping him as he vanished and reappeared behind the new generation of Bic, his fist imbued with formidable energy striking towards his back. Yamcha and Tien launched their attacks simultaneously. Yamcha's Wolf-Fang fist transformed into a series of afterimages aimed at the new generation of Bic's vital points, while Tien concentrated his energy to unleash waves of ki, coordinating with Krillin and Yamcha to create a pincer attack. The new generation of Bic was compelled to divide his focus to defend, causing the potency of the magic cannon to wane significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong exerted all his might, the pale blue Kamehameha, suppressing the deep green magic cannon and racing towards the new generation of Bic. No. The new generation of Bic roared in defiance, yet felt powerless to change his fate. The Kamehameha struck him forcefully, shattering his deep green energy. His body was engulfed in energy, letting out a heart-wrenching scream before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the new generation of Bic lay on the ground, his body riddled with wounds, deep green blood seeping from his injuries, and his energy waning. Clearly having lost the ability to fight, Wukong retracted his energy and walked slowly to the new generation of Bic, devoid of murderous intent. Only a hint of complexity remaining in his gaze. You have inherited hatred, yet you do not understand that power is not meant for destruction, but for protection. The new generation of Bic looked up at Wukong, his eyes filled with resentment and fury, yet he lacked the strength to speak, only managing to emit faint gasps. Master Roshi approached Wukong, patting his shoulder, his eyes filled with pride. Well done, Wukong. In these 5 years of training, you have not only grown stronger, but have also matured greatly in mind. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others gathered around. Krillin frowned, saying, Wukong, this guy poses a threat to Earth. Keeping him alive is a risk. We should eliminate him. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he made a slicing motion with his hand. Yamcha agreed. Yes, Wukong. He has inherited Bic's hatred. If we let him go this time, he may return to seek revenge, and many will suffer. Wukong shook his head firmly, stating, no, we cannot kill him. He has become this way due to inheriting his father's hatred. He does not truly understand the meaning of destruction. If we kill him, we will only perpetuate the cycle of hatred. This is not the solution. He crouched down and extended his hand, slowly channeling pale blue energy into the new generation of Bic, aiding in the repair of his injuries. The new generation of Bic's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly unprepared for Wukong's act of salvation. He attempted to struggle, but lacked the strength to move even a finger, helplessly watching as Wukong healed him. Wukong, what are you doing? Master Roshi exclaimed in disbelief. By saving him, you are inviting danger. I believe that if given a chance, he will understand the meaning of guardianship. Wukong raised his head to face the others, sincerity shining in his eyes. I once allowed hatred to cloud my vision, but my master and friends gave me a chance to understand the true purpose of power. I hope to extend that same opportunity to him. The group gazed into Wukong's determined eyes, falling into momentary silence. Master Roshi sighed and shook his head. You are still so kind-hearted. Very well, if that is your decision. We shall abide by it. However, should he threaten the earth again, we will not show mercy. Wukong nodded, a smile gracing his face. Thank you, everyone. He continued to heal the new generation of Bic, the pale blue energy flowing steadily, gradually closing his wounds and halting the flow of deep green blood. After a while, Wukong withdrew his energy, standing tall and declaring, you may leave now. Remember, if I see you threatening the earth again, I will not hold back. The new generation of Bic slowly rose to his feet, looking at Wukong with a complex array of emotions, resentment, anger, and a hint of gratitude. He paused for a moment, then turned and walked towards the valley's edge, his deep green figure slowly disappearing into the forest. Bulma descended from the sky, approaching Wukong, her expression filled with helplessness. Wukong, you just let him go like that? Aren't you afraid he will return for revenge? Wukong scratched his head, a simple smile breaking across his face. Haha, I believe he won't. And even if he does return, I am confident I can defeat him. Most importantly, I do not wish to perpetuate the cycle of hatred. Bulma gazed at Wukong's sincere smile, shaking her head in resignation. You are such a fool, but that is part of what I like about you. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly averted her gaze. Wukong remained oblivious to Bulma's subtle feelings, interpreting her concern as that of a friend. He smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Bulma." The wind in the valley gently blew, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees, dispersing the remnants of battle and ushering in a sense of peace. The group exchanged smiles and walked side by side towards the valley's exit. Bulma deliberately slowed her pace to stay beside Wukong, stealing glances at him filled with tenderness. Wukong walked ahead, his orange martial arts uniform shining brilliantly under the sun, akin to a beacon of hope illuminating the future of Earth and the affection harbored in Bulma's heart. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, the new generation of Bick halted. Glancing back at the valley, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. His fate, at that moment, quietly shifted. Chapter 31. The Embers of Hatred. Bick's choice and Wukong's trial. The warmth of the fierce battle in the valley had yet to dissipate. Remnants of scorched earth and energy lay scattered. Pine needles intermingled with deep green blood, trembling gently in the breeze. Wukong gazed in the direction where the new generation of Bick had vanished. The lingering pale blue energy at his fingertips fading like fireflies. He could vaguely sense the struggle within the energy of his opponent, but gave it little thought. Just as he turned to leave with his companions, a familiar surge of Bick's bloodline energy, reeking of blood and chaos, rapidly approached from the depths of the forest. "Wukong, what's wrong?" Bulma sensed his tense body and hurriedly approached, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against the still healing wound on his arm, her tone laced with concern. Was another enemy approaching? Goku did not respond but raised his hand, signaling for silence among the group. His amber eyes were fixed intently on the entrance of the forest, a faint blue aura quietly coalescing around him, his breaths growing ever more subdued. Moments later, a deep green figure stumbled out, the new generation of Bick, who should have long since departed. His chest wound was torn open, deep green blood soaking much of his black battle attire, dripping onto the snow and creating eerie floral patterns. The antennae on his forehead drooped slightly, and his aura flickered like a candle in the wind, clearly indicating he had sustained severe injuries. "Why have you returned?" Krillin instinctively took a cautious step back, a light purple aura emanating from him as he assumed a fighting stance, suspicion filling his eyes. Did the newcomer have some trick up his sleeve? The new generation of Bick disregarded Krillin's hostility, his gaze fixed squarely on Goku, his voice hoarse as if sandpapered, each word accompanied by a violent cough. Deep green blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Son Goku, I know you are powerful, but there is someone even more terrifying than I. He has been secretly observing our battles and aims to seize the Bick bloodline power within me. I attempted to flee just now, but was gravely wounded by his corrosive aura and was unable to escape." Before he could finish, a chilling laughter echoed from the forest, slithering into the air like a serpent's hiss, dropping the temperature several degrees. "Haha, little Bick, do you think you can escape? You have inherited the purest bloodline of Bick, yet only possess this meager ability. Such a waste of this formidable power." With the laughter, a cloaked figure, hunched and draped in black, emerged slowly. His cloak was stained with dark red, obscuring his features, while a dense black aura swirled around him, intermingled with countless fragmented grievances, as if a multitude of wronged souls were wailing. With each step, the snow beneath him melted into black water, and the surrounding flora visibly withered and decayed. The figure raised his head slowly, revealing a face marred by grotesque scars. His left eye was merely a gaping void, while his right glimmered with a greedy light. Fixated on the new generation of Bick's chest. "Once I absorb your bloodline power, I shall break through my cultivation bottleneck, and then the entire Earth, indeed the entire universe, will be mine." Goku instantaneously positioned himself in front of the new generation of Bick, his faint blue aura surging violently, igniting like blue flames. His bronze muscles tensed, delivering a voice imbued with unwavering resolve. "Whoever you may be, if you wish to wreak havoc on Earth, you must first contend with me." "Oh, it is Son Goku." The figure sneered, revealing a set of stark white teeth, black stains lingering in the crevices. "You made quite a name for yourself when you defeated the old Bick on Earth. Alas, before me, the bone-corroding demon, your strength is insignificant." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a black aura morphed into a venomous serpent, reeking of decay, lunging swiftly toward Goku's throat. Goku sidestepped, the aura grazing his shoulder as it flew past, crashing into the massive rock behind him. A hissing sound echoed as the stone was rapidly dissolved into a pool of steaming black liquid, emitting a noxious odor. Goku furrowed his brow, acutely aware that this black aura contained an intense corrosive and vengeful power. Not only was its destructive force formidable, but it could also erode one's own aura, proving even more troublesome than that of the new generation of Bic. This fellow's aura is peculiar, imbued with corrosiveness. Everyone, be cautious. Goku called back, simultaneously pushing off the ground, propelling himself like an arrow toward the bone-corroding demon. His right fist clenched, the faint blue aura forming a thin membrane around it, aimed squarely at the demon's face. The bone-corroding demon scoffed, his form gliding backward like a specter, easily evading the attack. His right hand morphed into a claw, the black aura coalescing into sharp talons, dripping with corrosive liquid, lunging for Goku's throat. Goku reacted swiftly, crossing his arms to block. The clash of the faint blue and black auras producing a shrill hissing sound as they met in the air, thick black smoke rising from the point of contact. Goku felt a sharp pain in his arm, the aura corroded and slightly disrupted. The two were locked in combat, the intertwining blue and black auras weaving an eerie web of light throughout the valley. Each collision carved deep craters into the ground, mixing stone fragments and black water, creating a scene of utter devastation. The new generation of Bic leaned against a rock, observing Goku's battle with a complex array of emotions, gratitude, guilt, and a hint of uncertainty. He recalled Goku's words when he spared him, the relentless pursuit by the bone-corroding demon, and his previous desire for vengeance that nearly led to the destruction of this vibrant earth. The hatred in his heart began to thaw like snow, replaced by an unprecedented sense of responsibility. "What are you waiting for?" Master Roshi shouted, leaning on his cane, his own faint yellow aura flaring to readiness. "This fiend seeks to absorb your power. Will you merely stand by and let it happen? Only by uniting can you defeat him." Snapped back to reality. The new generation of Bic inhaled deeply, suppressing the agony in his chest. His deep green aura reignited. Though still somewhat chaotic, it now bore a hint of determination. He understood that this was not the time to retreat. Goku was battling a formidable foe to protect him, and he could no longer be the mindless destroyer of the past. He too must contribute to the defense of Earth. "Son Goku, I am here to assist you." The new generation of Bic shouted, his form flashing forward to join the fray. He rapidly swung his arms, the deep green aura transforming into sharp blades of energy, howling as they slashed toward the vulnerabilities of the bone-corroding demon. "Oh, you dare to resist?" The bone-corroding demon's eyes sparkled with surprise, quickly turning savage as his black aura surged several times over, forming a colossal vortex filled with corrosive blades, ensnaring both Goku and the new generation of Bic. "In that case, I shall first eliminate you two before slowly absorbing your bloodline power." Within the vortex, the black aura sliced through their bodies like countless sharp blades, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds on both Goku and the new generation of Bic, blood seeping forth as their auras grew increasingly chaotic. Goku gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, condensing the faint blue aura into a sturdy barrier to shield both himself and the new generation of Bic, his voice strained yet resolute. "Bic, let us combine our strength and strike at his core. Though his aura is treacherous, his core must surely be a weakness." The new generation of Bic nodded, clearly sensing that the core of the bone-corroding demon lay in his chest, where the black aura was densest and most fragile. They exchanged a resolute glance, determination igniting within them as they ceased to hold back their power, channeling every ounce of their remaining aura. Goku pressed his palms together, the faint blue Kamehameha rapidly forming in his hands, the energy growing ever more potent, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, the new generation of Bic formed seals with his hands, the deep green demon cannon coalescing at the tip of his antennae, the beam long and refined, radiating an unsettling aura. Kamehameha, demon cannon. Two powerful auras erupted simultaneously from their palms and forehead, the faint blue Kamehameha surging like a roaring river, while the deep green demon cannon resembled a sharp spear. The two energies intertwined, merging into a thicker, more radiant beam, infused with world-shattering power, hurtling toward the bone-corroding demon's chest. The expression of Shigemo changed drastically. He had not anticipated that the two would unite to unleash such a formidable assault. He hastily concentrated all the black energy surrounding him into his chest, creating a thick barrier in an attempt to withstand the attack. However, The potency of the energy beam far exceeded his expectations. With a deafening boom, the black energy barrier was instantly shattered, and the energy beam struck him fiercely in the chest. Shigemo emitted a heart-wrenching scream as his body soared backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily against the cliff wall of the valley, which crumbled instantly, sending debris flying. Moments later, Shigemo's form began to dissipate slowly, transforming into a plume of black smoke that vanished into the air, leaving behind a pungent stench that gradually dispersed with the wind. With the crisis averted, Wukong and the new generation of Bic collapsed simultaneously onto the ground, their breaths rapid, their chests heaving violently, and their wounds reopened, blood seeping continuously and staining the earth beneath them. The others rushed forward to support them, and Bulma took out her healing ointment, carefully tending to their injuries. Her eyes slightly reddened. You two, honestly, when fighting, you never know when to hold back. What if something had happened? The new generation of Bic looked at Wukong. His eyes filled with gratitude, his voice choked with emotion. Son Wukong, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would surely have perished here today, and I would have never understood the true meaning of power. Wukong smiled, displaying an earnest grin. Despite the pain from his wounds, his eyes remained bright. No need to thank me. We are all guardians of Earth. Moreover, I have believed from the very beginning that you are not a bad person, merely blinded by hatred. The new generation of Bic fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I understand. I was wrong in the past. I inherited my father's hatred but neglected to realize that Earth is also my home. That power is not meant for destruction, but for protection. From this day forth, I will no longer think about destroying Earth. I will use my strength to safeguard every life on this land, thus atoning for my previous mistakes. Upon hearing this, the others displayed relieved smiles. Master Roshi nodded, his eyes filled with approval. Good. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a great virtue. From now on, you shall be our companion. We shall train together and protect Earth together. Wukong looked at the new generation of Bic, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Bic, your talent is remarkable and your bloodline strength is formidable. If you train diligently, you will undoubtedly become even stronger. How about we train together in the future, sparring and progressing side by side? This way, when we encounter powerful foes again, we can better safeguard Earth. The new generation of Bic nodded, a long-lost smile gracing his face, devoid of the previous hatred and ferocity, replaced instead with sincerity and determination. All right, I look forward to training with you and aspire to become a true guardian of Earth. The gentle breeze in the valley began to flow, carrying the fragrance of the flora, dispelling the remnants of battle's smoke and the hatred that had accumulated in the new generation of Bic's heart. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing everyone in a warm, brilliant light. They exchanged smiles and walked side by side toward the valley's exit. Wukong led the way, his orange martial arts uniform shining vibrantly in the sun, reminiscent of a beacon of hope. The new generation of Bic followed closely beside him, his deep green figure gradually merging with the vibrant land. Bulma, Krillin, Master Roshi, and the others trailed behind, discussing their future training plans, laughter echoing through the valley. Unbeknownst to them, in the distant depths of the universe, a colossal spaceship was hurtling toward Earth. Inside the control room of the spaceship, an alien clad in golden armor stood before a screen displaying the footage of Wukong and the new generation of Bic defeating Shigemo. The alien's gaze was cold and ruthless, a disdainful smile curling his lips as he lightly tapped the control panel, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. Son Wukong, new generation of Bic, I did not expect you to have allied. However, it matters not. Soon, you shall understand the meaning of true despair. Earth, along with you, will become the stepping stones for my conquest of the universe. An even more brutal and arduous battle was quietly brewing. Would Wukong and the new generation of Bic be able to unite and triumph over this powerful alien clad in golden armor? What challenges lay ahead for the future of Earth? Chapter 32, The Cosmic Visitor. The despairing pressure beneath the golden armor, the warmth in the valley had not lingered too long upon the group when Bulma's wrist-mounted scanner suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The screen displayed a red signal pulsating like a flame in a frenzy, the reading skyrocketing to a terrifying peak of 850, shattering the post-battle tranquility. Oh no! Bulma's face changed dramatically as her fingers swiftly navigated the screen, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Her voice trembled with barely concealed fear. An extremely powerful energy response is approaching Earth at faster-than-light speed, with an energy intensity far exceeding the 500 of Shigemo, even several times greater than your full power burst of 600. Wukong abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky, a grave expression flashing in his amber eyes, as a faint blue energy enveloped him, spreading like a delicate web across the valley. In the next moment, his body tensed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. That energy felt like a dark cloud looming over the world, exerting an icy and oppressive weight. As it pierced the Earth's atmosphere, the very air seemed to freeze, causing the pine needles that had previously swayed gently to stand still, and the rubble on the ground trembled slightly under the weight of the aura. What an overwhelming presence. The new generation of Bick clenched his fists, deep green energy swirling around him. The wound on his chest, torn by Shigemo, ached faintly from the pressure of the aura, and a small trickle of deep green blood seeped out. This being's power carried the coldness of the cosmic void and the malice of slaughter, a level far beyond any enemies they had encountered on Earth or even the extraterrestrial invaders. Before he could finish his thought, the sky suddenly darkened, a massive shadow descending like a colossal beast, engulfing the entire valley. The group looked up to see a completely black spaceship, adorned with menacing cannons. Its hull etched with dried dark red patterns resembling the congealed blood of countless planets, slowly descending onto the plain outside the valley. The ship's lower hatch began to open, and a golden figure emerged, each step resonating with a thunderous sound against the ground, causing stones to leap and even ripples to form in the distant river. It was none other than the commander of the spaceship, the alien clad in golden armor. His armor, forged from unknown cosmic metals, gleamed with a chilling luster, with faint golden energy flowing through its seams. The shoulder plates on his back resembled outstretched bat wings, intricately carved with complex patterns signifying destruction. His golden hair stood upright like steel needles, and a deep brown scar extended from his brow to his hairline, while his purple eyes held no warmth. Akin to an icebound cosmic abyss, fixated on Wukong and the new generation of Bick, a cruel smile curling his lips. Son Wukong, new generation of Bick, we finally meet. The alien's voice was as cold as metal clashing, amplified through the energy amplification device on his armor, resonating throughout the valley, causing the group's eardrums to ache. I am Jin Kai Wong, from the Thanos Legion in the universe, one of the planet destroyers under the Legion's command. I have come to seize Earth's resources and crush you so-called guardians of Earth, using your corpses as trophies for my conquest of the universe. Krillin swallowed hard, a faint purple energy surging around him, yet he still found it hard to withstand Jin Kai Wong's oppressive force. His legs trembled slightly, his voice quivering. Thanos Legion? I've never heard of it. The universe is so vast. Why have you set your sights on Earth? Why? Jin Kai Wong scoffed, raising his hand and unleashing a golden energy wave that shot like lightning, striking a small mountain at the valley's edge with surgical precision. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the entire hill was instantaneously reduced to rubble. Debris and dust clouded the atmosphere, and trees several kilometers away were uprooted by the shockwave. The Earth, teeming with life and abundant in resources, appeared to offer an ideal opportunity for those so-called strong ones, whom I deemed fit to serve as my training dummies. However, before I obliterate this planet, I am eager to witness the extent of your combined strength against the bone-corroding demon. With a deep breath, Wukong concentrated all his energy, a pale blue aura blazing like a fierce flame around him. His bronze muscles bulged from exertion, the veins on his arms prominently visible, as he declared with unwavering resolve. Jin Kai Wong, if you wish to annihilate the Earth, you must first overcome me. Piccolo, prepare for battle. Understood. The new generation Piccolo nodded, intertwining his deep green energy with Wukong's pale blue aura to form a translucent energy barrier that barely withstood the oppressive force radiating from Jin Kai Wong. This time, I will not retreat. The Earth is my home, and every inch of this land, every life, is ours to protect. Master Roshi leaned on his cane, a faint yellow aura enveloping him, his white beard swaying with the energy's flow, his eyes filled with determination. I have lived for so long, and safeguarding the Earth is not a new endeavor for me. If you wish to wreak havoc here, you must first consider the approval of my cane. Krillin promptly assumed a combat stance, gathering his energy into his hands. A pale purple energy sphere formed in his palms. Despite the vast disparity in strength compared to Jin Kai Wong, fear was absent in their eyes. To protect their home, They would not falter even if it meant exhausting all their strength. Bulma swiftly dashed behind a nearby rock, adjusting the parameters of her detector. Her fingers danced rapidly across the screen, attempting to analyze Jin Kai Wang's energy core and vulnerabilities, while relaying the data in real time to Wukong and the others. Wukong Piccolo. His energy core is nestled within the seams of the armor on his chest, where the energy fluctuations are most intense. That may be his weak point. However, his armor's defense is formidable. Ordinary attacks will be futile. Interesting, you dare to resist and even seek my weaknesses. A flicker of surprise crossed Jin Kai Wang's eyes, quickly replaced by a more sinister demeanor as his golden energy surged violently, akin to a golden tsunami sweeping towards them. As it passed, the ground was torn apart, creating massive fissures, vegetation incinerated to ashes, and even the air crackled with heat. Since you desire death so fervently, I shall oblige. You will taste despair as I crush you. Wukong and the new generation Piccolo exchanged glances, their forms a blur as they charged towards Jin Kai Wang. Their energies swiftly fused mid-air, the pure pale blue energy intertwining with the deep green bloodline power, creating a robust energy shockwave that surged towards the golden aura. The clash of their powerful energies resonated with a deafening boom, sending ripples of energy cascading through the valley. Debris was flung several meters into the air, and the force of the shockwave knocked everyone to the ground, blood seeping from their lips. Even Bulma, hiding behind the rock, was momentarily dazed by the blast. Wukong and the new generation Piccolo were forced back, their footing disrupted, leaving deep impressions in the ground as they struggled to recover, their chests heaving from the impact. With such feeble strength, you dare to display your skills before me? Jin Kai Wang scoffed, his figure vanishing like a phantom, only to reappear behind Wukong in an instant. His golden fist, imbued with world-shattering power, distorted the surrounding space as it hurtled towards Wukong's back. Wukong, watch out! The new generation Piccolo's face blanched as he swiftly gathered his energy, his hands slicing through the air to conjure a deep green energy blade aimed at Jin Kai Wang's neck, attempting to disrupt his attack. Jin Kai Wang sidestepped the energy blade, which grazed his armor before striking the rock behind him, splitting it in two. His fist continued its relentless trajectory towards Wukong. Reacting swiftly, Wukong spun around, crossing his arms to block, as the pale blue energy coalesced into a solid barrier. Yet, Jin Kai Wang's strength was overwhelming. A sharp crack echoed as Wukong's barrier shattered, and the golden fist slammed into his chest. Wukong coughed up blood. His body propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a massive rock that crumbled upon impact, burying him beneath the rubble. Wukong, Bulma gasped, her eyes immediately brimming with tears as she disregarded the force of the shockwave. She attempted to rush forward, but was obstructed by the debris, anxiously calling out, Wukong, are you okay? Son Wukong. The new generation Piccolo roared, his deep green aura igniting in a frenzy, the antennae on his forehead glowing brightly. The wound on his chest reopening and staining his battle attire with deep green blood. I will kill you. He formed a seal with his hands, the deep green demon cannon rapidly condensing at the apex of his forehead. This beam, thicker than the one that vanquished the bone-corroding demon, radiated a chilling aura, compressing the air around it and producing a low hum. Jin Kai Wang regarded the new generation Piccolo with disdain. Futile. No matter what technique you employ, you cannot defeat me before absolute strength. Your bloodline power will merely serve as sustenance to enhance my own. As the demon cannon was about to be unleashed, Jin Kai Wang suddenly vanished, appearing in front of the new generation Piccolo in an instant. His golden hand seized the antennae firmly. The new generation Piccolo's expression shifted in horror as he felt a tremendous energy surge into him, akin to a ravenous beast greedily consuming his energy and bloodline power, causing the glow on his forehead to dim rapidly, the demon cannon dissipating. Your Piccolo bloodline power is somewhat useful, far purer than those warriors from the planets I absorbed before. Jin Kai Wang's lips curled into a greedy smile, excitement gleaming in his purple eyes. By absorbing your strength, my power will ascend significantly, and then even the other planetary destroyers of the Legion will not stand a chance against me. Release him. Wukong gritted his teeth, slowly rising from the debris, his pale blue aura igniting once more, now tinged with a faint golden glow, an indication of the potential within him awakening under extreme pressure. Jin Kai Wang, if you have any abilities, direct them at me. Do not harm him. Jin Kai Wang turned to Wukong, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Oh, you can still stand, and your potential is awakening. It seems your worth exceeds my expectations. However, this is all in vain. No matter how strong your potential, you remain utterly inadequate before me." He released his grip on the new generation Piccolo, flinging him aside. The new generation Piccolo crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out deep green blood, his breath growing faint. Jin Kai Wang advanced slowly towards Wukong, golden energy coalescing around him, forming an even denser golden energy armor. The pressure rising exponentially as the ground of the valley began to crack significantly, stones continually cascading from the cliffs. "Next, let me show you what true despair feels like." Jin Kai Wang's voice was chilling as he concentrated power into his golden fist, the energy saturating it and forming a small vortex. "I will crush your bones piece by piece, strip you of your strength, and make you witness how I annihilate the earth you strive to protect." Wukong clenched his jaw, channeling all his energy into his fist, the pale blue aura glowing ever brighter with golden radiance. His gaze hardened with unwavering determination as he met Jin Kai Wang's fist head-on, delivering a powerful strike. This punch encapsulated not only his strength, but also his unwavering resolve to protect the earth and his promise to his comrades. Two golden and pale blue fists collided with a thunderous crash in midair, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that swept through the valley, scattering the clouds and revealing the azure sky above. This time, could Wukong withstand the onslaught of the Golden Armor King? Would the new generation of Bic regain his strength and join forces with Wukong once more? Could Master Roshi, Krillin, and the others discover a means to breach the defenses of the Golden Armor King's armor and provide support? Chapter 33. The Awakened Glimmer, the power of companionship. Two fists, infused with the will to both destroy and protect, collided with a resounding impact, creating a shockwave of golden and pale blue energy that engulfed the entire valley. The cliffs crumbled like fragile tofu, debris cascading down like a torrential rain, while the ground was torn apart, creating deep chasms that exposed the underlying rock layers. In the distance, a river was momentarily disrupted, sending splashes soaring high before crashing back onto the parched riverbed with a dull thud. Wukong felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm, his bones creaking ominously as if they might shatter at any moment. The pale blue energy around him flickered violently, his skin scorched by the golden energy, emitting a faint, burnt scent. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, a flicker of stubbornness ignited in his amber eyes, as the latent potential within him surged furiously under the extreme pressure. The golden light within the pale blue energy intensified like the dawn, barely holding back the Golden Armor King's assault, causing blood to seep from his palm due to the backlash of energy. "Oh, you managed to withstand my punch." The Golden Armor King's eyes glinted with surprise, followed by a cruel smile. "It seems I underestimated you, but this only makes it more interesting. Crushing an opponent like you will be all the more satisfying." Before he could finish his taunt, the Golden Armor King exerted force through his arm, the golden energy surging once more like a tsunami. Wukong's body bent under the immense pressure, his knees crashing heavily into the ground with a thunderous sound, creating a deep crater while gravel embedded itself into his knee, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and staining the earth before him. Breathing became a strenuous task, each inhalation accompanied by sharp pain in his chest. Wukong. Bulma crouched behind a rock, her eyes red-rimmed, gripping the scouter tightly, knuckles white from the strain, her fingers racing across the screen as data cascaded like a waterfall. "Think of something quickly. His armor is incredibly strong, but the defenses at the joints are relatively weak. And every time he exerts force, there's a brief exposure of the energy core in his chest. That's his fatal flaw." Master Roshi took a deep breath, channeling all his energy into a concentrated yellow aura that burned like fire, his white beard fluttering with the energy's fluctuations, his face etched with determination. He raised his staff high, muscles taut, and hurled a focused wave of energy towards the Golden Armor King's back. "Golden Armor King, take this." Krillin sprang into action as well, his body enveloped in a pale purple energy, swiftly unleashing dozens of small energy spheres that rained down towards the Golden Armor King's knees and elbows, each sphere accompanied by a whistling sound. "Wukong, we're here to help you. Don't hold on alone." The Golden Armor King snorted dismissively, disregarding the attacks from Master Roshi and Krillin. His shoulder armor shifted slightly, forming a golden energy barrier that acted as a sturdy shield, deflecting all incoming energy waves and spheres. As the barrier shattered, he exerted force again, causing Wukong's body to bend lower, his knees sinking deep into the earth as he coughed up blood, splattering it across the gravel, painting the ground with bright red stains. Such trivial techniques. Do you think you can disturb me? The Golden Armor King sneered, turning to face Master Roshi and Krillin, a glint of cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. If you wish for death, I shall oblige. Just as the Golden Armor King prepared to unleash his power against Master Roshi and Krillin, a faint yet resolute deep green energy suddenly shot forth from the side, striking the energy core in his chest with pinpoint accuracy. Though this energy was not powerful, it disrupted the Golden Armor King's energy core momentarily, causing the golden energy to weaken slightly, alleviating some of the pressure on Wukong. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wukong's golden aura erupted with fervor, the pale blue energy merging completely with the golden light, forming a dazzling golden energy wave akin to a blazing sun. He exerted force, veins bulging in his arms, forcefully pushing the Golden Armor King's fist away, propelling himself backward, creating a distance of several meters between them, leaving two shallow impressions in the ground upon landing. Everyone turned to see the new generation of Bick struggling to rise from the ground, his deep green energy still faint, flickering like a candle in the wind, yet imbued with unprecedented resolve. Blood trickled from his forehead, and his antennae drooped weakly, while the wound on his chest continued to bleed, soaking much of his battle attire, droplets falling to the ground. Each breath was accompanied by a harsh cough, yet he stood tall, his gaze unwavering. Wukong, I'm not down yet. Our battle is far from over. Bick. A glimmer of relief crossed Wukong's face, but his expression quickly turned serious as he hurried forward to support him. Your condition is too dire. You cannot continue fighting. Rest for now. No, I can do this. The new generation of Bick shook his head, taking a deep breath to gather more energy. The pain from his chest wound surged as he exerted himself, but he held back his cries. Earth is our shared home. Protecting it is my responsibility. Moreover, I know that it would be difficult for you alone to defeat him. We must join forces to have a chance. The Golden Armor King observed Wukong and the new generation of Bick standing together once more, impatience flaring in his eyes as his golden energy surged once again, sweeping through the surroundings like a golden tsunami, lifting debris into the air. It seems I must eliminate you quickly, since you wish to join forces. I shall crush you both together. With a powerful push from the ground, he launched himself toward the two, his golden fist embodying cataclysmic force, the energy distorting the very fabric of space as it aimed for Wukong and the new generation of Bick's chests. They exchanged a determined glance, a shared resolve igniting within them, and once more, they united their energies. The pale blue-golden energy intertwined with the deep green bloodline power, forming a sturdier and more radiant energy barrier before them, which even radiated a faint halo. With a resounding impact, the fist struck the energy barrier, the immense force causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across its surface, emitting a cacophony of sounds. Wukong and the new generation of Bick were hurled backward, crashing against the cliffside, creating two indentations, blood spilling from their mouths as their breaths grew weaker, almost fading. Useless. No matter how you join forces, you will never defeat me. The Golden Armor King advanced step by step towards them, gathering golden energy in his palm to form a massive energy sphere several meters in diameter, radiating blinding light, the surrounding air sizzling from the heat. Now, let me erase you from this world completely. Just as the Golden Armor King prepared to unleash the energy sphere, Bulma suddenly leaped from behind the rock, holding the scouter aloft, the screen displaying a magnified image of the joints in the Golden Armor King's armor. Her voice trembled, yet resonated with unwavering determination. Wukong, Bick, use your energy to attack the gaps in his armor joints. That is his weakness. I have repeatedly verified that the thickness of the armor at the joints is merely 1/3 that of the chest. If we concentrate our strength on attacking, we will undoubtedly breach his defenses. A glimmer of determination sparkled in the eyes of Wukong and the new generation of Bick, akin to a spark igniting in the darkness. Supporting each other, they rose unsteadily, their bodies swaying precariously, yet their gazes remained resolute, brimming with a fervent desire for life and an unwavering commitment to protect their homeland. They exchanged a glance, uttering no unnecessary words, simply nodding in agreement as they began to gather their final reserves of energy. Each gathering was accompanied by excruciating pain. blood seeping continuously from their wounds. Wukong pressed his palms together, golden energy rapidly taking form in his hands, coalescing into a dazzling golden Kamehameha. The energy intensified, causing the very air around them to tremble, the golden radiance illuminating the entire valley. Meanwhile, the new generation of Bick formed a hand seal. Deep green energy concentrating at the apex of his forehead. Although the energy was still feeble, it was extraordinarily refined, becoming a slender magic cannon. The surrounding air compressed and emitting a low hum. Kamehameha! Wukong roared, his voice slightly hoarse, as the golden energy surged forth like a roaring river. Aimed directly at the knee joint of the golden armored king. Magic cannon. The new generation of Bick unleashed his attack in tandem. The deep green magic cannon darting forward like a sharp spear, targeting the joint gap of the golden armored king's other knee. The two energy blasts shot forth simultaneously, not striking directly at the body of the golden armored king, but precisely targeting his knee joints. The golden armored king's expression changed dramatically. Astonished that they had indeed discovered his weakness, he hastily attempted to mobilize his energy for defense. The shoulder armor on his back rotating swiftly in an effort to conjure an energy barrier, but it was too late. With a resounding crack, the armor at both knee joints shattered instantaneously, fragments scattering in all directions as the golden energy became chaotic. His body lost balance, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. The immense energy sphere dissipating into specks of golden light that merged into the air. Impossible. This cannot be. The golden armored king bellowed, attempting to rise but finding himself overwhelmed by excruciating pain in his knee joints, akin to countless steel needles piercing him, rendering him incapable of exerting any force. Forced to kneel in a wretched state, his violet pupils were filled with resentment and fury. You have discovered my weakness. I will not let you off. The Thanos Legion will not spare you. Wukong and the new generation of Bick offered no opportunities for the golden armored king, understanding that once he regained his strength, the consequences would be dire. They gathered their final reserves of energy once more, even as their bodies approached their limits, each gathering akin to tearing their very flesh. Yet they hesitated not for a moment. The two energy blasts merged again, forming a thicker, more resplendent beam of energy, a sword slicing through the darkness, aimed at the energy core in the golden armored king's chest. The golden armored king's face turned pale as he could only watch helplessly as the energy beam approached. He attempted to mobilize his energy for defense, but the injuries at his joints prevented him from properly condensing his energy, resulting in a reluctant roar as the energy beam struck him with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the golden armored king's body in the energy beam. Golden armor fragments flying in all directions, scattered throughout the valley, his presence vanishing in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Moments later, as the smoke from the explosion began to clear, only a heap of shattered golden armor remained on the ground, along with a faint trace of energy that gradually dissipated into the air with the breeze. The crisis had finally been averted, and Wukong and the new generation of Bick collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their chests heaving like a worn-out bellows as their wounds reopened. Blood seeping once more into the earth, intertwining with the deep green stains to form a strange, yet hopeful pattern. The others rushed forward to assist them, Bulma producing the healing ointments and bandages she always carried, carefully tending to their wounds, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice trembling slightly. You two are truly reckless. Every battle is fought so fiercely. If something were to happen to you, what would I do? If you do this again, I shall no longer provide you with equipment or healing supplies. The turtle hermit nodded approvingly, his eyes filled with admiration, his white beard quivering slightly. Excellent. You both are true guardians of Earth. In my long life, I have encountered countless powerful beings, but few possess the tenacity to protect their homeland in dire straits as you do. I am proud of you. Krillin also wore a relieved smile, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Thank goodness, we have finally defeated him. Earth is safe now. We can resume our training and live our lives in peace. Wukong smiled, a hearty grin breaking through the pain, his voice slightly strained, yet his eyes shone brightly, like the brightest star in the night sky. Indeed, Earth is safe. However, we must not let our guard down. The universe is vast, and there are surely many formidable foes remaining, just as the golden armored king spoke of the Thanos Legion. Henceforth, we must continue to train and grow stronger to better protect Earth and our companions. The new generation of Bick nodded, a sincere smile gracing his face. Devoid of the previous hatred and ferocity, replaced instead with determination and warmth. Yes, we shall train together and protect Earth together. I will no longer let everyone down, nor will I allow hatred to blind my eyes. The breeze in the valley gently carried the scent of grass and trees, dispersing the remnants of battle and lifting the shadows from their hearts. Sunlight broke through the clouds, bathing them in warmth and light, elongating their shadows. They exchanged smiles, walking side by side toward the valley's exit, their steps somewhat unsteady yet unwavering, embodying the resolute guardians of Earth, safeguarding this land brimming with life and hope. Unbeknownst to them, within the wreckage of the Golden Armored King's spacecraft, a small signal transmitter, no larger than a palm, was quietly operational. Its casing had been largely damaged by the explosion's shockwave, yet it persevered in its function. A faint red signal pierced through the atmosphere, heading into the depths of the universe like a firefly in the dark, ultimately disappearing into the infinite void. A new crisis was silently brewing in the depths of the cosmos. Awaiting them would be even harsher and more arduous challenges. Chapter 34. The faint signal surges. A new defense line is established. The smoke of the valley mingled with the burnt scent of the energy explosion and the fresh aroma of the post-rain vegetation, wafting over the rocky ground. Wukong and the new generation of Bick slumped beside a flat rock, their backs smeared with dirt and dark red blood. Bulma knelt before them, spraying a special healing mist from her hand, a soft green haze settling on their wounds with a sizzling sound. This was her overnight enhanced gene repair agent, mixed with extracts from Namekian plants, designed to rapidly seal wounds and repair damaged tissues. As the agent made contact with the burn scars on Wukong's palms, he could not help but gasp sharply, his brow furrowing as a brief sting flickered in his amber eyes. Nonetheless, he managed a grin. This agent is far more effective than the last one. Bulma, thank you. The deep green blood of the new generation of Bick had ceased flowing. His chest wound, covered by a transparent film formed by the agent. Leaning against the rock, his forehead's antennae quivered slightly. His deep green eyes fixed warily on the scattered golden armor fragments in the distance. Filled with vigilance, do not let your guard down. The golden armored king's strength far exceeds our estimations, and the Thanos Legion behind him will not rest easily. Krillin squatted beside the turtle hermit, carefully wiping the dust and scratches from the decades-old peachwood staff that had accompanied the turtle hermit for many years. The dark iron gem embedded at the top had been cracked during the battle by the energy wave. When the golden armored king was gathering that energy sphere, my legs felt like jelly. Krillin raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, his fingertips still trembling slightly. The oppressive sensation was even more terrifying than facing Frieza. Fortunately, Bulma had discovered his weakness. The turtle sage stroked the cracks on his cane, his gray beard swaying gently. His expression grave. This armor is no ordinary piece. The residual energy is still fluctuating. He delicately lifted a shard of golden armor, the size of a fingernail. With his cane, the surface gleamed with a chilling metallic luster, and its edges were as sharp as a blade. A mere touch had already sliced through the wooden surface of the cane, capable of subjugating a warrior of the golden armor king's caliber. The power of the Thanos Legion was likely unfathomable. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately raised her hand to bring up the data analysis interface on her scanner. The energy curve on the screen fluctuated wildly. I scanned the shard earlier. The material is a rare cosmic metal known as Xingyunjin. It can absorb and convert energy, which explains its formidable defense. Her fingers danced swiftly across the screen, archiving the shard's data. I'll take a few pieces back for research. Perhaps we can develop a combat suit that can withstand energy attacks. Before she could finish, the scanner suddenly emitted an urgent beeping sound, the red warning light flashing frantically. A faint red dot on the screen was extending into the depths of space along a fixed trajectory, resembling a dark red thread. This is bad, Bulma exclaimed, leaping to her feet, nearly dropping the scanner. It's a positioning signal. It's definitely a remnant device from the Golden Armor King's ship. The group instantly tensed up. Goku struggled to rise, but emitted a muffled groan due to the strain on his wounds. The new generation of Piccolo quickly reached out to support him, and together they hurried in the direction of the wreckage. There lay the ship, half buried in rubble, charred and deformed, its surface riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. A twisted metal rod bore a palm-sized black device, its exterior pockmarked from the explosion's shockwave, yet it still emitted a faint red light. A slender signal antenna stubbornly extended outward, continuously transmitting data. Destroy it. The new generation of Piccolo's eyes flashed with determination as he raised his hand to gather deep green energy. However, due to his weakened state, the energy dissipated almost completely as it formed. He couldn't suppress a violent cough, a trickle of deep green blood escaping from his lips. Seeing this, Goku inhaled deeply and summoned the last remnants of his energy. A faint golden aura enveloped his palm as a slender yet concentrated energy wave formed instantly. Watch this. The energy wave shot forth, striking the signal transmitter with precision, resulting in a violent explosion that scattered the device into dark fragments. The red signal abruptly ceasing on the scanner screen. Bulma gazed at the remnants of the signal trajectory on the screen, her expression growing increasingly serious. The signal has been sent for at least 10 minutes. Even if we destroy the transmitter, Earth's coordinates may have already been received. She turned to the others, her fingers swiftly navigating the screen to display a star map of the solar system. We must prepare quickly. The Thanos Legion is likely on its way. The Turtle Sage stepped forward, adjusting his martial arts uniform. This is not the time for anxiety. We must proceed in 3 steps. First, recover from our injuries and strengthen our training. Second, unite all the strong individuals on Earth to form a Guardian Legion. Third, utilize the shards of the Golden Armor King to develop stronger defensive equipment and weapons. He paused, looking at Goku. You and Piccolo recover the fastest. You will be responsible for contacting the strong individuals. Krillin, assist me in organizing the training. Bulma, the task of developing equipment is entrusted to you. Absolutely. The group responded in unison. In the following 2 weeks, each plan progressed methodically. Bulma returned to Capsule Corporation with 10 shards of varying sizes, establishing a dedicated research team. The laboratory was brightly lit as she donned a white lab coat and protective goggles, carefully using a laser cutter to slice through a shard, revealing a faint golden glow from its energy core. This Xingyun gene resonates with energy. We can integrate it into the combat suit's material. Bulma pointed to the molecular structure diagram on the screen, instructing her assistant. Next, we need to extract the energy core's frequency to develop a cosmic signal monitoring system. As soon as an alien spaceship enters the solar system, we will be alerted. Meanwhile, Goku and the new generation of Piccolo embarked on their journey to contact the strong individuals. Their first stop was to find Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, who were secluded in the Kunlun Mountains. Tianjin Fan was practicing the 4-body fist at the mountain's summit, surrounded by swirling energy. Upon seeing Goku, he immediately halted. Goku, what brings you here? After hearing about the threat posed by the Thanos Legion, Tianjin Fan readily agreed to join. Earth is my homeland too. Protecting it is my duty. Jiaozi, hiding behind Tianjin Fan, nodded, clutching a divination crystal ball tightly, his eyes filled with determination. Subsequently, they continued to gather allies, including the martial arts master Crane Hermit, who agreed to join forces after persuasion from the Turtle Sage, the prodigious young warrior Gohan, Goku's son, who had already showcased immense potential, and various martial arts experts scattered across the land. At each location, Goku sincerely shared the impending crisis and invited everyone to join the Guardian Legion. More and more strong individuals responded to the call, converging towards Turtle Island. On Turtle Island, Krillin assisted the Turtle Sage in organizing training. In the training grounds, hundreds of warriors stood in neat formation. The Turtle Sage, on a raised platform, held his cane aloft and proclaimed, "To protect the Earth, we must surpass our limits. Starting today, we will practice fundamentals at 5 in the morning, manage our energy in the morning, and engage in combat sparring in the afternoon." Raising his hand, he unleashed a faint yellow energy that shattered distant rocks. Only by becoming stronger can we protect ourselves and our homeland when crisis strikes. Goku and the new generation of Piccolo also joined the training team, often sparring together. The clash between golden energy and deep green energy created resounding echoes. Goku's Kamehameha became increasingly refined, the golden beam capable of piercing through rocks effortlessly, while the new generation of Piccolo's special beam cannon became even more precise, capable of penetrating steel several meters thick. After each spar, they would point out each other's shortcomings, progressing together in combat. After 2 weeks, Bulma's research made groundbreaking advancements. She and her team developed a batch of silver-white enhanced combat suits, their surfaces embedded with fine Xingyun gene fibers, which enhanced energy conduction and could withstand high-intensity energy attacks. They also created portable energy shields that could deploy a semi-transparent barrier at the press of a button, capable of resisting a single high-intensity energy impact. Everyone, give it a try. Bulma distributed the combat suits. After Goku donned one and moved his body, he felt the energy circulating within him more smoothly. He unleashed a punch, and the golden energy was 30% stronger than usual. Incredible, Bulma. With this, my strength has increased by at least 30%. Additionally, the cosmic signal monitoring system was installed, deploying 3 monitoring satellites in Earth's synchronous orbit to comprehensively monitor cosmic signals within the solar system. Bulma indicated the solar system map on the monitoring screen. As soon as an alien spaceship enters the solar system, the monitoring system will issue a warning, giving us ample time to prepare. On a particular day, in the training grounds of Turtle Island, hundreds of warriors clad in enhanced combat suits stood in formation, energy swirling around them, coalescing into a powerful torrent that surged towards the sky. The Turtle Sage stood on the platform, raised his cane, and declared, "The Earth Guardian Legion is officially established." To protect the Earth, the crowd shouted in unison, their voices booming and resonating through the air, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Goku stood at the front of the line, gazing at his comrades beside him, filled with unwavering resolve. No matter how strong the Thanos Legion is, we will not retreat. However, in the distant depths of the universe, a black warship, comparable in size to the moon, slowly approached the solar system. Within the command chamber of the warship, clad in dark violet armor and adorned with the golden infinity gauntlet, Thanos sat upon his throne. His fingers lightly tapped against the armrest, as the screens displayed images of Earth and the battle records of the golden armored king, an intriguing planet capable of obliterating my most formidable subordinates. Thanos' voice resonated with a low, commanding authority, exuding an undeniable sense of oppression. A cruel glint flickered in his purple eyes, hinting at the abundance of worthy prey that awaited his personal intervention. He gestured, and his aide immediately stepped forward. "Leader, shall we deploy the vanguard troops ahead of schedule?" "Unnecessary." A cold smirk graced Thanos' lips. "I shall personally confront these Earth Guardians and ascertain whether they can provide me with a modicum of amusement." He rose, and the gems on his golden gauntlet shimmered with a faint aura as he commanded the ship to accelerate towards Earth. The warship's engines roared to life, trailing a long purple plume as it sped towards its destination. An ultimate battle for the fate of Earth was about to unfold. Meanwhile, the members of the Earth Guardians prepared themselves, eagerly awaiting the enemy's arrival, resolute in their commitment to defend every inch of their homeland with their strength and conviction. Chapter 35. Shadows cover the world. Despairing cries in extremity, the shadow of the black warship loomed over Earth like a fallen canopy from the depths of space. This colossal behemoth, rivaling the size of the moon, bore a cold, dark metallic sheen, riddled with menacing gun ports and energy patterns. As it flew, it stirred the cosmic currents, creating ripples in the atmosphere and tearing the clouds asunder. When hundreds of energy cannons on the ship's underside ignited with a violet-black glow, the Earth trembled uncontrollably. The glass facades of skyscrapers shattered instantaneously, and concrete edifices crumbled like fragile toys, sending plumes of dust skyward, intertwining with the shadows cast by the warship and staining half the sky a somber gray. All personnel on high alert. Activate all energy shields. Teams, assume defensive formations. The Turtle Sage stood atop a makeshift command tower, his pale yellow aura surging like a raging flame. He raised high his staff, recently repaired with fragments of star metal, and shouted with all his might. Yet, his voice was quickly drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. Beneath the command tower, hundreds of defense mechs developed by Bulma lined up in formation. Their shoulder-mounted energy cannons fired in unison, forming a radiant white energy barrier, attempting to thwart the impending assault. However, this painstakingly constructed shield shattered under the first wave of energy bombardment from Thanos' warship, cracking like thin ice meeting fire, and with a sharp crack, it collapsed, sending a shockwave that hurled nearby mechs into the air. Steel debris twisted and contorted in the sky, engulfed in black smoke, crashing down to the ground. The Turtle Sage was violently tossed by the shockwave, his frail body soaring through the air like a broken kite before crashing heavily onto the scorched earth. Raising a cloud of dust, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his martial arts uniform crimson, his white beard splattered with blood and dirt. The staff, just repaired, broke once more into 2 pieces, scattering beside him. He struggled to rise but found his legs numb, forced to watch helplessly as the warship descended. Its violet-black energy beams piercing the ground and turning cities into ruins. Thanos landed upon a concentrated wave of energy, his armor gleaming coldly in the dim light. Each piece etched with ancient and eerie patterns, flowing with a faint purple energy. The 6 stones on his golden gauntlet emanated strange hues of red, blue, purple, green, yellow, and orange, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction with every gesture. With a mere flick of his hand, an invisible force surged forth like a tsunami, tossing dozens of guardians into the air. Their enhanced combat suits cracked under the strain, the star metal fibers forcibly torn apart, producing a deafening sound. The warriors contorted in midair, the audible crunch of shattered bones echoing, and upon landing, they breathed their last. Blood gushing forth and mingling with the scorched earth to form a grotesque, dark crimson sludge. Insignificant. Thanos' voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble violently, leaving deep imprints. He surveyed the guardians before him, a flicker of impatience crossing his purple eyes. The golden-armored king did not lose unjustly. You are marginally more interesting than I anticipated, just enough to stretch my limbs. Goku stood at the forefront of the Legion. His silver-white combat suit marred with scars from previous training and skirmishes, a burn mark remaining from the battle with the golden-armored king. He took a deep breath, concentrating his energy to its utmost limit, his golden aura bubbling like molten lava, hair standing on end, and the amber flames of determination burning in his eyes. Kamehameha. He roared, his voice hoarse yet powerful, thrusting his hands forward as a thick golden beam surged towards Thanos, the air sizzling in its wake. The ground gouged deep by the beam's residual energy. However, in the face of Goku's full-force assault, Thanos merely raised his left hand. The blue space gem on the Infinity Gauntlet igniting with blinding brilliance. A translucent energy barrier materialized, as solid as a fortress wall. The golden Kamehameha collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous roar, yet failing to breach what appeared to be a flimsy defense. In the instant the beam dissipated, golden energy fragments scattered like a meteor shower. Thanos flicked his fingers lightly, and a concentrated purple energy projectile formed, shooting towards Goku's chest with blinding speed. The energy projectile struck true, and Goku's enhanced combat suit exploded, silver fragments scattering everywhere. A gaping, bloody wound appeared on his chest, blood gushing forth and staining the ground in front of him. His body was sent flying as if struck by a heavy hammer, crashing against a crumbling reinforced concrete wall, which collapsed instantly, burying him beneath the rubble. Goku struggled to crawl out from the debris, coughing up blood, his vision blurring, the searing pain in his chest radiating throughout his body, each breath a torment. Goku! Krillin screamed as he rushed forward, his pale purple aura coalescing around him. He rapidly waved his hands, launching dozens of small energy spheres at Thanos' joints. This was a strategy they had meticulously devised, attempting to replicate the method that had defeated the golden-armored king. But Thanos merely shifted slightly, the purple mind gem on his gauntlet flickering, causing Krillin's movements to stiffen, and the trajectories of the energy spheres altered, crashing harmlessly into the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Thanos retaliated with a sweeping motion, a broad purple energy wave sweeping across. Krillin couldn't react in time. His left arm was instantly shredded by the wave, a gruesome wound gushing blood, with white bone shards visible. He stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, writhing in pain. Helplessly watching as Thanos approached Goku step by step, devoid of the strength to intervene. The new generation of Piccolo witnessed this scene, a flash of crimson igniting in his eyes. Ignoring his own injuries, he forced every ounce of energy into a surge, his deep green aura swelling like burning wild grass. The antennae on his forehead standing upright and emanating a faint green glow. Special beam cannon, he shouted, forming hand seals, unleashing a deep green beam like a sharp spear, targeting Thanos' chest, where the energy core lay, presumed to be his weakness. But Thanos simply turned slightly, the blue space gem on the Infinity Gauntlet glowing once more, distorting the trajectory of the beam, which instead struck Tien Shinhan, who was organizing defenses nearby. Tianjin Fan's pupils constricted sharply, leaving him no time to react as a deep green beam pierced through his chest. The reinforced combat suit was burned through, leaving a charred hole from which blood and internal organs flowed. He let out a muffled groan, his body collapsing limply to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Beside him, Jiaozi emitted a heart-wrenching wail, his small frame trembling violently. He suddenly raised his hands, gathering a faint energy wave aimed at Thanos, but it failed to even brush against Thanos' defenses before being effortlessly dispersed by a wave of his hand. Thanos' gaze turned icy, and an energy backlash shot towards Jiaozi, sending his small figure flying against a distant wall, his life now uncertain. Despair surged like a tidal wave, engulfing everyone present. Bulma hid behind the shattered defenses, her hands gripping the control stick of the detector so tightly that her knuckles turned white, blood seeping from her strained fingers. On the detector's screen, the green dots representing the members of the Guardian Legion vanished at an alarming rate, replaced by glaring red dots. The energy levels skyrocketed, and the red alert lights flashed ominously, emitting piercing beeps. She watched as familiar names turned gray on the screen, tears blurring her vision as they streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the screen and creating a watery stain. She yearned to control the laser cannon on the defensive structure to fight back. Her finger hovered hesitantly over the button, knowing all too well from countless simulations that ordinary laser cannons could inflict no harm on Thanos, only wasting energy and potentially provoking him into a more brutal retaliation. No, no. Bulma's voice trembled with a mix of sobs, filled with helplessness and despair. Peering through the gaps in the defenses, she witnessed her comrades, once side by side in battle, falling like blades of grass. The reinforced combat suits crumpled under Thanos' assault, blood staining the earth. And the acrid scent of charm mingled with the stench of blood filled the air, a suffocating reminder of their home being destroyed and their companions slaughtered. Thanos advanced towards Wukong, each step crushing the hearts of all present. He towered over Wukong, who struggled to rise, his purple eyes devoid of any compassion, only cold indifference. Slowly, he raised the Infinity Gauntlet, the 6 gems glowing with blinding brilliance, as the purple-black force of destruction began to coalesce in his palm, forming an energy sphere the size of a basketball. The space around the sphere warped, the air sizzling as it burned, emanating a chilling aura. The game is over. Earth as protector. Thanos' voice was calm yet authoritative, declaring that this planet, along with its insignificant inhabitants, would be reduced to dust. No, I cannot allow you to succeed. Wukong struggled to rise, pain searing through his chest, his vision darkening, and his limbs feeling as heavy as lead, each movement a torment. His sight blurred, catching glimpses of Krillin lying in a pool of blood, his left arm bleeding profusely. Master Roshi crawling on the ground, desperately attempting to rise, only to falter again, spitting out blood before falling silent. The new generation of Piccolo struck by an energy wave, deep green blood staining his body, propped against a wall, his breath barely perceptible. And more comrades collapsing, some still in fighting stances, others with eyes wide open, faces etched with disbelief and despair, never to rise again. The sunlight had vanished entirely, leaving only the eerie purple-black glow cast by Thanos' warship and the cacophony of explosions, screams, and crumbling buildings. The world had transformed into a vast hellscape. Once thriving cities lay in ruins, lush forests consumed by flames, rivers stained crimson, and the air thick with the scent of death. Wukong's consciousness began to fade, his eyelids heavy as if glued shut, the sounds around him growing distant, leaving only the faint rhythm of his breath and the feeble beating of his heart. He felt his body growing lighter, as if he might float away. Wukong, don't sleep. Stand up. Bulma's cries pierced through the chaos, her frantic figure dashing from behind the defenses, heedless of the energy waves whizzing past her, racing towards Wukong. Her white lab coat was torn in several places, her knees and arms bloodied and raw, the pain searing, yet she paid it no mind, running desperately, reaching out to grasp Wukong. Just then, an energy backlash struck her back, and she stumbled, falling to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. Yet still she stretched her hand toward Wukong, tears mingling with blood as her voice, hoarse yet resolute, called out, "Think of Earth. Think of the days we spent together. Remember your promise to protect everyone. You cannot fall. Absolutely not." Master Roshi, lying on the ground, summoned the last remnants of his strength to turn his heavy head towards Wukong. His lips trembled slightly as he spoke, his voice faint and raspy, laced with yearning and hope, like a flickering candle in the wind. "Wukong, stand up. Earth still needs you." As he finished, his head drooped weakly, his breath ceasing, his murky eyes still open, gazing at the sky as if to condemn the brutal slaughter. The new generation of Piccolo leaned against the wall, his deep green blood soaking through his battle attire, his consciousness dimming, yet he persisted, gathering his last bit of strength to emit a faint green light towards Wukong. The light landed on Wukong, bringing a slight warmth, a final farewell. Don't let everyone down. His voice was barely audible before he completely lost consciousness. Wukong's eyelashes fluttered, and through his blurred vision, he saw Bulma's tear-streaked face. Master Roshi's aged and lifeless body, the lifeless form of the new Piccolo, and the final postures of his fallen comrades. Memories flooded back, training on Kame House. The morning sun, the refreshing sea breeze, the laughter of his friends, the exhilarating battles at the martial arts tournament alongside Krillin, the camaraderie of fighting side by side. The adventurous journeys with Bulma, her intelligence always saving them in critical moments, the awakening light in the valley, the power of belief shared among friends. The oath they had made to protect Earth together. I cannot fall. A faint groan escaped Wukong's throat, struggling to breathe as though he were a broken bellows. His fingertips twitched slightly, yearning to grasp something, yet finding nothing to hold on to. His body felt increasingly heavy, his consciousness plunging into an abyss with no end in sight. The energy sphere in Thanos' palm had fully formed, the purple-black force of destruction threatening to overflow, radiating an air of despair as it descended slowly towards his head. No. Wukong desperately tried to open his eyes, yet found his eyelids too heavy to lift. He could feel the force of annihilation drawing closer, his skin already sensing the chilling cold and burning heat. His heart raced as though it would leap from his chest, his internal energy striving to surge forth. But it lay stagnant like dead water. He thought of the living beings on Earth, the innocent people, everything he wished to protect. A surge of fierce unwillingness rising within him. Yet, the energy sphere ultimately fell. The immense force of destruction engulfed Wukong in an instant, the purple-black light consuming him entirely. Wukong felt his body disintegrating slowly, his energy dissipating in an instant, bones, muscles, and meridians tearing apart under the force of annihilation. His consciousness sank into darkness, his body collapsing to the ground, motionless, with only his outstretched hand remaining, still reaching for something. Thanos reclaimed the Infinity Gauntlet, surveying the strewn corpses and the ravaged earth beneath him, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned to gaze upon the struggling Bulma, his icy stare piercing through her, as purple energy began to coalesce ominously within his palm. It was time to clear the aftermath. His voice was calm and devoid of emotion, yet it carried a chilling intent to kill. Bulma, despite the terror that filled her eyes, defiantly raised her head to meet his gaze, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet a newfound resolve flickered in her eyes. She slowly lifted her device and pressed the final button, a last line of defense she had prepared for herself, an energy bomb. While it might not harm Thanos, it would at least allow her to make a final contribution for her comrades and for Earth in its last moments. As a purple-black energy beam shot towards Bulma, a faint golden light suddenly flickered to life from the spot where Goku had fallen. Though weak, this light shone brightly in the oppressive darkness, akin to the first rays of dawn breaking the night. Thanos hesitated momentarily, furrowing his brow as he turned his attention to the source of the golden glow. He sensed a familiar energy emanating from it, albeit faint, imbued with a tenacious vitality and a power that caught even him off guard. The golden light intensified, gradually enveloping Goku's lifeless form. Under this radiant cover, Goku's previously lifeless fingers twitched ever so slightly. Yet, against the backdrop of Thanos' overwhelming power, this flicker of light appeared minuscule and insignificant. Despair hung like a tangible shackle, firmly binding this devastated land. No one knew if this feeble light could awaken Goku, nor if Earth still held a glimmer of hope. In the darkness, an overwhelming silence and profound fear remained, signaling that this battle might truly be at its end. The fallen allies, the destroyed homes, and the lost lives would forever become the most tragic footnotes of this brutal war. Chapter 36. The Earth's will manifested. Golden light shattering the shadows, a purple-black sphere of destructive energy hovered 3 feet above Goku's head, casting the shadow of death as if it were a tangible shroud. The surface of the sphere pulsed with twisted dark purple patterns, each rotation exuding a suffocating aura of annihilation. Goku's exposed skin burned crimson from the energy, his hair curling in the tumultuous winds of destruction, even tiny sparks cascading from the tips. The air around him warped under the energy field, rendering everything in his line of sight a bizarre distortion, with light failing to penetrate, leaving only a heavy, dark purple halo that imprisoned Goku, severing all vitality. At this critical moment, the faint golden light emanating from within Goku surged explosively. It was not the chaotic expansion of a burst of energy, but a gentle resonance arising from deep within the earth. Centered at the spot where Goku had collapsed, a slender golden vein suddenly emerged from the scorched ground, like a slumbering dragon awakening, swiftly spreading along the ley lines. This vein was not physical, but a manifestation of pure life energy, revitalizing the charred land as it passed, shedding its decayed exterior and emanating a soft glow. Beneath the shattered rocks, tender green shoots bravely broke through the heavy dust, their tips glistening with dew, defiantly unfurling delicate leaves, even as the threat of annihilation loomed. Thanos furrowed his brow, the energy sphere in his palm momentarily stalling. After countless years of conquering the cosmos and annihilating civilizations and planets, he had never encountered such a peculiar force. This power lacked the ferocity of destruction, devoid of the sharpness of energy impacts, yet possessed an unyielding resilience that embraced all life, vast as the deep sea and steady as a mountain. It caused a slight fluctuation in the infinity stones he held, momentarily disrupting their radiant glow. The golden veins multiplied, from an initial single strand to 10, then 100, 1,000, ultimately intertwining into a colossal golden formation surrounding Goku within a 100-meter radius. This formation bore a diameter of 100 meters, its edges etched with ancient, obscure runes, natural life imprints formed over millions of years of Earth's evolution, radiating gentle yet powerful energy. At the center of the formation, a miniature silhouette of Earth rotated slowly, with mountains, rivers, oceans, and forests discernible, even revealing the flow of clouds and the tracks of seasonal winds, as if encapsulating the very essence of Earth's vitality. Countless tiny golden lights began to converge from all directions, the flickering flames of survival in the eyes of survivors amidst the city ruins. The instinctive survival instincts of millions of fish sensing impending doom underwater, coalescing into glowing particles. The cries and struggles of birds and beasts in the depths of the forest transforming into pure energy, the lingering spirits of fallen comrades, embodying unfulfilled protective vows, becoming radiant orbs of light. And from deep within the Earth's core, the accumulated ley line power surged forth, transformed into a golden energy torrent along the formation's patterns. These myriad lights, akin to returning migratory birds, surged into Goku's body, forming a visible golden beam that connected heaven and earth, enveloping him entirely. The previously dormant golden energy within him ignited instantaneously under the nourishment of this immense power. This time, the energy was no longer mere combat strength, but infused with the Earth's weightiness, the resilience of life, and the hopes of all beings, becoming increasingly pure and formidable. The gruesome wound on Goku's chest, a gaping half-foot diameter, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace under the embrace of the golden energy. Torn muscle fibers swiftly reformed, new skin emerging as delicate as that of a newborn, gradually covering the ghastly injury. Severed meridians reconnected under the pull of the golden energy. Flowing smoothly like a restored river, the shattered bones glowed with a warm sheen, mending rapidly, their strength even surpassing their previous state, and the encroaching dark energy, nourished by this pure will of the earth, was dispelled, revealing a warm and pristine brilliance, with the energy flow around his spiritual roots becoming increasingly smooth. Was this the will of the earth? Bulma sat on the ground, tears still clinging to her pale cheeks, yet disbelief sparkled in her eyes. The device in her hand pulsed erratically, the screen displaying Earth's energy levels soaring upward, the red warning lights completely enveloped by the golden radiance, emitting a gentle hum. As the database previously ravaged by the destructive energy rapidly restored itself, even surpassing its peak levels. On the device's screen, the massive red light representing Thanos began to shrink gradually under the suppression of the golden energy, while the green light, symbolizing Goku, expanded continuously, ultimately transforming into a dazzling gold, merging with the energy field of the entire Earth. Goku's body slowly levitated, 3 feet above the ground, surrounded by golden energy that no longer resembled boiling magma, but rather a calm, yet unfathomable golden ocean, gently rolling. His hair danced wildly in the energy currents, the tips entwined with delicate golden threads, his amber eyes completely saturated with golden light, shining as brilliantly as the sun, and wherever his gaze fell, the purple-black aura of death retreated. His silver-white Starfall gold-enhanced combat suit had long since shattered in the previous assault. In its place was a suit of armor formed from a layer of golden energy. The shoulders of the armor bore contours reminiscent of majestic mountains, symbolizing the weight of Earth. On his chest, a rotating emblem of Earth radiated a gentle glow. The belt around his waist was inscribed with the eternal runes of life, pulsating like breath as energy flowed. And from his back unfurled a pair of wings woven from light feathers, each feather crystalline and imbued with pure life energy, casting a cascade of golden brilliance with each flap, dispelling the surrounding purple-black death energy, hastening the growth of grass sprouts beneath, and gradually erasing the stench of blood from the air. Did you think you could extinguish life? Wukong's voice, no longer hoarse, resonated like the clash of gold against stone, carrying the weight of the earth and the vastness of the sky, reaching every corner of the battlefield. He slowly opened his eyes, his golden gaze piercing through layers of darkness, directed unwaveringly at Thanos, radiating undeniable authority and determination. The will of Earth has never relied on brute force. It is sustained by the ceaseless hope and unyielding resilience. You may destroy cities and slay beings, but you can never extinguish this will. As long as there is even an inch of land left, as long as a trace of life remains, Earth shall never truly perish. A flicker of seriousness crossed Thanos' eyes, which quickly transformed into a more intense murderous intent. He had battled across the cosmos for countless years. Never before had he been provoked by the will of such a seemingly inconsequential planet. The ant-like will of the planet dares to flaunt its prowess before me. He abruptly activated the Infinity Gauntlet, and the 6 Infinity Stones erupted with dazzling light simultaneously, the purple-black force of destruction surging once more. The energy sphere in his palm expanding threefold, reaching a diameter of 3 meters, exuding the power to tear through space, forcefully compressing the surrounding air, emitting a piercing shriek, hurtling toward Wukong with ferocity. In this strike, he wielded the dual enhancements of the Space Stone and the Power Stone, intent on obliterating both the naive will of this planet and son Wukong. This time, Wukong did not evade nor gather his own attack. He merely raised his right hand slowly, palm directed toward the incoming energy sphere. The golden essence of Earth's will flowed down his arm, coalescing in his palm into a circular shield. The shield, 5 meters in diameter, bore a clear pattern of Earth at its center, surrounded by ancient runes of vitality that absorbed energy from the Earth with each rotation, rendering the shield increasingly robust. This shield was not merely defensive. It embodied the principle of Earth's gentle overcoming of the hard, capable of dissipating and transforming incoming destructive energy. Boom! The purple-black energy sphere collided with the golden shield, yielding no expected cataclysmic explosion, but a fierce clash and mingling of energies. The purple-black force of destruction, akin to a ravenous beast, sought to erode and consume the golden protective energy, while the golden will of Earth stood resolutely like a fortified dam, unwavering and dignified. The Earth patterns on the shield continued to flow, each rotation dissipating a portion of the destructive energy, which, rather than vanishing, transformed under the guidance of Earth's will into life-nurturing vitality. The surrounding grass sprouts grew quicker, their leaves becoming more verdant. Amidst the ruins, unknown flowers quietly bloomed, their petals a soft golden hue, defiantly countering the coldness of destruction. Even the distant charred trees began to sprout tender green buds, showcasing their tenacious vitality. Thanos' expression shifted, as he felt his destructive power rapidly depleting and transforming. The once unstoppable force of destruction now sank into the abyss, unable to touch Wukong in the slightest, instead becoming nourishment for the Earth. Meanwhile, the golden energy surrounding Wukong surged, growing like a rolling snowball, even beginning to erode his energy field, causing the flow of energy within him to become sluggish. He abruptly intensified his magical output, the Power Stone and Space Stone on the Infinity Gauntlet erupting with blinding brilliance. Purple and blue energies intertwining in a desperate attempt to breach the shield. But no matter how forcefully he pushed, that golden shield remained steadfast. As immovable as a mountain rooted in the earth, the runes upon it swirling with increasing speed, enhancing the efficiency of energy dissipation. Impossible. How could the will of a mere planet withstand the might of the Infinity Stones? Thanos roared, a flicker of anxiety and disbelief flashing in his eyes. He possessed all 6 Infinity Stones, wielding dominion over space, time, reality, mind, soul, and power, with few entities in the universe capable of matching him. Yet today, he found himself thwarted by the will of a primitive planet, a force that sought not destruction but protection, exhibiting a resilience more potent than annihilation, leaving him feeling an unprecedented sense of defeat. Wukong slowly raised his hand, golden energy coalescing at his fingertips. No longer a violent surge of Kamehameha, but infused with the precision and inclusiveness of Earth's will. A slender yet solid golden beam shot toward Thanos. Its diameter less than an inch, yet containing the purest essence of life's laws, its speed transcending the constraints of space, arriving instantaneously before Thanos. This beam did not directly assault his body. Instead, it precisely struck the junction of the 6 stones on his infinity gauntlet, the core of energy conduction, the weakest point. Crack! A subtle yet clear sound echoed as the golden beam, imbued with the essence of Earth's will, wedged itself into the crevice between the stones and the gauntlet, disrupting the energy conduction pathways. The 6 stones on the infinity gauntlet dimmed slightly, the once smooth flow of energy encountering significant interruptions, and Thanos felt a tingling in his left arm as a gentle, yet domineering energy surged into him, disturbing his energy flow and causing a brief stagnation in his amassed destructive power. Now's the time. Bulma suddenly came to her senses, a glimmer of determination and hope in her eyes. She grit her teeth against the pain in her back, struggling to crawl back to the shattered underground defense structure, her hands deftly manipulating the cracked control panel. The remnants of the defense mesh destroyed by the destructive energy suddenly glimmered with golden light under the nurturing essence of Earth's will. The Starfall gold alloy frames beginning to self-repair, the fractured gun barrels reassembling, and the damaged energy conduits flowing anew, shimmering with golden brilliance. Hundreds of mechs rose from the ruins like awakened beasts, their dual-mounted energy cannons simultaneously gathering golden energy, aiming at the hovering warship of Thanos, forming a dense web of firepower. The faith of my companions, the will of Earth, and all that I protect. Wukong's eyes blazed with golden light, the golden energy around him forming a colossal vortex, its radius reaching 100 meters, gathering all surrounding vitality, belief, and the essence of the Earth into its core. At the center of the vortex, the energy density intensified, emanating a pressure that quickened the heart, while the surrounding space, no longer distorted, was smoothed by the golden energy, achieving an exquisite stability. This punch is for Earth, for all those who have passed, for those who continue to endure. He blinked and vanished from his original spot, the golden feathers leaving a brilliant trail, reappearing before Thanos in the next moment. His golden fist, imbued with the weight and vitality of millions of years of Earth, crystallized the hopes and beliefs of countless beings and struck fiercely at Thanos' chest. Where the punch passed, the purple-black death energy receded like a tide, revealing the long-obscured heavens. Sunlight piercing through the clouds and illuminating the fist, making the golden energy even more resplendent. Thanos hastily raised the Infinity Gauntlet for defense, and the golden fist collided with the gauntlet encrusted with Infinity Stones. This time, there was no dispersal of energy or explosion, only the crisp sound of shattering bones. As Thanos' seemingly indestructible Titan battle armor crumpled under the weight of the punch infused with Earth's will, the energy core in his chest shattered, erupting into a burst of purple energy sparks. The brilliance of the gems on the infinite gauntlet has been extinguished, and the intricate patterns connecting the gems to the gauntlet have been utterly obliterated. 2 gems, the reality gem and the soul gem, have been dislodged and transformed into 2 streaks of light, plummeting into the depths of the earth. Upon touching the ground, the golden veins of the earth entwined around the gems like vines, securely enveloping them and sinking them deep into the core, never to be retrieved. With a cough, Thanos expelled a copious amount of purple blood, which transformed into specks of violet mist in the air. As the energy contained within met the atmosphere, it was purified by golden energy. His colossal form flew backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily against the exterior of his warship. The sturdy Dark Star iron hull immediately caved in, creating a massive dent with a diameter of 10 meters. while the energy patterns on the hull shattered like a spider's web, emitting a piercing alarm. Inside the warship, the control systems were rendered completely inoperative. The energy core experienced violent fluctuations, and the cannon at the bottom flickered erratically, unable to concentrate its firepower, even showing signs of slowly descending. Wukong did not pursue. He merely hovered in midair, the golden feathers behind him gently fanning, enveloping the entire battlefield in a soft golden glow. The flames still burning gradually extinguished under the embrace of this golden energy, releasing wisps of white smoke. The blood flowing on the ground was purified by the golden energy, transforming into nourishing sustenance for the earth. The injured warriors received the energy's nurturing, their wounds healing rapidly, broken bones reconnecting, and even the previously lifeless Master Roshi, lying on the ground, began to emit a faint shimmering light from his chest, his aged eyelids trembling slowly before finally opening his murky yet vibrant eyes. The new generation of Bick leaned against a crumbled wall. His deep green blood had ceased flowing, and a layer of golden energy film covered his wound, healing rapidly. He slowly stood, feeling the resurgence of energy within him, his eyes filled with shock and gratitude. Krillin also rose from the ground. His torn left arm began to regenerate slowly under the nurturing of the golden energy. Though not fully restored, he could already move, and the pale violet energy gathered around him once more. The surviving members of the Guardian Legion began to rise from the ruins, their wounds healing swiftly under the influence of the golden energy, and the light of hope rekindled in their eyes. Bulma gazed at the scene before her, tears streaming down her face once again, but this time, they were tears of joy and relief. She understood that the battle was not yet over. Though Thanos had been thwarted, he still possessed formidable power, and while his warship had sustained severe damage, it was not entirely destroyed and could return at any moment. Yet she no longer felt despair, for she had witnessed Wukong's awakening, the strength of the will of the earth, and the indomitable resilience of life. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, revealing a determined smile, and began to swiftly operate the control panel, gathering battlefield data in preparation for subsequent reconstruction and defense. Wukong gazed down at the earth beneath him, his golden eyes filled with reverence and determination. He felt an unmistakably close connection with the planet, as if he had become a part of it. He could sense the pulse of every inch of land, hear the breath of every plant, and feel the emotions of every living being. He was no longer fighting alone. The entire earth was his support. The faith of all things was his strength, and the energy of the earth's veins could replenish him at any moment, granting him an endless supply of combat power. Thanos, you may return. Wukong's voice resonated throughout heaven and earth, imbued with undeniable authority and conviction, like the sound of the cosmic Tao. As long as the will of the earth endures, as long as there are those willing to protect it, as long as a glimmer of life remains, you shall never destroy this place. This planet possesses a resilience and hope beyond your comprehension, along with countless lives willing to fight to protect their home. Thanos crawled out from the dent in his warship, his purple pupils filled with disbelief and resentment. His Titan battle armor was utterly damaged, his chest caved in, his breath erratic, and the infinite gauntlet on his left arm had lost 2 gems, its brilliance dimmed, no longer exuding its former might. He looked at Wukong, who hovered in midair, gazing at the golden glow enveloping the earth, and at the warriors rising from the ruins, feeling powerless for the first time. He understood that he could not destroy the earth today. Continuing would not only thwart his objectives, but might even lead to him being entirely consumed by this strange and powerful planetary will, risking his very life. Son Wukong. Thanos gritted his teeth, a glint of malice and resentment flashing in his eyes. I will return. Next time, I will come with the entire Thanos army, with even greater power, and erase this planet's will completely, turning all of you to dust. With that, he turned and transformed into a streak of purple-black light. Rushing into the warship emitted a cacophony of deafening roars, the damaged engines forcibly igniting, dragging its battered form slowly out of Earth's atmosphere. During the departure, the warship attempted to fire several energy cannons at the surface, but as soon as the energy blasts left the cannon, they were neutralized by the golden energy field of the Earth, dissipating harmlessly into light particles in the air. Ultimately, the warship became a small black dot, vanishing into the depths of the cosmos. The golden glow gradually receded, and Wukong slowly descended to the ground, the energy armor and feathers dissipating, returning to his original form. His wounds had completely healed, leaving only faint scars, and the golden light in his eyes gradually faded, returning to amber. Yet the steadfastness and gravity in his gaze marked a stark transformation. He approached Bulma, extending a hand to help her up. His voice gentle, yet filled with strength. "Thank you, Bulma. And to all who protect the earth, thank you for your steadfastness and belief. Without you, there would be no powerful will of the earth." With tears in her eyes, Bulma nodded, looking at Wukong, at the companions who had gathered again, and at the rejuvenating land, her heart brimming with hope. She understood that this catastrophe had exacted a heavy toll on the earth, countless cities destroyed, many lives lost, civilizations severely impacted, and their home left in ruins. Yet it was precisely this calamity that had awakened the deepest powers of the earth, allowing humanity to comprehend the true meaning of guardianship, enabling Wukong to transform into a genuine protector of the planet. Wukong lifted his gaze to the sky, the threat from the depths of the universe still looming, Thanos' vow echoing in his ears, and the shadow of the Dark Legion not entirely dissipated. Yet he no longer felt fear or confusion, for he knew he was not alone in this battle. The will of the earth was with him. The faith of his companions accompanied him, and the hopes of countless beings fueled his resolve. Next, they needed to rebuild their home, restore the destroyed cities, and resettle the people. Chapter 37. Reconstruction under the setting sun. The dark currents of the universe surge again. The setting sun, like blood, cast its warm orange hue over the scarred earth, tinting the outlines of the ruins. The previously pervasive purple-black death aura had been completely purified by golden energy. The air now filled with the fragrance of soil and the freshness of growing vegetation, replacing the acrid smoke and bloodshed. Wukong stood in the center of a collapsed city square, the scorched earth visibly rejuvenating, tender green shoots emerging from the cracks in the stones, gently swaying in the breeze. Like the earth awakening from slumber. "Wukong." Krillin hurried over, his left arm nearly fully regenerated, though still displaying a faint pink hue. "Master Roshi has awakened. Many of our previously unconscious companions have regained consciousness as well. The energy of the will of the earth is nourishing the entire planet." His face radiated joy from having survived, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. Wukong nodded, turning toward the direction of Master Roshi. The old turtle sage was sitting on a flat rock, being examined by Bulma. His once frail and hunched form appeared much stronger under the nourishment of golden energy, the wrinkles on his face relaxing, and his murky eyes regaining some vitality. As Wukong approached, the turtle sage slowly raised his hand. His voice, though still hoarse, resonated with warmth and resolve. "Good lad, you have not disappointed me. You have finally understood that true strength is never about destruction, but about protection." "Senior, I comprehend now," Wukong replied, kneeling before him with sincerity in his gaze. "I used to focus solely on becoming stronger to defeat formidable foes, forgetting the reason I fight. Now I realize that my strength is meant to safeguard this planet and those around me." Bulma, putting away her detector, revealed a weary yet contented smile. The energy field of Earth has stabilized, and the ley lines are swiftly restoring the ecology. However, although Thanos has retreated, the damage he inflicted is catastrophic. Over 70% of cities worldwide lie in ruins. Communication networks are completely paralyzed, and the food reserves are barely enough to sustain the survivors for a month. Many remain trapped beneath collapsed buildings, in dire need of rescue. Pausing, she projected a hologram from her detector, displaying a multitude of red dots. These represented the signals of survivors scattered across the globe. "We must organize rescue efforts promptly." The new generation of Piccolo approached the group, his deep green skin now smooth, with only faint marks left from previous wounds. "I can utilize the Mekankasapo to clear the rubble and establish rescue pathways." His tone was calm, yet exuded undeniable strength. "My energy resonates with the will of the earth, allowing me to control it precisely, preventing any secondary harm." "Excellent. Let us divide our tasks," Wukong declared, rising and scanning his companions. "Piccolo, you will manage the debris clearance and rescue operations. Krillin, lead those who have regained their strength to gather supplies and set up temporary shelters. Bulma, swiftly repair the communication devices to contact survivors worldwide. And Turtle Sage, I ask you to guide everyone in harnessing the energy of the Earth will to enhance their self-defense capabilities." "And what about you, Wukong?" Krillin inquired curiously. Wukong gazed upward, his expression becoming profound. "I must venture deep into the Earth's core. The reality and soul stones, having been enveloped by the energy of the ley lines, require my confirmation of their condition to prevent the uncontrolled energy from causing new disasters. Moreover, I sense that the core of the Earth's will resides within the mantle. There may lie secrets to combat the Dark Legion. With tasks assigned, Wukong wasted no time. He gathered golden energy around him and shot downwards like a stream of light. The golden energy, akin to a drill, effortlessly penetrated the hard rock layers, leaving a shimmering tunnel behind. As he descended, the temperature escalated, transforming the rock into molten lava. Yet the shield formed by his golden energy kept the heat at bay, leaving him unaffected. Deep within the core, the chaos he envisioned was absent. Instead, he found himself enveloped by a thick membrane of golden energy, creating an expansive space. At the center floated two stones, the reality stone radiating a soft pink glow, and the soul stone shimmering with a profound blue hue, entwined by countless golden ley lines, as if cradled gently by the earth. The once tumultuous energy of the stones was now completely calmed, becoming gentle and stable. Below the stones lay a colossal crystal sphere, 100 meters in diameter, clearly reflecting the entirety of Earth, even revealing the stars in the cosmos. The surface of the crystal flowed with ancient runes, identical to the magical symbols that had appeared around Wukong. This was indeed the core life crystal of the Earth's will. As Wukong approached, he felt the gentle emotions emanating from the life crystal: joy, gratitude, and vigilance. He extended his hand, gently touching the crystal sphere, and in an instant, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. The Earth's billion-year evolutionary history, the rise and fall of countless civilizations, the legacy of guardians throughout the ages, and myriad threats lurking in the cosmos. Among these, a segment regarding the Dark Legion cast a shadow over his visage. It turned out that Thanos was not the true leader of the Dark Legion. He was merely its vanguard, tasked with annihilating planets possessing formidable wills. The leader of the Dark Legion was known as the Shadow Monarch, a dark entity born from the chaos of the universe's inception, thriving on the consumption of planetary wills and life energy. The reality and soul stones were originally the key artifacts to seal the Shadow Monarch, but Thanos had stolen them to augment his own power. Now that the stones had returned to Earth, the seal binding the Shadow Monarch was weakening. It wouldn't be long before he broke free and led the true Dark Legion to descend upon Earth. Shadow Monarch, Wukong murmured softly, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. He sensed the Shadow Monarch's power far surpassed that of Thanos, embodying a pure essence of darkness and destruction capable of rendering the entire universe into nothingness. At that moment, the life crystal erupted with a brilliant golden light. The reality and soul stones simultaneously ascended, merging into Wukong's being. He felt a jolt as two streams of gentle, yet potent energy coursed through him, perfectly blending with the power of the Earth's will and his own Saiyan energy. His aura surged dramatically, the golden energy around him becoming denser, and a newfound wisdom glimmered in his eyes. Wukong understood that the Earth's will desired him to become the new guardian of the stones, harnessing their power to repel the impending Shadow Monarch. Meanwhile, on the surface, reconstruction efforts were progressing in an organized frenzy. Piccolo operated the Mechanca Sapo, the green energy beams precisely clearing the debris and creating safe passages for rescuers, successfully liberating one survivor after another. Krillin led his companions in erecting temporary tents and distributing gathered food and water, gradually bringing smiles back to the faces of the survivors. Bulma, in the underground defenses, successfully repaired the core communication devices, and screens began to display rescue signals from around the world, connecting with an increasing number of survivors. The Turtle Sage sat at the center of the shelter, guiding everyone in experiencing the energy of the Earth's will. Under his guidance, many began to awaken their latent protective powers. While they could not rival Wukong's strength, they could defend themselves and assist others. As the sun dipped below the horizon, night enveloped the land. Wukong returned from the depths of the core, landing in the center of the temporary shelter. His aura had grown more stable, yet a gravity lingered in his expression. Noticing the gazes directed towards him, Wukong took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Friends, our battle is far from over. Thanos is merely the vanguard. The true threat, the leader of the Dark Legion, the Shadow Monarch, will soon arrive on Earth." The smiles on everyone's faces instantly froze, astonishment and concern filling their eyes. They had just weathered a calamity and had no time to catch their breath before facing an even mightier foe. But there is no need for fear. Wukong's voice rose with unwavering strength. We possess the guardianship of the Earth's will, the faith of our companions, and the power of the two stones. As long as we unite as one, we can defend our planet and vanquish the Shadow Monarch. His words acted as a balm, soothing the restless hearts of those present. Piccolo nodded affirmatively. I will fully cooperate with you, Wukong. Bulma stepped forward, her eyes shimmering with determination. I will hasten the development of stronger defensive weapons and mechs to support everyone. Krillin clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. We will strive to grow stronger, never lagging behind. In the night, the lights of the temporary shelter flickered like stars, illuminating the determined faces of each individual. Though the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, they were no longer lost or afraid. For they knew they were not fighting alone, with Wukong, the guardian of Earth, leading them, alongside their steadfast companions and the silent protection of the Earth's will. They would undoubtedly conquer the darkness and welcome the dawn. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the cosmos, within a pitch-black nebula, a colossal black ship, 100 times larger than Thanos' warship, began to awaken. Its surface was etched with menacing skull patterns, exuding a suffocating aura of darkness. In the center of the bridge, a figure shrouded in shadows slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes lacked pupils, filled only with pure darkness, as if they could devour all light. Had the Reality Stone and the Soul Stone returned to Earth? The voice of the Shadow Monarch resonated like a call from the abyss, carrying a chilling intent to kill. Interesting little fellow, son Wukong. Since you wish to protect that planet, I shall personally destroy it, transforming both your will and that of the planet into my sustenance. With a wave of his hand, countless black warships emerged from the depths of the nebula, forming a colossal fleet that slowly sailed towards Earth. The dark tides of the universe surged once more, heralding the onset of a cataclysmic battle that would determine the fate of Earth and potentially the entire cosmos. Chapter 38. The uninvited guests of the Saiyans. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The once ravaged Earth, through the collective efforts of its will and its people, had long shed the scars of war. The ruins of cities were systematically cleared, and new structures arose, harmoniously scattered across the verdant land. The shattered communication networks were completely rebuilt, upgraded to a global quantum communication system that allowed survivors worldwide to reconnect. Under Bulma's leadership, ecological restoration devices accelerated the revival of vegetation. The once charred land now flourished with greenery, forests spread, rivers ran clear, and wildlife returned, bringing Earth back to a vibrant state. Temporary shelters had vanished, replaced by fully functional habitable cities. Under Master Roshi's guidance, many survivors awakened a faint protective power. Their physical abilities far surpassed their former selves, and they could harness energy for self-defense in times of crisis. Krillin became the captain of the city guard, leading a group of empowered companions to patrol the urban corners, safeguarding the hard-earned peace. Piccolo chose to seclude himself atop the snow-capped peaks of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, where the energy of the earth was pure and abundant. He meditated daily, refining the energy resonating with the will of Earth, his power steadily increasing in subtlety. The might of his Mekanka Sappo became increasingly precise, capable of shattering rocks from 10,000 meters away without disturbing the mountains. The ferocity in his gaze gradually faded, replaced with a calm and serene demeanor. Bulma's research laboratory became the heart of Earth's defense system. She utilized alien technology deciphered from the wreckage of Thanos' warship, integrating it with Earth's geological energy technology to develop a global energy shield system. When activated, the shield would form a pale golden protective barrier beyond the atmosphere, capable of withstanding cosmic radiation and moderate energy attacks. Additionally, she constructed a fleet of interstellar fighter jets equipped with geological energy cannons, ready to respond to threats from the cosmos. During these 3 years, Wukong immersed himself deep within the Earth's core. He needed to thoroughly merge the powers of the Reality Stone and the Soul Stone while comprehending the essence of Earth's will. By the life crystal in the core, he sat cross-legged, his body resonating with 3 types of energy: the furious might of the Saiyans, the primal power of the stones, and the protective energy of Earth's will. From initial clashes to gradual merging, he had now achieved a harmonious unity. His aura became increasingly contained. No longer did he exude outward golden light, appearing no different from an ordinary person. save for the occasional glint of intertwined gold and blue in his eyes that hinted at his unfathomable strength. Through the Soul Stone, he could sense the emotional fluctuations of every living being on Earth, and through the Reality Stone, he could subtly adjust the surrounding energy fields, even summoning the power of the Earth's ley lines at will. This 3-year period of dormancy transformed him from a mere brute warrior into a true guardian in symbiosis with Earth. One day, Wukong concluded his meditation and gradually ascended from the depths of the core, landing on the rooftop of the laboratory. Bulma was busy at the holographic screen, and upon seeing him return, a look of relief spread across her face. Wukong, you're finally out. How is the energy fusion progressing? Almost complete, Wukong stretched, his bones cracking softly. Now, I can fully control the stone's powers and call upon the energy of the ley lines at will. Even if the Shadow Monarch comes, I am confident I can stop him. That's good to hear. Bulma nodded and pulled up data analysis on the screen, revealing that the energy shield had passed its final tests, and 300 interstellar fighter jets had been mass-produced. The city guard led by Krillin had also completed their training. The Earth of today was no longer the vulnerable planet it had been 3 years ago. At that moment, the laboratory's alarm system suddenly emitted a sharp warning sound. The holographic screen switched to show a scene outside Earth's atmosphere. A small spacecraft, crudely designed yet exuding a violent aura, was piercing through the clouds, rapidly descending towards the Asian continent. The ship bore no markings, only radiating a familiar yet foreign energy, wild, bloodthirsty, imbued with the combat essence unique to the Saiyans. Wukong furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Who is it? Krillin's voice quickly came through the communicator, tinged with urgency. Wukong, Bulma. An unidentified spacecraft has entered the atmosphere, crashing in the eastern plains, just 100 kilometers from our city. I've already led the guard there. Wait, Krillin, do not act rashly. Wukong immediately cautioned. They are Saiyans, their strength is unknown. Approach with caution. I will be there shortly. Before he could finish, Wukong's figure vanished from the rooftop, transforming into a streak of light racing towards the eastern plains. Piccolo's voice joined the communicator. I sense that energy, it is weak but very volatile. I will go take a look as well. On the eastern plains, the small spacecraft crashed to the ground with a deafening thud, kicking up clouds of dust. The hatch slowly opened, and a tall Saiyan, clad in tattered battle armor, emerged. He bore the typical black hair and sharp gaze of a Saiyan, a vicious scar marking his forehead, radiating a faint aura of ferocity, none other than Wukong's elder brother, Raditz. Raditz surveyed his surroundings, taking in the lush landscape and the distant outlines of cities, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. I didn't expect this primitive planet to recover so quickly, but son Wukong is indeed still alive. He raised his hand to the communicator at his ear, his tone icy. Lord Frieza, I have arrived on Earth and confirmed that son Wukong is alive. He seems to have merged with the will of this planet, and his strength is unknown. However, I will obey your orders to either bring him back or eliminate him. At that moment, 2 figures descended before Raditz. Wukong hovered in midair, calmly gazing at this unfamiliar brother, while Piccolo landed on a nearby rock, arms crossed, his deep green eyes filled with caution. Who are you? Why have you come to Earth? Wukong inquired, sensing the familiar bloodline energy, yet unable to feel any affinity due to the violent malice emanating from him. Raditz grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Son Wukong, or should I call you Kakarot? Long time no see, my brother. Brother? Wukong's brow furrowed tighter. No memories of this person surfacing in his mind. Indeed, you have lost your childhood memories. Raditz's smile faded, his tone growing cold. I am Raditz, your elder brother. On the orders of Lord Frieza, I have come to bring you back to the glory of the Saiyans. Come with me, and together we will conquer the universe for the Lord, or else this newly revived planet shall be reduced to ashes once more. Wukong's gaze sharpened instantly. Conquer the universe? Destroy planets? I will not go with you, nor will I allow you to harm Earth. Stubborn. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Raditz's eyes, his energy surging violently. It seems I must use force to awaken you. With a sudden movement, he charged at Wukong, his fist imbued with a ferocious energy aimed directly at Wukong's face. The power of this punch far exceeded that of an ordinary warrior from 3 years prior, capable of collapsing a small mountain. However, Wukong merely tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. Raditz's fist grazed his shoulder, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Your strength, Raditz' pupils constricted, his face a mask of disbelief. Prior to his departure, he had researched Wukong's profile, knowing he was merely a lowly scion abandoned on Earth. He never expected that within just a few years, his power would become so terrifying. This planet is not a place for you to run rampant. Wukong's voice remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Leave immediately, or stay and taste the bitterness of defeat. Piccolo stood nearby, refraining from intervening. He could sense that Wukong's strength had long surpassed his own, and he need not assist in dealing with the scion before them. Raditz's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and furious, anger and trepidation intertwining in his gaze. He understood he was no match for Wukong, yet as a scion, pride forbade him from retreating. So what if you have grown stronger? The power of Frieza is beyond your imagination. And the Dark Army. It is said they have set their sights on Earth. This planet will inevitably face destruction. The Dark Army? Wukong's expression hardened. You know of the Shadow Lord? The name of the Shadow Lord is known throughout the universe. Raditz sneered. Wherever my Dark Army goes, no planet survives. Do you really think you alone can protect this planet? Don't be naive. Wukong ceased speaking, exuding a faint but palpable pressure. This aura did not stem from his own being, but was a fusion of Earth's will and the protective power of the gems, akin to a mountain pressing down, rendering Raditz breathless and causing his legs to tremble. Leave. Wukong's voice was but a single word, yet it bore the weight of 1,000 forces. Raditz's face turned ashen, realizing that if he did not depart, he might truly perish here. He cast a resentful glance at Wukong, gritting his teeth as he declared, Son Wukong, wait for me. I will return to report to the king, bringing back even stronger warriors. At that time, I will personally destroy everything you seek to protect. With that, he turned and fled in disarray back to his spaceship, activating the engines and swiftly ascending, disappearing into the sky. Wukong did not pursue but quietly watched the departing vessel with a grave expression. Raditz's arrival shattered 3 years of tranquility and heralded 2 ominous tidings: the threat of Frieza and the notorious reputation of the Dark Army in the cosmos. It appears that the days of peace have come to an end. Piccolo approached Wukong's side and spoke in a somber tone. Wukong nodded. Frieza, the Shadow Lord. Earth is about to face formidable foes from both ends of the universe. He gazed upward at the sky, where the sun shone brightly and the earth lay peaceful. But he knew that beneath this calm, turbulent currents were already stirring. 3 years of dormancy had granted Earth the strength to safeguard itself. But the true test was only just beginning. Inform Krillin and Bulma to convene an emergency meeting. Wukong's voice was resolute. We must prepare to meet the impending storm. Chapter 39. Crossing Boundaries to Grow Stronger. The heart of Ming-Ben on the planet of the king. Raditz's departure rang like a warning bell, shattering the calm surface of Earth. In the holographic projection room of the emergency meeting, the atmosphere was tense. Krillin presented Raditz's battle data alongside an analysis of cosmic threats. On the screen, the map of Frieza's empire and the trajectory of the Dark Army's expansion loomed like 2 shadows, encroaching upon Earth from different directions. Bulma's fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, retrieving the maximum parameters for energy shields and interstellar fighters. The current defenses can withstand a conventional cosmic fleet, but against Frieza's destructive energy or the Shadow Lord's dark encroachment, they can hold only for 3 days at most. Piccolo crossed his arms, his deep green eyes thoughtful. Raditz's strength is insignificant, but the true danger lies in Frieza's power and the potential connection with the Dark Army. Our strength is still inadequate. Wukong sat at the center, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the faint glow of reality and soul gems swirling in his palm. The 3 years of dormancy had allowed him to merge 3 powers, yet he vaguely sensed a bottleneck. The Scion's energy leaned towards the violent. The gem's power was vast but unruly, and while Earth's will was stable, it lacked aggressive initiative. Although these 3 forces seemed to blend, they still encountered friction in extreme combat. I require greater control and a purer essence of combat. He raised his gaze, his eyes resolute. I must go to the planet of the king. The planet of the king? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Master Roshi had mentioned that the planet of the king was a sacred site for cultivation in the universe, home to the king who guides countless warriors. Wukong looked at the holographic image of Master Roshi on the screen. There, the gravity was 10 times that of Earth, and there existed transcendent methods of cultivation that might help him break through his bottleneck, truly mastering the power within him, and perhaps even discovering the key to combating both Frieza and the Shadow Lord. Master Roshi nodded slowly, his eyes filled with anticipation. The path to the planet of the king is perilous, requiring one to traverse the yellow springs beyond the atmosphere and navigate through the chaotic currents of time and space. But with your current strength, you might just reach it. Just remember, the training on the planet of the king is about profound understanding rather than brute force. Your path must ultimately be walked by yourself. Bulma immediately stood up. I will create a cross-dimensional spacecraft for you, using starfall metal and the core of the Earth's energy. It will withstand the tearing of the chaotic currents and pinpoint the coordinates of the planet of the king. 3 days later, in Earth's synchronous orbit, a streamlined silver spacecraft was poised for launch. The surface of the spacecraft was inscribed with Bulma's stability runes, while the core pulsated with golden energy resonating with Earth's will. Wukong donned the anti-gravity combat suit modified by Bulma and bid farewell to everyone. Wukong, take care. Krillin clenched his fists. We will defend Earth and await your return. Piccolo nodded. Do not let us down. Wukong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the lush Earth below, silently reciting the word protection in his heart. Before turning to step into the spacecraft, the engines roared to life, transforming into a silver comet, piercing through the atmosphere and racing into the depths of the cosmos. The journey through the yellow springs proved far more arduous than anticipated. The dark purple currents of time and space roared like a monstrous beast, relentlessly battering the spacecraft's shield, causing the runes to flicker erratically. Wukong sat cross-legged within the cabin, channeling his internal energy, infusing the shield with the power of the gems and Earth's will, stabilizing the wobbling spacecraft. He could distinctly feel that the synergy of the three powers against the turbulent currents was becoming increasingly fluid, and the original friction quietly dissolved in the face of adversity. Time lost its meaning, and after an indeterminate duration, the spacecraft broke through a layer of pale golden barrier, revealing a breathtaking vista. A purple planet suspended in the cosmos came into view, its surface adorned with strange ring-like mountains, and the air was infused with pure and gentle energy. This was indeed the planet of the king. The spacecraft landed smoothly, and as Wukong stepped out, he was greeted by a loud and mocking voice. Well, little one from Earth, you arrived 3 days sooner than I anticipated. Following the voice, he beheld a short, elderly man clad in a black martial arts uniform, sporting a crew cut, seated at a stone table nearby, fiddling with a crystal-like orb. His aura was restrained, yet he emanated an unfathomable presence. It was the king, junior son Wukong, paying my respects to the esteemed king. Wukong bowed respectfully. The king laughed heartily, gesturing to the stone bench across from him. Have a seat. I am aware of your purpose. I have sensed Raditz' taunts and the threat of the Shadow Lord. However, if you wish to train here, you must first pass my 3 trials. The first trial is gravity adaptation. The gravity on the planet of the king is 10 times that of Earth, and as Wukong stood, he immediately felt an overwhelming heaviness, each step akin to carrying a 1,000-pound boulder. Yet, he did not waver. Channeling his energy to protect his meridians, he began to walk slowly, gradually acclimating. Sweat soaked his combat suit, and his muscles ached painfully under the pressure of gravity, feeling as if they might tear. But the image of Earth and the anticipation of his friends persisted in his mind, compelling him to grit his teeth and persevere for 7 days and nights until he could move freely within the gravity. The second trial is the trial of the heart. The king of the world raised his hand, and in an instant, Wukong found himself transported back to the battlefield of 3 years prior. The destructive energy sphere unleashed by Thanos surged towards him once more, while his comrades lay fallen in pools of blood, the golden radiance of Earth's will dimming steadily. Even more unsettling was the encroaching dark aura of the Shadow Lord, weaving together into whispers of temptation. Relinquish your struggle. Guardianship only brings suffering. Embrace the darkness, and you shall wield the power to annihilate all. This time, Wukong did not resist. He closed his eyes and delved into his heart. The soul gem within him emanated a gentle blue light, illuminating his unwavering spirit of protection. My path is one of guardianship, not destruction, he murmured softly. An energy of gold and blue enveloped him, repelling the dark whispers as they receded like a tide, shattering the illusion around him. A glimmer of approval flashed in the king's eyes, steadfast in spirit, commendable. However, the third trial, the most arduous of all, is the path of integration. Within you lie 3 distinct powers, which currently only coexist on the surface, not yet unified in essence. I require you to comprehend the truth of the myriad laws originating from a single source within 10 days, and to fully harness these three powers as your own. Wukong sat cross-legged atop the peak of the King's planet, gazing down upon the cosmos. He cast aside all distractions, turning his focus inward. The Saiyan energy surged like wildfire. The power of the gem flowed like vast seas, and the will of Earth remained as steady as the ground beneath him. Each possessed unique attributes, yet remained estranged from one another. He attempted to infuse the Earth's will into his energy, bestowing a measure of stability upon the raging force, and then sought to harmonize it with the gem's power, aiming for a cyclical synergy. Yet, regardless of his efforts, a slight stagnation persisted. On the seventh day, a cosmic tempest swept across the King's planet, fierce winds howling and energy torrents wreaking havoc. Instinctively, Wukong summoned his strength to withstand the chaos, accidentally triggering a resonance among the three forces. The will of Earth grounded him, the power of the gem guided the turbulent flow, and the Saiyan energy surged forth, each fulfilling its role while forming a seamless unity. So this is how it is. Wukong's understanding blossomed. True integration is not about forced assimilation, but rather about each force exhibiting its strengths and complementing one another, akin to the celestial workings of the universe. He ceased his pursuit of uniformity and strength and instead embraced the characteristics of each power, binding them with a heart of guardianship. The Saiyan rage became his blade against foes, the gem's power his foundation for control, and the Earth's will his source of endurance. On the 10th morning, Wukong opened his eyes, his aura harmoniously rounded. The energies of gold, blue, and green intertwined and flowed without conflict, forming a naturally cohesive protective aura. He waved his hand, and the energy transformed into a gentle yet resilient blade of light, severing the great boulders of the mountain, the cuts smooth with not a trace of energy leaking. Congratulations. You have grasped the path of integration. The King's voice resonated, filled with satisfaction. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. The dark essence of the Shadow Lord has a secret connection to the Saiyan rage within you. A moment's carelessness could lead to your corruption. Your path is not only to protect others, but also to safeguard your own heart. Wukong bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lord King, for your guidance. Go now, the king gestured, and a time-space portal appeared before Wukong. The crisis on Earth is imminent. Your comrades are in need of you. Remember, true strength is never merely an accumulation of power, but a steadfast adherence to one's path. Wukong cast one last glance at the King's planet before stepping into the time-space portal. This journey of cultivation not only facilitated a qualitative leap in his strength, but also imparted to him the profound truth of guardianship. It is not solely about repelling external foes, but also about maintaining clarity and resolve within. When his figure reappeared in Earth's synchronous orbit, the spacecraft's sensors blared an urgent signal. Wukong, the advanced fleet of the Dark Legion has reached the outskirts of the solar system. A sharp glint flashed in Wukong's eyes as the tricolored energy around him coalesced, transforming into a streak of light that raced towards Earth. The training on the King's planet had concluded, yet the true battle was only just beginning. Chapter 40. Shadows breaking stars, tricolor guarding mundane realms in the starry expanse at the edge of the solar system. The dark advance fleet loomed like a pack of wolves awakened from a millennia-long slumber. Over 100 ships arranged in a fan shape, their dark silhouettes obscuring much of the starlight, their surfaces coursing with a viscous, tar-like dark energy that cast vast shadows across the void. The flagship, the Devourer of Stars, was entirely black, its prow intricately carved with menacing shadow totems. Reclining upon its throne was the Shadow Commander, Morgan, clad in black armor adorned with runes. His pallid visage bore no trace of color, and his sunken eyes reflected an abyssal blackness. As his fingertips grazed the void, dark energy patterns spread across the ship's hull like living tendrils, flowing along the deck to the main cannon, which began to charge, exuding an aura terrifying enough to rend a planet's core. The will of Earth's barrier is merely a delusion of self-deception. Morgan's voice sliced through the air, cold and piercing, akin to the friction of ancient ice. It resonated through the fleet's communications, reaching every vessel. The dark power of our Lord has long infiltrated the very veins of this planet. We need only to destroy its defensive core to reduce this blue world to mere fodder for darkness, paving the way for our Lord's arrival. He gestured, and the dark crystal on the throne's armrest suddenly glowed, the main cannon fully charged, targeting Earth's synchronous orbit defense satellites. Fire. Boom. The black beam of the main cannon erupted, akin to a dark dragon breaking free from its confines. Engulfed in devouring negative energy that forcibly siphoned away the starlight in its path, annihilating it as it hurtled towards Earth's atmosphere. At that moment, Earth's energy shield had already been fully deployed under Bulma's control. 3 synchronous orbit satellites continuously released streams of golden energy, interweaving to form a colossal barrier enveloping the globe, akin to an eggshell encasing a blue gem, tightly safeguarding the entire planet. However, as the black beam struck the shield, a piercing sound of energy collision penetrated the atmosphere, causing the golden barrier to tremble violently. Countless spiderweb-like cracks erupted from the point of impact, swiftly spreading, dimming the radiance by more than half. Within the Capsule Corporation's underground command center, red alarms blared frantically, and the energy readings on the control panel plummeted rapidly. Bulma's forehead glistened with cold sweat, her silver-gray hair plastered to her cheeks. Her hands danced like phantoms across the virtual keyboard, her fingertips turning white from the exertion. Shield energy dropping. 76%. 50%. The energy output from the geothermal station cannot keep up with the consumption. The energy conduit of Satellite 3 has already overloaded and melted. At this rate, the shield would not hold for more than 5 minutes. She pressed a red button, activating the backup energy circuit, redirecting all city power to the shield. Krillin and Piccolo had already positioned themselves side by side outside the atmosphere, their energies surging to form 2 visible energy shields. Krillin, clad in an orange battle suit, felt beads of sweat glide down his cheeks as he pressed his palms together, an unending flow of energy gathering in his hands. Dense energy blasts shot forth like a meteor shower towards the fleet, each blast containing enough force to pierce mountains. Yet, upon contact with the dark shield of the ships, they were consumed instantly, vanishing without a ripple. Piccolo, with his deep green skin shimmering with a metallic luster under the starlight, spread his arms wide as deep green energy surged forth from his body, coalescing into a massive energy wave over 10 meters in diameter, roaring towards the devourer of stars. However, it collided with the dark barrier created by the residual force of the main cannon 100 meters from the flagship, erupting in a violent explosion. The green light and black energy clashed, rapidly dissipating, and Piccolo was pushed back by the recoil, a trickle of dark green blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his chest heaving violently. These fiends' dark energy is exceedingly strange. It can directly consume our energy. Krillin gritted his teeth and shouted, urgency lacing his voice. Ordinary attacks have no effect and instead only serve to bolster them. He attempted to gather his energy once more, but found the flow within him had slowed slightly, evidently due to the earlier assault having left him with a minor taint from the dark energy. Beaker wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of gravity passing through his deep green eyes. It is the primal force of the Shadow Lord. This energy can taint all positive energy. We must swiftly locate their energy core, or we will inevitably be drained. Just as he prepared to gather his strength once more, he noticed the power of the black beam intensifying abruptly. The cracks in the shield had spread to the skies above the American continent, and his heart sank. Could it be that Earth is truly destined for destruction? In this critical moment, a tricolored radiance of gold, blue, and green streaked across the heavens, moving at an unimaginable speed, surpassing the boundaries of light, leaving behind a brilliant energy trail as it instantly pierced through the hulls of 3 warships. The ships did not even have time to sound an alarm before they disintegrated under the impact of the tricolored energy, dissolving into countless specks of light in the void. Much like morning dew dried by sunlight, it was Wukong's return. Wukong. Krillin and Piccolo both looked up simultaneously, their eyes ignited with a fervent hope, their previously taut nerves finally easing a fraction. Wukong hovered amidst the starry expanse, surrounded by a semi-transparent protective aura of tricolored energy, akin to a halo enveloping the stars. Shimmering brilliantly, he donned an upgraded anti-gravity battle suit, the black fabric adorned with golden patterns, while the energy crystal on his chest emitted a gentle glow. He gazed down at the fracturing golden shield, then at his comrades fighting valiantly, the power within him surging. His training on King Kai's planet had allowed him to master 3 distinct powers. The Saiyan's ferocious energy was no longer uncontrollable, but transformed into a sharp and unmatched force against evil, circulating at the edge of his aura like a flickering golden flame. The blue light of the Soul Stone rotated slowly in his palm, precisely locking onto the dark cores of each vessel like a lighthouse in the night. The green essence of Earth's will took root in the void, connecting with the Earth's magnetic field below, resembling an invisible foundation, providing him with an unceasing source of strength, allowing him to feel as steady as if his feet were planted firmly on solid ground. "Your opponent is me." Wukong's voice resonated like a mighty bell, imbued with pure willpower, penetrating the turbulent energy currents throughout the cosmos, carrying undeniable conviction. He slowly raised his hand, the tricolored energy swirling around him with increasing speed, expanding the aura's range instantaneously, enveloping Krillin and Piccolo within its protective embrace. The dark energies attempting to approach were immediately purified upon contact with the aura's edge, vanishing into nothingness. On the throne of the Star Eater, Morgan's pupils constricted sharply, and he sat upright, an expression of emotion flickering across his pale face for the first time. He extended his withered hand, a mass of black energy manifesting in his palm. Sensing the aura of that tricolored light, a glimmer of suspicion passing through his eyes. This power possesses the unique dark essence of the Lord, the ferocious bloodline of the Saiyans, and the life energy of Earth's will. An intriguing creature, capable of merging three entirely distinct powers into one. He let out a cold laugh, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But in the face of absolute darkness, any struggle is futile. Morgan spread his arms wide, unleashing all of his dark energy. The dark energy pool behind the throne surged. Countless black tendrils of energy flowed through the conduits into the main cannon. Main cannon recharging, maximum power. Dark chains bind. This time, the black beam was 3 times thicker than before, coalescing into a dark core the size of a human head at the cannon's mouth, surrounded by dozens of twisted black chains, covered in barbs, exuding a soul-corrupting aura. Clearly, Morgan intended not only to destroy the shield, but to annihilate Wukong as well. Wukong took a deep breath, his gaze calm, yet resolute. He slowly raised both hands, palms facing each other, as tricolored energy rapidly gathered in his palms. The golden Saiyan energy surged like a raging inferno, the blue gem's power flowed like vast oceans, and the green essence of Earth's will remained steady like the Earth itself. The 3 energies intertwined and rotated in his palms, forming a seemingly gentle sphere of light, yet containing boundless power. The surface of the sphere showed no signs of energy leakage, instead exuding a weightiness that spoke of a return to simplicity. On King Kai's planet, the king had once told me that the true essence of power lies not in destruction, but in the steadfastness of one's heart. Wukong's eyes sparkled with light as images of the mountaintop on King Kai's planet surfaced in his mind, along with the smiles of his friends, and the myriad of life on Earth. My path is the path of protection. The Saiyans' energy burns for the sake of guardianship. The gem's power is wielded for protection. Earth's will exists to preserve. The Trinity, all paths converge in the heart. Huh! Wukong exclaimed, as the tricolored sphere shot forth, not with blinding speed, but with an unmatched momentum, colliding resoundingly with the black beam. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a silent struggle between 2 extreme powers. The dark energy ravenously devoured and corroded, like a greedy beast attempting to drag the tricolored radiance into oblivion. While Wukong's protective force stood resilient as a boulder, the gold, blue, and green energies alternating in a fluid dance, the golden energy tearing through darkness, the blue gem power purifying the negative energy, and the green essence of Earth restoring the corroded energy structure. The 3 energies harmoniously worked together, continually cleansing the dark energy, advancing steadily towards the main cannon of the Star Eater. Impossible. This cannot be. Morgan howled hysterically, disbelief and madness swirling in his eyes. Darkness is the fate of all things. How could it be defeated by such chaotic power? He abruptly stood, pressing both hands against the dark crystal before him, pouring all his dark energy into the main cannon. Devour. Destroy. Yet, the more he exerted force, the more Wukong's tricolored energy solidified. The essence of Earth sensed its master's steadfastness, and the golden shield below erupted in a radiant glow, 3 synchronized orbiting satellites stabilizing their output. The core crystal of the Earth energy station humming with power, releasing even stronger energy, resonating with Wukong's strength. Meanwhile, The Soul Stone precisely detected a flaw in the dark energy. Morgan's forced energy surge caused a minuscule disturbance in the dark core, allowing the blue light to penetrate the gap, gradually dismantling its energy structure. The Scion's energy surged forth like the sharpest blade, charging through the breach, tearing a massive rift. Wukong let out a long howl, his voice laced with the determination of guardianship and the surging might of power. The tricolored energy erupted around him, dazzling like a stellar explosion, shattering the black beam into countless fragments that dispersed into the void, while the remaining tricolored energy surged back through the cannon of the Star Eater. Morgan was filled with terror, his body struck by the residual waves of tricolored energy, his armor fracturing piece by piece, spewing forth a mouthful of black blood. He staggered backward, attempting to control the ship to flee, only to discover that the flagship's dark core had been infiltrated by tricolored energy. The control console was inundated with red alerts as the ship began to tremble violently, dark energy spilling forth like a tidal wave. "Retreat! Withdraw immediately!" Morgan screamed, his eyes filled with fear and malice. He abruptly tore through space, transforming into a black streak of light as he fled, leaving behind a resonating curse echoing through the cosmos. "Son Wukong, the Shadow Lord will take revenge for us. Darkness will ultimately engulf the entire universe, and you shall all become offerings to the dark." The Dark Fleet, now leaderless, plunged into chaos, while Wukong's tricolored energy spread like wildfire through the energy circuits of the Star Eater, purging the Dark Shield under the cleansing power of guardianship. One by one, the ships disintegrated like ignited paper boats, vanishing into countless specks of light among the stars. In a mere 10 minutes, over 100 ships were utterly annihilated. The dark energy in the void gradually purified, leaving only the twinkling of stars behind. The energy shield of Earth, nourished by the tricolored energy, began to mend the cracks, its golden radiance stabilizing and shining brilliantly once more, akin to a newborn sun. Wukong slowly descended, landing beside Krillin and Piccolo, the tricolored energy around him gradually receding. His aura still steady, as if he had not just endured an earth-shattering battle, but merely engaged in a routine training session. "Wukong, you are incredible." Kellen excitedly patted his shoulder, his voice trembling with exhilaration. That recent move had been extraordinary, swiftly decimating the entire fleet. He could distinctly sense that Wukong's aura was now entirely transformed. The previous barriers between the three powers utterly vanished, replaced by an innate roundness and strength. In Piccolo's eyes shone unreserved admiration, his deep green pupils glimmering with light. "Is this the result of training on Kaioken planet? You have truly mastered all your powers, reaching an unprecedented realm." He paused, adding, "Moreover, your strength now possesses a unique attribute capable of directly purifying dark energy, which is crucial for our battle against the Shadow Monarch." Wukong smiled slightly, raising his hand to caress the gem's radiant glow in his palm, the blue light growing ever more gentle. "This power is not solely mine. It is the legacy of the Saiyan bloodline, the gift of the gem, and the protection of Earth's will, all of which are inseparable from the guidance of Lord Kao." He gazed down at the tranquil earth below, catching glimpses of the city's bright lights through the gaps in the clouds, feeling a profound sense of relief. However, this is not the end, merely the beginning. The Shadow Monarch has yet to appear, and Frieza's threat remains unmitigated. The true crisis still lies ahead. At that moment, Bulma's communication suddenly came through, her tone tinged with a joy born from survival and a hint of urgency. "Wukong, you did brilliantly. You are truly Earth's savior. However, the detector has just captured a new signal. Frieza's main fleet has traversed the wormhole at the edge of the galaxy and is just 7 days away from Earth, boasting an impressive fleet of 500 ships, including Frieza's flagship, the Destruction." Wukong looked up into the depths of the universe, his gaze piercing through layers of nebulae, a flicker of sharpness illuminating his eyes. The enlightenment he gained on Kaioken planet had transformed him. The tricolored protective power was sufficient to address the crisis posed by the Vanguard fleet, but he understood that Frieza's destructive energy was fundamentally different from the Shadow Monarch's dark power. It was a pure, indomitable force of destruction. And given the likelihood of the two formidable threats allying, this impending battle would undoubtedly be an unprecedented catastrophe. 7 days is ample time for us to prepare. Wukong turned to Kellen and Piccolo, his eyes brimming with determination. "Kellen, You excel in speed and precision attacks during this time. I will assist you in refining the purity of your energy, enabling you to breach the defenses of dark energy. Piccolo, your strength is formidable, and you specialize in defense and energy waves. We can attempt to integrate Earth's will into your techniques to enhance your ability to purify darkness. He paused, adding, "Together we shall cultivate, strengthening Earth's power. This time, we must not only safeguard Earth, but also thoroughly sever the roots of these threats, liberating the universe from the torment of darkness and destruction." The sunset's afterglow streamed through the atmosphere, casting elongated shadows upon the three warriors. Krillin clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Piccolo nodded affirmatively, his surrounding green energy resonating subtly with Wukong's tricolored energy. Wukong stood at the center, enveloped in a faint golden blue-green luminescence. Echoing with the earth below, the three energies intertwined, forming an indomitable energy barrier that slowly circulated beyond the atmosphere. The battle for Earth's guardianship had undeniably entered a new phase. Meanwhile, in the distant reaches of the universe, Frieza's flagship, the Destruction, sliced through the starry expanse, its golden hull glistening coldly under the starlight. Frieza sat upon his throne, toying with a model of a planet, his lips curling into a cruel smile. In the dark palace of the Shadow Monarch, Morgan knelt before a massive shadow, reporting the situation with his head bowed, the dark energy surrounding the shadow swirling ominously, exuding a pressure capable of causing entire galaxies to tremble. An ultimate confrontation, determining the fate of the universe, was quietly brewing. Chapter 41. The Arrival of the Saiyan Duo. The sound of war in the wasteland 7 days passed in the midst of intense training, and the once tranquil expanse outside West City had become a battlefield. This land, chosen as a training ground, was now riddled with varying depths of ravines, rocks shattered into powder, and the air thick with the lingering energy waves. Even the distant mountains bore the scars left by the energy waves unleashed by Wukong, Krillin, and Piccolo during their relentless practice. As the morning fog still lingered, the wasteland buzzed with energy. Wukong hovered in midair, his tricolored energy flowing like a gentle stream, as he deconstructed the three-colored protective power into its most fundamental energy particles, demonstrating to the two below through the faint light in his palm. The essence of dark energy is consumption and pollution, while Frieza's destructive energy is pure annihilation, though distinct. Both fear purification and resilience. He pointed his fingertip, releasing a slender golden energy stream, entwined with a hint of green and blue light, striking a rock imbued with simulated dark energy. The rock was instantaneously purified, reducing it to harmless dust. Krillin, your speed is remarkable. Your attacks are precise. You must infuse the green essence of Earth's will into your energy, allowing your strikes to carry purifying attributes, capable of penetrating dark shields while preventing corruption. Piccolo, your formidable strength and expertise in defense and wide-ranging energy waves can incorporate the insight power of the Soul Gem into your techniques, enabling you to anticipate the enemy's energy flow, thereby making the purification effect more targeted. Krillin moved like lightning, darting between the numerous energy barriers Wukong had set up, each turn executed with precision to evade the barrier's impact. He clasped his hands together, channeling his energy into fine, needle-like streams, directing them toward the simulated dark shield's energy field. With a flurry of needle-like energy, he pierced the energy field, leaving a series of tiny holes in the rock behind, the surrounding simulated dark energy instantaneously dissolving. Upon landing, a gust of wind swept beneath his feet, his face alight with excitement. Incredible. This way, the efficiency of my attacks has at least tripled, and energy consumption has significantly decreased. Piccolo, seated cross-legged upon a massive rock, resonated with the green energy of the earth. He closed his eyes, attempting to connect with the insight power of the soul gem Wukong had mentioned, gradually visualizing the trajectory of the surrounding energy flow in his mind. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, arms outstretched, deep green energy surging forth like a tide, coalescing in his palms into an energy wave several times thicker than before, its edges adorned with faint golden patterns, purification marks infused with Earth's will. With a fierce shout, he released the energy wave, tearing through the air and striking the distant mountains. Instead of a cataclysmic explosion, the energy wave spread upon contact with the mountain, akin to water seeping into soil, instantly dissolving the dark simulated energy within the rock. leaving only a clean rock surface. Piccolo gradually withdrew his energy, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his deep green eyes. This purifying attribute can indeed counter the forces of darkness, and my control over energy has become significantly more precise. Wukong gently descended beside the two, just about to offer further guidance when Bulma's urgent communication crackled through his wrist communicator, her tone laden with a strong sense of alarm. Mingled with the static of the control panel, Wukong. Urgent situation. The detector has captured two extremely powerful energy signatures rapidly approaching Earth at faster-than-light speeds. They are not part of Frieza's main fleet. The energy readings indicate they are Saiyans. The power levels have exceeded the detector's limits, with the lowest exceeding 25,000, and the highest likely surpassing 50,000. Saiyans. Wukong's brow furrowed. A flash of Radha's arrogant visage and the dark energy he had fused with crossing his mind. Could these be vanguards sent by Frieza? Radha's accomplices? Before he could finish, the clouds above the wasteland were suddenly torn apart by two golden streaks of light, powerful energy pressing down like invisible boulders, forcing the dust on the ground to settle while the surrounding air felt almost solidified, making even breathing a challenge. Two figures hovered in the sky at a height of 100 meters, exuding an unruly and ferocious aura. The distinctive battle suits of the Saiyans glimmered with a cold sheen in the morning light. The palpable pressure emanating from their bloodline instinctively caused Krillin to clench his fists, while Piccolo also retracted his relaxed demeanor, his green energy swirling quietly around him. The figure on the left was tall and robust, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters, his muscles straining against the deep blue battle suit. A collar of snow-white fur adorned his neck, fluttering in the wind, adding to his menacing appearance. His rugged face, with a pronounced brow and eyes fierce as a beast, was perpetually curled into a bloodthirsty grin, revealing sharp canines. This was Nappa, infamous among the Saiyans for his brute strength. On the right stood a tall warrior, approximately 1 meter and 80 centimeters in height, with black hair standing upright like steel needles. His angular face was marked by an innate arrogance, and his purple battle suit accentuated the fluid and explosive contours of his muscles. An energy detector hung at his waist, his energy exuding a razor-sharp precision, devoid of any leaks, yet giving off an impression of unfathomable depth. He was none other than the elite among Saiyans, Frieza's right-hand man, Prince Vegeta. This backward planet is the one Lord Frieza specifically desires to conquer? Vegeta's gaze swept over the three figures below like that of a hawk, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. He pressed the button on his energy detector, and the fluctuating values elicited a derisive scoff from him. Raditz, that fool, cannot even handle such a primitive planet. His combat power is less than 15,000. We have to come here ourselves. It's utterly shameful for the Saiyan race. Nappa grinned widely, his voice booming like thunder, causing the surrounding rocks to tremble. Vegeta, stop wasting time. Lord Frieza wants the energy core of Earth, claiming it will enhance his strength. He specifically ordered us to capture that Saiyan named Son Goku alive, as he supposedly possesses unique energy within him. Let us finish this quickly, resolve the battle, and return to claim our rewards. Perhaps Lord Frieza will grant us more potent battle enhancement potions. He pointed at Goku, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing in his eyes. The energy detector screen focused on Goku, the values rapidly fluctuating before settling on an astonishing number that momentarily stunned him, only to intensify his excitement. Is that really Son Goku? His energy is indeed significantly stronger than Raditz's, with a combat power of 100,000. Nevertheless, before us, he remains but an insect. Goku's aura swirled in 3 colors, forming a faint shield that warded off the oppressive energy from his foes. He could distinctly sense their power. Nappa's combat strength was around 25,000, his energy wild and direct, akin to a raging flood, chaotic yet destructively powerful. Vegeta, on the other hand, surpassed 50,000, his energy refined and sharp as a hidden blade, seemingly calm, yet harboring the potential to annihilate. Moreover, their Saiyan energy was laced with the unique cold pressure of Frieza's forces, far exceeding Raditz in ferocity. Are you here on behalf of Frieza, or the Shadow Monarch? Goku inquired coldly, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta. The innate arrogance and underlying murderous intent radiating from Vegeta reminded him of his former self, who knew only battle and destruction before embracing the path of guardianship. Vegeta scoffed, his disdain growing more pronounced. The Shadow Monarch? merely a clown hiding in the shadows. Unworthy of comparison with us. He raised his hand with an air of absolute authority. We only obey Lord Frieza's commands. Our mission is to seize the energy core of Earth and capture you, a Saiyan raised on this inferior planet. Everything else is irrelevant to us. Turning to Nappa. His expression turned icy. Nappa, first eliminate the two worthless companions beside him. Let him witness the true power of Saiyan elites. Do not allow him to think he reigns supreme on this backward planet. Understood, Vegeta. Nappa grinned malevolently, suddenly plunging downward like a meteor, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact that created a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter, dust billowing into the air. Without pausing, his energy surged violently. The deep blue battle suit bulging as he conjured a dark red energy sphere in his right hand, its surface crackling with wild arcs of electricity. Shrieking as it tore through the air towards Krillin. Tiny earthling, perish. Krillin was already prepared. He knew Nappa's power far exceeded his own and dared not confront it head-on. With a flash of extraordinary speed, he evaded the energy sphere. It detonated against the rocks behind him with a resounding boom, shattering the stone into fragments. Krillin spun midair, stabilizing himself while concentrating several needle-like energy blasts at Nappa's vulnerable joints. You won't take me down so easily. The needle-like energy blasts whistled towards Nappa, but left only shallow white marks upon striking his energy shield before being obliterated by the ferocious energy. Nappa remained unfazed, grinning as he swiftly countered with a palm strike aimed at Krillin, the wind from his attack enveloping Krillin like an invisible giant hand. Your speed is commendable, but your strength is insufficient. This attack feels like mere tickling to me. Krillin's expression changed as he hastily summoned his energy to shield his vital points. Yet he was still forced to retreat, his chest heaving as blood welled at the corner of his mouth. He stumbled a few steps before regaining his balance, inwardly lamenting. Such overwhelming strength. Far surpassing Raditz. I cannot fight head-on, I must rely on speed. Meanwhile, Piccolo had already set his sights on Vegeta. He understood that Vegeta was the stronger of the two, and if Goku faced both simultaneously, he would undoubtedly fall into peril. His deep green energy erupted from within, forming a visible energy shield. He spread his arms, unleashing a powerful wave of energy from his palms, significantly thicker than before. With golden purification patterns swirling around its edges, an improved technique infused with Earth's will. Science, taste my might, Piccolo called out, launching the energy wave imbued with both destruction and purification towards Vegeta. Trivial technique. Vegeta's gaze turned cold, his expression betraying no emotion as he remained rooted in place, merely raising his hand to coalesce a small purple energy orb. Although seemingly diminutive, the orb contained an exceptionally refined energy, glimmering with a chilling brilliance. With a flick of his finger, the purple orb struck Piccolo's energy wave with pinpoint accuracy. In that instant of collision, the purple energy, like a ravenous beast, devoured the outer layer of the green wave before erupting violently, utterly shredding the energy wave apart. The backlash surged forth like a tempest, sending Piccolo flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and creating a deep crater several meters in depth. Piccolo. Goku's eyes narrowed sharply at the sight, and his three-colored energy erupted instantaneously as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Piccolo. He gathered a gentle yet resilient green energy in his palm, pressing it lightly against Piccolo's back. The energy gradually flowed into Piccolo, stabilizing his turbulent energy and mending his damaged meridians. Piccolo slowly emerged from the crater, wiping the dark green blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his deep green eyes. This guy's strength is overwhelming, far beyond my expectations. Son Goku, are you finally willing to take this seriously? Vegeta perched on a massive rock nearby, arms crossed, looking down at Goku with a challenging demeanor. Your energy is indeed intriguing. The fusion of three distinct energies is quite remarkable, and your combat power barely meets the standard for me to engage. Perhaps I can stretch my muscles and alleviate the boredom of the journey. He paused, the arrogance in his tone intensifying. However, you are ultimately just a Saiyan raised on an inferior planet, lacking formal Saiyan training. You will never surpass me, the Saiyan Prince. Wukong gradually straightened his body, energy in gold, blue, and green intertwining and flowing around him, forming a resplendent aura that scattered the surrounding dust. He gazed at Vegeta, his eyes calm yet resolute, stating, I am unlike you. You fight for conquest and glory, but I fight to protect. He raised his hand, pointing towards the west city below, directing his gesture towards distant cities and mountains, to safeguard my companions, to defend the beings on this planet, to protect everything I hold dear. His gaze returned to Vegeta, carrying a hint of admonition. Frieza's ambition will only lead to destruction. He views Saiyans as mere tools. The darkness of the Shadow Lord is a calamity for the universe, and your complicity will inevitably result in dire consequences. Protect? What a ridiculous reason. A glimmer of derision flashed in Vegeta's eyes, soon replaced by intense fighting spirit. The glory of a Saiyan lies in relentless battle and conquest. Only the weak seek solace in the guise of protection. Today, I shall shatter your illusions and reveal to you the true power of a Saiyan. You shall understand that before absolute strength, any notion of protection is futile. Before his words had fully dissipated, Vegeta's figure abruptly vanished from sight, moving with a speed so extreme that he left only a faint purple afterimage. In the next moment, he appeared before Wukong, his fist enveloped in a tempestuous purple energy, striking towards Wukong's face with cataclysmic force. The sheer strength of his punch compressed the surrounding air, causing it to rupture and form invisible blades that sliced through the ground with a hissing sound. Wukong's gaze sharpened, choosing not to retreat but to advance. His left hand summoned the green essence of Earth's will, steadying his form like an ancient pine rooted in the ground, undeterred by the force of Vegeta's strike. His right hand coalesced the golden Saiyan energy, enhanced by the blue power of the Soul Stone, and accurately anticipated Vegeta's punch, raising his hand to block. The sound of a crisp metallic collision resonated as their fists met, the violent energy radiating outward from their center and generating a massive shockwave that shattered the surrounding rocks, creating a chasm several meters wide and over 10 meters deep, stretching for hundreds of meters. Surprise flickered in Vegeta's eyes. He had not anticipated Wukong's power could contend with his own. Moreover, there seemed to be a peculiar force within Wukong's energy that mitigated the ferocity of his attack, greatly diminishing its impact. Interesting, your strength exceeds my expectations. Vegeta scoffed, intensifying his assault, his fists weaving like a tapestry, each strike imbued with exceptional speed and force. The purple energy pouring down like a torrential rain. But this is still insufficient. Show me your full strength, or you shall perish even faster. Wukong remained composed, the three colors of energy flowing seamlessly within him, exhibiting no sign of sluggishness. The Saiyan's speed and strength allowed him to keep pace with Vegeta's onslaught, while the precision and insight granted by the Soul Stone enabled him to foresee each attack's trajectory. The steadiness and endurance of Earth's will ensured he maintained ample stamina and a stable aura. He alternated between blocking and countering, each movement perfectly timed to neutralize Vegeta's strikes. Boom, clang, bang. The two engaged in fierce combat above the wasteland, their figures darting like lightning, colliding and separating, as purple and the tricolored energies intertwined, resembling two meteors continuously crashing, unleashing dazzling brilliance. Each collision was accompanied by tremendous energy shockwaves, creating an increasing number of chasms in the ground, while distant mountains trembled and stones cascaded down. While battling, Wukong observed Vegeta's techniques. He noted that although Vegeta's energy was wild, it was remarkably refined, clearly a result of rigorous training. Furthermore, Vegeta possessed a keen fighting instinct, capable of adjusting his attack strategy in an instant. More importantly, Wukong discerned a deeply buried resentment and anger in Vegeta's gaze, an acknowledgement of Frieza's power and a dissatisfaction with his own subjugation. Vegeta was not truly loyal to Frieza. He was merely compelled by strength. Wukong mused that if he could help Vegeta see Frieza's true nature and the reality of the destruction of Vegeta's planet and the enslavement of the Saiyans, perhaps he could gain a formidable ally. Meanwhile, in the distance, Krillin and Naba's battle had reached a fever pitch. Naba, relying on his formidable strength and defense, relentlessly assaulted Krillin, conjuring massive energy spheres that obliterated the wasteland. Krillin, utilizing his exceptional speed, darted around like an agile eel, evading each of Naba's heavy blows. He maximized the precise attack techniques taught by Wukong, refraining from wasting energy on wide-area attacks, and instead targeting Naba's energy detectors and joints. You insufferable insect. Stand still. Naba, growing increasingly impatient after missing several attacks, felt his energy surge to its peak, his muscles swelling, making him appear even more imposing. He raised his hands high, forming a gigantic dark red energy sphere with a diameter of several meters, its surface crackling with violent arcs, exuding an aura capable of obliterating an entire area. Since he refused to stand still, then perish alongside that green monster, Naba roared, hurling the enormous energy sphere towards Krillin and the nearby Piccolo, who was meditating. Seeing this, Piccolo sprang to his feet, unleashing a deep green energy. He understood the magnitude of this strike. If hit, not only would he suffer grievous injuries, but Krillin would also likely be doomed. He channeled all remaining energy of Earth's will into a defensive stance, extending his hands to create a vast green shield, the golden purification patterns on its surface flashing wildly, while he called out to Krillin, "Krillin, get behind me quickly." Boom. The colossal energy sphere crashed against the green shield, which trembled violently, the golden patterns dimming significantly and numerous cracks appearing on its surface. Piccolo gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of energy to barely withstand the assault. Yet the tremendous impact caused his blood to surge, dark green blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as his body involuntarily skidded backward, leaving a long trail on the ground. Throughout his fierce battle with Vegeta, Wukong remained vigilant regarding the safety of his companions. Upon witnessing this scene, a surge of urgency filled him, and the tricolored energy erupted around him, radiating with unparalleled brilliance. A powerful thrust propelled Vegeta back several meters. Without hesitation, he concentrated a condensed tricolored energy sphere in his palm and hurled it towards Naba, declaring, "Naba, your opponent is me." The tricolored energy sphere, infused with purifying and counteracting forces, shot forth at lightning speed, striking Naba's energy sphere. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, the tricolored energy surged like a tide into the dark red energy sphere, thoroughly dismantling and purifying the chaotic energy within. Before the residual force struck Naba's chest with tremendous force. Puff! Naba, caught off guard, was struck by the energy sphere, and the combat suit on his chest shattered instantly, revealing a deep burn mark. The ferocity of his energy was forcefully suppressed by the purifying power of the tricolored energy. He groaned, his immense form flying backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily into a pile of rocks 100 meters away. A thunderous crash echoed as the rock pile collapsed, burying half of Naba's body beneath the debris. Amidst the rising dust mingled with his resentful roar, "Damn it! How dare you ambush me?" After forcing Vegeta back, Wukong did not pursue, but instead instantaneously returned to Piccolo and Klin's side, once again enveloping them in gentle green energy. "How are you two? Can you hold on?" Krillin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his breath slightly hurried, yet he managed to smile. "I'm all right. Just a bit exhausted. This guy's power is insane." He glanced towards the direction where Naba had been buried, a hint of fear in his eyes. "If that had hit us directly, we would have been turned to mush." Piccolo, gradually regulating his breath, still bore the same fighting spirit in his dark green eyes, albeit his expression grew more grave. "I can still fight. Vegeta's strength far surpasses that of Naba. He has yet to reveal his true prowess, so you must exercise caution." He raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, as deep green energy circulated around him, mending the damaged meridians sustained from withstanding the energy sphere. Moreover, Naba is not so easily defeated. The recovery ability of Saiyan exceeds that of ordinary beings. As soon as the words left his mouth, the pile of rubble burying Naba began to tremble violently, and a dark red energy burst forth from the debris, sending the rocks above flying. Naba's figure reemerged, the scorch mark on his chest still vivid, yet the energy radiating from him was now even more ferocious. His eyes glowed a crimson hue, muscles swelling at a visible rate, rendering his already imposing figure even more menacing. A beastly roar erupted from him, the Saiyan's bloodline characteristic of becoming stronger when faced with adversity fully awakened, his combat power surging wildly amidst pain and rage. "Son Goku, I will kill you. This is bad." He is forcibly enhancing his combat power. Krillin's expression changed. Such a reckless burst would exponentially increase in power, though its duration would likely be brief. Goku's gaze sharpened as the tricolored energy swiftly circulated around him, forming a denser energy field. Piccolo stabilized Krillin's breath. "I will hold off Naba." Meanwhile, before he could finish his sentence, a chilling sound of air being sliced filled the space behind him. A purple energy, akin to a venomous serpent, stealthily approached, carrying an overwhelming sharpness and pressure. Your opponent is me. Vegeta's figure appeared like a specter behind Goku. As his toes touched the ground, he accelerated once more. His fist enveloped in an even more concentrated purple energy, striking towards Goku's back. Distractedness is a cardinal sin in battle, you lowly monkey from a primitive planet. Goku had anticipated this. The blue energy of the Soul Stone allowed him to detect Vegeta's energy trajectory in advance. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, spinning sharply. His left hand engaged the golden Saiyan energy to meet the punch, while his right hand condensed a slender green energy, shooting like an arrow towards the pursuing Naba. Simultaneously shouting, "Krillin, use your best energy blade. Aim for his wound." Clang. The fists collided once more, the purple and golden energies clashing violently, creating shockwaves that sent debris flying several feet into the air. Goku felt a numbness in his arm. Vegeta's punch was at least 30% stronger than before, evidently ignited by the recent fierce battle. He used the momentum to fly back several meters, landing steadily with deep grooves carved into the ground beneath him. On the other side, Krillin had long completed his charge. Responding to Goku's command, he concentrated his energy into his right hand, forming a pale blue disc-like energy that rapidly took shape, its edges sharp as a blade, emitting a buzzing sound as it sliced through the air. He darted like lightning, evading Naba's frenzied charge, positioning himself behind Naba, aiming for the yet unhealed scorch mark on his chest, and then unleashed the energy blade. Energy blade. The pale blue energy blade, endowed with unparalleled speed and cutting power, struck Naba's wound with precision. A soft sound followed as the energy blade pierced through his flesh, green blood gushing forth. Naba let out a horrid scream, momentarily halting his advance, his chest wound torn wider by the energy blade, the purifying force flooding into his body, relentlessly eroding his energy. "Oh, I will tear you apart." Naba descended into a complete frenzy, disregarding the excruciating pain from his wound, rapidly conjuring dozens of dark red energy blasts, unleashing them in a manic barrage towards Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin. The energy blasts fell like a meteor shower, bombarding the wasteland and creating countless craters, smoke and dust obscuring visibility. "Be careful," Piccolo warned, extending his arms as deep green energy coalesced into a massive barrier, shielding himself and Krillin behind it. The barrage of energy blasts struck the barrier, causing it to tremble violently, the golden purification patterns flickering uncertainly, yet it remained unbroken. Goku, however, transformed into a shimmering stream of gold, blue, and green, weaving through the dense energy blasts, each turn expertly avoiding the attacks. Simultaneously, he continually condensed small tricolored orbs of energy in his palms, shattering the incoming energy blasts one by one. His gaze remained fixed on Vegeta's energy signature amidst the smoke. The insight provided by the Soul Stone penetrated the haze, clearly tracking his movements. Vegeta hovered in midair, arms crossed before him, his purple energy swirling like a volcano on the verge of eruption, evidently preparing a devastating technique. This is bad. He is about to unleash a powerful move. Goku's inner alarm rang loudly as he shouted to the two behind the barrier, "Piccolo, Krillin, get away from him." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful surge of energy blew the dust away. Vegeta was suspended high above, slowly unfurling his arms, purple energy erupting from within him, coalescing into a colossal energy sphere in his palms. This sphere was even larger than the one Naba had previously formed, measuring over 10 meters in diameter. Its surface entwined with menacing purple arcs, exuding an aura capable of annihilating worlds, distorting the surrounding space due to its terrifying power. This technique is called Gallic Gun, crafted specifically for the annihilation of formidable foes. Vegeta's voice was cold and haughty, imbued with an undeniable sense of pressure. "Son Goku, to perish beneath this attack would be your honor. I will make you understand the vast chasm that exists between a Saiyan prince and a wild monkey." Goku's tricolored energy erupted to its zenith, the golden, blue, and green luminescence intertwining to form a dazzling beam, soaring towards the heavens. He knew he could not endure this attack head-on. He must expend every ounce of strength to neutralize it. "Krillin, Piccolo, lend me your strength," Goku bellowed, palms raised. As the tricolored energy began to gather swiftly, "Infuse your energy into mine. With the purifying force of Earth's will, we will counteract his destructive energy." Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo placed his hands on Goku's back, deep green energy surging into Goku like a rushing river, while he shouted, "Krillin, hurry!" Krillin quickly followed suit, condensing the last remnants of his energy into a fine stream, injecting it into Goku's energy field. Here it comes. The three distinct energies merged flawlessly within Goku. The golden Saiyan power providing explosive strength, the blue energy from the Soul Stone offering precise guidance, and the green energy from Earth's while supplying the purifying core. Goku clasped his hands together, then thrust them forward with great force, unleashing a tricolored energy column even more refined than Vegeta's Gallic gun. Roaring forth with the intent to purify all evil, embodying an unyielding protective will, colliding head-on with the purple Gallic gun. Boom. The moment the two colossal energy columns collided, the entire wasteland seemed to be pressed on pause, followed by an earth-shattering roar. The purple and tricolored luminescence consumed the very fabric of the universe. A powerful shockwave radiating from the point of impact, flattening the ground's crevices, carving massive gaps into distant mountains, and tearing the clouds above into shreds, even causing ripples in the atmosphere visible to the naked eye. Amidst the storm generated by the energy collision, Goku gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, continuously channeling his energy into the energy column. He could distinctly sense the pure destructive energy contained within Vegeta's Gallic gun, intermingled with a chilling essence unique to Frieza's forces. This energy being exceptionally corrosive, relentlessly eroding the surface of the tricolored energy column. Hold on. Piccolo's voice resonated behind him. His energy was beginning to stabilize. Yet the energy he imparted to Goku remained unwavering. The will of Earth is with us. We must not let them succeed. Krillin, too, exerted the last remnants of his strength, nearly drained of energy, his face pale as a sheet, yet he gritted his teeth, continuously feeding the remaining energy. Goku, push harder. We can win. Vegeta, suspended high above, felt the arrogance on his face gradually give way to astonishment. He had not anticipated that Wukong could unite the powers of two inept beings to contend directly with his Gallic gun. Moreover, within the tricolored energy of his adversaries, the purifying force was continuously dismantling his destructive energy, causing the might of the Gallic gun to wane. Impossible. How could you possibly possess such formidable strength? Vegeta roared, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes as he began to draw upon his innate energy, striving to suppress the tricolored energy beam. I am the Prince of Saiyans. I cannot lose to you, a mere wild monkey. Just as the two energies were about to reach a critical juncture, threatening to obliterate the entire wasteland, a shadowy crimson figure suddenly burst forth from the edge of the energy storm. It was Naba, still grievously injured, yet still berserk. Sensing Wukong and the others fully focused on channeling their energy, he coalesced the last vestige of his strength into a final energy sphere, hurling it towards Krillin's back with all his might. Die, insignificant earthling. At this moment, Krillin was at his limit, utterly unable to evade. Just as the energy sphere was about to strike him, a green figure suddenly lunged forward, pushing Krillin aside. Piccolo! Both Wukong and Krillin exclaimed in unison. Bang! The energy sphere struck Piccolo squarely in the back, eliciting a muffled groan as dark green blood gushed forth, his body hurtling forward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into the tricolored energy beam. The immense force rendered him instantly unconscious, yet in his final moment of awareness, he still channeled every remnant of his energy into the beam. Piccolo! Wukong's eyes widened in rage, an unprecedented fury igniting within him. Piccolo's self-sacrificial defense ignited the deepest power within Wukong, causing the tricolored energy beam to surge exponentially. The golden Saiyan power became more ferocious. The green will of Earth grew more resilient, and the blue essence of the Soul Stone became increasingly precise. A deafening roar erupted from Wukong, a cry that encompassed both the protective spirit for his comrades and a rejection of the Saiyan's combative nature, along with a wrath against destruction and evil. The tricolored energy beam broke free from its constraints like a colossal dragon, instantly overpowering the purple Gallic gun, and then charged towards Vegeta with overwhelming force. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, fear dawning in his eyes for the first time. He attempted to retract the Gallic gun, only to find his energy firmly ensnared by the tricolored force, rendering any withdrawal impossible. No, the tricolored energy beam swiftly engulfed Vegeta's form, the purifying and anti-evil powers surging violently into his being, disassembling his energy and suppressing his bloodline. Vegeta's screams echoed through the energy storm, soon drowned out by a tremendous roar. Naba, having scarcely the time to revel in his hit on Piccolo, was violently swept away by the residual energy storm. Severely injured, he could no longer endure. His body was torn apart within the storm, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke above the wasteland. Time slipped away, and as the energy storm gradually subsided, golden sunlight once again bathed the barren land. The once ravaged terrain now appeared even more desolate. A massive pit several hundred meters in diameter and unfathomably deep had formed, with faint ripples of tricolored energy shimmering at its bottom, exuding a refreshing aura of purification. Wukong slowly withdrew his energy, staggering slightly, nearly losing his balance. Ignoring his own fatigue and wounds, he rushed to Piccolo's side, cradling him in his arms. "Piccolo! Piccolo! Wake up!" Piccolo's breath was faint, the wound on his chest continuing to bleed dark green, his eyes tightly shut, and his complexion pale as parchment. Yet at Wukong's call, his eyelids fluttered slightly, struggling to open a narrow slit. Gazing at Wukong with a faint smile, "Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Has the Saiyan been dealt with?" Wukong nodded, his voice hoarse. "It's done. Naba is dead." Vegeta. He looked towards the pit, where amidst the residual tricolored energy, a disheveled figure was slowly emerging. It was Vegeta. His battle armor lay in tatters, his body riddled with varying depths of wounds, his breath labored, evidently severely injured, yet still alive. Vegeta braced himself against the ground, laboriously standing, casting a complex gaze upon Wukong, filled with resentment, fury, and a hint of unacknowledged awe. He recognized that he had lost, decisively, to this Saiyan who had grown up on a primitive planet, succumbing to a power of protection he had never comprehended. "Son Wukong." Vegeta's voice was hoarse and weak. "I will remember you. The next time we meet, I will surely kill you." As he spoke, he retrieved a small escape capsule from his waist, pressing it firmly. A flash of white light revealed a small spacecraft beside him. Without casting another glance at Wukong, he staggered aboard, the craft instantly igniting, transforming into a streak of light, piercing the atmosphere and vanishing into the horizon. Wukong did not pursue. His focus remained solely on Piccolo. He continuously channeled green energy into Piccolo's body, his voice resolute. "Piccolo, hold on. We will take you back to West City for healing. Bulma will surely have a way to save you." Krillin approached, eyes reddening as he looked at the unconscious Piccolo. "It's my fault. If only I had been stronger just now." "You wouldn't. Don't blame yourself." Wukong interrupted, his tone weary yet unwavering. "We are comrades, and it is our duty to protect one another. Besides, this battle has taught us that our current strength is still insufficient to confront Frieza and the Shadow Lord." He gazed into the distant sky, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "From here, we must continue to grow stronger, tenfold, 100-fold. Only then can we truly protect all that we hold dear." The morning mist had long dissipated, and sunlight poured over the scarred wasteland, illuminating three figures supporting one another. The threat of the Saiyan duo was temporarily abated, yet greater crises awaited them. Frieza's main fleet, the lurking Shadow Lord, and those unknown formidable foes all loomed in the shadows, watching with keen interest. The sounds of battle on the barren earth had momentarily ceased, but the journey of guardianship had only just begun its most arduous phase. Wukong, cradling Piccolo alongside Krillin, walked towards West City, their silhouettes elongated in the sunlight, propelled by unwavering conviction towards a future rife with uncertainty and challenges. Chapter 43. Healing the heavily wounded with spiritual liquid, shadows seek new opportunities. Within the research center of West City, a pale blue medical beam enveloped the bed where Piccolo lay, his form serene within the light. The dark green blood had been staunched by a specially formulated hemostatic gel, and the grotesque wound on his back was visibly healing at a slow pace. Bulma scrutinized the data streams flickering on the control panel, her fingers dancing rapidly over the keyboard, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The situation is more severe than anticipated. Naba's energy blast not only penetrated his meridians, but also left remnants of a destructive energy that is slowly eroding his essence. Wukong sat cross-legged beside the bed, his palm pressed firmly against Piccolo's chest, a harmonious web of golden, blue, and green energies intertwining to mend Piccolo's damaged organs and meridians. Hearing Bulma's words, he furrowed his brow. Can't the purifying power of Earth will eradicate it completely? During the battle, that energy clearly suppressed the Saiyan's power. It's different. Bulma shook her head, displaying an energy fluctuation curve. The residual destructive energy has already entangled with Piccolo's essence, and forced purification might strip him of his own power as well. Fortunately, the green energy you previously infused into him formed a protective shield, temporarily halting the erosion. She picked up a syringe filled with a silvery liquid, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. This is the spirit purification liquid I refined from the energy fragments of the Soul Stone and Earth's core minerals. It should precisely detach the destructive energy, but what? Klin hastily inquired, having just regained a modicum of strength thanks to the nutrient solution provided by Bu-erma. Though traces of fatigue still lingered on his face. This potion had never been tested on the Namekians, and there was a possibility of unknown adverse reactions. Bu-erma paused momentarily before resolutely stating that there were no superior alternatives at present. Delaying further would irreparably damage Baiku's essence, preventing him from ever regaining his peak prowess. Wukong gazed at the still feeble Baiku on the medical bed and took a deep breath. Proceed with it. I will stabilize his meridians with the tricolor energy. Should any rejection occur, I will suppress it immediately. Bu-erma no longer hesitated and gently infused the Ling Jing Yi into Baiku's veins. The silvery liquid coursed through the vessels, and wherever it flowed, the black destructive energy entwining Baiku's vital force writhed violently, as if encountering its nemesis. The radiance of the medical light beam fluctuated erratically, and Baiku's body began to convulse slightly, his brow furrowing tightly, clearly enduring immense pain. Not good. Rejection has manifested, Bu-erma exclaimed. As alarms blared from the control panel, Wukong's palms surged with tricolor energy, the golden Saiyan power stabilizing the meridians, the blue energy from the soul gem guiding the Ling Jing Yi's flow, and the green earth willpower soothing the agitated essence. The three energies acted as precise instruments, resonating with the Ling Jing Yi, gradually extricating and purifying the struggling destructive energy. The black energy was relentlessly expelled from Baiku's body, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke in the air, and his convulsions gradually ceased, his complexion regaining a hint of color. After half an hour, the alarms fell silent, and the light from the medical beam stabilized. Bu-erma let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. It succeeded. The destructive energy has been entirely eradicated, and Baiku's injuries are healing rapidly. He is likely to awaken in 3 days. Wukong slowly withdrew his hand, the energy fluctuations around him gradually calming, a weary yet contented smile gracing his face. Continuous high-intensity battles, coupled with sustained energy output for healing, had brought him to the brink of exhaustion, yet witnessing Baiku's peril transform into safety made all fatigue dissipate. Klin slumped in his chair, exhaling deeply. Wonderful. Baiku is finally out of danger. However, speaking of which, that Vegeta fellow, despite being gravely injured, managed to escape. The resilience of a Saiyan is truly formidable. He recalled the look in Vegeta's eyes as he departed, a flicker of unease surfacing within him. Vegeta had vowed to kill Wukong upon their next encounter. Would he return stronger? Certainly. Wukong's gaze sharpened. The more life-and-death battles a Saiyan experiences, the stronger they become upon recovery. Vegeta's recent defeat would surely compel him to employ every possible means to enhance his strength, and should he return, he would likely be several times more powerful than now. He turned his gaze to the window, where the skyscrapers of Shiji-do sparkled under the sunlight, the streets bustling with traffic, a scene of tranquility. Moreover, he had Frieza behind him. Vegeta's failure would inevitably reach Frieza's ears, and at that time, it could attract even more formidable foes. Bu-erma approached the two, handing them each a cup of energy drink. Let us not dwell on that for now. What you both require most is rest. Wukong, I have recorded your battle footage. Your mastery of the tricolor energy fusion is becoming increasingly adept, especially the protective force that erupted at the end, capable of suppressing even Vegeta's Gallic gun. This far exceeds my comprehension of energy application. She paused, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes. However, I have noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The blue portion of your tricolor energy appears to resonate ever more strongly with the soul gem. During the healing process, just now, it even actively guided the Ling Jing Yi to exert its effects. Wukong accepted the drink, taking a sip and feeling his strength rapidly returning. I sense it too. The insight from the soul gem not only predicts enemy attacks, but also enhances my control over the flow of energy, as though I have gained a second pair of energy eyes. At that moment, The communicator on Bu Erma's wrist emitted a series of urgent alarm sounds, and a red energy warning flashed on the screen. "What is happening?" she exclaimed, hastily opening the warning message, her expression turning grave. The detector had captured an ominous dark energy swiftly approaching Shiji-Du, with energy fluctuations akin to those of La DZ's dark energy, yet more refined and potent. Wukong and Krillin exchanged glances, immediately rising to their feet, the fatigue in their eyes replaced by alertness. Wukong's tricolor energy began to circulate quietly around him, the blue energy from the soul gem spreading out, quickly tracking the trajectory of the dark energy. It is not heading towards Shiji-Du. Its target is the wasteland battlefield. The wasteland? Krillin queried. What remains there besides the remnants of battle? Residual energy from Vegeta and Nappa, as well as the essence of the Saiyan's power that dispersed upon Nappa's destruction. Wukong's expression darkened. The shadow forces are gathering this energy. They aim to analyze the Saiyan's energy to discover a method to counter our purification power. Bu Erma swiftly operated the control panel, retrieving satellite imagery of the wasteland. Indeed, the satellite has captured images of 3 figures cloaked in black, employing some device to absorb the residual energy, and the energy readings are rising rapidly. We cannot allow them to succeed. Wukong's energy erupted instantaneously, intertwining the golden Saiyan power with the green earth willpower to form a resplendent light shield. Krillin, remain here to safeguard Baiku and Bu Erma. I will go to thwart them. Wait, Wukong. Bu Erma called out urgently, tossing him a specially designed tracker. This device can trace the trajectory of dark energy and emit interference waves, temporarily halting their energy absorption. Be cautious. The intensity of this dark energy is at least 3 times that of La DZ. Wukong caught the tracker, his form flickering as he dashed out of the research center, transforming into a streak of golden, blue, and green light, racing towards the wasteland. At this moment on the battlefield, around a massive pit, 3 cloaked figures were encircling a device emanating a haunting violet glow. The cloaks were embroidered with eerie shadow patterns, exuding an icy aura of darkness, as they continuously unleashed strands of black energy, drawing in the Saiyan's vital force and destructive energy that lingered in the air. Indeed, the Master's judgment was correct. The collision of the Saiyan's destructive energy with Sun Wukong's purifying power results in a special energy residue. By analyzing the essence of this residue, we can uncover a means to counter the protective force. The figure on the left spoke, his voice hoarse and grating like metal scraping. The central figure, towering and enveloped in the densest dark aura, raised a hand, casting a black energy barrier that enveloped the surrounding energy to accelerate absorption. Hurry, Sun Wukong will arrive shortly. His tricolor energy has reached a perilous level. If we do not swiftly discover a means to counter it, our subsequent plans will face significant repercussions. Rest assured, my lord, the figure on the right sneered. Our absorption device employs shadow core technology. We will collect sufficient samples in just 5 minutes. By then, even if Sun Wukong arrives, he will only be able to watch us depart helplessly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dazzling tricolor streak fell from the sky like a meteor, shattering the surrounding dark barrier with overwhelming energy. Wukong stood at the edge of the massive pit, his eyes coldly fixed on the 3 cloaked figures. Your calculations are flawed. The 3 cloaked figures turned simultaneously, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light beneath their hoods. The towering figure among them appraised Wukong with a mixture of caution and greed. Sun Wukong, you truly live up to your reputation. However, our target today is not you, but these energy samples. If you know what is good for you, step aside. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unkind. To take the energy samples, you must first pass through me. Wukong raised the tracker, pressing the interference wave button. The detector emitted an imperceptible wave in an instant, and the energy-absorbing device immediately blared a shrill alarm. A ghostly purple light began to flicker erratically, and the absorption efficiency plummeted. Damn it, it interfered with our apparatus. The cloaked figure on the right roared, dark energy surging around him, as he conjured 2 black energy blades with his hands, striking towards Wukong with ferocity. Die! Wukong's form flickered as he effortlessly dodged the assault of the energy blades. They struck the ground, carving 2 deep ravines, which were instantly consumed by dark energy. Turning pitch black, he gathered a golden energy within his palm, enveloped in a faint green purifying force, and shot it back at the absorption device. Since you desire it, let us perish together. The golden energy surged with a purifying might, instantly colliding with the ghostly purple absorption device. With a thunderous roar, the device exploded, sending fragments of black energy and waves of purple energy scattering in all directions, causing the three cloaked figures to stagger backward from the shockwave. Seeking death, the tall cloaked figure in the center's eyes flashed with fury as dark energy erupted around him, transforming into a colossal shadow beast that lunged at Wukong with its gaping maw, Shadow Devourer. Wukong's gaze sharpened as three colors of energy rapidly circulated within him. With hands pressed together, he forcefully thrust them forward, unleashing a concentrated three-colored energy sphere that collided head-on with the shadow beast. With a resounding bang, the beast was struck by the energy sphere, its body disintegrating under the purifying force. However, the remaining dark energy surged back like a tide, enveloping Wukong's energy sphere. Wukong raised an eyebrow, realizing that this dark energy was more peculiar than Leitais. It could actually devour and assimilate his purifying force. Intriguing, yet insufficient. He uttered a low command, and the power of the blue soul gem within him erupted, precisely locating the core weakness of the dark energy. The golden Saiyan power exploded forth, piercing through the dark energy's grasp like a rapier, while the green will of earth followed closely behind, completely purifying the assimilated dark energy. The shadow beast let out a chilling wail, dissipating into the air. The expressions of the three cloaked figures changed drastically, as the tall one in the center solemnly commanded, "Retreat. We have collected part of the energy sample. There is no need to clash with him directly." The three turned simultaneously, dark energy swirling around them, transforming into three streaks of black light as they attempted to flee the wasteland. Want to escape? Not so easily. Wukong's gaze turned icy as he accelerated, pushing the golden Saiyan power to its limits, swiftly catching up to the cloaked figure lagging behind on the right. He raised his hand, and with the purifying force, struck fiercely at the figure's back. The cloaked figure let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Losing balance and crashing heavily to the ground, the cloak shattered, revealing a face marked with shadowy patterns, its hollow eyes indicating complete control by the shadow forces. The other two cloaked figures, witnessing this, did not hesitate, but rather increased their pace to flee, quickly disappearing at the edge of the wasteland. Wukong did not pursue. Instead, he knelt to inspect the fallen cloaked figure, noticing its energy was rapidly dissipating, the dark energy within it turning against itself. He attempted to use green energy to purify the dark energy within, only to discover that it was deeply bound to the figure's soul. Purifying it would utterly destroy the soul. It seemed the control of the shadow forces was more terrifying than anticipated, Wukong mused, abandoning the idea of purification. At that moment, the fallen cloaked figure suddenly opened its eyes, a strange smile creeping onto its lips, as it used its last ounce of strength to toss a black crystal into the air. The crystal exploded midair, forming a black curtain of light, within which a blurred figure emerged, exuding a suffocating dark aura. "Son Wukong, we meet again." The voice of the blurred figure was chilling, as if emerging from the abyss. "The Saiyan duo is merely an appetizer. The true game has just begun. Next time we meet, I will make you witness the ashes of everything you hold dear." The curtain of light flickered a few times before completely vanishing, and the fallen cloaked figure also lost its last breath, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that merged with the soil of the wasteland. Wukong stood still, his gaze heavy as he looked towards the direction where the curtain had disappeared. He could distinctly sense that the dark energy of that blurred figure was more potent than Frieza and Vegeta combined, emanating an oppressive force from the depths of the soul. The Shadow Sovereign, Wukong whispered the name, as the three-colored energy around him coalesced more solidly. "No matter who you are, no matter what schemes you possess, I shall not let you succeed." He turned to face the direction of West City, sunlight cascading upon him, yet unable to dispel the gloom within his heart. The threat of the Saiyan duo was not yet fully resolved, and the shadow of the Shadow Sovereign loomed ever larger. The journey ahead was destined to be fraught with challenges. However, Wukong's eyes reflected no hint of retreat, only unwavering conviction. He clenched his fist, the three-colored energy swirling in his palm like an indomitable flame. "On the path of guardianship, though faced by thousands, I shall press on." With that, he turned and soared towards West City, his silhouette growing ever more resolute under the sun. He understood that he not only had to await Piccolo's awakening, but also to hasten his own strength while seeking the traces of the shadow forces. Otherwise, when the Shadow Sovereign truly struck, Earth would confront an unprecedented crisis. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, within a vast castle floating in darkness, the Shadow Sovereign sat upon his throne, observing Wukong's figure within a crystal ball, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Son Wukong, your power of guardianship is indeed intriguing. But in the face of absolute darkness, all light shall be consumed. Frieza and Vegeta are merely pawns in my grand design, while you shall be my most exquisite prey. The glow of the crystal ball gradually dimmed, and the castle succumbed once more to an endless darkness, leaving only the Shadow Sovereign's chilling laughter echoing through the cosmos.